In the desolate aftermath of a cataclysm, survival hinges upon the relentless extermination of monstrous foes and the acquisition of enigmatic cards. Guan Li has obtained the Infinite Legion system, enabling him to summon formidable legions. Chapter 1. The Infinite Legion System Unveiled. Have I traversed dimensions? Guan Li gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings, incredulity etched upon his face. Mere moments ago, he had been embroiled in a car accident, his soul now inexplicably transported to this realm. This world bore a striking resemblance to Earth, albeit its expanse was several times greater, with a terrifyingly vast population. In the land of Huagua, there existed over 100 billion souls. Rising from his bed, Guan Li discovered himself in a dormitory. A university student by trade, he had abstained from class that day due to a night spent gaming. Is this fortuitous or merely unfortunate? Guan Li sighed, resigned to his fate, a faint smile gracing his lips. The tales of Zhongyuan Wubai were familiar to him, especially the exploits of the notorious red-haired thief. He was confident that these recollections would enable him to usher in a new era of storytelling. Beep! The apocalypse will descend in 10 seconds. A mechanical voice reverberated in his ears. What in the world? I arrive only to face the end times. This is a conspiracy, a breach of chivalric conduct, an ambush, an underhanded attack. The sudden turn of events abruptly curtailed his anticipated journey. The apocalypse has arrived. 80% of humanity is now infected with the zombie virus. Monstrous calamities emerge. Humanity faces annihilation. Survivors of the apocalypse, you are granted one initial lottery opportunity. Eliminate monsters to potentially acquire item cards. Utilize this initial reward wisely. It may facilitate your survival. As a mechanical voice fell silent, Guan Li stood frozen in place. 80% of humanity infected with the zombie virus. Can we still enjoy ourselves? Guan Li felt a pang of despair after all. Huagua was home to billions. A rough calculation revealed 80 targets looming before him. He scrutinized his own condition, relieved to find himself unscathed. Oh well, let's check the initial lottery. Perhaps I'll acquire a divine talent. With thoughts of a lottery, his anxiety began to dissipate. After all, traversers often possessed an inherent advantage in such matters. Brimming with confidence, he initiated the initial draw. In an instant, the dormitory was enveloped in golden radiance. Before Guan Li, a colossal wheel appeared, divided into 10 segments, each adorned with dazzling rewards. Devouring Talent, Explosive Dragon Egg, Ice Dragon Thunder Spell, Necromancer Class Transition Book, Meditation Sword Saint Transition Book. The segments of the wheel shimmered enticingly, save for one empty slot. Wait, what does this vacant segment signify? The smile on Guan Li's face vanished, the exhilarating anticipation dissipating. Stay calm. It's merely a 1 in 10 chance. I, Guan Li, shall not accept any underhanded dealings. Taking a deep breath, he refused to believe he could be so unfortunate. Lottery, grant me any reward. Show yourself. The pointer began to spin, and Guan Li's heart raced with anticipation. Reward. Bestow upon me my reward. As Guan Li continued to pray fervently, the pointer gradually came to a halt. Ding! The lottery has concluded. Please keep striving. The mechanical voice echoed in his ears, leaving Guan Li in a state of disbelief. A blank space? After all this effort, you leave me with such a complete loss. In that moment, Guan Li felt as though he had returned to the days of playing the penguin game. Even upon arriving in this world, he could not escape the curse of the twisted vine. Ding! The host has failed the lottery. Conditions met. Activating the Infinite Legion system. Do you wish to bind it? The sudden voice resonated in Guan Li's mind. System. What is happening? His brain struggled to comprehend. Do you wish to bind it? The voice repeated, and Guan Li remained perplexed. Will you bind or not? Bind. Of course I will bind. Finally grasping the situation, Guan Li nodded eagerly. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the Infinite Legion system. The novice gift pack has been issued. Please check your inventory. Guan Li now understood that the distance from hell to heaven was merely a system away. He quickly opened the system panel, revealing his information before him. Name, Guan Li. Strength, 1-star ability, none legion, none points, 0 evaluation. Extremely weak host, likely to fail at any moment. The panel was exceedingly concise, leading Guan Li to suspect it was a fraudulent system, particularly with that evaluation. Forget it. Let's check the novice gift pack first. Guan Li felt disheartened, as his hope now rested solely on the novice gift pack. Though reluctant to admit it, he indeed mirrored the system's evaluation. lacking even the strength for self-preservation. He opened the system inventory, where a gift pack marked with great surprise lay quietly in the item slot. Open. With trembling hands, he slowly pressed the button. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a random Legion summoning card X1. Rewards have been automatically issued to your inventory. The system's voice brought a sigh of relief from Guan Li. Thank goodness. This gift pack isn't too disappointing. Guan Li gazed at the card, emitting an aura of mystery in his inventory, and chose to use it without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Skeleton Soldier Legion card. The enigmatic card gradually unveiled its secrets. In the air, a card depicting a skeleton soldier materialized. Guan Li extended his hand, grasping the Legion summoning card. Phew! At last, I possess some means of self-defense. He looked at the card in his hand. Although it was merely an ordinary skeleton soldier, it was certainly better than nothing. The clandestine operations of the spinning wheel had left him with significant apprehension. Given the circumstances, it seemed only those with fortune could attain the so-called initial rewards. However, Guan Li was indifferent to others' fates after all. Their fortunes did not affect him. The method of utilizing the card was straightforward. Simply crush it. Following the instructions, Guan Li crushed the card in his hand. In the empty dormitory, 10 skeletal soldiers appeared, their forms stark and bare. In the hollow eye sockets of the skeletal soldiers burned deep blue flames. Their armor, along with the blades they wielded, appeared weathered and decayed by time. Among the skeleton soldiers stood a towering figure, resembling a commander. Chapter 2. The Legion of Skeleton Soldiers, my master. You have resurrected us from the ancient graveyard. We shall fight for you in all directions. The towering skeleton emitted a rigid voice as 10 skeleton soldiers knelt on one knee. In that instant, Guan Li felt a surge of blood rush to his head, yearning to rush outside and engage the zombies in a life-and-death struggle. However, that was merely a fleeting thought. He had only just begun his journey. Surviving in this apocalyptic world posed considerable challenges. Nevertheless, with the system at his disposal, he was determined to achieve something remarkable. Otherwise, it would be a source of great shame. Arise. No need to kneel. Guan Li urged the skeleton soldiers to stand. He opened the system panel and selected the Legion page. Legion of Skeleton Soldiers, upgradable, number 10, strength, 1 star, commander, bone, skills, / bone blade. Bone armor. Guan Li felt a degree of satisfaction with the capabilities of the Legion of Skeleton Soldiers. After all, they were merely the most basic of skeleton soldiers. Although their strength was not formidable, they possessed the invaluable trait of immortality. Unless they were completely shattered, as long as they could move, they would continue to fight. Most importantly, the Legion could be upgraded, which signified boundless possibilities. It was not the weakness of their strength that worried him, but rather the prospect of remaining weak indefinitely. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Legion. You may extract Legion skills at will, with each Legion allowing only one extraction. Extract skill, Guan Li exclaimed, filled with excitement for the system. Opening the Legion page, he pondered for a moment and decided that self-preservation was paramount. With the skeleton soldiers at his command, he need not sully his hands in battle just yet. System. Extract bone armor. After selecting the skill, he proceeded with the extraction. Ding. Congratulations, host. On acquiring the skill, bone armor. Name, Guan Li strength. 1 star ability, bone armor Legion. Legion of Skeleton Soldiers points. 0 evaluation, gains some self-protection. Yet remains in constant peril. He chuckled with glee. At last, I can unleash my potential. Just as Guan Li prepared to lead the skeleton soldiers into combat, a sudden commotion erupted outside. On the pinnacle of immortality, I, Zhang San, shall reign supreme. Come forth, you pitiful zombies. A proud voice echoed from outside the window. Goodness. Is Zhang San truly this bold? Daring to compete with Lan? Guan Li, intrigued, quickly opened a corner of the window to peer outside. There, in the courtyard below, stood a man clad in white, sword in hand, exuding an air of a chivalrous swordsman. Several headless corpses lay on the ground, evidently victims of the audacious Zhang San. What a surprise. He must have drawn an item. No wonder he dares to rival Lan. Guan Li observed the sword, which glinted with a chilling radiance. Suddenly, Zhang San's flamboyant remarks attracted the attention of the zombies lurking in the shadows. They surged forth, and despite the sparse number of students remaining in the dormitories during class, hundreds of zombies charged out from the surrounding buildings. Upon meticulous observation, Guan Li discerned that the movement of these zombies was not as sluggish as depicted on television. Despite their rigid limbs, their speed was not significantly inferior to that of a normal human. I am a celestial swordsman descended to the mortal realm. You shall perish. Zhang San twirled his sword, his youthful spirit ablaze. With a swift stroke, he severed the head of a zombie. Yet, as he prepared to unleash a second strike, the surrounding zombies lunged, their claws tearing at his flesh. Ack! The excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream from Zhang San, causing his long sword to clatter to the ground. Help! Someone save me! Realizing the dire situation, he hastily called for aid. Alas, no one heeded his cries. The zombies seized the opportunity, overwhelming Zhang San and devouring him in an instant. The infamous outlaw had met his untimely demise, a truly lamentable fate. Guan Li witnessed the gruesome scene of the zombies feasting, with entrails and viscera strewn across the ground. The zombies, treating their gruesome banquet as a treasure, savored their meal with delight. He shut the window and calmly retreated to the bathroom. Nausea churned within him, threatening to expel yesterday's lunch. What a waste! As he finished retching, regret washed over him. In this apocalyptic world, food was a precious commodity. Gazing at the remnants in the toilet, a bold thought crossed his mind. Though not at the same time, in the same restroom, old 8, allow me to demonstrate. Guan Li abruptly shook his head, banishing the image from his mind. Guan Li would rather starve or be devoured by zombies than consume even a morsel. Exiting the restroom, he sat on the bed, pondering his next course of action. The fate of Zhang San served as a cautionary tale, imparting a vital lesson. One must develop cautiously and not act recklessly. Ding! A selection reward was triggered. Option 1. Confront the zombies outside the dormitory. Reward. Title: Am I Not Brave? Slight increase in strength. Option 2. Hide in the dormitory. Await rescue. Reward: Old 8 secret mini burgers x 100. Option 3. Leave the dormitory. Clear the zombies on the floor. Reward: Skill upgrade opportunity x1. The sudden options plunged Guan Li into contemplation. Option 1 was immediately dismissed, even with 10 skeleton soldiers. Facing hundreds of zombies would surely lead to death. Option 2 was also disregarded. Old 8 secret burgers did not inspire confidence. Only the third option aligned with the mindset of a rational individual. After a moment of organization, Guan Li packed the last 2 packets of instant noodles from the dormitory and cleared several bottles of mineral water. Grasping a fruit knife from the table, he slowly opened the dormitory door. The 2 skeleton soldiers ventured forth to scout. The narrow corridor revealed a few scattered zombies, aimlessly wandering. The appearance of the skeleton soldiers instantly captured their attention. With guttural groans, several zombies charged at the skeleton soldiers. As Guan Li stepped outside, he beheld this scene without panic, promptly commanding the skeleton soldiers to engage. The 2 skeletons brandished their rusted spring knives, striking at the zombies' necks. With a resounding crack, the rusted blade shattered into 2 pieces. The skeletal soldiers stood in stunned silence. We are prepared for a fierce battle, Your Majesty. Why do you falter first? The zombies, however, paid no heed to such inquiries and lunged at the skeletal warriors. Fortunately, though the weapon had perished, the skeletal frames remained relatively intact, exhibiting only minor fissures without total disintegration. Discarding their broken blades, the skeletal soldiers extended their arms to reveal sharp bone blades. Several zombies had their heads severed in an instant. In a moment of clarity amidst despair, the jester was revealed to be none other than myself. Guan Li had not anticipated the formidable prowess of the skeletal soldiers, far surpassing his expectations. The cacophony of battle quickly attracted a horde of zombies, surrounding them from all sides. Bones, eliminate them, Guan Li commanded with unwavering composure, directing the skeletal soldiers in combat. Yes, master. The skeletal warrior raised its blade, cleaving toward an approaching zombie. With a mighty swing, the creature was swiftly bisected. Yet, the force of the strike resulted in several cracks appearing on the blade. Observing from the rear, Guan Li noted this development. Recalling the devastating power of the bone blades moments earlier, he realized which skill he needed to enhance. Chapter 3. Skill upgrade. The leader of the skeletons cleaved through the zombies, from which a white card erupted. Although Guan Li felt a surge of excitement, he refrained from acting impulsively. While his legion could engage in combat with the undead, he himself was ill-equipped for such encounters. Advancing recklessly could lead to dire consequences. The skeletal soldiers proved remarkably effective, their bony frames displaying no fear of the zombies' assaults. Armed with sharp bone blades, they effortlessly severed the heads of the zombies. With an overwhelming advantage, the battle was swiftly resolved. The leader of the skeletons, wielding a damaged greatsword, delivered the final blow to the last zombie, signaling the end of its existence. Curse that blacksmith, that unscrupulous merchant. This was my life savings, the leader lamented, met with a sympathetic glance from Guan Li. Once the skirmish concluded, Guan Li assigned 5 skeletal soldiers to stand guard while the remaining ones busied themselves with clearing the battlefield. The skeletal soldiers worked efficiently, quickly restoring order to the area. They recovered a white card along with a 1-star energy core. Food card provides 1 serving of food. Guan Li examined the card in his hand before crushing it. Instantly, a piece of cumin-flavored roasted meat materialized before him. Without a care for the surrounding corpses, he indulged in the feast. The flavor of the food produced by the card was exquisite, rivaling that of a five-star chef. The sizable chunk of roasted meat was soon devoured, and Guan Li wiped the grease from his hands before retrieving a bottle of Farmer's Triple Punch from his backpack. This food card is rather stingy. It didn't even provide water, he quipped, stowing away the remaining half bottle. System, what is the purpose of this energy core? Guan Li inquired, observing the core in his palm, its surface free of blood residue. Host, this core is a product of condensed energy. For biological entities to evolve, they must absorb energy. The zombies you refer to are, in fact, products of failed evolution. Their bodies retain such energy cores. The system's voice elucidated Guan Li's confusion. Evolve? Guan Li expressed uncertainty. Indeed, evolution. Every living being has the potential to evolve. Those who achieve evolution among humans may be referred to as awakened ones. Awakened individuals can reach heights unattainable by ordinary humans. It represents a breakthrough, a complete liberation from genetic constraints. Becoming an awakened one opens up infinite possibilities. The system explained patiently. I see. With the purpose of the energy core clarified, Guan Li returned to his dormitory, instructing the skeletal soldiers to keep watch. The method of absorption had already been conveyed to him by the system. Holding the core, he commenced the absorption process. The core melted in his palm. A surge of wondrous power flooding into his being. Guan Li felt warmth enveloping him, as if he were on the brink of ascension. His cells greedily absorbed the energy of the core, and it felt as though a chain within him was gradually being unshackled. This state persisted for several minutes. Once the energy was fully absorbed, Guan Li opened his eyes, feeling an inexhaustible vigor coursing through his body. He struck the iron bed with a punch, leaving a deep imprint. Wow! Incredible! In the past, achieving this feat would have been utterly inconceivable. Beyond sheer strength, Guan Li's agility, reflexes, and speed have also seen notable enhancement. System, what level am I currently at? Guan Li inquired with a hint of curiosity. You are a one-star awakened. This marks the dawn of your evolution. The system chimed in. With that, Guan Li, having absorbed the crystal core, shouldered his backpack once more and exited the dormitory. It was imperative to clear the zombies from the floor to earn the reward options. On his floor, there were a total of 40 to 50 dormitory rooms. Bone, led your 4 skeletal soldiers to cleanse the zombies on the left. Understood, master. The commander Bone nodded and departed with his soldiers. Knock, knock, knock. Outside room 250. Guan Li rapped on the door. Soon, the unmistakable growls of zombies echoed from within. Breach the door. Prepare for combat. Once he confirmed there were no living occupants, Guan Li motioned for the skeletal soldiers to advance. The sharp bone blades easily pried open the door lock, swinging the entrance wide. Zombies, their intestines hanging grotesquely, lunged directly at the skeletal soldiers. Fortunately, they were well prepared. The keen bone blades sliced towards the zombies' necks. The recently mutated zombies were not particularly formidable, lacking even a 1-star rating. As long as an ordinary person could overcome their fear, they could easily vanquish them. The system had indicated that zombies would also evolve, though Guan Li was uncertain about the extent of this evolution. After ransacking room 250, he found only 2 sausages. Nevertheless, even the smallest morsels are meat. Guan Li casually stuffed them into his backpack. He proceeded to the next dormitory, employing the same method, knocking, luring the zombies, and then delivering a swift kill. With 5 skeletal soldiers at his command, if he couldn't eliminate them instantly, they would surround and overwhelm the target. All the zombies in the right side dormitory were eradicated. Through his scavenging, he amassed over 20 bottles of mineral water, 5 bags of bread, 3 bags of instant noodles, and 10 sausages. Although he possessed the cards, food remained scarce, as the drop rate was exceedingly low. Until he achieved a degree of affluence, he would need to practice frugality. He gathered several bags and entrusted the weighty task of carrying water to his skeletal soldiers. Upon completing the floor-clearing task, the system as prompt echoed. Reward, skill upgrade opportunities, X1. Shortly thereafter, Bone returned with the remaining skeletal soldiers. Master, here are the cards dropped by the zombies. Commander Bone respectfully presented a white card. Guan Li accepted the card, sighing at the truly low drop rate. On this floor, the zombies had yielded only 2 cards and 1 crystal core. The drop rate was nearly on par with that of a certain tech giant. Weapon card, acquire a refined steel tang knife, capable of effortlessly cleaving through Hao-Ji's melons. Guan Li's eyes sparkled as he crushed the card. A tang knife, approximately 90 centimeters in length, materialized in his grasp. He swung the knife through the air a few times, finding it remarkably comfortable to wield. The previous fruit knife was now retired in advance. System, can the skill upgrade opportunity be utilized for the Legion? Indeed, host. Guan Li accessed the panel for the Skeletal Legion and selected the Bone Blade skill. Select Bone Blade skill. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Without hesitation, Guan Li opted for an upgrade. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Skeleton Soldier Legion has acquired the Bone Blade skill. The upgrade was swiftly completed, and the system's notification chimed. The skeleton soldiers remained unfazed by the zombies' bites. Their only shortcoming lay in their offensive power. Fortunately, the Bone Blade skill addressed this deficiency. Presently, the zombies were not particularly formidable, and the Bone Blade could effortlessly penetrate their defenses. However, as zombies evolve, the situation may become precarious. Thus, Guan Li resolved to enhance the Bone Blade skill to bolster the skeleton soldier's attack strength. Let me witness your newfound abilities. Upon completing the upgrade, Guan Li commanded the skeleton soldiers to demonstrate their prowess. Compared to the previous Bone Blade, the bone knife was significantly sharper and longer. The original Bone Blade merely utilized a severed forearm as a blade, which often imposed considerable limitations. In contrast, the bone knife extended a blade approximately 80 centimeters long directly from the edge of the arm, allowing for flexible use without any constraints. After upgrading the skill, another option was triggered. Option 1. Find a comfortable dormitory to sleep and acquire the skill Drowsiness, ability to instantly enter sleep. Option 2. Clear all zombies from dormitory building number 1. Reward. 5-star crystals, 10 burdensome survivors. Option 3. Break out of the dormitory and eliminate all zombies in the open area. Reward. 1 random talent skill card. 1 Legion advancement card. Chapter 4. Cleansing the zombies. Option 1 was swiftly eliminated, leading to an instant slumber, a most futile ability. Option 2 offered a meager reward of merely 5 1-star crystal cores, accompanied by 10 superfluous survivors. Guan Li harbored no illusions about the utility of the system's definition of superfluous. After careful consideration, only the rewards from Option 3 seemed reasonably adequate. With a firm resolve, Guan Li, flanked by his skeletal soldiers, made his way towards the staircase. The immediate priority was to bolster his own strength, seizing the opportunity to gather more cards and crystal cores while the zombies had yet to evolve. The stairwell was dimly lit, the flickering emergency lights lending an eerie ambience. Guan Li instructed the skeletal soldiers to take the lead, positioning himself in the middle of the formation. It was prudent to remain cautious at all times. He did not harbor the arrogance to believe himself invincible. Upon reaching the first-floor hall, they encountered a dozen zombies congregated within. The sight of the tightly shut gate, coupled with the gruesome bloodstains, allowed Guan Li to surmise the harrowing events that had transpired. It was evident that an elderly resident of the dormitory had locked the gate upon witnessing the zombies outside, only to discover that the dormitory itself harbored its own undead. The very blockade of the gate had prevented the zombies within the hall from being drawn outside by the commotion. Eliminate them, Guan Li commanded, opting for a preemptive strike as he ordered the skeletal soldiers to engage. The zombies, alerted by the sounds behind them, ceased their futile attempts to batter the gate. They lunged at the skeletal soldiers with clawed limbs. The upgraded bone blades were exceptionally sharp, rendering the task of dispatching these newly infected zombies remarkably effortless. Each strike from the skeletal soldiers precisely cleaved through the zombies' skulls. Adrenaline surged through Guan Li as he fixated on a lone zombie. Stealthily, he approached, swinging his tanto with precision. Crack! With a flurry of swift movements, he assessed his performance, a meager 250 points. His tanto had landed awkwardly on the zombie's shoulder. What a miscalculation! Guan Li lamented, yet he had little choice in the matter. It was his inaugural attempt at slaying a zombie. Missteps were to be expected. Zombies were not watermelons, lying docile for him to strike. The zombie swayed its decaying body, opening its gaping maw, clearly intent on a close encounter. The putrid stench wafted towards him, nearly overwhelming his senses. Get away, you wretched creature, Guan Li shouted, delivering a precise kick to the zombie's abdomen. The force allowed him to extract his tanto. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his trembling hand, declaring, "Die." He swung his tanto decisively at the zombie's neck. With a sickening thud, a zombie's head rolled to the ground. Guan Li exhaled in relief. That strike marked a significant transformation for him. He was gradually acclimating to this post-apocalyptic reality. The skeletal commander and his soldiers swiftly dispatched the remaining zombies, but the dozen or so only yielded 3 crystal cores. As for the cards, not a single one was in sight. It was only now that Guan Li comprehended the rarity of those cards. He picked up the crystal cores and began to absorb them without hesitation. Bone led the skeletal soldiers, who stood guard around him. The 3 1-star crystal cores were swiftly absorbed. System, why have I not leveled up? Guan Li inquired, puzzled. Under normal circumstances, the energy from these cores should have sufficed for his upgrade. Host, each individual's potential varies. Consequently, the effects of absorbing crystal cores differ as well. To put it simply, the capacity of a cup and that of a pool are not even comparable. The host possesses immense potential, allowing for greater energy absorption. Naturally, The energy required for a breakthrough is also more substantial. Such an advantage will gradually manifest with the enhancement of strength. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. The system spoke earnestly. Ah, I understand. Guan Li nodded. Having read numerous web novels, he was aware that protagonists often bore some flaws in their constitution. Undoubtedly. He too had his imperfections. Observing the tightly shut gate, an idea began to form in his mind. Though the skeletal soldiers had acquired the bone knife skill, engaging over 100 zombies head-on was evidently not a prudent choice. Guan Li approached the gate, retrieving a key from the debris. He cracked the gate open slightly, leaving just enough space for two entities to pass. The zombies, devoid of any intelligence, bore a fatal weakness. Skeletons. We shall guard this middle opening. The remaining soldiers will cover the sides. Guan Li promptly arranged the forthcoming hunting strategy. Despite the protection of his legion, he chose to enter the fray himself. The gap in the gate was sufficient for the bone knife to pass through. The skeletal soldiers could utilize this opportunity to pierce the zombies' skulls. Clang, clang, clang. Guan Li wielded his tang knife, striking the gate forcefully. The wandering zombies in the open were instantly drawn to the cacophony. Groan. Upon sighting Guan Li, they surged forward with the urgency of wolves scenting prey. Guan Li quickly retreated behind the gate. Kill. Hundreds of zombies crashed against the gate, the stench of decay overwhelming. The gate held firm against most of the zombies. The narrow passage allowed only two to enter at a time. As they breached the hall, their heads were swiftly severed. The remaining zombies pounded against the gate. The bone knives of the skeletal soldiers pierced through the skulls of the encroaching zombies with precision. As the front zombies fell, those behind them pressed on. The skeletal soldiers' bone knives continued to thrust forward, penetrating the heads of the zombies. Hundreds of zombies crowded against the gate. Under their terrifying force, the gate began to warp and bend. Guan Li realized that the door could not withstand this pressure for long. He dared not delay even for a moment, relentlessly slashing at the zombies with his tang knife. As time passed, Guan Li's skills in dispatching zombies grew increasingly refined. Initially, it took several strikes to fell a single zombie, but now, each of his blows found its mark with deadly accuracy. The brutal clash of battle ignited a fervor within Guan Li, propelling his growth further. The gate was now completely deformed, on the verge of collapse. However, the zombies outside had been nearly eradicated. The remaining zombies, even when united, posed little threat. The skeletal soldiers activated their bone armor skill, their vulnerable spots encased in a layer of bone. To them, the claws of the zombies felt akin to mere tickles. Sensing the opportune moment, Guan Li commanded the skeletal soldiers to retreat. The rest of the zombies surged forth, flooding into the hall. Upon a cursory glance, approximately 20 to 30 remained. Kill. Guan Li's blood surged as he directed the skeletal soldiers to charge with all their might. He himself wielded a tang knife, seeking out zombies to slay. In the hall, blood and flesh flew, heads rolling. All remaining zombies were swiftly dispatched. Upon successfully completing the task, a voice resonated in his mind. Reward, Random Talent Skill Card X1. Legion Advancement Card X1. Guan Li ordered the skeletal soldiers to scour the battlefield while the leader's bones remained at his side. He then examined the rewards obtained from the task. Random Talent Card. Grants a random talent upon use. Legion Advancement Card. Can be used for Legion Advancement. Guan Li crushed the talent card, and a radiant light fused into his being. Ding. Congratulations, host. Acquired talent. Immunity gene. Ignores all negative effects. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Guan Li immediately sensed a subtle transformation within him. Ignoring all negative effects? What about the zombie infection? He grasped the zombie's claw and made a small incision on his arm. As the zombie virus entered his body, it was instantly dispelled by a mysterious force. Incredible. A divine talent. Guan Li was elated. Mom no longer needs to worry about me being infected by zombies. Chapter 5. The Teaching Building System. I am eager to upgrade my legion. Guan Li exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. The skeletal soldiers had proven to be remarkably effective. He wondered what enhancements an upgrade would bring. Ding. Please select the legion to upgrade. The voice of the system reverberated. I choose the skeletal soldier legion. Guan Li declared. Ding. Upgrading the skeletal soldier legion requires 10 legion advancement cards. The system's unyielding tone doused Guan Li's enthusiasm with a cold reality. I knew it. It wouldn't be that simple. Guan Li retorted. System, is your item description even trustworthy? He inquired tentatively. Would I provide you with a false description? Just decide whether you wish to see it. The system's voice echoed in Guan Li's mind. Fine, I shall look. Viewing descriptions is indeed a delightful affair. Guan Li wished to vent his frustration, yet he found himself powerless against the system. Instead, he tightened his grip on the Tang Dao, striking down the zombies on the ground. Master, the battlefield has been cleared. The skeletal commander respectfully presented the crystal cores and cards to Guan Li. Upon seeing the cards and cores in the skeletal commander's grasp, Guan Li's dejected mood lifted slightly. He beheld 5 white cards, 1 white-green card, and 7 one-star crystal cores. Food card X2, Legion Advancement card X1, Explosive Arrow X2. Upon impact, creates an explosion that damages targets within a 10-meter radius. Equivalent to a grenade. It turns out that the drop cards can also yield advancement cards. Guan Li mused, contemplating the logic behind it. Relying on option rewards to obtain advancement cards would likely be more challenging than chopping wood. After all, the rewards from options were not guaranteed to include advancement cards, and options were triggered at random, depending solely on luck. After examining the 5 white cards, he was left with the white-green card. Visually, the white-green card appeared more exquisite and was rarer than its white counterparts. Black Iron Crossbow. Crafted from black iron, it possesses superior penetrating power. Guan Li crushed the card in his hand, and a formidable crossbow materialized before him. The crossbow was entirely black and felt substantial in his grasp. What a bountiful harvest! Life is increasingly rewarding. Guan Li felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, realizing that all his efforts had been worthwhile. Thank you for your hard work, he said, patting the skeletal commander on the shoulder. Master, it is an honor to serve you. The skeletal commander replied solemnly, performing a knightly salute. Indeed, work diligently. I, Guan Li, shall never treat you unfairly, Guan Li stated earnestly. As the Legion could not absorb crystal cores, Guan Li had no choice but to absorb them himself. Shedding tears of bittersweet resolve. Absorbing crystal cores was indeed a remarkable experience. He gazed at the cores in his hand and began the process. Waves of warmth coursed through his body, fortifying his strength. After a brief moment, Guan Li finished absorbing all the crystal cores. He felt a significant surge in his power. Even against a champion fighter, he would now find himself capable of victory. Guan Li stowed the black iron crossbow into his system backpack. The items obtained from the system and the cards can be stored in the system's backpack. After a brief respite, Guan Li departed from the boys' dormitory with his legion. As midday approached, he needed to hasten his pace to eliminate more zombies. Brother, are you fleeing for your life? Can you take me with you? As soon as Guan Li exited the dormitory, he heard a cry for help from behind. Turning back, he saw a boy at a window on the 4th floor frantically waving his hands. Guan Li chose to ignore him and continued running. With his current strength, he could easily rescue him, but there was no need. Carrying a burden would only hinder his escape. This was the apocalypse, where notions of conscience and morality had ceased to exist. I haven't stabbed you in the back, so consider yourself fortunate. The boy, seeing that Guan Li was unresponsive, resorted to harsh insults. With no other option, he retreated back into the dormitory, waiting for salvation. Guan Li, of course, paid no mind to the boy's vitriol. Classmate, please help me. I can promise to be your girlfriend. As he passed the girl's dormitory, a sultry voice called out from above. On the 5th floor balcony, a girl clad in lace lingerie waved at him. Her beauty was striking, typical of a college student, with an alluring figure. Her ample curves, tempting lips, and long, fair legs, combined with the seductive black lace, made her an irresistible siren for any young man. Sorry, I prefer men. You've got the wrong person, Guan Li tearfully declined, not looking back as he walked away. Hey, don't go. I can introduce you to my boyfriend. The girl, undeterred, shouted after him. Guan Li felt a mix of shock and amusement, quickening his pace, pondering how wild the youth of today had become. Upon reaching the exterior of the teaching building, the scene had transformed into a hellish landscape of blood and flesh. The onset of the apocalypse coincided with a social welfare event, where many students had gathered outside the building. This marked the beginning of their nightmares, as once familiar classmates turned into bloodthirsty demons. Sweethearts, in their desperation to survive, would betray one another to the jaws of zombies. As the apocalypse unfolded, the malevolence of human nature began to reveal itself. Help me. Please save me. I beg you. A girl cried out, pursued by a limping zombie. Guan Li furrowed his brow and stepped forward to dispatch the creature. Can you take me to the hospital? I don't want to die. The girl pleaded, her voice growing faint as she teetered on the brink of shock. I'm sorry. Let me free you from this suffering, Guan Li said, raising his dagger to grant her a merciful end. Taking a few deep breaths, he quickly steadied his mind. This was the apocalypse. Death had become the most ordinary occurrence. The appearance of Guan Li and the skeletal soldier immediately drew the attention of the zombies. Retreat. Back into the teaching building. Today's welfare event had drawn thousands of participants. The number of zombies would undoubtedly be substantial. In the vicinity before him, there were hundreds of zombies. Confronted with such a formidable horde, the current skeleton legion was undoubtedly no match. If surrounded, peril would certainly ensue. Guan Li moved with remarkable speed, swiftly dashing into a nearby classroom building. The skeletal soldiers promptly followed in his wake, entering the structure as well. Inside, the floors were stained with blood, and several scattered zombies roamed about. Guan Li gripped his Tang Dao, dispatching the zombies before him with lethal precision. A white card erupted from one of the fallen, which he deftly collected. It was a food card. As for the crystal core, he had no time to examine it. Dozens of zombies stumbled into the classroom building. Seeing the opportune moment, Guan Li hastily retrieved his black iron crossbow. Damn it, I'll blow you to bits. He equipped it with explosive arrows and aimed at the horde at the entrance. With a swift release, the explosive arrow soared into the mass of zombies, sending a large number of them flying. Chapter 6. The violent one. Joy surged within Guan Li as he beheld the gruesome spectacle of zombies, their flesh torn apart in a chaotic frenzy. Regrettably, the explosive arrows possessed limited power, only capable of dispatching the closest of the undead. Reluctantly, Guan Li ascended the stairs, casting a lingering glance at the cards scattered on the ground. The explosive arrows had eliminated a portion of the horde, yet the remaining zombies still threatened to overwhelm him. Choice 1. Remain in place and engage the horde in a desperate fight. Reward: Skill Madness unleashed. Upon activation, strength increases by 1 level. But rationality is lost for 10 seconds. Choice 2. Utilize the advantageous terrain on the 4th floor to clear the horde. Reward: 100 points. 5 Legion advancement cards. Choice 3. Flee down the left corridor. Reward: Talent Swift Escape. Slightly increases speed while fleeing, significantly decreases speed when pursued. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Li opted for the second choice. Although the rewards of the other 2 options were enticing, their detrimental side effects deterred him from selecting them. He dashed up to the 4th floor, where a large, tightly locked door awaited at the corridor's end. He recalled that this was a hall typically used for speeches and meetings. The options provided by the system were well aligned with the reality he faced. The advantageous terrain on the 4th floor referred specifically to this hall. Summoning his skeletal soldiers, Guan Li charged towards the end of the corridor. A few scattered zombies lingered in the passageway, which he swiftly dispatched with his blade. With a decisive strike, he severed the door lock. Quickly, block the entrance, he commanded upon entering the hall. The skeletal soldiers hastily arranged tables to form a rudimentary barricade. As he gazed at the approaching horde, Guan Li prepared for a desperate stand. Although the makeshift defense was basic, it would suffice to delay the zombies, allowing him to gradually whittle them down. Drawing forth his black iron crossbow, he unleashed an arrow into the corridor. A violent explosion ensued, decimating numerous zombies, yet simultaneously attracting the attention of others nearby. However, Guan Li had no time to ponder the consequences. He needed to confront the imminent threat before him. After a brief pause, the zombies, trampling over the remnants of flesh, continued their relentless advance towards the hall. The foremost zombies had already scaled the tables and breached the hall. Kill, Guan Li commanded, as the skeletal soldiers activated their bony armor to engage the intruding undead. Armed with his Tang Dao, he relentlessly struck down the stray zombies that slipped through. The skeletal commander, far more powerful than ordinary soldiers, cleaved through 2 zombies with each swing of its bone blade. As time passed, Guan Li found his rhythm. The Tang Dao felt increasingly like an extension of himself. The entrance to the hall was now littered with corpses, and among the hundreds of zombies, only a few remained, stubbornly resisting. With a series of decisive slashes, Guan Li dispatched the last of the undead. Sighing in relief, he heard the system's voice chime in. Task completed. Reward: 100 points. 5 Legion advancement cards. Ding. Detection of host acquiring points. Opening transaction marketplace. Points can be obtained through completing tasks, slaying monsters, and trading. Eagerly, Guan Li opened the system interface, anticipation bubbling within him. Indeed, in addition to characters, backpacks, and legions, a new marketplace has emerged on the interface. Upon entering the points marketplace, an enigmatic virtual panel materializes before my eyes. A dazzling array of supplies, items, weapons, skills, legion cards, and various other goods are abundantly available. In this marketplace, the only limitation is one's imagination. Everything is attainable if one possesses sufficient points. Currently, for Guan Li, the most coveted item is undoubtedly the Legion card. With a mere thought, the items on the virtual panel transform into an assortment of Legion cards. After a cursory glance, his lips twitch involuntarily. The prices are exorbitant. Even the least expensive Legion requires tens of thousands of points. As for the formidable legions, the zeros trailing the figures are simply unfathomable. Guan Li understands that at this moment, he is far from being able to make a purchase. As the saying goes, there will surely be obstacles when the cart reaches the mountain, and the boat will inevitably sink when it arrives at the bridge. Since acquiring a Legion card is out of the question, he resolves to exchange for some basic supplies. Whitestein bun, a remarkably conscientious bun. Priced at 1.500 milliliters pure water, directly drinkable pure water, free from harmful substances. Priced at 1 point, strength pill, double strength for 10 seconds, a premium product from Jiang'an, priced at 10 points. Urea bag, exclusive weapon of the Southern Jiang bandits. Priced at 10 points. High-protein beef, contains 6 times the energy of ordinary beef, priced at 5 points. Guan Li glances dismissively at the offerings. The basic items are indeed quite affordable, yet they are diverse and varied. Although he is puzzled as to why an item like the urea bag appears in the mix. The name of the Southern Jiang bandits certainly carries weight. Thus, Guan Li decides against making a purchase. Master, I sense a formidable presence approaching. The voice of Captain Bone interrupts Guan Li's thoughts. He swiftly closes the points marketplace, brandishing his weapon in front of him. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy sound reverberates from the surroundings. Guan Li distinctly feels the ground quaking beneath his feet. This is bad. Quickly, take cover, he shouts, rolling to the side. Captain Bone simultaneously makes a move to dodge. Boom. A towering figure bursts through the wall. Debris flies within the hall, stirring up dust. What on earth is that? Guan Li quickly rises, fixating his gaze on the imposing silhouette amidst the haze. The skeletal soldiers stand ready, guarding around him. As the dust settles, the figure reveals itself. It is a mutated zombie, standing over 2 meters tall, its body adorned with bulging muscles and grayish-white veins writhing beneath its skin. Its arms are exceptionally massive, exceeding 3 times the size of an average person's. Name, Berserker Strength, 2 stars ability. Charge, Power-Up Punch Evaluation, a mutated zombie possessing extraordinary strength, beware of its arms. Guan Li scans the brief information that flashes in his mind. Good heavens! A mutated zombie. No wonder it is so formidable. Guan Li feels a surge of astonishment. To his astonishment, the evolution of zombies had commenced at such a rapid pace. A shadow of gravity crossed his gaze as he contemplated the formidable strength of this mutant zombie, which had ascended to a 2-star level, despite being outnumbered. A fierce battle loomed ahead. Bone, are you afraid? Guan Li inquired. I am willing to shatter any obstacles for my master, the Commander Bone proclaimed, brandishing his skeletal blade as his bone armor coalesced. Kill. The skeletal soldiers cried, the flames of their souls flickering in their eyes. Excellent. Let us vanquish this behemoth. Upon hearing the resolute response from the Skeleton Legion, Guan Li felt a surge of confidence. The brute let out a thunderous roar. Though it remained oblivious to Guan Li's murmurs, it instinctively recognized the protein-rich prey before it. The brute readied itself, legs slightly bent, and activated its charged skill, barreling toward Guan Li with ferocity. Chapter 7. The Great Harvest. Though the brute appeared cumbersome, its speed surged dramatically upon unleashing its charge. Scatter. Guan Li naturally could not withstand this blow head-on. The only weakness of the undead lay in their lack of intellect, a fact that must be deftly exploited. With a command, the skeleton soldiers swiftly dispersed. The brute, akin to a bulldozer, trampled over the furniture in its path. With a thunderous crash, it failed to halt in time, crashing into the wall and becoming ensnared in a crevice. What an opportunity! Observing the brute's pause, Guan Li seized his Tang Dao and surged forward. The battle-hardened skeleton soldiers, under the command of their leader, also recognized the moment to strike. Before the skirmish commenced, Guan Li had instructed the skeletal commander to seek opportunities for attack. After all, the Legion would remain loyal, irrespective of who wielded authority. He swung the Tang Dao forcefully against the brute's back, only to encounter tremendous resistance. The blade, forged from the finest steel, usually capable of cleaving through zombies as easily as slicing vegetables, barely managed to breach the brute's defenses. Hiss. What formidable strength. Truly a mutated zombie. Such power utterly eclipsed that of ordinary undead. The skeleton soldiers rallied, their bony blades descending upon the brute's legs under the leader's command. In an instant, chunks of grayish flesh were severed. Roaring in fury, the brute pulled its upper body free from the wall. With a sweeping motion of its arms, it unleashed a gale of brute force. This is bad. Guan Li did not anticipate the brute would extricate itself so swiftly. Bone armor. Almost instinctively, Guan Li activated the skill. A layer of white, bone-like armor enveloped his vital areas in an instant. With a deafening crash, Guan Li was hurled through the air. Protect the master. Destroy that creature. Upon witnessing Guan Li's injury, the skeletal leader's fury ignited. It executed a slashing maneuver, its bone sword carving a ghastly wound into the brute's robust form. Enraged, the brute retaliated, flinging the skeletal leader aside, showing no interest in the bony adversary. The skeleton soldiers charged, their bone swords raining down blows. Yet, the brute's thick hide and its 2-star strength rendered their attacks largely ineffective. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Guan Li rose from the ground and charged at the brute anew. Roar. The brute swung a fist, intent on obliterating Guan Li. His pupils contracted sharply as he swiftly bent to evade. The brute's massive arm grazed his body, leaving a searing pain in its wake. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he aimed his sharp tang dao at the brute's neck, the most vulnerable point in its defenses. Swish. The keen blade nearly severed the brute's throat. Just a step further, and he could claim its head. Alas, the brute reacted in time, seizing Guan Li's clothing and flinging him away, clutching its wounded neck. The brute let out a furious roar. It had narrowly escaped death. The terror of mortality instinctively compelled it to guard its throat. Damn it! The hulking brute is not as foolish as one might think. Observing the violent demeanor of the assailant, Guan Li sensed an impending danger. With no viable means to strike at the neck, he resolved to target the head instead. However, the brute's muscular cranium presented a formidable challenge. Unless... A thought struck him, prompting him to command his legion to restrain the assailant. Skeletons! Intercept it. As you command, master. The once aggressive brute found itself ensnared in an instant. The vitality of the skeletal soldiers was akin to that of zombies, nearly indomitable. Each time the brute sent them flying, they would swiftly regroup and charge once more. Seizing this opportunity, Guan Li scoured the point's marketplace. Soon, a glimmer of hope illuminated his thoughts. Found it. This is the one. Armor-piercing arrow, a specially crafted arrowhead with exceptional penetrating power, priced at 20 points. Without hesitation, he purchased 3 armor-piercing arrows, depleting over half of his 100 points. In this dire situation, it was a matter of life or death. Either the brute would perish, or he would. Points could be earned, but if he fell, it would be an irrevocable demise. Even with just one arm, the brute remained incredibly formidable. Numerous skeletal soldiers had already succumbed, losing limbs in the onslaught. Guan Li even witnessed the brute employing a charge punch, instantly shattering 2 skeletal soldiers into fragments. The commanding skeleton wobbled precariously, its soul's fiery essence dimming significantly. Damn it! How dare you harm my skeletons? Face your demise. Guan Li readied an armor-piercing arrow, aiming at the brute's cranium. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed. An arrow, glinting ominously, pierced the brute's head. A deafening roar erupted as the brute flailed its arms, striking nearby skeletal soldiers, agitated by the threat of death. Is it not dead yet? Guan Li's expression turned icy. Fortunately, he had not been stingy and had prepared 3 arrows. The second armor-piercing arrow was fitted, aimed at the wound on the head. Whoosh! Another piercing sound resounded. This time, the crossbow bolt penetrated the brute's skull completely. With a thunderous crash, the brute collapsed to the ground, akin to a machine running out of fuel. Finally dead. Brute eliminated, earning 100 points. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Guan Li's spirits soared as he contemplated. So it is only by slaying mutated zombies that one can earn points. Master, are you unharmed? The commanding skeleton approached Guan Li. I am fine, he replied, shaking his head. Though the scene appeared grim, he had only sustained superficial wounds. Skeleton, go and clear the battlefield. Yes, master. The commanding skeleton nodded and turned to commence the cleanup. Aside from the brute, there were still hundreds of ordinary zombies in the hall. System, what happens when soldiers perish? Guan Li, hoping for a glimmer of salvation, quickly inquired. Host, when soldiers fall, they will return to the Legion space for resurrection. The system's response brought a wave of relief, dispelling the gloom that had settled in his heart. Upon opening the Legion panel, Guan Li entered the interface of the Skeleton Soldier Legion. At this moment, the 2 fallen skeleton soldiers were engaged in a resurrection countdown. A series of numbers indicating their revival time was steadily decreasing. Guan Li calculated that it would take approximately 6 hours. Are the resurrection times for soldiers fixed? He casually inquired. Host, the resurrection duration is contingent upon the strength of the soldiers. The more formidable the soldier, the longer the time required for revival, the system replied. Ah, I see. Guan Li nodded in understanding and exited the system interface. He gazed upon the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground and joined the ranks of those clearing the battlefield. The hall was littered with bodies, and Guan Li wielded his tang dao with ease, effortlessly cleaving through the skulls of the zombies. Whenever he encountered a crystal core, he unhesitatingly picked it up with his bare hands, disregarding the filthy blood that coated them. After 20 minutes had elapsed, Guan Li beheld the rewards before him. A broad smile spreading across his face. He had acquired 35 1-star crystal cores, 1 2-star crystal core, 33 white random cards, and 1 green random card. It was undoubtedly a bountiful harvest. Chapter 8. Advancement of the Legion. Everyone, hold your positions, Guan Li commanded, observing the skeletal soldiers, all of whom were missing limbs. Although they could still engage in battle, their effectiveness had significantly diminished. The skeletal soldiers possessed remarkable regenerative abilities during the time taken to clear the battlefield. The cracks on their forms had fully mended, and the broken bones were gradually reassembling. At this rate, they would soon return to their peak condition. Seizing this opportunity, Guan Li decided to assess his spoils. He opened 33 white random cards. Revealing. Food card X13. 500 milliliters purified water X12. Desert Eagle Pistol X1. Advancement card X4. Explosive Grenade X3. The notification sounds continued to chime, and a satisfied expression graced Guan Li's face. The food cards and water were indispensable for survival in this apocalyptic world. However, what delighted him the most were the advancement cards. With the 4 new cards combined with the 7 he had previously acquired, he was now poised to elevate his legion. Additionally, the explosive grenades in the Desert Eagle pistol were noteworthy finds. The grenades were undoubtedly formidable weapons against the undead. As for the pistol, it was set in the world of martial prowess, quick at 7 paces, precise and swift at close range. It was evident that the pistol wielded immense intimidation over ordinary individuals. Though the crossbow was commendable, it required reloading after each use, rendering it less convenient than a firearm. With a mere thought, Guan Li summoned a silver pistol into his hand. It felt weighty and substantial. The pistol came with 7 rounds of ammunition, which was sufficient for him. The system, ever considerate, provided a user manual for the firearm. After tinkering with it briefly, he tucked it away. A green card. What could it possibly yield? Gazing at the solitary green card, adorned with enigmatic engravings, a faint green radiance emanated from it. Acquired Gale Technique X1. Upon use, grants comprehension of the Gale Technique. Wow, what a dazzling green glow! Guan Li exclaimed in astonishment. The Gale Technique skill card before him radiated a brilliant azure light. Would you like to learn the skill, Gale Technique? Learn. Guan Li did not hesitate and promptly made his selection. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the Gale Technique. Gale Technique bestows the user with the power of the Gale. Awesome. Guan Li eagerly activated the Gale Technique. In an instant, he felt his body grow lighter, as though his feet were dancing upon the wind. He sprinted with all his might, covering several meters in the blink of an eye. How fast? Guan Li exclaimed, astonished. Under the influence of the Gale Technique, his speed had at least doubled. Approximately 3 minutes later, that buoyant sensation gradually faded. This preliminary test afforded Guan Li a foundational understanding of the Gale Technique. Its duration was 3 minutes, effectively doubling his speed, a remarkable skill that could be life-saving in critical moments. Though the Gale Technique had no cooldown period, it did consume energy. Following the absorption of the crystal core, a mysterious energy manifested within Guan Li, akin to a blue bar of sorts. Utilizing the bone armor also necessitates the consumption of energy. Guan Li held a crystal core the size of a pigeon's egg in his hand. In comparison to a 1-star crystal core, the 2-star crystal core was far more translucent, allowing one to clearly observe the swirling energy within. As Guan Li grasped the 2-star crystal core, he commenced the absorption of its energy. The energy flowed into his body like a rushing river, cleansing every nook and cranny of his being. Ah, how splendid! Guan Li could not help but exclaim. The soldiers around him stared at him in a daze. And even the commander, Bone, wore a perplexed expression. After a moment, Guan Li exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling a surge of power within him that had grown significantly stronger. Undoubtedly, he had broken through to a new level of strength. Name, Guan Li Strength. 2-star abilities, Bone Armor, Immunity Gene, Gale Technique Legion, Skeleton Soldier Legion points, 140 evaluation. Keep striving, you have become a high-level cannon fodder. The corners of Guan Li's eyes twitched involuntarily. The system remained as acerbic as ever, inciting a slight irritation. Upon breaking through to the 2-star strength, Guan Li felt the Tang Dao in his hand become considerably lighter, a testament to the tremendous enhancement of his power. Observing the remaining 1-star crystal cores, Guan Li absorbed them all as well, though their effect was markedly diminished. 35 crystal cores had only provided a meager boost to his strength. Alas, the 1-star crystal cores are utterly inadequate. Guan Li shook his head. The journey toward greater strength only grew more arduous. After augmenting his power, Guan Li shifted his focus to his legion. After relentless effort, he had finally gathered the necessary advancement cards. System. Upgrade the Skeleton Soldier Legion. Ding. Upgrading the Skeleton Soldier Legion requires 10 Legion advancement cards. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Advance. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Li chose to proceed with the upgrade. Ding. Commencing the advancement of the Skeleton Soldier Legion. Before Commander Bone could comprehend what was transpiring, he was drawn back into the Legion space. Guan Li felt a surge of anticipation for the upgraded Skeleton Soldier Legion. The advancement process required time, so he found a spot to sit down. He retrieved 2 food cards from his backpack and crushed them. A char-grilled lobster and a golden steak materialized before him. The aroma of the food instantly wafted throughout the hall. Wow, this lobster is enormous. This steak smells heavenly. Guan Li's mouth watered as he indulged in the feast. The items provided by the food cards were random. After devouring the lobster and steak, Guan Li contentedly pulled out a bottle of mineral water. Gulp. After downing the bottle, he finally felt somewhat satiated. Alas, with the increase in strength, his appetite had also expanded. At this rate, would he not become a glutton? Why do people need to eat? Just as Guan Li pondered this philosophical question, the system's voice rang out. Ding! The evolution of the Skeleton Soldier Legion has been successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Skeleton Warrior Legion. Guan Li was elated, promptly casting aside his philosophical musings. He opened the Legion panel to begin his examination. Skeleton Warrior Legion. Upgradable. Number. 15. Potential. 3 stars. Strength. 2 stars. Commander. Bone. Skills. Triple slash. Bone blade. Bone shield. Skeletal armor. The Legion has increased in number. Skills have expanded. Skills have been enhanced. Strength has risen. The information regarding the Skeleton Warrior Legion was fully absorbed by Guan Li, leading him to swiftly draw 3 conclusions. System. What does this potential signify? Guan Li inquired, his curiosity piqued. Host. Potential represents the current realm that the Legion can transcend. The higher the potential, the greater the upper limit of the Legion's strength. Oh, I see now. Guan Li nodded, instantly grasping the essence of potential. Eagerly, he summoned the Skeleton Warrior Legion. A flurry of white light flashed, and the skeleton warriors materialized before him. The commander, Bone, had transformed, towering at nearly 2 meters. Its skeletal frame had grown robust and formidable. In addition to the bone blade, it wielded a rectangular bone shield, intricately engraved with menacing skull motifs, exuding an air of substantial weight. The 15 skeleton warriors each clutched bone blades and circular bone shields. Chapter 9. The Mantis with a human face. 15 skeletal warriors stood in perfect formation, exuding an impressive aura. To his surprise, the fallen soldiers had risen anew. Guan Li gasped softly, considering it a delightful twist of fate. Thank you, master. You have granted us a second life. The soldiers knelt on one knee. Rise. Guan Li gestured with satisfaction at the skeletal warriors. Should they encounter any bullies again, they would undoubtedly be subdued. With their collective strength at 2 stars, they were undeniably formidable. Let us depart and continue our exploration. Guan Li led the skeletal warriors out of the hall. Returning to the lobby on the first floor, he recalled having left a few cards behind. Where are the cards? Guan Li surveyed the corpses on the ground, only to find them barren. Their skulls had all been cleaved open, their brains a gruesome mess. Clearly, this place had already been visited by other survivors. Alas, let us consider it an act of charity. Guan Li shook his head, not dwelling on the matter. He pondered what he would have chosen in such a situation. Undoubtedly, he would have taken everything. Only a fool would leave it behind. This was the apocalypse, devoid of any constraints. The basest instincts of humanity were laid bare. Option 1. Clear the zombies from the playground. Reward. 2-star crystal X10. Option 2. Clear the zombies from the main teaching building. Reward. Random Legion card X1. Option 3. Exit Z University through the dog hole at the east gate. Reward. Key to a certain community gate. Just as Guan Li was about to make his move, 3 options materialized in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose the second option. In comparison to the Legion card, the other choices were utterly inconsequential. The main building was adjacent to his current location, and he recalled a corridor that provided direct access. With renewed determination, Guan Li led the skeletal warriors onward. Roar. Several wandering zombies howled upon spotting the living Guan Li. One particular zombie, its belly swollen, dripped green liquid from its mouth. Name: Corrosive 1 Strength. 2 stars ability. Corrosive Spray Evaluation. A mutated zombie capable of expelling highly corrosive liquid. Guan Li's gaze swept over it, and a stream of information flooded his mind. Good heavens! Another mutated zombie. In the past, Guan Li might have found this troublesome. However, having just enhanced his strength, he was eager to test his skills. To his surprise, the opportunity presented itself. Bone. Leave this mutated zombie to me. Guan Li gripped his Tang Dao and charged at the corrosive one. Gurgle. The corrosive one, feeling insulted by the audacity of such a seemingly weak human, recoiled in offense. Its throat writhed as a mass of green corrosive liquid was expelled in an instant. Guan Li activated the Gale technique, his speed surging dramatically as he effortlessly evaded the corrosive spray. The corrosive one could hardly fathom Guan Li's swiftness. It attempted to unleash another spray, but required a 2-second interval to do so, a time frame ample enough to slay it 10 times over. Guan Li's Tang Dao swung down decisively toward the corrosive one's skull. With a swift motion, the decayed and grotesque head was severed in half. The system notification chimed, signaling that killing the corruptor grants 75 points. Guan Li was momentarily taken aback. The point reward has decreased. After a brief contemplation, he quickly deduced that this likely had much to do with his recent breakthrough. The greater the difficulty in slaying an opponent, the higher the points awarded. As for the minimum reward, that remained to be seen. The corruptor proved to be generous, dropping a 2-star crystal core. Unfortunately, it did not yield a card. Guan Li picked up the crystal core, clutching it in his palm to absorb its essence. A warm current coursed through his body, significantly bolstering his strength. The skeletal warrior effortlessly dispatched several other zombies, yet regrettably, they yielded no loot. Pressing onward, Guan Li did not linger and sprinted toward the end of the corridor, where he arrived at a tightly shut aluminum door. This served as the passage to the main teaching building. Before the door lay several mangled corpses, exuding an eerie aura. Rather than mere bodies, they resembled chunks of flesh, scattered haphazardly across the ground. The evidence suggested that this was not the work of zombies. A sense of alarm washed over Guan Li. The wounds on the corpses were undeniably inflicted by sharp instruments. Everyone, remain vigilant. An unidentified creature is ahead, Guan Li warned. He instructed 2 skeletal warriors to scout ahead. The skeletal warrior raised its bone shield and slowly pushed open the aluminum door. A strong stench of blood assaulted his senses. Beyond the door lay a corridor littered with corpses, blood staining the entire passageway. A colossal mantis, nearly 2 meters tall, stood with its back to Guan Li. Its sharp forelimbs were engaged in tearing apart a corpse, ravenously devouring its flesh. Blood splattered, painting the surrounding walls in a gruesome display, while various colorful entrails oozed across the floor. Despite having encountered much, Guan Li still felt a wave of nausea. The massive mantis seemed to sense a presence behind it, clutching the corpse as it slowly turned around. Upon seeing its visage, Guan Li involuntarily gasped. Indeed, it was a mantis. But the face feasting on the corpse bore a striking resemblance to that of a human. More accurately, it resembled a human-like face. Name: Human-faced mantis potential. 5-star strength, 2 stars abilities, scissor slash, charge slash, mimetic exoskeleton, leap strike evaluation, a calamity creature that descends from the cracks. With a warped life structure and immense power. Beware of its forelimbs. Good heavens. It possesses 4 abilities. Guan Li's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated encountering a calamity creature so soon. He could sense the formidable power of the human-faced mantis. If the star levels were divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced tiers, he was at the beginner level, while the human-faced mantis was at least advanced. If it continued to consume, it would soon break through to 3 stars. Danger. Extreme danger. Guan Li felt an urge to flee. Yet, he knew that fleeing would lead to certain death. The narrow corridor offered no refuge. He tightened his grip on the Tang Dao in his hand, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Battle. Only through combat could there be a glimmer of hope. He commanded 15 2-star skeleton warriors, and perhaps there remained a chance for a counterattack. The human-faced mantis scrutinized Guan Li with curiosity, a strange smile spreading across its anthropomorphic visage. This smile was one it revealed only when it had locked onto its prey. The human before it had already been designated as its meal. With a swift lunge, the mantis closed the distance to the skeleton warriors, its razor-sharp forelimbs slashing out. The skeleton warrior reacted without hesitation, swiftly raising its shield in defense. Sparks flew as the forelimbs struck against the bone shield, cleaving through it, leaving it significantly diminished. Such speed, such terrifying power, such a keen edge. The mantis displayed formidable strength from the outset. Had it been anyone else, they might have lost the will to resist. Yet Guan Li remained composed, bringing his Tang Dao down towards the human-faced mantis with determination. Chapter 10. Fierce battle. The clashing sound of metal reverberated through the air. Guan Li felt as if his blade struck against an impenetrable surface of hardened metal. The once formidable Tang Dao only left a shallow white mark upon the creature's carapace. The mantis, displeased, believed that the insignificant insects should meet their demise. Its forelimbs sliced towards Guan Li, who swiftly crouched to evade the horizontal strike. In that fleeting moment, the mantis exposed a slight opening. The skeletal warriors seized this opportunity, executing a rapid 3-strike combination. Their bone blades moved with astonishing speed, delivering 3 consecutive blows. Do not inquire how such prowess was achieved. It was simply a product of the system's unparalleled might. In an instant, the mantis was assailed by a flurry of strikes. Taking advantage of the chaos, Guan Li directed his Tang Dao towards the creature's abdomen. Compared to its armored exterior, this area was relatively softer. The blade sliced through effortlessly, causing green ichor to spurt forth. The mantis, stung by the pain, unleashed its abilities. A glimmer of white light manifested upon its sharp forelimbs, which then executed a crossing slash. A pair of intersecting white energy blades instantly reduced one of the skeletal warriors to mere fragments. The energy blades struck the wall, leaving deep gouges in their wake. Guan Li's pupils constricted. He recognized the peril he had narrowly escaped. Had the skeletal warrior not intervened at the critical moment, he might have met a grim fate. Protect the master. Slay this beast. The leader of the skeleton's bone felt a surge of responsibility as it perceived Guan Li's peril. In a heartbeat, it unleashed formidable power, activating its bone armor, which enveloped the majority of its form. The upgraded bone armor provided greater coverage and stronger defense. Resembling authentic armor in appearance, the remaining 14 skeletal warriors followed suit, encircling the Mantis within their ranks. Dare to harm my master? Meet your end, foul creature. As the leader, Bone's strength surpassed that of ordinary soldiers. It swung its bone blade against the Mantis, initiating a rapid 3-strike sequence. Under the force of its blows, the Mantis was pushed back. With a thunderous crash, the Mantis retreated, crashing into an adjacent classroom. Charge! Guan Li shouted, his blood surging with excitement. What of the calamity creatures? Before the might of the Legion, they were but trash. Adjusting his stance, he gripped the Tang Dao and rushed into the classroom. Amid the fierce battle, most of the desks and chairs lay in disarray. Upon entering, Guan Li beheld the Mantis, toppled onto the ground. To his astonishment, he noticed one of the skeletal warriors, displaying a lack of honor, had taken advantage of the chaos to ambush the Mantis's hind leg. You truly are a genius. Guan Li seized the opportunity, producing a spherical object in his hand. Grenade. Everyone, stand clear. With a swift pull of the pin and a decisive throw, Guan Li's command resonated with the skeletal warriors, who obeyed without question. Almost simultaneously, they all rolled to the side. Thunderous sounds erupted. The Mantis, bewildered, stood frozen in place. In the next instant, a scalding wave of heat sent it flying. Guan Li rose from the ground, gazing towards the source of the explosion. The appearance of the Mantis was utterly tragic. One of its forelimbs was nearly obliterated, and 2 of its legs were broken. Beneath its abdomen, a ghastly sight unfolded, emanating a pungent stench of charred flesh. Yet, despite its dire state, it remained standing. Incredible! It was still alive after such devastation. Rustling sounds echoed as the Mantis exhibited a pained expression. Onward. Strike while it is weak. Take its life. Guan Li had never adhered to the concept of chivalry. If one could ambush, they would not confront openly. If a group assault was possible, they would never engage in one-on-one combat. Under the relentless assault of the skeletal soldiers, the Mantis's wounds were torn wider. Its foul green blood seeped continuously from its injuries. It let out a roar, its remaining forelimb slashing desperately. After gathering energy for a long while, it unleashed a powerful strike. Yet with only one forelimb remaining, it could only produce a thin blade of air. The skeletal warriors, undaunted by death, retaliated even when struck by that air blade, delivering several counterattacks. The Mantis was, after all, a living creature. Its stamina dwindled with each battle, and its injuries rendered it weaker. The skeletal warriors, devoid of such concerns, pressed on relentlessly. As time passed, the Mantis accumulated more and more wounds. Coupled with the damage from the explosive grenades, it was now at the brink of collapse. The speed of its slashing forelimbs had noticeably slowed. The Mantis began to falter. Yet even a dying camel is larger than a horse. Its desperate counterattacks still claimed 3 skeletal warriors. The Mantis fixed its gaze on Guan Li, its pupils filled with defiance. Guan Li understood that the Mantis was nearing its end. He hastily commanded the skeletal warriors to launch a final assault. The leader skeleton charged first, its bone blade slicing through the Mantis's wounds with ferocity. It was over. Guan Li observed the Mantis, noticing a strange flicker across its face. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding surged within him. The group of skeletal soldiers attacking the Mantis instantly vanished into thin air, leaving the leader skeleton bewildered. Guan Li felt a chill run down his spine. The threat of death compelled him to activate his wind speed technique and donned his bone armor. Mimetic shell, jumping slash, charge slash. In a flash, Guan Li recalled the 3 abilities of the Mantis, which it had yet to utilize throughout the battle. The Mantis was cunning. All its restraint culminated in the singular strike. He felt a cold blade brush against his cheek. A slender line of blood emerged. The Mantis's figure materialized right before Guan Li. Fortunately, bolstered by the wind speed technique, he seemed to tread upon the gales, swiftly vacating the spot. The Mantis let out a fierce roar. In its visage, Guan Li perceived an unmistakable sense of defiance. This time, it was truly the end. Beneath the Mantis, a grenade rolled away. This was left behind by Guan Li as he departed. A thunderous wave of scorching heat lashed against Guan Li's face. In this intimate encounter, he acutely sensed the formidable power of the explosive grenade. Guan Li could not help but admire the incredible vitality of the mantis-like creature. Surviving the detonation of an explosive grenade, it astonishingly remained unscathed. The immense impact hurled Guan Li away. Yet, in comparison to the mantis-like creature, his predicament was but a mere drizzle. Bloody hell! Guan Li exclaimed as he crashed against the wall. Gradually, he rose to his feet, brushing the dust from his clothing. The shockwave from the explosion had merely inflicted minor superficial injuries, leaving him largely unscathed. Kill the mantis-like creature, Earn 1,000 points. Skill upgrade opportunity X1. Mimicry shell. The system's notification chimed, and Guan Li finally felt a sense of relief. The mantis-like creature was utterly vanquished. Opportunities are always intertwined with risks. Although the endeavor to slay the mantis-like creature had demanded considerable effort, the rewards were undeniably abundant. Chapter 11. Enhancement of Strength. My lord, I am utterly wretched. I have brought harm upon you. The skeletal commander hurriedly rushed to Guan Li's side. It matters not. You are not to blame. Guan Li waved his hand, hastily instructing the skeletal warriors to rise. Although they had successfully vanquished the man-faced mantis, the condition of the soldiers was far from satisfactory. Many skeletal warriors were missing limbs, and 4 had perished in the battle. In contrast to the skeletal soldiers, the resurrection time for the skeletal warriors was considerably longer, requiring around 7 hours. Rest in place, Guan Li commanded. The skeletal warriors, battered and bruised, were unfit to continue the fight. He was not pressed for time, so he allowed them a moment to recuperate. Approaching the man-faced mantis, he picked up the deep green card and, wielding his tang knife, began to pry open its carcass. After death, the hardness of the mantis's exoskeleton had significantly diminished, allowing him to breach it with ease. A sickening sound echoed as green blood gushed forth, saturating the ground. The putrid stench assailed his senses. Guan Li waved his hand, dispersing the foul odor. After rummaging through the corpse for a while, he finally unearthed a verdant crystal. The crystal emanated a gentle glow, rendering even the most precious diamonds of his past life seemingly dull in comparison. What a remarkable find! Guan Li's eyes lit up as he sensed the surging energy radiating from the crystal. Initially uncertain, he approached it with a mindset of experimentation. To his astonishment, he discovered that the calamity creature's body housed a core as well. 2-star core, deep green card, 1,000 points, skill upgrade opportunity. Mimetic exoskeleton. These were the entirety of his spoils from the encounter. Grasping the 2-star core, Guan Li began the absorption process. A torrent of invigorating power surged into his body, with every organ greedily assimilating the energy that flowed like a river. After several minutes, the pure force gradually dissipated. With a sigh of relief, Guan Li wielded his tang knife, effortlessly performing a flourish. This time, he felt as though the blade's weight had nearly vanished. Guan Li estimated that after absorbing the man-faced mantis's core, his strength had likely reached the intermediate level of 2 stars. Following the core, he turned his attention to the deep green card. This was a random card, which he crushed in his hand. Crack. Acquired Qifeng Knife X1. Name, Qifeng Knife Type. Weapon rank, 2-star talent. Sharpness skills, opening / charge / evaluation, a blade forged from the forelimbs of the man-faced mantis. Its slender and sharp body can effortlessly cleave through steel plates. The shimmering green light harbors mysterious power. Guan Li's face brightened as he read the description of the Qifeng knife. Just as he felt the absence of a suitable weapon, one had presented itself. With a thought, a long knife materialized in his hand. The hilt measured 20 centimeters, while the blade extended to 1 meter, adorned in alternating shades of green and silver. The hilt was crafted from a certain exoskeletal material, intricately carved with a menacing mantis. The blade emitted a chilling gleam, reminiscent of a mantis poised to strike. What a fine weapon! Guan Li expressed his admiration without reservation. The craftsmanship displayed was of such a caliber that, were it set in a bygone era, it would surely be regarded as masterful. He executed a series of air slashes, activating the open-close / technique. From the blade, a sharp aura coalesced, striking the corpse of the human-faced mantis. In an instant, flesh and blood erupted forth. Guan Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as he wished to employ the technique once more, yet found himself unable to summon the blade's energy. Open-close / cooldown time 3 minutes. The system's notification chimed in perfectly. Guan Li nodded, understanding immediately. He hastily attempted again. Unleashing a charge / he felt a surge of power coursing through the blade as his form swiftly vanished from sight. Whoosh! A gash marred the wall, indicating that the charge / covered a distance of approximately 3 meters. Both skills of the Qifeng blade had a cooldown of around 3 minutes. Guan Li was quite pleased, as this effectively granted him 2 additional skills without any cost. He stowed the fine steel tang knife back into his system backpack. In this post-apocalyptic world, weapons were a form of hard currency, and this particular tang knife could be exchanged for a considerable bounty. Once he had absorbed the crystal cores and cards, Guan Li turned his attention to the next prize, skill upgrade opportunities. Due to the advancement of the Legion, the skills he extracted had also been enhanced. His bone armor automatically upgraded to bone battle armor, so this aspect no longer required his consideration. Swift Wind Technique. Guan Li recalled this life-saving skill. Had it not been for the Swift Wind Technique, he might not have evaded the human-faced mantis's final strike. System. Upgrade Swift Wind Technique. With determination, Guan Li took action. Ding. The swift wind technique upgraded to the shadow swift technique. Shadow swift technique grants the user the power of swiftness. Guan Li felt a twinge of confusion regarding the effects of the swiftness power, so he decided to practice directly to experience it. Upon activating the shadow swift technique, he immediately felt his body become lighter. With a mere step, he darted forward several meters in an instant. This speed was more than double his normal state. So fast! Guan Li exclaimed in astonishment. After approximately 4 minutes, that lightness gradually dissipated. He concluded that compared to the swift wind technique, the shadow swift technique offered a greater increase in speed, longer duration, albeit with a slight uptick in energy consumption. Guan Li was exceedingly satisfied, sensing that the shadow swift technique held further potential for development. The spoils from the human-faced mantis were down to the final item, mimetic carapace. Mimetic carapace, when applied to the skin, it can simulate the surrounding environment, providing a concealment effect. Note, this item is consumable and can only be used once. Guan Li gazed at the palm-sized carapace in his hand before storing it in his system backpack. Master, the soldiers have completed their preparations. The skeleton commander approached Guan Li respectfully. The skeleton warriors stood upright, aligned in formation. Divided into groups of 3, they were tasked with clearing the zombies within the building. Observing his soldiers, Guan Li issued the command. The 11 skeleton warriors, along with the skeleton commander, formed 4 perfect groups. Note, the Legion commander operates independently of the Legion's numbers. Master, allow me to accompany you. Commander Bone eagerly spoke. No need. We shall act separately. We must hasten. Guan Li declined Commander Bone's offer. Master, please take extra care. Otherwise, we shall bear the blame for our inevitable demise. Commander Bone would not defy Guan Li's orders. The earlier suggestion stemmed solely from concern. Rest assured, if I were so weak, how could I lead you? Guan Li replied with a faint smile. I understand, my subordinate. Commander Bone's expression turned solemn. Let us proceed. Each of you shall be responsible for 1 floor. I will take charge of the 5th floor directly. Understood. The skeletal warriors exited the classroom, commencing their separate missions. Guan Li ascended the staircase, reaching the 5th floor. Along the way, he encountered several wandering zombies, which he dispatched effortlessly. He believed that the reason for acting alone was to hone his skills. This approach was entirely to prevent the occurrence of a beheading scenario. No matter how formidable the Legion, there will inevitably be oversights. Should a beheading transpire, it would be rather awkward. Chapter 12. Survivors. Upon reaching the 5th floor, it was evident that the number of zombies had significantly diminished, a consequence of the elevation. Aside from those that had mutated directly, the zombies below found it arduous to ascend. Nevertheless, the ground was still strewn with numerous grotesque corpses. The scarcity of zombies did not imply their absence. Grasping his Qifeng knife, Guan Li resolved to first clear the left side of the area. The main teaching building was vast, filled with numerous classrooms on each level, all in a state of disarray. As he traversed the corridor, Guan Li stumbled upon several zombie carcasses on the floor. Their skulls had been violently shattered, brains splattered across the ground. At that moment, Guan Li comprehended instantly. Other survivors had commenced their own operations. In this apocalyptic world, many were timid, yet there were also those who displayed audacity. Newly infected zombies were generally weak, easily dispatched by any normal human, provided they could surmount their fears. Guan Li was not overly surprised, regardless of how this group dealt with the zombies. As long as they did not trouble him, it was of no concern. Stepping over the fallen bodies, Guan Li approached a classroom. A low growl emanated from within. Without hesitation, he burst through the door. Inside, a dozen zombies stood in a stupor. The moment Guan Li appeared, he captured their attention. The zombies turned in unison, fixing their gaze upon him as if a wolf had spotted a beautiful maiden. Yet, it was evident that Guan Li was a formidable beauty. With a roar, the zombies surged forward, lunging at Guan Li, their black claws flailing in a desperate attempt to rend him asunder. Oh, such foolishness. Guan Li smiled, wielding his Qifeng knife. With a swift motion, a zombie's head was severed, soaring through the air. However, the demise of their comrade did not instill fear in the others. Guan Li charged into the classroom, his knife dancing through the air. Compared to the Tang knife, the Qifeng knife was far sharper, encountering no resistance as it struck the zombies. In a matter of moments, all the zombies in the classroom lay defeated. Guan Li swiftly dispatched their brains, efficiently cleansing the battlefield. The dozen zombies yielded a mere 3 one-star crystal nuclei. After collecting the nuclei, he exited the classroom to continue his extermination of the undead. Half an hour later, within a now pristine classroom, Guan Li sat contentedly with half a roasted piglet in his embrace. Having vanquished the zombies, he indulged in delectable food, his life increasingly filled with hope. On the table beside him rested a burlap sack brimming with crystal nuclei. After half an hour of labor, Guan Li had amassed a total of 43 one-star crystal nuclei. As for two-star nuclei, it was likely due to the weakness of the zombies that none were found. He had also acquired numerous cards, though most were food-related or bottled water. Sell my love, and you bear the weight of conscience. He mused while savoring the roasted piglet, humming a familiar tune from his hometown. Someone was approaching? Guan Li stuffed the remaining roasted piglet into his mouth and wiped his hands on his clothing. Damn it, this cursed world. If the apocalypse had not erupted, I would undoubtedly be with Xiaoqian now. In the corridor outside, several students, adorned in survival attire, tread cautiously. They surveyed their surroundings with vigilant eyes, fearful of a sudden zombie ambush. Brother Yu, please accept my condolences. Your sister-in-law, if she were aware, would surely not blame you. A bespectacled man offered words of comfort. Wang Yu's mind drifted back to the moment the apocalypse began. After 3 arduous months of pursuing Li Qian, just as he was on the brink of success, the damned apocalypse struck, transforming the beautiful Li Qian into a zombie in an instant. With a heavy heart, he was forced to end her life with a chair. Yet, by a twist of fate, he acquired a crystal core. Upon absorbing the core, his body was significantly enhanced. Initially bewildered, he could only follow his teacher and fellow students to the rooftop, where 2 performance rooms awaited, capable of accommodating over 1,000 people. In the ensuing hours, they frantically attempted to make calls for help, but every single line was busy. It was then that he realized the moment to alter his fate had arrived. As time progressed, the survivors on the rooftop grew increasingly restless. Some proposed leaving Z University in search of rescue, while others suggested remaining in the performance rooms to await the city defense team. A faction advocated for forming teams to hunt zombies and scavenge for supplies. Those opting for the hunt were acutely aware of the dire reality. In this new world, the city defense might be unable to protect itself. Making reliance on others futile, self-reliance was paramount. Wang Yu was among them. Fortuitously, having absorbed the crystal core, he had become an awakened one. During the initial lottery, he was also granted a mighty cleaver. Unwilling to settle for mediocrity, he aspired to become a formidable force, rallying a few close friends to brave the challenges of this new world. The key to survival in the apocalypse lay in the scarce resources. After several hours of diligent searching, the team had managed to gather a considerable haul. Brother Yu, it seems there is something ahead, Xuan exclaimed. A few decapitated zombies lay sprawled in the corridor. Be cautious. Wang Yu gripped the cleaver tightly, his heart racing. After all, in this world, betrayal lurked around every corner. As Wang Yu's team approached the classroom, they spotted a bloodied figure seated at a desk. A survivor? Guan Li, wielding a sharp blade, regarded him warily. Cough. Brother. We are merely passing through. Wang Yu awkwardly cleared his throat. The man before him instilled a sense of foreboding. If all is well, I shall not intrude. Wang Yu quickly declared, recognizing the formidable presence before him. There was no need to provoke hostility. Wait. Guan Li suddenly called out, halting the group. A promising idea sparked in his mind. Brother, what is it? Wang Yu, startled, took a few steps back, gripping his cleaver with both hands, ready for any potential threat. Guan Li regarded him with a satisfied expression. To venture out at this moment, one must possess strength and courage. The expression that fell upon Wang Yu's countenance resembled that of a hunter scrutinizing its prey. Brother, though my strength may not rival yours, should it come to a true confrontation, you might find yourself in a precarious position. In a game of black against black, it would be wise to target the softer fruit, Wang Yu hastily articulated. He presumed that Guan Li was contemplating a treacherous maneuver. What on earth? Guan Li responded. Somewhat bewildered, the extent of his opponent's imagination seemed excessively vast. Merely by doing nothing, he had conjured such notions. A talent like this, not pursuing a career in writing, was indeed a pity. Could it be, brother, that you do not intend to engage in underhanded dealings? Wang Yu gradually began to comprehend. The demeanor of his counterpart appeared to harbor little malice. Of course, if I had intended to play dirty, I would have acted long ago. Launching a surprise attack would have been far more convenient, Guan Li retorted, somewhat exasperated. Had he wished to engage in duplicitous conduct, it would have required little effort. Just moments ago in the classroom, he could have easily executed a lethal strike. Chapter 13. The Penthouse Saw. It seems so. Wang Yu pondered briefly and found merit in Guan Li's words. The prowess of the opponent was undeniably superior, and if they wished to engage in a treacherous act, they could have done so directly. The few of them would be utterly defenseless. My apologies. I misjudged you. Wang Yu admitted with a commendable attitude. Not at all. In these apocalyptic times, human intentions are inscrutable. It is wise to exercise caution. Guan Li responded. If it were him in that situation, he would undoubtedly have acted the same. After all, encountering a stranger in the apocalypse, especially one wielding a weapon, warrants vigilance. In such scenarios, To let one's guard down would be sheer folly, as one could never ascertain the true nature of the other. By the way, I am Wang Yu. What brings you to halt us, my friend? Wang Yu inquired. Do you dare to slay zombies? Guan Li questioned. Indeed. The six nodded in unison. Their willingness to descend from the penthouse in search of supplies demonstrated a certain audacity. Even the bespectacled one had slain zombies with his own hands. Would you like these? Guan Li waved a burlap sack before them. These are crystal cores. The six were instantly rendered speechless. In the apocalypse, few things rival the value of food. And perhaps only crystal cores do, as they possess the potential to enhance one's abilities and awaken one's latent power. Wang Yu was a prime example. After absorbing a crystal core, he became an awakened being, dispatching zombies with the ease of a daily routine. Yes, we want them. The group nodded vigorously. They were straightforward, devoid of ulterior motives, making communication effortless. If you desire them, I can provide them. Guan Li retrieved 6 crystal cores and tossed them to the group. They eagerly reached out to grasp the precious cores. Brother, what do you require of us? Wang Yu, having accepted the crystal cores, quickly deduced the underlying motive. He was no child. He understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The generosity of the other party in bestowing crystal cores undoubtedly came with a request. Assist me in clearing the zombies from this building. Guan Li stipulated. Is it truly that simple? The others were somewhat incredulous. Indeed, it is that simple. Guan Li affirmed with a nod. What about the supplies we gather? Wang Yu asked. All will belong to you. Guan Li generously proclaimed. The request was merely to clear the main building of zombies, without stipulating who should do the clearing. He deemed it quite a bargain to exchange 6 crystal cores for their assistance. After all, for him, the acquisition of the Legion card was paramount. The sooner he secured it, the greater his assurance. However, I have one condition. The area must be thoroughly cleared. Every classroom, every corner. Even the restrooms, both male and female, must be inspected to ensure no zombies remain. Guan Li declared. Not a problem. Leave it to us. Wang Yu vowed confidently. And then he began to absorb the crystal cores. Moments later, all 5 of his companions completed their awakening. Wang Yu, having awakened his powers, felt a subtle enhancement of strength. Thank you, elder brother. This gratitude shall be etched in my memory for a lifetime, exclaimed the 6 with excitement. After all, the gift of the crystal core was akin to a rebirth. Enough of the pleasantries. If you truly wish to express your thanks, then focus on exterminating the zombies. The 6th floor is entrusted to you. Do not venture below the 5th floor, or else the consequences will be dire. With these words, Guan Li departed the classroom. The 6 hurriedly followed, only to discover that Guan Li had vanished. A master, undoubtedly a master, Wang Yu affirmed in his heart. Let us not linger. Our elder brother places such trust in us. We must repay him, Wang Yu declared as he commenced the eradication of the undead. Guan Li ascended to the 7th floor, wielding his chi phone blade to clear the wandering zombies. The number of zombies on the 7th floor was scant, and he swiftly completed his task. Ascending further, he reached the pinnacle of the main teaching building. Here, there were no surplus classrooms, only 2 performance rooms and several storage areas. Upon witnessing this, Guan Li felt a lack of interest. However, as he turned to leave, a scream erupted from within one of the performance rooms. Ah, a zombie. Someone has turned into a zombie. What is happening? Everyone stay calm. Help. Someone please. A zombie has bitten my foot. Woe is me. I do not wish to die. Guan Li halted, his gaze fixated on the performance room. Damn it. Why must you create trouble for me? He had merely needed to clear the zombies below to fulfill his task, yet now chaos ensued. How could there be zombies in the performance room? Surely, someone had been bitten and was stealthily hiding among the crowd. Such selfish individuals are never in short supply. With a swift kick, Guan Li burst through the door and charged into the performance room. The room was spacious, now filled with hundreds of students. Guan Li quickly identified the person who had transformed into a zombie. It was huddled in the far corner, having already killed several students. Those unfortunate souls swiftly succumbed to their fate, turning into zombies and attacking their peers. In mere moments, dozens of students had become the undead. Panic ensued as everyone rushed towards the adjacent performance room, which was still relatively safe. Ah, you scoundrel, how dare you push me? Good brother, lend me a hand. Don't abandon me. Teacher, how could you? The crowd devolved into chaos as survival instincts drove them to trample one another. Guan Li shook his head, observing the grotesque nature of humanity magnified in this moment. Gripping his chi phone blade, he charged towards the zombies. While everyone fled, only Guan Li pressed onward. He could manage a dozen zombies, but if their numbers exceeded 100, he would not hesitate to retreat. Within his capabilities, he would intervene, however. Should the situation spiral out of control, his own safety would take precedence. The deaths of others were of no consequence to him. Swish, swish, swish. Guan Li executed a series of slashes. One zombie that was biting a student had its head severed cleanly. Help me, the student pleaded, yet was met with a ruthless blade, for his pupils had already begun to transform into those of a zombie. Guan Li employed the shadow flicker technique, his speed surging instantaneously. The azure blade in his hand relentlessly severed the heads of the undead. These freshly infected zombies posed little threat, and Guan Li's current prowess allowed him to dispatch them with ease. Who is that? So impressive. Goodness. He is actually slaying zombies. How handsome. He is truly the embodiment of my dreams. The fleeing teachers and students suddenly regained their senses. They halted, glancing back. Before them stood a blood-soaked young man, tirelessly hacking at the zombies, rendering those terrifying creatures as weak as chaff. It seems to be Guan Li. Our classmate Guan Li. An excited girl exclaimed. It's true. I remember him. He once confessed his feelings to me. Why didn't I accept him? Lamented a maturely dressed girl. Her eyes gazed at Guan Li with admiration, while the boys looked on, filled with envy. They all wished fervently that the one vanquishing the zombies was themselves. Chapter 14. Moral coercion within the performance room. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fixated on Guan Li. As the last zombie fell, a cheer erupted in the space. Wonderful. We are safe. However, Guan Li paid them no heed and began to clear the battlefield. The crowd was left bewildered. What was Guan Li doing? He seemed to be searching for something. Suddenly, they recalled the voice from before the apocalypse. Defeating monsters would yield rewards. Initially, they held skepticism, but after witnessing Guan Li's prowess, their doubts evaporated. Guan Li, let me assist you. A boy stepped forward. Stay still. Do not move. Guan Li shot him a glance, his tone icy. He saw through the boy's intentions instantly, attempting to take advantage of the chaos to pilfer something for himself. Guan Li, we've been classmates for 2 years. Is this how you repay our camaraderie? The boy's face darkened. As the heir of the Shanghai group, he had never encountered such indignity. I'm sorry. We're not acquainted, Guan Li retorted, casting a fleeting glance his way. He had a vague recollection of the boy, named Zhao Hai, the scion of a publicly traded company. Beyond that, they had no further connection. In truth, the former Guan Li had been quite reclusive. He rarely communicated with his classmates, and even less so with his few roommates. The only exception had been a girl named Lin Nana, who, regrettably, was a materialistic individual. She had harshly rejected Guan Li's affections, leading him to withdraw further into solitude, immersing himself in games. Very well. Don't think that just because you possess some ability, you can be so arrogant. My father will soon send someone to rescue me. When that time comes, do not beg me to take you with me. Zhao Hai, having lost face, sought to reclaim it verbally. Fool. Who does your father think he is? Guan Li scoffed, continuing his task of clearing the battlefield. What a ludicrous notion. Nearly 80 of humanity had been infected by the zombie virus. What could the owner of a listed company accomplish in such dire circumstances? In the apocalypse, money held no value whatsoever. It was scarcely fit for wiping oneself. Very well. You have guts. We shall see. Zhao Hai declared defiantly before retreating to his group. He dared not confront Guan Li directly, especially with the bloodied knife still in Guan Li's grasp. If the latter were to lose control and lash out, there would be no recourse for him. Witnessing Zhao Hai's humiliation, the others abandoned their intentions to approach. Alas, how has Guan Li become so cold and indifferent? One lamented. Indeed, we are classmates. Shouldn't we support one another? Another added. This is what happens when one gains power. They change. A third remarked. Exactly. He is nothing but a selfish little man. Numerous voices murmured amidst the crowd, utterly forgetting who had just saved them, oblivious to their chatter. Guan Li remained focused on his task, diligently working. The multitude of zombies had yielded 13 one-star crystal cores and 3 white cards. Food card X2, advanced card X1. Guan Li tidied up his belongings before making his way towards the crowd. Hey, Guan Li. A rotund, bald man emerged from the throng. Guan Li recognized him as the vice principal, a frequent presence at academic speeches. What is the matter? He inquired, gazing at the bald man. I am Chen Xiong. You should know me, right? A flicker of displeasure crossed Chen Xiong's eyes, though he quickly concealed it. As a seasoned individual, one must learn to master their emotions. Otherwise, one would never ascend to such a position. I understand. You are Vice Principal Chen, correct? Guan Li nodded, smiling. Exactly. Guan Li, you are quite young yet possess such remarkable abilities. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Chen Xiong exclaimed. Having spent decades in the educational field, he had considerable experience dealing with students. Young and passionate individuals like Guan Li often responded well to a few compliments and promises of benefits. Vice Principal Chen is quite agile as well. Guan Li maintained his smile. Just moments ago, Chen Xiong had fled faster than many students. Chen Xiong was left speechless. Why was this not following the script? Guan Li, you truly possess a sense of humor. As the vice principal of Z University, I want to express my gratitude. In a moment of peril, you step forward to save us. Once the situation calms down, I will reach out to superiors to award you a medal. Chen Xiang pretended to bow. Most would feel exhilarated at the prospect of receiving a medal from the school, which bore significant weight for future employment. However, Guan Li remained indifferent, showing no sign of enthusiasm. Calm down. Was that even feasible? The individuals before him were still lost in their blissful illusions. Guan Li, as a pride of Z University, you should step forward and ensure everyone's safety. Chen Xiang adopted a serious tone, believing that under such a noble cause, no one would refuse. Moreover, with so many female classmates watching, adolescent boys are particularly concerned with their image. Apologies. I am not interested. Vice Principal Chen, if there is nothing else, please make way. Guan Li's words left Chen Xiang momentarily stunned. What is happening? Am I not being clear enough? Chen Xiang attempted to clarify, but was interrupted by Guan Li. Vice Principal Chen, kindly step aside. Guan Li's tone turned icy, sending a chill down one's spine. This fellow clearly considered himself foolish, attempting to impose moral obligations? How absurd. Without morality, there could be no coercion. Under the pressure of Guan Li's formidable aura, Chen Xiang involuntarily took several steps back. Guan Li passed him, striding towards the performance room. Guan Li, do you still remember me? Lin Nana dashed out from the crowd. Not familiar. Guan Li shook his head and continued walking outside. You. Lin Nana was taken aback. She did not expect Guan Li to be so decisive. Scoundrel. Wretch. Degenerate. Lin Nana ran back in tears, her close friends softly comforting her. Nana, do not cry. Such a person is not worth your tears. Indeed. What is so remarkable about killing a few zombies? He does not understand how to care for a girl at all. I hold nothing but disdain for such individuals. Pretentious man. Upon hearing these words, Guan Li slowly paused his steps. I have good news for you all. The catastrophe has arrived. These creatures are not like ordinary zombies that merely wander aimlessly downstairs. If you wish to survive, you must hasten to grow stronger. Furthermore, food and water. There should be none in the performance room. Guan Li dropped a few remarks and left without looking back. Inside the performance room, everyone exchanged glances, evidently feeling somewhat at a loss. Guan Li was right. There was neither food nor water here. While the immediate situation seemed manageable, what about the future? The timing of rescue remains uncertain, and remaining here is not a viable solution. Chapter 15. Trading Supplies Teacher. Guan Li makes a valid point. The issue of food is indeed crucial, spoke a boy with gold-rimmed glasses and a refined appearance. His name was Wang Wenli, the president of the student council. Wang excelled academically, effortlessly obtaining various foreign language and piano certificates. He was undoubtedly regarded as a model student by teachers and as the ideal child by his parents. Indeed. Teacher, we must devise a plan. After the recent zombie attack, the students' nerves had become increasingly taut. The food crisis loomed large. Chen Xiang observed the panicked students, feeling a twinge of annoyance. He had initially thought he could easily manipulate Guan Li to serve as his tool, but it now appeared his plans had unraveled. Having witnessed the ferocity of the zombies, he was also gripped by fear. He had fought hard to attain his current position and had yet to relish the joys of life. He could not afford to perish so soon. Classmates, we must have faith in Huan Nation. In this moment of peril, the city defense will undoubtedly come to our aid. Let us not panic or succumb to fear. Although Chen Xiang was impatient, he understood the importance of maintaining appearances, for he held the highest status among those present. Teachers and students alike looked to him for guidance. Yes, Vice Principal Chen is correct. We must trust in Huan Nation and the city defense. A beautiful female teacher chimed in, her gentle voice gradually easing the students' frayed nerves. Indeed, fellow students, do not lose your composure. Vice Principal Chen and Teacher Lin Xiaonai are right. The city defense will surely mobilize for rescue. Several teachers stepped forward to stabilize the students' emotions. Now, let us begin organizing into groups. There should be ample supplies within the building. We will gather them and await the city defense's rescue. Chen Xiang, seeing the desired effect, quickly issued his orders. These students, still sheltered from the harsh realities of society, were easily manageable. Observing the bustling crowd, Chen Xiang felt he could exploit this situation to his advantage. Yes, students, he advised Principal Chen's directives. Boys, form teams to search for supplies. Girls, handle the logistics. A few male teachers began directing the efforts. In the face of disaster, I implore everyone not to act selfishly. All supplies found must be surrendered for unified distribution, Chen Xiang proclaimed. Only by controlling the supplies could he secure his foothold within the group. Regardless of whether the situation calmed, he needed to ensure his own safety. As for the more perilous tasks, he would leave those to the students. Understood, Vice Principal Chen. Some boys made their way downstairs to begin the search for useful supplies. Ding. The zombie threat in the main teaching building has been eradicated. Reward, Random Legion Card X1. As Guan Li descended, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. A surge of joy filled his heart. The task was finally accomplished. A master. Just as Guan Li was about to check his rewards, a voice suddenly called out to him. He turned towards the corridor and saw Wang Yu and a few others eagerly waving at him. Ah, it's you. Guan Li smiled. Although Wang Yu and his companions were somewhat weak, they at least had the courage to combat the zombies. For this reason alone, they surpassed those on the top floor. Guan Li appreciated those with audacity, knowing that perhaps one day among these six, a top-tier powerhouse would emerge. Indeed, following the master's guidance, we've slain quite a number of zombies. Wang Yu exclaimed, holding a blood-stained fire axe, the source of which remained a mystery. Not bad. Quite promising. Guan Li nodded, offering generous praise. Thank you for the compliment, master. Wang Yu said, scratching his head, somewhat embarrassed. You didn't come to see me just for this. Did you? Guan Li inquired suspiciously. Hee. Master, we wish to exchange some supplies with you. Wang Yu rubbed his hands together excitedly. I see. What do you wish to trade? Guan Li realized the intent behind their visit. People are like iron, and meals are like steel. One meal missed brings discomfort. Although crystal cores are valuable, they cannot substitute for food. Guan Li could exchange various necessary supplies from the point shop. For him, this could be a lucrative transaction. After successfully trading for an alloy crossbow, Guan Li attempted to see what else could be exchanged. He discovered that as long as an item held value, it could be traded with the shop. For instance, a discarded tang knife could be exchanged for 10 points. Master, I want to exchange for some food. Wang Yu's face was alight with anticipation, his hunger evident as he felt faint. Initially, he hadn't noticed it, but after battling the zombies, his stomach began to protest. The noodles he had for breakfast were long digested, and although he had consumed half a piece of bread for lunch, it had also been nearly digested during the recent fight. Not a problem. I will certainly accommodate you. Guan Li opened his backpack, revealing a considerable amount of food. 5 bags of instant noodles, 12 sausages, 5 loaves of bread, and 4 bottles of mineral water, all collected from the dormitory. Gulping. Wang Yu swallowed hard. Master, how do we make this exchange? 3 one-star crystal cores, and you can take it all. No deception here. No bargaining. Guan Li held up 3 fingers in front of Wang Yu. These supplies only required 10 points for exchange. The trading price for one-star crystal cores ranged from 5 to 10 points. The higher the quality of the crystal core, the greater the price offered by the system. Regardless of the calculations, Guan Li stood to gain significantly. He felt confident in his bold offer, believing Wang Yu would not refuse. In times of hunger, a person is willing to do anything, even against their own will. However, Guan Li sensed that Wang Yu and his companions possessed some potential, and he intended to make an investment. I'll trade. Wang Yu nodded, pulling out 3 one-star crystal cores. A wise choice. I engage in business with utmost fairness. With a swift toss, I discarded my backpack while conveniently collecting the crystal cores. Ding. Transaction successful. I acquired 24 points. The system's notification chimed, revealing the quality of Wang Yu's crystal cores to be rather commendable. Esteemed individual, we too wish to exchange for some food. The remaining 5 expressed in unison. Their capabilities were somewhat lesser, thus they could only present 12 crystal cores. Satisfactory. I accepted the crystal cores and promptly purchased food from the points marketplace. In total, I spent 30 points to obtain 8 one-star crystal cores. My quantity management was executed with precision, ensuring I could profit from the points accrued. Ding. Transaction successful. I gained 64 points. In just a few minutes, I netted a profit of 34 points. Although the points may not be substantial, they were effortlessly acquired. I needed not exert much effort, merely accessing the points marketplace sufficed. Truly exhilarating. It was akin to earning points while reclining in comfort. Chapter 16. Luck in opening a card. This transaction was a win-win scenario. Wang Yu and his companions were elated to acquire essential survival supplies. Although crystal cores were precious, they could be obtained by vanquishing zombies. In contrast, food was a different matter altogether. Unless one stumbled upon a food card, it could only be procured through diligent searching. Moreover, food was a consumable resource, and in this post-apocalyptic world, it was in dire scarcity. Without crystal cores, humanity might manage to endure, but without food and water, survival was utterly impossible. Wang Yu glanced at the food in his backpack. If he rationed it wisely, it would sustain him for several days. Their primary concern was food. The extraordinary ability of Guan Li to conjure items from thin air was entirely overlooked. In this new world, with zombies roaming freely, what was beyond belief? As a person of great prowess, it was entirely plausible for Guan Li to possess a personal space. They were all astute individuals. If Guan Li chose not to speak of it, they would refrain from inquiry. Wang Yu, I see great potential in you. This Tang Dao is a gift. Guan Li declared, retrieving a discarded Tang Dao from his system space. It was hardly worth any significant points, so he decided to extend a gesture of goodwill. Wang Yu accepted the Tang Dao, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as he struggled to comprehend the unexpected gift. Thank you, esteemed one. If we meet again, I shall repay your kindness today, he responded earnestly. The more he observed Wang Yu, the more he found him agreeable. Indeed, this child is worthy of guidance, Guan Li affirmed. Excellent. Until we meet again. With a wave, he swiftly vanished down the corridor. Brother Yu, what shall we do now? Si Yin inquired. Given the current circumstances, relying on the borders for safety was evidently unfeasible. Our fate must not be left in the hands of others. Are you willing to follow me? Wang Yu surveyed the group, beginning to reveal his commanding presence. We are willing. The five replied in unison. Then let us slay zombies and enhance our strength. After witnessing Guan Li's formidable prowess, Wang Yu understood that in this world, the strong would reign supreme. The past hierarchies of power, status, and identity would be reshuffled. Might makes right. This was the rule of the apocalypse. We will heed your command, the group affirmed. Let us proceed to the adjacent teaching building. We shall commence our endeavors there. Wang Yu organized his backpack, setting forth on his destined journey. Meanwhile, Guan Li returned to the first floor, making his way to the classroom of the human-faced mantis. He had agreed with General Bone to regroup here after completing their respective tasks. The brief encounter with Wang Yu and his companions had delayed him somewhat, but given the speed of the skeletal soldiers, they should have already arrived. Upon entering the classroom occupied by the human-faced mantis, he indeed found the skeletal warriors lined up in perfect formation. Master, General Bone exclaimed, rushing forward to greet him upon his return. You have worked hard. Guan Li nodded in acknowledgement, offering words of appreciation. It was no trouble. Serving our master is our honor. General Bone replied. Master, here are the spoils from our zombie clearing efforts. He removed his backpack and respectfully presented it to Guan Li. He peered through the gap of the zipper, gazing into the depths of his backpack. To his astonishment, it brimmed with crystalline cores, stacked together. Alongside the cores lay dozens of gossamer thin cards. Utilizing the system for a quick scan, he swiftly determined their quantity, 292 1-star crystalline cores and 6 2-star crystalline cores. Additionally, there were 56 white random cards, 1 white-green card, and 1 green card. Judging by the haul, the skeletal warriors must have encountered mutated zombies. After some contemplation, he concluded that, given the strength of the skeletal soldiers, only a formidable calamity creature, such as the man-faced mantis, could inflict casualties. Ordinary 2-star zombies posed little threat to them. The might and utility of the Legion gradually became evident. For anyone else, acquiring such an abundance of crystalline cores and cards in a short span would be utterly impossible. Even with teamwork, the eventual distribution would be necessary. However, Guan Li faced no such dilemma. The soldiers of his Legion selflessly dedicated all they had. He calculated the total number of 1-star crystalline cores to be an impressive 342. If exchanged for points, it would amount to a significant sum. Yet, Guan Li refrained from rushing into a transaction. Resources could be exchanged for crystalline cores, and thus, crystalline cores could likewise be bartered for other items. Cards. He yearned for more cards. He carefully stowed the over 300 crystalline cores within his backpack. Though the system backpack was commendable, it could only accommodate system rewards and card rewards. Crystalline cores were beyond its capacity. Oh, how he wished for a personal space to store his treasures. He mused quietly. Carrying over 300 crystalline cores was akin to being a walking treasury. With 6 2-star crystalline cores in hand, he commenced the absorption process. 1-star crystalline cores held little value for him, but the 2-star cores still offered a considerable enhancement. Warm currents flowed into his body, causing him to tremble slightly. Delightful. Guan Li felt every cell within him become extraordinarily invigorated. Absorption complete. He unleashed 2 powerful punches, generating gusts of wind. Though his strength had evidently increased, he remained at the intermediate stage of 2 stars. To ascend to the advanced tier, he would need to absorb a substantial number of crystalline cores. My master, you have grown stronger once again, the skeletal leader exclaimed in awe. Just a little. Just a little, Guan Li replied, somewhat abashed by the admiration in the skeletal gaze. After absorbing the crystalline cores, his attention shifted to the cards. First, he turned to the 56 white random cards, eagerly opening them all. Acquired food card X10, acquired upgrade card X4, acquired supply card X6, restores energy rapidly upon use, acquired universal pistol bullets X10, standard bullets applicable to any pistol. Acquired common crossbow bolts X15, the most basic bolts, capable of breaching weaker defenses. Acquired scrap shovel X1, a completely useless shovel, may attempt to recycle. Acquired scrap car parts X10, useless car parts, may attempt to recycle. A series of notifications resounded in Guan Li's mind. The more cards one activates, the more eclectic the rewards. Guan Li gazed at a pile of discarded parts alongside a forsaken shovel and felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. The shovel, in particular, was so rusted that it was nearly unrecognizable. Beneath the mottled corrosion lay a mysterious, dried red substance. Scrap car parts, trade for 1 point. The discarded shovel, utterly valueless. Guan Li felt a sense of disbelief and opted to trade the scrap car parts. Transaction successful. He earned 10 points. As for the rusty shovel, he unceremoniously tossed it into his system backpack. Though it served little purpose, he couldn't bring himself to part with it. Such is the way of frugality. He now understood that the cards were akin to a lottery. The nature of the rewards was entirely dictated by chance. With a stroke of good fortune, even a white card could yield formidable items. Conversely, misfortune might result in the absence of rewards altogether. This reality was one Guan Li had already personally encountered. Chapter 17. The Legion of Shadow Swordsmen. Upon unlocking all the white cards, Guan Li shifted his gaze to the remaining 2 cards, one white-green, the other green. Without hesitation, he chose to reveal them. Zombie Trap X1. Upon use, a lure trap can be set that emits a scent capable of attracting nearby zombies. The trap will explode 10 seconds after installation. Spatial Ring X1 contains a space of 10 cubic meters, which can be upgraded with special items. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Guan Li's eyes as he beheld the second reward, an item of spatial utility. Just moments ago, he had longed for a portable space. And now here it was. As he gazed at the spatial ring, he slipped it onto his thumb. The ring was entirely black, crafted from a special material. Its appearance was quite unassuming. Even if placed on a street vendor's table, it would likely go unnoticed. Yet, the intricate carvings upon it exuded an air of mystery. Ding. A binding request from the spatial ring has been detected. Would the host like to bind it? In the brief moment of observation, the system's voice chimed in. Bind. He nodded, not a trace of hesitation in his demeanor. Ding. Binding successful. With the system's announcement, a connection was established between him and the ring. He casually grasped a crystal core from his backpack, and with a slight mental command, the core vanished from his hand. After several attempts, he successfully stored all the crystal cores within the ring. He adeptly manipulated the ring's functionalities, able to retrieve items with but a thought. Excellent. Guan Li felt elated. After completing all the rewards, he slowly retrieved a singular card. It radiated a golden glow, the reverse depicting a mysterious grand door while the front bore a question mark. Random Legion card. As Guan Li gazed at the golden card, his breath quickened. With a slight pressure from his palm, the gossamer thin card shattered instantly. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Legion of Shadow Swordsmen. The enigmatic golden card gradually unveiled its design. It depicted a man clad in black, his countenance stern, wielding a long sword that glimmered with lethal brilliance. Behind him loomed countless shadowy figures. Upon shattering the card, a summoning array emerged before him. 10 ethereal silhouettes materialized, slowly coalescing into corporeal forms. Salutations, my lord. The foremost figure knelt before Guan Li, while the other shadow swordsmen followed suit. Quickly rise. Guan Li rushed forward to assist the leading figure to his feet. Only then did the remaining shadow swordsmen stand upright. These swordsmen, clad in black, seemed to meld seamlessly with the darkness. Their physiques were well proportioned, standing around 180 centimeters tall, each possessing distinct features. Yet, they shared a singular trait, handsomeness. Of course, compared to the esteemed readers, they still fell short. The 3-foot-long sword in hand emanated a glimmering chill. The leader was indeed the man depicted on the card. His demeanor calm, with star-like brows and piercing eyes. The sensation one experiences is akin to that of an unparalleled master from a martial arts novel. Guan Li promptly examined the information regarding the Nightshade Assassin. Nightshade Assassin Legion, upgradable, number, 10, potential, for stars, strength, 2 stars, commander, Xinlian, skills, shadow stealth, night blade technique, night energy, shadow movement, throwing projectiles, Xinlian. Guan Li paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. At your service. What is your command, my lord? Xinlian stepped forward, bowing his head with both hands clasped in salute. It's nothing. I merely find this name somewhat familiar. He shook his head, reminiscing about the azure planet of his past life. In the annals of that world's history, there was a notable figure named Xinlian as well. Indeed, Xinlian nodded and stepped back, refraining from further inquiries. Guan Li's words were absolute commands. He needed only to execute them without question. This is Bone. Please make each other as acquaintance. From now on, we are comrades. Guan Li gestured towards the Skeleton Warrior Legion. Due to their shared affiliation, a faint connection existed between the two. Otherwise, Xinlian might have mistaken the Skeleton Warriors for demons to be vanquished. Shin, Bone. The leaders of the 2 legions exchanged brief greetings. Though their words were succinct, Guan Li understood that they had already regarded each other as life and death companions. Humans are bound to have desires, and rivalries may arise among different factions. However, such discord would not manifest within the legions. Their loyalty lay with Guan Li. An internal strife was utterly inconceivable. Excellent. Guan Li nodded with satisfaction. Having a system is indeed a blessing. With the acquisition of a new legion, Guan Li could once again extract skills. He gazed at the skills of the Nightshade Assassin and hesitated momentarily. But soon enough, he made his decision. System. Extract Night Energy. Guan Li selected Night Energy. Ding. Beginning extraction of Night Energy. The system's voice resounded promptly. Guan Li felt a mysterious power surge within him. The energy that resided in him began to merge with the Night Energy. The resulting ability became purer and more formidable. Is this the Night Energy? He unleashed a powerful punch towards the corpse of the Mantis with a human face. A wave of dark energy enveloped his fist. With a resounding crack, the Mantis corpse was instantly perforated. Indeed, Guan Li was overjoyed. He then attempted to condense the Night Energy onto his Qifeng blade, unleashing a wave of dark blade energy. The power of the blade energy was on par with that of the opening and closing slash. Most crucially, the potency of Night Energy depended on one's own strength. The greater one's strength, the more significant the impact of the Night Energy. After mastering the Night Energy, his prowess surged considerably. With the possession of 2 legions, Guan Li felt it was time to depart from Z University. The number of zombies within Z University was relatively sparse. To continue his ascent in power, he needed to vanquish more zombies. In other words, Z University could no longer suffice for him. Guan Li yearned for a thrill. Fellow comrades, are you prepared to vanquish our foes? He gazed upon the legion of soldiers before him, akin to a general surveying his troops on the battlefield. Although the legion comprised but a mere 20 or so soldiers, the aura of their presence must not falter. My lord, please command us. Both Bone and Xinlian spoke in unison. Target. The playground outside the teaching building. Let us advance. With a swift motion of his hand, Guan Li led the charge out of the classroom. The momentum was palpable. Through the glass doors of the hall, Guan Li beheld the playground, teeming with zombies, thousands of them, with numerous mutated specimens among their ranks. After all, the zombies on the playground had feasted well. Their evolution progressed at a rate far exceeding that of those within the teaching building. Guan Li surveyed his surroundings, feeling a slight sense of reassurance as he found no trace of the cataclysmic beasts. Had these zombies been accompanied by creatures such as the mantis-like monstrosities, Guan Li would have had no choice but to retreat. He turned to his legion, all poised for action. The final battle before departing Z University was about to commence. Chapter 18. Annihilating the Undead, my lord. Shall we eradicate these creatures? Xinlian's gaze was fierce, confronting the 1,000-strong horde of zombies with unwavering resolve. Patience. Allow me to present them with a grand offering first. Xinlian, can you silently place this device among the concentrated undead? Guan Li retrieved a card from the system's backpack. It was a zombie trap, a newly acquired item that was swiftly put to use. Absolutely. Xinlian accepted the card, his form gradually becoming ethereal, ultimately blending into the ground like a shadow. Impressive. Guan Li whispered in admiration. Xinlian, now a shadow, swiftly navigated through the outer ring of zombies, their limited intelligence failing to detect his presence. A dark silhouette moved rapidly toward the center of the horde. Soon, he reached the heart of the undead mass. The shadow he had transformed into emerged from the ground, instantly drawing the attention of the surrounding zombies. Unfazed, Xinlian crushed the card in his hand. A metal box, enveloped in flesh, materialized before him. The zombies were instantly captivated, their agitation palpable as they disregarded all caution and lunged toward Xinlian's position. Witnessing the chaos, Xinlian discarded the metal box and swiftly sank back into the earth. The scent emanating from the box ensnared the zombies' senses, even compelling the mutated ones to approach with curiosity. 5 towering brutes and a dozen bloated corruptors gathered around, alongside several unfamiliar mutated zombies that Guan Li had never encountered. The area surrounding the zombie trap became densely populated with the undead, each one staring at the metallic box in confusion, unable to comprehend its allure. My lord. Xinlian returned to Guan Li's side. Prepare to witness the spectacle. Guan Li pointed toward the distant horde. A brute, intrigued, picked up the metal box, inspecting it closely. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Guan Li mentally counted down. The metallic box in the brute's grasp erupted in a dazzling display of light. The deafening sound reverberated throughout Z University, causing even the surrounding buildings to tremble. All survivors were drawn to the explosive noise. Is it the city defense? Most felt a surge of hope. For in a nation where firearms were heavily regulated, such devastating weaponry could only be wielded by the city guard. Cautiously, they peered through the gaps in the windows toward the playground. They beheld searing waves of fire sweeping through the ranks of zombies. Those nearest to the epicenter were obliterated, while even the more distant undead were thrown to the ground by the force of the blast. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. Let us vanquish these monstrosities. The crowd exclaimed with excitement. However, they soon regained their composure, for the vast playground bore no sign of the city guards. This implied that the recent explosion was not orchestrated by the city's defense forces. Is this a joke? Are they playing with fire? Students wandering within the teaching building, engaged in the extermination of zombies, turned their gazes toward the window. The playground was teeming with thousands of zombies, and none dared to provoke them, as that would be akin to searching for excrement in a latrine with a lantern. Heavenly brother, what shall we do? A somewhat gloomy man observed the scene unfolding on the playground. A chill emanated from his palm. Huang Lintian. He was a favored child of destiny, having received a spellbook for the Ice Mage class in the initial lottery. Foolish mortals, let us merely observe the spectacle, Huang Lintian stated coldly, harboring no belief that anyone within Z University could surpass his prowess. Upon becoming an Ice Mage, his strength soared to 2 stars, excelling not in close combat, but in casting spells. With a single ice explosion spell, he could annihilate dozens of zombies, truly formidable. After absorbing numerous crystal cores, his power surged yet again. During his search, he encountered several other survivors fortunate enough to have received initial rewards. However, their luck was short-lived, for Huang Lintian had set his sights on them. Following a fierce battle, they all perished at his hands, and their hard-earned supplies fell into his possession. As for the consequences of his actions, Huang Lintian was utterly unconcerned. He understood the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Strength is the only rule. As the heatwave subsided, several notification tones resonated within Guan Li's mind. Kill the violent ones. Gain 50 points. Kill the violent ones. Gain 45 points. Kill the violent ones. Gain 65 points. 5 notifications, all pertaining to the elimination of the violent ones. Since the zombie traps originated from his expertise, the rewards for the kills were undoubtedly credited to him. The fluctuations in points reflected the varying strengths of the violent ones. 5 violent beings contributed a total of 267 points. With the zombies now dispersed, it was the perfect moment to strike. Guan Li surveyed the scattered horde, noting their difficulty in regrouping in the near future. Kill. His gaze was sharp as he brandished his azure blade and charged forward. Xin Lian and Gu led the legion of soldiers closely behind him. A zombie that had just risen was swiftly cleaved in 2, dark blood splattering across Guan Li's attire. Unfazed, he continued to wield his azure blade, relentlessly slaying the reanimated corpses. The explosion possessed great power, yet it was confined to the epicenter. Zombies situated slightly farther away were merely toppled by the shockwave, suffering minimal damage. Guan Li estimated that the explosion had managed to eliminate several hundred zombies. Yet, even now, there remained 1,000 or 2 on the playground, albeit their strength was generally weak, mostly at a single-star level. A master. Truly a master. Wang Yu inside the teaching building exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, he is exceptionally fierce. To dare charge at such a multitude of zombies. The others nodded in agreement. Goodness. It's Guan Li. How brave he is. The students on the top floor shouted in awe. Brave? I see it as courting death. Zhao Hai scoffed disdainfully. He harbored no belief that Guan Li could possibly survive and depart. Within the school, was there truly such a formidable individual? He pondered whether there might be an opportunity to forge an acquaintance. The students who chose to take the initiative were all drawn to the commotion on the playground. At that moment, Guan Li stood as the most striking figure at Z University. HM? A skeleton? It seemed this fellow's fortune was rather remarkable. Alas, he was utterly incomparable to me. Huang Lintian sneered contemptuously, his words laced with disdain. A mere skeleton soldier. It was the most worthless of creatures. A nearby lackey quickly echoed his sentiment. Clearly, everyone had engaged in online gaming and understood that such creatures as skeleton soldiers were the lowest tier. As for the shadow swordsman, Huang Lintian merely regarded him as a fellow student, not paying him much heed. Everyone, follow me downstairs, Huang Lintian commanded. Surrounded by dozens of students, these individuals possessed exceptional prowess, all awakened ones who had absorbed crystal cores. Yes, Brother Tian, they responded without further inquiry, for they were no strangers to the act of killing. Huang Tian cast one last glance at the playground. This was an opportunity, if seized correctly. He would leap from the ordinary into the extraordinary. Chapter 19, The Lick Master on the Playground. Guan Li moved with remarkable agility, weaving through the throngs of zombies. Wherever he went, a zombie would fall. A card slipped from a zombie's grasp, and Guan Li deftly collected it before continuing his pursuit of the next target. Many zombies had just begun to rise unsteadily from the ground, only to be met with a razor-sharp long knife. The skeletal warriors wielded their bone blades, relentlessly cleaving through the undead. Enveloped in their bony armor, the zombies found it exceedingly difficult to penetrate their defenses. Each skeletal warrior faced a dozen zombies, yet maintained a firm upper hand. You wretched creatures, more hideous than I, perish. One of the skeletal warriors swung its shield, effortlessly sending a zombie flying. With a swift advance, it easily severed the heads of its foes. The unique structure of the skeletal warriors allowed them to exert their strength to the utmost with each strike. In simpler terms, they fought with reckless abandon. Observing the valiant efforts of Bone, Shun Lian was equally unwilling to be outdone. He brandished his longsword, executing the knight sword technique. Sword energy shot forth, dispatching one zombie after another. 10 knight swordsmen closely followed, unleashing their own knight sword technique. The black blades of energy rained down upon the horde of zombies, resulting in nearly 100 undead being slain in a single wave. Impressive, Guan Li exclaimed in astonishment. Following the sweeping sword energy, the knight swordsmen engaged the zombies in close combat. The execution of their sword techniques required significant internal energy, necessitating a period of recuperation before they could strike again. Although the knight swordsmen possessed only 2-star strength, they could still effortlessly slay zombies without the aid of their internal power. Suddenly, as Guan Li continued to dispatch zombies, he heard a sound akin to something slicing through the air behind him. Instinctively, he employed the shadow step technique to evade the impending attack. Turning to look, he beheld a pink, fleshy serpent, measuring over 10 meters in length. Its tongue was lined with sharp barbs. Humph, dare to ambush me? Guan Li scoffed, wielding his Qifeng knife without hesitation. With a resounding crack, the serpent's defense proved inadequate, and its tongue was severed. The severed length fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. Master, my lord, Bone and Shun Lian, witnessing Guan Li's ambush, rushed to his aid. I am unharmed. Continue to clear the zombies, Guan Li instructed. At your command. Bone and Shun Lian nodded, resuming their efforts against the undead. Turning back, Guan Li finally discerned the creature that had attacked him. It was a mutated zombie, its form grotesquely distorted. It lay on the ground, retracting its severed tongue. The skin appeared to be peeling away, revealing the crimson flesh beneath. Various blood vessels were exposed to the air. Its original arms had transformed into reptilian-like limbs, equipped with razor-sharp claws capable of easily piercing the concrete ground. Its twisted nose quivered as if to discern its surroundings, while its gaping maw displayed sharp teeth. As for its eyes, they had completely regressed. The constantly writhing brain is encased in a transparent membrane. This mutated zombie has completely transcended the boundaries of humanity. Name: Liquor Power, 2 stars ability, Prehensile Tongue. Rapid movement evaluation. The body has transformed in an entirely different direction, utterly forsaking its humanoid form, devolving into a beast. Beware its tongue, which is exceedingly agile. Guan Li's gaze swept across, and the system provided the basic information about the creature. Ah, so it is the liquor. In his previous life, he had encountered the Biohazard series. The mutated zombie before him bore a striking resemblance to the liquor from those tales. Seizing the moment while the effects of the shadow step were still active, Guan Li took the initiative to attack. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the liquor. He swung his Qifeng blade. The liquor reacted swiftly, raising its forelimbs to defend. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated. The Qifeng blade struck against the creature's claws, creating showers of sparks. Although the liquor managed to fend off the attack, its strength paled in comparison to Guan Li's. Its hind legs stumbled backward against the ground. Opening slash. Observing this, Guan Li directly unleashed his skill. He lifted the Qifeng blade and swiftly struck again. 2 intersecting gusts of energy descended upon the liquor's claws. Crack! The hardened claws shattered instantly. The liquor's form was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Guan Li sought to press the advantage, but to his surprise, the liquor reacted rapidly. Whoosh! A barbed, fleshy tongue lunged directly at Guan Li's head. Damn! More? He activated his bone armor. A simple yet sturdy skeletal armor materialized around him. Guan Li extended his hand, seizing the incoming fleshy serpent. The barbs on the tongue scraped against the bone armor, igniting bursts of sparks. Clearly, the liquor's assault could not penetrate the defenses of the bone armor. Come here. Guan Li grasped the soft, pink tongue and yanked it forcefully. With immense strength, he pulled the liquor towards himself. Greetings, liquor. Farewell, liquor. The Qifeng blade plunged decisively into the liquor's brain. The membrane-covered head erupted, showering the area with a copious amount of brain matter. The sight of the gushing aftermath was nothing short of exquisite. Liquor slain, awarded 75 points. A green card fell from the liquor's corpse. Guan Li collected it with ease. Then, he rummaged through the liquor's head and extracted a crystal the size of a pigeon egg. He was thoroughly satisfied, discarding the now worthless liquor. Scanning the playground, he noted that the horde of zombies had been dispersed by the Legion. A group of over 20 warriors charged fiercely at the 1,000-strong zombie horde. Given this momentum, the annihilation of the zombie swarm was merely a matter of time. He shifted his gaze towards the mutated zombies. Treasure. Here I come. Guan Li wore a fervent smile, directing his attention towards a corruptor, which appeared somewhat bewildered. Why does this human's expression seem different? Unable to comprehend, it ultimately chose to disregard it. The throat writhed incessantly, a surge of corrosive liquid suddenly erupting forth. Whoosh! Guan Li had long been prepared. With a slight movement, he evaded the oncoming spray of venom. With a swift stroke, the corroder fell. Corroder slain, 50 points awarded. The corroder did not yield a card, nor did it possess a crystal core. Alas, compared to Lord Li, you are utterly pathetic. A disgrace among zombies. Guan Li expressed his disdain. Corroder. Guan Li sought his next target. The mutated zombies on the playground fell one after another. Hiss. How is he accomplishing this? It's terrifying. Is he even human? Such thick thighs. I can't believe I missed my chance. The students on the top floor wore expressions of astonishment. TCH. What is so impressive about this? Zhao Hai remained defiant. He chose not to search for supplies, opting instead to stay inside the performance room. If you're so capable, why don't you step up? Exactly. I'll talk. No action. The retorts from several girls turned Zhao Hai's expression a shade of deep anger. When had he ever been subjected to such treatment? Damn it. You lot used to flirt with me, and now you turn your backs? Unable to contain his frustration, Zhao Hai spoke out. You. Sob, sob, sob. Several girls turned and fled. Zhao Hai clenched his fists, a fierce determination brewing within him. He too must acquire great power. Chapter 20. The ambush. The horde of zombies on the playground was dwindling in numbers. As Guan Li gazed at the gradually darkening sky, he unleashed a torrent of fury, relentlessly cleaving through the undead. This battle must be resolved before nightfall. Meanwhile, within the nearby teaching building, Huang Lintian was scheming. He perfectly overlooked Guan Li's massacre of the zombies. Brother Tian, what is our plan this time? A subordinate inquired with fierce eyes fixated on Huang Lintian. It was evident that this group had swiftly adapted to the apocalypse. Let those fellows engage the zombies in battle. Once they are all wiped out, we shall emerge to reap the rewards. Huang Lintian's strategy was straightforward. Simply put, it was a matter of letting the clam and the snipe contend while the fisherman profits. He had intentions regarding the zombie horde on the playground. Even if Guan Li did not intervene, he would find a way to gradually clear them out. For defeating zombies would yield cards and crystal cores, which were his means to grow stronger. Huang Lintian was a shrewd individual. He understood that the newly infected zombies were not particularly formidable. Seizing this opportunity, he could swiftly enhance his power and subsequently take control of the entire Z University. He had meticulously devised plans for the future, intending to establish his base of operations upon Z University and continuously expand his influence, ultimately creating a stronghold amidst the apocalypse. With others stepping forward to take the lead, Huang Lintian could not have wished for more. Those individuals appeared to possess considerable strength. What shall we do if they successfully eradicate the horde? Inquired a bespectacled young man named Lin Ong, a fortunate soul who had drawn a telekineticist class change during the initial lottery. The telekineticist class allowed him to manipulate objects with mental force. Huang Lintian regarded him with apprehension. Lin Ong, with his telekinetic powers, posed a significant threat to his dominion. As the second in command of the team, Lin Ong had garnered considerable support. Had it not been for his slightly superior strength, the position might have been up for grabs. What are you afraid of? Even if that group outside manages to eliminate the zombies, they will be at their last gasp. We, the elite warriors, can easily handle them, Huang Lintian scoffed, exuding absolute confidence in his capabilities. How shall we divide the spoils? Lin Ong queried. I'll take 60, you take 40. Huang Lintian felt a wave of displeasure. Lin Ong was ambitious, already negotiating terms. However, he could not afford to sever ties at this juncture. His team comprised 89 members, 50 of whom followed him. While the remaining 39 adhered to Lin Ong very well, Lin Ong nodded, foregoing any haggling. This allocation met his expectations. Huang Lintian was not someone to be trifled with. Should he be cornered, a complete fallout could ensue, a scenario he wished to avoid. Just as Huang Lintian and his associates were deliberating within the building. On the playground, Guan Li has vanquished the last of the zombies. The sun, stubbornly casting its final rays, lingers on the horizon. Clear the battlefield, Guan Li commands, and the soldiers spring into organized action. At this pace, it seems they shall have to spend the night at Z University. The dangers of the post-apocalyptic night remain unknown to Guan Li, yet it is certainly less secure than the day. There is no need for him to take unnecessary risks. Staying at Z University for a night is the most prudent choice. The regiment operates with clear divisions of labor. The shadow swordsmen gather cards while the skeletal soldiers collect crystal cores. Brother Tian, the fighting outside appears to have ceased, exclaimed a subordinate, rushing in. Those fellows are indeed quite capable. The entire playground's zombies have been cleared. Now, that group is busy sifting through the spoils. Huang Lintian and Lin Ong exchanged astonished glances. Despite their surprise, the plan continued unabated. Those outside, having endured a fierce battle, must surely be exhausted. Prepare yourselves, Huang Lintian announced. Understood. The crowd, eager and ready, brandished their weapons. On the playground, Guan Li picked up a crystal core, polishing it in his hand. Slaying zombies is truly a commendable endeavor. Just as he was about to stow the core in his spatial ring, a sudden sense of danger enveloped him. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Li rolled aside. Whoosh! An arrow, formed of ice crystals, struck the very spot he had just vacated. An ambush. Guan Li's expression darkened. He immediately deduced this possibility. A surge of rage welled within him. Someone had targeted him. Very well. If they wish to play, he shall oblige them to the fullest. Enemy attack. Protect the master. Bone sprang into action, raising its massive shield to shield Guan Li. The other skeletal warriors abandoned their tasks, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. There. Guan Li's gaze fixed on the teaching building not far away. The icy arrow had originated from that very location. Damn it! How did I miss that? Huang Lintian cursed. Now that he had been discovered, he chose not to hide any longer. Since the ambush had failed, it was time for a direct confrontation. Guan Li watched as dozens of students surged forth from the building, their faces twisted with ferocity and stained with blood. A palpable aura of ruthlessness emanated from them. There was no doubt that this group had tasted blood. Guan Li narrowed his eyes. The situation was becoming intriguing. Although they held numerical superiority, he felt no trepidation. Most of these students possessed only one-star abilities, with merely a handful reaching 2 stars. In contrast, everyone on his side was of 2-star caliber. Young one, you've been fortunate to evade my ice crystal arrow. Huang Lintian was the first to speak. Not bad. Guan Li stepped out from behind the shield, revealing a warm smile. Yet beneath that smile lay a profound intent to kill. He could spare Wang Yu, for although Wang Yu had robbed him, he had not resorted to violence. This indicated that the other party still possessed some semblance of moral boundaries. However, those before him must perish. Even Jesus could not intervene, for they had crossed Guan Li's threshold. You brat, accept your demise obediently. I might grant you a swift end, Huang Lintian declared. Haha, you think you can contend with me, Guan Li? Do you possess the capability? Guan Li raised his middle finger, delivering an internationally recognized gesture. You seek death. Huang Lintian's expression instantly turned cold. Brothers, charge. Whoever kills this brat will be generously rewarded. Huang Lintian ceased his futile words. Kill. Leave none alive. Guan Li's gaze was frigid as he issued his command. At your command. Bone and Shun Lian exchanged knowing smiles. Having dispatched numerous zombies, they had yet to take a human life. Chapter 21. An uneven battle, brother you. Should we lend a hand? Four-Eyed inquired as they stood in the corridor of the 7th floor. We must assist. Let us go. Wang Yu responded without a moment's hesitation. Having witnessed Guan Li's prowess, he was willing to take a gamble. After a brief moment of indecision, they ultimately decided to pursue. The two factions soon collided with one another. Huang Lintian's subordinates brimmed with confidence, convinced that the skeletal warriors before them were feeble creatures. After all, everyone had played online games and knew that skeleton soldiers were merely the most basic of adversaries. Yet, they overlooked the fact that this was reality. Little skeleton, I'll send you on your way. A boy wielding a fire axe charged at the skeletal soldier. However, in the next instant, the smile on his face froze. The axe struck the skeletal warrior, leaving only a faint white mark, barely a scratch. For the skeletal warrior, it didn't even qualify as an injury. Swish. The skeletal warrior swung its bone blade, severing the boy's head. The head rolled on the ground, eyes wide open, unable to comprehend why the skeletal soldier was so formidable. In the blink of an eye, over 20 students had fallen. The sudden turn of events caught Huang Lintian off guard. He had initially believed that Guan Li was at his wit's end and that he could easily handle the situation. Kid, don't get too cocky. Allow me to demonstrate the might of ice magic. Ice explosion. A staff appeared in Huang Lintian's hand. The staff was rudimentary, seemingly crafted from some type of vine. Gripping the vine staff, he unleashed a powerful ice elemental spell at the heart of the skeletal warriors. Boom. Several skeletal warriors were sent flying, their surfaces coated with a layer of ice. So he is a magician. Interesting. Guan Li quickly spotted Huang Lintian, who was lurking behind the crowd. No wonder he dared to launch a surprise attack. He had a safety net. Yet, a mere ice mage was hardly a formidable opponent. Shun Lian, subdue that fellow for me, Guan Li commanded, pointing toward the hidden Huang Lintian. Understood. Shun Lian transformed into a shadow, stealthily approaching Huang Lintian from behind. Due to the dim light, no one noticed the shadow moving along the ground. It was only when Shun Lian revealed himself that Huang Lintian sensed the impending danger. Lin Ong, save me. Huang Lintian's hair stood on end as he urgently called for assistance. As an ice mage, he was ill-equipped for close combat. Shenlian materialized, his sword poised to strike forward. Save you? Not a chance. A silver pistol appeared in Guan Li's hand. The instant Linong moved, he squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out. Linong was struck by the bullets, collapsing to the ground. A two-star awakened individual could not withstand the impact of bullets. If he were a tougher awakened being, it would be a different story. Alas, neither of them were. Linong fell, injured and incapacitated. In a moment of peril, Huang Lintian unleashed his latent cosmic energy. A 2-centimeter thick ice shield swiftly materialized before him. Crack. Shenlian pierced through the ice shield, yet failed to strike Huang Lintian. This brief obstruction allowed him to narrowly evade the blow. But could he truly escape? Die? A towering figure loomed before Huang Lintian. A massive shield came crashing down upon him. Crack. Huang Lintian's brain matter splattered as his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. How dare you ambush your master? You worthless scum? Unaware of your impending doom. The imposing figure was none other than Guan Li, who had arrived just in time. Capture the ringleader first. Guan Li's intent was crystal clear. Brother Tian is dead. What should we do? The crowd, witnessing Huang Lintian's tragic demise, instantly descended into chaos. The soldiers of the Legion surged forward, mercilessly slaying dozens of students within mere seconds. Run. At last, the group could no longer contain themselves, fleeing towards the playground's exit. With their leader slain, what was there left to fight for? Guan Li commanded the pursuit, determined not to let them escape. The murderer must always be prepared for retribution. Although the skeletal warriors were not particularly swift, their formidable strength allowed them to close the distance with ease. As for the knight swordsmen, they were akin to phantoms, taking down one foe every 10 steps, leaving no trace behind. The individuals before them stood no chance of retaliation. The scene on the playground was entirely one-sided. The cries of despair echoed incessantly. Guan Li remained indifferent to their plight. In the performance room on the top floor, many girls appeared pale. Guan Li, how dare he take a life? Does he not fear the consequences of the law? A sense of foreboding crept into their hearts. Perhaps Guan Li was right. This world had indeed transformed. Murder was no longer an inconceivable act. Spare me. I beg you. Linong, lying on the ground, struggled desperately. Several wounds marred his shoulders and arms. Guan Li, holding his Qifeng knife, wore an expression void of emotion. Even in death, I shall take you down with me. Realizing that pleas for mercy were futile, Linong understood his fate was sealed. He summoned his telekinetic power, launching a kitchen knife toward Guan Li with haste. I was already prepared for you. Guan Li scoffed coldly. Bone armor materialized around him. The kitchen knife struck the armor and was deflected with ease. Guan Li lunged forward, pinning Lin Ang's arm to the ground. A heart-wrenching scream erupted. I told you to refrain from ambushing. Guan Li delivered another kick, shattering Lin Ang's knee. Crack. The immense force caused Lin Ang's eyes to roll back as he nearly lost consciousness from the pain. Kill me. Kill me. He howled, like a frenzied beast. Satisfied, Guan Li, in an act of mercy, cleaved off his head with a single stroke. He wished not to waste time, for the sky had fully darkened. In the dimly lit playground, cards emitted a faint glow. The moonlight cascades down, barely illuminating the corpse on the ground. The sound of a fierce struggle echoes across the dimly lit playground. Just as Guan Li is about to intervene, he hears from across the way, Master. I, Wang Yu, have come to assist you. Guan Li responds with exasperation, I have already finished. You arrived just now? Make a note of this. Do not engage. He hastily prevents the soldiers from acting. Wang Yu dashes to Guan Li's side, panting heavily as he exclaims, Master, you are incredibly swift. At these words, Guan Li's expression darkens. Make a note of that. It is not that I am too fast. It is you who are too slow. Guan Li retorts, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Wang Yu, upon the verge of uttering a reply, is silenced by reason. The events transpired in mere minutes. And unless he were to leap from the 7th floor, he would never have made it in time. Assist in clearing the battlefield. Each person will receive a reward of 5 one-star crystal cores. Place your trust in capable hands. Those who inspire doubt are not to be relied upon. He considers Wang Yu a decent individual. Despite the underlying opportunism, he genuinely wishes to lend a hand. Yes, we will ensure the task is completed. The 6 individuals display expressions of excitement. This is tantamount to acquiring 5 crystal cores without effort. Chapter 22, Night Talk Shenlian. This task is entrusted to you. Guan Li cast a knowing glance, and immediately, Shenlian comprehended the implication. Under the cloak of darkness, the actions of the Night Legion would not be hindered, but rather become more agile. Yes, my lord. Shenlian nodded, fully grasping Guan Li's intent. He would secure the battlefield while keeping an eye on Wang Yu and his companions. In search of a clean classroom on the 6th floor for their temporary stay, Guan Li found a suitable location. A few skeletal warriors stood guard around him. He retrieved a food card and crushed it in his hand, summoning a massive poultry leg that appeared before him, so large that it could not fit in a single pot. The rich aroma wafted through the classroom. Bone. Would you care for some? Guan Li inquired casually. My lord, we do not require sustenance. One of the skeletal warriors gestured to its own form, indicating the absence of anything beyond bone. Pardon me. Guan Li laughed, lifting the roasted leg with satisfaction and taking a hearty bite. Oh my, truly delectable. He activated his skills and devoured the leg with ravenous enthusiasm, soon leaving nothing behind. Having feasted, Guan Li produced a 2-star crystal core and began to absorb its essence. This core was a contribution from the esteemed Master Tian. May we enter? Came Wang Yu's voice from outside. Let him in. As soon as Guan Li's words left his mouth, the skeletal warriors parted to allow entry. Wang Yu and his companions approached, with an old-fashioned oil lamp in hand. Did you summon Xin Lian back? Guan Li asked. Ah, the wisdom of the esteemed one is unparalleled. Truly, you are like Zhuge Liang returned to the world. Wang Yu flattered. Brother Xin Lian said our pace was too slow and hindered them. Esteemed one, we shall forego the reward. Wang Yu added, somewhat embarrassed. Rest assured, I shall fulfill the promise I made to you. Guan Li retrieved 31-star crystal cores from his spatial ring. Esteemed one, we feel unworthy of such generosity. Wang Yu hesitated to accept the course. Take them. Just call me Guan Li. The earlier incident had merely been a small test for them, not a genuine request for assistance. With the Knight Swordsman Legion present, clearing the battlefield was a trivial task. Their trial had been passed. The group restrained themselves from taking anything extra. Then we thank you, brotherly. They accepted the crystal cores, their faces alight with joy. Clutching the cores, they began to absorb their energy. Moments later, each of the 6 experienced a notable enhancement in their strength. Are you on the verge of breaking through to 2 stars? Guan Li observed Wang Yu, who radiated energy that was perilously close to the next level. Indeed. Wang Yu nodded. Here, break through first. Guan Li tossed 10 1-star crystal cores once more. This left Wang Yu astonished, as if Guan Li had casually tossed him a handful of candies. Thank you, brotherly. At that moment, Wang Yu could utter nothing beyond gratitude. He began to absorb the crystal cores, and a powerful surge of energy emanated from him. It is evident that he has successfully broken through. Wow, I can feel the power surging within me. Is this the strength of a 2-star? How terrifying. Wang Yu's youthful spirit burned brightly. Gurgle, gurgle, Wang Yu and his companions' stomachs audibly protested their hunger. All right, here we go again, mooching for a meal. The fervent gazes of the group nearly conveyed their intentions to Guan Li. 6 food cards were crushed in their hands. Various delectable dishes materialized in the classroom, their rich aromas wafting through the air, tempting even those on the top floor. How fragrant! Who is indulging in barbecued meat? Guan Li. It must be him. The crowd recalled that chilling figure. After all, he was the strongest in all of Z University. Not only did he possess formidable strength, but he also commanded a dozen subordinates and a legion of skeletal soldiers. At this moment, the group gradually came to terms with reality. Several attractive young women clustered together, seemingly engaged in hushed discussions. Wow, brotherly is quite extravagant. A glimmer of envy flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. This is barbecued meat. Compared to bread, instant noodles, and hot dogs, it is in a league of its own. Enough chatter. Can't the meat silence your mouths? Indeed, I shall sew my lips shut. Wang Yu ceased his rambling and eagerly sank his teeth into a beef leg, enhanced by a myriad of delicious seasonings. Even barbecued slippers would taste divine. The group devoured their food ravenously, licking their fingers clean afterward. Once satiated, Guan Li began conversing with them, primarily to get acquainted. Wang Yu was a local from Z City, with parents employed in enterprises. While not wealthy, they were comfortably middle class. Xi Yin came from a single-parent household, raised by his father. Li Meng had lost both parents in his childhood and was brought up by his grandmother. Just months before the apocalypse, he lost his last remaining relative. However, for him, it was a bittersweet relief. After all, in this wretched apocalypse, merely surviving is a torment. Lu Tianming was an outsider, studying at university in Z City. His parents were merely ordinary workers. Xiaobin was also from another region. His father was a university lecturer, and his mother a corporate manager, placing him in relatively good financial standing. Yu Hai's background resembled that of Li Ming, similarly raised by elderly guardians. Not long ago, his grandfather also passed away. My lord, the battlefield has been thoroughly cleared. Xin Lian walked in from outside. The Dark Knight assassins concealed themselves in the classroom's shadowy corners. Should Guan Li face any danger, they would arrive in an instant. Thank you for your hard work. He accepted the heavy sack from Xin Lian's hands. Serving my lord is the honor of a subordinate, Xin Lian declared before slowly retreating to the side. Utilizing the system, he scanned the contents of the sack. 441-star crystal cores, 35 2-star crystal cores, 137 white random cards, 5 green random cards, and 1 dark green random card. There was also a vine staff, a contribution from Huang Lintian. This fellow was so impoverished that this was all he had left. Of course, Linong was even poorer, lacking any weaponry. The only throwing knife he possessed had been bent by Guan Li. Observing Guan Li tallying the spoils, Wang Yu and the others discreetly distanced themselves. They sought out a tranquil corner, preparing to indulge in a well-deserved slumber. After all, in a world ravaged by catastrophe, there were no diversions to be found. The interminable night could only be endured through sleep. Having grown weary from the day's exertions, they swiftly succumbed to a deep slumber. As for concerns regarding safety, they were wholly unfazed. The classroom was teeming with Guan Li's subordinates. The resounding symphony of snores reverberated in Guan Li's ears. These rascals! He found himself at a loss for words and decided to vacate the classroom. In another serene classroom, Guan Li began to absorb the crystal cores in his possession. One by one, the 2-star crystal cores were swiftly consumed. A warm current surged through him like a rushing river, continually invigorating his body. Countless cells awakened, greedily absorbing the pure energy contained within. The energy within the crystal cores was nothing short of a potent elixir, capable of propelling the human body toward greater evolution. With a deep exhale, Guan Li expelled a breath of stale air. He clenched his fists, acutely aware of his burgeoning strength. Yes, my current prowess must be nearing the advanced 2-star level. Should I encounter a human-faced mantis again, Guan Li was absolutely confident in his ability to vanquish it. Chapter 23 Midnight Visitor. After absorbing the crystal core, Guan Li turned his attention to the cards. He began with the white random cards. Food card X30, Advanced card X15, Supply card X23, Purified water X20, Large machete X1, a razor-sharp iron machete, Standard crossbow bolts X13, Incendiary crossbow bolts X3. Creates a burning area of 10 meters upon explosion. Frost crossbow bolts X2. Inflict a freezing effect on targets within a 10-meter radius upon explosion. Lockpicking skill X1. After learning. Proficient in various lockpicking techniques. Glass marbles X2. Utterly useless beads. Advisable to discard immediately. Universal pistol bullets X8. Enhanced potato seeds X19. Genetically improved potato seeds. The sound of items being acquired echoed in Guan Li's mind. The rewards this time were rather satisfactory. Except for the glass marbles, the rest possessed some utility. Learn lockpicking skill. Instantly, a multitude of lockpicking techniques integrated into his consciousness. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have mastered lockpicking. It was a useful little skill, though temporarily of no immediate use. It never hurts to be well equipped. Having finished with the white cards, it was now time for the green ones. The ratio of quantities revealed the rarity of the green cards. Guan Li promptly used them, unveiling 5 green cards. Acquired rotten burning fruit X1, severely energy depleted, can only provide partial burning abilities. May be traded. Acquired intermediate advancement card X2, usable for legion advancement. Acquired firearm mastery X1, after learning, proficient in various firearms. No longer will my mother worry that I cannot shoot. Acquired strength pill X1, double strength for a short time upon consumption, lasting 1 minute. Upon opening all the green cards, Guan Li's expression reflected both surprise and disappointment. The disappointment stemmed from the subpar quality of the rewards, while the surprise was due to the 2 intermediate advancement cards. Currently, the Legion's advancement did not necessitate intermediate cards, but it was always prudent to be prepared. Learn firearm mastery. In an instant, Guan Li felt as though he had transformed into a seasoned marksman. He retrieved a desert eagle and swiftly began to disassemble it. Within mere moments, a multitude of parts lay scattered across the table. A few moments later, a fully assembled desert eagle reappeared in his hands. Skill never weighs 1 down. As for the rotten burning fruit, its appearance resembled that of an apple, though it was mostly decayed. The exposed flesh flickered faintly with flames. Guan Li hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to consume it. Who knows what negative effects may arise from such decay? Rotten burning fruit. Trade value 5,000 points. What a staggering price. Guan Li was taken aback, yet he quickly composed himself. After all, it was a fruit capable of bestowing abilities. Even in its decayed state, its value remained substantial. Without further hesitation, he opted for the trade. Trading the decayed burning fruits yields 5,000 points. The points have been credited, and Guan Li unexpectedly found himself in a fortunate situation. The disappointment he felt moments ago was swiftly dispelled. Only 1 card remains. Grasping the deep green card, Guan Li crushed it without hesitation. Given the multitude of zombies, the rewards from such a card must be substantial. Acquired Legion expansion card X1. Upon use, it increases the designated Legion's number by 10. Upon reading the item description, Guan Li's eyes brightened. This is indeed a valuable asset, capable of augmenting his legion by 10 soldiers. What serves as his greatest trump card? The system. The legion. This is his essence. Anything that enhances the power of the legion is undoubtedly precious. He refrained from using the legion expansion card immediately. Both the skeleton warriors and the knight swordsman possess considerable strength, leaving him in a moment of hesitation. Guan Li returned to the classroom where the legion remained stationed. The oil lamp at the center emitted a feeble glow, its flickering light suggesting it could extinguish at any moment. Apart from the oil lamp, the only illumination in the classroom came from the moonlight filtering through the window. Xinlian, prepare yourself. I am about to grant you an upgrade, Guan Li declared upon entering the classroom. Yes. Thank you, Master. Xinlian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. System. Advance the Knight Swordsman Legion. Guan Li summoned the Knight Swordsman Legion back into the system space. Ding. Upgrading Knight Swordsman Legion. Requires 20 Legion advancement cards. Proceed with the upgrade? Without a hint of hesitation, Guan Li selected to proceed. Advancing the Knight Swordsman necessitated 20 advancement cards, a requirement likely linked to the Legion's strength. After all, the skeleton soldiers required only a single star's worth of power for their advancement. There was no need for excessive deliberation on this matter. With plenty of advancement cards at his disposal, he resolved to proceed. Commencing the advancement of the Knight Swordsman Legion, Guan Li decided to browse the point shop. He purchased a simple folding bed for the modest sum of 3 points. Such an ordinary item was not expensive. Observing the folding bed that appeared before him, though simplistic, it was certainly preferable to sleeping on the floor. He glanced towards the corner to see Wang Yu and others sprawled awkwardly. Ah, this folding bed is indeed a blessing. Guan Li adjusted the bed and laid it out properly. He reclined upon it, adopting a comfortable position. After a long day, it was time to rest. The skeleton warriors required no sleep, so the duty of keeping watch fell to them. Just as Guan Li was about to close his eyes, he heard a commotion outside the classroom in the corridor. Is someone there? He was about to rise to check when he heard exclamations from outside. Ah, a monster. There were several melodious voices, tinged with a hint of fear, yet still lovely. My lord, we have captured a few individuals. How shall you proceed with them? Bone tossed a girl before Guan Li, employing a simple method devoid of any gentleness. Immediately after, 3 young women were also cast before Guan Li. He sat on a folding bed, observing the 4 girls before him. This fellow seems somewhat familiar. Guan Li's gaze fell upon the floor, where a recognizable figure emerged, Lin Nana. At that moment, she had removed her makeup, revealing her true self. While she might not possess the same dazzling allure as before, she exuded a refreshing purity characteristic of a student. As for the other 3, he retained a memory of only one, Zhang Xinyue, one of the campus beauties of Z University. It was said that her father was a wealthy entrepreneur in Z City. Due to these 2 illustrious identities, many affluent heirs ardently pursued her. In the past, Guan Li felt like a mere pauper in her presence. Aside from Lin Nana and Zhang Xinyue, the other 2 girls were also quite attractive. Had it been in another time, they would have been the center of attention. However, at this moment, they appeared rather disheveled. Guan Li observed the 4 girls sitting on the ground. Their midnight visit surely harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 24. A Desire for Opportunity. Guan Li, are these all your subordinates? Lin Nana quickly gathered her thoughts. She had encountered these skeletal warriors during the battle in the afternoon. The dimness of the corridor had startled her, but now, aided by the faint light, she could discern the true appearance of the skeletal soldiers. Despite their menacing and fearsome visage, they stood respectfully behind Guan Li. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us address the matter at hand, Guan Li commanded. Seated upon a folding bed, scrutinizing the 4 individuals before her, the drowsiness that had enveloped her moments ago was now thoroughly disrupted, leaving her mood rather displeased. Guan Li, do you still love me? Lin Nana finally mustered the courage to voice her feelings after much internal struggle. She recognized the embarrassment of her admission. Yet survival had rendered such concerns trivial. If her words could sway the man before her, her safety would assuredly be secured. You are not particularly beautiful, so do not harbor such delusions, Guan Li replied coldly. What? Lin Nana was taken aback by Guan Li's heartless response. He had once held deep affection for her. Leave. Guan Li waved her away, and Bone instantly understood, grasping Lin Nana and unceremoniously tossing her out of the classroom. Sitting on the ground, Lin Nana felt lost and bewildered. And what about the 3 of you? If you have no business here, then be gone, Guan Li instructed. Bone approached the remaining 3, preparing to physically escort them out. Wait, I have a request. The girl who spoke was unfamiliar to Guan Li, but her exquisite features and alluring figure were undoubtedly of the level of the campus belle. Speak. Guan Li's tone was tinged with impatience. I do not wish to die. Hence, I propose a deal, Su Shui said. A deal? What can you offer me? Money? That is hardly worth my while, Guan Li retorted icily. I am young, beautiful, and possess an enviable figure. If you agree to protect me, I will be yours. I am quite open-minded and willing to entertain any arrangement. Su Shui hastily asserted, believing that a formidable figure like Guan Li would appreciate her willingness to offer her body. Leave. Guan Li frowned. What did this woman think of herself? A breeding sow? A paragon of invincibility? Su Shui's complexion turned ashen. Unable to comprehend why Guan Li remained unmoved by her allure. She was undeniably beautiful, with a figure that had attracted countless admirers in the past. Bones, show her out. Guan Li gestured, and Su Shui was swiftly expelled. And what about you two? Do not waste my time, she said, directing her gaze at the remaining girls. Jiang Xian stood and turned to exit the classroom. Her bargaining chip was akin to Su Shui's, a willingness to offer her body. And you? Guan Li inquired, looking at the campus belle from Z University. Her delicate features, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared exceptionally enchanting, though her figure was somewhat slender. It did not detract from her beauty. Zhang Xinyue's appearance undoubtedly merits a score of 90. If she intends to barter her body for protection, she may as well leave. Guan Li stood up, his obsidian eyes deep and enigmatic. Guan Li, I wish to survive. Can you grant me a chance? Zhang Xinyue inhaled deeply, her voice resolute. A glimmer of determination flickered in her gaze. As the daughter of a wealthy family and the belle of Z University, it was remarkable that Zhang Xinyue possessed such tenacity. Should she survive, there might indeed be miracles in store for her. Very well. First, eliminate a zombie to prove your worth, Guan Li declared. If she could conquer her fear, he would contemplate assisting her. If she merely possessed eloquence, she could meet her demise at the hands of the undead. He exited the classroom, finding that the other 3 women had already departed. Come on, didn't you seek an opportunity? Guan Li gazed at Zhang Xinyue. Yes. Zhang Xinyue nodded and followed closely behind him. The two traversed the eerie corridor and entered the adjacent building. Suddenly, a zombie lunged towards them. Guan Li raised his hand and swiftly dispatched it with a shot to the head. Your turn. He temporarily lent her his discarded saber, stepping back to observe coldly. If Zhang Xinyue faltered in the face of the zombie, she would meet her end. I want to live. Zhang Xinyue grasped the saber, her eyes fixed on the approaching zombie. A fervent determination surged within her. She swung the saber, aiming for the zombie's head, but being a woman, her strength was lacking. The saber became lodged in the zombie's neck. The creature flailed its arms, relentlessly reaching for her, causing her to retreat. Guan Li showed no intention of intervening. Zhang Xinyue relinquished the saber and rolled to the side, causing the zombie to tumble to the ground. Die. She retrieved the saber and struck at the zombie once more. With a sickening crunch, brain matter mixed with foul blood oozed forth. Zhang Xinyue breathed heavily, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Well done. Guan Li approached and reclaimed the saber. Now search for a crystal core. He gestured toward the zombie's head. A crystal core? Though puzzled, Zhang Xinyue stepped forward. She reached into the zombie's skull and extracted a glimmering core. What is this? She inquired, bewildered. A crystal core. It can enhance human abilities. This is your reward. Absorb it. Guan Li instructed. All right. Thank you. Zhang Xinyue nodded and began the absorption process. A warm flow coursed through her body. Guan Li stood guard beside her, wielding his qifeng knife. After several minutes, Zhang Xinyue gradually opened her eyes. How extraordinary. My strength, speed, and reflexes seem to have improved. She exclaimed in astonishment. I have granted you your opportunity. If you wish to survive, strive to slay more zombies. Guan Li urged. I will only remain at Z University for one night. If you seek additional resources, trade them for crystal cores. After Guan Li finished speaking, she turned and walked away without looking back. Zhang Xinyue stood in the corridor, a flicker of determination flashing in her eyes. Outside the performance room, the 3 girls seemed to be waiting for something. Why hasn't Zhang Xinyue returned? Jiang Xian inquired. She must have caught someone's attention, Su Shui replied, her tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. Let's go? She probably won't be back, Lin Nana said, feeling a touch of disappointment. Humph. It's just Guan Li. I'm not concerned. If she desires Zhang Xinyue, let her have it. Su Shui remarked dismissively. All right, Xiao Xue. Let us return, Jiang Xian suggested. There are plenty of impressive boys inside the performance room. Su Shui nodded in agreement. The 3 of them made their way toward the performance room. Upon returning to the classroom, Guan Li heard the system's notification sound. Ding. The Dark Knight Swordsman Legion has successfully advanced. Please check host. The system's voice resonated in Guan Li's mind. At last, the advancement was successful. A look of joy spread across Guan Li's face. Chapter 25, Shadow Sword Cultivator. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion. The system's prompt resonated. He summoned the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion forth. Thank you, my lord. Grant us new life. Shen Lian half knelt on the ground. The Shadow Sword Cultivators also knelt in unison. Rise. Guan Li gestured with an uplifted hand. Yes. The shadow sword cultivators stood before Guan Li. He scrutinized the legion closely. Externally, there appeared to be little change. They were clad in black garments, wielding 3-foot-long blades. However, their aura had undergone a significant transformation. The shadow sword cultivator's presence became far more elusive, almost undetectable in the shadows. Guan Li opened the attributes panel of the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion. Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion can be promoted. Number 15, potential 6 stars, strength 3 stars, commander Xinlian, skills shadow following, shadow sword technique, shadow true essence, invisible steps, sword mastery, shadow binding. The number had increased. The skills had expanded. The skills had been enhanced. Their strength had risen. A direct 3-star strength. Incredible! Guan Li exclaimed. Each promotion resulted in a boost in the strength of all soldiers. System. What are the requirements for the Shadow Sword Cultivators to advance again? Guan Li inquired of the system. Ding. To promote the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion, 100 Legion promotion cards are required. The Legion's strength must reach 6 stars. The system's prompt echoed in Guan Li's mind. The strength must reach 6 stars. Guan Li pondered. System. How can the Legion's strength be enhanced? He questioned. He could absorb crystal cores himself, but the Legion could not partake in such acts. The Legion soldiers are constantly improving. As long as sufficient accumulation is achieved, their strength can be elevated. The system's voice continued. The host may also opt to use treasures to expedite the enhancement. Guan Li nodded in understanding. He accessed the points marketplace. Everything the Legion required could be found here. Phantom grass. Contains abundant spiritual energy, can enhance cultivation speed. Priced at 500 points. Magic eagle beast bone. Contains significant necromantic power, can enhance cultivation speed. Priced at 600 points. Treasures that enhance cultivation speed were plentiful and varied. Treasures of the same attribute could provide additional enhancement speed. You have purchased phantom grass, costing 500 points. You have purchased magic eagle beast bone, costing 600 points. Without hesitation, Guan Li procured both treasures. Although it cost over 1,000 points, it was exceedingly worthwhile. Points were meant to be spent. He could not afford a new Legion card at the moment, so he opted to strengthen the existing 2 legions. Guan Li allocated the Phantom Grass to the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion and the Magic Eagle Beast Bone to the Skeleton Warrior Legion. After absorbing the treasures, both legions experienced a remarkable breakthrough in strength. Ding! The Skeleton Warrior Legion has surpassed 3-star strength. The system's prompt resonated in his mind. A breakthrough. Guan Li exclaimed in astonishment. The effectiveness of this bone of the Magic Eagle is simply extraordinary. Thank you, Master. The soul flame within the bone burned even more vigorously. Although the Shadow Sword Cultivation Core had not yet made a breakthrough, they could distinctly sense their strength gradually enhancing. The effects of the Soul Herb continued to persist. Should they fully absorb the Soul Herb, the Shadow Sword Cultivation Core would likely attain a mid-level 3-star strength. With the improvement in their capabilities, Guan Li felt elated, which also prepared him well for their departure the following morning. As the night deepened, weariness washed over Guan Li, and he succumbed to sleep without further resistance. Bone and Xinlian exchanged a glance, instinctively positioning themselves to guard over Guan Li. The soldiers of the Corps stood vigil in every corner of the classroom. Yet, the night was destined to leave many restless. The survivors were all on edge. In the performance room on the top floor, 3 young women quietly pushed open the door and slipped inside. Most of the students had yet to drift into slumber. The return of the trio did not attract much attention. After all, numerous individuals had stealthily slipped out as well. As for their activities outside, no one was inclined to pry. Having endured the events of the afternoon, most had accepted the grim reality. The apocalypse had arrived, and death could be imminent at any moment. Jiang Xin, I have something to discuss with you. After the 3 returned, a robust young man approached them. The other 2 women said little and headed straight back into the performance room. Jiang Xin regarded the young man before her, deep in contemplation. She recognized him as one of her admirers, named Li Zichao. Let us step outside to talk. It's not convenient here. Jiang Xin's gaze flickered as she exited the performance room. Lin Nana glanced back, a tinge of jealousy in her voice. Our Lady Jiang has quickly found a new target. Her words dripped with sarcasm. Lin Nana, what do you mean by that? Just because you were cast aside by Guan Li, are you acting irrationally? Li Zichao has always pursued Xiao Xin. What does that have to do with you? The girl, evidently closer to Jiang Xin, promptly retorted upon hearing Lin Nana's remarks. Humph, are you so lofty? Don't think I'm unaware of your long-standing infatuation with Li Zichao. Unfortunately, he doesn't have eyes for you. Lin Nana shot back sharply. You worthless nobody. The girl instantly countered. You. The 2 exchanged barbs before parting ways in displeasure. Li Zichao, among the first to leave, had dispatched numerous zombies today within the teaching building. According to Guan Li, slaying zombies would lead to strength enhancement. Consequently, those boys who had killed zombies quickly became the targets of everyone's favor. Aligning themselves with these awakened individuals provided a measure of safety. At the very least, it promised a semblance of security. Ah Chao, are your feelings for me genuine? In a classroom, Jiang Xin displayed a bashful expression. Of course, Xiao Xin, you know my heart. Since high school, I have harbored feelings for you. Li Zichao declared with deep affection. In the past, I felt unworthy of someone as noble as you. But now the tides have changed. I am on the verge of breaking through to a 2-star level. Trust in me. I will safeguard you. With a resolute fist, Li Zichao struck the table, shattering the sturdy wooden surface into 2 halves. Ah Chao, I believe in you. Do not let me down, Jiang Xin said, embracing him with a tenderness that resembled flowing water. Xiao Xin, I will cherish you. Li Zichao pressed his lips against hers, and the classroom was suddenly enveloped in the warmth of spring. Such moments were not uncommon on this night. Many girls, possessing a bit of charm, capitalized on their advantages, seeking out their targets ahead of time. For them, this was merely a matter of changing boyfriends. Of course, there remained a number of girls who upheld their principles. As the adage goes, everyone makes different choices. The chilling moonlight cast its pallor over this ravaged city. Shadows of terror roamed the streets, occasionally discovering food hidden in the darkness. They emitted terrifying howls, accompanied by desperate cries for help. The dilapidated streets, crumbled buildings, and burning vehicles all proclaimed that this world no longer belonged to humanity. Chapter 26 Departure from Z University. The morning air was refreshingly cool, a characteristic of summer's temperature variance. However, this chill was of little consequence to Guan Li. He opened his eyes and rose from the folding bed. Gazing out at the sunlight streaming through the window, everything appeared exceptionally tranquil, save for the thick black smoke rising in the distance. It was as if all was as it had always been, yet Guan Li knew that a return was no longer possible. The skeletal soldiers who had perished yesterday had been resurrected by the system, and he summoned them forth directly. The legion of skeletal warriors was now at full strength. After a night of absorption, the Shadow Swordmaster Legion had ascended to intermediate level 3, holding an expansion card in hand. Guan Li resolved to bestow it upon the Shadow Swordmaster Legion. The skeletons had no objections, yet Guan Li felt a twinge of regret. After all, the skeletal warriors were the first to follow him. Such instances would become commonplace in the future, and to avoid showing favoritism, he had to devise a means to compensate the skeletal warriors. Bone, next time, I will assist you in your advancement. This was the promise he made. Master, whatever decision you make, I shall support. This declaration warmed Guan Li's heart. He refrained from sentimentality. A leader must not be overly concerned with trifles. The path ahead was still long. Ding. The number of Shadow Sword Masters has increased by 10. The system's notification chimed. Within the classroom, a summoning array materialized. 10 Shadow Sword Masters gradually appeared before Guan Li. We pay homage to our master. The newly summoned Shadow Sword Masters respectfully knelt before him. Rise. Guan Li gestured for them to stand. Thank you, my master. With 40 soldiers in his legion, Guan Li felt a surge of confidence. He took out a food card and crushed it. An exquisite breakfast manifested before him. Fried dough sticks, buns, and soy milk, all plentiful in quantity. After inquiring with Shun Lian, he learned that the Shadow Sword Masters had minimal food requirements, as it was quite normal for sword cultivators to practice fasting. Disregarding their needs, Guan Li indulged in his breakfast. This, the taste of meat buns. Wang Yu's nose twitched as he quickly opened his eyes. The others followed suit, their gazes upon Guan Li reminiscent of ravenous wolves. Oh no, a freeloading monster. Guan Li swiftly devoured the bun in his hand. Ah, Li Gu. Good morning. Wang Yu rose and greeted him. Yes, I must leave Z University, Guan Li stated. Li Gu, may I accompany you? Wang Yu asked shyly. To become a strong individual, one must forge their own path. Guan Li replied, his expression devoid of emotion. I understand. Li Gu, I shall forever remember this kindness. With that, he took his leave. Li Gu, until we meet again. The others bid farewell to Guan Li in unison. Go. I look forward to the day we reunite. Once Wang Yu and the others exited the classroom, they vanished without a trace. Guan Li waited a moment longer, and seeing no one else arrive, he prepared to depart. As he was about to descend the stairs, a distant voice called out to him. Wait, Guan Li, hold on. Zhang Xinyue hurriedly approached. At last, she had caught up. I apologize. I was delayed by a zombie. Thank you for your patience. The clothes adorning Zhang Xinyue were already stained black with tainted blood, and her aura had significantly strengthened. Remarkably, within a single night, she had nearly reached a 2-star level of power. Congratulations. You have chosen the right path, Guan Li remarked with a smile. He had not noticed the presence of the other three individuals, revealing an expression of understanding. Each person's choices were distinct. Some aspired to become powerful, while others preferred to cling to the strong as the weak. Your words have enlightened me. Thank you, Guan Li. Zhang Xinyue bowed deeply. How many zombies did you slay in one night? Guan Li inquired. I can't recall. It should be no less than 20. Zhang Xinyue paused before slowly replying. 20? Quite impressive. Guan Li nodded. The darkness of the night significantly increased the difficulty of defeating zombies. What do you wish to trade with me? Guan Li sensed her potential for investment. Weapons. Food. Zhang Xinyue declared her desires. Guan Li glanced at the weapon in her hand. A dulled fruit knife, smeared with tainted blood. Consider it done. A large machete materialized in Guan Li's grasp. Although the machete was not extravagant, it was sufficiently sharp and far superior to the fruit knife. How shall we exchange? Zhang Xinyue gazed at the machete, finding it robust enough to be a reliable weapon against zombies. She had intentionally saved a few crystal cores for trade with Guan Li. 2 crystal cores. A fair price. Guan Li held up 2 fingers. Investment is investment, but one must not incur a loss. The resale value of the machete was indeed worth 10 points. All right. I agree. Zhang Xinyue responded without hesitation. Her experience from the previous night reinforced the importance of possessing a reliable weapon. Guan Li accepted the crystal cores and handed the machete to her. What about food? How do we trade for that? Zhang Xinyue inquired. 10 loaves of bread, 10 sausages, and 5 bottles of mineral water. 2 crystal cores. Guan Li proposed a price that was nearly at cost. Could it be less? I can forego the sausages. Zhang Xinyue stammered. Very well. 1 crystal core will suffice. Consider it a loss on my part. Guan Li noted her embarrassment. Thank you. Zhang Xinyue exclaimed joyfully, promptly handing over the crystal core. Guan Li exchanged the supplies with her and even included a broken shovel, an item he had yet to find any particular use for. So he decided to gift it away. What is this? Zhang Xinyue examined the shovel with curiosity. Ahem. This is a treasure. Whether you can possess it depends on your own insight. Guan Li wore a countenance reminiscent of a charlatan. Were it anyone else, disbelief would surely abound. Yet, astonishingly, Zhang Xinyue believed him. With solemnity, she accepted the shovel and expressed her gratitude. Guan Li, I shall make good use of it. Zhang Xinyue gripped the shovel as if it were a precious artifact. Guan Li pondered if he had perhaps erred. What if she were to wield it against the undead? You must take great care of it. Under no circumstances should it be used to strike zombies. Do you understand? He hastily cautioned. Yes, I understand. Zhang Xinyue assured him, stowing the shovel securely. Time is of the essence. I must take my leave. Until we meet again. Guan Li waved his hand, departing with his legion. Guan Li, we shall surely meet again. Zhang Xinyue gazed at his retreating figure, the shovel she had safeguarded glimmering with a subtle crimson hue. Unbeknownst to Guan Li, this fairy shovel would alter her destiny. Upon arriving at the schoolyard, he noted that Huang Lintian's corpse had begun to emit a foul odor. He observed what appeared to be signs of gnawing on the body. However, Guan Li paid little heed. He was on the verge of departure. The fate of the students held no significance for him. Having cleared the zombies from the playground was already a display of considerable compassion. He and his legion proceeded towards the school gates. Chapter 27. Darkness in the Apocalypse. Guan Li. It seems he is about to leave. In the performance room on the top floor, numerous individuals peered through the cracks of the windows, observing the situation on the playground. Anxiety hung in the air, rendering sleep elusive. Even those who managed to doze off were easily roused. Consequently, many bore the telltale signs of fatigue in the form of dark circles under their eyes. What should we do if Guan Li leaves? Who will protect us? The strength of Guan Li was well known to all. He was akin to a guardian deity. The thought of this protector departing from Z University was incomprehensible to many students. A grave expression crossed Xiang's face. He had witnessed Guan Li's formidable prowess firsthand as he single-handedly cleared the playground of zombies. The performance room quickly descended into disarray. Xiang recognized the necessity of stepping forward. Classmates, do not panic. Although Guan Li is leaving, we still have classmates Huang Xiao, LZCHO, and Wing L. Their strengths are also remarkable. While Guan Li was powerful, he was not under their control. The aforementioned individuals, however, were entirely different. Last night, he had successfully courted their alliance with promises of substantial benefits. As long as he remained the leader of Z University's group, they would enjoy the finest resources and treatment. These individuals recognized the wisdom in Xiang's words and acquiesced. Ahem. Classmates, Deputy Principal Xiang is correct. Unlike that selfish little man Guan Li, we will ensure everyone's safety as long as we are alive. In this perilous time, let us join hands to overcome it together. Seeing that CH and Xing had spoken well, they promptly stepped forward to voice their own sentiments, adopting a righteous demeanor that was met with applause. Indeed, in such critical moments, we must support one another. Many chimed in agreement, with several girls nodding, their faces reflecting admiration for the speakers. LZCHO's eyes bore a hint of darkness, clearly indicating he had exerted himself significantly the night prior. In contrast, Jing XN appeared remarkably vibrant, her complexion radiating health, creating a stark contrast to the weary crowd around her. LZCHO's efforts only served to enhance her allure. Shio XN, you look much better than yesterday. A girl approached Jing XN, her tone laced with undeniable envy. This girl was Su Su, who had accompanied Jing XN in seeking Gu NL the previous night. Though her family was not as affluent as ZHing XNYU's, they were still relatively well off. Oh no, Su, you must be mistaken. Jing XN smiled, revealing a captivating charm. Many boys nearby were drawn to her smile. Shio XN, now that you rely on LZCHO, you must not forget about me. Yesterday, that violin Nana was secretly cursing you. Upon hearing this, I immediately retorted. Su Shui is also quite astute, recognizing that now is the time to cling tightly to Jiang Xin's support. Ha, Lin Nana? That little vixen should brace herself, Jiang Xin remarked with a cold smirk. Under the organization of the Awakened, the teams were swiftly allocated. In total, there were 10 teams, each comprising 30 to 50 members. Each team was led by an awakened individual, with the teams having fewer awakened members being larger in number. Students. The majority of the zombies in the main building and the surrounding structures have been cleared. There are plenty of supplies in these areas. Our task is to collect these resources. A young man with ear studs stood at the forefront of the 10 teams. He exuded a slight air of roguishness. The youth, named Huang Xiao, was a 2-star intermediate awakened. Additionally, he had acquired the profession of Earth Warrior, enabling him to manifest a layer of earthen armor on the surface of his body during combat. This armor possessed formidable defensive capabilities, rendering ordinary bullets nearly ineffective. Understood. We will ensure the completion of our mission. The ordinary students felt their blood surge with excitement. The thrill of survival in this post-apocalyptic world stirred a sense of anticipation within them, perhaps due to the presence of powerful awakened leading the way. Their fears began to dissipate considerably. However, they would soon come to understand the true despair and terror of the apocalypse. As for how the entire faculty and student body of Z University perceived themselves, Guan Li was indifferent. At that moment, he had already crossed the playground. Behind the playground stood the school's library, its grand entrance now tightly shut. A few fallen zombies lay at the entrance, and the chaotic bloodstains on the ground spoke of the fierce battles that had once erupted here. As Guan Li passed by the library, he felt several malevolent gazes upon him. He raised his head and glanced toward the third-floor windows of the library, where several men with fierce expressions were fixated on his position. These individuals were certainly not students of Z University. Guan Li made a gesture across his throat in a provocative manner. After a moment of hesitation, the group of men ultimately chose to back down, drawing the curtains and ignoring Guan Li thereafter. Humph, at least you know your place. Guan Li did not linger and continued his way out of the campus. He was unconcerned about whether those men were engaging in wrongdoing. It had nothing to do with him. As long as they did not provoke him, that was sufficient. Wow, that guy's gaze just now was terrifying. It left me feeling suffocated. On the third floor of the library, the group of men exhaled in relief. Besides them, there were also a dozen or so rough-looking men within the library, wielding machetes, crowbars, and baseball bats. A few students were cornered by them, while several disheveled girls appeared to have suffered violence. The remaining boys resembled deflated balloons, obediently remaining in place, too timid to offer any form of resistance. Damn it, keep your eyes peeled next time. In this apocalyptic era, should one encounter formidable opposition, death would indeed be their just fate. The man cursed vehemently. Yes, I understand. Please calm down, brother. The younger subordinate replied, bowing and scraping. You come with me. The societal enforcer commanded, pointing at a young woman. Fearful, she stood up, unwilling to defy his orders. Those who dared to resist had already been cast aside to feed the zombies. She wished to survive. Thus she had no choice but to acquiesce. What are you staring at? Be cautious, or I shall put an end to you. Several young men merely lifted their heads and were immediately met with brutal blows from the thugs. Confronted by these merciless fiends, they had long since lost the courage to resist. For becoming a hero exacts a price that could very well be their lives. The bloodstains on the ground were harrowing. They dared not lift their gazes again, fearing they might end up like the crimson splotches beneath them. How ungrateful you are. Were it not for our leader, you would have perished at the hands of the undead long ago. As a token of gratitude, should you not perform a task for us? Previously, these college students had looked down upon them from their lofty positions. And now? They were reduced to pleading like dogs. Suddenly, they realized that in this chaotic apocalypse, things were not as dire as they had imagined. The aspirations they once deemed unattainable could now be realized through sheer force. Unshackled, they spoke with the language of strength. The darkness of the end times was gradually revealing itself. Chapter 28. The venomous fluffy spider upon traversing the library. The imposing gates of Z University loomed not far ahead. Once a bustling hub teeming with eager scholars, this place now lay marred by bloodstains and lifeless bodies. The disheveled security office, the blood-splattered windows, and the contorted entrance stood as grim reminders of what had transpired. The monument that once symbolized the honor of Z University was now drenched in crimson. The poignant contrast of this scene against the wall rendered the noble words of education all the more ironic. Suddenly, the appearance of Guan Li drew the attention of the zombies at the entrance. Clad in security uniforms, these undead beings advanced menacingly toward him. Without the need for a command, the soldiers of his legion surged forth. The shadowy sword cultivator moved with grace, his sword cleaving through the air. Thud, thud, thud. The heads of the zombies fell to the ground. Rest in peace, dear security guards. May there be no zombies in heaven. Despite many zombies having evolved to a 2-star strength overnight, they still resembled mere fodder before the might of the Legion. The rapid evolution of these zombies was indeed remarkable. Though easily dispatched by the Legion, Guan Li could not help but acknowledge their swift advancement. The power and speed of these 2-star zombies surpassed those of their 1-star counterparts significantly. A dozen zombies yielded 3 2-star cores and a white-green card. The likelihood of ordinary zombies dropping cores was notably lower than that of mutated ones. Guan Li grasped the cores and began to absorb them. A warm current coursed through his body, swiftly assimilated. With his strength on the rise, the speed of absorption had markedly increased. Upon completing the absorption, Guan Li casually crushed the white-green card. Acquired advancement card X1, a delightful little surprise. Without lingering, he made his way through the gates. Beyond lay a once-thriving street, significantly invested in due to Z City's renowned university. Now, this bustling thoroughfare had succumbed to an eerie silence. Gruesome bloodstains splattered the facades of the shops on either side. Guan Li also noticed a long drag mark on the ground, indicating that the street was far from the facade of safety it presented. As Guan Li stepped outside the university gates, 3 options materialized in his mind. Option 1. Remain at Z University, awaiting military rescue. Reward, stamina potion X1. Option 2. Depart via the left street. Reward, 2 star cores X5. Option 3. Eliminate the hidden calamity monster lurking within the student street. Reward, random skill X1. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Li dismissed the first option. The reward for the second option was decent, akin to acquiring 5 2-star cores without cost. However, to Guan Li, 2-star cores were not particularly difficult to obtain. Only the third option promised a random skill, which, despite its gambling nature, stood as the most enticing reward among the 3. Let us proceed. Let us investigate. Guan Li urged his legion as they ventured toward the silent student street. Within the street, no sign of zombies could be found. Yet, the more the situation unfolded, the more vigilant Guan Li became. The peril posed by the calamity monsters far surpassed that of the zombies. Master, it is eerily quiet here. Something feels amiss. Bowen raised his shield, warily surveying the surroundings. Everyone, remain cautious, Guan Li urged. He harbored little concern, for all 40 soldiers of the Legion possessed 3-star capabilities. With such a formidable lineup, even a 4-star monster would be a match for Guan Li. As they ventured deeper into the street, Guan Li sensed a sudden drop in temperature. He glanced back, noting no abnormalities at the street entrance. However, several headless corpses lay sprawled within the shops on either side. How bizarre. Guan Li furrowed his brow. The entire street was enveloped in an unsettling silence, as if it were isolated from the outside world. Rustle. A sound abruptly pierced the stillness of the street. Guan Li remained alert, yet found nothing amiss. My lord, the source of that sound seems rather peculiar, Shen Lian remarked gravely. Prompted by his words, Guan Li too felt that something was off. The sound did not emanate from the surroundings, but rather from above. He abruptly looked up towards the street's expanse, which was now draped in a colossal spider web. Spiders, larger than ordinary humans, emerged from the buildings flanking the street. Their 8 elongated legs stretched nearly 3 meters long, covered in green, toxic fur. Enormous compound eyes, the size of a fist, spun incessantly. As Guan Li's gaze swept across, information about the calamity monster materialized before him. Name, venomous furry spider potential, 5-star strength, 2 stars abilities, silk spinning, toxic fur, spider spear strike. /evaluation, a calamity monster from the abyss, absorbing toxic substances, with green poisonous fur emerging on its surface. With a sudden motion, the venomous furry spider, ensnared in its web, launched a silk strand towards Guan Li. His pupils constricted as he rolled to the side. The silk pierced the ground, penetrating the hard cement. What in the world is the silk? Guan Li gazed at the shattered pavement, feeling an involuntary tightening within him. Thud, thud, thud. A dozen venomous furry spiders simultaneously unleashed their silk upon the street. The soldiers hastily dodged. The web hung 5 to 6 meters above the ground, making it unreachable for the skeletal soldiers. The shadow swordsman, however, gathered sword energy capable of striking at the venomous furry spiders. Shenlian attempted to sever the silk strands but found them astonishingly resilient. The sword energy merely produced a ringing sound upon impact. Cannot be severed? Then let us incinerate you. Guan Li retrieved his black iron crossbow and loaded a flaming bolt. Everyone, retreat back into the shops. At his command, the Legion soldiers swiftly returned indoors. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 flaming bolts were swiftly released, striking the spider web. Flames spread along the strands, engulfing the air in an inferno. With a series of thuds, the venomous furry spiders plummeted to the ground. They were engulfed in flames, emitting a cacophony of roars. Charge! Attack! Guan Li exclaimed as he observed the venomous tarantula descend. Onward! Slay! The battle cries soared into the heavens. With a splatter, green arachnid blood gushed forth. The Qing Feng blade struck the venomous tarantula, etching a deep gash into its exoskeleton. A pained hiss escaped the creature's lips as Guan Li pressed the advantage, shattering its cranium. The venomous tarantula collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Defeated the venomous tarantula, earning 100 points. Bone raised his shield and forcefully crushed the tarantula's head. Shenlian thrust his longsword, mercilessly ending the creature's existence. The Legion soldiers surged forth, overwhelming the fallen venomous tarantula, which was utterly defenseless. Defeated the venomous tarantula, earning 95 points. Defeated the venomous tarantula, earning 110 points. Defeated the venomous tarantula, earning 120 points. The system's notifications echoed persistently within their minds. Chapter 29, The Scarlet Queen. Damn it. Weren't you just spewing silk? Show me again. Guan Li shouted as he kicked the corpse on the ground. Several venomous fuzzy spiders had bestowed upon him 350 points. In addition, he had acquired 8 2-star crystal cores and 5 deep green random cards. As Guan Li surveyed the scene littered with corpses, a sense of confusion washed over him. The calamity creatures had all been vanquished. Yet why had the option not been completed? A furious screech echoed around him. The glass windows of the nearby shops vibrated with the force of the sound. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Guan Li looked up to see a massive spider scaling the wall. Its pairs of crimson compound eyes scrutinized him intently. Goodness! Its size was nearly that of a tank. The gigantic spider on the wall was entirely blood red, its 8 sharp spider spears adorned with eerie blood patterns. On its enormous back was a dark red demonic face, the design shifting as if it were alive. Guan Li's gaze swept over the creature while the system swiftly provided information about the monster. Name: Scarlet Queen, boss level, potential, 7 stars strength, 3 stars, advanced, abilities, web bomb, bloodthirsty fury, frenzied strike, wail of the damned, 8-fold slash. Queen's command evaluation: a calamity creature from the abyss, the unparalleled Spider Queen with the power to command a horde of spiders. Guan Li felt a sense of relief at having arrived in time. The Scarlet Queen had not yet birthed many minions. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble. A dozen venomous fuzzy spiders might not terrify him, but what about dozens, or even hundreds? Even he could not withstand such an onslaught. The Scarlet Queen glared at Guan Li, its fury palpable. It had painstakingly created a handful of venomous fuzzy spiders, nurturing them to 2-star status, expending considerable resources in the process. Yet, in the short span of a nap, all had been decimated by the human before it. Its roar seemed to echo the sentiment, "Return my offspring." Humph. A solitary creature dares to bark before my army? I have never encountered such shameless arachnid. Brothers, let's take it down. Guan Li drew his black iron crossbow and loosed an arrow at the beast. The shot was a piercing arrow, a remnant from his encounter with the violent ones. Whoosh. The piercing arrow struck the Scarlet Queen, producing a shower of sparks. The creature's exterior had developed a shell, its defenses even more formidable than that of the violent ones. Even the piercing arrow merely left a white mark, failing to penetrate its defenses. Truly, it was a boss-level foe. Guan Li's expression grew grave. This Scarlet Queen was undoubtedly a minor boss. The Scarlet Queen was thoroughly enraged. Advancing with its spider spears aimed at Guan Li, it swore to tear him apart. Protect the master. Bone raised his shield, positioning it in front of Guan Li. Attack. With a commanding shout, Shenlian surged forward, sword in hand, and the Shadow Sword Masters surrounded the Scarlet Queen. The Crimson Queen halted her steps, scanning her surroundings with vigilance. The prowess of the Shadow Sword cultivators instilled a sense of trepidation within her. She found it perplexing. How could such a mere ant command such formidable subordinates? Alas, This enigma would remain unresolved until her last breath. Sword control. Shen Lian hurled his long sword into the air. The blade traversed through the atmosphere, aiming directly at the Crimson Queen. Whoosh! The sword's edge grazed the Queen's spider spear, leaving a trail of crimson. Shen Lian manipulated the flying sword, continuing his assault on the Crimson Queen. The blade was enveloped in shadow essence, significantly augmenting its power, rendering it capable of effortlessly breaching the Queen's defenses. Over 20 shadow sword cultivators simultaneously executed sword control, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Incredible! Guan Li observed as countless flying swords rained down upon the Crimson Queen. She wielded her spider spear, retreating under the relentless onslaught. This marked the first time the shadow sword cultivators unleashed their full strength. Indeed, they were formidable. Under the relentless siege of the shadow sword cultivators, the wounds upon the Crimson Queen multiplied. Yet, being a leader-level monster, she fought back fiercely. Web cannon. The Crimson Queen unfurled her webs, expelling a massive clump of silk that spread into numerous gigantic webs. The shadow sword cultivators employed their shadow steps to evade the web attacks. Seeing this, the Crimson Queen attempted to flee, though she possessed a 3-star advanced power. She was ultimately outnumbered. The shadow sword cultivators each reached 3-star intermediate strength. Under the group assault, even she was compelled to retreat. Preserving her life was paramount. She could always gather more subordinates and return. As the leader, the Crimson Queen naturally possessed considerable intelligence, essential for commanding her followers. However, at this moment, it was too late to escape. Shadow Bind. Shen Lian altered his hand movements, invoking another skill. A black shadow chain surged towards the Crimson Queen, ensnaring her hind legs and pulling her down to the ground. Hiss. The rage of crimson. The ghastly visage upon her body glowed with a blood-red light. The Crimson Queen's strength surged instantly. The shadow chain creaked under the strain. The remaining shadow sword cultivators hastily unleashed their own shadow binds. Over 20 black chains enveloped the Crimson Queen, resembling a colossal rice dumpling. Despite her newfound strength, she could not break free from the bindings. The multitude of shadow chains had thoroughly ensnared her form. Now it was our turn. Seeing Shen Lian immobilized, Bowen rushed forward with the skeleton warriors. When employing shadow bind, one must be wholly committed. Guan Li, too, did not remain idle. Brandishing the Qifeng blade, she charged at the Crimson Queen. The skeleton warriors executed a triple slash. The bone blade struck the Crimson Queen, causing her foul green blood to spray forth. The Crimson Queen thrashed about desperately, yet she remained unable to move, enduring the strikes of the skeleton warriors. Be cautious. This creature may launch a mental attack. Upon encountering the Crimson Empress, Guan Li had relinquished all hope of resistance. In that moment, he sensed that the adversary harbored ulterior motives. Indeed, after discerning her treachery, the Crimson Empress erupted in fury. The visage of the ghastly face upon her back began to contort grotesquely, swiftly shifting into myriad forms. Simultaneously, haunting melodies emanated from her being, a culmination of her pent-up power unleashed in this formidable assault. The psychological onslaught was insidious and inescapable. Even the mightiest found it arduous to withstand. The soldiers, ensnared by this mental assault, stood paralyzed in bewilderment. Observing this, the Crimson Empress hastily attempted to flee, her body already at its limits. Though she might slay a few soldiers in her desperate bid, such an act would surely seal her own demise. The ghastly wails persisted for a mere 3 seconds. Perhaps even less against those of unwavering resolve. Did she think escape was possible? Not on his watch. Guan Li, witnessing the Crimson Empress's intention to scale the wall and flee, was determined to thwart her. A prey must possess the awareness of its role. He invoked the Shadow Dash technique and charged towards the Crimson Empress with lethal intent. Chapter 30. An unexpected delight. The Crimson Queen was bewildered. Why was this human unaffected? Guan Li's immunity, a gift from his genetic inheritance, allowed him to disregard all negative effects, a claim not made lightly. The Crimson Queen emitted a cry of despair, unable to fathom that her demise would come at the hands of a mere human. The Qingfeng blade in Guan Li's hand plunged forcefully into the Queen's skull, where a fissure had already been carved by the skeletal warriors. A sickening sound echoed as the blade pierced through. The massive form of the Crimson Queen swayed and collapsed to the ground. Guan Li withdrew his blade, now slick with white brain matter. Kill the Crimson Queen. Gain 2,000 points. Barrier Aura X1. Task completed. Gain Teleportation X1. The system's notification resonated in his mind, and a smile of joy spread across Guan Li's face. Both skills sounded promising. After the death of the Crimson Queen, the soldiers gradually regained their senses, casting bewildered glances around them. My lord, I was ensnared by the beast. Forgive me, I deserve death. Shen Lian knelt partially before Guan Li, the first thing on his mind being to confess his wrongdoing. Master, I too deserve to die. Bowen also knelt on the ground. All the soldiers followed suit, kneeling in reverence. Rise. I do not blame you. All of you stand. Guan Li addressed the kneeling soldiers. Yes. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, master. The soldiers stood, surrounding him in a protective formation. Guan Li noticed a light blue card fall from the Crimson Queen's body. It was a color he had never encountered before. In addition, a crystal-clear core was extracted from the Queen's skull, a 3-star crystal core radiating a rich essence. Though the rewards were modest, they held immense value. This singular crystal core was enough to incite fierce competition among many. In Guan Li's hands lay 8 2-star crystal cores. Spoils from the venomous fuzzy spider he had just defeated. He began to absorb them, the pure energy coursing through his body. The barrier that was on the verge of breaking down vanished in an instant. 2-star advanced. Guan Li did not cease his absorption. He grasped the 3-star core tightly in his hand. Boom. The energy within him surged like a torrential river. Guan Li gritted his teeth, enduring the overwhelming influx of power. As this energy nourished him, his body grew increasingly robust. The absorption lasted a full 10 minutes. When he opened his eyes again, his aura had transformed entirely. Is this the power of 3 stars? Guan Li clenched his fists, feeling an inexhaustible strength coursing through him. On the second day of the apocalypse, while everyone else struggled to survive, he was already far ahead. Teleportation allows instantaneous movement up to 10 meters in any direction. Cooldown 120 seconds. Guan Li examined the newly acquired skill. Incredible, he exclaimed, envisioning the possibilities during combat. I suddenly materialized behind you. What would that scenario entail? Although there exists a cooldown period of 120 seconds, this skill is undeniably extraordinary. Teleportation. Guan Li faced forward and promptly executed the teleportation technique. His figure vanished instantaneously from its original position, only to reappear on the street 10 meters away. My lord, how impressive, exclaimed the 2 commanders, showering him with flattery. The soldiers joined in, applauding fervently. Truly, they were mere tools of admiration. Ahem, let us maintain some modesty. Your enthusiasm is making me feel a tad embarrassed. Guan Li coughed lightly. In addition to the teleportation skill, upon vanquishing the Crimson Queen, he had also acquired another ability, Barrier Aura, upon activation. It bestows a barrier aura upon all Legion targets, granting immunity to one negative effect. As Guan Li read the skill description, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been troubled by how to shield his Legion from mental disturbances, but now, with the barrier aura, all challenges were effortlessly resolved. After mastering the barrier aura, Guan Li directed it towards his Legion soldiers. A golden halo manifested around them, radiating brilliance. The aura lasted for 5 minutes before gradually fading. This indicated that during these 5 minutes, the Legion would be impervious to any negative effects. Guan Li felt elated. Both skills, the teleportation and the barrier aura, were undeniably divine. With merely these 2 abilities, all his efforts had been justified. Guan Li gazed at 5 green cards and promptly opened them all. Acquired Advancement Card X1. Acquired Intermediate Advancement Card X1. Acquired Undead Spider Spear X1. Infused with potent undead energy. It enhances training speed. Acquired AK-47 Firearm X1. A weapon favored by bandits, possessing formidable power and recoil. Acquired Genetic Fertilizer X1. Modified fertilizer that accelerates plant growth. Guan Li felt a tinge of disappointment. These rewards were not particularly remarkable. However, he understood the rationale behind it. After all, he had just received 2 extraordinary skills. To bestow yet another pair of divine abilities would be somewhat excessive. One might think it was cheating. The Skeleton Warrior Legion had momentarily reached a plateau. To continue its advancement, a further evolution of the Legion was necessary. While the Undead Spider Spear could also be utilized by the Shadow Sword Master Legion. Doing so would diminish its additional benefits. As a prudent man who valued resourcefulness, Guan Li naturally could not afford to squander it. He stored the Undead Spider Spear away for future use after the evolution of the Skeleton Warrior Legion. Is this the AK-47 designed for bandits? Guan Li mused as he examined the firearm in his grasp. He pulled the trigger and unleashed a barrage towards the nearby shops. Despite wielding the gun with one hand, there was not a hint of tremor. His 3-star prowess allowed him to disregard the recoil of firearms. How exhilarating! As the magazine emptied, Guan Li stowed the weapon away. In his youth, while playing on the FC, he had dreamed of the day he could wield a genuine AK-47. Today, that dream had been fulfilled. This was not extravagance. It was the realization of a long-held aspiration. All rewards have been unlocked. In Guan Li's hand, only a pale blue card remained. He carefully extracted the card and observed it closely. The patterns etched upon it were remarkably distinct, resembling a towering tree. A soft blue luminescence emanated from its surface. With a slight exertion, Guan Li crushed the blue card. Acquired Random Legion Card X1. Goodness! Has he struck gold? A wave of unexpected joy washed over Guan Li as he realized he had drawn a Legion card. A golden card materialized in his palm. The reverse side displayed the same grand door, while the front bore a question mark. Clutching the random Legion card, Guan Li felt a surge of excitement. What Legion might he receive this time? He crushed the random Legion card. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Elven Archer Legion. After the golden card was crushed, a brand new card appeared in his hand. The back still showcased the enigmatic door, but the question mark on the front had transformed into a sharp-eared elven maiden. Her figure was alluring, her face exquisite, with golden hair and striking blue eyes. Chapter 31. The Elven Archer Legion. Today is a splendid day. A radiant smile adorned Guan Li's face. Oh, Scarlet Empress, my beloved. I cherish you dearly. He gazed upon the lifeless form of the Scarlet Empress, and in that moment, she appeared as an ethereal fairy. After all, she had contributed so much. Clutching the Elven Archer Legion card, Guan Li crushed it in his hand. Bang! A gentle sound echoed as the card shattered into countless fragments. Before him, a summoning array enveloped in white light materialized. 12 humanoid phantoms gradually emerged. As the white light dissipated, 12 stunning elven maidens appeared before Guan Li. These enchanting elven women were extraordinarily beautiful. If they were at Z University, each could effortlessly be crowned as the belle of the department. Particularly striking were their eyes, emerald green, sapphire blue, amethyst purple, and fiery red. Each hue more alluring than the last. With flowing locks of golden, violet, white, and green hair, they resembled characters stepping out from a vivid anime. The elven maidens boasted exquisite figures, adorned in verdant bustiers and brown shorts. Their fresh attire revealed arms as delicate as lotus stems, with smooth, flat forearms devoid of any excess flesh. Their long, supple legs were a testament to their grace, and they wore high heels crafted from vines. While their appearance was undeniably captivating, Guan Li harbored concerns regarding their defensive capabilities. Fortunately, as a long-range archer legion, direct confrontations were scarce, even with slightly weaker defenses. It mattered little. The advantages of light armor were evident. At the very least, their agility would remain unaffected. After all, mobility is paramount for a ranged army. The foremost elven maiden was breathtakingly beautiful. Her flawless visage radiated perfection, and her captivating eyes seemed to speak volumes. With her silken hair cascading to her waist, and a waist that could be encircled with but a single hand, she embodied elegance. Her long, fair legs were firm and full, and her slender hands appeared almost weightless. Her pointed elven ears added an exotic charm. Bowman Aileen, I greet you, my master. Aileen bent gracefully, her hands clasped before her chest, offering a respectful salute. The other elves mirrored her gesture. Please, no need for formalities. Guan Li replied. Thank you. My master. Aileen rose, her gaze shyly meeting Guan Li's. He felt a twinge of bashfulness but soon began to peruse the details concerning the Legion. He vowed to himself that he was pure of heart. Elven Archer Legion, upgradable, members, 12 potential, 6 stars, strength, 3 stars, initial level, leader, Aileen, skills, nature's power. Perception, thorn arrow, archer focus, natural healing, piercing arrow. After reviewing the information on the elven archers, Guan Li expressed his utmost satisfaction. The Scarlet Empress had truly delivered. The initial strength of the elven archers was already at the 3-star level. Moreover, their skill set was impressive, boasting 6 unique abilities. Most importantly, the elven archers were breathtakingly beautiful. System. Upgrade the Elven Archer Legion. Ding. Upgrading the Elven Archer Legion. It requires 100 Legion advancement cards. The Legion's strength must reach 6 stars. The system's notification echoed in Guan Li's mind. Indeed, the advancement conditions were akin to those of the Shadow Sword Master. Aileen, what is your effective range? Guan Li inquired. Master, we can inflict effective damage on targets within 300 meters. Beyond that, the lethality diminishes. At over 500 meters, the range becomes ineffective. Aileen responded to Guan Li's question, her voice melodious, reminiscent of silver bells. Guan Li nodded, feeling reasonably satisfied with this range. The arrows utilized by the elven archer must be purchased from the points marketplace. Fortunately, the cost of ordinary arrows was not exorbitant. Approximately 1 point could procure 10 arrows. Guan Li spent 100 points to acquire 1,000 feathered arrows from the points marketplace. He opened the system to equip the Elven Archer Legion with them. These arrows were stored in the system's space, readily available for use, which was exceedingly convenient. Having addressed the issue of arrows, it was time to extract skills. A segment Guan Li eagerly anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to extract the perception skill. System. Extract perception. He commanded, selecting the skill. Ding. Commencing extraction of perception. The system's voice soon resonated. Guan Li immediately felt his surroundings becoming increasingly clear. He could discern even the hidden scenes within the buildings. After a brief trial, he discovered that the range of his perception was approximately 5 meters around him. This ability was quite impressive. enabling him to better locate enemies lurking in the shadows. The entire student street had been thoroughly cleared by the Scarlet Queen. There were numerous supplies within, which Guan Li could not afford to overlook. Xin Lian, gather the resources in the vicinity, he commanded. Assemble at the end of the street in 10 minutes. Understood. Xin Lian nodded and disappeared with the Shadow Sword Masters. Guan Li traversed Student Street, quietly awaiting Xin Lian's return. 10 minutes swiftly passed. The Shadow Sword Masters appeared, laden with supplies. Flour, rice, bottled water, canned goods, everything was present. However, they had not taken any raw meat or vegetables, as these items were perishable. After a night, many fresh vegetables had already begun to spoil. Even if they had not deteriorated, they were nearly ruined by the venomous fuzzy spider. Numerous pieces of raw meat were covered in toxic fuzz, resembling mold. Xin Lian naturally would not bring such items back, even though Guan Li was immune to toxins. The sight was still off-putting. My lord, I have only gathered this much. There are still plenty of items left. Shall I make another trip? Xin Lian instructed his men to place the supplies on the ground. There were over 1,000 pounds of rice, 700 or 800 pounds of flour, 12 packs of bottled water totaling 180 bottles, and 200 to 300 cans. Guan Li meticulously stored each item within his spatial ring. No need. Leave some for them, he interjected, shaking his head, thereby preventing Xin Lian from proceeding further. The them to which Guan Li referred were undoubtedly the faculty and students of Z University. Within the student district, there existed a supermarket, its storeroom brimming with supplies. Xin Lian only took a portion, ensuring that the remainder would suffice for the survivors of Z University. Guan Li could act with absolute ruthlessness, yet he saw no necessity for such extremes. He considered himself neither a saint nor a villain. All his actions were driven by the instinct to survive. The mercy of our Lord. Xin Lian nodded, his admiration for Guan Li soaring to new heights. Let us proceed. We must continue to hunt the undead. Guan Li did not falter in his stride. The zombies and monsters were perpetually growing stronger. If one wished to evade death, one must become even more formidable than they. After departing the student district and traversing 100 meters, Guan Li finally came to a halt. Chapter 32. The tide of corpses. He gazed down the street ahead, a shiver running down his spine. The entire thoroughfare was choked with derelict vehicles. Have you ever witnessed the process of sausage making? The scene before Guan Li was strikingly similar. Numerous cars billowed thick, black smoke. One could easily imagine the horrific state of the street when the disaster struck. With such a dense population, the number of zombies was, needless to say, staggering. Every available inch of the street was occupied by the undead. Furthermore, many of the zombies had undergone mutations, and their grotesque forms were evident throughout the avenue. In stark contrast, the playground of Z University seemed a mere trifle. Guan Li's presence instantly attracted the attention of the zombies. They turned en masse, fixating their vacant stares upon him. Guan Li swiftly turned to make his escape, only to discover that the street behind him was already surrounded by the undead. Damn it, he was ensnared. A cursory glance revealed that there were at least 10,000 zombies in the vicinity. Hiss. He inhaled sharply. This number was undoubtedly a tide of corpses. Even with 3 legions at his command, the sheer scale of the horde instilled a sense of trepidation. After all, the total number of his troops was barely 100. Though they were formidable, against such an overwhelming multitude, they seemed insignificant. Retreat. Into the building, Guan Li commanded urgently. If they were completely encircled by the zombies, it would spell their doom. The flanks of the street were lined with numerous buildings and alleys, which he could exploit to his advantage. His legionnaires were robust enough to handle ordinary zombies with ease. As long as they were not fully surrounded, they should be able to manage. Even if they faltered, he had means of retreat. Thus, Guan Li resolved to take a gamble. Sometimes, one must risk it all to gain everything. The legions dispersed, racing towards the surrounding edifices. Accompanying Guan Li were 3 skeletal warriors, 2 shadow swordsmen, and 4 elven archers. They found themselves in a towering office building, over 30 stories high, with each floor serving as an expansive platform. Suddenly, dozens of zombies surged from the stairwell. Guan Li drew the last of his explosive grenades. He pulled the pin and hurled it. The grenade landed amidst the horde and detonated with a deafening blast. A searing wave of heat radiated outward, charring the once pristine white walls to a pitch-black hue. Were the building's manager still present, he would surely have fainted at the sight. This was an act of terror. Alas, the manager would not make an appearance, for he had likely become one of the legion of the undead. The stairwell was narrow. One explosive grenade dispatched nearly 100 zombies. Guan Li observed that not all of the zombies followed into the building. Those approaching from a distance, lacking a target, continued to wander aimlessly in the streets. A thought struck Guan Li. Damn it, these foolish zombies. Since they would not ascend the stairs, what was there to fear? He and a few soldiers stealthily climbed to the 3rd floor. Standing before a window, I gazed downward. A horde of aimless corpses continued to meander through the streets. Apart from the recent explosion that had captured the attention of some of the zombies, those lured by the sound had been swiftly dispatched by the skeletal soldiers. These zombies. How utterly pathetic. After a rough calculation, I deduced that the prowess of the elven archers was sufficient to annihilate a 2-star zombie in a single shot. Each 2-star zombie would require but one arrow. With nearly 10,000 zombies in the streets, that amounted to 10,000 arrows. In a scenario of assured kills, the total expenditure would not exceed 15,000 arrows. Thus, for a mere 1,500 points, I could eliminate these zombies. This was an exceedingly profitable venture. I resolved to seize the opportunity. Everyone, maintain your composure. First, eradicate the surrounding zombies. Through a mental link, I conveyed the order. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers sprang into action without hesitation. My lord, I have cleared the nearby zombies. What are your further instructions? Came the voice of Xinlian. Shortly thereafter, the voices of Bone and Eileen followed suit. Eileen, your archers may have to exert themselves. My lord, please issue your commands. I shall endeavor to fulfill them. Eileen's sweet voice chimed in. I briefly explained my strategy to her. Not a problem, Eileen replied. Xinlian, Bone, ensure the safety of the elven archers. I instructed. Absolutely. Xinlian and Bone responded promptly. With interlegion collaboration underway, the 12 elven archers prepared to take down nearly 10,000 zombies. This was no trivial undertaking. After all, elves are not skeletal warriors. They cannot engage in ceaseless combat. However, I had anticipated this dilemma. Supply cards. They could swiftly restore energy. Though I possessed only 29 supply cards, they would suffice for the task at hand. Should they run out, I could always acquire more energy-restoring items from the point shop, albeit at a steep price of around 5 points each. Yet, gazing at the teeming mass of zombies below, such an investment was undoubtedly worthwhile. Whoosh! An arrow silently pierced the brain of a zombie. The remaining zombies showed no reaction, continuing their aimless wandering. Lacking sentience, they did not ponder why their companions had fallen. Soon, another arrow flew through the street, and yet another zombie collapsed. I had already expended 2,000 points to purchase 20,000 ordinary feathered arrows. Minutes passed, and nearly 100 zombies lay slain in the streets. The operation was proceeding smoothly. I leaned comfortably against the window, savoring a can of beef. After 10 minutes of continuous shooting, beads of perspiration appeared on the foreheads of the elven maidens. It was evident that their stamina was waning. After all, they were not undead beings capable of endless combat like perpetual motion machines. Guan Li, ever thoughtful, provided the elven maidens with supply cards. They felt an inexhaustible surge of energy coursing through their bodies. The once weary forms began to regain their former vigor. The elven maidens rekindled their fighting spirit, resolutely continuing their battle against the relentless tide of zombies. As 20 minutes elapsed, the streets bore witness to the fall of 1,000 undead. The vicinity in front of Guan Li's office building was nearing a state of thorough cleansing. Some mutated zombies sensed something amiss. They raised their heads towards the position of the elven archers. In an instant, an arrow descended, and they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. With a furious roar, a brute among the zombies seized its fellow creatures and hurled them towards Guan Li. Damn it! Guan Li exclaimed vehemently. With a swift stroke of his azure blade, he dispatched the zombies that had intruded into the building. Shoot it down! His temper flared fiercely. Whoosh! A flurry of arrows rained down, transforming the brute's head into a porcupine of quills. It fell to the ground, consumed by rage and bitterness. Chapter 33, Cleansing the Zombie Tide. As an increasing number of zombies fell, the mutated ones began to sense something amiss. They lifted their heads, gazing at the windows from which arrows were being shot. With a furious roar, the mutated zombies sought to eliminate those hidden assailants. Unfortunately, these mutated creatures lacked the ability to command their ordinary counterparts, who continued to wander aimlessly through the streets. Though enraged, the mutated zombies were powerless, as their intelligence was only slightly superior to that of regular zombies. What could they do if they could not issue commands? There was no choice but to act themselves. Several brutes picked up nearby wrecked cars. Get down, one shouted, retreating instinctively. With a resounding crash, the abandoned vehicle smashed against the third-floor window, causing the surrounding walls to tremble slightly and glass to shatter all around. Aileen, eliminate those troublesome foes, Guan Li ordered decisively. The brutes severely hampered the efficiency of the zombie eradication efforts. Fortunately, the number of brutes among the horde was limited. The elven archers temporarily ceased their assault on the ordinary zombies, focusing their efforts on dispatching the brutes first. Seeing this, Guan Li knew he could not remain idle. He retrieved his black iron crossbow and swiftly loaded a bolt. Frostbolt. The azure-tipped arrow emanated a chilling aura. Upon impact, it erupted, unleashing a wave of frost that encased the surrounding zombies within a 10-meter radius in ice. Even the brutes found their movements restricted, their legs frozen in place, rendering them colossal living targets. With concentrated fire, the elven archers swiftly dispatched 6 brutes. The ruckus caused by the brutes stirred the zombies on the street, inciting them into a frenzy. Damn it, Guan Li cursed. The plan to profit quietly had been thoroughly disrupted by the brutes. Drawn by the commotion, the zombies surged into the building where Guan Li was located. Continue to shoot the zombies. Skeleton warriors and shadow swordsmen, come with me. Block those zombies. Guan Li remained composed, quickly devising a strategy. The zombies were primarily focused on his building, in the structure occupied by the 3 leaders. Only a handful of mutated zombies attacked. Guan Li instructed them to persist in their assault on the zombies in the streets. My lord, do you require assistance? Shun Lian's voice rang out. Can you make it here? Despite having cleared a significant number of zombies, their sheer quantity remained daunting. Even the shadow swordsmen, no matter how formidable, could not break through. No problem, Shun Lian assured confidently. Very well. Leave some soldiers behind to protect the elven archers. The rest, come to assist. Guan Li acquiesced to Shun Lian's suggestion, aware that he was somewhat short on troops. The zombies that had breached the building numbered at least several thousand. Aside from the 4 elven archers, he had merely 3 skeleton warriors and 2 shadow swordsmen at his disposal. Understood. Moments later, shadows loomed at the 3rd floor windows. 15 shadow sword masters gradually materialized. Suddenly, Guan Li recalled the unique ability of the shadow sword masters. They could infiltrate any area shrouded in shadow. Naturally, there were limitations to this ability. However, the mere distance between the 2 buildings, separated by a single street, was certainly manageable. My lord, Shun Lian led his soldiers to stand behind Guan Li. Prepare for battle. Guan Li held his Qifeng knife upright before him. A low growl resonated from the staircase, the terrifying cacophony of thousands of zombies echoing like a roar from the depths of hell. Any ordinary person would likely have succumbed to fear. Yet Guan Li wore an eager expression, ready for action. On the 3rd floor, there were 2 staircases. At the end of the left corridor, a decaying zombie came barreling forth, quickly followed by dozens more. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Here they come. Let us fight. With his right hand gripping the knife and his left wielding a crossbow equipped with frost arrows, Guan Li prepared himself. Whoosh! The icy blue arrow plunged into the horde of undead, unleashing a violent wave of frigid elemental energy. Zombies within 10 meters were instantly encased in ice. Kill. At Guan Li's command, he charged ahead. The 3rd floor was spacious enough for him to unleash his full potential. The zombies rushing from behind crashed into the frozen statues, self-destructing without Guan Li needing to lift a finger. Swish. Guan Li executed a slashing technique, the concentrated blade of energy cleaving several zombies in half before him. Behind him, a dozen shadow sword masters unleashed their sword control techniques, guiding their blades through the air to harvest the heads of the undead. What a thrill! Guan Li shouted as zombies fell like wheat under a scythe, the might of the sword control technique evident in moments. Alas, the technique was taxing. Within mere seconds, their vital energy was depleted, leaving the shadow sword masters to engage in close combat. Guan Li swung his Qifeng knife relentlessly, cleaving through the zombies before him, unfazed by the splattering of filthy blood upon his face. In fact, he even licked the blood from his lips, a pungent stench flooding his mouth, reminiscent of rotting sea fish fermenting in a sewer. Bah! He regretted his actions, realizing that this immunity gene did not negate the unpleasant effects of taste. Amidst the fierce battle, a roar erupted from behind him. He glanced back to see that the number of zombies on the other side had dwindled significantly, indicating that the main force was all before him. Shun Lian, take half the soldiers and intercept the zombies from behind. Ensure the safety of the elven archers. Understood. Shun Lian nodded and swiftly withdrew. The 4 elven archers focused intently on eliminating the zombies, activating their precision shooting skill, which allowed them to shoot without external distractions and enhance their firing speed. Their delicate fingers glided gracefully over the bowstrings. A flurry of arrows was unleashed, soaring with remarkable speed, such as the might of the system's products, so audacious and unyielding. The zombies lunged forward, eager to savor the sweet flesh and blood. Yet, alas, a long sword pierced through the skull of one. Shun Lian arrived just in time. With a fierce sweep, several more zombies fell to the ground. Beside him, the elven archer remained unfazed, her delicate fingers deftly plucking the bowstring, swiftly eliminating the undead on the streets. Incredible! Her attack speed was maximized. Guan Li, having momentarily paused, glanced back. A sky full of arrows rained down upon the pavement. The density of the zombie horde rendered aiming nearly unnecessary. As time passed, the once massive throng of nearly 10,000 had been reduced by half. Some had surged into the building where Guan Li stood. Yet the majority lay defeated beneath the elven archer's arrows. During this onslaught, numerous mutated zombies were vanquished. The system's notification chimes echoed ceaselessly in Guan Li's mind. He estimated that these mutated zombies had yielded at least over 2,000 points. Among them, one particularly vengeful creature even granted him a culinary skill. Just these rewards alone were more than sufficient for Guan Li to break even. Chapter 34. Abundance. The sounds of gunfire against the zombies swiftly drew the attention of the surrounding survivors. This street still housed numerous human beings, suffocated by the overwhelming horde of undead. These survivors lacked the courage to confront the zombies, as nearly 10,000 of them roamed just beneath their feet. Any sound they dared to make could result in them being torn to shreds, leaving them no chance of becoming a zombie themselves. In this atmosphere of despair, some mentally fragile individuals chose to leap from buildings to their deaths. Those who fell into the tide of corpses were reduced to mere skeletons in an instant. The remaining survivors hid in their homes, fearful of making any noise. They secured their doors and windows, drawing the curtains tightly, awaiting rescue from the city's defense forces. Early that morning, the sound of an explosion echoed through the street. The survivors, roused from their slumber, were momentarily filled with hope, believing rescue had arrived. However, as they peered through the cracks in their curtains, their hopes were dashed once more. There was no sign of the city's defenders. The explosion might have been caused by some fool who ignited a gas leak. Yet soon, they saw a glimmer of hope again. The number of zombies in the street began to decrease rapidly. Clearly, someone was clearing the undead. It was not the city's defense, but rather another group of survivors. Everyone pressed against their windows, cautiously observing the situation outside. They saw several buildings relentlessly firing arrows. The horde was swiftly diminished under this rain of projectiles. Regardless of whether it was the city's rescue teams, as long as they could be freed from their confinement, that was all that mattered. This desperate prison, surrounded by zombies, felt like an isolated island. Once their food supplies were exhausted, death would be their only companion. Unbeknownst to Guan Li, survivors still existed on the street. He was currently focused on eliminating zombies on the third floor. The continuous battle had begun to wear him down, but fortunately, he possessed restorative items. Whenever he felt utterly fatigued and his energy depleted, a single vial of restorative potion would swiftly rejuvenate his strength. With enough points, he could even become an eternal motion machine. There was no other way he could act with impunity. Gradually, the number of zombies before Guan Li diminished. Eventually, he fought his way through the horde and reached the stairwell, where dozens of zombies lunged towards him. Startled, Guan Li swiftly cast a teleportation spell, vanishing from sight. The zombies, now left grasping at air, fell one after another, creating a pile of bodies. Meanwhile, the Shadow Sword cultivators, led by Xinlian, had also cleared the area of zombies. Over 2,000 undead had been eradicated on the third floor, leaving the street littered with corpses. A multitude of arrows blanketed the ground, while thousands of zombies continued to roam the street, ignoring any resistance. Seeing this, Guan Li charged down with his soldiers. Aileen, continue to provide remote support. Leave 2 soldiers at each location to ensure the safety of the archers. The rest, charge forward with me. A horde of nearly 10,000 corpses may temporarily retreat from confrontation, yet a group of 1,000 or 2 will face us head-on. Guan Li burst forth from the building, and the mass of corpses on the street immediately found their target. They waved their arms and lunged towards him. Shadow step. Guan Li's speed intensified, his movements graceful as he darted in and out among the zombies. The undead were unable to grasp him. The Qingfeng blade cleaved through the air, harvesting the lifeless forms one by one. The elven archers within the building continued to provide relentless ranged fire. Before Guan Li even engaged, they were already toppling over. Not even an elderly man feigning injury could be so proficient. On the other side, Bone led his soldiers into the fray. He swung his shield, toppling a multitude of zombies, then crushed their skulls beneath his colossal feet. The skeletal warriors exhibited a greater degree of civilization. With their bone knives, they effortlessly severed the heads of the undead. On the streets, a striking scene unfolded. A legion of dozens pressed against a horde of 1,000 or 2,000 zombies. A roar echoed as a licker's elongated tongue shot towards Guan Li. He grasped it firmly. Am I to let you bully me now? With a fierce tug, the licker was swiftly pulled towards him, colliding with the Qingfeng blade. Kill licker. Gain 30 points. Guan Li flicked the corpse off his blade and continued to slay the zombies. Under the onslaught of the legion, the number of corpses in the streets dwindled. The bodies beneath his feet already carpeted the entire thoroughfare. Wow. Incredible. He alone has slain so many zombies. What am I witnessing? Is that blade energy? Am I dreaming? Good heavens. In just a single day's time, what has transpired? Survivors hiding in their rooms gazed with incredulous expressions. Nonetheless, this was splendid news. The zombies had been cleared, and they were saved. Guan Li remained oblivious to the thoughts of the survivors above. His sole focus was on the spoils. Corpses littered the ground, along with an abundance of cards. Fantastic. Life is becoming increasingly promising. Guan Li wore a joyful smile. Although he couldn't achieve wealth in silence, the outcome remained the same. A small horde had been vanquished by him alone. So many rewards, all his. Xinlian, Bone, clean up the battlefield. Aileen, maintain vigilance around us. Guan Li swiftly issued commands. Aileen and the 12 elven archers were on high alert, their longbows drawn and ready to deliver a lethal strike to any adversary. Guan Li felt no concern that anyone would dare to seize his spoils. After all, the multitude of corpses served as the finest warning. Yet, exercising caution is always prudent. Xinlian led the soldiers to clear the battlefield within the building, where another 1,000 or 2,000 corpses awaited. The bones serve as a battalion, clearing the battlefield from the streets. Guan Li remains unhurried, for he possesses ample time to wait. He opens his system backpack to acquire culinary skills, a reward bestowed by a mutated zombie clad in the attire of a 5-star chef. Upon mastering the art of cooking, a plethora of culinary knowledge floods his mind. Yet another trivial skill. As the saying goes, a multitude of skills is never burdensome. An endless stream of crystal cores and cards is presented before Guan Li. The cards are stored away in the system backpack, while the crystal cores are secured in his spatial ring. After half an hour, the final touches of the operation draw to a close. The zombies on the battlefield have all been dispatched, their skulls opened. Even if a few were overlooked, they constitute but a negligible fraction, a matter of little consequence to Guan Li. He begins to tally his spoils. A few minutes later, a satisfied smile graces his face. The bounty from this endeavor can be aptly described in 4 words: overflowing abundance. Chapter 35. The frenzied card opening. The first-tier crystal cores amassed to an impressive total of 3,514. Among the zombies in the horde, 2/3 possessed first-tier strength. The drop rate for these first-tier crystal cores is remarkably high. In contrast, the second-tier crystal cores numbered only 535, indicating a significantly lower drop rate compared to their first-tier counterparts. Lastly, the third-tier crystal cores were scarce, with a mere 5 in total, reflecting the fact that only 5 third-tier zombies existed within the entire horde. A 100 drop rate is indeed a rarity. In addition to the crystal cores, there were also cards. 235 white random cards, 344 white-green random cards, 96 green random cards, 20 blue-green random cards, 4 blue random cards, and 1 deep blue random card. These constituted the spoils acquired from vanquishing the zombie horde. While one could not claim the quantity was overwhelming, it was certainly substantial. Furthermore, the defeat of mutated zombies granted additional rewards, a total of 380 points, along with 1 cooking skill and 1 great recovery pill. The cooking skill had already been learned by Guan Li. Great recovery pill. Consuming it instantly restores all injuries. Note: for individuals with strength exceeding 5 stars, the effects will be significantly diminished. These were the system's additional rewards, and regardless of their nature, Guan Li was assured of a profitable venture. He scrutinized the contents of his spatial ring, where the crystal cores piled high. If converted entirely into points, it would amount to a considerable fortune. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to trade all the first-tier crystal cores at the points marketplace. With the previous stock and this latest bounty, he possessed a total of 214 first-tier crystal cores. Ding. Transaction successful. You have gained 498 points. The system's voice resonated in his mind. The points acquired from the transaction, combined with the over 6,000 points awarded by the system, resulted in a total of 878 points for Guan Li. This was an unprecedented and substantial gain for him, allowing him to recoup his previous expenditures in a single sweep and even yield a profit. For other survivors, zombies represented the epitome of calamity, yet for Guan Li, they were akin to a veritable treasure trove. Rest in place, Guan Li commanded. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to enhance his strength. Grasping a third-tier crystal core, he commenced the absorption process. The core, roughly the size of an infant's fist, was swiftly consumed. Guan Li felt his strength augment considerably. Without hesitation, he proceeded to absorb the remaining 4 third-tier crystal cores. Pure and potent energy surged within him, with every cell in his body eagerly absorbing the influx. After several minutes, Guan Li clenched his fist and smashed it against a nearby wrecked sports car. Bang! The car door was effortlessly penetrated. His formidable strength propelled the vehicle sideways. Though he had yet to reach the intermediate third tier, he was nearing that threshold. Gazing at the ruined Lamborghini, Guan Li felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He never imagined he would one day possess the strength to strike such a luxury vehicle. Having completed the absorption of the crystal cores, he now arrived at the eagerly anticipated segment, the card opening. Over 1,000 white random cards were opened, yielding the following rewards: 385 food cards, 230 supply cards, 150 bottles of 500 milliliters purified water, 40 advanced cards, 200 ordinary arrows, 100 universal rifle bullets suitable for any rifle, 35 rotten seeds, seeds that have spoiled due to prolonged storage, barely edible, and 60 moldy loaves of bread, bread that has become moldy from too long a storage. Though it can satiate hunger, its taste is exceedingly poor, and 35 abandoned mechanical parts, severely deformed and seemingly of little use. A series of notification sounds resonated in Guan Li's mind. With over 1,000 white cards, all he received were basic items. Aside from the advanced cards, there were no surprises. Mediocre would be the apt description. These rewards were neither particularly good nor bad, truly tasteless yet too valuable to discard. The abandoned mechanical parts had a recycling value of 0.1 points. Without hesitation, Guan Li opted for recycling. Ding. Transaction successful, earning him 3.5 points, though small. A mosquito is still meat. He collected all remaining items back into the system backpack. The moldy bread and rotten seeds could at least be considered food. In a post-apocalyptic world, human life is invaluable. What does it matter what one eats? You ask if moldy bread is edible? Apologies. Eat it or not. He is no benevolent soul, unwilling to waste precious food. As his strength continuously improved, he also sensed his appetite growing larger. Although several hundred food cards seem plentiful, they are hardly sufficient. Thus, Guan Li aims to conserve. After finishing with the white cards, it was time for the white-green cards. Opening over 300 white-green cards simultaneously yielded 20 advanced cards, 100 premium food cards, providing energy-rich sustenance upon use, 80 armor-piercing arrows, crafted from special materials with superior piercing capabilities, 45 intermediate supply cards, enabling rapid energy recovery with enhanced effects, and 99 universal rifle bullets. The system's notification sounds echoed in his mind. The rewards were similar to before. Not particularly exceptional, all consumables. Guan Li stored the acquired items back into the system backpack. Continuing on, he selected the green random cards, totaling 96. Opening them yielded 30 premium food cards, 15 advanced cards, 5 intermediate advanced cards, 21 recovery cards, capable of aiding in injury recovery, 13 incendiary arrows, igniting a 5-meter radius, and 12 explosive arrows, inflicting explosive damage on targets within a 5-meter range. All green cards were opened. Still merely consumable materials. Guan Li remained undaunted, collecting all acquired items back into the system backpack. The remaining cards were relatively rare blue cards. Onward. Taking a deep breath, I activated 20 azure green cards. Acquired Black Branch Bow X1, an equipment forged from the Black Branch, possessing formidable strength. Acquired Scale Armor Shield X1, crafted from the scales of the Scale Beast. Combined with solid cold iron, it boasts exceptional defensive capabilities. Acquired Intermediate Advancement Card X5. Acquired Xian Iron Sword X1, a sharp blade forged from Xian Iron, capable of severing hair with a mere breeze. Acquired Precision Technique X1. Upon activation, enter a state of precision, ensuring that within a 100-meter radius, every shot will find its mark. Acquired Intermediate Supply Card X10. Acquired Fractured Undead Twig X1, a branch from the Abyssal Undead Tree, imbued with potent undead energy, capable of enhancing training speed. The system's alert echoed incessantly in my mind. Truly, these higher-tier cards do yield exceptional treasures, gear, skills, and items to bolster the might of my legion. Chapter 36. Legendary Weapons. Guan Li entrusted the scaled heavy shield to Gil. It was an imposing shield measuring 2 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width. The surface bore patterns reminiscent of scales, exuding a profound sense of security. Thank you, Master. The soul fire within Gu's eyes brightened instantly as it eagerly accepted the scaled heavy shield. Name, Scaled Heavy Shield Type, Shield Grade, 3-star Beginner Talent, Thick Armor Skills, Rebound Force. Scale Beast Charge Evaluation, crafted from the scales of a scale beast and fortified with resilient cold iron, it possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Gu raised the scaled heavy shield and executed the scale beast charge. Its speed surged dramatically, and an ethereal silhouette of a scale beast emerged upon the shield. Boom. Gu crashed into the building, creating a massive hole and stirring up a cloud of dust. Excellent. 3-star equipment is indeed impressive. Guan Li expressed his satisfaction. The Black Branch Bow was given to Eileen, and the Xian Iron Sword was bestowed upon Xinlian. Name, Black Branch Bow Type, Bow Grade, 3-star Beginner Talent, Armor Piercing Skills, Focus Concentration, Black Branch Arrow Evaluation, a bow crafted from branches of the dark forest. Imbued with mysterious powers. Eileen grasped the Black Branch Bow and shot an arrow into the distance. Whoosh. The thick wall was effortlessly pierced through. Thank you, Master, she exclaimed with a sweet smile. Name, Xian Iron Sword Type, Sword Grade, 3-star Beginner Talent, Sharpness Skills, Leaf blade sweep evaluation. A long sword forged from Xian iron. Known for its exceptional sharpness, Shen Lian took the Xian iron sword and executed the leaf blade sweep. A blade of true essence coalesced around the sword's edge. He swept forward, and the blade shot out instantaneously. Swish, swish, swish. The nearby floor-to-ceiling windows shattered explosively. Thank you, my lord. Shen Lian clasped his hands together, bowing slightly. With their newly acquired equipment, the three commanders experienced a significant boost in strength. Guan Li, meanwhile, commenced his practice of precision technique. He drew his crossbow and casually loosed an arrow, which flew forth to strike the head of a mannequin. He then attempted to shoot several more arrows. In nearly every target he locked onto was hit with precision. After deactivating the precision technique, a wave of emptiness washed over him. Hunger had set in. The activation of the precision technique continuously drained energy. Having just emerged from a fierce battle and now experimenting with the technique, his stomach began to protest. Satisfied, Guan Li produced 3 food cards at once. Instantly, 3 delectable portions of food materialized before him. He activated his skill, Gluttonous Devour. Moments later, the food was entirely consumed, filling him with a profound sense of fulfillment. Having satiated his hunger, he continued to activate the remaining cards. There were only 5 cards left. A meager reward from nearly 10,000 zombies. All 4 blue cards were activated. Acquired Advanced Promotion Card X2. Usable to promote a more powerful legion. Acquired the Evil Repelling Sword Manual X1. To master this skill, one must first undergo self-castration. This wondrous manual grants immense power upon cultivation, albeit at a small price. Acquired Everlasting Lamp X1. Crafted from merman oil as the wick. This lamp is designed to burn indefinitely. 3 chimes echoed in succession, leaving Guan Li utterly astonished. His eyes twitched uncontrollably as he gazed at the ancient sword manual. On its azure cover, the words Evil Repelling Sword Manual were inscribed in archaic characters. What is the Evil Repelling Sword Manual? Guan Li was all too aware. Engaging in its practice could lead to significant consequences. Fortunately, the items obtained do not compel one to learn them. Guan Li breathed a sigh of relief. He contemplated discarding the manual, but found himself reluctant to part with it. After all, it was a treasure obtained from a blue card, tasteless to consume, yet too precious to cast aside. After some deliberation, he decided to keep it. If he had no use for it, he could always trade it with others. Besides, the denizens of this precarious world were oblivious to the manual's significance. In this uncertain apocalypse, a small price for substantial power seemed like a bargain. Guan Li securely tucked the Evil Repelling Sword Manual away. He dared not store it in his system backpack, fearing that one day it might provoke the system's ire and compel him to practice it. As for the Everlasting Lamp, it bore an ancient design, appearing somewhat antiquated. The wick still burned with a flickering flame. According to the description, this lamp would remain alight indefinitely. It was a useful tool, with the power grid down. Illumination during the night relied solely on candlelight. He placed the Everlasting Lamp into his system backpack. Once inside, everything seemed to freeze, and time ceased to flow. In Guan Li's hand remained the final card. Its deep blue surface emanated a soft glow, with discernible patterns resembling a towering ancient tree. The card exuded an air of mystery. Guan Li felt a surge of anticipation for what this card might bestow upon him. He grasped the card and gently crushed it. Crack. The card split apart, transforming into a faint luminescence. Acquired Legendary Weapon Summoning Card X1. A dazzling golden radiance burst forth, illuminating the surrounding streets. Guan Li's titanium gold eyes nearly dazzled. Wow, a golden legend, he exclaimed in astonishment. The brilliance persisted for several seconds before gradually retracting into the card. Holding the golden card in his hand, he noted that both sides bore a mysterious large question mark. With a heart full of excitement, he crushed the card. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the legendary weapon, Bloodthirsty Blade, sealed. The system's notification resounded in Guan Li's mind. Before him, a summoning circle materialized in the void, exuding a rich scent of blood. In an instant, Guan Li felt as though he stood before a sea of blood. Countless withering souls languished within the sanguine depths. Despite having endured so much, Guan Li could not help but shudder. The sensation arrived swiftly, only to depart just as quickly. A long sword, entirely enveloped in a pristine white hue, materialized within the summoning circle. Guan Li extended his hand, grasping the snow-white blade. In an instant, the summoning circle vanished from sight. Ding. The detection of a legendary weapon, Blood-Sucking Blade. A binding request has been issued. Would the host like to bind? The voice of the system resonated within his mind. Bind. Guan Li nodded. In the next moment, an excruciating pain surged through his arm. He lowered his gaze to assess the situation. Countless blood-red tendrils had inexplicably emerged from the hilt of the blood-sucking blade. The surface of these tendrils resembled the cracked earth, akin to molten lava from the depths of hell. The previous agony resulted from the tendrils piercing his arm. At that moment, the blood-red tendrils had completely fused with Guan Li's right arm. With each undulation of the tendrils, they siphoned a substantial amount of blood from within him. "My lord, master!" The three commanders, perceiving Guan Li's peril, rushed forward to offer assistance. "I am unscathed. Remain vigilant." Guan Li quickly interjected, halting their advance. The blood-red tendrils had now entirely integrated with his arm. To separate them, there was but one solution: a surgical amputation. Guan Li was not inclined to entertain thoughts of becoming a legendary hero just yet. "As you command." The commanders would not defy his orders. They instructed their soldiers to remain ever alert. Guan Li sensed that the blood-sucking blade bore no malice. It merely sought to feast upon his lifeblood. "System, what is the nature of this predicament?" Guan Li inquired, bewildered. Reporting to the host, "The blood-sucking blade is currently binding with you." The system's voice explained. "Oh, I see. You certainly have quite the appetite." At this moment, Guan Li had been reduced to little more than skin and bones. He retrieved a large healing pill and swallowed it whole. His once withered body began to rejuvenate rapidly. Chapter 37. The blood-drinking blade. Guan Li sensed a slight resurgence of strength within his body, but it swiftly waned once more. After consuming the great recovery pill, the sanguine tendrils became increasingly animated, their rate of absorption accelerating. What on earth is happening? Why has the intensity increased? In the blink of an eye, Guan Li's physique reverted to a mere collection of bones. This time, the pace was significantly swifter than before. He hastily accessed the points marketplace, directly searching for items that could restore his vitality. Blood energy pill, price 100 points. Health restoration pill, price 200 points. Golden healing powder, price 150 points. Revitalizing elixir, price 300 points. Imperial dew pill, price 1,000 points. Soul blood pill, price 2,500 points. Purchase. All of them. Guan Li's complexion had turned ashen. If this continued, he would soon be joining the ranks of the skeletal warriors. He procured over 10 varieties of restorative elixirs, expending more than 9,000 points. There was no time for regret as he hastily tossed a blood energy pill into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, the medicinal potency erupted, a surge of vitality coursing through him. Yet, before it could circulate for long, it was forcibly siphoned away. His briefly revitalized body succumbed to weakness once more. Guan Li dared not linger. He stuffed all the elixirs into his mouth. The overwhelming medicinal force erupted forth, a torrent of blood energy raging within him. His body was utterly incapable of withstanding such an onslaught. "This is it. I'm doomed." He felt the blood energy within him spiraling out of control. The ferocious energy coalesced into spirals, battering his body with a speed rivaling a tornado demolishing a parking lot. His form began to swell rapidly, resembling a balloon on the verge of bursting. Guan Li despaired. He was going to be inflated to death. This demise was exceedingly humiliating. Suddenly, the blood-drinking blade in his hand radiated a crimson glow. A powerful suction drew the tumultuous blood energy from within him. Guan Li's distended body swiftly returned to its original state. Phew. This legendary weapon truly delivers. He exhaled in relief. After absorbing the blood energy, the blade returned a pure essence of energy to him. The body once ravaged by blood energy began to recover gradually, soon regaining its peak condition. Furthermore, the pure energy continuously fortified his physique. In mere seconds, Guan Li sensed a barrier within him shatter. Has he actually broken through? His strength had ascended to the intermediate level of 3 stars. All excess blood energy was transformed into pure energy by the blood-drinking blade. Ding! Legendary weapon, blood-drinking blade, sealed, bound successfully. The system's alert resonated in Guan Li's mind. He looked down to find the sanguine tendrils on his arm had withdrawn back into the blood-drinking blade. The once pristine blade of the sword is now adorned with cracked, blood-red tendrils. The hilt that Guan Li grasped resembles the flesh of some extraordinary creature, its surface akin to molten lava flowing from the depths of hell. Magnificent. After absorbing blood, the appearance of the blood-drinking blade can only be described in 7 words. Wildly cool and astonishingly impressive. "Master, are you all right?" The 3 commanders, witnessing Guan Li's recovery, rushed forward with expressions of concern. "I'm fine." Guan Li waved his hand dismissively. His spirits were extraordinarily high. The gains from this encounter had far exceeded his expectations, particularly with the blood-drinking blade in his possession. This is a legendary weapon, albeit in a sealed state. However, judging by the recent events, it is undeniably formidable. Name, blood-drinking blade, sealed. Type, sword potential, legendary grade, 6-star beginner talent, legendary sharpness, legendary armor piercing, blood absorption. Sealed, skills, blood soul / blood demon S-hand, blood shadow clone, sealed, evaluation, originating from the deepest abyss, an evil entity, its essence being an ordinary iron sword. Having absorbed the blood of countless abyssal creatures, it has nurtured a legendary spirit within the blade. Each owner will be gradually eroded by the sword's soul within. It is a double-edged sword. After reviewing the information about the blood-drinking blade, Guan Li noted the richness of its description, a hallmark of legendary weapons. System. Will I be eroded by the sword's soul? Guan Li was indeed concerned about the implications stated in the description. Although legendary weapons are desirable, he would prefer to forego one that could adversely affect him. Host. The blood-drinking blade has already bonded with you, and it will not cause any negative effects. Moreover, you possess immunity genes, therefore even a legendary weapon cannot influence you. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Hearing this, Guan Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. Since there would be no adverse effects, he could wield it with confidence. Holding the blood-drinking blade, he struck down at a nearby wrecked vehicle. Whoosh! The blade cleaved the vehicle in two without any sense of obstruction. Hiss! How sharp! He had not exerted much force, yet it effortlessly severed the vehicle. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired such a divine weapon. The three commanders exclaimed in unison. Let's keep it low-key. Guan Li replied with a hint of embarrassment. We must remain discreet. We cannot be too ostentatious. He stowed the Qifeng knife back into the system's backpack. With the acquisition of the blood-drinking blade, the Qifeng knife could now gracefully retire. Guan Li decided to test the skills of the blood-drinking blade. Blood soul, slash. He felt a significant portion of energy being drained from within him. The blade emitted a crimson glow, and a terrifying wave of blood-colored sword energy surged toward the towering building ahead. Within that blood-colored energy, countless wailing ghostly figures could be seen. Boom! The walls of the building were instantly cleaved in two and collapsed with a thunderous roar. How powerful! Guan Li gasped, taken aback. Indeed, it is a legendary weapon. Each skill it wields possesses formidable power. Although the energy consumption is considerable, it is undoubtedly worthwhile. Blood Demon S-Hand. Guan Li unleashed his second skill. Instantly, he felt a significant portion of his internal energy siphoned away. The once vanished crimson tendrils re-emerged, intertwining rapidly to envelop his arm. Moments later, they coalesced into a grotesque yet commanding blood-soaked arm. The surface was adorned with crimson scales, and a chilling bone spur protruded from the elbow. Guan Li felt as though his arm was encased in a formidable armor. Astonishing. Remarkable. He commanded the bone to unleash a full-force attack on the Blood Demon S-Hand. The sharp bone blade struck, leaving merely a faint white mark, which swiftly faded away. Terrifying defense. Remarkable healing capabilities. Guan Li immediately rendered his judgment. However, the Blood Demon S-Hand was exceedingly energy-consuming. During his earlier recovery, it had already depleted a significant amount of energy. Guan Li could sustain it for only about 10 seconds before he could no longer maintain it. The Blood Demon S-Hand rapidly disintegrated, transforming into a multitude of sanguine tendrils that retreated back into the bloodthirsty blade. Chapter 38. The Advancement of the Skeleton Warriors upon lifting the Blood Demon's grasp. Guan Li utilized a mid-level supply card. The energy within him, fully depleted, began to rejuvenate rapidly. Moments later, he was once again brimming with vitality. The initial two skills of the blood-drinking blade had brought him immense delight. He was confident that the final skill would prove equally remarkable. Blood Shadow Clone. Guan Li unleashed the skill, only to feel 2/3 of his internal energy siphoned away. A crimson silhouette emerged, separating itself from his being. A clone, perhaps? As the illusory blood shadow materialized, Guan Li sensed a connection forming in his mind with the blood shadow. He endeavored to control the shadow, directing it to perform basic movements such as throwing punches and kicking. The blood shadow before him executed these actions with effortless grace. Incredible! Guan Li exclaimed in awe. Attack that vehicle over there. He gestured towards a nearby wrecked car. The blood shadow immediately complied, delivering a punch that left a distinct imprint on the vehicle. Remarkably, it exhibited only 1/3 of Guan Li's own strength. From that singular strike, Guan Li gleaned an understanding of the blood shadow's capabilities. A clone unafraid of death. The potential of what it could accomplish was boundless. An exceptionally formidable skill indeed. The blood-drinking blade truly deserved its legendary status. All three skills could be considered divine techniques. Yet, the prowess of the blood-drinking blade extended far beyond these abilities. Due to its sealed state, however, the remaining powers lay dormant. Nevertheless, Guan Li remained unperturbed. One must tread the path step by step. After all, he was hesitant to wield a fully unsealed legendary weapon. The sealed blood-drinking blade had nearly drained him entirely. Fortunately, he had access to a point shop where he could exchange for powerful healing elixirs. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have perished long ago. Thus, possessing points was indeed a blessing. The blood shadow clone persisted for about a minute before gradually dissipating. These three skills boasted no cooldown period. As long as there was sufficient energy, they could be employed in succession. Only one blood shadow clone could exist at a time. Should a new clone be summoned, the previous one would vanish. This was understandable. If infinite summoning were permitted, it would be utterly overpowered. Guan Li's spirit soared. Bone, prepare yourself. I am about to advance your legion. The earlier card had provided numerous advancement cards, ample enough to facilitate a new round of upgrades for the Skeleton Warrior Legion. Understood. Thank you, Master. The soul fire of Bone burned even more brightly. Though it lacked eyes to express its astonishment, it conveyed its emotions through this gesture. System. Advance the Skeleton Warrior Legion. Guan Li recalled the Skeleton Warriors into the system space. Ding. Upgrading the Skeleton Warrior Legion will require 50 advancement cards. Do you wish to proceed? The system's prompt echoed. Advance. Guan Li chose to proceed without the slightest hesitation. Though he remained puzzled as to why advancing the Skeleton Warrior Legion necessitated the expenditure of 50 advancement cards. Yet Guan Li, as long as he possesses it, would never hesitate. He also discovered a pattern. The higher the requirements for advancement, the greater the strength attained thereafter. The Skeleton Warrior Legion this time required a staggering 50 advancement cards. Guan Li began to feel a sense of anticipation. Ding. The Skeleton Warrior Legion is commencing its advancement. The system's prompt echoed. Guan Li, who had initially amassed 78 advancement cards, suddenly found more than half of them depleted. However, he felt no regret. Once his strength increased, the difficulty in acquiring advancement cards significantly diminished. This is what one might call a swift step leading to rapid progress. While others were still grappling with the struggle between life and death, Guan Li had already begun to amass wealth quietly. He suddenly recalled a saying, the disparity between individuals is far greater than that between humans and pigs. Guan Li plunged the bloodthirsty blade into the ground. After binding it, it became his exclusive weapon. Even if lost, he could retrieve it through mental connection. He took out a food card, held it tightly, and crushed it. A fragrant grilled steak materialized. After testing the bloodthirsty blade, his stomach once again raised a rebellious banner. The grilled steak was swiftly devoured, yet Guan Li remained unsatisfied. He took out another food card and crushed it. This time, it was a leg of a crawling creature, roasted to a golden crisp. It appeared exceedingly appetizing. Guan Li grasped it in his hand and began to feast heartily. Several survivors approached cautiously. The streets were quite deserted. Naturally, Guan Li noticed the survivors drawing near from a distance. They were all ordinary people, and the soldiers did not intervene, giving Guan Li's current strength. Even if they were armed, he could easily handle them. Guan Li paid no heed to the survivors, continuing to indulge in his culinary delights. Hello. A few survivors ventured closer, attempting to greet Guan Li. He still ignored them. Hey, oh you, come on. The crowd tried various languages in their attempts to communicate. Damn it, what nonsense are you speaking? I understand Mandarin. Guan Li rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat speechless. Oh, hello there, young man. A middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd. He was clad in a designer suit, adorned with an expensive watch, and his polished leather shoes gleamed brilliantly. With a mature slick-back hairstyle, he was the epitome of a successful individual. Guan Li set down his meal and glanced at the man. The clothing he wore was worth at least 100,000. In the past, Guan Li would not have dared to even dream of such luxury. Sorry, I am not your brother. You think you can get chummy? Not a chance. He was that aloof. He was that pretentious. Not satisfied? Come and bite me. The man was clearly taken aback by Guan Li's unexpected response. Did he not dress well enough? Or was the rustic fellow before him unable to recognize the value of his designer attire? Despite his grievances, he had no choice but to lower his head in this situation. The man's name was Zhang Qi, a well-known entrepreneur from City Z. His journey to this point has been solely reliant on two words: forbearance. Haha, my young brother, you possess a remarkable sense of humor. Might I inquire if you are the one responsible for slaying these zombies? Zhang Qi greeted him with a beaming smile, as if the prior incident had never transpired. Nonsense. Of course, it was me. Who else could it be? Guan Li regarded him as one would a simpleton. The man was thoroughly exasperated. He was acutely aware of the look in Guan Li's eyes. It was the gaze reserved for those who are utterly foolish. Young brother, I am Zhang Qi, the chairman of the Zhang Group. I frequently appear on television. Surely you have seen me? Zhang Qi, shedding any pretense of modesty, laid his cards on the table. I am the chairman. Never seen you. Our village has yet to establish internet access. Guan Li decisively shook his head, taking a bite of the delectable roasted leg in his hand. This action elicited tears of longing from the onlookers. It looks utterly irresistible. Since yesterday, they had subsisted solely on a meager portion of dry bread. After all, they were not accustomed to stockpiling provisions and dared not indulge excessively. Excuse me, young man, do you have any food left? Would 100,000 be sufficient to procure this leg? Zhang Qi's mouth watered profusely. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed with exuberance. He was confident that Guan Li would not decline. A boy from a village without internet access has surely never encountered such a sum. I have no need for money. I am not interested in wealth. Guan Li replied with a slight smile, his tone reminiscent of a certain horse. Chapter 39. The ugly side of humanity ahem. Young man, you may not fully grasp the significance of 100,000. Allow me to elucidate. With such wealth, you could return to the countryside and take a plump, fair-skinned bride. Upon witnessing Guan Li's demeanor, Zhang Qi presumed that he had never encountered money before. He hastily explained, "What use is money now? Is it merely for wiping one's backside?" Guan Li regarded him with an expression akin to that reserved for the intellectually challenged. "Are you jesting with me?" Zhang Qi, realizing the gravity of his situation, felt his face flush with indignation. "Am I jesting? Do not overestimate your worth." Guan Li finished the morsel in his hand. "Do you know who I am?" Zhang Qi, now seething with anger from being repeatedly mocked, retorted, "Who are you?" "I am Zhang Qi," he declared. "Oh, and then?" Guan Li replied with an air of indifference. "I am worth over 100 million. Zhang Qi asserted once more. "Oh, and then?" Guan Li's tone remained unperturbed. Zhang Qi felt a sharp pain in his chest. Blood surged forth uncontrollably. Alas, such a lack of magnanimity. Guan Li shook his head. Zhang Qi spluttered, blood spewing forth as darkness enveloped his vision, causing him to lose consciousness. "Goodness, I hope I haven't caused his demise." Guan Li kicked him a few times, yet he remained unresponsive. "Benefactor, you possess remarkable prowess. Could you possibly lead us to the city defense?" A statuesque woman, swaying her serpentine waist, approached Guan Li. "Absolutely not," he replied without a moment's hesitation. His sole intention was to eradicate the zombies and rescue the survivors in this area, without the burden of additional encumbrances. "Benefactor, please do not be so heartless," she implored, adopting a tone of feigned innocence. "Your charms are wasted on me." Guan Li waved his hand, signaling her to cease her advances. Yet, she persisted, inching closer to him. "Eileen." Whoosh. A glistening arrow whizzed past her delicate visage. "Ah," she exclaimed, collapsing to the ground in shock. She quickly reached up to touch her cheek, and after confirming her beauty remained intact, she exhaled a sigh of relief. "You have gone too far, young man," bellowed a bald giant, rushing out from the crowd. He helped the fallen woman to her feet, taking the opportunity to grope her discreetly. Though she sensed his unwelcome advance, she chose not to voice her discomfort. "Indeed, young man, I advise you to temper your arrogance." The plight of the beautiful woman stirred the protective instincts of the men present. "Ha! I have rescued a pack of ingrates." Guan Li scoffed at the tension brewing among the crowd. "Young man, I concede you possess some strength, but I advise against being overly presumptuous." The previously unconscious Zhang Qi rose from the ground, seizing the moment to incite discord as Guan Li found himself facing the ire of the masses. "Do you seek death?" Guan Li's gaze bore into Zhang Qi, a flicker of murderous intent flashing through his mind. Zhang Qi's heart skipped a beat, filled with trepidation. Yet, as he glanced back at the crowd behind him, a surge of confidence enveloped him. "Fear not. I cannot believe he dares to take a life. This lad must possess some treasure. Why not seize it from him? It would be a case of robbing the rich to aid the poor," Zhang Qi proclaimed with fervor. A glimmer of realization sparked among the onlookers. Zhang Qi was right. Guan Li's formidable prowess surely indicated the presence of a valuable artifact. If one were to obtain it, could they not transform into someone as formidable as he? The insatiable greed within them began to surface, revealing the darker facets of human nature. "Let it be. After all, he has saved us." Some survivors, still clinging to their conscience, quickly interjected. "Humph. You fools, if you're afraid of death, then get lost." Zhang Qi scoffed disdainfully. "Boy, I don't care if you are feigning ignorance or genuinely simple-minded. I advise you to hand over your possessions, lest you suffer the consequences." Zhang Qi's gaze was piercing. Convinced he had Guan Li at his mercy, he could not fathom that Guan Li would dare to kill. The latter was still too young. How could he provoke the wrath of the masses? Seeking death, Guan Li's tone turned icy. Such is the inherent flaw of humanity. "Everyone charge." Zhang Qi was the first to advance, rushing towards Guan Li, flanked by a dozen men. "Eileen, eliminate them all," Guan Li commanded. "Understood." Eileen's voice rang out, swiftly followed by a volley of arrows. "Ah!" As the arrows descended, cries of despair echoed through the street. "Help! They're killing!" Terror flickered in Zhang Qi's eyes as he witnessed his comrades fall lifelessly before him. A warm trickle of yellow fluid escaped from his expensive trousers. He had lost control of his bladder. Zhang Qi turned to flee, but after only a few steps, he felt a searing pain in his back. Lowering his gaze, he saw an arrow had pierced through his body. Ugh! Staggering a few paces, he collapsed into a pool of blood. After a chaotic barrage, all of Zhang Qi's men lay sprawled on the ground. The remaining survivors turned pale in an instant, particularly a woman whose legs trembled uncontrollably from fear. "You are fortunate. Your lingering conscience has spared your lives." Guan Li surveyed the crowd before him, his gaze sharp enough to intimidate them into submission. "Choose wisely." With that, Guan Li departed with his legion. Benefactor, could you kindly inform us where the city's defenses are? A pregnant woman, seeing Guan Li about to leave, hastily inquired. Guan Li turned back, noting her condition, and softened his tone. I apologize. I am unsure myself. If I encounter them, I will certainly inform them of your survival here. He shook his head. Thank you. A flicker of disappointment crossed the woman's eyes, yet she still expressed her gratitude to Guan Li. Within the skulls of these zombies, there should still be residual crystal cores. You might wish to try your luck. Absorbing the cores will enhance your physique, making survival a tad easier. Guan Li concluded his words and departed the street with the soldiers. The survivors began to search for the crystal cores that Guan Li had overlooked. After leaving the street, Guan Li found a place to rest. The plight of those survivors was indeed pitiable, yet Guan Li's capacity to assist was limited. In this apocalyptic world, the number of unfortunate souls had increased significantly. It was impossible for him to lend a hand to everyone. If that were the case, even the wisest among us would be utterly exhausted. Guan Li could only do what was within his reach, avoiding any considerations beyond his capabilities. His own safety remained his foremost priority. He took out several food cards and indulged in a hearty meal. Soon, a delightful array of dishes was consumed by Guan Li, culminating in a satisfying belch. How gratifying! Leaning back on the sofa, he began to close his eyes and rejuvenate, patiently awaiting the advancement of the skeletal warriors. Approximately half an hour later, the system's voice finally resonated in his mind. Ding! The advancement of the Skeletal Warrior Legion is complete. Please check within the system, host. Guan Li opened his eyes. At last, the advancement had been accomplished. Chapter 40. The Skeleton Undead Legion. Guan Li, filled with anticipation, activated the system. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Skeleton Undead Legion. The system's notification echoed once more. Skeleton Undead? A look of confusion crossed Guan Li's face as he summoned the Legion forth. A massive summoning circle materialized within the confines of the room. Fortunately, the spacious area was sufficient to accommodate the summoning array. A foul stench of decay wafted from the circle, saturating the air with an intense aura of death. The transformation of the Skeleton Warrior Legion appeared to be quite significant this time. An expression of eagerness illuminated Guan Li's visage. From the summoning circle emerged 30 skeletal figures, each distinct in appearance, wielding an array of weapons, shields and spears, staves, and shielded blades. Among them, Bone exhibited the most remarkable transformation. Its stature swelling to approximately 2.5 meters, resembling a diminutive giant. Draped in a cloak of bones and adorned with an ornate crown, it proclaimed, "Thank you, my master. You have granted us new life." Despite donning the crown, Bone's loyalty to Guan Li remained unwavering. It knelt before him in reverence. And the other skeletal beings followed suit. Rise. Guan Li gestured with a hand, signaling them to stand. Thank you, master. Bone rose and stood quietly before him as Guan Li examined the information pertaining to the Skeleton Undead Legion. Skeleton Undead Legion, upgradable. Total members, 30. Potential, 7 stars. Strength, 3 stars advanced. Unit types, Skeleton Spear and Shield Soldiers, 10. Skills, Shield Charge, Spear Throw, Bone Shield Formation. Spear Thrust, Bone Armor. Unit types, Skeleton Mages, 10. Skills, Fireball, Lightning Strike. Unit types, Skeleton Blade and Shield Soldiers, 10. Skills, Whirlwind Slash, Shield Charge, Bone Armor, Commander, Bone. Skills, King's Command, Power Aura, Rage, Heavy Slash, Beast Horn, Bone Armor. The panel for the Skeleton Undead Legion exhibited substantial changes. The previously singular unit type had diversified significantly. Although the overall strength had not dramatically increased, the augmentation in numbers sufficiently compensated for this shortfall. Furthermore, the Skeleton Undead Legion had begun to manifest new unit types. Did this imply that further advancement could yield even more formidable units? Guan Li found himself increasingly eager for the next evolution of the Skeleton Legion. System. Upgrade the Skeleton Undead Legion. Guan Li wished to ascertain the conditions for this advancement. Ding. To upgrade the Skeleton Undead Legion, you require 10 Intermediate Legion upgrade cards. The Legion's strength must reach 7 stars. The system's notification resonated within his mind. Indeed, the conditions for Legion advancement invariably hinged upon meeting the potential threshold. This was not a daunting task for Guan Li. In his hand appeared a fragment of withered wood, exuding a potent aura of the undead. He presented the severed branch of the undead tree to the Skeleton Undead Legion for their utilization. The acceleration of their power enhancement has markedly increased. One cannot show favoritism. Guan Li accessed the Points Mall to purchase 2 types of treasures that could bolster the might of his legion. Dark Spirit Fruit, infused with rich spiritual energy. It can expedite the cultivation speed, priced at 2,000 points. Qingmu Fruit, containing the power of nature, it can also enhance the cultivation speed. Priced at 2,500 points, in an instant, 4,500 points were expended. Guan Li felt no regret. These items were undoubtedly beneficial to the Legion. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Master. Shenlian and Eileen carefully accepted the treasures. The pace of enhancement for both legions was palpably augmented. Guan Li once more opened his personal panel. Name, Guan Li Power. Intermediate level 3 abilities, Bone Armor, Gene Immunity, Shadow Step Technique, Lock-Picking Technique, Firearm Mastery, Night Inner Force, Teleportation Technique, Barrier Aura, Perception. Precision Technique Legion, Skeleton Undead Legion, Shadow Swordmaster Legion, Elf Archer Legion Points. 33135 Evaluation. You have become a formidable expendable. Please continue to strive. The corner of Guan Li's eye twitched involuntarily. The system's sharp tongue had not changed one bit. The bone armor remained intact. As long as this skill was present within the Legion of Bones, Guan Li could continue to benefit from it. Should the skill vanish, he would be granted another opportunity to extract it. This design is remarkably user-friendly. A well-deserved commendation. Bone armor. Quickly, a suit of armor coalesced around Guan Li's form. The armor's shape resembled that of a fierce beast, nearly enveloping his entire body, with only a small portion of his head left exposed. Gazing at his reflection, Guan Li could only describe himself in 2 words: striking. On either shoulder rested a pair of menacing skeletal heads. The gauntlets sprouted barbed protrusions, akin to the lethal claws of a ferocious beast. The chest plate featured a colossal skull, emanating an eerie aura. Guan Li deactivated the bone armor. Maintaining its activation required energy. Fully equipped, Guan Li set forth once more. City Z is vast. Even the area surrounding Z University is overwhelmingly expansive. On the streets, a dozen crimson-eyed huskies were hunched over, feasting on a corpse. Judging by the blood on the body, it had likely perished not long ago. Damn, even the animals have begun to mutate? Guan Li observed the huskies, noticing something distinctly amiss. The typically goofy huskies had regained their primal ferocity. Their bared fangs could easily rend flesh. Oh woo. Spotting Guan Li, the huskies emitted a fearsome growl. Abandoning their meal, they turned and charged towards him. Following their mutation, these huskies had grown significantly larger. Kill. Without hesitation, Guan Li issued the command to eliminate them. 10 fireballs erupted, most striking the frantically charging huskies. 6 were engulfed in flames, howling in agony, while the remaining mutated huskies skillfully dodged the assault. The mutated huskies possess a semblance of intelligence, adept at evading peril. Unlike zombies, they do not merely endure with mindless resilience. Yet, what good is their evasion from fireballs? The skeletal mage intones another incantation, Lightning Strike. 10 bolts of lightning, as thick as a man's arm, descend upon the throng of mutated huskies. Alas, many of them are reduced to charred remains. Regrettably, no dog lover shall emerge to condemn Guan Li this time. Only 2 battered huskies remain, limping towards him, their bodies marred by wounds. With a swift motion, the blood-drinking blade is unleashed. The 2 mutated huskies collapse, their forms cleaved in 2. From the blade, blood-red tendrils surge forth, ravenously consuming the flesh and blood of the huskies. In the blink of an eye, 2 desiccated corpses lie upon the ground. Guan Li regards the scene with indifference. The act of blood extraction is merely a facet of the blood-drinking blade's power. This ability proves invaluable, silently siphoning the life essence of adversaries during combat. With Guan Li's consent, the blood-drinking blade extends its sanguine tendrils, beginning to feast upon the remnants strewn across the earth. Observing the bodies of the mutated huskies, Guan Li feels a tinge of curiosity. What force could have induced such a transformation? Might it be the essence emanating from the rift? Chapter 41. The knife brother. Guan Li shook his head. This was not a matter for him to concern himself with. Even if the animals began to mutate, what of it? As long as his own strength was formidable enough, he would face no issues. The blood-drinking blade absorbed the flesh and blood of the mutated dog, and crimson tendrils returned with several crystal cores. It was solely interested in blood and flesh. 3 2-star crystal cores were tossed into the spatial ring. The mutated animals were merely a minor interlude. Guan Li pressed onward. After walking a few steps, an option was suddenly triggered. Option 1. Proceed to the aquarium to slay the soon-to-be-born Armored Turtle King. Reward: Essence of the Armored Turtle, Armored Scale Battle Armor, 6-star Crystal Core. Option 2. Venture to the Tropical Rainforest Pavilion in the Southern District to eliminate the soon-to-emerge Silver-Horned Giant Python. Reward: Essence of the Silver Serpent, Random Skill Book, 7-star Crystal Core. Option 3. Head to the shopping mall in the center of Z City to vanquish the impending Zombie King. Reward: Treasure of the Zombie King, 5-star Crystal Core. Guan Li hesitated momentarily before dismissing the first 2 options. The difficulty of these choices was exceedingly high, although the rewards were more enticing. Accomplishing them would prove arduous. The Armored Turtle King required combat in water, while the Silver-Horned Giant Python demanded a struggle amidst the tropical rainforest. Both settings were highly advantageous to the monsters and decidedly unfavorable for Guan Li. In stark contrast, the Zombie King resided within the shopping mall, a terrain more favorable for him. After weighing the pros and cons, he decisively selected the third option. His current location was not too far from the central shopping mall. Off he went. Guan Li glanced at the map of Z City displayed by the roadside and proceeded along the street beneath his feet. He needed to traverse 2 residential complexes, a natural park, 3 commercial streets, and a soccer field. As he walked along the road, zombies lurking by the roadside lunged at him. Although these zombies were grotesque, they were merely of 1-star strength, typical of weaklings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of arrows shot forth, instantly decapitating the zombies by the roadside. Why aren't you absorbing? Guan Li observed the blood-drinking blade with a puzzled expression. The crimson tendrils quickly formed 2 crooked characters, difficult to eat. Guan Li was momentarily speechless. This creature was, in fact, picky. With no other choice, he instructed his soldiers to swiftly search the corpses. 5 1-star crystal cores were unearthed by the soldiers. He opted for a transaction, gaining 38 points. At the end of the street lay an opulent residential complex. Passing through here would save him considerable detours. Well, several zombies trapped in the security booth spotted Guan Li and reached out through the windows. Bone charged forward, his combat knife swiftly dispatching several zombies. Unfortunately, luck was slightly lacking, and no crystal cores or cards dropped. Following the broad road, he entered the residential area smoothly. The vegetation along the roadside was meticulously maintained. Zombies dressed in security uniforms wandered aimlessly down the path. Aileen released a few arrows, effortlessly eliminating these zombies. The complex was remarkably quiet, with few zombies in sight. After all, this is a residential area. Even with the presence of zombies, they are all confined within their homes. On the walls of the buildings hang numerous striking red cloths, each inscribed with various pleas for help. The survivors on the upper floors, upon seeing Guan Li, hurriedly waved their red cloths. They dared not shout loudly, fearful of attracting the attention of the zombies. The evolved zombies possess immense strength, capable of breaking through ordinary doors with ease. Just yesterday, several individuals provoked the zombies outside, only to have them break in. Learning from this grim lesson, the remaining survivors have become more subdued. Guan Li naturally ignored their cries for help. The survivors, in a state of desperation, continued to scribble messages on the red cloths. I have plenty of money. Whatever you desire, I can provide, wrote a man dressed in designer attire. Handsome, come save me, and I'll grant any request. Pinned a beautiful woman with ample curves. I am a leader in XX. If you save me, I can offer you a job, wrote a bald, portly man. Guan Li disregarded all of these propositions. In this apocalyptic world, such offers hold no value. Money? What use is it? Status and identity? They are relics of the past. Beautiful women? That will only bring calamity upon oneself. You will not die well. I curse you. The man in designer clothes inscribed on the fabric. You heartless wretch. I will kill you, shouted the corpulent bald man, hurling a kitchen knife. At this distance, if thrown accurately, it could indeed strike Guan Li. Seeking death, Bone raised its shield, deflecting the knife. The skeletal mage behind it conjured a fireball spell. 10 fireballs launched forth, hurtling toward the knife-wielding man. Holy hell! Magic? He gasped, quickly retreating into the building. The fireball struck the balcony of the 7th floor, scorching the once pristine white walls into a charred black. Master, shall we kill him? Bone inquired. It would not be a difficult task, merely a matter of time. Xinlian, you go, Guan Li commanded, his tone icy. To ignore someone's plea for help while they seek to end your life is a manifestation of sheer malice. Guan Li would show no mercy to such individuals. As you wish. Xinlian's form vanished from sight. Let us proceed. Guan Li did not linger. At Xinlian's pace, he would accomplish his task and return swiftly. Phew. That was reckless. That fellow turned out to be quite formidable. In the opulent living room, the knife-wielding man panted heavily. Had he not dodged quickly, he would have been incinerated by the fireball. Even so, he was drenched in cold sweat. Damn, what is wrong with this world? Why has even magic emerged? He cursed. He had initially believed that the appearance of zombies was merely the result of an unknown viral infection, thinking that once the chaos subsided, he could return to his previous life. However, it appears that hope is now a distant dream. The city's defenses have yet to provide any assistance, and the situation is undeniably grim. That fellow, surely he must have departed by now? With a hesitant hand, the man known as the Knife Brother lifted the corner of the curtain to gaze down below. He observed the figure of Guan Li gradually fading into the distance. A sigh of relief escaped him. Phew, thank goodness I reside on a higher floor. The Knife Brother settled onto the ground. Yet, his moment of respite was short-lived. As a fervent knocking echoed from outside the door, the haunting moans of the undead pierced his ears. Zombies? How could they possibly be here? Instantly, The color drained from the knife brother's face. Just yesterday, he had assessed the safety of his floor, which had seemed secure. The knocking intensified, and he sprang to his feet, desperate to barricade the entrance. Click. The sound of the lock being disengaged sent him into a state of shock. Who could be opening the door? Before he could ponder further, the zombies surged into the room. Ah! A scream escaped the knife brother's lips as one of the creatures tackled him to the ground. Its claws ripped open his abdomen, spilling his innards across the floor. The zombie ravenously feasted upon him. Yet, the knife brother did not succumb to death. He remained painfully aware. Helplessly, he watched as the undead devoured him piece by piece. The sheer despair of the experience engulfed him. Through a narrow gap, he caught sight of a man standing in the corridor. A smile adorned the man's face. A smile that rendered him breathless. Chapter 42. Encounter with an awakener. He regretted it. Regretted provoking that young man. Yet, alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. Shenlian's form gradually became ethereal, vanishing into the corridor. Everything that had transpired moments ago was undoubtedly his doing. Shenlian was adept at traversing the shadows. For him, it was a trivial matter. Guan Li traversed the neighborhood, arriving at another street. Shenlian's figure swiftly coalesced. My lord, the task is complete. That fellow met a grim fate, Shenlian proclaimed. I shall not inquire into the details. Guan Li waved his hand dismissively. He brought this upon himself. There is nothing more to be said. Numerous zombies roamed the street, all taking notice of Guan Li's party. After all, their ranks had steadily grown, now numbering 67. Even a desire for discretion had become an impossibility. Roar. The zombies howled, lunging toward Guan Li. Just as he prepared to strike, a massive crocodile suddenly burst forth from an alleyway. This crocodile stood 3 meters tall and measured 5 to 6 meters in length, its armored scales protruding like small bags. For robust claws, adorned with sharp ice, glinted menacingly. Crack. Several zombies were instantly bisected by the icy giant. Roar. The colossal creature exhaled a frigid breath, opening its jaws to unleash a torrent of ice. The zombies on the street were instantaneously frozen, the biting cold palpable even to Guan Li from a distance. Following this, the freezing giant swept its massive tail. The frozen zombies were flung into fragments. In mere seconds, dozens of zombies were eradicated. Though they were merely low-level 1-star zombies, this feat was sufficient to demonstrate the creature's might. Guan Li did not rush to engage. For atop the icy giant, he discerned a figure. A human. Oh, a human? The individual upon the crocodile also noticed Guan Li. It was a pale young girl, her delicate features devoid of color. Her long, ebony hair flowed smoothly. Little Croc, come here. The girl commanded the icy giant, drawing it to a halt before Guan Li, maintaining a distance of 5 to 6 meters. Clearly, she regarded Guan Li with a degree of caution. My name is Han Xiaolu. And you? The girl leapt down from the giant. Guan Li, he replied. He sensed no malice from her. Is this your ability? Summoning skeletal soldiers. I thought I was the only one bestowed with special powers. Han Xiaolu inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. Sort of. And what about you? Guan Li responded ambiguously. The skeletal undead army was indeed summoned by him. I received a little crocodile as my initial reward. Additionally, I possess the ability to control ice, Han Xiaolu declared, demonstrating as a shard of ice swiftly formed in her hand. Guan Li's heart instantly grew vigilant. One must always guard against others. He discreetly ordered the Legion soldiers to enter a state of readiness. Should Han Xiaolu launch a sudden attack, he would be prepared to counter in an instant. However, it was evident that Guan Li was being overly cautious. The girl before him clearly had no such intentions. After showcasing her ice crystal, she stowed it away. Guan Li felt no embarrassment. In a world ravaged by chaos, the human heart was the most inscrutable. Well, you were quite fortunate. Guan Li nodded. His gaze swept over the colossal beast beside Han Xiaolu. Name, Ice Crystal Crocodile, Evolvable, Potential, 8 stars Strength. Intermediate 3 stars Abilities, Frost Armor, Ice Breath, Frantic Tail Whip. Death Strangulation Evaluation, a giant crocodile imbued with the bloodline of ice, possessing formidable potential. Well, it's not too bad. Compared to my best friend, I'm already quite lucky. Han Xiaolu recalled her friend, who had succumbed to a gruesome transformation. Had she not encountered the ice crystal crocodile at a critical moment to turn the tide, she would likely have perished at the onset of the apocalypse. Where are you headed? Han Xiaolu inquired. To find the city defense forces. Guan Li fabricated a casual excuse, certainly not revealing his true intentions. Wonderful. I am also searching for the city defense forces. Shall we form a team? It would provide mutual support. A joyful smile appeared on Han Xiaolu's face. Apologies. I prefer to work alone, Guan Li replied. You? Working alone? Han Xiaolu pointed at the legion of dozens behind him. Indeed, I prefer solitude, Guan Li stated, his demeanor unwavering. Very well. In that case, I shall not intrude. Han Xiaolu nodded, not pressing further. Young lady, I offer you this advice in the apocalypse. Do not place too much trust in others. With that, Guan Li turned and departed without looking back. Han Xiaolu stood rooted in place, a puzzled expression adorning her face. Little croc, do I seem foolish to you? The ice crystal crocodile nodded, then shook its head. How infuriating. Your meals for today are cancelled. Han Xiaolu said with a fierce glare. The ice crystal crocodile, QQ. Encountering Han Xiaolu was merely a brief interlude. As Guan Li traversed the street, the ice crystal crocodile gradually faded from sight. In the alley, several large mutant wildcats perched atop the walls, glaring intently at Guan Li. However, after weighing the pros and cons, they refrained from attacking. The man before them was far too formidable. As they watched Guan Li vanish into the distance, the mutant wildcats concealed themselves, lying in wait for their next prey. Upon exiting the alley, Guan Li found himself before a natural park. The plants have begun to mutate? He stood on the street, observing the park 100 meters ahead. Dense thickets obscured the entrance's fence, and numerous leaves had wildly spread onto the street. Guan Li gazed at the natural park. The overnight changes had transformed it into a lush forest. The entrance of the park resembled a beast baring its fangs, eager to consume any passerby. Unfazed, Guan Li strode directly into the park. The dense foliage shielded the blazing sun from view, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet almost instantaneously. Suddenly, a wandering zombie emerged before Guan Li. Identifiable by its attire as an elderly gentleman likely practiced in Tai Chi, alas. Upon noticing Guan Li, the old zombie lunged at him with fervor. However, it was regrettably feeble. Guan Li's bloodthirsty blades swiftly dispatched the creature, sending a few drops of tainted blood splattering. Clearly, it harbored a profound disdain for such filthy remnants. Guan Li pressed onward, for the true dangers lurking within the park were far more formidable than these zombies. Following the concrete path, he arrived at the edge of a serene lake. Beside the water, a creature with the body of a man and the head of a lion was bent over, quenching its thirst. Something was amiss. Guan Li directed his legion soldiers to conceal themselves within the surrounding thickets. A disaster beast. A glimmer of brilliance flashed before him. Master, shall we eliminate it? Bone, low to the ground, stealthily crept towards Guan Li's side. There was no choice. The creature was too towering. Even in a crouch, it was challenging to maintain a covert presence. With a knowing smile, Guan Li replied, Yes, let us proceed. Chapter 43. The lion hybrid monster. Guan Li commanded the legion soldiers to encircle the entire artificial lake. The disaster monsters were not mere zombies. They possessed considerable intelligence. If they found themselves at a disadvantage, they might choose to flee. Following Guan Li's orders, the soldiers silently surrounded the artificial lake. The lion-faced creature lay lazily by the shore, completely unaware that danger had silently descended upon it. Name: Lion Hybrid. Boss level. Potential: 7 stars strength. Intermediate 4 stars abilities: Claw Kick, Thunder Fist, Earth Rift Claw. Golden Claw Strike evaluation: a disaster monster that has emerged from the rift, possessing formidable strength and capable of harnessing thunder and gold elements in battle. Guan Li surveyed the lion-faced creature as the system presented the monster's information. Intermediate 4 stars. A grave expression crossed Guan Li's face. The Legion soldiers were all of 3 stars strength. Are we to engage in a battle beyond our level? Guan Li mused. For others, such a feat might be daunting, but for Guan Li, it was hardly a challenge. After all, he had the advantage of numbers. Chaotic punches could even fell a master. The Legion soldiers were poised and ready, awaiting Guan Li's command. Archers, prepare. Skeleton mages, get ready. Guan Li issued the orders. The elven archers drew their bows, employing armor-piercing arrows. Ordinary arrows would struggle to inflict substantial damage on a monster of this caliber. The skeleton mages raised their bony staffs, aiming at the lion hybrid. Fire! Guan Li commanded. Whoosh! Boom! 12 arrows, glinting with a cold sheen, hurtled towards the lion hybrid. Above the creature, 10 bolts of lightning coalesced, descending upon it. Roar! The lion hybrid emitted a furious roar as it sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The 12 armor-piercing arrows embedded deeply into its flesh. The lightning strike hit it but was absorbed by a layer of golden light. Can it absorb lightning elements? Quite intriguing. Guan Li was slightly taken aback to see that the lightning spell had not harmed the creature. Nevertheless, this would not alter its fate. The lion hybrid was doomed. Charge. Kill. Guan Li brandished the blood-drinking blade, bursting forth from the woods. Following him, the soldiers surged from all directions. Roar. Seeing itself ensnared, the lion hybrid's fury ignited. Was it now the prey? Unforgivable. It yanked out the armor-piercing arrows embedded in its body, blood flowing from the wounds. Yet, astonishingly, the wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The lion hybrid slashed forward with its sharp claws, unleashing a golden air blade. The skeleton shield soldiers and skeleton spear soldiers quickly raised their shields in defense. The golden air blade struck the shields, cleaving them in two. Several skeleton soldiers sheltered behind the shields found their shoulders severely mutilated. What a powerful attack! Truly deserving of its status as a 4-star disaster monster. The battle had barely commenced, and already there were casualties. Fortunately, the skeleton soldiers felt no pain, even with its shoulder severed. It continued to fight valiantly with its remaining arms. Bone spears and daggers struck against the lion hybrid creature. Though they merely left shallow white marks on its tough hide without breaching its defenses, the pain ignited a furious wrath within the beast. How dare these skeletal insects assault it? It raised its leg and swept, sending 3 skeletal shield bearers flying. Fireball, taking advantage of the lion hybrid's momentary pause. A series of searing fireballs struck its body directly. A mournful howl erupted from the creature, revealing large charred patches upon its form. Since it could absorb lightning energy, fireball attacks would be the key. Following the fireballs, 12 armor-piercing arrows were unleashed, striking the lion hybrid's arms, shoulders, chest, and vital areas. It howled once more. Indeed, the lion hybrid was formidable, yet it stood alone against dozens of legion soldiers. With the soldiers working in tight cohesion, the lion hybrid found itself besieged from all sides. At this moment, Guan Li surged forward. Blood soul, slash. He wielded the bloodthirsty blade, unleashing a crimson sword aura. The lion hybrid instantly felt a terrifying presence overwhelming it. Lacking any hesitation, it hastily gathered its strength. Thunderous fist. A golden lightning glow erupted from the lion hybrid's fist as it thrust forward, coalescing into a lion's head of electricity. The 2 energy attacks clashed, the blood-colored sword aura gradually dissipating, while the lightning lion's head vanished without a trace. Guan Li, with his intermediate 3-star strength, managed to hold his ground against the lion hybrid thanks to the bloodthirsty blade, which was quite an achievement. Seizing the lion hybrid's moment of respite, Shun Lian finally found his opportunity. Sword control technique. The Shadow Sword cultivators collectively executed the art of sword control. 26 flying swords slashed towards the lion hybrid. Roar. The lion hybrid sought to retaliate. But the thunderous fist had drained too much energy, rendering it incapable of launching another attack in such a short span. Reluctantly, it had to evade the onslaught. The scale beast charged. Bone raised its heavy shield and barreled straight towards the lion hybrid. The tremendous force sent it flying. Although the impact did not inflict significant damage, it managed to knock the creature back onto its path. The trajectory of the sword control technique. Whoosh. The sharp sword sliced into the lion hybrid, leaving a multitude of wounds. The lion hybrid knelt upon the ground, panting heavily. Though the sword marks on its body began to heal, the speed of recovery was markedly slower than before. Clearly, its rapid healing abilities had their limits. Roar. A cornered beast still fights. The lion hybrid's eyes glowed crimson, fixating fiercely on Guan Li. It unleashed all its might and charged directly at him. Protect the master, Bone shouted. It attempted to intercept the lion hybrid, but alas, it was too slow. The lion hybrid crashed through several shadow sword cultivators, reaching Guan Li. Possessing considerable intelligence, it discerned that all the attacking creatures were centered around this human. By merely taking him hostage, one could escape. A commendable thought. Yet, I am no soft target. Guan Li has continuously honed his skills precisely to avert such scenarios. With a flicker of movement, he vanished from his original position. The griffin-like creature lunged, bewilderment evident in its eyes. It could not fathom why the human before it had simply disappeared. Guan Li materialized behind it. Blood Demon S hand. A grotesquely sanguine arm coalesced instantaneously. Sensing the power emanating from this arm, Guan Li struck toward the creature. Empowered by the Blood Demon S hand, his strength surged tremendously. He effortlessly breached the griffin's defenses. The creature sought to retaliate, yet the previous skirmish had already left it battered and bruised. The bloodthirsty blade, akin to a predator discovering a delectable feast, pierced into the creature's flesh, and blood-red tendrils began to spread. Fear etched itself upon the griffin's face as it launched an assault against Guan Li. Observing this, a subtle smile graced his lips. He relinquished his grip on the bloodthirsty blade. The griffin seized the hilt, attempting to extract the blade. However, the insatiably bloodthirsty weapon was far from willing to relent easily. The bloodthirsty blade voraciously drained its lifeblood, while blood-red tendrils ensnared the creature's arm. Moments later, the griffin's form was entirely engulfed by the crimson tendrils. Chapter 44. The football arena. The lionhound monster struggled a few times before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Had the creature been in its prime, the bloodthirsty blade might not have been able to subdue it. However, after a series of relentless battles, its power had diminished to a mere fraction of its former self. The bloodthirsty blade acted as the final straw that broke the camel's back. A notification echoed through the air. You have slain the lionhound monster, earning 2,000 points, and one Lionhound summoning card. The blood-soaked tendrils enveloping the creature receded like a tide, revealing a grotesque, desiccated corpse before Guan Li. The Lionhound's body, a mere skin draped over bones, had lost all semblance of flesh and blood. Guan Li stepped forward to retrieve the blue card dropped by the Lionhound. Drawing forth the bloodthirsty blade, he was also rewarded with a resplendent crystal core. The core, entwined in crimson tendrils, was extracted from the monster's remains. "Well done," Guan Li remarked, patting the bloodthirsty blade. The blade trembled slightly in response. Clutching the Lionhound's crystal core, Guan Li began to absorb its energy. This 4-star core brimmed with power, flowing into him like a raging river, ceaselessly filling his being. With fervor, he absorbed the pure energy until a resounding crack echoed as a barrier shattered. Opening his eyes, he felt his aura sharpen, becoming even more formidable. After assimilating the Lionhound's core, he successfully advanced to a high-level 3-star. The surging energy within him seemed to whisper that the 4-star threshold was no longer far off. Once he had fully absorbed the core, Guan Li picked up the summoning card provided by the system. Lionhound summoning card can summon a mid-level 4-star Lionhound to fight. During the summoning, the Lionhound is immune to death and ignores all negative effects for 1 minute. Upon reading this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. This was a remarkable disposable card, capable of summoning an invincible 4-star ally. Guan Li tucked the card away, reserving it as a trump card. The Lionhound's strength was commendable, and with the invulnerability buff, its power could potentially double. Guan Li's victory over it was entirely due to the numerical advantage provided by the legion of soldiers. Under such a concerted assault, it was nearly impossible for the Lionhound to survive. In the recent skirmish, 5 soldiers had perished, 3 skeleton sword and shield warriors and 2 skeleton gun and shield warriors. The fallen soldiers would return to the system for revival, while the remaining wounded soldiers would recuperate on site. Guan Li held the blue card obtained from the Lionhound and gently crushed it. "You have received a Legion Upgrade Card X1. Upon use, this card will elevate the Legion's strength by 1 level, applicable only to those below 10-star strength." What a splendid prize. Guan Li's eyes brightened. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to apply the upgrade card to the Skeleton Undead Legion. Currently, their strength hovered around high-level 3-star. An upgrade would elevate them to initial 4-star status. Guan Li required a Legion of 4-star might. And since the Skeleton Undead Legion boasted the largest numbers, utilizing the upgrade card on them was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. System: upgrade the Skeleton Undead Legion. After weighing the pros and cons, Guan Li acted decisively, without further hesitation. He is not the kind of person who wavers in indecision. He takes action decisively. After utilizing the upgrade card, the Skeletal Undead Legion was enveloped in a radiant white light. Their aura grew significantly stronger. "Congratulations." Shun Lian and Aaron spoke in unison. "Hee. I concede." The bone-brained one chuckled heartily. The atmosphere among the legions was one of camaraderie. "Let us set forth. We must find a place to rest before nightfall." Guan Li noted that the legion soldiers had nearly fully recovered. They pressed on. The expanse of the nature park was not particularly vast. Besides the lion-headed monsters, Guan Li encountered a few mutated creatures. These aberrant beings posed little threat and did not cause much trouble. Approximately half an hour later, Guan Li cleaved through the thorns before him. He bent low and crawled through the broken railing. This is not a dog hole, merely a damaged railing. Upon returning to the street, the sun began to set. Whoa. A few lurching zombies lunged at Guan Li. He wielded the bloodthirst blade, effortlessly dispatching them. The Legion soldiers passed through the railing and emerged onto the street. Guan Li did not linger, continuing onward. In less than 2 days, this once opulent metropolis bore the marks of decay. The deserted streets were littered with wrecked vehicles. What was once a bustling thoroughfare had transformed into a haven for zombies and monsters. The former inhabitants could only cower in the shadows, trembling in fear. As Guan Li ventured down the street, zombies lunged at him from the roadside. Aaron's team fired continuously, bringing the approaching zombies down before they could draw near. The skeletal swordsmen and shield bearers formed the outermost ranks, followed by the shadow sword masters and ranged soldiers. Guan Li remained sheltered within the heart of the formation. The group advanced steadily through the narrow street. From the buildings on either side, envious gazes were cast upon them. After enduring 2 days of torment, most survivors had come to accept the apocalypse. How they longed to be the ones protected by the soldiers. Yet, alas, such thoughts were all they had. Upon leaving the street, dusk had fully descended. The blood-red twilight gradually faded from the horizon. The last rays of light seemed to signal to the world that night had arrived. Roar, woo, a woo. As the sun disappeared, darkness enveloped the land once more. Terrifying howls echoed from all directions. Had it been anyone else, they might have been paralyzed with fear. Yet, Guan Li remained remarkably composed. He instructed the elven archers to heighten their senses. Should there be any sign of movement, they were to attack immediately. Guan Li recalled that not far ahead lay a municipal soccer stadium, where many matches had taken place. He resolved to seek refuge there for the night. Drawing upon his past memories, he knew that there were no recent soccer games scheduled. This indicated that the number of people inside the stadium at the onset of the apocalypse was likely minimal. Following the dimly lit street for approximately 10 minutes, he encountered several waves of mutated creatures attacking. Fortunately, the adversaries were neither formidable nor numerous, easily subdued by the Legion's soldiers. Under the gentle glow of the moonlight, Guan Li beheld a colossal structure rising from the ground in the distance. Illuminated by the silvery beams, 3 enormous crimson characters proclaimed, "Soccer Stadium." Yet, in that moment, those vibrant letters appeared strangely ominous. The tranquil stadium exuded an air of oppression. "Let us proceed," Guan Li declared, undaunted. In this apocalyptic world, absolute safety was but an illusion. At the entrance of the stadium, remnants of popcorn and soda cups lay scattered about. Although no grand matches were taking place, the stadium still attracted numerous enthusiasts eager to engage in friendly competitions. Thus, even during ordinary times, the venue remained operational, with all offerings readily available. As the moonlight cast its gaze upon the ground, Guan Li discerned unsettling traces of blood, an alarming sight indeed. It seemed that even during the onset of the apocalypse, this place had not been devoid of turmoil. Flanking the entrance, numerous statues of soccer legends stood vigil, their gaze fixed intently on the threshold. Under normal circumstances, this would not raise an eyebrow, but at that moment, the statues, stained with blood, appeared particularly sinister. Chapter 45, The Terrifying Puppet. The atmosphere within the football arena was eerily tranquil. No traces of zombies were visible in the entrance hall, however. The bloodstains on the ground hinted at the underlying chaos. The horrors of the apocalypse stem not solely from the undead. Given the current circumstances, numerous enigmatic phenomena had yet to be encountered by Guan Li. The moonlight failed to penetrate the hall, compelling Guan Li to extract a perpetual lamp, its bright flame dispelling the surrounding darkness. The candlelight illuminated an approximate radius of 5 meters as Guan Li ventured into the dim corridor. The floor bore numerous desiccated bloodstains, each handprint leaving long, sinister trails. Clearly, a harrowing event had transpired here. Despite the absence of any zombie presence, the possibility of such entities was dismissed, leaving only the threat of natural calamities and monstrous beings. Undeterred, Guan Li pressed onward. The corridor was not excessively long, and soon, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Emerging from the passage, he found himself in the open football field. The spectator stands were a disarray of debris, littered with various refuse. Evidently, a significant disturbance had erupted within the stadium during the apocalypse. Still, no hint of zombies was in sight. It felt as if he and his legion of soldiers were the only souls present. The silence was unsettling, almost unnatural. "Bone, I would appreciate your vigilance tonight," Guan Li declared. "Certainly, my lord." Bone nodded, commanding the soldiers to remain alert. Guan Li approached the spectator's side and retrieved a folding bed. A brisk autumn breeze swept through the football field. September weather was typically sweltering by day, yet cool at night. Guan Li reclined on the folding bed and soon succumbed to slumber, initially believing the night would pass uneventfully. However, in the depths of the night, an eerie cacophony echoed throughout the stadium. Cackling, cawing, giggles. Guan Li jolted awake. Noticing his soldiers encircling him brought a measure of comfort. "My lord, you are awake?" Bone approached the folding bed. What is happening?" Guan Li inquired, nodding. The bizarre sounds had completely banished his drowsiness. He stowed away the folding bed, recognizing that tonight was destined to be sleepless. "My subordinates have yet to comprehend the situation." Those strange sounds erupted suddenly, lasting only a few seconds before vanishing. Bone reported. How peculiar." Guan Li was not intimidated by formidable monsters. He preferred direct confrontation. Yet, the enigmatic occurrences perplexed him, leaving him at a loss for action. Even if he wished to engage, he required a target. "Aileen, have you sensed anything?" Guan Li shifted his gaze toward Aileen, who possessed perceptive abilities. "My lord, nothing at the moment." Aileen shook her head in response. "And what of Shinlian?" Guan Li pressed further. "There is no discovery." Shinlian also shook his head in resignation. The earlier events had been exceedingly bizarre. The sounds had appeared abruptly, and before the Legion could react, they had vanished once more. "It seems this fellow delights in a game of hide and seek." Guan Li furrowed his brow slightly. Such enemies lurking in the shadows are exceedingly troublesome, for one can never ascertain when they might strike. Within this football field, there must exist some enigmatic creature. And from the moment he entered, it had already set its sights upon him. Although the eerie stillness enveloped him, Guan Li remained unperturbed. Since the adversary chose to make a move, it would not relinquish its pursuit easily. Time passed slowly. Guan Li sat in the stands, keenly observing his surroundings. The entire football field remained hauntingly silent. Aside from the whispers of the night breeze, there was only the sound of his own breathing. Are you frightened? Guan Li mused inwardly. Cackles and guffaws. The peculiar laughter once again echoed throughout the football field. This time, Guan Li discerned it clearly. It bore resemblance to the laughter of women, the elderly, and children. The strange laughter meandered unpredictably, emanating from the field, the corridors, and the stands. At times it was clear, at others it was obscure, sometimes ringing in Guan Li's ears. Were it a person of weaker resolve, they would have surely been paralyzed by fear. Yet, Guan Li possessed unwavering determination and the immunity of his genes. The bizarre laughter had no effect on him. Everyone, remain vigilant. Guan Li rose from the stands, brandishing the bloodthirsty blade, and leaped into the football field. Your feeble tricks are utterly futile against me. If this is all you can muster, then come forth and meet your demise. With the bloodthirsty blade in hand, Guan Li surveyed his surroundings with an air of defiance. The eerie laughter abruptly ceased. Chaotic footsteps resounded from the corridors nearby. Soon after, figures emerged from the four surrounding passages, their bodies rigid and contorted. These individuals bore vacant stares, standing in grotesquely twisted postures that no normal person could assume. Food. It should resemble food. A woman with her head twisted a full 180 degrees opened her mouth stiffly. Her voice lacked any semblance of emotion, as if she were a mere machine. The faint traces of makeup on her face, coupled with her grotesque movements and ashen, lifeless eyes, rendered her not too dissimilar from an ordinary human. What a farce. Guan Li swiftly severed her head. Cackles echoed. You shall die? The food I have set my sights upon cannot escape, even if you are an awakened one. You shall meet your end. The decapitated head that rolled on the ground continued to maintain its rigid grin. No blood gushed forth from her body. With a sudden, fierce kick, Guan Li shattered the head on the ground. Contrary to expectations, there was no splatter of brain matter or blood. The head shattered like porcelain. A puppet? Guan Li's mind grasped a revelation. The headless torso lunged towards him, black threads wildly emerging from the vacant neck, seeking to constrict him. Bone armor. Rapidly, bone armor coalesced around Guan Li's form. The silk thread made no mark upon the bone armor. With a swift motion, he swung his sword and cleaved the headless corpse in two. As the body was split apart, its interior was revealed. As Guan Li had surmised, there was no flesh or blood within. Countless threads supported the entire body's movement. Kill. Protect the master. Bone shouted, charging towards the puppets. The four passages of the football field housed no fewer than hundreds of puppets. To defeat these puppets, one must destroy the threads within their bodies. Otherwise, they would continue to function. Bone raised his scaled shield and brought it crashing down upon a puppet. The immense force instantly flattened the puppet, proving exceedingly effective. The skeletal mage summoned fireballs and lightning that rained down upon the horde of puppets. The skeleton swordsmen and shield bearers found their efforts somewhat taxing. Lacking the ability to slay the puppets in a single blow, yet they fought valiantly. The shadow swordsmen executed their shadow sword techniques, their swords slicing rapidly to dismantle the puppets. The elven archers, too, faced challenges, as the small impact area of their arrows often pierced through the skulls and bodies of the puppets, allowing them to persist in their movements. Guan Li decided to redirect their attacks towards the puppets' legs. Once stripped of mobility, their threat level would be significantly diminished. Chapter 46. The manipulator Guan Li continued to wield the bloodthirsty blade, mercilessly slaying the puppets that surrounded him. With a fierce swing, he unleashed the blood soul slash. The crimson blade energy swept through the air, cleaving several puppets in twain. Upon finishing the blood soul slash, Guan Li swiftly crushed a supply card to replenish his expended energy. The soldiers of the Legion did the same, drawing sustenance from their supply cards. Did they wish to engage Guan Li in a war of attrition? They would find it futile. In the presence of supply cards, consumption was a non-issue. Such was their wealth. Such was their audacity. Under the relentless assault of the Legion soldiers, hundreds of puppets were soon obliterated. The ground lay strewn with black threads and fragments of human remains, creating a chilling spectacle. Beneath his feet, Guan Li stepped upon a shard of an eye. Your subordinates are hardly impressive, he declared, humorously mocking their ineptitude in a foreign tongue he had mastered. Suddenly, a chilling, eerie laughter echoed through the air. The atmosphere turned frigid as a figure rapidly emerged in the corridor before Guan Li. It was a tattered humanoid puppet, its grotesque visage sewn together with crimson thread. The oversized eyes, stitched in place, oozed blood incessantly. It was evident that this puppet had been salvaged from some unfortunate soul. Upon its head rested a mass of black hair, which writhed and twisted upon the ground as if alive. Connecting this to the earlier black threads, Guan Li deduced that this puppet utilized the hair to control its minions. Blood dripped thickly from its claws, indicating that others had survived and entered the arena after Guan Li. However, It seemed these unfortunate souls had already fallen prey to the puppet. This explained the interruption of the initial attack. Guan Li had mistakenly believed the puppet feared him, when in reality, it had merely dealt with the subsequent intruders. He offered a brief moment of silence for those unfortunate beings. As Guan Li scrutinized the puppet, the system promptly relayed information. Name, string puppet potential, 7 stars strength, 4 stars, beginner, abilities, puppet mastery, string manipulation, entangling threads. Precise strangulation evaluation, a calamity creature born from the rifts, originally a discarded puppet that became mutated through accumulated resentment, gaining the ability to create and control puppets. Beware its razor-sharp hair. Guan Li exhaled a sigh of relief. It was merely a 4-star, beginner, calamity creature. In terms of raw power, the string puppet was significantly inferior to the lionhound beast. Yet, its peculiar abilities to manipulate puppets posed a unique threat. Fortunately, it had not produced many puppets, otherwise he would have been forced to retreat. Your strength is commendable. I find myself reluctant to slay you. The string puppet gazed at Guan Li as if appraising a captivating plaything. And these fellows, they make for splendid puppet material. The sound of the marionette is high-pitched. Enough with the trivialities. Take my sword. Guan Li strikes preemptively, aiming his blow at the marionette. This is not a sneak attack. It is a decisive move. Cackle. Struggle. If you must. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. I relish delightful prey, savoring each moment. Sharp black threads emerge from the marionette's hands, twisting towards Guan Li in an attempt to ensnare him. The bloodletting blade cleaves through the black threads effortlessly, leaving no hindrance in its wake. What? How is this possible? The marionette exclaims in surprise, astonished that its own threads could be so easily severed. Such a keen weapon. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure. The marionette's large, captivating eyes flicker with an eerie motion. Protect the master. Charge. The skeleton brandishes its shield and lunges at the marionette. With a deft tiptoe, the marionette evades the impact. It gazes around the football field, surveying the legion of soldiers. Excellent. These shall be my playthings. Once abandoned, the marionette continuously crafts puppets for its own command. Control the strings. The long, writhing hair behind the marionette stands erect, then shoots outwards. What is this creature up to? Guan Li is engulfed in confusion. The dense threads rapidly entwine around the soldiers' bodies. Their limbs are manipulated by thick black strands. The marionette exerts control over the soldiers, who instinctively resist but cannot extricate themselves from the binding. Only 3 commanders manage to partially break free from the black threads. Master, quickly reclaim the soldiers. The commanders urgently advise as they witness their troops succumbing to chaos. In this predicament, the only course of action is to withdraw the legion and forcibly sever the marionette's control. Fear not. I have my own plans. Guan Li reassures the 3 commanders through internal communication while simultaneously issuing commands to the soldiers. Attack the marionette. Strike with all your might. Aha. Despair. Your subordinates have all become my toys. The mouth sewn from thread on the marionette continuously morphs in shape, exuding a sense of triumph as it anticipates Guan Li's expression of hopelessness. Why are you unafraid? The marionette senses something amiss. The demeanor of this human is far too composed. A commendable tactic, but alas, it is futile against me. Guan Li scoffs dismissively. The marionette instinctively senses impending danger. It attempts to command the soldiers to assault Guan Li, but alas, it is too late. Barrier technique. Guan Li activates his skill, causing the threads binding the soldiers to vanish in an instant. A golden halo appears above the soldiers' heads. Restored to action, they charge towards the marionette. Many of the soldiers, previously ensnared by it, now seek to protect themselves. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of fabric being pierced resonates. A torrent of cotton bursts forth. Ah, how is this possible? It cannot be. My control over the puppet strings. Why has it faltered? The marionette emits a chilling wail. Its abilities are enigmatic, yet its essence is exceedingly fragile. Were it not for the unwavering assurance of victory, it would never reveal its true form. Alas, it has underestimated Guan Li. The shielding technique bestows upon the Legion's soldiers immunity to any adverse effects, which is precisely why Guan Li remains unperturbed. One cannot deny that the shielding technique is indeed a miraculous skill. Without it, he would likely have to recall all his soldiers. Such a recall would necessitate a cooling period of several minutes, during which the marionette could potentially escape. Impossible. Ah. The voice of the marionette grows increasingly faint. Its body is now completely engulfed by the soldiers. The wrath that had surged from the earlier control has been fully unleashed. Guan Li cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. The capabilities of this marionette are truly too bizarre. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have met a grim fate at its hands. Just imagine, with all your companions under its control, leaving you utterly alone. What a desolate feeling that would be. Chapter 47. Puppetry, the system's prompt echoed as the marionette met its demise, granting 2,000 points and one controlling thread. The Legion soldiers dispersed, revealing a ground strewn with cotton, tattered fabric, and a blue card. Among the remains of the marionette, no crystal core could be found. Instead, a small milky orb caught Guan Li's attention. What could this be? He picked up the milky bead and examined it closely. Mental pearl increases mental strength upon use. The system generously provided Guan Li with the item's information. An increase in mental strength? This is quite a treasure. A look of delight emerged on Guan Li's face. Mental power, a mysterious and formidable entity, had been a recurring theme in the novels of his past life. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Li grasped the mental pearl and began to absorb its essence. Unlike a crystal core, it did not inundate him with overwhelming energy. Instead, waves of enigmatic mental strength flowed into his mind. Guan Li shuddered, and his perception of the surroundings began to sharpen. He felt a potent force within his mind. Yet he remained uncertain of how to unleash it. This was due to his lack of mastery over the utilization of mental power. Guan Li did not feel disheartened. This knowledge would come in time. The enhancement of his mental prowess merely amplified his sensory abilities. He could now perceive a radius of 7 meters around him. Although it was an expansion of just 2 meters, it was a significant achievement. After all, encountering creatures of mental strength was no easy feat, and even if one did, vanquishing them was a formidable challenge. The marionette had been overly ambitious, revealing its true form. Had it exercised caution and merely commanded puppets to eliminate, it could have retreated unscathed, even if it could not defeat Guan Li. This illustrated the tenacity of mental creatures. If they could not bestial, they would simply avoid confrontation. Defeating the marionette was, indeed, an unexpected delight. Guan Li retrieved the items awarded by the system, 10 nearly transparent threads. Controlling threads, capable of controlling targets whose strength does not exceed one's own. This was a commendable little tool, although it could only manipulate targets weaker than himself. It was still quite valuable. The term control implied complete dominion. He could command the target to its demise without the slightest hesitation. Possessing controlling threads was akin to wielding a puppet. He stowed the threads in his system backpack for future use. Guan Li then turned his gaze to the blue card. With a gentle squeeze, the card shattered instantly. Acquired Puppetry X1. Learn the methods to create and control puppets. This is an evil skill. Oh, a skill. Guan Li felt a surge of excitement. He disregarded the final sentence of the skill description. There are no inherently evil skills, only malevolent users. Learning puppetry. A wealth of knowledge regarding puppetry flooded into Guan Li's mind. The art of puppetry encompassed various forms. However, there are primarily 2 forms of puppetry. The first is quite straightforward, forceful control, transforming the target into a puppet. The second involves the creation of a puppet, which is then manipulated using special tools. The method of forceful control is one that Guan Li has already encountered. The skill ultimately employed by the marionette falls into this category. Although this approach is efficient, it bears significant drawbacks, as a puppet subjected to forceful control can potentially break free from its constraints. In contrast, the method of crafting a puppet is considerably more reliable, as it is a product of one's own hands, allowing for complete mastery over it. Unfortunately, Guan Li lacks the necessary materials and containers for puppet making, rendering the skill temporarily of little use. Nevertheless, it stands to reason that proficiency in various techniques is never a burden. Moreover, this puppetry skill is indeed an admirable one. Guan Li felt elated. Although the rewards were modest in quantity, their quality was commendable. Having vanquished the marionette, he felt the oppressive gloom that had shrouded the football arena dissipate entirely. That subtle sense of unease vanished without a trace. He could finally enjoy a restful slumber. Gazing at the hazy moonlight, he surmised there was still ample time. He retrieved his folding bed once more and promptly fell asleep. The Legion soldiers stood guard around him. And due to the intimidation posed by the marionette, no monsters lurked in the vicinity of the football arena. Thus, Guan Li slept soundly through the latter half of the night. The first rays of dawn's sunlight graced his face as he awoke, promptly tidying away his folding bed. The first order of business upon rising was, of course, breakfast. His stomach had already raised a flag of protest. As his body continued to strengthen, his appetite grew increasingly demanding. Sustaining robust physical functions necessitated a substantial expenditure of energy. Guan Li crushed 2 food cards, and 2 delectable meals materialized before him. Activating the skill, Gluttonous Feast. Burp satisfied, Guan Li let out a contented belch. After finishing his breakfast, he resumed his journey. If all went according to plan, he would reach the central shopping mall by day's end. At the entrance of the football arena, as Guan Li had anticipated, numerous bloodstains marred the ground. Many unfortunate souls had fallen victim to the marionette the previous night. In this apocalyptic world, death was a constant companion. Guan Li paid little heed, stepping into the sunlight as he exited the football arena. Before the XX community, he halted, for he noticed tracks left by tank treads at the entrance. Tanks. Two familiar words flashed in his mind. The city defense forces had finally launched a rescue operation, observing the scattered shell casings and shattered zombies. It was clear that a fierce battle had taken place here. The tracks were remarkably distinct, evidently recent. "Excuse me, young brother, are you with the city defense forces?" he inquired as several figures approached from within the community. "I am not." Guan Li shook his head. "Ah, too slow once again. I told you not to covet material wealth. And now look, the city defense forces have departed." The individuals were evidently a family, with the leading man pointing at the woman beside him. In the embrace of the woman lay a considerable collection of gold and silver ornaments. Guan Li found himself somewhat speechless. His life was hanging by a thread, yet she still clung to these possessions. "I care not. These are my lifeblood." The woman tightened her grip on her treasures, casting a wary glance at Guan Li, a quintessential miser. "Your worthless trinkets hold no allure for me." Without pausing, Guan Li continued along the tracks left by the tank. "Wait for us, young man," a man called out urgently. However, Guan Li paid him no heed, maintaining his brisk pace. "Throw away that rubbish." "I shall not. Even in death, I will not part with it." The sounds of the man's and woman's quarrel faded behind him, gradually diminishing until they were completely inaudible. Guan Li slightly altered his plans. He sought to locate the city defense forces. He desired to ascertain the state of Huagua. With 80% of the global population infected with the zombie virus, and given Huagua's immense population density, the transformation of 80% into the undead would yield catastrophic consequences. Chapter 48. The City Defense Army. Following the trail of the city defense forces, Guan Li advanced along the street, where fresh blood began to appear. Two wrecked armored vehicles stood abandoned in the middle of the road, bearing enormous gashes that clearly indicated they had fallen victim to a terrifying creature's assault. Zombies, felled by gunfire, lay scattered along the roadside. However, the monster that had destroyed the armored vehicles was nowhere in sight. It seemed the firepower of the city defense was insufficient to eliminate it. "Run! Get away! This place is perilous!" A faint voice echoed nearby. Guan Li scanned his surroundings and spotted a fully armed city defense soldier leaning against one of the wrecked vehicles. The soldier's pupils had turned a ghastly gray, a sign that he was on the verge of transformation into a zombie. All the other soldiers in his vicinity lay lifeless. Guan Li felt a profound respect for these valiant defenders of the populace. They had sacrificed their lives to ensure the survival of many. Guan Li hastened to the soldier's side. The soldier coughed up dark blood, his fading consciousness urging Guan Li to flee. This was the essence of the city defense army, an indomitable wolf forged in iron. Guan Li pricked his finger, allowing his blood to flow, hoping to see if his immune genes could save the soldier before him. Regrettably, the transformation of the soldier did not cease. Guan Li had anticipated this outcome. The effects of his immune genes were only applicable to himself. "I'm sorry," he murmured, using the blood-drinking blade to end the soldier's life. The soldier's visage was forever etched in the moment before transformation, surely wishing to avoid becoming one of those grotesque monsters. "Do not feed," Guan Li coldly commanded as the tendrils of the blade retracted in compliance. This was a hero worthy of respect. Guan Li hoisted the soldier onto the armored vehicle and ignited it. In the roaring flames, the bodies of the surrounding soldiers gradually caught fire. For them, this might be the most fitting farewell. While Guan Li felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, he did not shed tears. Such scenes were not uncommon in the apocalypse. If he wept every time, he would soon find himself blinded by grief. For the strong, tears are a luxury. Having dealt with the soldier's remains, Guan Li pressed onward. After approximately 10 minutes, the distant sound of artillery fire reached his ears. At last, he had found it. He quickened his pace towards the source of the cannonade. Before him stood a medium-sized shopping mall, where camouflaged city defense soldiers were relentlessly firing downward. The mall was encircled by a horde of zombies, and 3 tanks were blocked at the entrance. The cannon mouths roared, and shells rained down into the mass of undead, sending many of them flying in a gory explosion. Yet, the breach was swiftly filled. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, rendering the firepower of the 3 tanks futile. "Curse it! There are too many zombies." The soldiers within the tanks were drenched in cold sweat, realizing that they could not sustain their defense for long if this continued. "Hurry and contact the main force. Numerous zombies have commenced their assault on the armored vehicles. The signal has been severed. Communication is utterly impossible." A city defense soldier clutched a communication device, yet all that emanated from it was a cacophony of static. "Curse be that wretched creature. If it weren't for that monstrosity, we would not have become separated from our unit." The soldier vented his frustration. From the second-floor windows, flames licked out as bullets were unleashed in rapid succession, dispatching the zombies below. This was a beleaguered squad, originally tasked with rescuing nearby survivors. However, en route to their rendezvous, they encountered a terrifying onslaught of monsters. After paying a grievous toll, they managed to repel the creature, but had lost all contact with the main force. Within the second-floor shopping mall, alongside over 200 city defense soldiers, there were also 700 to 800 survivors. At that moment, the survivors huddled in corners, trembling in fear. "Mommy, I'm scared," a little girl cried. "Don't be afraid, Xin. The city defense uncles will protect us," her mother reassured her. "It's over. We're all going to die. There are so many zombies. We can't escape." Despair rapidly spread through the crowd. Many seized the food within the mall, embarking on a final frenzy. "We'd rather die with full stomachs." The soldiers of the city defense did not intervene, as they were already overwhelmed. Their ammunition was nearly depleted, and the relentless tide of zombies continued to surge forth. They understood that once their bullets ran dry, they would be forced into close combat with the undead. Although the armored vehicle blocked the entrance of the mall, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. The glass windows shattered as zombies crashed through, crawling into the mall. Curse be it. The soldiers inside the armored vehicle could only watch helplessly as the zombies infiltrated the premises. There was nothing they could do. Even repositioning the vehicle would not halt the advance of the undead. With the barriers gone, an even greater influx of zombies would ensue. Fierce shells erupted from the cannons, bombarding the surrounding zombies. This was the sole action they could undertake. Zombies. They've broken in. We're doomed. The zombies charged towards the second floor. The makeshift barricade of tables proved utterly insufficient to impede their advance. Survivors near the escalator were directly overwhelmed by the rushing zombies. With a sickening crunch, a man's vein was pierced, and blood gushed forth. "Help me," he gasped. Yet, within moments, his struggles ceased. The city defense soldiers reacted swiftly, firing their weapons. The zombies feasting upon their prey were instantaneously dispatched with headshots. However, soon other zombies surged up the escalator towards the second floor. "Retreat. Fall back to the third floor." With the imminent loss of the second floor, panic set in. The city defense soldiers swiftly organized the survivors to flee to the shopping mall on the third floor. Run. Hurry. In the face of crisis, human nature reveals its selfishness. Many survivors disregarded the soldiers' commands, frantically rushing towards the third floor. Alas, those who fled first were beset by zombies surging onto the second floor. Tat tat tat. "Come, follow me." A dozen city defense soldiers forged a path, shooting down the zombies at the escalator entrance. The survivors closely followed in their wake. "Xin, do not be afraid. Do not look." A woman covered the little girl's eyes as they raced up to the third floor. Most of the soldiers remained on the second floor, firing at the zombies that invaded the mall. The thunderous sound of cannon fire abruptly ceased. "Fire. Why has it stopped?" A soldier observing the situation shouted anxiously. "We are out of ammunition." The grim news fell upon them, plunging everyone into silence. The tank was rendered nearly useless, having exhausted much of its munitions. Click, click, click. Within the second-floor mall, numerous soldiers pulled the triggers, yet no bullets were discharged. They reached for their belts, finding them utterly devoid of ammunition. Chapter 49. Facing death with courage. Curse be it. "We are out of ammunition," exclaimed a soldier stationed for city defense. As he gazed upon the horde of approaching zombies, he swung his rifle but with fervor. The creature collapsed, struggling on the ground. It whimpered, attempting to rise, only to be met with a decisive strike to its skull by the soldier. "Do you have any bullets left?" After dispatching the zombie, the soldier inquired. "Li Chi, I have a few, but they are running low." Another soldier tossed him a magazine. "Thank you, a phone." Li Chi expressed his gratitude, promptly loading the magazine. More zombies continued to surge toward the second floor. The soldiers dared only to fire after taking aim, for their dwindling ammunition permitted no waste. Most of the survivors had safely retreated to the third floor. The soldiers acknowledged the futility of their efforts. Remaining on the second floor was a path to certain death. However, ascending to the third floor afforded them a fleeting chance at survival. Cursed be it. It's a mutated zombie. A soldier by the window shouted in alarm. Suddenly, a decayed zombie crashed through the window. Its arms were enveloped in a grotesque membrane, connecting at the underarms like the wings of a bat. Under the influence of a powerful viral mutation, the zombie had evolved wings. "This is terrifying. Open fire. Quickly, open fire." The city defense soldiers, regaining their composure, squeezed the triggers. The newly arrived zombie was instantly riddled with bullets, its head reduced to a pulp. Yet, before they could catch their breath, 3 flying zombies surged in. They pounced upon the soldiers near the window, splattering crimson blood everywhere. Damn zombies. Die. 3 fallen soldiers summoned their last vestiges of strength to detonate the grenades strapped to their waists. Boom. The 3 mutated zombies were obliterated into a shower of gore. Retreat. Move away from the windows. Aware of the airborne threat, the soldiers hastily withdrew from the window. The stairway on the second floor was besieged by an unrelenting wave of zombies. Many soldiers brandished their knives, engaging in close-quarter combat. Through their valiant efforts, most survivors were successfully evacuated to the third floor. The soldiers, however, remained steadfast on the second floor, battling the relentless undead. As time passed, the gunfire from the second floor came to an abrupt halt. The city defense soldiers had exhausted their ammunition. With resolve, they prepared to confront the horde of zombies with blades in hand. A soldier drew forth a sharp dagger, piercing the skull of an approaching zombie. Li Qi, I entrust my family to you. A soldier named Afeng, tragically infected by a zombie-esque claw, uttered his last words. He pulled the pin on a grenade and charged into the throng of undead. No. Afeng. Li Qi's anguished cry echoed, but it was futile. Afeng plunged into the sea of corpses, the explosion scattering numerous zombies, but he too perished in the blast. Ah, why? Die. All of you, perish. Li Qi, clutching his bloody dagger, relentlessly slashed at the zombies before him. He was consumed by rage. Afeng had been his companion since childhood. Initially, we joined the city defense forces, embracing the sacred mission of safeguarding our people and protecting the illustrious nation of Hua. Yet, due to this wretched calamity, the abhorrent zombie virus, my dear comrade perished before my very eyes. The tragedy of Afeng unfolds repeatedly on the second floor. Those soldiers infected by the virus have chosen to end their lives in a mutual destruction. However, the depths of despair extend far beyond this. A resounding roar reverberated through the air. The very building beneath them trembled ominously. A tank was violently thrust into the shopping mall. The soldiers could clearly discern the dents upon its surface. A collective gasp escaped them. What kind of immense force could have inflicted such damage upon a tank? Thud, thud, thud. The building continued to shake beneath their feet. A towering zombie, 3 meters in height, slowly entered the mall. Its muscles were as formidable as steel, its face revealing a ghastly grin of white teeth intermingled with grotesque muscle tissue. Thick, sinewy arms were adorned with an array of sharp-boned spurs. This was yet another new breed of mutated zombie. A thunderous roar erupted from the giant zombie, the deafening sound shattering the surrounding glass. The crowd covered their ears. Yet the dizziness remained unbearable. The colossal creature charged forward, seizing the immobilized tank. Its razor-sharp claws pierced through the armor, gradually tearing it apart. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the soldiers were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair. The zombies had evolved to a level capable of rending tanks asunder. If this trend continues, is there truly hope for humanity? Several soldiers tumbled out of the tank, resolute in their acceptance of death as they pulled the pins from their grenades. With a shared resolve to face their demise, they rushed towards the giant zombie. The creature sensed the impending danger and swung its arms, flinging the soldiers aside. Yet, amidst the chaos, the explosions erupted. The force of the blast sent the giant zombie staggering back. The soldiers held their breath, anxiously observing the creature's response. How could this be? It appeared unscathed. Every pair of eyes widened in horror as they witnessed the grotesque sight. The giant zombie rose, brushing off the dust from its body. Against the explosive force of the grenades, the creature remained utterly unharmed. What kind of terrifying resilience could allow such survival? The giant zombie spotted the soldiers on the second floor and grasped the tank, hurling it towards them. Look out! Quick! Take cover! Li Qi shouted. The soldiers swiftly reacted, rolling aside just in time. The tank crashed onto the second floor, obliterating several zombies into a gruesome pulp. Brothers, let us confront this monster, Li Qi declared, pulling out a grenade, prepared to face the giant zombie in a final stand. A few grenades would not suffice. What if they unleashed dozens? Each soldier was equipped with grenades. They would fight to the bitter end. Having lived bravely all their lives, they refused to die in cowardice. Indeed, we'll take this beast down with us, a middle-aged member of the city defense force proclaimed. Let us blow this monster to pieces. An increasing number of soldiers began to echo in agreement. At this moment, the group of survivors on the third floor appeared ashen-faced. It's over. We are utterly doomed. Woe is me. I am not ready to die. Despair. True despair. The city defense soldiers drew grenades from their waists, each one resolute in the face of death. They feared not the end. They fulfilled their vow to protect the populace with their very lives. As the soldiers prepared to detonate their grenades, a black feathered arrow struck the back of the colossal zombie. Remarkably, its iron-like skin was pierced by the arrow. Such formidable strength. The soldiers beheld a glimmer of hope. A roar erupted from the giant zombie. It extracted the black feathered arrow from its back, its blood-red eyes fixated fiercely on the entrance of the mall. There stood a slender figure, a longbow in hand, knocking an arrow adorned with thorns. Whoosh! The shoulder of the giant zombie was once again penetrated by the feathered arrow. To it, this minor injury was nothing more than a mere itch. Yet, this act had severely provoked its wrath. Chapter 50. Tyrant Guan Li arrived just in time. The scene before him caused his brow to furrow slightly. The shopping mall was completely surrounded by a horde of zombies. He promptly commanded the soldiers of the Legion to carve a path through the throngs. Though the zombies were numerous, most possessed only 1 or 2 stars of strength, with very few at the 3-star level. Utilizing their superior power, the Legion soldiers fought their way through the undead, creating a blood-soaked passage. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. However, the path was quickly filled by the advancing zombies. The Legion soldiers formed a semicircle, with the outermost ranks comprised of skeletal warriors wielding guns and shields. 20 of them raised their shields to withstand the onslaught, occasionally counterattacking with their weapons. The elven archers stood behind, continuously loosing arrows, while the shadow swordsmen dealt with the zombies on the flanks. The rear was entrusted to the Legion soldiers. Aaron stood at the entrance of the mall, seeking an opportunity to shoot. Guan Li, Bone, and Shenlian charged directly into the shopping center. His gaze swept over the massive zombie, and the system swiftly provided information. Name, Tyrant Potential, 6-star Strength, Intermediate 4 stars Abilities, Berserk, Savage Charge, Iron Skin, Explosive Spike Charge, Evaluation. A formidable zombie evolved from a brute, possessing terrifying strength and a body as hard as steel. Goodness, no wonder it looks familiar. It turns out to be an old acquaintance. At first glance, Guan Li felt a sense of recognition towards the tyrant. He never expected it to be evolved from a brute, a creature he had nearly fallen victim to before. Roar. The tyrant let out another furious roar. The insignificant ants dared to initiate an attack. Such blatant provocation. The tyrant advanced towards Guan Li, each footfall causing the ground to tremble. Brothers, continue to slay the zombies. Li Qi, seeing a glimmer of hope, quickly turned to fight the undead. He wanted to survive. He still had to care for a Feng's family. The city defense soldiers also ignited with hope. If they could survive, who among them would desire death? Shadow Step. Seeing the tyrant charge, Guan Li swiftly utilized his skill. His speed surged instantaneously, allowing him to evade the tyrant's strike. The tyrant's attack missed and smashed into the ground, sending countless fragments flying. A large pit appeared where Guan Li had just stood. What terrifying power! The tyrant truly lived up to its title as an enhanced brute. In terms of raw strength alone, it undoubtedly reached a high 4-star level. Guan Li unleashed the bloodthirsty blade. The sharp edge sliced through the tyrant's body, leaving a crimson mark. Roar. The tyrant bellowed at the sight of the bloodstain. Although it felt no pain, the injury ignited its fury. Iron Skin. The tyrant activated its ability. The wound instantly sealed, its skin enveloped in a layer of steel, reflecting a metallic sheen. The tyrant turned, its powerful arm swinging towards Guan Li. Bone armor. Guan Li hurriedly activated his skill. A striking white bone armor materialized instantly upon his body. The bloodthirsty blade was held defensively before him. The force behind the tyrant's strike was substantial, sending Guan Li hurtling through the air. He felt the tumult of his internal vitality surging, yet, shielded by the bloodthirsty blade and the bone armor, he sustained only minor injuries. Although the tyrant had flung Guan Li away, it had also exposed a vulnerability. Damn creature, dare to harm my master. Bone roared in fury, a crimson glow emanating from its form as its enraged skill activated, significantly amplifying its power. With a fierce slash, Bone struck the tyrant, the terrifying force cleaving through its iron-like skin. Excellent. Well done, Guan Li shouted. Swordsmanship. Shenlian maneuvered the Xian iron sword towards the tyrant's wound. With a swift stroke, the flesh was sliced open, foul blood gushing forth. The tyrant swung its arm towards Bone, who raised its shield in defense. However, the overwhelming force sent Bone flying. Find the opportunity. Attack its weakness. Guan Li observed the tyrant's wound, continuously using vile blood, yet its assault showed no sign of abating. The most effective way to combat zombies was to strike at their vulnerabilities. To the undead, such superficial flesh wounds bore no significance. Understood. Bone and Shenlian nodded in unison. Guan Li steadied himself and charged at the tyrant once more. Due to the horde of corpses, a tactic of overwhelming assault was unfeasible. Guan Li could only engage in this arduous battle. He swung the bloodthirsty blade, landing a strike against the tyrant. The razor-sharp edge breached the tyrant's defenses, and the blade extended its tendrils, attempting to siphon the tyrant's blood and flesh. However, the tyrant broke free. Seizing the moment, Eileen shot an arrow that was entirely composed of concentrated energy. The piercing arrow surged forth with terrifying momentum, aimed directly at the tyrant's head. Crack. The energy arrow struck the tyrant's eye, blood splattering forth, yet the arrow was firmly grasped in the tyrant's hand, from which it extracted the arrow along with the massive eyeball. Roar. Threatened, the tyrant spiraled into a berserk state, its originally 3-meter-tall frame swelling again, nearly reaching 4 meters in mere moments, towering like a small giant within the marketplace. In its rampaged state, the tyrant's strength surged, and its speed intensified as it charged directly at Eileen. The tyrant had but one target, Eileen. the one who had inflicted harm upon it. Bone hoisted its heavy shield, positioning itself before the tyrant. The tyrant unleashed a powerful punch, sending Bone soaring. Shenlian employed Shadow Bind, conjuring black chains that ensnared the tyrant's body. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was too great. The tyrant swiftly broke free from the chains. Eileen, recognizing the urgency, did not remain passive. With agility, she began to dart through the marketplace. Blood Demon S-hand. Guan Li's arm was swiftly ensnared by blood-colored tendrils as he charged towards the tyrant. The bloodthirsty blade poised for another strike. Empowered by the Blood Demon S-hand, his strength surged dramatically. The blood-drinking blade struck the tyrant's arm, severing several bone spurs with ease. The tyrant swung its arm, intent on eliminating Guan Li first. In an instant, Guan Li vanished, evading the tyrant's futile strike. Just as the tyrant was consumed by confusion, a sudden chill enveloped its head. Guan Li materialized above the tyrant. Blood Soul, slash. A terrifying crimson sword aura cleaved towards the back of the tyrant's skull. Explosive spike charged fist. The tyrant sensed the imminent threat of death. It raised its arms, terrible energy coalescing upon them. In the next moment, bone spurs erupted outward, hurtling towards Guan Li. The tyrant also leaped high, its fist aimed at Guan Li. The two forces collided violently. Guan Li was hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood poured from his mouth, and his skeletal armor had begun to fracture. Without hesitation, he swiftly crushed several recovery cards. Gentle energy flowed into his body, gradually stabilizing his injuries. The tyrant, however, was far less fortunate. Its head had been significantly sheared off by the Blood Soul slash, and now it knelt, its body writhing in agony. Nearby, Eileen was not about to let this opportunity slip away. Clutching her black branch bough, she slowly conjured an energy arrow. Whoosh! The energy arrow shot forth, precisely striking the gap in the tyrant's skull. The tyrant's head was pierced through, and its body collapsed thunderously to the ground, causing the earth to shudder slightly. Chapter 51. News of annihilation. The system's voice resounded, announcing the demise of the tyrant and the acquisition of 500 points as well as the explosive fist skill. Guan Li exhaled in relief. He could no longer endure the strain and collapsed onto the ground, his chest heaving violently. His energy had been depleted, and the blood demon hand had been released. Master, are you all right? The three commanders knelt before Guan Li, their faces etched with remorse. They believed they had failed to protect him adequately. It's nothing, just a minor injury, Guan Li replied, considering himself fortunate compared to that wretched foe. He was assisted back to his feet by Bone, who he gestured to indicate the fallen tyrant in the distance. Its head, pierced through, oozed forth brain matter. With the tyrant's demise, the remaining horde of zombies posed little threat. Their eradication was merely a matter of time. Guan Li crushed several supply and recovery cards in quick succession. Having just overexerted himself with the blood-drinking blade, he felt as if he had been hollowed out. However, under the effects of the two cards, a sense of power surged back into his body. No need to support me. Guan Li signaled for Bone to release him. He found the skeletal frame uncomfortable against him. I am fine now. Go and clear the zombies outside. Understood. The three commanders nodded in acknowledgement. Power aura. Bone activated his skill. The skeletal soldiers became enveloped in a golden aura, their strength instantly augmented. The melee soldiers, previously overwhelmed by the zombies, thrust back against the horde. Beast Horn, slumbering giant from the abyss of the buried bones, heed my call. Appear. Bone intoned an arcane incantation, conjuring a massive bone horn in his hands. Upon sounding the horn, a grand summoning array materialized within them all. Within this array, a colossal beast formed from bones gradually emerged, standing 4 meters tall. Resembling a primate with horns adorning its skull, the skeletal giant summoned by Bone possessed strength equivalent to his own. It plunged into the throng of zombies, trampling them mercilessly. Its immense bulk crushed numerous undead beneath its feet. Shenlian and Aaron exchanged glances, refusing to be outdone. They rallied the soldiers, commencing a fervent harvest of the zombie horde. Guan Li observed the second floor. The zombies that had rushed up were now few in number. He had resolved the most significant crisis, and the majority of the horde remained blocked outside by the Legion. If they could not handle this small number of zombies, how could they hope to survive in this apocalyptic world? Guan Li elegantly approached the corpse of the tyrant. He wielded the blood-drinking blade to cleave its skull open, brains spilling forth in a cascade. The blood-drinking blade exhibited a keen interest in the tyrant's remains. After all, it was a 4-star zombie, and it seemed less disdainful now. Truth law. Guan Li embedded the blade into the tyrant's carcass. Blood-red tendrils spread rapidly, enveloping the body. A crystal core, the size of a fist, was extracted by Guan Li, and he flicked away the remnants of brain matter. It was nothing short of a perfect masterpiece. Clutching the crystal core, Guan Li commenced the process of absorption. Pure energy erupted forth, gushing like a spring. as he traversed the expanse of his limbs and sinews. Guan Li could distinctly perceive the transformation occurring within every inch of his skin. With a resounding crackle, he extended his body, producing a symphony of explosive sounds. What a delightful sensation. It was an experience unlike any other. His power had successfully surged to a 4-star level. The blood-sucking blade had completed its task of absorption, devouring the once mountainous corpse of the tyrant, now rendered a mere shadow of its former self. The blood-sucking blade quivered gently, indicating its profound satisfaction. Guan Li unsheathed his sword, and in an instant, the tyrant's body crumbled. A deep blue card materialized before him, a bountiful reward. The tyrant had proven remarkably generous, contributing a deep blue card, a skill tome, a crystal core, and 2,500 points. Explosive Fist unleashes a forceful energy attack within a 3-meter radius, with increased potency at closer distances. Guan Li did not hesitate to learn it. A wealth of skills is never burdensome. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have mastered the Explosive Fist. The system's voice resonated, and Guan Li instantly grasped the technique. With the Explosive Fist, he concentrated energy into his arm. Boom. The wall 3 meters away was smashed through, leaving a gaping hole. The ground along the path cracked open. Hiss. Such terrifying power. Guan Li felt immense satisfaction. Although the Explosive Fist demanded considerable energy, rivaling that of the Blood Soul Slash, its destructive capability was equally formidable. The city defense soldiers on the 2nd floor had cleared the zombies. Guan Li temporarily stowed away the blue card. Salute. Over 100 city defense soldiers stood in unison, offering their heartfelt gratitude for his life-saving intervention. No need for formality. Guan Li waved his hand dismissively. He held a certain fondness for these city defenders, who had bravely stepped forward to rescue the populace in such perilous times. Your soldiers require assistance, my lord? Li Qi inquired, having reluctantly categorized the skeletal legion as soldiers. After days of adjustment, he had begun to accept this grim reality. No, they are capable of handling it. Guan Li had unwavering confidence in his own legion. Who is your leader? I have matters to discuss. Guan Li addressed the dirt-streaked, bloodied city defenders before him. The captain has sacrificed himself. Li Qi replied, if you have any questions, you may ask me. As the deputy captain, he had temporarily shouldered this responsibility. Very well. Let us speak candidly. I have no interest in comforting words for the survivors. Guan Li regarded Li Qi with an air of authority. My lord, do you truly wish to hear the truth? Li Qi swallowed hard. Indeed. Guan Li nodded. Very well. The city defense forces have received orders. Due to the widespread outbreak of the zombie virus, the troops are fighting individually. Guan Li fell into contemplation. What is the plan for the city defense forces of City Z? He queried. The commander has decreed to rescue as many survivors as possible. Li Qi responded. Understood. Guan Li nodded, having received the answer he sought. Your Excellency, are there any further inquiries? Li Qi inquired. None. Guan Li replied, shaking his head. The battle outside the mall was gradually drawing to a close. Without the tyrant, the remaining zombies were akin to mere chickens and dogs. Under the relentless assault of the Legion, they were slowly eradicated. The ground was strewn with corpses and cards. Undoubtedly, it was yet another bountiful harvest. However, Guan Li did not immediately collect the spoils. He fell into deep contemplation. How should these trophies be fairly divided? After all, many of the zombies outside had been vanquished by the city defense soldiers. Guan Li's principles dictated that he could not monopolize the spoils. Chapter 52. Advice apart from the cards and crystals of 3 stars or above, I shall take none of the other crystals. What do you think? Guan Li pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. The low-star crystals hold little value for him now. At best, they could be exchanged for supplies or trading points. However, the cards are a different matter entirely, as they can yield a variety of items, many of which are quite beneficial to Guan Li, such as advancement cards, supply cards, and recovery cards. My lord, you have saved us all. These crystals rightfully belong to you. The city defense soldiers clearly understood the significance of the crystals. Can you accept this? Guan Li did not respond directly, but instead posed a counter-question. Of course. Li Qi nodded. They had already gained a considerable advantage with such a distribution ratio, especially since the 1- and 2-star zombies comprised the majority of the horde. Very well. Let it be settled then. With a firm resolution, Guan Li instructed Shen Yin to clear the battlefield. The city defense soldiers sprang into action, aware of the crystal scarcity. Without factories, there would be no means to produce ammunition, and firearms would gradually fade from human use. The future would lean heavily towards cold weapons, and becoming an awakened being was humanity's only path forward. Shen Lian moved with his usual swiftness. A series of 3-star crystals appeared before Guan Li. In addition, various colored cards were also present. He meticulously counted them. A total of 34 3-star crystals, 317 white cards, 245 white-green cards, 177 green cards, 50 blue-green cards, and 3 blue cards. Guan Li temporarily stored the crystals and cards away. At that moment, the frightened survivors cautiously descended the stairs. Upon witnessing the sea of corpses, they could not help but retch. Guan Li was unperturbed. It was to be expected that these emotionally fragile individuals would react this way. A few city defense soldiers quickly stepped in to calm the crowd. "My lord, I have a humble request. Could you escort us to reunite with the main force?" Li Qi approached Guan Li. "Apologies. I have matters to attend to." Guan Li declined gently. While he held respect for the city defense army, he would not be reduced to servitude. "Very well. I was too forward." Disappointment flickered across Li Qi's face. "Though I cannot escort you, I can exchange some supplies." Guan Li's words reignited hope within Li Qi. "What does the squad currently lack?" "Supplies, ammunition." "Do you have any ammunition?" Li Qi inquired, cautiously, as Guan Li appeared empty-handed and did not seem likely to possess any. "Indeed. How much do you need?" Guan Li nodded. Ordinary rifle ammunition hardly costs any points, making it a lucrative transaction. 3,000 rounds of M4 ammunition, Li Qi tentatively suggested. "Agreed." Guan Li snapped his fingers. Instantly, wooden crates emerged before him, neatly arranged with magazines. "Wow, this is truly unbelievable." Li Qi inhaled sharply. 3,000 M4 bullets, priced at 81-star crystal cores. Guan Li extended his hand. Realizing the implication, Li Qi promptly summoned the crystals. Satisfied, Guan Li tucked the crystals away. The price of standard ammunition mirrored that of ordinary arrows, each costing 0.1 points. Thus, 3,000 rounds amounted to 300 points. With 81-star crystal cores as the minimum transaction, that ensured a return of 400 points. Even if Guan Li's expression were as dark as charcoal, he would still secure a profit of 100 points. Engaging in the trade of supplies was indeed a delightful endeavor. Guan Li exchanged all the 1-star crystal cores with the marketplace. Upon successful transaction, he acquired 570 points. In an instant, his balance increased by 270 points. "Your Excellency, I wish to exchange for more ammunition. 10,000 M4 bullets." Li Qi uttered a figure that even he found astonishing. "Consider it done." Guan Li snapped his fingers once more. Boxes of magazines materialized before him. 10,000 rounds required 240 1-star crystal cores. Guan Li extended his hand, and Li Qi dutifully presented the cores. The transaction was successful, yielding 1680 points. In the blink of an eye, he netted a profit of 680 points. Although these crystals were initially his own, Li Qi proceeded to exchange for grenades and shells, with Guan Li accommodating all his requests. As long as one dared to purchase, Guan Li was willing to sell. Ultimately, Guan Li amassed an additional 1230 points, marking the conclusion of this transaction. The soldiers, once disheveled, were now fully equipped. The food within the marketplace had been entirely scavenged by the survivors. The soldiers attempted to persuade the survivors to distribute the food evenly but were met with rejection. "Why should we? This food was procured by us. If you want it, go find your own. Indeed, it is your duty to protect us, the city defense army. How can you take our food?" The survivors stood defiantly, completely oblivious to the fact that these soldiers had risked their lives for their safety. However, not all survivors were selfish. Many were willing to offer their food for the soldiers to distribute. Guan Li observed coldly from the sidelines, choosing to remain silent. Such a scene was a true portrayal of the apocalypse. "Li Qi, come here for a moment." Guan Li beckoned. "Certainly." Li Qi set aside his tasks and jogged to Guan Li's side. "Here, take this weapon." In Guan Li's hand appeared a long sword, shimmering with hues of azure and silver. The blade radiated a chilling light. "What a splendid blade!" Li Qi praised without reservation. "Your Excellency, is this a gift for me?" "It is far too precious." Li Qi instinctively sought to decline, but Guan Li had already placed the sword into his hands. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Li Qi was not one to be overly sentimental, accepting the sword gratefully. "Very well, I must take my leave now." Guan Li had done all he could. With noon approaching, he needed to depart swiftly for the central shopping mall. "Your Excellency, may I inquire your name? Should we meet again, I shall repay today's kindness." Li Qi inquired. Guan Li. After pondering for a moment, he offered a piece of advice to Li Qi. "You must remember, excessive kindness can lead you into the abyss. The present is not like the past. We are in an apocalypse. One must adhere to the rules of this new world. Do not coddle these survivors. If necessary, a demonstration of severity is warranted." He made a gesture of slitting his throat. In chaotic times, harsh measures are essential. If a single individual jeopardizes the safety of the group, it is entirely justifiable to eliminate such trash. Do not perceive me as cruel. This is the harsh truth of the apocalypse. Remember these words, and you will be grateful to me." Guan Li did not allow him a chance to retort. Without a backward glance, he departed, with the soldiers of the Legion following closely behind. Li Qi stood frozen in place, his mind replaying Guan Li's words, which lingered like an enchanting spell, refusing to dissipate. It was only the voice of a soldier that brought him back to reality. Vice Captain, the team is fully organized. The 2 tanks are operational. The communication devices are linked to the main force. Shall we proceed to rendezvous? Coming to his senses, Li Qi realized Guan Li had vanished. Set off. Let us head to the meeting point. He nodded and issued the command. Chapter 53. The 4th Legion. Everyone, prepare to depart. The city defense soldiers organized themselves into formation. Huh? We are setting off again? I haven't even caught my breath. Indeed. My legs are trembling. Did you not notice? What is your trembling matter? Look at my trousers. They are soaked. We pay so much in taxes. Is this how the city defense army protects us? Exactly. I nearly lost my life just now. If this were an XX country, such a thing would never occur. Some discontented survivors voiced their grievances, growing increasingly outrageous in their remarks. Upon hearing this, the city defense soldiers' expressions soured. They had just risked their lives for these very people, only to receive such treatment in return. Everyone, please refrain from such comments. The city defense army just put their lives on the line to protect us. Many survivors, unable to bear the unfairness, stepped forward in defense of the soldiers. Seeing this, the soldiers felt somewhat reassured. TCH, that is their duty. The survivors displayed their scornful faces. Everyone, let us not be so agitated. Allow me to speak. Li Qi interjected hastily as the crowd began to argue. Here's the situation. We have just contacted the main force, and we must head to the assembly point immediately. I understand that you have all just experienced a fright, but please bear with us. Once we regroup with the main force, our safety will be greatly assured. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, the crowd fell silent. Is that true? Once we join the main force, we will be safe? Some still expressed doubts. Of course. The city defense army possesses formidable firepower, Li Qi affirmed. Wonderful. Then let us depart swiftly. The survivors' demeanor shifted entirely. A sense of foreboding settled in Li Qi's heart. Guan Li's words seemed to manifest all too quickly. He couldn't help but ponder, what would he do if, one day, the survivors revolted? Deputy Commander, we are ready to depart. A soldier stood before Li Qi. Let us go. One tank leading the way, another bringing up the rear. Ensure the survivors are in the middle of the formation, regardless of what the future held. At that moment, Li Qi prioritized the people. Understood. The soldier nodded and swiftly went to make arrangements. With a thunderous roar, the tanks revved up, leading the procession. Thus, the convoy set off in grand fashion. In a tidy little room, Guan Li lounged on the sofa. He instructed the Legion soldiers to keep watch around the house. The time to quietly amass wealth had arrived. The first endeavor involved the opening of white random cards, a total of 317 cards. Without hesitation, Guan Li activated them all. Acquired food card X57, acquired supply card X68, acquired 500 milliliters purified water X26, acquired advancement card X10, acquired regular arrows X50, acquired universal rifle bullets X60, acquired recovery card X30, acquired universal seasoning X10. A sprinkle makes even roasted slippers delectable. Acquired incendiary grenades X4. Explodes to create flames that scorch targets within a 10-meter radius. The system's notification echoed in his mind. A rather standard reward, yet at least devoid of any rubbish. Next came the white-green cards, totaling 245. Acquired food card X37. Acquired supply card X45. Acquired 500 milliliters purified water X12. Acquired advancement card X25. Acquired armor-piercing arrows X50. Acquired recovery card X15. Acquired grenades X15. Normal grenades with no special effects. Acquired chocolate cake X46. An exquisitely delicious cake. A delightful dessert after a meal. The system's voice continued to resonate. The rewards from the white-green cards were also merely basic consumables. Guan Li stored everything within his spatial ring. Basic supplies are vital, ensuring his survival. Next came the green cards, totaling 177. Acquired food card X20. Acquired supply card X30. Acquired 500 milliliters purified water X15. Acquired advancement card X15. Acquired intermediate advancement card X2. Acquired armor-piercing arrows X33. Acquired recovery card X15. Acquired frost-tip arrows X30. Arrows imbued with the power of frost, which slow the target's movement upon impact. Acquired thornvine seeds X17. Rapidly grow upon contact with soil, ensnaring nearby targets. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. After all, there is no rubbish. Thus it is a commendable reward. He gathered all the rewards, replenishing his inventory once more. Next were the blue-green cards, totaling 50. Cards of this caliber have a certain probability of yielding excellent items. Acquired intermediate advancement card X5. Acquired premium food card X20. Acquired intermediate supply card X10. Acquired intermediate recovery card X15. The system's voice chimed in, all consumables. Guan Li stored the rewards. He had 4 cards remaining. Blue quality cards generally yield valuable items. Guan Li reassured himself. Acquired Heart of the Dark Wolf X1 contains immense energy. Available for the Legion to absorb. Acquired Legion expansion card, 5 members, X1, upon use. Any troop type can expand its limit by 5. Acquired Blood Ginseng, infused with potent vitality, suitable for cultivating blood energy. There was one more blue card. Excellent. Truly. Fine treasures lie beyond. Guan Li exclaimed with excitement. The rewards from the blue cards were all remarkable. He entrusted the Heart of the Dark Wolf to the Shadow Sword Master Legion. The Shadow Sword Masters were already on the brink of a 3-star advanced level. With the assistance of the Heart of the Dark Wolf, they successfully broke through to 4 stars. Thank you, my lord, for the bestowed treasure. After Xinlian's breakthrough, he knelt before Guan Li in gratitude. Rise. Guan Li gestured for him to stand. In his hand appeared a blood ginseng, exuding a rich, intoxicating aura of blood. Buzzing. The dormant, bloodthirsty blade suddenly trembled with anticipation, as if it had caught the scent of a delectable feast. Tentacles entwined around the blood ginseng, nearly imploring Guan Li for it. Take it, you bandit. Guan Li entrusted the blood ginseng to the bloodthirsty blade for it to consume. After devouring the offering, the blade emitted a crimson glow, signifying a rise in its rank. Remarkably, after consuming such an abundance of flesh and blood, the bloodthirsty blade had finally advanced to the intermediate level of 6 stars. Quite a feat. The last item at hand was the Legion expansion card, 5 members. After a moment of contemplation, Guan Li decided to bolster the ranks of the Elf Archer Legion, as his ranged capabilities were somewhat lacking. System. Expand the Elf Archer Legion. Dings echoed as the expansion was confirmed. Elf Archer Legion expanded to 5. A summoning array, imbued with the essence of nature, materialized before him. 5 slender elf maidens appeared, bowing their heads in respect. Greetings, master. They intoned. Return to formation. Guan Li commanded, and the 5 elf maidens promptly rejoined the ranks. He felt immense satisfaction. The Legion's strength had significantly increased, laying a solid foundation for the battles ahead. Having completed the activation of all cards, Guan Li noticed one deep blue card remaining in his hand. This was the card contributed by the tyrant. With a gentle squeeze, the card shattered instantly. Acquired Random Legion card X1, Chapter 54. The Ironclad Shield Guard Corps in awe. Guan Li exclaimed, incredible. Tyrant brother. Impressive. He held a golden card. One side engraved with a mysterious gate, the other adorned with a question mark. The appearance of this card was all too familiar to him, as his current Legion had all been acquired through the opening of such cards. Unfortunately, the Legion cards available in the marketplace were exorbitantly priced. With costs soaring into the tens of thousands, Guan Li found himself unable to cope. For such a price, one could only procure the most inferior legions, such as the Wild Chicken Legion, the Husky Legion, and the Brave Legion. These legions bore no special abilities and could not be upgraded, rendering them utterly deceptive. Legions of slightly better quality required at least hundreds of thousands of points. For instance, a legion of the caliber of the Nightblade would fetch a staggering 200,000 points in the points marketplace. Guan Li was already disheartened by the high prices, only to discover that the marketplace was even more unscrupulous. Grasping the Random Legion card, he gently crushed it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Ironclad Shield Guard Corps. A brand new card materialized in his hand. The back of the card still depicted that enigmatic gate, but the question mark on the front had transformed into the figure of a towering warrior clad in iron armor. Guan Li could not discern his features, as his entire being was enveloped in armor, save for a narrow gap for breathing around his nose and mouth. The imposing figure wielded a hefty shield in one hand and a sharp battle axe in the other, exuding an aura of formidable defense. He shattered the card, and a silver-white summoning array emerged within the room. 30 soldiers, enveloped in iron armor, materialized before Guan Li, instantly making the space feel cramped. We greet our master. The ironclad shield guards knelt before him in a knightly salute. Rise. Guan Li gestured for them to stand. Thank you, master, spoke the leader. A tall figure adorned with a lion's helmet, while the ordinary soldiers donned barrel-shaped helmets. Eagerly, Guan Li accessed the system to inspect the abilities of the ironclad shield guards. Ironclad Shield Guard Corps, upgradable. Number, 30. Potential, 7 stars. Strength, 3 stars. Advanced. Commander, Leo. Skills, Ironclad Shield Formation, Battle Axe Spin, Copper Wall, Iron Roof, Iron Shield Charge. Iron Taunt. The Ironclad Shield Guard Corps was undeniably a natural tank. Almost all their skills pertained to tanking. Excellent. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. With the acquisition of the ironclad shield guard corps, he felt more confident about the forthcoming endeavors. After a brief period of rest, Guan Li issued the command to set forth. The distance to the central marketplace was still considerable, and he needed to hurry to avoid unforeseen circumstances. After all, the Zombie King would not necessarily wait for his arrival. If he delayed, the Zombie King might very well depart. Upon exiting the dwelling, he was confronted by a horde of calamity creatures, over a dozen wolves, their bodies entirely cloaked in darkness. Name, Shadow Wolf Potential, 6 stars Strength, 3 stars Abilities, Shadow Slash. Instant Pounce Evaluation, a cataclysmic creature emerging from the rift, known for its extraordinary speed. Howl. The Shadow Wolf spotted Guan Li and immediately launched an attack. The colossal head wolf lunged toward Guan Li in an instant. The ironclad shield guard formed a defensive line, positioning themselves in front of Guan Li. Observing this, the pack of shadow wolves attempted to circumvent the ironclad shield guard. However, at that moment, their battle axes incessantly struck against the shields, producing a cacophony that was quite grating. Howl. The head wolf's eyes turned crimson. It fixated its gaze intensely on Leo, exuding an aura of relentless determination. With a powerful thrust of its legs, the head wolf pounced directly at Leo. Clang! It collided with the ironclad shield, being thrown back forcefully. Yet undeterred, it continued its onslaught against the ironclad shield guard with fervor. Well done, Guan Li exclaimed. The remaining soldiers of the Legion surged forward to engage the pack of shadow wolves. As the taunting period elapsed, the wolves regained their composure. Yet, at this moment, they found themselves encircled by the soldiers. The head wolf let out a mournful howl, prompting the soldiers to converge, annihilating the entire pack of shadow wolves. The bloodthirsty blade quivered, and Guan Li refrained from intervening. Countless tendrils of flesh extended, ravenously consuming the corpses. The bodies of the shadow wolves visibly shriveled. Leo, does your taunting skill also affect zombies? Guan Li inquired. This taunting skill is remarkably powerful. Indeed, any target within proximity will be affected. However, if the target's strength is overly formidable, the effect may be diminished. Leo explained patiently. How much stronger are we talking? Guan Li asked. Approximately 2 stars, I would say. Leo pondered before responding. 2 stars? That is sufficient. How long does the taunting effect last? Guan Li pressed on. A maximum of 10 seconds. If the target is particularly strong, the duration may decrease. However, it will not fall below 5 seconds. Leo stated. What is the range of the taunt? Guan Li queried once again. All targets within 100 meters. Leo replied. That's ample. Quite sufficient. Guan Li nodded. This iron taunt can undoubtedly be deemed a divine skill. Coupled with the defensive capabilities of the ironclad shield guard, it can wield significant influence on the battlefield. The bloodthirsty blade soon finished its consumption. It coiled 5 crystal cores and presented them to Guan Li. Grasping the offered crystal cores, Guan Li began the absorption process. Waves of energy coursed through his body, swiftly assimilating within. Upon absorbing the cores, his strength experienced a slight enhancement. The wolf pack did not yield any cards. Guan Li continued onward, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. As time passed, he finally arrived near the central marketplace. Hearing the distant roars echoing, Guan Li sought refuge in a tall building, ascending to the top floor. He gazed into the distance at the central mall, once the shopping paradise of Z City. During the outbreak of the apocalypse, the foot traffic here was unimaginable. Now, all those people had succumbed to infection, transforming into zombies. Guan Li inhaled sharply. The entire plaza was filled with a sea of swaying heads. Among them, the figures of mutated zombies were conspicuously prevalent. These were merely the zombies in the square. Within the vast confines of the shopping mall, countless more undead lurked. Something was amiss. The density of zombies was alarmingly high. Even the largest shopping mall in Z City could not possibly harbor so many of the undead. Guan Li recalled the route he had taken. He had seen no signs of zombies along the way. It was as if they had been summoned away by some unseen force. The Zombie King. A sudden realization struck him. Clearly, this Zombie King had attained a semblance of intelligence. Otherwise, it would not have rallied the zombies to safeguard its own existence. The difficulty of the situation escalated dramatically. He now faced not only the Zombie King, but an entire horde. Within the central mall, the gathered zombies numbered at least around 100,000. It was a staggering figure, suffocating in its magnitude. Chapter 55, Preparations Before Battle Master. Shall we kill? Bone inquired. Not yet. Guan Li took a deep breath. Faced with such a terrifying horde of corpses, he felt a shiver run through him. Over 100,000 zombies. Almost all the undead in the vicinity had congregated here. Let us move closer. Guan Li led his soldiers down the stairs, clearing away the zombies surrounding the shopping center. His movements were swift and efficient, causing no disturbances. He selected a suitable building and ascended to the rooftop. The location of this structure was exceptionally advantageous, sufficiently high with a broad view. It stood merely 100 meters from the shopping plaza. The wandering zombies within the building were swiftly eliminated by his soldiers. Dozens of crystal cores and several cards were handed to Guan Li. Most zombies had gathered in the plaza and the mall, leaving very few behind in this building, which ultimately facilitated Guan Li's plans. The rooftop was spacious enough to accommodate all the soldiers. As the sun gradually set, the evening glow illuminated the rooftop. Nightfall brought the undead to life, their agitated roars echoing through the air. Naturally, Guan Li had no intention of taking action in the dark. Aside from the shadow swordmasters, the other soldiers would be considerably affected by the night. Daylight was the optimal time for their assault. Guan Li remained unhurried. Now that he had arrived, the zombie king could not escape. What did it matter if it survived another night? I am still quite merciful, Guan Li mused, gazing at the mall gradually enveloped in darkness. After several days of effort, he had accumulated over 40,000 points. Within his spatial ring, there were more than 500 two-star crystal cores. Without hesitation, he converted them all into points. The price of the two-star crystal cores fluctuated between 20 to 30. Transaction successful. He gained 13 for 150 points. As he surveyed his points, they surged to 50,000. The following day's battle would see the Elven Archer Legion and the Skeleton Mages as the primary output force. His strategy was straightforward. Melee soldiers would draw fire while ranged units would deliver the main damage. Star-level Legion expansion card. 10 persons allows a legion of 10 stars or below to expand by 10 members, priced at 20,000 points. Guan Li rummaged through the points shop until he finally found what he desired. Purchasing 2 star-level Legion expansion cards, 10 persons, would cost 40,000 points. Would he like to proceed? Yes. Without hesitation, Guan Li nodded affirmatively. Ding. Purchase successful. You have a keen eye. The system's notification chimed, offering rare praise. He expanded the Elven Archer Legion. 2 summoning arrays filled with the essence of nature materialized. 20 enchanting elven maidens, their figures alluring and faces exquisite, appeared before Guan Li. No need for courtesy. Guan Li quickly waved his hand to stop their bowing. The expansion card was indeed remarkable. The summoned soldiers matched the Legion's level. The strength of the Elven Archer Legion had now reached 3 stars at the advanced level. Guan Li resumed his search. Natural Silver Branch, after use. It enhances the speed of army advancement, providing additional effects for nature-aligned legions, priced at 3,000 points. Purchased, he declared with a grand gesture. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Natural Silver Branch. Your charm is indeed increasing. Guan Li disregarded the system's flattery. He entrusted the Natural Silver Branch to the Elven Archer Legion. Thank you, Master, Aileen exclaimed joyfully, her voice sweet as honey. After utilizing the Natural Silver Branch, the prowess of the Elven Archer Legion began to ascend rapidly. At this rate, they should achieve a breakthrough to 4-star novice before dawn. Silver Armor Soul. After use, it enhances the speed of army advancement, providing additional effects for defensive legions. With a chance to comprehend the skill Silver Armor Soul, priced at 5,000 points. Guan Li's eyes brightened, halting his search. Purchase. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Silver Armor Soul. It is my honor to bind with you. The system's compliments grew increasingly effusive. Guan Li assigned the Silver Armor Soul to the Iron Shield Guard Legion. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Iron Shield Guard Legion has comprehended the Silver Armor Soul skill. The system's notification chimed. A smile spread across Guan Li's face. He had approached this with a spirit of experimentation, never anticipating actual skill comprehension. Leo, unleash your new skill. Guan Li urged eagerly. Yes, Master. Leo activated the Silver Armor Soul. A larger-than-life shadow of Leo coalesced behind him, capable of proactively attacking targets within a 3-meter radius. What an excellent skill. Guan Li was thoroughly pleased. This functioned akin to a doppelganger, although it could not stray more than 3 meters from the original. It was still quite impressive. After all, it was a skill obtained without cost. One word, splendid. The Silver Armor Soul lasted approximately 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. Given the current enhancement rate of the Iron Shield Guard, a breakthrough to 4-star novice before dawn seemed assured. After all, the Silver Armor Soul commanded a hefty price of 5,000 points. There was reason behind its expense. Following a bout of impulsive spending, Guan Li was left with just over 7,000 points. Clearly, further enhancements for his legions were out of the question. Anything related to legions was simply exorbitant. Ordinary arrows, very common arrows, devoid of any effects. Their sole advantage is their affordability, priced at 1 points. I'll take 50,000. Guan Li waved his hand again, spending 5,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on purchasing 50,000 ordinary arrows. You truly are. Guan Li promptly muted the system's flattery. Low-tier incendiary arrows, capable of igniting a 1-meter radius, economical and practical, priced at 1 point. Low-tier explosive arrows, capable of inflicting explosive damage to targets within a 1-meter radius, economical and practical, priced at 1 point. I'll take 1,000 of each. After spending 2,000 points, Guan Li was left with merely 300 points. He concluded his purchases with a telescope, spending 10 points. Closed the shop. He was utterly bankrupt. For the battle tomorrow, Guan Li was going all in. It would be either the demise of the zombie king or his own downfall. Gurgle. A protest emanated from his stomach. Guan Li retrieved 3 food cards and crushed them. He began to indulge in a hearty feast. 3 delectable dishes accompanied by a bottle of pure water brought him immense satisfaction as he patted his belly. After quenching his hunger and thirst, he took out the telescope he had just purchased. The moonlight illuminated the square perfectly. The shuffling zombies were continuously brushing against one another. Guan Li raised the telescope, searching among the horde for something specific. The zombie king. This creature evidently possessed considerable intelligence. If he could not identify it, there was a significant chance it might escape. After a thorough search, Guan Li failed to spot any notable zombies, likely due to the dim visibility. Many corners of the square remained obscured from his sight. Naturally, the zombie king was likely hiding within the shopping mall. Shifting his focus, Guan Li peered into the mall, but it was engulfed in darkness, rendering it completely invisible. Never mind. He decided to return at dawn. Resigning himself, he descended to the lower level and set up a folding bed. As the saying goes, when faced with difficulties, one should take a good sleep. Chapter 56. The battle commences due to the overwhelming horde of zombies. No monsters dared to approach. Faced with such a vast number of undead, even the calamity creatures were reluctant to take risks. Moreover, the sight of zombies was exceedingly repulsive, leaving no desire to consume them. Engaging in such a thankless endeavor was far from appealing to the calamity monsters. However, if the zombies were to initiate an attack, the situation would be entirely different, owing to a certain delicate balance. That night, Guan Li slept soundly. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon his face. He opened his eyes and folded away the cot. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, his biological clock had become remarkably punctual. After all, at his age, how could one afford to sleep soundly? Climbing back to the rooftop, the scene below was vividly clear. The same adorable creatures remained, with a pair of binoculars in hand. Guan Li scanned the surroundings, yet he still failed to detect the presence of the zombie king. This creature was exceptionally adept at hiding. Guan Li set down the binoculars, realizing that locating it among such a multitude of zombies would not be an easy task. Since Plan A had proven ineffective, it was time to resort to Plan B. If the zombie king did not reveal itself voluntarily, Guan Li would compel it to do so. Dawn had arrived. It was time to prepare for a grand confrontation. Soldiers, are you ready? Guan Li turned to face the legion before him, conducting a final rallying call. Although their numbers were modest, with only a little over 100 soldiers, they needed to exude a formidable spirit. Ready, willing to fight for our master. The soldiers' voices, though not loud, resonated with unwavering resolve. Leo, Bone, the pressure is on you too. Do you have confidence? Guan Li inquired, looking at them. 50 men would have to endure against such a horde of zombies. The pressure was palpable, even though both legions had reached a low-level 4-star strength. Willing to fight for our master, until the moment of death. Leo half-kneeled before Guan Li, the weight of his iron armor producing a dull thud. Willing to conquer all obstacles for our master. Bone also knelt, affirming his commitment. Rise. Guan Li nodded, signaling for the 2 commanders to stand. Shunlian, keep a sharp eye out. Immediately report any sightings of the zombie king. He issued another command. Understood. Shunlian nodded in acknowledgement. Aileen, just focus on your output. Guan Li turned to her. The Elven Archer Legion had successfully advanced to 4 stars as well. Yes, master. Aileen replied with a nod. Adapt to the situation on the battlefield. Let us engage in a grand endeavor. With that, they set forth. Guan Li felt a surge of adrenaline. Understood. The commanders responded in unison. Eileen's Elven Archer Legion concealed themselves along the edge of the rooftop, while the skeleton mages similarly positioned themselves. Holding their staffs aloft, they began to chant incantations. The 3 commanders, Leo, Bone, and Shinlian, led their respective legions swiftly to the ground level. Guan Li, armed with an AK-47 and grenades at his waist, followed suit. As they reached the lowest level, the door was beset by wandering zombies. Form ranks. Charge. Leo was the first to lead the charge. 30 armored shield guards closely followed behind him. The zombies, caught off guard, were swiftly decapitated by the battle axes. The iron shields charged forth. Upon entering the square, Leo quickly arranged his formation. The armored guards huddled tightly together, forming an impenetrable steel line. They then barreled toward the zombies ahead. Under the terrifying force of the charge, the zombies blocking their path were knocked to the ground, subsequently trampled by the armored guards. The sheer power, combined with their heavy armor, resulted in the brains of the fallen zombies splattering. From the rooftop, Guan Li observed the scene below. A silver torrent of steel surged through the horde of corpses, unrestrained. The zombies soon reacted to the sudden appearance of the armored guards, emitting a foul stench as they roared and swung their claws against the iron shields. Their attacks left no marks whatsoever. Witnessing this, Leo swung his battle axe, instantly cleaving through several zombies. Armored shield formation. Circular formation. Leo commanded as he plunged into the square. With a single order, the armored guards cleared the surrounding zombies. The previously aligned formation swiftly transformed. Moments later, a circular iron barrel formation was established. Iron taunt. Leo activated his skill, striking his heavy shield with his battle axe. The resonating clang echoed through the horde. The zombies immediately registered their animosity, surging toward the armored guards with the intent to tear them apart. Faced with the overwhelming tide of corpses, Leo felt the pressure intensify. Impenetrable walls. The heavy armor of the armored guards glinted with a faint light, bolstered by the skill. The guards stood as unyielding as a towering mountain. Prepare. Fire arrows. Noticing the opportune moment, Guan Li commanded the archers to release their arrows. Eileen let loose an arrow engulfed in flames, followed by a flurry of fiery arrows raining down into the horde. In an instant, the square was engulfed in flames. The fire ignited the zombies, yet they felt no pain. They continued to attack recklessly, allowing the flames to consume them. Explosive arrows. Fire. Recognizing the limited effectiveness of the burning arrows, Guan Li instructed the elven archers to employ explosive arrows. The explosive projectiles rained down, causing the zombie horde to erupt into chaos, sending groups of zombies flying. Guan Li also took out grenades, tossing them into the fray below. Boom. The makeshift bombardment zone was exhilarating. Under the influence of the explosive arrows, swathes of zombies were reduced to mere fragments. At this moment, Bone led his soldiers into the fray, blowing the horn of the colossal beast. A horrifying skeletal giant emerged in the square. The beast leaped into the horde, wielding its massive bony fists and smashing down on the surrounding zombies. Any zombie struck by it was left disfigured. Piercing spears. The skeletal gun shield soldiers advanced with their shields raised. They relentlessly thrust their bone spears forward, piercing through the heads of the zombies. Whirlwind slash. The skeletal warriors brandished their bone blades with remarkable speed, executing a wide arc that severed the surrounding zombies at the waist. These, ordinary zombies, possessing merely 1 or 2 stars of strength, stood no chance against the 4-star Legion soldiers. Meanwhile, the skeletal mage completed the incantation of his spell, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that rained down upon the horde. The ground trembled as numerous zombies were reduced to charred fragments. Following closely behind the skeletal shield bearers, the Shadow Swordmasters activated their sword control technique, sending a flurry of flying swords weaving through the mass of undead, decapitating them with precision. The central plaza erupted with excitement as Guan Li lifted his AK-47, activating his marksmanship. With a rapid succession of gunfire, each bullet struck its intended target. Even without the aid of precise aiming, the densely packed zombies provided ample opportunity for him to eliminate several with mere sprays of fire. The commotion in the square soon attracted the attention of the Zombie King, who appeared before the transparent windows of the mall, revealing a pale-faced youth. Aside from his grayish-white eyes, he bore little resemblance to the undead that surrounded him. Chapter 57. The Zombie King stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, flanked by a formidable assembly of mutated zombies, each possessing strength exceeding that of intermediate 3-star rank. Beside the Zombie King loomed 2 fearsome figures, on the left, the tyrant encountered by Guan Li, and on the right, a mutated zombie encased in a layer of bony armor. Both of these mutated creatures had attained the formidable rank of intermediate 4-star. The Zombie King had gathered its elite forces within the confines of the shopping mall. Go. Eliminate them. It commanded the soldiers stationed in the plaza, its voice frigid and devoid of any emotion. These reckless intruders dared to trespass upon its territory. With a thunderous roar, the tyrant leaped from the 4th floor of the mall, crashing down with tremendous force, creating a massive crater upon impact. It surged forth like a bulldozer, sending nearby ordinary zombies flying. The remaining mutated zombies followed suit, leaping down from the 4th floor. "I found you," Guan Li declared, peering through his binoculars towards the mall. A gaunt figure stood on the 4th floor, a pallid youth with long black hair, whose appearance was unremarkable, easily lost in a crowd. Initially uncertain, Guan Li's doubts dissipated the moment he witnessed the youth directing the mutated zombies to attack. He was certain this individual was the Zombie King. With the target now revealed, it was time for action. Guan Li stowed away the binoculars and vanished from the rooftop. As he descended, he pondered how to approach the Zombie King. Though all mutated zombies had been dispatched, the mall was still teeming with ordinary zombies. While lacking in strength, these zombies served as a warning system, making it nearly impossible to approach the zombie king undetected. A sudden thought struck him. That item could be useful, he exclaimed. In his hand appeared a shell. Mimetic shell. When affixed to the skin, it can mimic the surrounding environment, providing concealment. Note: this item is consumable and can be used only once. This was a reward from defeating the mantis with a human face, and was now perfectly suited for the moment. As he neared the ground, Guan Li applied the shell to his arm. His form gradually became ethereal until he vanished completely. Exiting the building, he maneuvered around the plaza. The pressure on the Legion soldiers intensified after the mutated zombies joined the fray, particularly with the tyrant swinging its arms relentlessly. Even the indomitable ironclad shield Legion, of intermediate 4-star strength, found themselves being forced back. Leo, Bone, hold the line for a moment. I have located the zombie king. Guan Li communicated telepathically. No problem. Leo's voice responded. Master, you may proceed. Bone chimed in. Guan Li activated his shadow step technique and made his way toward the mall. Eileen's legion of elven archers relentlessly unleashed their barrage of arrows, causing ripples in the tide of corpses. You scoundrel, do not push your luck, Leo exclaimed as he raised his shield, deflecting the tyrant's arm. He charged forward, colliding with the tyrant. With a swift motion, he swung his battle axe horizontally. The tyrant hastily raised its arm to parry, resulting in a fierce clash of power. His formidable opponent was a skeletal zombie adorned in bone armor, capable of manipulating its form to engage in various combat styles. Name: Bone Wielder. Potential: 6 stars. Strength: 4 stars intermediate. Ability: Bone Armor, Morphing. Evaluation: a life form evolving towards a new direction, growing bone armor that can transform at will. Guan Li swiftly transmitted the information about the bone-armored zombie to Bone. Clang, clang, clang. Bone braced against the onslaught, wielding his heavy shield. The chains of bone struck relentlessly upon his shield. Enraged, Bone activated his skill, no longer retreating. Bone Armor. Scale Beast Charge. He commenced his counterattack. The bone wielder was caught off guard and was sent flying. Immediately after, Bone swung his blade towards the bone wielder. A bone shield rapidly materialized before the bone wielder. The Legion soldiers engaged fiercely with the zombies. Apart from the 2 4-star mutated zombies, the remaining 3-star variants were utterly incapable of halting their advance. Soldier against soldier. General against general. King against king. Guan Li stealthily approached the entrance of the mall. His agile form weaving through the horde of undead, he quickly ascended to the 2nd floor, where the zombies were even more densely packed. Yet for Guan Li, this posed no significant challenge. The zombie king stood before the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, observing the chaos in the square. Its bare feet were cut by shards of glass, but it remained unfazed. These creatures possess extraordinary strength. It sensed the formidable power of the Legion soldiers, all at the initial stage of 4 stars. If I were to consume them, I could surely evolve once more. A cold smirk crept across the zombie king's lips. However, in the next instant, its smile froze as an inexplicable sense of danger surged within. Instinctively, it dodged as a cold glimmer erupted forth. A blood-red, exquisite longsword materialized before it, slicing into its shoulder and tearing away a chunk of flesh. Who dares? The zombie king bellowed. Guan Li appeared before it, delivering a powerful punch. Explosive fist. A terrifying energy burst forth from his fist, penetrating the zombie king's chest and leaving a gaping wound. With a crash, the zombie king was thrown into a glass display, scattering shards across the ground. Quite alert, I must say. What a pity. Guan Li shook his head, having initially intended to slay the zombie king with a surprise attack. However, the creature's vigilance proved to be exceptionally high. Human? How did you ascend? The zombie king exclaimed in rage as it rose from the ground. The flesh around the wound began to writhe, healing at a visible pace. Guess. Guan Li remained silent in response. Name: Corpse King Suyu. King level. Potential: 10 stars strength, intermediate 4 stars ability, intelligence, commanding zombies, extraordinary healing power. Flesh transformation evaluation. A 1 in a million Corpse King, a newly awakened life form with intelligence, possesses the ability to control zombies. The system's information emerged. The Corpse King's innate strength was merely at the intermediate 4-star level. Its terrifying aspect lay in its ability to command hordes of zombies. However, it was overly confident, foolishly sending away all its zombie bodyguards. Damn humans! Are you mocking me? Roared Corpse King Suyu. It possessed exceptional intelligence, seeking to buy time. Enough of your nonsense. Let us battle. Guan Li would not grant it that chance. Allowing it to summon its horde would spell trouble. Damn humans! You shall perish. The arm of Corpse King Suyu extended wildly, lunging toward Guan Li. Is this your ability? Hardly impressive. Guan Li scoffed as blood-red tendrils began to entwine around his arm. Chapter 58. The choice completed. The hand of blood and soul. Guan Li extended his arm, reminiscent of a demon. With a swift motion, he grasped the incoming arm with a fierce grip. What is this? The Corpse King Siyu exclaimed in terror. With a surge of strength, Guan Li tore Siyu's arm from its socket. A sickening crunch echoed, the sound of flesh being macerated. The hand of blood and soul opened a gaping maw, ravenously devouring the severed limb. Damn it! You are the true monster. Siyu's face contorted in sheer horror. The undead creature found itself frightened by a mere human. Guan Li offered no respite. Blood soul, slash! A terrifying crimson blade of energy sliced towards the Corpse King Siyu. Yet, being a formidable being, Siyu quickly regained his composure, evading the lethal attack with a deft movement. Die, human. The Corpse King charged at Guan Li. The once severed arm rapidly regenerated, transforming into a grotesque appendage. Grotesquely adorned with exposed flesh and bulging veins, crowned with a single eye embedded in the palm. Explosive fist. Guan Li stood unyielding. He swung the hand of blood demon towards Siyu. Empowered by the blood demon's might, the explosive fist became even more fearsome. The two monstrous arms collided, sending shockwaves that fractured the ground beneath them. Guan Li staggered backward, while the hand of blood demon fissured and quickly mended itself. Siyu fared worse. His bloodied arm erupted, revealing the stark white of bone beneath. Brother, your Kirin arm pales in comparison to my prowess. Guan Li grinned. Ah, damned human. I shall slay you. I must kill you. Siyu roared, humiliated by being so thoroughly bested by a human. This was a profound disgrace. Yet, he was powerless. His guards were ensnared by the soldiers in the square. Flee. A thought emerged in his mind. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. My losses are inconsequential. If I can escape, I shall soon rally an army of the undead. At that moment, I will lay waste to the entire city of Z and shred this human into pieces. No, I shall turn him into a zombie. He will serve as my thrall. Arise. My minions. Protect your master. Siyu bellowed as hordes of zombies surged forth toward Guan Li. Seizing the opportunity, Siyu turned to flee. Thinking of escaping? Guan Li vanished, reappearing directly behind Siyu. It is over. He unleashed a sword strike, cleaving the Corpse King in two. However, the notification from the system remained silent. What is going on? Guan Li pondered, but as he observed Siyu's dismembered form gently descending, the realization struck him. It was merely a layer of human skin. At that moment, Siyu had already reached the edge of the fourth floor, turning back to face Guan Li. His horrific visage was filled with malice. Human, you shall pay for this. As long as it escapes into the throng of corpses in the square, it will be safe. Who told you I came alone? Guan Li suddenly chuckled. What? The Corpse King Siyu seemed momentarily bewildered. A glimmer of cold light emerged from the shadows before it. No, it attempted to evade. But it was already too late. Whoosh. The Xiantai sword pierced through the head of the Corpse King Siyu. Shenlian had waited long for this strike. The cunning zombie king was also reluctant to perish. If it realized it could not defeat Guan Li, it would undoubtedly seek an escape. He had instructed Shenlian to lay an ambush beforehand, fearing that the opponent might resort to tricks. Kill the Corpse King Siyu. Gain 10,000 points. 1 opportunity for skill upgrade. 1 Legion upgrade card. Successfully killed the newly spawned Corpse King. Complete option. Acquire the Corpse King's treasure. 5-star crystal core. The system's notifications rang out in succession, and Guan Li finally exhaled in relief. This signified that Siyu, the Corpse King, was utterly defeated. Even after its death, the corpse continued to twitch. Wait, don't absorb it yet. Guan Li halted the bloodthirsty blade. This corpse of Siyu appears to be rather peculiar. The bloodthirsty blade quivered, expressing its confusion. This body is reserved for me. You may freely consume the rest of the flesh. Guan Li stored the corpse in his spatial ring, not allowing it an opportunity to object. After the body vanished, a pale purple card remained in its place. The purple card shimmered like a dream amidst a sea of stars. Guan Li felt a surge of excitement as he hurriedly secured the card. A single Corpse King had yielded abundant rewards. Yet, Guan Li refrained from using it immediately, for he understood that the battle was far from over. Slaying the Corpse King was merely the first step. Within the central shopping plaza, a massive horde of zombies awaited. Shenlian, follow me as we descend into battle. Guan Li grasped the bloodthirsty blade and struck down the zombies before him. At your command, Shenlian wielded his longsword and trailed behind Guan Li. In the plaza, Leo rose from the ground, his heavy shield bearing several dents. His armor was also marred with wounds. Humph, you're not so impressive either, big fellow. Leo gazed at the tyrant before him. It too was covered in bloodstains from axe blows. The tyrant's eyes glowed crimson as it entered a state of rage, smashing its arms and sending Leo flying. Crack. A fissure appeared in the once impenetrable iron armor. Cough, cough. Leo attempted to rise but felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body. The tyrant charged forward, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, a robust figure collided with the tyrant. Lionhound Monster Summoning Card. Can summon a 4-star intermediate Lionhound monster for combat. Immune to death during summoning. Disregards all negative effects. Lasts for 1 minute. My friends, you have worked hard. Guan Li's figure appeared in the square. I am willing to die for my master. The Legion soldiers roared. Do not rush to your demise. We must live well. Guan Li slashed with his sword, dispatching several zombies in an instant. At your command. Leo rose from the ground. Guan Li generously utilized a recovery card. Leo's injuries were rapidly mending. The square was marred by the remnants of explosions, once teeming with zombies. Gaps began to emerge among them. United with the Griffin beast, Leo forcefully subdued the tyrant, pressing it into the ground. The Griffin's strength was already comparable to that of the tyrant, and alongside Leo, they swiftly vanquished the foe. Tyrant slain, awarded 2,000 points. Tyrant's Claw X1. The Griffin beast had half a minute remaining of its summoning time. Guan Li urged it to eliminate as many mutated zombies as possible. The three commanders advanced towards the Bone Wielder. Though formidable, it struggled to withstand the onslaught from the trio. Bone Wielder slain, awarded 2,000 points. Shape-shifting Bone Armor X1. Aileen continuously unleashed a barrage of arrows. The rain of arrows fell, causing zombies to collapse in droves. As time passed, the number of zombies in the square dwindled further. The system's notification echoed persistently in their minds. A satisfied smile graced Guan Li's lips. Chapter 59. Sudden wealth. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as ominous clouds loomed overhead, casting a rapid gloom upon the landscape. Silver streaks of lightning danced across the sky, appearing as if they sought to rend the very fabric of heaven and earth. The rain, falling in torrents akin to arrows, descended in droplets the size of peas. This deluge arrived most fortuitously, resembling the tears of the heavens, cleansing the earth of its impurities. Guan Li's hair became drenched, the rivulets of water tracing down his cheeks before plummeting to the ground. His chest heaved slightly, and the blood-drinking blade in his hand quivered. The ground was a grim tableau of corpses and congealed blood, a veritable sea of the deceased. The surviving soldiers of the Legion numbered but 20. With 20 ironclad shield guards fallen, 15 skeleton gunmen and shield soldiers perished, and 5 shadow sword masters lost their lives. The 3 captains bore grievous wounds, with Leo suffering the most. He had drawn the ire of the majority of the undead, his armor marred by countless claw marks. My lord, the enemy has been entirely annihilated. The 3 captains knelt amidst the blood-soaked earth. Esteemed captains, your efforts have been commendable, Guan Li stated. The battle had exacted a heavy toll, yet the spoils were equally abundant. While the fallen soldiers could be resurrected, it required time. To fight for our lord is our honor, the 3 captains declared in unison. Rise. Let us first clear the battlefield, Guan Li commanded. Understood. The 3 captains nodded, leading their soldiers to commence the cleanup. Aileen, maintain vigilance of the surroundings, Guan Li instructed telepathically. Certainly, my master. Aileen ordered the elven archers to disperse atop the surrounding buildings. As the rain lashed down upon him, Guan Li began collecting cards from the corpses. From the blood-drinking blade, crimson tendrils extended forth, consuming every mutated zombie in sight. The lost flesh of the zombie king would be replenished here. Guan Li did not impede its actions. The flesh of the mutated undead held little value for him. As the blood-drinking blade absorbed, it concurrently retrieved crystal cores and cards. The corpses in the square had accumulated into towering heaps, making the task of clearing them arduous. Guan Li spent a full 2 hours before the square was finally cleared. As the rain subsided, sunlight once again bathed the earth. The deluge had been significant, yet it could not wash away the sorrows of humanity. Everyone, rest in place. Guan Li entered the shopping mall, selecting a set of black athletic attire to change into. The fabric was exquisite and comfortable against his skin. After consuming some food cards to satiate his hunger, Guan Li began to tally the spoils of war. A total of 738 1-star crystal cores, 12. 568 2-star crystal cores, 1. 203 3-star crystal cores, 10 4-star crystal cores, and 1 5-star crystal core were accounted for. The zombies of the tide were primarily of 1 and 2-star strength, hence the majority of the acquired crystal cores were of these lower grades. Guan Li traded all 1 and 2-star crystal cores to the points market, for such lowly cores held no further use for him. Transaction successful, acquiring 380, 535 points. Transaction successful, gained 251, 360 points. The system's notification sounded, and a substantial sum was credited. Hiss. It's a windfall. Guan Li inhaled sharply. The points obtained from the transaction amounted to over 600,000. Adding the additional rewards from earlier vanquishing mutated zombies, Guan Li now possessed a staggering total of 675, 410 points. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. The 3-star crystal core remained untouched, temporarily stored within his spatial ring. He grasped 10 4-star crystal cores, absorbing their energy. Waves of surging vitality coursed through his limbs and bones. Whoosh. Almost there. Guan Li felt the energy within him gradually dissipating. His strength remained at the initial 4-star level. The ascent in power grew increasingly arduous. Guan Li retrieved a 5-star crystal core. Even without absorption, he could sense the potent energy contained within. Without hesitation, he clutched it tightly and began to absorb. Boom. The pure energy surged into his body. Guan Li's form jolted violently. Gritting his teeth, he endured the excruciating pain inflicted by the energy's onslaught. Pop. He broke through to the intermediate 4-star level. The energy within him showed no signs of depletion. Guan Li dared not relax for a moment, fervently absorbing the energy within. The magnitude of this energy was immense. If not absorbed promptly, it could spell disaster. This absorption process consumed half an hour. His strength soared to the advanced 4-star level. Feeling the newfound power coursing through him, along with an insatiable hunger, Guan Li produced food cards to replenish his vitality. He crushed 10 food cards before satiating his hunger. After tallying the crystal cores, Guan Li turned his attention to the cards. White cards, 23,001. White-green cards, 11,301. Green cards, 9,612. Blue-green cards, 6,210. Blue cards, 205. Dark blue cards, 10. Purple cards, 1. Without hesitation, Guan Li activated all 23,001 white cards. Acquired food card X5, 025. Acquired supply card X4. 564. Acquired recovery card X3, 765. Acquired advancement card X, 310. Acquired purified water, 500 milliliters X3, 230. Acquired universal rifle ammunition X1. 795. Acquired ordinary arrows X4, 312. The system's notifications chimed in succession. The rewards were quite satisfactory. The recent battle had nearly exhausted all supply cards, recovery cards, ammunition, arrows, and other resources. This wave of replenishment was most timely. The items acquired were automatically distributed to the system's backpack. Guan Li continued to open the cards, consuming the 11,301 white-green cards in one swift motion. Acquired food card X3201. Acquired premium food card X564. Acquired supply card X2214. Acquired intermediate supply card X458. Acquired recovery card X2714. Acquired intermediate recovery card X345. Acquired advanced card X230. Acquired intermediate advanced card X12. Acquired ordinary arrows X1563. The system's voice echoed continuously as the white and green cards were successfully activated. The rewards were akin to those of the white cards, predominantly consisting of consumable items. However, there was a slight enhancement in quality. The rewards were automatically deposited into the system's inventory. Without pausing, Guan Li continued to unveil the cards. A total of 9,612 green cards were selected for activation. Acquired food card X1230. Acquired premium food card X980. Acquired ordinary arrows X3510. Acquired premium fertilizer X200. Capable of accelerating crop growth. Acquired iron blocks X300. Usable for repairing and crafting equipment. Acquired intermediate supply card X1203. Acquired blood recovery pills X512. Capable of restoring vitality. Though effectiveness is modest, acquired strength potion X489 provides a slight strength boost for 1 minute upon consumption. Acquired recovery card X1188. The system's voice resonated in his mind once more. While these were also basic rewards, several new items emerged. Fortune was on his side. Next came the blue-green cards, totaling 6210. Guan Li felt a surge of anticipation. Cards of this caliber had a chance of yielding superior items. Acquired premium food card X501. Acquired armor-piercing arrow X2610. Acquired intermediate recovery card X1560. Acquired intermediate supply card X1440. Acquired Molotov cocktail X30. Capable of igniting targets within a 10-meter radius. Acquired mini self-destruct robot X20. Explodes after crawling a short distance. Equivalent to a grenade. Acquired explosive arrow X49. Compared to the green cards, the quality of the rewards from the blue-green cards had significantly improved. Yet, powerful items remained elusive. Guan Li was unfazed, for the main event was yet to come. The sheer number of cards indicated the rarity of the blue cards. Over 100,000 zombies had yielded merely over 200 blue cards. Without the slightest hesitation, Guan Li activated them all. Acquired refined iron, or X50. Usable for upgrades and crafting. Acquired speed potion X35. Provides a slight speed boost upon use. Effect stackable up to 3 times. Lasting 30 seconds. Acquired Vitality Pill X30. Instantly elevates strength to 2 stars. Effective only for those below 2 stars, above 2 stars. They serve as delightful treats. Acquired Intermediate Advanced Card X10. Acquired Low-Level Armor Selection Card X50. Allows selection of any standard 2-star armor. Acquired Invisibility Potion X30. Conceals the user for 5 minutes. Becoming ineffective upon initiating an attack. The blue cards were entirely revealed, and the rewards were quite satisfactory. Chapter 60. The Corpse King's Puppet. Upon the completion of the Deep Blue card activation, 10 exquisite Deep Blue cards materialized in Guan Li's hand. Each of these cards was a contribution from mutated zombies of 4 stars or higher. The cards, as delicate as gossamer, were effortlessly crushed by Guan Li's grip. Acquired Cleansing Technique X1. Upon learning, it enables the removal of abnormalities from clothing, proving to be exceedingly convenient. Acquired Advanced Evolution Card X3. Acquired Legion Expansion Card, 5 persons, X2. Acquired Wall Crawling Technique X1. Upon mastering, it allows one to scale walls at will. Acquired Thunder Element Summoning Card X3. Upon usage, summons a thunder element to combat for 3 minutes. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. Truly, these Deep Blue cards were remarkable, yielding 2 skill books in one go. Although they may appear inconsequential at first glance, as the saying goes, a multitude of skills is never a burden. What may seem unnecessary now might prove invaluable in the future. He proceeded to learn the cleansing technique and the wall crawling technique. With the assistance of the system, he swiftly grasped the intricacies of both skills. Utilizing the cleansing technique, Guan Li watched in awe as his sports attire transformed. Appearing as pristine as new, devoid of any unpleasant odors. The technique required minimal consumption, nearly none at all, a delightful and practical skill. Mother will no longer worry about my lack of clothing. After testing the cleansing technique, Guan Li approached the wall, placing his palm against its surface. The moment his hand made contact, he felt an extraordinary force, as if it were firmly adhering to the wall. Remarkable. A look of astonishment crossed Guan Li's face. What began as a mere experiment had yielded an unexpected delight. The practicality of the wall-crawling technique had skyrocketed. Having tested the 2 newly acquired skills, Guan Li continued to activate cards, with only one remaining in his possession. The ethereal purple glow captivated him, representing the highest tier of cards he had obtained thus far. He gently crushed the card. With a crack, a brilliant radiance emanated from his palm. Although it wasn't as dazzling as the bloodthirsty blade, the disturbance it caused indicated that the item acquired was indeed extraordinary. Acquired Demon Wing X1, a biological component from the terrifying abyssal demon race. Capable of being used to create a puppet, imparting some of the demon wing's powers. As the light gradually faded, a massive flesh wing appeared before Guan Li. Fully spread, measuring over 3 meters in length. Its skeletal structure was adorned with sharp barbs, and the flesh membrane bore scales. Dark red patterns were imprinted upon the wing, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying power. What a treasure! Guan Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had preserved the Corpse King's body precisely to create a puppet. After activating all the cards, Guan Li opened his system backpack. In the final compartment lay a square box, intricately engraved with the image of a horde of corpses. Corpse King's treasure, bestowed upon the brave warrior who vanquishes the Corpse King, capable of yielding bountiful rewards. This was the reward bestowed by the selection. Without hesitation, Guan Li directly opened the gift box. Acquired Devouring Demon Claw, an arm from the abyssal Devouring Demon clan, capable of crafting puppets. Bestowing a portion of the Devouring Demon's power. Remarkable! Guan Li could hardly contain his joy. It truly seemed that whatever he wished for had materialized. He had nearly gathered sufficient materials to begin crafting puppets. From his spatial ring, he retrieved the body of the Corpse King, although it had been dead for some time. The flesh and blood of the corpse continued to writhe. Even the head, which Shen Lian had pierced, had fully restored. The skin-blood corpse appeared rather peculiar, raising a slight concern in Guan Li that it might suddenly reanimate. Of course, such worry was unwarranted, as the system had confirmed its demise and the card had dropped. He placed the demon wing beside the Corpse King's body and then retrieved several items. The Tyrant's Claw, a reward for slaying the tyrant. The Transmuting Bone Armor, a reward for defeating the Bone Collar. The Control Threads, a reward for vanquishing the String Puppet. Tyrant's Claw, an arm from the tyrant, usable for crafting puppets, imbuing them with a portion of the tyrant's power. Transmuting Bone Armor, an exoskeleton from the Bone Collar, usable for crafting puppets, granting them a portion of the Bone Collar's strength. Corpse King's body possesses powerful transmutative genes within its flesh, able to perfectly integrate with any material. An exceptional puppet vessel. Having mastered the art of puppet making, Guan Li could discern at a glance what materials were suitable for crafting puppets. Bone, Xinlian, Leo, heighten the surveillance around us. Ensure no external forces disrupt my work. Guan Li commanded. Crafting a puppet is no trivial endeavor, especially one constructed from such potent materials. A moment's inattention could lead to complete failure. Guan Li would not allow such a calamity to occur. The materials were far too precious. Understood. The three commanders replied. The remaining soldiers of the Legion gathered around Guan Li. Taking a deep breath, Guan Li commenced the puppet creation process, his hands skillfully exploring the corpse king's body. The methods for crafting puppets surged in his mind. Swish, swish, swish. Holding the control threads, Guan Li attached the tyrant's claw to the corpse king's left arm. This process appeared deceptively simple, yet was fraught with complexity. Any minor error could result in the complete ruin of the puppet vessel. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Guan Li successfully affixed the tyrant's claw. Next, he began to sew the transmuting bone armor. The control threads navigated within the corpse king's body. Suspending the vessel in midair, Guan Li's hands moved swiftly, integrating the transmuting bone armor into the corpse king's form. Crackle, crackle. A series of explosive sounds echoed, signaling the successful incorporation of the armor into the corpse king's body. What a close call. Guan Li sighed in relief, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Next came the two most challenging components, given their high quality. Guan Li grasped the devouring demon claw and prepared to install it on the corpse king's right arm. With swift movements of his hands, he deftly manipulated the threads entwining around it. Please, let there be no mishap, Guan Li silently chanted in his heart. Fortunately, the devouring claw cooperated splendidly. The corpse king's physique exhibited a remarkable compatibility. The flesh and blood writhed continuously, enveloping the devouring claw. A close call. Guan Li's heart raced fervently. The final segment. The demonic wing. This was the most superior material among all. Guan Li concentrated intensely, not daring to relax even for a moment. The demonic wing merged into the back of the corpse king. Crack. The corpse king's body began to tremble violently. The power of the demonic wing was terrifying, and the flesh of its body struggled to endure. This is bad. Guan Li's complexion changed dramatically. He watched as the corpse king's body seemed on the verge of being shattered by the demonic wing. In a moment of dire peril, the blood-drinking blade quivered to life. Its blade radiated an eerie crimson glow. Blood-red tendrils coiled around Guan Li's arm. The hand of the blood demon materialized. A terrifying aura suffused the room. Guan Li understood that this was the power emanating from the blood-drinking blade. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The previously trembling demonic wing instantly fell silent, rapidly fusing into the corpse king's body. Chapter 61. Long Chia. That was close. Guan Li gazed at the gradually stabilizing body of the corpse king, finally easing the tension that had gripped his heart. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed that his garments were drenched in cold sweat. Cleanse. He promptly cast a spell, and the sweat along with any unpleasant odors evaporated instantly. An exceedingly practical little skill. The flesh of the corpse king continued to writhe, as those puppet materials visibly merged into its form. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the corpse king puppet. The system's notification chimed as the corpse king's flesh fused seamlessly. Name, Corpse King Puppet Potential, Unknown Strength, 4-star Advanced Abilities, Enhanced Regeneration, Perfect Compatibility, Devour, Demon Wing, Tyrant's Claw, Transformative Bone Armor Evaluation, a puppet transformed from the Corpse King, boasting a flawless body with unlimited growth potential. A summary of the Corpse King puppet materialized before Guan Li. Unlimited growth potential? Impressive. Guan Li felt immense satisfaction, knowing that his investment in materials had not been in vain. This Corpse King puppet far surpassed his expectations. Before him stood a puppet that appeared no different from an ordinary person, with its horrifying organs perfectly integrated into its body. Attack, Guan Li commanded, pointing towards the distant wall. Without the slightest hesitation, the Corpse King puppet unleashed a powerful punch, creating a gaping hole in the wall. This was the puppet in its normal state, and if it were to transform into its complete form, its strength would undoubtedly elevate to a higher tier. I shall bestow upon you a name. Let it be Long Chia. The Corpse King puppet offered no response. It was merely a shell devoid of independent thought, acting solely on Guan Li's directives. Let us see a more dashing appearance, Guan Li instructed. The face of Long Chia began to contort, and moments later, a brand new visage emerged. At that moment, Long Chia had transformed into an undeniably handsome figure, the kind that stands out among thousands. However, compared to the esteemed readers, it still fell slightly short. All right. A touch of the pretty boy charm. Guan Li nodded in approval. With the creation of the Corpse King puppet complete, he turned his attention to enhancing the strength of his legion. The points and cards he had just acquired were sufficient to elevate the existing army to a new level. Legion expansion card, 5 members, X2. After a brief moment of contemplation, Guan Li decided to allocate them to the Ironclad Shield Guards and the Shadow Sword Masters. System. Expand the Ironclad Shield Guards and Shadow Sword Masters legions. 2 summoning arrays, 1 black and 1 silver, materialized before him, revealing 10 figures. Master. Our lord. The 10 soldiers knelt respectfully before him. Rise. Guan Li gestured for them to stand. Low-level armor selection card X50. He did not hesitate and chose to use it immediately. Various standardized armors appeared before Guan Li. Mountain Shield Heavy Armor. Moonlit Armor. Swift Armor. Courageous Chainmail. System. Do offer a suggestion. The plethora of armor types dazzled Guan Li's eyes, prompting him to seek the system's counsel. Host, please select the legion for which you require equipment. Echoed the system's voice in his mind. Ironclad Shield Legion. The main defensive force must first be equipped with superior armor. The Ironclad Shield Officers, known for their formidable defense yet slightly diminished mobility, were recommended to don the Shield Mountain Armor and the Heavy Iron Armor, which boasted exceptional defensive capabilities. This would maximize the survival potential of the Ironclad Shield Legion. The system presented a reasonable proposal. Guan Li sifted through the options to locate the armors mentioned by the system. Name, Shield Mountain Heavy Armor Type. Heavy Armor Grade. 2-star Advanced Talent. Sturdy Evaluation. Crafted from exquisite steel, this armor possesses a mountainous grandeur and formidable defense. Name, Heavy Iron Armor Type. Heavy Armor Grade. 2-star Advanced Talent. Sturdy Evaluation. This armor, forged from heavy iron, offers exceptional defense, impervious to ordinary weaponry. The appearance of the Shield Mountain Heavy Armor resembled a colossal mountain, while the Heavy Iron Armor exuded a deep black hue, imparting a sense of weightiness. Guan Li favored the Shield Mountain Heavy Armor for its imposing and grand demeanor, manliness embodied. Acquired Shield Mountain Heavy Armor X35, Leo. Equip the gear. Guan Li commanded, utilizing the system to directly replace the equipment. All, except for the resurrecting ironclad shield soldiers, donned the new armor. The substantial armor enveloped them, instilling a profound sense of security. Thank you, Master, Leo expressed. With 15 low-level armor cards remaining, Guan Li prioritized equipping the skeletal shield soldiers. Name, Undead Plate Armor Type, Plate Armor Grade, 2-star Advanced Talent. Power of the Undead Evaluation. This plate armor, traversed by abyssal undead, is imbued with potent undead energy, causing attackers to suffer from its influence. The plate armor appeared somewhat antiquated, emanating waves of dark energy from its surface. The living skeletal shield soldiers, enveloped in the plate armor, transformed into noble knights. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. Thus, the skeletal soldiers appeared considerably more discreet. Subsequently, he accessed the points marketplace. The number of Legion members held great importance. Guan Li resolved to allocate the majority of his points to this venture. 10-star Legion expansion cards, 10 members. Bring me 10. With a grand gesture, he spent 200,000 points. Such extravagance was unavoidable. Apologies. With points, one can act with impunity. Purchasing Star Legion expansion cards, 10 members. X10 will cost 200,000 points. Do you wish to proceed? The system inquired. Purchase. Guan Li affirmed with unwavering conviction. 200,000 points were well within his reach. Congratulations, host. You have successfully purchased Star Legion expansion cards, 10 members, X10. You are truly sagacious. The system's voice brimmed with flattery, which Guan Li chose to ignore. The system's notification chimes echoed consecutively. Ironclad Shield Guard Legion expanded by 20 members. Shadowblade Cultivator Legion expanded by 20 members. Elven Archer Legion expanded by 20 members. Skeleton Undead Legion expanded by 30 members. The Skeleton Undead Legion, comprising 3 distinct troop types, each augmented by 10 members. For different summoning circles manifested, 100 Legion soldiers materialized before Guan Li. Presenting ourselves to the Master. The Legion soldiers saluted in unison. At ease, Guan Li waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, Master. The soldiers straightened up, standing respectfully before Guan Li. Observing the steadily growing ranks, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Now this resembles something worthwhile. Although the Legion soldiers currently number just over 200, this is merely the beginning. Guan Li felt no urgency as he gazed at the Ironclad Legion. A thought suddenly struck him. It seems I have yet to utilize my skill extraction opportunity. Previously, he had refrained from extracting skills for the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion due to the lack of suitable options. All the skills of the Ironclad Shields were tank-oriented, and he had no desire to assume such a role. However, having now comprehended the Silver Armored Soul, it was the perfect moment for extraction. This could be a commendable skill. Chapter 62, Survivor Camp System. Extract the Silver Armor Soul. Guan Li commanded, selecting the silver armor soul. A chime resonated, signaling the commencement of the extraction. The system's voice echoed as he unleashed the silver armor soul, conjuring a spectral figure behind him. This apparition possessed the capability to strike targets within a 3-meter radius. He reopened the points marketplace. Legion Upgrade Card X1. Upon use, it elevates the Legion strength by 1 tier. Applicable only for legions with a strength of 10 stars or below, priced at 50,000 points. I'll take 8 of those, Guan Li declared, selecting the Legion Upgrade card and instantly expending 400,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on purchasing Legion Upgrade Card X8. You are truly extravagant. So impressive. So cool. The system's flattery fell on deaf ears. Guan Li was nearly immune to its sycophantic praises. System. Upgrade the Skeleton Undead Legion. System. Upgrade the Iron Shield Legion. Guan Li commanded, rapidly enhancing all 4 legions in one breath. The soldiers' prowess surged dramatically. Their power levels began to ascend rapidly, soon surpassing the intermediate 4-star tier, followed by the advanced 4-star tier. The Legion's strength experienced an extraordinary increase. After this lavish expenditure, approximately 70,000 points remained. Guan Li chose to spend another 40,000 points to acquire items that would expedite the enhancement of his Legion soldiers. He retained just over 30,000 points for emergencies. As it was prudent to have some reserves for a sense of security, Guan Li produced a premium food card, and an enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air. The mere scent invigorated him. Was this the flesh of an evolved creature? He could distinctly sense the difference. No wonder it was better suited for awakeners. This single premium food card was equivalent to 5 ordinary food cards. With a decisive bite, savory juices flowed forth. Exquisite. Guan Li activated his skill, Gluttonous Devour. Moments later, he contentedly belched, feeling completely satiated. A bottle of pure water quenched his thirst, revitalizing him instantly. Fully nourished, it was time to set forth, Guan Li stated, only to suddenly feel a shift in his mindset. Ugh, I mean it's time to hunt monsters. He quickly corrected himself. Aileen, you may withdraw. He communicated telepathically to Aileen on the rooftop. Understood. The elven archer and skeleton mage returned to the plaza. The 200-strong legion departed with great momentum. The Z City Tower, a 50-story edifice once hailed as the heart of Z City, now served as a bastion for city defense. It had transformed into a survivors' concentration camp amidst the ongoing crisis, thanks to the relentless efforts of the city defense forces. Nearly 100,000 survivors had been rescued within a single day. This achievement was remarkable, considering that 80% of the population had been infected by the zombie virus. Z City boasted a population of approximately 10 million, indicating that 8 million individuals were likely to be infected. The remaining survivors, beleaguered by zombies and monsters, were dwindling in number. Given the current circumstances, it was unlikely that the survivors in Z City would exceed 1 million. The outer perimeter of the tower had been fortified with a makeshift iron net defense. Beyond the iron wire defense lies a minefield. If a horde of corpses were to attack, it would necessitate a bombardment. Armored tanks are stationed behind the iron barrier, while fully equipped city defense soldiers patrol incessantly. Thousands of rocket launchers are mounted behind this steel barricade formed by the tanks. Within the encampment, survivors have erected makeshift tents, while those without shelter sit upon the muddy ground. Many eyes have lost their luster, rendered numb by despair. They have learned from the city defense forces of the tragic downfall of Huagua. The apocalypse has truly descended upon the world. Not only are there zombies, but also terrifying monstrosities born of natural disasters. Even native flora and fauna have undergone dreadful mutations. It seems that in just a few short days, humanity has fallen from its throne as the dominant species to the most humble and feeble of ants, forced to survive in the crevices of existence. The entrance to the Z City skyscraper is heavily guarded, for within lie vital supplies and weaponry. Recently, a multitude of riotous survivors attempted to storm the building to seize these resources. Ultimately, the ringleaders of the uprising were gunned down, and the remaining survivors, witnessing this, dared not to stir further. They understood that the rules of the game have irrevocably changed. With the fall of Huagua, they have lost their sanctuary. At this moment, it dawned upon them how truly magnificent their nation had been. Hey, when will the meal be served? Inquired a corpulent man. If Guan Li were present, he would surely recognize him, Vice President Qin Xiong of Z University. Not yet, please wait a moment, replied a soldier. Oh, Qin Xiong nodded, a look of disappointment crossing his face as he returned to the Z University camp, which housed hundreds of students, most of whom were grimy and disheveled. It was evident that their recent days had been far from pleasant. Yet, surviving in such dire circumstances was no small feat. Qin Xiong, you're back? What did the city defense say? Asked an oddly styled boy, his arm tattooed with a venomous snake and his hair dyed a striking green. Lin Gu. Chen Xiong greeted the young man with an ingratiating smile. As the vice president of Z University, he had never been so disheveled, bowing and scraping to a student. Alas, those days are now behind him. With the city defense having declared the fall of Huagua, Chen Xiong knew there was no turning back. In order to survive, what harm was there in playing the role of a subordinate? Previously, while at Z University, he had allied with several awakened individuals, preparing to showcase their prowess, only to be interrupted by a group of even more formidable students who stormed the performance hall. A fierce conflict erupted on the spot, and Huang Xiao, Guan Li, and Li Zichao were all eliminated within a mere half-minute. Since that incident, Z University had fallen under the control of these students, whose tempers were as fierce as their strength. Chen Xiong's methods were completely disregarded by them, for they understood that with power, anything was attainable in this new world. In the span of mere days, everything had changed. The female instructors and students at Z University have all fallen victim to a nefarious plot. Those who dared to resist were mercilessly executed and discarded as fodder for the undead. It was only when the city defense forces arrived that they began to temper their actions. "Oh, how you have degenerated into a mere lapdog," Lin Quan remarked with a smile, his foot pressed against Chen Xiong's face. "Hee, brother Lin, what do you mean by that? It is my honor to serve you." Chen Xiong's face radiated a smile reminiscent of a blooming flower. Although the city defense had gathered the survivors in one location, they took no substantial measures, merely ensuring a daily supply of 2 meals. As for the matters among the groups, as long as there were no large-scale disturbances, they chose to turn a blind eye. The task of rescuing survivors was already quite burdensome. They had no time to concern themselves with trivial disputes. Enough chatter. When will the food be served? Lin Quan kicked Chen Xiong aside, his expression one of disdain. Due to their excessive indulgence, their provisions had long been depleted. Now, the entire Z University community was reliant on relief supplies to survive. "Not yet. Brother Lin, could you bear with it a little longer?" Chen Xiong maintained a facade of obsequiousness. "Get lost. Go summon that scoundrel Jiang Xin," Lin Quan commanded as he stepped into the tent. Yes. A flicker of resentment crossed Chen Xiong's face, yet he dared not show any outward sign of it. Chapter 63, The Meeting Moments Later. Jiang Xin swayed her alluring figure as she approached the tent. Chen Xiong walked beside her, occasionally stealing glances. This girl, she has become increasingly beautiful lately. How did I not notice her allure before? Chen Xiong mused silently. "Go in. Brother Lin is looking for you." Outside the tent, Chen Xiong paused. A lone man and a woman sharing a tent. Everyone knew what might transpire. I understand. Jiang Xin nodded, showing no signs of reluctance. Her complexion was more radiant, and her eyes held an enchanting gaze. Damn girl. So enticing. Chen Xiong inwardly cursed as he watched Jiang Xin's retreating figure. In recent days, he had seen her mingling with numerous men, all of whom were awakeners without exception. Chen Xiong found a place to sit. Surrounding him, the students huddled together in despair. Particularly the boys, their faces etched with anguish. Many had seen their girlfriends leave them, driven away by the lure of bread and water, a significant blow to their spirits. Damn it, why can't I muster the courage to slay zombies? I can hit targets perfectly in games. If only I had the strength. Xiaoshan wouldn't he have run off with someone else? Lamented a bespectacled boy. Stop dreaming. With your pathetic self, you think you can kill zombies? Take a good look in the mirror. A crisp voice cut through the air. The boy's body jolted. He looked up to see a familiar figure, his longed-for girlfriend. Yet, the person beside her was no longer him. Xiaoshan. He called out, his voice trembling. Qianfeng, look at yourself now. You're nothing but trash. A waste. The girl looked down at the boy named Qianfeng, her tone condescending. Xiaoshan, please leave that man. Come back to me. Let me protect you. I've conquered my fears. I dare to kill zombies now. Qianfeng stood, his voice filled with fervor. Haha. You, a waste? Kill zombies? Do you even dare to wield a knife? The man beside the girl suddenly interjected. Damn it. Give Xiaoshan back to me. Qianfeng lunged at the man. But he was no match for him. Get lost. Pathetic thing. The man kicked him away. Qianfeng fell to the ground, writhing in pain. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Darling, let us go. Xiaoshan glanced at Qianfeng on the ground, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Don't go. Xiaoshan. Qianfeng hunched over, watching the two depart, powerless to act. The other students were already numb to such scenes, watching Qianfeng without a hint of empathy. This was not the first time such a thing had occurred. This is the apocalypse, the law of the jungle, where the strong dominate and the weak perish. Not far away, Zhao Hai crouched in a corner, his fists tightly clenched as he gazed at the money scattered on the ground. I must become stronger. Recent events have made him acutely aware of the harsh realities he faces. Once a privileged heir, he now felt utterly degraded. What use is wealth? Merely to wipe one's behind? In a secluded corner of the survivor camp, the darkness of humanity was magnifying relentlessly. On the top floor of the Z-City building, in a spacious conference hall, numerous city defense officers donned in military uniforms were seated at a long white table. At the forefront sat a middle-aged man, adorned with several gleaming gold stars on his chest, symbols of past glory and markers of his esteemed position within the Z-City Defense Forces. The commander. When the Republic of Huagua had yet to fall, he was bound to obey the orders of the regional lords. Yet now, he stood as the supreme commander of the Z-City Defense Forces, no longer beholden to anyone. Su Yunjian. He joined the defense forces at the age of 18 and is now 43, having ascended to the position of commander of Z-City. In a mere 20 years, he has risen to this esteemed rank, a testament to his capabilities. Before Su Yunjian sat an elder and a young man, both vice commanders within the regiment. Their authority second only to his. The elder was named Wu Hai, while the young man was called Xin Lingfei. The purpose of today's meeting was to determine the future direction of the regiment. With the fall of Huagua, they were like drifting weeds, unanchored and reliant solely on themselves. Gentlemen, let us deliberate on the path forward for the city defense forces. Su Yunjian observed that most attendees had gathered and promptly introduced the topic of the meeting. Commander, our Z-City regiment still has over 30,000 soldiers. Along with substantial heavy firepower, we can certainly gather survivors and establish a base city. An officer spoke up. Su Yunjian recognized him as Liu Sandao, a right general under Wu Hai's command. The hierarchy within the regiment consisted of the commander, vice commanders, generals, and various ranks down to team leaders. This meeting was exclusive to those holding the rank of left general and above. I support this proposal. Another right general chimed in. I concur. We are unaware of the conditions outside. They may be worse than in Z-City. Moreover, if we leave here, we have nowhere else to go. The speaker was a general who shared his thoughts. The majority expressed their agreement. Steadily and cautiously, we should develop the base city. Su Yunjian remained silent, lost in thought. Wu Hai and Xin Lingfei also refrained from speaking. I believe staying in Z-City may not be wise. There are no defenses here. Establishing a base city will not be easy. Furthermore, Z-City lacks a granary. How shall we address the food issue? With 100,000 survivors, we consume vast amounts of food daily. In the silent conference room, a dissenting voice emerged. From the badge adorning his chest, it is evident that he is General Zhao Qua. This man, a robust figure in his 30s, emanates an extraordinary aura. He is an awakened one. Following the demise of Huagua, the leaders of the legions, having witnessed the formidable power of zombies and monsters, permitted their soldiers to absorb crystal cores. In this apocalyptic world, science can no longer provide explanations. For humanity to endure, it must inevitably embark upon the path of evolution. Remaining stagnant is a path leading only to demise. All present in the conference hall have become awakened ones, yet their strengths vary. Zhao Qua stands out as one of the elite within the Legion. During a rescue operation, he fortuitously encountered an opportunity that propelled his strength to unprecedented heights, achieving the rank of a 4-star novice. Furthermore, he has transformed into a steel warrior, capable of rendering his skin as impenetrable as steel, impervious to blades and bullets. Truly remarkable. Zhao Qua, please share your thoughts. Su Yunjian holds Zhao Qua's opinions in high regard, for his prowess places him at the pinnacle of the Legion's hierarchy. Heavy firearms will inevitably face obsolescence. These emerging awakened ones are the safeguard of the Legion's future. As time progresses, terrifying monsters have begun to emerge, possessing defenses that can withstand tank assaults. While these monsters continuously evolve, firearms remain static. Chapter 64. The Decision of the City Defense Army. Yes, Your Excellency. Zhao Qua stood up and saluted Su Yunjian. First and foremost, the issue of food must be addressed. Z-City lacks granaries, and in the past, our food supply has always been dependent on allocations from the state. Secondly, there are no structures in the vicinity of Z-City that could serve as a base. If we were to commence construction now, how much material would it require? Take our temporary camp as an example. Can such a camp truly withstand the onslaught of the undead? Zhao Qua's two questions plunged the conference room into silence. Food and defensive structures were indeed pressing concerns. Zhao Qua, what do you propose we do? After a prolonged silence, Wu Hai finally spoke. I believe we should migrate south. Zhao Qua asserted. South? Why? The three in unison inquired. Guangnan Province. Yang City. Zhao Qua uttered just 2 words, and the 3 immediately grasped his intent. Yang City. This ancient city is not only fortified by robust walls but also boasts fertile land and abundant food supplies. Furthermore, it is home to several military legions, equipped with far superior weaponry than that of Z-City. If we could ally ourselves with Yang City, it would indeed be a commendable choice. General Zhao Qua, your suggestion is truly commendable, but how shall we reach there? The distance between Yang City and Z City is considerable, even in times of peace. It takes a full day by plane, let alone in the current circumstances, especially with survivors in tow. We would likely lose most of our people before even exiting Min Province. A dissenting voice echoed in the room. Everyone turned to see it was a right general named Guo Xiaodian. Guo Xiaodian was immensely powerful, rivaling Zhao Kuo. Being a 4-star awakened one with the class of a burst warrior, he could unleash devastating explosive damage with his bare hands, making him a formidable presence. Though he held the title of Right General, in this world where strength reigns supreme, former titles and status had become trivial. The once great Huagua had fallen, and the hierarchy within the city defense army had long since crumbled. It was only to maintain stability that they adhered to the previous military structure. If this trend continues, Z City's forces would soon face a thorough cleansing. The strong would rise, and the weak would yield. Such is the law of the apocalypse. I concur with General Guo Xiaodian. Recklessly heading to Yang City is far too perilous. A slight misstep could lead to the annihilation of our entire force. A left general voiced, aligned with Guo Xiaodian, naturally expressing his stance in such times. Moreover, Zhao Kuo's ideas were indeed somewhat radical. Staying in Z City to rescue survivors and establish a base city is the most prudent approach. The issue of food can be resolved by searching in nearby urban areas. I too agree with General Guo Xiaodian. I am in accord. I concur. An increasing number of voices echoed in agreement. Cowards, in the face of disaster. Seeking to avoid bloodshed is utterly impossible. I concur with General Zhao Kuo's perspective. Let us proceed to Yang City, once and for all. Those who support Zhao Kuo have also expressed their opinions. The divergence of views has sparked fervent discussions. Within the conference hall, no one is willing to concede. This situation underscores that the Legion is not united in purpose, but rather fragmented. We must search for survivors. Establish a base city. Off to Yang City. Two contrasting voices resonate throughout the meeting room. Outside, the soldiers exhibit anxious expressions, concerned that the discussions within may escalate into conflict. If it comes to that, which side should they support? Ahem. Enough. Let us cease this noise. You are not children. Such bickering serves no purpose. Wu Hai cleared his throat, and the room fell silent. As a venerable figure within the Legion, he commands respect. Since no one is willing to yield, let us decide through a vote. Though Wu Hai appears aged, he shows no signs of fatigue. Beneath his frail exterior lies immense strength. It is evident that he, too, is an awakened one, and not lacking in power. Very well. Let us proceed as Wu Lao suggests and hold a vote. Excellent. This approach is wise. Wu Hai intervened to mediate, prompting the discussions to calm. Continuing the debate would yield no resolution. While voting may seem a conventional method, it is effective. Bring forth the ballot box and writing materials. Su Yunjian called for the soldiers outside. They swiftly returned with the necessary items. The voting commenced. No one is permitted to interfere, Su Yunjian declared. He, too, is a 4-star awakened one, albeit without any special abilities. No issues here. Fair and just. The officers all nodded in agreement. Soon, white papers were cast into the ballot box. Now let us announce the results. Zhao Kuo 1 vote. Guo Xiaodian 1 vote. Zhao Kuo 1 vote. Su Yunjian read the names aloud while recording them on the board behind him. Zhao Kuo, 18 votes. Guo Xiaodian, 18 votes. A tie. At this moment, there remains one final vote in the box. Su Yunjian unfolded the paper, revealing the outcome. This vote is his. Guo Xiaodian, 1 vote. 19 votes to 18. Guo Xiaodian emerges victorious. Su Yunjian cast his vote for Guo Xiaodian, believing Zhao Kuo's plan to be perilously reckless. Given the current circumstances of the Legion, a forced retreat to Yang City would likely lead to utter annihilation. Even if they were to arrive successfully, the casualties would be staggering. Alas, how foolish. Zhao Kuo felt a tinge of disappointment, but could do nothing. This was the collective decision of the group, one he could not contest. In light of this, let us hasten our efforts. Search for survivors. Scour the major malls and supermarkets. Gather every edible item we can find. Su Yunjian issued commands with urgency. The others nodded in agreement. Regardless, survivors must be rescued, and food must be collected. The decision-making of the city defense forces remains unclear to Guan Li, who is currently en route to the southern district. After vanquishing the zombie king Suyu, the Legion's strength has experienced a significant enhancement. Thus, Guan Li has resolved to seek out the misfortune brought by the silver-horned giant python in the southern region. Within this area, a network of interwoven mountain ranges exists. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, the flora within these mountains has begun to grow with fervent intensity, swiftly enveloping the surrounding cities in a matter of hours. The tropical rainforest that Guan Li intends to visit is nestled among these very peaks. As he ventures deeper into the southern district, the surrounding structures gradually diminish. replaced by dense vegetation. The roars of the zombies wane, giving way to the growls of other monstrous creatures. The population in the southern district is considerably sparse, rendering it a veritable paradise for wildlife. Prior to the apocalypse, this locale was a natural tourist attraction in City Z. Now, it is transformed into a haven for mutated beings. Chapter 65, The Southern District. In the Southern District, the number of zombies is relatively sparse. However, the mutated creatures are abundant. Shortly after entering the area, Guan Li encountered one of these aberrations. A giant python, as thick as a water bucket, lay sprawled across the concrete road. This had once been a street, but following the apocalypse, vegetation began to grow wildly. The trees that once adorned the sidewalks now sprawled onto the road, as what was once a civilization gradually reverted to its primal ecosystem. Name: Scaled Python. Potential: 5-star strength, 4 stars. Beginner: abilities, constriction, tail whip, resilient. Scales evaluation: a newly evolved creature derived from ordinary pythons, possessing formidable constriction abilities and robust defensive capabilities. This mutated creature measured 7 to 8 meters in length, its scales arranged in a distinct pattern. At that moment, it was languidly basking in the sun, flicking its tongue in and out, revealing a distended belly that indicated it had recently feasted. Guan Li's presence quickly captured its attention. With chilling, slitted eyes, it fixated on him. Hiss! The scaled python coiled and lunged toward Guan Li. Long Chia! Guan Li commanded. Long Chia leaped into action, delivering a powerful punch to the python's head. Crack! The terrifying force shattered its protective scales, blood oozing from the wound. Long Chia, possessing the strength of a 4-star advanced being, faced the scaled python with ease. Hiss! Whoosh! The python hissed in fury, its colossal tail whipping through the air with a sound akin to a howling wind. The tail struck Long Chia, causing him to retreat a few steps before regaining his balance. In an instant, his right arm began to transform, revealing a horrific, twisted appendage. The devouring claw writhed, and from the back of the hand, a single eye emerged, scanning the surroundings as if in search of prey. Long Chia swung the devouring claw at the scaled python. The razor-sharp fingers sliced through the python's scales. Rip! 5 strips of fresh, crimson flesh were torn from its body. A gaping maw opening wide to greedily consume the bloodied meat. The scaled python, momentarily stunned, questioned who the true monster was. Sensing the imminent danger, it attempted to flee, swinging its tail in an effort to repel Long Chia. However, this time, it did not succeed. The enormous, twisted, and terrifying claw seized the python's tail, violently swinging it against the ground. The overwhelming force brutally dispatched the scaled python, its scales shattering and blood gushing forth. A blue card fell from the lifeless creature. Long Chia retrieved the card and dragged the carcass before Guan Li. Swallow it. Leave the crystal core, Guan Li instructed, tucking the card away. Long Chia understood, and the devouring claw opened wide, extending a tooth-like organ. The massive python's corpse was consumed whole. The organ retracted, and a crystal core was expelled. The remains of the creature seemed to vanish without a trace. Having devoured the body, Long Chia's strength received a slight enhancement, a gift from the act of consumption. Guan Li absorbed the crystal core without any notable enhancement in strength. Undeterred, he believed that consistent accumulation would eventually lead to a breakthrough. Hey, young brother, can you help me? Several survivors peered out from the buildings lining the street, beseeching Guan Li for assistance. The city defense forces have commenced rescue operations. Please be patient. However, Guan Li did not extend his aid. He was not a saint, and it was impossible for him to assist everyone. Can you spare some food? The survivors persisted, unwilling to lose hope. The monsters have been dealt with. If you wish to leave, now is the time, Guan Li urged, moving deeper into the southern district. Upon hearing this, the survivors hastily gathered their belongings. The giant python lurking in the streets had trapped them for far too long, and with its demise at Guan Li's hands, they were eager to escape. The mutated creatures in this area were far too terrifying. They would rather confront zombies than face these aberrations. Moreover, not long ago, they had received news via radio broadcast that the city defense forces had established a survivor camp at the Z City skyscraper, offering a safe haven and stable food supplies. In any case, remaining in the southern district was not an option. As Guan Li ventured further into the southern district, the vegetation grew increasingly dense. In contrast to zombies, mutated creatures exhibited a far greater level of aggression. They did not merely wander aimlessly but actively sought out targets. Even humans who thought themselves hidden in rooms could be easily discovered. Thus, the deeper one ventured into the southern district, the more challenging survival became for the survivors. Stay alert, Guan Li cautioned, adopting a more serious demeanor. The mutated creatures possessed intelligence, making them far more formidable than zombies. Suddenly, a trio of grotesque monsters sprang forth from the surrounding underbrush. The three swordsmen of the grass? Guan Li's senses heightened. The creatures boasted a healthy green skin tone, with hideous features, large noses, and pointed ears. They were diminutive in stature, their eyes glinting with avarice. Goblins? Guan Li found these beings strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the weakest goblins encountered in online games. Such creatures, akin to skeleton soldiers, were mere cannon fodder. Yet, in reality, goblins were disaster-level monsters, not to be underestimated. Name: Greedy Goblin Triplets, Group Monster. Potential: 7-star Strength, 4 stars. Intermediate: Ability, Ominous Evaluation. Goblins from a rift in an alternate dimension. They are not the weaklings of games, so do not let your guard down. As the system scanned, the goblin's profile materialized. Without the system's guidance, one might easily grow complacent, for who could fathom that the goblins, typically regarded as fodder in games, possessed 4-star strength? Remember, this is reality. Never compare it to a game. Otherwise, you may meet a grim fate. Chew up. Karaji fat. Karaji slim. The goblin triplets chattered in a tongue Guan Li could not comprehend. However, he understood their intent through their movements. It was time to deliver a lesson to these young goblins. Let them understand what a brutal brawl truly is. With a mere command, dozens of Legion soldiers surged forth, their spears hurled with precision. Several bone spears soared through the air, aimed at the trio of goblins. A cacophony of cries erupted from the goblin brothers as they deftly evaded the oncoming projectiles. The goblin leader, undeterred, launched himself forward, his longsword slicing through the air. A skeletal shield-bearer, caught off guard, was swiftly repelled by the goblin leader, leaving a deep scar upon his chest plate. This vividly illustrated the goblin's formidable prowess. Guan Li narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing the strength of a 4-star intermediate goblin. Indeed, they possessed a certain caliber. However, it is a truth universally acknowledged that 2 fists cannot withstand 4 hands. Guan Li had no inclination towards martial ethics. The Legion soldiers encircled the goblin brothers, who fought back with desperate resolve. They coordinated their efforts, managing to fend off the soldiers' onslaught. This exemplifies the might of sentient beings. They understand the essence of cooperation and tactical deployment. Alas, the goblins numbered only 3, whereas the encircling soldiers counted 3 to 4 dozen. An overwhelming tenfold advantage. Despite repelling wave after wave of attacks, the goblins sustained numerous wounds. In the early stages, such reckless tactics were feasible, but as time elapsed, their stamina began to wane. Blood flowed ceaselessly from their injuries. Mere minutes later, the third goblin could no longer endure. A perfect defensive formation succumbed to a breach. It was over, Guan Li remarked. Chapter 66. The Goblin Tribe seizing the opportunity, the soldiers lunged forward with fervor. The third goblin met its demise, swiftly followed by the gradual extermination of the remaining 2. A system notification resonated. Goblin Brothers, Group Monster, slain, reward of 1,000 points, and the skill tongue art acquired. While the points were modest, the acquisition of the skill was invaluable. The soldiers took mere minutes to vanquish the goblin trio, employing a remarkable strategy that evidently showcased their capabilities. Successfully delaying the soldiers for several minutes, a commendable feat indeed. Let us strive for better results next time, Guan Li remarked, gazing at the lifeless bodies of the goblins. From the fallen goblin brothers, an unusual blue card emerged, marked with an X3 symbol. In an instant, Guan Li comprehended its significance, a reward multiplied by 3. Whatever it might yield would be thrice the value, a delightful surprise. He tucked the card away, relishing the thought of maximizing its potential, after all. He favored the thrill of a tenfold draw. Among the goblin remains, no crystal core was discovered, as the blood-sucking blade displayed disdain for such creatures. However, the dragon was more than willing to feast, as the devouring claw unleashed its power, consuming the 3 goblin corpses. Seizing the moment, Guan Li turned his attention to the newly acquired skill book. Tongue Art. Upon learning, one gains proficiency in the languages of various civilizations. A splendid acquisition. Guan Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Given the current scenario, it was evident that the calamity monsters harbored civilizations of their own. Mastering tongue art could prove invaluable in critical moments. System. Learn tongue art. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have learned tongue art. The system's voice echoed. And Guan Li felt an overwhelming surge of intelligence flooding his mind. Bone. Communicate with me in the language of the undead. Guan Li commanded. Grubble grubble. At your service. Master. Bone responded with a few phrases, all of which Guan Li comprehended. Impressive. The system's offerings were undoubtedly exceptional. Mom no longer needs to worry about my failing English. The consumption of tongue art was negligible. Even if continuously activated, it posed no issues. Surveying his surroundings and confirming that nothing was left behind, Guan Li prepared to depart. As he lifted his foot, an array of options materialized before him. Option 1. Proceed straight ahead to acquire a roadside hemostatic herb X1. Option 2. Take the left path, which is exceedingly safe, and receive a 4-star crystal core X1. Option 3. Walk 10 kilometers down the right path to discover the goblin tribe, slay the tribe leader, and claim a goblin treasure X1. An option has been triggered. Without hesitation, Guan Li dismissed the first two alternatives. Although they offered effortless rewards, they were far too meager. Undoubtedly, he chose the third option. He had an affinity for adventure. The rewards were simply too enticing. Following the system's guidance, Guan Li ventured down the right-hand path, opting to recall the majority of his soldiers to avoid alarming any potential foes. Only 4 leaders remained, along with a scant 10 soldiers. Once the cooldown period elapsed, he could summon his troops immediately. Guan Li proceeded along the narrow path, which was overgrown with weeds as if it had just been cleared. Throughout his journey, he maintained heightened perception. After advancing for a kilometer, he sensed a vast pit concealed within the underbrush. The pit was filled with sharp iron spikes, over a meter in length, capable of inflicting severe harm. A trap. Guan Li was startled. Fortunately, he had activated his perception, otherwise, he would have surely fallen victim to it. Although such traps posed little threat to him, merely superficial wounds at worst, he had no desire for his dignity to be compromised. This was undoubtedly a trap set by goblins. Guan Li crouched down, intensifying his awareness of the surroundings. His perceptive range expanded significantly. Indeed, he had found them. In a thicket 7 meters to the left, 5 goblins were crouched, awaiting prey, armed with clubs, axes, and spears. They were prepared to strike swiftly if a target fell into their trap. This cunning race was decidedly formidable. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered Guan Li, stealthily approaching. He intended to deliver a surprise they would not soon forget. Through mental communication, he instructed his soldiers to flank from the left while he advanced from the right. These goblins must perish. Otherwise, they would return to warn their kin, jeopardizing his ambush. It was evident that this location served as a goblin outpost. "Where are the 3 brothers?" one goblin inquired. "I don't know," another replied. "Forget it. Let us just hold our positions." The goblins conversed, their words reaching Guan Li's ears. Indeed, these creatures were a cohesive unit, he mused. The utility of this language skill was commendable. He quickened his pace, gradually closing in on the goblins, while his flanking soldiers took their positions. "Attack!" Guan Li commanded, springing forth from the underbrush. The 5 goblins were taken aback. What was happening? Had they been ambushed? The foremost goblin had no time to react before Guan Li cleaved it in 2. "Enemy attack! Retreat!" The remaining 4 goblins shouted, realizing the peril they were in. Yet, as they turned to flee, they encountered 10 soldiers charging towards them. The soldiers launched their assault. The fleeing goblins were driven back with force, caught in a pincer movement. The 4 goblins were utterly overwhelmed, lacking any means of resistance, and were swiftly dispatched by Guan Li. Goblin outpost soldiers killed X5. Reward, 500 points. The system notification chimed. The 5 goblins had dropped 2 blue cards and a 4-star crystal core, their bodies consumed by the dragon. Guan Li had executed the ambush flawlessly, leaving no trace behind. He pressed onward. After the recent events, Guan Li became increasingly cautious, his senses constantly scanning the surroundings, fearful for the safety of Zhuhua. After traversing another 6 kilometers, he spotted 2 makeshift watchtowers not far ahead. Each tower was manned by 5 goblins. Guan Li divided his forces, sending 10 soldiers to deal with the left tower while he and the legion commanders approached the right tower. Suddenly, an enemy attack. The goblins, alerted by the rustling in the underbrush, quickly unleashed a volley of arrows. Yet, in the next moment, a figure soared into the sky. Long Chia unfurled his demonic wings, flying directly to the watchtower. Guan Li and 3 commanders grasped his feet as they descended upon the tower. The 5 goblins resisted momentarily before being dispatched. Meanwhile, at the other watchtower, the soldiers swiftly eliminated their 5 goblin foes. Goblin scout kills X10, reward, 1,000 points. The 10 goblins dropped 3 cards and 4 crystal cores. Long Chia took care of the bodies. Guan Li pressed on, drawing ever closer to the goblin tribe. The next 3 kilometers revealed no further goblin encounters. Soon, Guan Li arrived at the goblin settlement. The narrow path suddenly opened up, revealing a clearing. The goblin tribe was situated in this open space, surrounded by makeshift camps constructed from logs. Within the encampment, dozens of tents made from animal hides were erected. Chapter 67. Camp conditions. The entrance to the camp is marked by 2 grand wooden watchtowers, each more imposing and spacious than the last. Perched atop each tower are over 20 goblin sentinels, vigilant and ready. Within the towers are an abundance of arrows and boulders, poised for defense. A wooden bridge connects the 2 towers, where a dozen goblins stand armed with long pikes, each possessing a formidable 4-star strength. The greatest threat to humanity in the future undoubtedly lies with these descending monsters and mutated creatures. Unless the zombies can evolve and acquire the ability to reproduce, their eventual extinction is inevitable. The camp's gate stands wide open, flanked by a row of iron caltrops, their sharp tips glinting ominously. 5 squads of goblin patrols continuously scour the area surrounding the camp, their equipment notably superior, clad in leather armor that covers much of their bodies and legs. These hides are not sourced from ordinary beasts, but rather from mutated entities, providing a defense comparable to iron. In their hands, they wield iron blades stained with traces of blood. Deeper within the camp lie dozens of leather tents, also crafted from the hides of mutated creatures, which offer significant protection. Surrounding these tents are stone pots and utensils hanging decoratively. A large human thigh sizzles over the campfire, while half a human corpse dangles from a frame nearby. The ground is littered with leftover bones, and several skulls serve as macabre adornments on the tents. It is evident that these remnants belong to the unfortunate survivors of the southern district, who fell prey to the goblins. Among the remains of humans are numerous corpses of mutated monsters, indicating the camp's grim nature. At the center of the cluster of leather tents stands a more opulent tent, several times the size of the surrounding ones, adorned with lavish decorations. An unknown giant beast's skull hangs at the entrance, guarded by 2 rows of goblin soldiers resembling royal sentinels. Undoubtedly, this is the tent of the goblin chief, and it is this target that occupies Guan Li's mission. The goblin camp has been established for some time. Although the facilities are rudimentary, they are surprisingly well organized, showcasing the ingenuity of intelligent life. Guan Li has gleaned a general understanding of the goblin tribe's situation. There is but one entrance, with no rear exit. The wooden walls of the camp stand approximately 6 meters high. Current estimates suggest that the goblin population exceeds 100, all possessing 4-star strength. It is likely that additional goblins reside within the leather tents. By this estimation, the entire goblin tribe comprises at least 500 goblins, excluding women and children. The number of combat-ready goblins would still surpass 400. This is no insignificant figure. In terms of numbers, the Legion does not hold an advantage. Furthermore, the disparity in strength has not reached a level of overwhelming dominance, as all these goblins have attained 4-star capabilities. Moreover, the presence of a goblin chief within the tribe adds to the complexity of the challenge. As the chieftain of the tribe, his prowess was undoubtedly formidable. This presents quite a conundrum. Guan Li stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. To engage in combat or to refrain? This is indeed a philosophical dilemma. By the heavens, what is there to fear? Let us strike. Guan Li swiftly resolved his course of action. He accessed the system, noting that the resurrection of the Legion soldiers was still approximately 2 hours away. Given this timeline, darkness would surely descend shortly thereafter. Thus, a nocturnal operation was in order. Guan Li prepared to launch a surprise attack on the goblin tribe. Unlike the undead, goblins are living beings, equally influenced by the night. You shall remain here. Guan Li commanded 10 soldiers to conceal themselves in the vicinity of the goblin tribe, meticulously observing their every movement. Should any goblin depart or return, report immediately. Understood. The soldiers whispered. Once arrangements were made, Guan Li departed with his commanders. With 2 hours until the operation, he had no intention of wasting precious time. He meandered through the surrounding area, seeking any unexpected treasures. Guan Li vanished into the depths of the jungle. The soldiers, adhering to his orders, concealed themselves in secret corners, scrutinizing the goblin tribe. Fortune smiled upon Guan Li as he stumbled upon a spirit tree. The spirit tree stood in a clearing, the ground surrounding it coated in a thin layer of frost. A cerulean fruit hung from the branches of the diminutive tree, emanating an energy that could be felt from a distance. Just as he reached out to pluck it, a terrifying maw lunged at him with ferocity. An ambush? How uncivilized. Guan Li reacted swiftly, employing his teleportation spell. His figure vanished from the spot, and the monstrous maw bit into thin air, howling. Once Guan Li regained his balance, he discerned the creature that had attempted to ambush him. It was a fearsome, giant wolf, measuring over 5 meters in length. Its fur was as white as snow, exuding an aura of chilling cold. A layer of solid ice coated its fangs. Name: Frost Wolf Potential, 7 stars Strength, 5 stars Initial. Abilities: Frost Armor, Frost Fangs. Ice Beam Description: a creature from the rift of another realm. It matures alongside the frost fruit, capable of unleashing ice-based attacks. Guan Li's gaze swept over the giant wolf as the system promptly relayed information. Good heavens! It was indeed a 5-star monster. Had it not been for the teleportation spell, he might have been unable to evade that fierce strike. The frost wolf's pupils fixated on its surroundings, sensing a palpable threat from the group before it. Guan Li and his 4 commanders were all of 4-star advanced strength, accompanied by a dragonkin. 6 4-star advanced beings were sufficient to pose a threat to the frost wolf. The frost wolf hesitated, its gaze shifting towards the icy fruit, yearning to devour it whole. Though it was not yet fully ripe, urgency prevailed. If it did not consume it now, it may have no opportunity thereafter, even if its efficacy was diminished. It was still its own possession. Attempting to pilfer? Halted. Guan Li immediately discerned the frost wolf's intentions. Eileen moved with remarkable swiftness, unleashing a piercing arrow imbued with formidable power that tore through the air. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to part in its wake. Whoosh. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air alerted the frost wolf to the impending danger. Should it persist in its pursuit, it would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. The frost wolf swiftly turned, striking out with a claw to deflect Eileen's assault. However, during this brief moment, the remaining captains had already surged forward to confront the frost wolf. Bone wielded a massive blade, striking its form. The sensation of resistance emanated from the wolf's hide, yet the overwhelming force cleaved through. The blade tore into flesh, causing blood to flow profusely. Howl! In agony, the frost wolf swatted Bone aside. His body collided with a tree, swaying precariously. The frost wolf's full might nearly shattered him. Blood soul, slash! Seizing the opportunity, Guan Li advanced, unleashing a crimson sword energy. Frost armor. In response to Guan Li's strike, a layer of icy armor materialized on the frost wolf's exterior. The blood-red energy collided with it, scattering shards of ice. Crack. The frost armor shattered, scattering fragments across the ground. Sword control technique. Shenlian capitalized on the moment, employing the sword control technique directly. The Xiantian sword shot forth, embedding itself within the frost wolf's body. In pain, the frost wolf tightened its flesh, ensnaring the Xiantian sword. A sphere of blue light began to coalesce in its maw. Frost ray. This was the frost wolf's ultimate technique. Chapter 68. Goblin priest Leo struck his shield, activating the silver taunt. The frost wolf was instantly drawn to him, and a terrifying frost ray struck Leo. His shield was immediately encased in ice as the frost wolf unleashed its fury upon him. His taunt was perfectly timed. Had that frost ray been unleashed without restraint, its destructive power would have been formidable. While others displayed their prowess, only Leo bore the brunt of the assault. Kill. Guan Li stepped forward once more. After unleashing the frost ray, he found himself unable to conjure another in the immediate future. This was the frost wolf's moment of vulnerability. Dragon Xia unfurled its demon wings, launching an aerial assault. It landed upon the frost wolf's back, delivering a devastating blow with its tyrant claw. The sheer force sent tremors throughout the frost wolf's body. Whoosh. In the distance, Eileen once again gathered her power to unleash a piercing arrow. Seizing the opportunity, she shot the arrow without hesitation. It penetrated the frost wolf's left eye. Blood sprang forth. Howl! The frost wolf wailed in agony, its claws flailing wildly in a desperate struggle for survival. Dragon Xia summoned its devouring claw, relentlessly tearing into the frost wolf's flesh. Guan Li and several commanders distanced themselves from the frost wolf's reach. The more the frost wolf struggled, the faster it lost blood, rendering it increasingly feeble. It was a vicious cycle. A gruesome gash appeared on the frost wolf's back as Dragon Xia extended its devouring claw and ripped out its heart. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such violence. Such brutality. I relish it. A faint smile curled at the corner of Guan Li's lips. He had long grown accustomed to slaughter. Dragon Xia's performance exceeded all his expectations. Upon losing its heart, the frost wolf collapsed to the ground. Kill the frost wolf. Gain 10,000 points. Frost wolf soul. The system's notification echoed, definitively announcing the frost wolf's demise. Frost wolf soul, upon use, summons a frost wolf spirit with the same strength as in life, immune to death during the summoning period. Lasting 3 minutes, Guan Li examined the item provided by the system, a rather fine trinket. Dragon Xia approached Guan Li with the bloodied heart, presenting its spoils with reverence. Even in death, the heart still faintly pulsed. Here you go. Devour it. Guan Li found no use for this item. Handing it over to Dragon Xia for consumption was the wisest choice. Dragon Xia's right arm split open to reveal a gaping maw, swiftly engulfing the heart. Ding! The corpse king Dragon Xia devoured the frost wolf's heart and comprehended frost ray. The system's notification resounded. Ah, has it mastered a skill? A look of delight spread across Guan Li's face. The ability of the devouring claw was truly remarkable. By merely consuming flesh and blood, it could enhance its strength and potentially acquire new abilities. Dragon Xia's body resembled a flawless vessel, capable of adapting to any power. Dragon Xia's right arm unleashed a beam of frost light, instantly freezing a distant tree. Incredible! Guan Li exclaimed in astonishment. Although the frost ray had a cooldown of 3 minutes, it was still quite impressive. After all, it is a power acquired without cost, simply delightful. The bloodthirsty blade in hand was already brimming with eagerness. Guan Li plunged it into the carcass of the frost wolf. Countless crimson tendrils surged forth, greedily absorbing the blood and flesh of the frost wolf. The heart was offered to the dragon, while the body was surrendered to the bloodthirsty blade. A fair distribution indeed. Guan Li approached a small tree, where the frost fruit had fully ripened. The tree that bore the fruit began to wither rapidly, expending its final strength. He plucked the fruit and held it in his hand, feeling a biting chill emanate from it. Frost fruit, a fruit from a realm of rifts. Infused with potent ice elemental energy, capable of enhancing the strength of a legion, with a high likelihood of grasping the power of the ice element. This is a remarkable treasure. Guan Li chose not to consume it himself, but entrusted it to Eileen. If the Elven Archer Legion could comprehend the ice element, it would equate to an endless supply of frost arrows. Just the thought of it was enticing. Thank you, master. Eileen graciously accepted the frost fruit, performing a graceful bow. She consumed the frost fruit, and a wave of chill surged within her body. Eileen's delicate frame quivered slightly, and moments later, a layer of frost enveloped her beautiful hair. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Elven Archer Legion has successfully comprehended the ice element. The system's notification rang out, and Guan Li knew success had been achieved. Eileen drew her bowstring, and an ice elemental arrow quickly formed. Whoosh! The frost arrow struck the tree trunk, instantly encasing it in a thin layer of ice. Indeed, quite impressive. Guan Li nodded in approval. Although it could not freeze a target 10 meters away, it was still a commendable feat. After all, it was a power gained without cost. There was nothing to lose. The bloodthirsty blade, having absorbed the frost wolf's blood and flesh, glimmered with a sanguine light. The blood-red tendrils coiled around a crystal core and a pale purple card, presenting them before Guan Li. He carefully stowed the purple card away and began to absorb the 5-star crystal core. The crystal core vanished instantaneously from his grasp. A torrent of energy surged within Guan Li's body. He held his breath, focusing intently as he absorbed this pure essence of energy. The 4 commanders, sensing the shift, stood alert, aware that Guan Li was on the verge of a breakthrough. The pure energy washed over Guan Li's form. The 5-star crystal core was indeed exceptional. Its energy was far more refined than that of the 4-star core. Guan Li felt his strength ascending rapidly. 10 minutes later, an overwhelming aura emanated from Guan Li. His power had broken through to the initial stage of 5 stars. The sensation of such strength was exhilarating. Guan Li unleashed a flurry of punches, producing a series of sharp sonic booms. He had not anticipated that a casual stroll would yield such significant rewards. Not only had his own strength risen to the initial stage of 5 stars, but Long Chia and Eileen had also gained new abilities. In addition, he had acquired 10,000 points, the soul of the Frost Wolf, and a purple card. Noticing that the sky was gradually darkening, Guan Li realized it was time to return. He accessed the Legion system, discovering that the soldiers had been resurrected. It was time to head back. On his way, Guan Li inadvertently stumbled upon a cave. Before the cave, several goblins stood vigilant, surveying their surroundings. Something is amiss. Guan Li halted his steps, instructing the commander to remain with Long Chia. He consumed a vial of invisibility potion, and in an instant, his form vanished from sight. The invisibility potion proved to be an exceptional little tool. He cautiously approached the cave. Keep a watchful eye on the surroundings. Alert me immediately if any suspicious individuals approach. Lulu responded, understood. Guan Li listened intently to the goblin's chatter, his curiosity about the cave's interior intensifying. Utilizing the invisibility potion, he stealthily infiltrated the cave. It was quite deep. After several minutes of walking, he had yet to reach the end. As the potion's effect was about to wane, he consumed another vial and pressed further ahead. He faintly discerned the sounds of conversation. Rookaburu, Great Priest. Guan Li caught sight of 2 goblins standing at the deepest part of the cave, one of whom was clad in the garb of a priest. Chapter 69, Conspiracy. On the other side, a goblin donned in armor stood ready. Guan Li consumed another invisibility potion and ventured deeper into the cave, leaving the passage behind. He selected a rock close to the entrance, concealing himself behind it. This vantage point allowed him to overhear the conversation between 2 goblins clearly. He cast his gaze upon them. Name, Goblin Priest, Meyer, potential, 8 stars strength, intermediate 5 stars ability, unknown description, the priest of the goblin tribe. Second only to the goblin chief. Name, Goblin Warrior, Joss, potential, 8 stars strength, junior 5 stars ability, unknown evaluation, the warrior of the goblin tribe. Ranked just below the chief and the priest, he is one of the tribe's 3 key figures. The system swiftly provided the information. Goodness. The second and third in command are secretly meeting. This must surely be the prelude to something significant, Guan Li mused internally. Chattering. The universal language spell took effect. How goes the plan? Is everything arranged? Priest Meyer inquired. All preparations are complete. We can act tonight. I have already swayed 200 goblins within the tribe. The remaining ones are die-hard loyalists of Har, and I dare not attempt to contact them. Warrior Joss replied. Excellent. Then we shall proceed tonight. Har is utterly unworthy of being chief. If left unchecked, the tribe is destined for ruin. Priest Meyer declared with resentment. May the esteemed priest lead the way. Your foresight will surely guide the tribe to glory. Warrior Joss flattered eagerly. Upon hearing this, Priest Meyer smiled. Rest assured, once Har is dealt with, I shall nominate you as chief. Let your brother Buha take the warrior's position. The priest held a rank far superior to that of the chief and had no desire to assume the title himself. The scheme for the night was entirely due to Har's insubordination. A compliant chief was required, and Warrior Joss fit the bill perfectly. Thank you for your trust, esteemed priest. I shall not disappoint you. Warrior Joss beamed with joy, promptly kneeling before him, bowing his head in submission. Rise. It is nearly time. Prepare yourself. Priest Meyer commanded as he made his way towards the passage. Guan Li pressed himself against the rock. Thanks to the invisibility potion, Priest Meyer failed to detect his presence. Shortly thereafter, Warrior Joss also exited through the passage. Phew. Guan Li's form materialized. Was this not more thrilling than a palace intrigue? The recent exchange had illuminated the situation for him, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. The goblin tribe was embroiled in internal strife, and he could reap the benefits. Guan Li was quite fond of watching the drama unfold. A few minutes later, Guan Li returned to the cave entrance. He used his perception to scout the surroundings, ensuring that the goblins had departed before stepping out of the cave. This splendid performance could not be missed. The goblin priest is not a fool. If an external enemy is detected, it will undoubtedly unite to confront the threat. Internal strife is only permissible when the safety of the nest is assured. If the nest is under siege, then there is no point in squabbling. Master, are you all right? Inquired the four leaders with concern. I am fine. That group of goblins intends to engage in internal conflict. Let us observe the spectacle. Guan Li, accompanied by the leaders, returned to the outskirts of the goblin tribe. As night fell, the camp was illuminated by the flickering flames. The patrolling goblins remained vigilant despite the darkness. Guan Li concealed himself in the branches of a grand tree, from where he could directly observe the chief's tent at the center of the camp. All soldiers of the Legion were resurrected by the system, summoning a total of 222 soldiers. The elven archers sought elevated positions, while the remaining soldiers concealed themselves around the perimeter of the camp. Guan Li issued his orders, determined not to squander such a splendid opportunity, especially given the ineptitude of the goblin priest, which alleviated much of his burden. The soldiers stealthily advanced through the woods, quickly surrounding the camp. The elven archers secured their shooting positions, their arrows glinting ominously in the moonlight. Once prepared, Guan Li witnessed the goblin priest returning to the camp. It was dinner time, and the goblins gathered around the bonfire to feast. As anticipated, there were over 500 goblins in the tribe. Priest Mar did not linger, making a beeline for the chief's tent. Along the way, the goblins bowed respectfully. The priest simply nodded in acknowledgement of their gestures. Your Excellency, the soldiers outside the chief's tent are all paying their respects, reported a guard. Has the banquet commenced? Inquired Priest Meyer. Yes, Your Excellency, it has begun, responded the guard with deference. Excellent. Priest Mar nodded and entered the tent, whereupon he beheld several goblin maidens performing an alluring dance. However, these green-skinned beings held no appeal for Guan Li. Inside the tent, there were a dozen stone tables adorned with various wild fruits, roasted meats, and a viscous red liquid that was presumably some form of alcoholic brew. The esteemed priest has arrived. Please take your seat. In the center of the tent stood an imposing stone table, far more elaborately set than the others. A tall goblin, displaying sharp tusks and an intimidating visage, occupied this table. His grotesque features were marred with ferocity, and his ears were lined with creases. Around his neck dangled a necklace of bone teeth, and beneath his green skin bulged powerful muscles, clad in a pair of leather shorts. 2 goblin maidens were cradled in his arms. Good, Chief. Priest Meyer expressed his courtesy, recognizing that this was not the moment for conflict. He positioned himself to the right front of Hare, where a stone table was designated solely for the priest's use. The Priest Meyer raised his goblet, toasting to Hare. To our esteemed leader, your efforts for the tribe over these past few days have been commendable. Hearing this, Hare revealed a satisfied smile. You flatter me, dear priest. The rich crimson liquid slid down his throat, carrying a potent metallic tang. The goblins found it exceedingly sweet. A splendid wine. The Priest Meyer sincerely praised. Haha, drink up. Tonight, we shall not return until we are inebriated. The leader Hare, oblivious to any underlying intentions, laughed heartily. Indeed, I shall not disappoint your generous spirit. While Meyer maintained a cheerful faade, his inner thoughts darkly plotted. Soon, I shall send you to your demise. The leader Hare possessed considerable strength, far surpassing his own. Within the tent, the majority were Hare's trusted confidants, and he had only brought a handful of guards. Mar waited in silence, time passing slowly. How tedious. When will the grand performance commence? After half an hour of waiting. He had already consumed 10 pounds of sunflower seeds purchased from the market, yet the tent remained devoid of any activity. Chapter 70. Internal strife. Could that traitor be feeling cowardly? Guan Li couldn't help but harbor doubts, just as he contemplated utilizing an invisibility potion to stealthily investigate. An unexpected turn of events unfolded within the camp. The grand performance was finally about to commence. Guan Li promptly seated himself, a bag of sunflower seeds appearing in his hands. The patrolling goblins altered their course, heading towards a tent nestled in the corner. Brave one. Our men have taken over the watchtower, reported the squad leader of the patrolling goblins. Lord Buha has assembled his forces and is ready for orders. This particular group of patrolling goblins had been among the first to be swayed. They had long harbored grievances against their goblin leader. Well, what are Har's subordinates up to? Inquired the valiant warrior, Joss. Hehe. They are still indulging in drink, feasting on meat, and reveling in the company of lovely females, responded a patrol captain with a mischievous grin. Fear not. Once Har is slain, tonight will be a night of unrestrained revelry. The beauties of the tribe are yours to choose at will. Before the battle commenced, the valiant warrior Joss painted an enticing picture to stir the soldiers' spirits. Ready to fight for the brave one? The patrolling goblins eagerly declared. No, we fight for the esteemed priest. Joss smiled, acknowledging their fervor. For the priest and the brave one. The morale of the patrolling goblins soared. Onward. With a commanding shout from Joss, over 100 goblins followed in his wake. Guan Li observed from the treetops as two groups stealthily approached the leader's tent. Time to reckon. The brave one should be arriving soon. The priest, Meyer, mused. Brave one, what are you planning? A guard outside the door first questioned, followed by a cacophony of screams. Clang. The clash of weapons echoed alongside the cries of battle. The sudden upheaval jolted the goblins within the tent awake, dispelling much of their drunken stupor. Damn it! That scoundrel Joss dares to defy me, roared leader Har, shoving aside a goblin beauty and striding toward the tent's entrance. As Har passed by Priest Meyer, she seized the opportunity, chanting an incantation under her breath. A searing fire spell erupted forth. Leader, be cautious. A loyal goblin hastily pushed Har aside. The fire spell struck, instantly reducing the goblin to ashes. This act had been enough to severely injure Har, yet it had merely grazed him. Ah, damn it. Maya, you two have betrayed me? Leader Har snapped back, his fury mounting with each betrayal. He swung a fist toward Priest Meyer. Meyer recited her incantation, conjuring a protective barrier before her. The immense force of Har's strike crashed against the barrier, shattering it in an instant. However, that brief moment of resistance allowed Priest Meyer to escape successfully. Har, your time has come. The Priest Meyer burst forth from the tent. Curse it, two scoundrels. Chief Har followed swiftly, with a dozen loyal goblins hastening behind him. Upon exiting the tent, Chief Har realized he was surrounded. Hundreds of fully armed goblins brandished their weapons. Have you all betrayed me? Chief Har found it hard to believe. We obey the orders of the esteemed priest. Face your demise, the goblin soldiers shouted. In the distance, anguish cries echoed from within the tents. Chief Har knew those were his own subordinates. With your pathetic selves, how could you possibly kill me? He charged forward, delivering a crushing blow to the nearest goblin. Blood splattering as he felt a surge of excitement. Kill. Eradicate the traitors with me. Chief Har bellowed. He unleashed a flurry of punches, reducing the surrounding goblins to mere pulp. Even wounded, Chief Har remained formidable. Har, your opponent is me, the valiant Joss declared, wielding a great sword as he swung it towards Chief Har. Humph, just a worthless low-level 5-star. Chief Har scoffed. He retaliated with a punch, clashing against the sword. What? How is this possible? Your strength. Something is amiss. Chief Har suddenly realized. Meyer. Scoundrel. He roared. In the clearing afar, Priest Meyer chanted incessantly, radiating a continuous stream of light that surged into the valiant Joss. This was the priest's ability to bestow his power upon a designated target, and this augmentation could double the recipient's strength. Originally, Joss possessed a mere 5-star low-level prowess, but under this enhancement, he subtly reached a 5-star high level. This newfound strength was now on par with Chief Har. In the distance, Guan Li held a telescope in one hand. You won't kill the goblins this way. Strike harder. Have you not eaten? Yes. That's it. Smash their heads. He cheered, watching the fray unfold. Fantastic, he exclaimed, wanting to commend their efforts. This battle was exhilarating. More thrilling than any game. He stole a glance at Chief Har. Name, Goblin Chief, Har, potential, 9 stars strength, 5 stars high-level ability, unknown description, the leader of the Goblin tribe, commanding a horde of hundreds, undeniably the boss. The system quickly provided the information. Chief Har was exceptionally valiant. Despite facing the combined might of the priest and the valiant, he remained undaunted. I will tear you apart. Chief Har unleashed a punch, forcing Joss back. Humph. You shall surely die tonight. Joss slashed, leaving a gash on his opponent. Frenzied slash. Joss concentrated energy into his blade and struck forward. Shattering fist. Chief Har's muscles tensed, gathering terrifying energy in his fist. Boom. The two formidable energies collided with a thunderous crash. The valiant warrior Joss found his armor rent to shreds. The situation of Chief Har was scarcely better. His body was marred by wounds, blood oozing forth. Har, I concede your strength. Even should I join forces with the High Priest, we may not be able to vanquish you. Alas, my numbers surpass yours. Buka, slay him, declared the brave Joss. A burly goblin charged directly at Chief Har. With a mighty swing of his blade, he carved a deep gash. Chief Har incessantly defended against the onslaught with his fists. Yet, the relentless combat began to take its toll on his stamina. Die. The brave Joss and Buka launched their combined assault. The fatigued Chief Har revealed a critical vulnerability. His robust right arm was severed with a swift strike. Get away. Chief Har, gritting his teeth against the pain, pushed them back. His eyes glowed with rage as he gasped for breath. Submit to your fate. The brave Joss raised his great sword, poised to deliver the final blow to Har. Eileen. Stop him. Guan Li, discarding his seeds, hastily commanded. The chief may be incapacitated, but he must not be slain. This head, Guan Li had set his sights upon. Whoosh. An arrow imbued with chilling energy pierced through Joss's arm. Ah, who dares? He screamed, casting an enraged glance around. Soldiers, prepare for battle. Guan Li stowed away his telescope. The curtain was drawing on the spectacle. It was his time to take the stage. Chapter 71. The fisherman enters. Archers prepare. Guan Li commanded. The elven archers poised themselves atop the surrounding treetops, ready to unleash their fury. Fire. Guan Li intoned. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of explosive arrows soared forth. Descending upon the goblin encampment, the valiant hero, Joss, remained vigilant, scanning the vicinity until he caught sight of the darkened sky, filled with incoming feathered projectiles. Damn it. An enemy attack. Joss finally grasped the situation. In an instant, the explosive arrows struck the goblin camp, unleashing a violent explosion that reverberated through the air. Ah! The cacophony of screams erupted. Numerous goblins were flung to the ground, their armor shattered by the blasts. Their green skin bore the marks of severe burns, rendering them grotesque in appearance, akin to demons from the depths of hell. The power of the explosive arrows was insufficient to slay the 4-star goblins outright. Instead, they left them gravely wounded. The enemy is outside the camp. Counterattack. Quick, counterattack. Joss quickly regained his composure, striving to halt any retaliatory measures from the goblins. He momentarily disregarded the need to eliminate their leader, Har, as dealing with the external threat took precedence. Seizing the opportunity, Har attempted to make his escape. The goblins stationed in the watchtower, alerted by the trajectory of the arrows, swiftly identified the position of the elven archers. They drew their bows and began to retaliate. A volley of arrows flew towards the woods outside the encampment. The elven maidens ceased their assault, deftly evading the incoming projectiles. However, the goblins, being formidable 4-star creatures, posed a significant threat to the elven archers. Guan Li understood that this battle would not be easily won. Intelligent beings were far more challenging to contend with than mere zombies. Fortunately, the infighting within the goblin tribe had decimated their numbers. Otherwise, the cost of this night would have been steep. Frontline fighters. Charge. As the elven archers were momentarily restrained, the melee troops surged forth into the fray. Onward. Kill. The air was filled with battle cries as valiant soldiers of the Legion stormed into the encampment. What is happening? Joss was taken aback, unable to fathom that so many enemies lay in ambush around the camp. Yet, the current predicament left no room for contemplation. Gripping his great sword, he charged ahead. The goblins in the watchtower quickly changed their aim, firing at the soldiers below. The armored shield bearers advanced steadily, their shields absorbing the arrows with ease. The shadow sword masters concealed themselves behind the ironclad shields. As they neared the watchtower, they activated their abilities. Like shadows they moved. From within the shadows of the goblin archers, a dozen shadow sword masters emerged silently. Swish, swish, swish. Several goblin archers were instantly decapitated. Quickly, the enemy is approaching. A goblin spearman shouted, rushing to provide support. The barricades were pushed aside, allowing soldiers to infiltrate the encampment. 10 ironclad shield bearers ascended the watchtower to assist the shadow swordmasters, while the remaining soldiers pressed further into the camp. Chaos erupted within the watchtower as both sides suffered casualties. However, overall, the goblins found themselves at a disadvantage. The elven archers once again selected their positions for a precise shot. Arrows imbued with a chilling aura rained down into the encampment. For leaders followed closely behind, charging into the camp. Damn it, I shall have my revenge. Just wait. In the concealed woods, Chief Har fled with a wounded body. His right arm hung limply, blood pouring forth incessantly. Thanks to his extraordinary healing abilities, the severed wound had already begun to scab over. Yet, the prospect of regrowth seemed nearly impossible unless certain rare treasures could be discovered. A rustling sound echoed around Chief Har, causing his nerves to tense. "I saved you not to see you flee." A voice pierced through the air, activating the universal tongue spell. "Who is it?" Chief Har's expression shifted dramatically as he scanned his surroundings. A figure dropped from the trees, appearing before him, a grotesque human wielding a peculiar longsword. "A mere ant dares to obstruct my path?" Chief Har exhaled in relief. In his recollections, humans were feeble creatures, often regarded as mere food. Coincidentally, he was also hungry and decided to replenish his energy with this human before him. Chief Har strode toward Guan Li with boldness. "Do you underestimate me?" Guan Li, somewhat irked, unleashed the blood soul slash. A blood-red sword aura coalesced. Chief Har's countenance changed dramatically. Green light fist. A brilliant green light burst forth from his left arm. The two attacks collided, and Chief Har was sent flying back, crashing against a sturdy tree. Coughing violently, he expelled blood from his mouth. Guan Li also staggered back but remained unscathed, crushing a supply card to swiftly restore his expended energy. "A 5-star novice human," Chief Har exclaimed incredulously. In his prime, he could have easily dispatched a 5-star novice with a flick of his wrist. But now, severely injured and with an arm severed, his strength had plummeted to its nadir. "Humph. Even in my wounded state, I possess the might of a 5-star advanced. Do you think you can kill me?" Such delusions. Chief Har shattered a bone-tooth necklace. A surge of terrifying power coursing through his body. His weakened form instantly regained some strength, though merely half of his peak. It was sufficient to deal with the human before him. "Prepare to meet your end." Chief Har charged at Guan Li. Unfazed, Guan Li engaged in close combat, enhanced by his shadow step technique, making his movements agile. Brandishing the bloodthirsty blade, he inflicted a series of wounds upon Chief Har. The one-armed Chief Har could not grasp Guan Li at all. "Curse you. If you have the ability, don't dodge." Chief Har growled in frustration. He struck the ground with great force, causing the earth beneath him to tremble violently. Guan Li was momentarily affected, his movements halting for a brief instant. "Die, you little pest." Chief Har seized this opportunity. Dragon Strike. Guan Li remained composed, ready to counter the impending assault. A beam of icy blue light struck the arm of the leader, Har. The motion of Har's fist suddenly became sluggish. Blood Demon S hand. Explosive fist. A grotesque and terrifying arm rapidly materialized, brimming with ferocious power, and struck down upon Har. Bang! In an instant, Har was sent flying. The flesh and blood on his arm erupted, leaving only stark white bones. "Ah!" A wretched scream escaped from Har's lips. The figure of Long K swiftly appeared behind him. The devouring claw pierced through Har's heart. Moments later, a sound of gnashing echoed. "You!" Har's eyes widened in terror, as if confronted by a demon. Long K withdrew his arm, leaving a gaping wound. Har staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. A purple card materialized atop Har's lifeless body. Goblin Leader, Har slain, reward, 30,000 points. Fong of the Savage Beast, Goblin Leader, Har successfully defeated, quest completed. Reward, Goblin S Treasure X1. The system notification chimed in succession. Chapter 72. Not a single one left behind. Guan Li stepped forward and carefully tucked away the purple card. After Long Chia devoured the heart of the chieftain Har, his power began to surge, rapidly breaking through to the initial stage of 5 stars. Guan Li plunged the blood-sucking blade into Har's corpse, while Long Chia consumed the heart, leaving the flesh for the blood-sucking blade. This was a fair distribution. The blood-red tendrils swiftly enveloped the corpse. Seizing the moment, Guan Li examined the items rewarded by the system. Tooth of Fury. The wielder's strength will receive a slight enhancement, applicable only to those below 10 stars. This was a mysterious beast's tooth, nearly the size of a finger. Guan Li strung the Tooth of Fury on a cord and wore it around his neck. Upon donning it, he felt a surge of mysterious power. A splendid little ornament. Once the blood-sucking blade had absorbed the flesh and blood of Chieftain Har, its blade quivered lightly, emanating a rich, crimson glow. Ding! The blood-sucking blade advanced to the advanced 6th star. Another delightful surprise. The blood-red tendrils coiled around a crystal core and presented it to Guan Li. This crystal core was as large as an infant's fist, covered in irregular facets. Guan Li grasped the core and began to absorb its energy. A torrent of power surged within him. The process of energy absorption was one he had long mastered. Pop! Guan Li felt a certain barrier within him shatter. Intermediate 5 stars. The crystal core of the Goblin Chieftain was extraordinarily potent. Esteemed commanders, how fares the battle on your end? Guan Li reached out with his mental prowess to contact several commanders. My lord, a small remnant of power remains, disregarding resistance. Bon's voice came through. Good. Continue the onslaught. I shall return shortly. Guan Li severed the connection and hastened towards the goblin encampment. At the goblin camp, flames soared to the heavens. The animal skin tents were engulfed in fierce fire. Goblin corpses littered the ground. In front of the chieftain's tent, dozens of goblins were besieged. The valiant hero Joss was battered and gasping for breath. Priest Meyer appeared utterly exhausted, as if he had sustained a grave injury. The remaining goblin soldiers stood defiantly before them, while in the innermost position were several goblin women and children. Charge. The Legion soldiers launched their assault. In the previous battle, the Legion suffered the loss of over 30 soldiers. Yet, the fruits of their labor were significant, as the goblin tribe was nearly annihilated. Facing the Legion's charge, the valiant hero Joss raised his great sword, desperately parrying the onslaught. However, the relentless battles had left him utterly fatigued. Under the siege of the Legion soldiers, valiant hero Joss met his demise, his head severed by Xin Lian's sword. Kill the goblin hero, Joss, reward of 10,000 points. As Guan Li returned to the camp, he heard the system's notification chime. Long Xia, assist me. The Legion soldiers are making their final encirclement. Long Xia nodded and dashed out in a single bound. Two terrifying arms swiftly ripped apart a goblin soldier. Priest Meyer had long since lost the will to resist. He deeply regretted his decision to turn against his kin. Long Xia pierced through his heart, directly consuming him. The system's voice resonated, announcing the demise of Priest Meyer. And with it, 15,000 points were awarded, along with a cursed doll. In the encampment, only a handful of goblin women and children remained, their eyes glaring at Guan Li with palpable animosity. Devil, exclaimed a goblin child. This is a war of races. I shall show no mercy. When you hunted humans, you should have anticipated this day. Guan Li's tone was frigid, devoid of any semblance of compassion, even in the presence of hungry infants among the goblins. But so what? Reality is unforgiving. If the roles were reversed, and a group of humans found themselves besieged by goblins, what would their fate be? Master, how shall we deal with these captives? Bon inquired, wielding a large blade. Kill. Leave no survivors. Guan Li replied coolly. As you command. The soldiers of the Legion brandished their weapons, annihilating the goblin tribe. Was this act cruel? Certainly not, especially when compared to what the goblins had inflicted upon humans. He had already shown sufficient mercy. In this clash of opposing races, it was a matter of either your demise or mine. Master, all have been slain. Here are the spoils. 3 commanders knelt before Guan Li. Xin Lian presented 120 blue cards and 2 purple cards. Bon offered 234 star crystal cores and 2 5-star cores. This battle had claimed the lives of over 30 soldiers and consumed 300 supply cards and 200 recovery cards, yet the rewards were exceedingly bountiful. Guan Li stowed the 4-star crystal cores in his spatial ring, leaving behind 2 5-star cores to absorb. 2 torrents of energy surged into his body, with every cell greedily absorbing the influx. Moments later, the flow of energy gradually subsided. Although he did not achieve another breakthrough, the energy within him had significantly surged. Long Xia, all of this is for you. Guan Li gestured towards the heaps of goblin corpses. He intended to rest here for the night, and those bodies would need to be cleared away. Long Xia's devouring claws unfurled, efficiently processing the remains. Guan Li then examined the rewards obtained from defeating Priest Meyer. Cursed all, inscribe the name of the cursed individual, and they shall receive special attention from the god of misfortune. A rather intriguing trinket. Guan Li decided to keep it. He retrieved all the blue cards earned today, as it was time for the grand reveal. A total of 126 blue cards were opened. Gained intermediate advancement card X5. Gained low-level armor card X50. Gained fine iron or X25. Gained quality food card X10. Gained seeds of fiery magic flower X6. Upon successful cultivation, one can acquire a fiery magic flower, requiring specific vocational training. Gained low-level weapon card X30. May choose 1 2-star weapon at will. The system's announcements echoed in succession. The rewards were quite commendable, with an abundance of equipment cards, just in time to replace the worn-out weapons and gear of the Legion soldiers. In Guan Li's hand appeared a blue card that granted triple rewards. Obtained intermediate weapon cards X3. Choose any 3-star weapon at will. The rewards were rather commendable, and Guan Li proceeded to open the cards. For resplendent purple cards shimmered with captivating light, enchanting in their allure. Without hesitation, Guan Li crushed the 4 purple cards. Acquired Legion expansion card, 10 people, X1. Acquired Legion upgrade card X1. Acquired disguise technique X1. Upon learning, one can alter their appearance at will. Acquired weakened technique X1. Upon learning, one can inflict a weakened state on a specified target, reducing their strength by 10 for a duration of 1 minute. The system's voice echoed repeatedly. Incredible! Guan Li exclaimed in astonishment. The purple cards were exceptionally powerful, granting 2 skill books, an expansion card, and an upgrade card. Both skills were quite impressive, and Guan Li wasted no time in learning them. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering the disguise technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering the weaken technique. The system's voice resounded. Guan Li felt an influx of vast knowledge surge within his mind, seamlessly integrating the 2 skills of disguise and weaken. Chapter 73. The Silver Lion Cavalry Corps, Mastery of Disguise. Guan Li's visage began to contort, swiftly transforming into an entirely different countenance. My lord, how have you become me? Shen Lian exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the figure before him, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Do I not look like you? The impostor Shen Lian replied, though the difference in voice remained perceptible, along with subtle variations in demeanor and gestures. Identical, Shen Lian hastily affirmed. Even he found it challenging to discern the genuine article from the counterfeit. Guan Li reveled in his success and once more activated his disguise technique, reverting to his original appearance. If one were to identify flaws in this art of disguise, they would be confined to voice and demeanor. Every other aspect was nearly flawless. My lord, this is truly astonishing. Might you attempt to take on my appearance? Bone inquired eagerly. That might not be advisable. Guan Li hesitated, concerned that his skeletal frame might not revert back. Debilitation technique. Guan Li selected Bone and cast the weakening spell. My lord, I acknowledge my error. Bone lamented, feeling an unwelcome heaviness enveloping its form. Its strength and speed diminished considerably. A minute later, the effects dissipated automatically. Guan Li waved his hand, reassuring it that all was well. Oh, yes, my lord. Bone nodded vigorously. Once all cards had been activated, Guan Li retrieved a treasure chest. A reward for completing the task. Goblin's treasure, bestowed upon the valiant who vanquished the goblin tribe, promising bountiful rewards. Guan Li opened the chest, and a blinding light emanated from within. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Fantasia Legion card, announced the system's voice. Guan Li was momentarily taken aback before his face broke into a euphoric expression. Although he was unsure of the distinction between the Fantasia Legion card and the Random Legion card, he understood that any Legion card was a valuable asset. A card, ethereal and dreamlike, materialized from the treasure chest, which then vanished upon being opened. Before Guan Li lay the enchanting card, gossamer thin and shimmering with a silver luminescence. Fantasia Legion Summon. Upon use, it grants access to a Fantasia-type Legion. So there are indeed different types of Legions. Guan Li seemed to grasp a newfound understanding. The least expensive Legions in the points marketplace must represent the most common types. For instance, the Braid Warriors were merely ordinary flesh and blood beings, incapable of upgrading, with mediocre strength and abilities. He felt a surge of relief at having avoided drawing a common Legion at the outset. Grasping the Fantasia Legion card, Guan Li gently crushed it. Crack. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Silver Lion Cavalry Corps card. The question mark on the card transformed into an image of a silver-haired man riding a silver lion, flanked by legions of lion cavalry. Cavalry? Guan Li's heart leapt with joy. Cavalry was indeed a prized asset. He could hardly contain his excitement as he activated the Legion card. A silver summoning array manifested within the camp, and 22 figures gradually emerged. The summoning array dissipated. Before Guan Li stood 11 soldiers clad in battle armor, each accompanied by a majestic silver lion. These silver lions were adorned with protective armor, designed to safeguard vital areas without hindering their agility. Subordinate Kyle, I pay my respects to you, my lord. The foremost figure, a silver-haired man, knelt before Guan Li. He was none other than Kyle, the leader of the Silver Lion Riders. Clad in shimmering silver armor, his flowing silver hair and striking blue eyes gave him an otherworldly appearance. Behind him, the silver lion was even more imposing, its massive form protected by silver armor encasing its limbs, body, and neck. Threads of silver electricity danced between its claws. Rise. Guan Li promptly commanded the soldiers to stand. He began to assess the capabilities of the Silver Lion Riders. Silver Lion Rider Legion upgradable. Number 10. Potential 8 stars. Strength 4 stars. Intermediate. Leader Kyle. Skills Silver Lion Roar, War Trample, Thunder Charge. Intimidation. The appearance of the Silver Lion Riders undeniably pleased Guan Li, and their prowess on the battlefield was indisputable. These magnificent silver lions were over 3 meters long and 2 meters tall, truly behemoths of war. The sheer presence they commanded on the battlefield was formidable. For cavalry had always been the unequivocal monarch of warfare in the era of cold weapons. Moreover, these Silver Lion Riders were fantastical creatures, their strength vastly surpassing that of ordinary steeds. Without hesitation, Guan Li utilized the recently acquired Legion expansion card on the Silver Lion Riders. A silver summoning array materialized, and 10 soldiers mounted on silver lions appeared before him. System. Upgrade the Silver Lion Rider Legion. He applied the upgrade card to the Silver Lion Riders. A powerful aura emanated from them as their strength swiftly ascended to 4 stars advanced. Kyle, what do these war lions require for sustenance? Guan Li inquired. For they were his treasured companions, and their care was paramount. Among his existing legions, the skeletal soldiers belonged to the undead and required no nourishment. The shadow sword cultivators were self-sufficient in their dietary needs, and the elven archers also required no sustenance. The ironclad shield guards similarly had minimal dietary demands. My lord, these war lions are not finicky. They thrive on meat. Kyle replied. Guan Li nodded. This was not a challenge for him. He produced over 20 premium food cards, which typically yielded high-energy meat. A multitude of tantalizing meat steaks materialized before him. Roar. The silver lion let out a gentle roar, affectionately nudging Guan Li with its large head, reminiscent of a beguiling orange cat seeking a treat. Eat. Guan Li tossed a steak into its mouth. The high-energy food was sufficient to satisfy their hunger. The silver lion playfully solicited attention from Guan Li, while the other silver lions approached, eager for their share of food. Naturally, Guan Li was generous, tossing the meat steaks to them without hesitation. After feeding the silver lion, Guan Li retrieved the equipment cards. Acquired intermediate weapon cards X3. Choose one 3-star weapon at will. The 3 commanders, Bone, Shenlian, and Ai Lin, all possess 3-star weapons. Therefore, Guan Li intended to bestow these 3 intermediate weapon cards upon Leo and Kyle. Name: Berserker's Axe Type, Axe Grade, 3-star Beginner Talent, Sharpness Skill, Frenzied Strike Evaluation, an axe wielded by Berserkers, imbued with frenzied power. Guan Li selected a 2-meter-long battle axe, its blade drenched in crimson blood yet maintaining its lethal sharpness. Leo, catch. He tossed the Berserker's axe to Leo. Thank you. Master. Leo received the battle axe and swung it a few times, finding it remarkably comfortable. Guan Li then turned his gaze to Kyle, who wielded 2 weapons, a spear in hand and a 2-handed sword at his waist. Name: Silverwing Spear Type, Spear Grade, 3-star Beginner Talent, Piercing Skill, Silverwing Penetration Evaluation, a spear forged from silver iron ore, possessing formidable penetrating power. Name: Storm Greatsword Type, 2-handed Sword Grade, 3-star Beginner Talent, Sharpness Skill, Storm's Might Evaluation, a great sword crafted from fine iron, endowed with immense storm power. Chapter 74. The Primal Forest. Kyle, proceed. Guan Li cast aside his spear and greatsword. Thank you, my lord. Kyle knelt before Guan Li as he accepted the new weapon. Rise. Guan Li gestured for him to stand. 20 additional ironclad shield guards had joined the ranks. He activated a low-tier armor card and selected the Shield Mountain Heavy Armor. Acquired Shield Mountain Heavy Armor X20. Guan Li equipped the Legion soldiers with this new armor. Next, he turned to the Undead Plate Armor. Acquired Undead Plate Armor X15. He outfitted the Skeleton Shield soldiers with the Undead Plate Armor. With 15 low-tier armor cards remaining, Guan Li prepared to bestow them upon the Silver Lion. The armor cards not only included the soldier's gear but also the protective equipment for mounts. Name: Silver Armor Set Claws. Saddle, Neck Guard, Leg Guard. Type: Mount Armor Rarity, 2-star Beginner Talent, Sturdy Evaluation, Armor crafted from silver iron ore, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Guan Li equipped the Silver Lion with this armor. With 30 low-tier weapon cards at hand, he intended to supply the Shadow Sword Masters. Their weapons were close to being rendered obsolete, having followed him since the beginning at Z University. Name: Refined Iron Sword Type, Sword Rarity, 2-star Beginner Talent, Sharp Edge Evaluation, a longsword forged from refined iron, exceptionally sharp. Guan Li distributed the refined iron swords to the Shadow Sword Masters. Long Xia moved swiftly, having devoured the corpses of goblins that littered the camp. All personnel stand by. Guan Li commanded, turning to enter the chief's tent. The Skeleton Legion assumed the role of night watchman. The night passed quietly. At dawn, Guan Li emerged from the tent, stretching and feeling invigorated. Soldiers, prepare to depart, Guan Li declared. As you command. The soldiers responded. After departing from the goblin tribe, Guan Li advanced deeper into the southern region. The tropical rainforest lay at the heart of the southern area, once home to the grandest primal forest of Z City before the apocalypse. Unlike ordinary cavalry, the Lion Riders were more adept at combat within mountainous forests. He recalled his Legion soldiers, leaving only the Silver Lion Riders to forge a path ahead. Charge! Attack! Kyle commanded the Silver Lion Riders as they surged forward. The common mutated creatures could not withstand the onslaught of the Silver Lion Riders' charge. Dozens of mutated wolves attempted to challenge the authority of the Silver Lion Riders, launching themselves at them. Thunder charge! Kyle raised his spear and plunged directly into the pack of wolves. Radiant lightning erupted around the Silver Lion, scattering the wolves. The Silver Lion Riders turned back for another assault, and the wolves stood no chance. Under the charge of the silver lion, they were reduced to mere remnants on the ground. The silver lion began to feast upon the fallen bodies. After a brief pause, the procession resumed. The previous wolf pack had yielded 23 3-star crystal cores and 12 blue-green cards. As they ventured deeper into the southern region, the surrounding mutated creatures grew increasingly formidable, with those below 3 stars becoming nearly non-existent. Many mutated plants, previously unseen by Guan Li, have emerged. For instance, flowers capable of exuding icy blasts, and vines that strangle mutated creatures, as well as carnivorous plants with razor-sharp teeth. Fortunately, the Silver Lion Knights possess formidable strength, effortlessly overpowering any mutated flora they encounter. The aberrations in the southern region have only heightened Guan Li's unease. The pace of biological evolution has far exceeded his imagination. If it were anyone else in his place, they would have been devoured by mutated animals or plants long ago. The path beneath Guan Li's feet has become entirely obscured by vegetation. He activated his perception skill, continuously scanning his surroundings to evade the lurking monsters of the jungle. A terrifying roar echoed from the distance. As Guan Li cautiously advanced, he beheld a fierce struggle between two monstrous entities. One was a gigantic ape, entirely black, towering over 5 meters tall, wielding a thick branch. Its opponent was a lizard, measuring 6 meters in length and over 3 meters high, its body adorned with white scales. Name: Giant Strength Ape Potential, 8 stars Strength, 5 stars Advanced Ability, Earth Armor. Mighty Fist Description: a giant ape with ancestral bloodlines, possessing unparalleled terrifying strength. Name: Ice Giant Lizard Potential, 8 stars Strength, 5 stars Advanced Ability, Ice Spikes, Tail Whip. Ice Armor Description: a giant lizard with ice bloodlines, capable of unleashing horrifying icy attacks. The branch in the giant strength ape's grasp came crashing down upon the ice giant lizard, sending it flying. However, with a powerful tail swipe, it struck the ape's chest, leaving a deep gash from which blood flowed profusely. Enraged, the giant strength ape raised its branch to strike the ice giant lizard with devastating force. How exhilarating! Is this a sight I can behold? Guan Li commanded the Silver Lion Knights to conceal themselves within the surrounding foliage. Since fate had brought them together, he could not let this opportunity slip away. After all, they were 2 5-star monsters. To ensure success, Guan Li summoned the Elven Archer Legion, positioning them in the treetops, ready to strike at his command. The 5 Legion leaders stood poised, awaiting his signal. The wounds on the giant strength ape multiplied, while the ice giant lizard also sustained severe injuries, its scales cracking under the relentless blows. The giant strength ape unleashed its ability, Earth Armor. A thick layer of earthen armor materialized upon its surface. With this protective barrier, it became increasingly difficult for the ice lizard to breach its defenses. Mighty Fist. The ape's arm coalesced with terrifying power as it aimed to deliver a fatal blow to the ice giant lizard. In response, the ice giant lizard manifested a layer of ice armor, summoning sharp ice spikes from its mouth. The spike shot forth, colliding with the giant strength ape's fist. The ensuing explosion reverberated, toppling both titans. The surrounding forest trembled under the impact. Both creatures lay on the ground, blood gushing from their wounds. They struggled to rise, but their injuries were too grave to continue the battle. A prime opportunity. Attack. Observing the scene, Guan Li commanded his soldiers to engage. The Silver Lion Knights surged forward, sinking their teeth into the giant strength ape as the soldiers skillfully maneuvered the lions, relentlessly pulling and tearing at their foe. The Elven Maidens unleashed a flurry of icy arrows, causing the movements of the colossal ape to grow increasingly sluggish. Sensing impending doom, the ice giant lizard erupted with a desperate will to survive, attempting to flee. Alas, a fearsome arm ensnared its tail, dragging it back with relentless force. The 4 commanders surged forward, relentlessly assaulting the wounds of the ice giant lizard. Blood flowed freely, and the creature grew ever weaker. A mournful howl escaped the colossal ape as the silver lion tore away a significant portion of its flesh, revealing vast expanses of stark white bone. A notification resonated through the air. Colossal ape slain, 20,000 points awarded. With that, the colossal ape succumbed to its fate. The system chimed once more. Ice giant lizard slain, 20,000 points awarded, Ice Armor X1. Subsequently, the system's voice echoed again as Guan Li examined the rewards bestowed upon him. Name: Ice Armor Type, Armor Grade, 5-star Beginner Talent, Sturdy Ability, Ice Slow Description: armor forged from the scales of the ice giant lizard, imbued with powerful icy energy. Chapter 75. The Giant Tree and the Python. The frost armor is a pale blue, enveloping suit of armor. At the shoulders, it boasts a pair of formidable claw-like scales, exuding an aura of dominance. The body is cloaked in a dense array of scales, emanating an eerie chill. Even an unenhanced ordinary person, merely approaching the armor, would feel a biting cold. What a splendid item. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. Instead of donning it himself, he entrusted it to Leo. His generosity towards the Legion is unwavering. Thank you, my lord, Leo exclaimed with excitement as he received the frost armor. Clearly enamored by this exquisite equipment, clad in the frost armor, Leo appeared remarkably imposing. The corpse of the giant ape had been thoroughly dismantled by the silver lions. Cao respectfully presented a 5-star crystal core along with a purple card. The carcass of the frost lizard had been consumed by Long Jie, who likewise offered the crystal core and the purple card to Guan Li. Guan Li accepted the card and absorbed the crystal cores, significantly enhancing his strength once more. After clearing the battlefield, Guan Li pressed onward. He had now ventured deep into the southern district. In just a few days, this place had transformed into an entirely different realm, a graveyard for the remnants of human civilization, buried beneath dense foliage. A towering edifice, its surface marred by cracks, stood as if abandoned for centuries. Thorny vines extended through the windows, climbing the structure. Such buildings were plentiful in the southern district. As Guan Li delved deeper, he encountered numerous human skeletons, yet not a single survivor. This area had become a forbidden zone for ordinary people. Crack! Guan Li crushed several shards of glass underfoot. Before him loomed a massive structure. The tropical rainforest zone. Once a popular tourist destination in Z City, it had now become a haven for mutated creatures. The favorable environment allowed them to evolve unchecked. Guan Li was uncertain whether the silver-horned python still resided here, but having arrived, he felt compelled to explore. The Silver Lion Riders led the way, followed closely by the Legion soldiers. Oh. Dozens of humanoid figures appeared on the trees before Guan Li. They were a pack of ferocious-looking, long-limbed mutated monkeys. Upon spotting Guan Li's troop, they launched an immediate assault, hurling stones imbued with immense power towards him. Leo, with shield raised, positioned himself in front of Guan Li. Name: Iron Arm Long Ape. Potential: 6 stars. Strength: 4 stars. Advanced ability: Throwing Evaluation. A mutated ape that prefers to attack in groups, utilizing stone throwing as its method of assault. Eileen, eliminate them, Guan Li commanded directly. The elven archers swiftly aimed and fired at the monkey horde in the trees. In an instant, several Iron Arm Long Apes were pierced through the skull, their brain matter bursting forth. Ugh! Ugh! They emitted strange cries, realizing the prowess of Guan Li, abandoning their fallen companions. They fled into the dense forest. The elven archers continued to dispatch a few more Iron Arm Long Apes until they vanished completely from sight, at which point they ceased their fire. Guan Li did not pursue the Iron Arm Long Ape. His true target was the silver-horned python. These Iron Arm Long Apes were merely insignificant minions. The dragon devoured the corpses of the Iron Arm Long Apes, and through this continual consumption, its strength ascended to the intermediate level of 5 stars. This was an unexpected delight. Guan Li presented 6 4-star crystal cores and 3 blue cards before Guan Li. He pressed onward. The recent encounter with the Iron Arm Long Apes was but a minor interlude. He summoned all his soldiers, organizing them into teams of 10 to commence a search of the tropical rainforest region. As time flowed by, 2 hours slipped away, and Guan Li still had not caught sight of the silver-horned python. Alas! Indeed, he had arrived too late. Guan Li shook his head, just as he prepared to depart. A squad stumbled upon the trail of the silver-horned python. Upon receiving the news, Guan Li swiftly assembled his soldiers and proceeded to their location. Approximately 10 minutes later, he arrived at the squad's position. There, on the ground, lay a vast trench, resembling the tracks of a serpentine creature. Found you. Guan Li's lips curled into a smile. The being capable of leaving such traces could only be the silver-horned python. Oh, that creature is injured. Guan Li noted several bloodied scales within the trench. These scales were evidently not shed naturally. Although the silver-horned python reigned supreme in the tropical rainforest, the southern region harbored other formidable beasts beyond just the silver-horned python. Let us proceed. Follow the trail, Guan Li commanded decisively. An injured silver-horned python was not a target he could afford to miss. After all, it was a moving treasure trove. Following the trail, Guan Li encountered numerous corpses of mutated creatures along the way. These beings exhibited grotesque distortions, as if they had endured some immense force. Analyzing the scene swiftly, Guan Li concluded that these mutated creatures had likely been slain by the silver-horned python. Yet, the python's wounds were grave. It had no time to linger over these carcasses before hastily departing. Kyle, allow your battle lions to feast. The corpses were fresh, and Guan Li had no intention of letting them go to waste. The flesh and blood of these mutated creatures were rich in energy, making them the finest sustenance for his battle lions. They preferred raw meat over cooked fare, relishing the thrill of the hunt. With Guan Li's approval, the silver battle lions began to gorge themselves. Something felt amiss. As Guan Li surveyed the scattered remains, confusion crept in. Logically, The flesh and blood of mutated beasts should aid in recovery. Yet, the silver-horned python had abandoned them. What could have transpired to compel such haste in its departure? Guan Li was left perplexed. The silver battle lions swiftly consumed the corpses, presenting Guan Li with several 4-star crystal cores. Since these had been slain by the silver-horned python, no cards were dropped. Guan Li stowed the crystal cores and continued his pursuit along the trail. Once he located the silver-horned python, the mysteries that clouded his mind would surely be unraveled. After advancing for several minutes along the trail, Guan Li gradually exited the tropical rainforest region. The surroundings began to dim, enveloping Guan Li in an ethereal ambience, as if he had stepped into an enchanting forest. The flora around him radiated a sense of wonder. With luminous buds towering as high as an adult, coral-like trees, and shimmering insects flitting about, the ecology here seemed rather peculiar. Guan Li sensed something amiss. Everyone, exercise caution. Although no traces of mutated creatures were discovered, Guan Li remained vigilant. In such places, prudence was paramount. The marks left by the silver-horned giant python were still distinctly visible, indicating that this locale was likely its stronghold. Guan Li pressed on, following the trail on the ground. Suddenly, he halted. "All conceal yourselves," he commanded telepathically. The soldiers of the Legion swiftly melded into the surrounding thickets. Guan Li crouched low, advancing with utmost care. Before him lay a clearing, revealing a shallow lake with a towering ancient tree standing majestically. Coiled around it was an enormous python of imposing stature. Chapter 76. The Silver-Horned Python. Alas, how utterly magnificent this is! Guan Li mused internally. Before his eyes lay what appeared to be an independent world, with the heavens obscured by a dense canopy of leaves. Beneath the treetops sprawled a crystalline lake, spanning several thousand square meters. At the heart of the lake stood a towering tree, its diameter reaching an impressive 30 meters. Its gnarled roots intricately intertwined within the waters below. At this moment, the silver-horned python coiled around the colossal tree, its body marred by numerous wounds, exposing patches of stark white bone. Just as Guan Li had surmised, the silver-horned python was gravely injured. Guan Li scrutinized the massive creature entwined around the great tree. This python's girth measured at least 5 meters, while its length exceeded 80 meters. Its scales shimmered in a silvery hue, with faint currents of electricity flickering across its surface. The creature bore 4 diminutive claws, each no larger than a human arm. On such a colossal frame, these claws seemed nearly insignificant. Yet, Guan Li understood well the significance of those 4 appendages. He noticed a small bulge atop the python's head, as if something within were eager to break free. This silver-horned python was on the verge of transformation. Perhaps it was poised for yet another evolution. Utilizing the system, Guan Li examined the information on the silver-horned python. Name: silver-horned python. King level. Potential: 10-star strength. Intermediate 6 stars ability. Unknown evaluation. A python whose bloodline has evolved to its zenith, soon to metamorphose into a new life form. Hiss. Intermediate 6 stars. Guan Li gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated the rapid evolution of the silver-horned python. He felt a sense of relief that he had not overestimated his capabilities. Had he sought the python's ire earlier, it would have surely been a futile endeavor. Yet now, circumstances had changed. His legion had grown in strength. Coupled with the fact that the silver-horned python was grievously wounded by an unknown entity, Guan Li felt emboldened. Despite its formidable intermediate 6-star strength, he harbored a glimmer of hope for victory. This creature was on the brink of transformation. Should he succeed in vanquishing it, the rewards would be immeasurable. Fortune favors the bold. Suddenly, Guan Li noted that the branches of the great tree emanated a gentle aura. Under the influence of this aura, the silver-horned python's injuries began to mend. Moreover, its aura appeared to be steadily increasing, while its 4 tiny claws slowly grew. The bulge atop its head seemed to protrude further, as if it were poised to break through the earth at any moment. This great tree is indeed remarkable. Guan Li quickly utilized the system to investigate the tree's information. Name: Azure Giant Tree. Potential: Golden Strength. Initial 8 stars ability. Unknown evaluation. A plant from the Azure realm, possessing considerable intelligence and harboring formidable vitality. Hiss. Guan Li gasped in astonishment. The awe inspired by the colossal azure tree far exceeded that of the silver-horned giant python. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed that the azure tree lacked any offensive capabilities. Otherwise, its 8-star initial strength would have been more than sufficient to annihilate the silver-horned giant python. This realization afforded Guan Li a modicum of reassurance. Coupled with this majestic azure tree, he felt emboldened to take a risk. Guan Li promptly accessed the points marketplace, where he currently possessed approximately 110,000 points. Legion Upgrade Card. Upon use, it elevates the strength of a legion by 1 level, exclusively for legions below 10 stars, priced at 50,000 points. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Li purchased 2 cards. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring 2 Legion upgrade cards. You are truly remarkable. He promptly dismissed the system's flattery. The strength of his 5 legions remained at the advanced 4-star level. Now, he had the opportunity to elevate 2 legions to the initial 5-star level, or 1 legion to the intermediate 5-star level. After contemplating for a moment, he concluded that 2 5-star legions would be the more advantageous choice. System: upgrade the Elven Archer Legion. System: upgrade the Shadow Swordmaster Legion. Following his selection, Guan Li initiated the upgrades. Moments later, both the Elven Archers and the Shadow Swordmasters broke through to the initial 5-star level to vanquish the Silver-horned Giant Python. The ranged output of the Elven Archers was undeniably essential. The Shadow Swordmasters, possessing both sword control and shadow binding skills, would prove extraordinarily effective against the Silver-horned Giant Python. Thus, Guan Li resolved to upgrade these 2 legions first. He then expended the remainder of his points to acquire powerful armor-piercing arrows. Powerful armor-piercing arrow, possessing exceptional penetration capabilities. Priced at 5 points, Guan Li purchased 3,000 powerful armor-piercing arrows in one go. After all, the Silver-horned Giant Python boasted a strength of 6 stars at the intermediate level. Ordinary arrows would be utterly incapable of breaching its defenses. After several minutes, he completed his enhancements. He was unwilling to delay further. The injuries of the Silver-horned Giant Python had already healed considerably, with some wounds beginning to scab over. To my command, archers, prepare. Guan Li took a few deep breaths, steeling himself for the impending assault. The Elven Archers aimed their bows at the Silver-horned Giant Python perched upon the tree, targeting the still unhealed wounds. Fire! With Guan Li's command, dozens of icy powerful armor-piercing arrows shot forth. The Silver-horned Giant Python did not react immediately. It was only when the arrows approached within 10 meters that it suddenly opened its eyes wide, revealing a pair of cold, indifferent vertical pupils. With a roar, the Silver-horned Giant Python emitted a fearsome sound, its massive body beginning to writhe. The powerful armor-piercing arrows struck the Silver-horned Giant Python, yet failed to hit any wounds. The hardened scales deflected most of the arrows, with only a few penetrating through the gaps in the scales and into its flesh. However, the minuscule amount of ice element had little effect on the Silver-horned Giant Python. Kill. Guan Li was taken aback by the astonishing quickness of the Silver-horned Giant Python's response. With the element of surprise lost, he had no choice but to confront it head-on. The injury of the Silver-horned Python, although significantly healed, still rendered it in a state of weakness. Its once-peak strength could now only be exerted to a mere 50%. Without hesitation, Guan Li unleashed the weakening spell, further diminishing the creature's power by an additional 10%. This spell proved to be exceptionally effective. The Silver Lion cavalry swiftly approached the towering tree. Standing resolutely against the python's apparent provocation, the beast lunged downwards from the branches, targeting Kyle with ferocity. Undeterred by the gaping maw, Kyle thrust his spear forward with unwavering courage. The Silver Lion beneath him reacted swiftly, sidestepping the impending attack. The Silver-horned Python missed its target entirely, its scales marred by a white streak from the spear's strike. With a decisive maneuver, Kyle activated his weapon's ability, thrusting forward with force. The spear pierced directly through the python's eye. A pained hiss escaped the creature, echoing its agony. "Well done, Kyle," Guan Li exclaimed, filled with elation. By sheer chance, the Silver-horned Python had lost an eye, a development that would prove crucial in the battles to come. Chapter 77. The fierce battle. The Silver-horned Giant Python let out a harrowing roar, twisting its massive form as its colossal tail lashed out violently. The nearby Silver Lion Knights, caught unawares, were unceremoniously swept aside, crashing to the ground while spewing blood. Their armor, battered and deformed, bore testament to the terrifying power of the Silver-horned Python. Even gravely injured, it exhibited formidable strength. Without hesitation, Guan Li administered healing cards to the wounded soldiers. After enduring the excruciating pain, the Silver-horned Python began to recover. Its remaining vertical eye fixated intently on Guan Li as it writhed, shaking off the surrounding soldiers and lunging directly at him. Long Chia unleashed icy rays from his arm, piercing the scales of the Silver-horned Python. However, such injuries were trivial to the creature. With its gaping maw wide open, it prepared to engulf Guan Li. In a flash, Guan Li vanished from his position, employing a teleportation spell. Ice-infused armor-piercing arrows shot forth, finding their way into the creature's mouth. The python hissed in agony, its oral cavity, significantly weaker than its hardened scales, succumbed to the icy force coursing through its veins, impairing its mobility. The skeletal mages conjured fireballs and hurled them at the Silver-horned Python. With a thunderous roar, the scales of the python blackened, and previously healed wounds were torn open anew. Witnessing this, Shenlian swiftly executed the sword control technique, sending a flying sword to pierce the gaping wound. The silver-horned python emitted another mournful cry, thrashing its tail in rage and sending nearby ironclad shield guards flying. Their shields bore deep dents from the impact. Shadow swordmasters unleashed their own sword control technique, their blades plunging into the creature's wounds. In its agony, the silver-horned python became increasingly frenzied, crashing into its surroundings, blood staining the waters beneath it. Both the skeletal and ironclad shield guards were hurled aside. Yet new wounds were inflicted upon the python. Though small, these numerous injuries accumulated, transforming minor wounds into grave ones. Elven archers relentlessly targeted the creature's wounds with armor-piercing arrows, while the ironclad shield guards drew its fire. The taunting of the silver-clad warriors compelled the silver-horned python to strike at them first. However, the creature's might was equally fearsome, claiming the lives of several shield-bearing soldiers within mere minutes. As time passed, the number of wounds on the silver-horned python multiplied. It had the option to flee, yet it chose to remain, revealing its deep regard for the colossal tree. This, in turn, alleviated Guan Li's burdens. If the silver-horned python had truly sought to escape, he might not have been able to detain it. The elven archers and shadow swordmasters, utilizing their ranged capabilities, continued their assault on the creature's wounds, consuming an astonishing amount of resources in the process. Yet, Guan Li remained resolute, knowing that securing victory over the silver-horned python was paramount. Every sacrifice made is indeed worthwhile. He deftly employed the shadow flicker technique, continually maneuvering around the silver-horned python. Whenever an opportunity arose, he would dash in to deliver a couple of swift strikes. The sharpness of the blood-drinking blade was sufficient to breach its defenses, inflicting several wounds with each assault. Guan Li's weakening spell was unceasing. Just as the effect was about to expire, he always managed to renew it for the silver-horned python. Long Ke, on the other hand, utilized his ability to fly, landing upon the back of the silver-horned python, gradually devouring its flesh and blood. Under the relentless siege of the Legion soldiers, the silver-horned python grew increasingly feeble. Yet, it remained a 6-star intermediate monster, possessing formidable strength despite the various debuffs. With a furious roar, the silver-horned python thrashed violently, casting Long Ke off its back. Crackling, silver bolts of electricity flickered around the creature. It realized that if this stalemate continued, its demise was inevitable. However, the azure giant tree was the key to evolution, and surrender was not an option. Thus, it had no choice but to fight desperately. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the silver-horned python. Its 4 diminutive claws began to grow rapidly, and from the bulge atop its head, a silvery horn emerged. Though the horn appeared tender, it radiated an ominous energy. Roar. The silver-horned python reared its head, standing upright on its 4 claws. Thick silver currents surged chaotically around its horn. This creature was forcefully evolving. Guan Li furrowed his brow, understanding that the silver-horned python was making its final stand. Kill. Instead of continuing to evade, Guan Li chose to charge head-on. If the silver-horned python successfully completed its evolution, his death would be certain. At this juncture, there was no retreat. It was either the silver-horned python or Guan Li who would perish. Facing the terrifying beast, the Legion soldiers showed no signs of fear. The silver lions charged forward, with Kyle raising his spear high to thrust at the silver-horned python. Boom. A silver lightning bolt struck down from the horn. The electric current spread through the surrounding waters of the lake. Shielding aura. Guan Li reacted swiftly. The Legion soldiers were instantly enveloped by the aura. The electric current that made contact with them failed to induce paralysis. The silver lion's spears pierced into the silver-horned python, blood gushing forth. The skeletal soldiers relentlessly stabbed the creature with their bone spears, while flying swords rained down upon it. The elves' archers reached the pinnacle of their firing speed. As one arrow was loosed, another swiftly followed. The Legion soldiers relentlessly assaulted the silver-horned python. Conversely, the creature unleashed silver lightning from its maw. A heavily armored shield-bearer was struck and instantly perished. His corpse vanished, returning to the Legion system to enter a countdown. Roar. The silver-horned python continually spewed forth bolts of silver lightning. Any soldier struck by the lightning was immediately killed. Damn it, I will end you. Guan Li's eyes blazed with fury. The bloodblade relentlessly hacked at the body of the silver-horned python. The blood demon claw on his right arm had reached its apex, with crimson tendrils continuously coalescing, enveloping half of his shoulder entirely. He summoned blood shadow clones, attacking the silver-horned python with wild ferocity. Die, die. Under Guan Li's frenzied onslaught, the python's blood, energy, and life force rapidly dwindled. Its condition had deteriorated to a dire state, insufficient to sustain its evolution. With a furious roar, the silver-horned python unleashed a terrifying surge of silver lightning from its horn. Not good. Guan Li's pupils constricted sharply as an overwhelming sense of peril washed over him. Bone armor. In an instant, he conjured a suit of bone armor, brandishing the blood blade defensively before him. Boom. Multiple bolts of silver lightning struck him with a deafening crash. Guan Li coughed up blood, his body hurled away by the force of the lightning, crashing into the muddy waters. The bone armor shattered, and blood gushed from his arm. The silver-horned python halted its evolution, releasing all the gathered energy in a cataclysmic explosion. All soldiers in proximity to the silver behemoth were obliterated by the horrifying silver lightning. The ground was strewn with debris, and the scene was utterly devastating. Chapter 78. The Heart of Flora Master. Are you all right? Several surviving commanders inquired urgently. They had withstood the onslaught of silver lightning with their formidable strength, but their situation was dire. All had lost their fighting capability, and even rising was a challenge. Guan Li crushed a mid-level recovery card, commencing the process of healing himself and the commanders. The condition of the silver-horned giant python was equally tragic. Due to its failed evolution, the silver horn atop its head had shattered, and its newly formed limbs were in tatters. Its body was riddled with wounds, with not a single intact area. At that moment, it erupted with a desperate will to survive, dragging its mutilated form towards the azure giant tree, where it yearned for energy. Long Xia used the blood-drinking blade to slay it. Guan Li trembled as he spoke. Long Xia had narrowly escaped peril moments ago by utilizing his flight capabilities. Though he had sustained some injuries, they were not severe. He picked up the blood-drinking blade from the ground and charged at the silver-horned giant python. Aileen, skeleton mage, block its path. Guan Li shouted as he saw the silver-horned python nearing the vicinity of the azure giant tree. They must not allow it to recover. Ice arrows and lightning strikes fell upon the silver-horned python. While they could not deliver a fatal blow, they successfully hindered its progress, buying crucial time for Long Xia. With relentless determination, Long Xia raced toward the massive body of the creature, driving the blood-drinking blade deep into the python's flesh. Crimson tendrils spread instantly. Long Xia located the heart and, with a fierce thrust of his claw, pierced the organ. From its gaping maw extended a horrifying appendage, tearing into the silver-horned python's pulsating heart. With a sudden yank, he extracted the vibrant heart, which separated from the creature's body. Screech. The silver-horned python emitted a final lament. Its colossal form fell utterly still. Kill the silver-horned giant python and gain 100,000 points, silver dragon blood. Thunderous Force X1. The system's notification rang out, marking the demise of the silver-horned python. Guan Li exhaled deeply, collapsing into the waters of the pond, feeling the soothing sounds of the lake wash over him. Though he had vanquished the silver-horned python, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Out of over 200 soldiers, only about 70 ranged soldiers remained. Fortunately, the soldiers could be resurrected, otherwise, he would have truly lost everything. Master, are you unscathed? Aileen helped Guan Li to his feet, and he felt a gentle touch against his body. I am fine. Guan Li shook his head. Have your soldiers remain vigilant? He did not allow himself to become complacent. Yes, master. Aileen nodded in agreement. Long Xia consumed the heart of the silver-horned python, which contained a terrifying energy. The blood-drinking blade was also absorbing the remains of the creature. The once mountainous corpse shriveled at a visible rate. Moments later, Guan Li's injuries stabilized significantly. He gestured for Erin to release her grip, and then made his way towards the towering azure tree. As he stood before the magnificent giant, a profound sense of insignificance washed over him. Gazing upwards, he beheld a dense canopy of leaves. Standing in the presence of the azure tree, he felt as though he were enveloped in the gentle caress of spring breezes, a sensation imbued with the essence of renewal. Remarkably, his internal injuries began to mend with astonishing rapidity. Even a mid-tier healing card could not match such swiftness. Guan Li was taken aback. This azure tree was indeed extraordinary. No wonder that silver-horned python was willing to fight to the death rather than relinquish its pursuit. The branches of the azure tree swayed gently, and a venerable voice resonated in Guan Li's ears. The language of trees had been translated. How impressive! It could even interpret the tongue of the trees. Guan Li exclaimed in admiration. Young hero, please do not slay me. The azure tree implored. Slay you? Why would I do that? Guan Li asked, perplexed. Is it not for the heart of the wood within me? The azure tree, momentarily caught off guard, soon realized it had revealed too much. The heart of the wood. With this revelation, Guan Li was not about to let the opportunity slip away. This was an object of desire even for the silver-horned python. Alas, it matters not if I tell you. After all, it is you who saved my life. The azure tree spoke with a wistful tone. Saved you? Guan Li was bewildered. Whether by design or happenstance, you indeed spared my life. That great python lingered nearby solely for the heart of the wood. The azure tree continued, clarifying Guan Li's confusion. Our azure tree clan possesses a formidable life force. When accumulated within, it manifests as the heart of the wood. The heart of the wood possesses miraculous properties, aiding beings in evolution and restoring their life essence. The silver python you vanquished sought to consume the heart of the wood to transcend the limits of life. Had a few more days passed, it would have surely breached my defenses. Alas, it met its demise at your hands. Now I understand. Guan Li nodded in realization. Had he not slain the silver-horned python, the azure tree would have been doomed. Are you not afraid that I might covet the heart of the wood after sharing this with me? Guan Li inquired with a subtle smile. Truth be told, such a splendid treasure was hard to resist. The azure tree, despite its 8-star prowess, lacked any means of resistance. Otherwise, it would not have pleaded so fervently. Brave warrior, as long as you do not destroy my form, I shall bestow upon you the heart of the wood. The azure tree's proclamation piqued Guan Li's interest. Pray tell. He responded eagerly. The heart of the wood is, in essence, a product formed by the accumulation of life energy. Even if it is removed, it will not cause significant issues. However, if my form is destroyed, I shall perish entirely. I approached this with a spirit of experimentation, never anticipating you would comprehend our language. The azure giant tree elucidated, very well. You shall receive the heart of Flora. I shall not harm you. Guan Li did not press the matter further. He was not a man driven by insatiable greed. If truly cornered, he might suffer more than he gained. As for whether the azure giant tree contained but a single heart of Flora, what significance did that hold? The heart of Flora was, after all, a delightful surprise. Even in its absence, he was resolute in his intent to slay the silver-horned giant python. Thank you. You are a good person. The azure giant tree spoke. The roots, sprawling across the marsh, began to quiver. The entire lake trembled in response. A wooden heart gradually emerged from the roots of the azure giant tree. This heart, no larger than a fist, radiated a profound essence of life. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful rhythm of its beating echoed across the waters. Young warrior, I hope you will honor your promise. Resonated the voice of the azure giant tree. The heart of Flora landed in Guan Li's hands. He could distinctly feel its pulsation. Rest assured, though I may not be a virtuous man, I cannot be deemed a villain either. I shall undoubtedly uphold my promise not to harm you, Guan Li declared. Chapter 79. The Legion of the Celestial Python. The heart of flora and fauna lost. I must succumb to slumber for a time. This place remains relatively secure. You may rest in peace. The voice of the celestial tree resonated, only to be followed by an eerie silence. The life force emanating from its branches gradually dissipated, rendering the magnificent tree before me akin to an ordinary giant. This was, indeed, a means of self-preservation employed by the celestial tree. After all, who would be so idle as to provoke a tree? Guan Li utilized the system to examine the heart of flora and fauna in his possession. Heart of flora and fauna, a spiritual artifact forged from the life energy accumulated by the celestial tree clan over millennia, imbued with potent vitality. As he felt the energy radiating from the heart, he understood why the silver-horned python was so reluctant to depart. Alas, in the end, it had ultimately benefited him. After Dragon Chia consumed the heart of the silver-horned python, it coalesced into a blood cocoon. The cocoon pulsated rhythmically as though nurturing a brand new life. Guan Li refrained from intervening further. He sensed that Dragon Chia's condition was excellent. This act of consumption would undoubtedly enhance its strength significantly. The bloodthirsty blade, having absorbed the flesh and blood of the silver-horned python, left behind naught but a thin layer of serpentine skin. The internal blood and flesh had all been devoured. The blade's form became increasingly otherworldly. Intermediate 7 stars. The bloodthirsty blade advanced 2 levels after devouring the flesh of the silver-horned python. A blood-red tendril coiled around a 6-star crystal core and a deep purple card, presenting them before Guan Li. The crystal core of the silver-horned python was somewhat extraordinary. A miniaturized, energy-concentrated silver-horned python spiraled within the core. The deep purple card shimmered with brilliance, its corners adorned with mysterious gilded patterns. One could discern from its appearance that this was a premium item. The heart of flora and fauna, 6-star crystal core, 100,000 points, silver python blood, thunderous might. And the purple card, though few in number, each item was immensely precious. Guan Li accessed the Legion system to check the revival time of his soldiers. It required 12 hours. This meant that for the next 12 hours, the only soldiers at his disposal would be the elven archers and the skeleton mages. He intended to utilize this time to digest his spoils. He was in no hurry to depart. The celestial tree had assured him that this place was exceptionally safe. Guan Li then examined the 2 rewards bestowed by the system for slaying the silver-horned python. Silver python blood, the essence of the blood within the silver-horned python, containing a trace of the true dragon bloodline. Thunderous might, master the power of lightning after learning, capable of unleashing lightning elemental attacks upon targets. Wonderful treasures. Guan Li's eyes brightened. System, learn thunderous might. Without a hint of hesitation, he directly acquired the skill. Information surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The skills rewarded by the system required only learning to master. Even a dullard could wield them without any innate talent. Zzz. Silvery currents danced in Guan Li's hands. He intensified his energy output, sending a bolt of silver lightning crashing toward the ground. Boom. Where the lightning struck, a charred mark was left behind. Impressive. Guan Li attempted once more. With arms outstretched, the silver currents danced in his palms. Crackle. Several bolts of lightning, resembling silver serpents, descended upon the surface of the lake. In an instant, the lake erupted, silver lightning darting in every direction. After several attempts, Guan Li gradually mastered the formidable technique of thunderous might. The more energy he expended, the greater the power of the thunderous might became. This was indeed an excellent skill. Once Guan Li had finished learning thunderous might, he retrieved a deep purple card. Applying slight pressure with his palm, the card shattered instantly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Legion card of the Celestial Scaled Python. The purple radiance dispersed, revealing a golden card within. The front of the card depicted a massive coiling python. Incredible! A Legion card? Guan Li was taken aback. He never anticipated that this purple card could summon a Legion. After all, not long ago, he had just acquired the Silver Lion Cavalry Legion. Indeed, when luck arrives, it is unstoppable. Guan Li crushed the card in his hand. A summoning circle gradually materialized before him. 6 enormous pythons coiled within the summoning circle. Greetings, my lord. The leading celestial scaled python spoke. Although it possessed intelligence, it could not articulate human speech. Guan Li understood its meaning through his language of beast skill. You need not rise. He reconsidered his words, observing the 6 massive pythons that writhed on the ground. This was the first time Guan Li had acquired a beast legion, and fortunately, it was not of an ordinary type. These celestial scaled pythons were clearly evolved creatures, given their immense size. Guan Li examined the information regarding the Celestial Scaled Python Legion. Celestial Scaled Python Legion, upgradable, number, 5 potential, for stars, strength, for stars beginner, commander, Songling, skills, Python tail whip, constrict, strangle, Their abilities seem rather modest. Guan Li nodded nonchalantly, harboring no disdain. The Skeleton Legion was weak at the beginning as well, yet it grew stronger after several upgrades. Therefore, Guan Li was not fearful of a weak legion. Rather, he feared a legion that could not progress. Fortunately, the celestial scaled pythons were not of the ordinary type. They could evolve. For Guan Li, that was more than sufficient. The nurturing aspect was what made it interesting. Guan Li gazed at the silver serpent blood in his hand. A bold idea surfaced in his mind. The celestial scaled pythons were just at the threshold of evolution. System. If I were to add silver serpent blood during the evolution of the celestial scaled pythons, would that be possible? Guan Li inquired. Yes. However, an evolution card is required. The system replied with an air of authority. No problem. I have plenty of evolution cards. Guan Li nodded in agreement, readily accepting the proposal. After this period of hard work, he possessed over 600 evolution cards. System. Evolve the Celestial Scaled Python Legion. Incorporate Silver Serpent Blood. Guan Li selected the Celestial Scaled Python Legion. Ding. The advanced transformation of the Heavenly Scale Python Legion requires the expenditure of 200 advancement cards and 1 drop of Silver Flood Dragon Blood. Shall we proceed with the advancement? Resonated the system's voice. Without hesitation, Guan Li nodded affirmatively. Ding. The Heavenly Scale Python began its advancement. A flash of white light enveloped the surroundings. The Heavenly Scale Python Legion was withdrawn into the system's space. Guan Li felt a surge of anticipation, wondering what form the Heavenly Scale Python Legion would take. Although it had incorporated the Silver Flood Dragon Blood, the ultimate outcome remained uncertain. The Silver Flood Dragon Blood served merely as an auxiliary item. The commotion from this advancement was considerable, making it impossible to complete in a short span of time. Guan Li remained unperturbed. Ding. Long Xia has absorbed the heart of the Silver Horned Giant Python and acquired the Silver Flood Claw, announced the system's notification. Guan Li turned to observe. The blood cocoon formed by Long Xia began to rupture. A claw adorned with silver scales emerged from within. With a tearing sound, the blood cocoon was completely torn apart, revealing Long Xia within. Its well-defined muscles and silvery hair radiated a terrifying aura. 5-star elite. The heart of the silver-horned giant python contained the essence of the Silver Flood Dragon lineage. After consumption, Long Xia's power surged dramatically by 2 levels. Furthermore, it had gained the organ of the Silver Flood Claw. The surprises brought forth by Long Xia continued to multiply. Chapter 80. The Colorful Reign of Light. Long Xia. Test your newfound abilities. Guan Li grasped the blood-drinking blade and charged toward Long Xia. His speed was astonishing, covering 100 meters in an instant. Long Xia obeyed Guan Li's command, vanishing from its original position. The 2 figures converged in the lake, where a silver-scaled arm lunged fiercely toward Guan Li. Excellent. Excitement flickered in Guan Li's eyes. The blood-drinking blade swung down, striking the silver dragon's claw. Clang. Sparks erupted. The defense of the silver dragon's claw was formidable. That blow only left a faint white mark. It is noteworthy that the blood-drinking blade could pierce through the defenses of the silver-horned giant python. Albeit the python was gravely injured. This also attested to the prowess of the silver dragon's claw. Zzz. Silver currents crackled across the silver dragon's claw, and a terrifying lightning assault surged toward Guan Li. Remarkable. It can control lightning. Guan Li was thoroughly pleased. He employed a teleportation technique, disappearing from sight. Enough. Guan Li commanded, and Long Chia ceased all movements, retracting the silver dragon's claw back within its form. Long Chia's body was indeed a perfect vessel for all abilities. Whether it was the tyrant's claw, the devouring claw, or the silver dragon's claw, it could switch seamlessly between them. Guan Li mused, realizing the truth of it. After all, Long Chia was a one-in-a-million corpse king, the sole one born in the entirety of City Z. Its rarity was evident. Had Guan Li not discovered it early and dealt with it promptly, it would undoubtedly have been a nightmare for City Z. How terrifying would a fully grown corpse king be? Guan Li was uncertain, but it certainly wouldn't be trivial, as it could command hordes of the undead. The mere thought of the current number of zombies in City Z sent shivers down his spine. In Guan Li's hand appeared a 6-star crystal core. Its energy condensed into a tangible form. Within lay a miniature silver-horned giant python. He inhaled deeply and began the absorption process. Guan Li trembled. He felt a terrifying torrent of energy coursing wildly within him. The miniature silver-horned giant python seemed to seize this opportunity for revenge, relentlessly assaulting his internal organs. Indeed, was it still too much? Guan Li gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain emanating from within. This crystal core from the silver-horned giant python far surpassed an ordinary 6-star crystal core. It was forcibly evolving, striving to break through the limits of life. Even if it ultimately failed, the residual energy coalesced within the core. This 6-star crystal core's energy was sufficient to rival that of a 7-star. Guan Li effectively absorbed energy equivalent to 2 levels higher. The energy manifested as a violent silver-horned giant python, causing havoc within Guan Li's body in mere moments. Coughing violently, he spat out blood as his skin ruptured from the overwhelming energy, blood flowing freely. Master. Several leaders gasped in shock upon witnessing this transformation. Just moments ago, Guan Li had appeared unharmed, yet now he resembled a bloodied figure. I am fine. Do not come over. Guard your surroundings, and allow no external forces to intrude upon me. Guan Li gritted his teeth and declared with the last vestiges of his strength. As commanded. The commander would not defy Guan Li's orders. Fortunately, I was well prepared. Guan Li, of course, could not absorb blindly. In his hand appeared a pulsating wooden heart, emanating a verdant glow, symbolizing the power of rebirth. The heart of Flora. Guan Li dared to forcibly absorb it, precisely because of the heart of Flora. He swallowed it whole. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful beats resounded suddenly. The heart of Flora melted, coalescing into a rich life energy. The once decayed organs gradually began to restore under this surge of vitality. Within Guan Li's body resided 2 formidable forces, one derived from the crystal core of the silver-horned python, the other from the heart of Flora. Now, these 2 energies reached a state of equilibrium, neither able to dominate the other. This was precisely the effect Guan Li desired. Only in this manner could he successfully absorb the 2 terrifying energies. Guan Li acknowledged the element of risk involved. Yet, it appeared that he had wagered correctly. As he absorbed both energies, he continuously fortified his physique, gradually breaking through to a 5-star advanced level. Nevertheless, the energy within him remained abundant. Guan Li did not cease. He continued to absorb both energies. During this process, life energy slowly coalesced, forming a green cocoon around him. The 5 commanders, witnessing this, displayed expressions of anxiety. Yet, they were powerless to intervene, for Guan Li forbade any external disruptions. This was an order that the commanders could not contravene. Outside the southern district forest, a sudden downpour broke the tranquility of the survivors' camp. They were horrified to discover that the sky was showering a cascade of colorful light. They instinctively sought refuge, believing it to be something malevolent. However, they soon realized their error. Some frail elderly individuals, after absorbing the colorful light rain, miraculously experienced a reversal of aging. Their once white hair gradually regained its dark hue. Although they had only regained youthfulness of a decade or so, it was nonetheless astonishing. Ultimately, people recognized that this was not merely a return to youth. Rather, these elders had awakened. Their bodies evolved, restoring their functions to a youthful state. The inexplicably awakened elders rose to their feet, stretching their limbs with agility, performing a series of fluid exercise routines. My old leg pain. It doesn't hurt at all. My cataracts have vanished. My herniated disc is no longer an issue. My Parkinson's has improved. How miraculous. Thank heavens. Those elders whose bodies had evolved believed this wondrous light rain was a divine blessing. Not only the elders, but many young individuals also experienced enhancement after absorbing the colorful light rain. Compared to the elders, the youths had an even greater chance of awakening. Among 10 individuals, 3 have successfully awakened, nearly reaching a probability of 1/3. Astonishing. I seem to possess the ability to control earth and soil, exclaimed a bespectacled man, as he waved his hand, causing the ground before him to rise dramatically. I believe I can unleash flames, a seemingly ordinary girl declared, as flames erupted from her hands. How marvelous. I can manipulate gravity, proclaimed a tech-savvy young man, as he floated 10 centimeters above the ground. Those who absorbed the multicolored light rain either experienced physical enhancement or acquired extraordinary abilities. Of course, not everyone was fortunate. Many survivors, after absorbing the light rain, exhibited no significant changes in their bodies. Even if there were changes, they were merely slight increases in strength. A single bout of multicolored light rain granted humanity remarkable powers, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that this phenomena also affected other beings. After absorbing the light rain, zombies underwent tremendous transformations, evolving in a terrifying direction. Mutated creatures that absorbed the light rain became increasingly formidable. Even the weaker beings began to undergo frenzied evolution. The calamity monsters that descended upon the world also absorbed the light rain. On the 5th day following the apocalypse, the world faced yet another cataclysmic change. Unbeknownst to Li, he was amidst a fantastical forest, fervently pushing the boundaries of his own power. Chapter 81. 6-star strength. Thud, thud, thud. Guan Li listened to the rhythm of his own heartbeat, unaware of how much time had elapsed. The 2 energies within him gradually dwindled. Crack. A fissure appeared on the tree cocoon. Guan Li extended his hand and pried it open, inhaling several deep breaths of fresh air. Refreshing. With a long howl, Guan Li rejoiced. The surroundings dimmed slightly, yet the luminous plants illuminated the entire lake, creating a surreal, dreamlike atmosphere reminiscent of a fairyland. Guan Li recalled when he absorbed the crystal core. The light around him had not been this dim. Master, are you all right? Several leaders rushed forward upon witnessing Guan Li emerge from the cocoon. I'm fine. Guan Li waved his hand dismissively. How long have I been absorbing? He inquired. Approximately 12 hours. The leaders responded. Really? That long? Guan Li expressed mild surprise, quickly assessing his own condition. 6-star intermediate. He was taken aback. In just over 10 hours, he had ascended 3 levels, breaking through from 5-star intermediate to 6-star intermediate. Furthermore, judging by the energy he had accumulated within, another breakthrough seemed imminent. The heart of the wood and the crystal core of the silver-horned python were astonishingly potent. Moreover, after absorbing the heart of the wood, Guan Li had comprehended a new skill, limb regeneration. Limb regeneration. You possess an extraordinary self-healing ability, capable of restoring severed limbs. Incredible. Truly remarkable. Guan Li's eyes lit up in astonishment. The heart of the wood was indeed formidable. No wonder it could aid the silver-horned python in surpassing the limits of life. Guan Li had hit the jackpot this time. Not only had he elevated his strength to 6-star intermediate, but he had also acquired the extraordinary skill of limb regeneration. He made a cut on his arm, and in the next moment, the wound healed at a visibly rapid pace. In mere seconds, it returned to its original state. Guan Li noted that healing injuries required a commensurate amount of energy. The more severe the injury, the greater the energy needed for recovery. This was understandable, as limb regeneration could be classified as a skill. With his current prowess, healing wounds posed no challenge. However, for limb regeneration, he would likely need to pair it with a supply card. Otherwise, he would lack sufficient energy. Yet, for Guan Li, this was more than adequate. With limb regeneration, his survival capabilities had significantly enhanced. He accessed the Legion system and discovered that the soldiers' resurrection times had reset to 0, summoning the Silver Lion Knights. He noted that the Tianlin Python Legion was still in the process of evolving. It seemed he would have to wait a while longer. Guan Li instructed the Silver Lion Knights to lead the way as he prepared to depart from this place. After more than 10 hours of recuperation, the Legion leaders had also returned to their peak state. The silver-white cavalry marched at the forefront, and in the enchanting forest, no monsters were to be seen. It felt as though this place was cut off from the world. Guan Li estimated that the silver-scaled giant python had stumbled upon this place by mere chance. He continued along the same path for half an hour, and the surrounding scenery gradually descended into darkness. The once luminescent and peculiar plants vanished from sight. Suddenly, he heard terrifying roars echoing around him, signaling that he had departed from the enchanted forest. Everyone, on high alert. Guan Li activated his senses. With the enhancement of his powers, the range of his perception expanded from 7 meters to 10 meters, inevitably increasing energy consumption. Thus, he chose to merely sense the movements around him, which would significantly reduce energy expenditure. The team advanced toward the southern mountain range. Rustling sounds emerged from the nearby underbrush. Something is amiss. Guan Li commanded his soldiers to assume a defensive formation. The foliage rustled, revealing a massive beetle before him. The beetle's entire body was a fiery red. Its patterns reminiscent of flickering flames, making it strikingly visible in the darkness. Its size was comparable to that of a car, with 8 robust legs covered in spiky armor. A single horn adorned its head, from which colorful, writhing tendrils hung, and its compound eyes emitted a faint glow. Guan Li scanned the beetle as the system swiftly provided information. Name, Crimson Flame Beetle. Potential, 6 stars. Strength, 4 stars. Intermediate. Abilities, Flame Armor. Charge, Impale. Evaluation, a monstrous insect from the rift, possessing terrifying charging power. Its flesh is laden with acidic toxins, except for the tender meat in its legs, which is 10 times richer in protein than beef. Insectoid creatures? Intriguing. These so-called calamity monsters are beings from alternate dimensions. The rustling intensified, with dozens of crimson flame beetles encircling Guan Li's team. Employ a swarm tactic. If memory serves, this is the insectoid specialty. Yet, dozens of crimson flame beetles were evidently insufficient. He promptly summoned his legion of soldiers. Over 200 soldiers swiftly surrounded the swarm of beetles. The current scenario was that the legion encircled the beetle horde while the beetles surrounded Guan Li. Attack. Eliminate them, Guan Li commanded. The legion soldiers launched a fierce offensive. The Silver Lion Knights charged outward, while the Shadow Swordmasters, Skeleton Legion, and Ironclad Shield Guards advanced from the periphery. The Elven Archers provided cover fire from the outermost ring. The swarm of crimson flame beetles found itself ensnared. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The crimson flame beetles were no mere pushovers. Their 8 sturdy legs scraped against the ground, and in the next moment, they charged forward with tremendous force. The Silver Lion was nearly toppled over, but managed to evade at the critical moment. Thunder Charge. Kyle adjusted his direction and continued to charge at the crimson flame beetles. Although their charging ability was formidable, their agility was lacking. After a charge, they often required time to realign for another assault. The Silver Lion Knights seized the opportunity, leaping onto the back of a crimson flame beetle. Their sharp claws tearing into its armored shell. Kyle gripped the long spear and thrust it downward. With a piercing sound, the head of the crimson flame beetle was penetrated. Viscous green insect blood splattered forth from the wound. The central nervous system was obliterated. The crimson flame beetle convulsed a few times before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The other 3 legions had also arrived, and the formation of the crimson flame beetles was instantly thrown into disarray. Several soldiers besieged a single crimson flame beetle, and in a situation where their strengths were comparable, they established a dominating advantage. Despite the enveloping darkness, the crimson flame beetles were conspicuously visible. Their bright red exoskeletons made them impossible to overlook. As time passed, the number of crimson flame beetles on the battlefield dwindled significantly. Guan Li executed a powerful strike, eliminating the last of the crimson flame beetles. The battle had concluded. Leave the insect legs for me. Guan Li commanded the soldiers to dismantle the carcasses of the crimson flame beetles. Thick, robust legs were removed one by one. The battlefield was cleared. The crimson flame beetles had yielded 24 4-star crystal cores and 14 blue cards. Half of the beetle carcasses were entrusted to Long Chia for consumption, while the remainder was absorbed by the bloodthirsty blade, ensuring that not a shred was wasted. There was no alternative. The necessity to sustain these 2 insatiable gluttons weighed heavily upon Guan Li. Chapter 82. The new breed of zombie after meticulously cleansing the battlefield. General Guan Li summoned his soldiers back into the system, leaving only the Silver Lion Riders to forge ahead. As midnight approached, Guan Li finally emerged from the treacherous southern mountain range. The edifices of human civilization gradually came into view, yet the path he traversed was not the original one. The southern mountain range, with its intricate labyrinth of terrain, posed a significant risk of disorientation. Casting a glance back at the seemingly interminable mountains, Guan Li felt an unsettling shift. In just half a day, the southern mountain range appeared even more formidable. The resounding roars emanating from its depths sent shivers down his spine. This mountain range was undoubtedly far more complex than it appeared on the surface, harboring numerous terrifying entities. Although Guan Li had not encountered them directly, their existence was undeniable. The creature that had severely injured the silver-horned giant python possessed formidable strength. Upon returning to the city, Guan Li sought refuge in a clean dwelling to recuperate for the night. He ventured into the kitchen and discovered it was still functional. From his spatial ring, he retrieved some insect legs. After cracking open their exoskeletons, he revealed the translucent, succulent flesh within. Though the scarlet flame beetle was not visually appealing, Its meat was undeniably exquisite. Guan Li prepared the dish, tossing the insect flesh into the pot and sprinkling it with a universal seasoning. Instantly, a rich aroma enveloped the kitchen. Once the flavors melded, he added a few pieces of bread to complete the meal. A steaming bowl of scarlet flame beetle noodles was soon ready. Although the rations from the food cart were palatable, the nostalgia for real food lingered. Particularly for this bowl of noodles. Due to the cramped quarters, the Silver Lion Riders were temporarily recalled into the system. After replenishing the soldier's stamina using the food cart, he sat at the table and indulged in his meal. "Would you care for some?" Guan Li inquired, holding out the bowl of noodles to the commanders. "Master, we are not hungry," they all replied, shaking their heads in unison. "Very well. This delicacy is not meant for you." Guan Li chuckled, resuming his feast. Under the influence of the universal seasoning and the insect meat, the once ordinary noodles transformed into an extraordinary delight, particularly the tender insect flesh. Guan Li soon found himself satiated and retired to the bedroom, collapsing into a deep slumber. The commanders also took the opportunity to rest, and the night passed in silence. As dawn broke the following morning, Guan Li's biological clock proved remarkably accurate. He rose from his bed, invigorated from a night of restful sleep. Exiting his chamber, he found the commanders waiting patiently. After a brief wash in the bathroom, he enjoyed breakfast before stepping out onto the street. Almost immediately, a peculiar-looking zombie caught his attention. Upon noticing Guan Li, the creature lunged toward him, its head grotesquely split in two, with a tentacle extending ominously from the fissure. As he assessed the zombie, the system swiftly relayed pertinent information. Name: New Evolution Zombie. Splitter. Potential: 8 stars strength. 4 stars. Beginner. Ability: Unknown description. The organism undergoes an unknown mutation, evolving towards an entirely new direction. What is happening? Guan Li furrowed his brow. He had only entered the southern mountain region 2 days prior, and these zombies had undergone such significant changes. The splitter charged towards Guan Li, a tendril darting forth, attempting to strike him down. Seeking death, Guan Li said coldly. Regardless of the evolution of his adversary, it remained merely a 4-star beginner in strength. While it might be a terrifying presence to an ordinary survivor, to Guan Li, it was but a trivial foe. He unleashed a powerful punch, sending the splitter flying. A surge of formidable energy erupted forth, instantly obliterating the splitter's body into a multitude of flesh and blood. A crystalline core rolled out, which Guan Li casually picked up. The commotion attracted the attention of wandering zombies nearby. At the street's corner, several contorted zombies lunged towards Guan Li. The foremost zombie resembled a beast, moving on all fours. Its head akin to a battering ram. It possessed no eyes, only ears and a mouth. The following zombies were equally grotesque, with tendrils sprouting from their arms and a massive single eye gaping from their chests. Name: New Evolution Zombie. Impactor. Potential: 8 stars strength. 4 stars. Intermediate. Ability: Unknown description. The body approaches that of a beast, breaking free from its original genetic shackles. Name: New Evolution Zombie. Eyeballer. Potential: 8 stars strength. 4 stars. Intermediate. Ability: Unknown description. Abandoning its original genes, it evolves towards a more terrifying direction. Guan Li surveyed the zombies before him as the system rapidly provided information. Without exception, they were all new evolutionary forms. He was certain that something had transpired in the outside world during his time in the southern mountain region. Several new zombies soon dashed towards Guan Li. Gripping the bloodthirsty blade, he slashed forward decisively. Swish! All the new zombies before Guan Li were swiftly dispatched. Someone is near. Guan Li became instantly alert. Through his senses, he detected the approach of survivors nearby. At the end of the street, several survivors appeared before Guan Li. "Oh, the zombies have been eliminated?" One of them voiced his confusion. They all turned to look at Guan Li. "Brother, isn't this rather unethical? These zombies were clearly our prey. What gives you the right to seize them?" A young man spoke with evident displeasure. "Shueping, silence." An older man in the group rebuked him directly. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be the leader of the group. "My lord, this young man is simply unaware. Please do not take offense. These zombies were slain by you, and all spoils rightfully belong to you." The man quickly donned a fawning smile. As Wang Liang spoke these words, his heart raced, for he realized that those zombies had been dispatched in a single strike. 4-star zombies. Even he would require considerable effort to defeat them. Yet the man before them possesses the power to eliminate in an instant. This clearly illustrates the terrifying extent of his strength. In this apocalyptic world, should he take offense, he could effortlessly eradicate all of them. "Shueping, is it? Your courage is commendable, but alas, your power is woefully inadequate." Guan Li vanished from sight. Charging towards the group with remarkable speed, Wang Liang felt a tightening in his chest. Guan Li swiftly approached Shueping, seizing him by the neck. Gasping for breath, Shui Ping's face turned crimson as the overwhelming force constricted his throat, rendering him nearly unable to breathe. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. "My lord, I implore you to spare him. I am willing to surrender all my crystals and cards," Wang Liang exclaimed, quickly coming to his senses. "Remember, words can lead to ruin. This is the apocalypse. Even if I were to kill you, none would dare to utter a word of dissent." Guan Li released his grip, and Shui Ping crumpled to the ground, panting heavily, his eyes filled with dread as he gazed at Guan Li. "Thank you for sparing my life. I am ready to offer all my possessions." Wang Liang hurriedly added, "I spare him not for your possessions. Do you understand?" Guan Li replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. The thrill of such dominance was intoxicating. "Yes, yes." Wang Liang nodded fervently. "These spoils can be yours. You need only answer a few of my questions." Sensing the atmosphere had shifted, Guan Li proceeded directly to the crux of the matter. Chapter 83. The world's anomaly. "What would you like to know, Your Excellency?" "I assure you, I have no secrets," Wang Liang hastily replied. It was evident that Guan Li's display of authority was remarkably effective. In this apocalyptic world, power reigns supreme. Might makes right. "Has anything peculiar transpired in recent days?" Guan Li inquired, eager to comprehend the events that unfolded during his time in the mystical forest. What could have caused the zombies to suddenly evolve? Such occurrences were undoubtedly extraordinary. "Ah, you were unaware?" Wang Liang exhibited a look of astonishment, given the formidable strength of his interlocutor. It was astonishing that he was oblivious to the phenomenon of the colorful light rain. "I have just returned from the southern mountain range," Guan Li elucidated. "You actually ventured to the southern mountain range." The members of the team displayed expressions of disbelief. The southern region was notorious for harboring numerous mutated creatures, and those lacking sufficient strength dared not approach. "Forgive my ignorance, my lord." Su Ping, who had previously been quite arrogant, instantly softened in demeanor. "Continue. Do not digress," Guan Li commanded, disregarding Su Ping's capitulation and urging Wang Liang to proceed. Su Ping dared not speak further in the presence of Guan Li. He felt as insignificant as an ant. Wang Liang steadied himself and recounted the events of the previous day in detail. "Absorbing the colorful light rain allows one to awaken and gain extraordinary abilities. Indeed, I was merely an ordinary person, but after absorbing the light rain, I acquired the power to manipulate rock," Wang Liang proclaimed, demonstrating his newfound ability as a heavy earthen armor enveloped him. "I obtained the power of lightning," chimed in a youthful male, no older than 17 or 18. Purple lightning danced between his palms. With a crackle, the violet energy surged forth, striking a wrecked car and leaving behind charred markings. "I can control flames," announced a beautiful young woman, conjuring a sphere of fire in her hands. The squad consisted of 7 members, 3 of whom possessed extraordinary abilities, while the remainder were also awakened individuals. This clearly illustrated the remarkable effects of the colorful light rain. However, Guan Li did not feel envious. Such opportunities held little significance for him. He had come to understand that zombies absorbing the colorful light rain had undergone a new evolution, transforming into this novel type of advanced zombie. From Wang Liang's account, these newly mutated zombies possessed the most basic form of intelligence. They no longer aimlessly wandered within a designated area, but actively sought out humans who were hiding in safe zones. Mutated creatures had also experienced evolution. Thus, the beneficiaries of this light rain were not solely humans. "Enough. These matters are yours to handle." Having acquired the answers he sought, Guan Li felt no need to linger. He departed with his commanders. The team exchanged glances, bewildered by Guan Li's retreating figure. "From now on, when encountering other survivors, behave yourselves," Wang Liang warned. "I understand, Captain Wang." Su Ping swiftly nodded in agreement. He recognized that Wang Liang was subtly alluding to him. "Well, it is good to be aware. The apocalypse has descended upon us. A moment's carelessness could lead to eternal damnation," Wang Liang reiterated. The streets were thronged with thousands of zombies, many of which were of a new breed. Their forms were grotesquely contorted, entirely beyond the realm of humanity. Even the infamous Licking Lord seemed far more palatable in comparison. Zombies, much like humans, do not evolve into a new form merely by absorbing the light rain. Many still retain their original appearance. General Guan Li summoned the soldiers of his legion, instantly drawing the attention of the horde. The eerie sounds of moaning filled the air as several new type zombies lunged toward the armored shield guards. They bore 4 arms, with their eyes connected by a tendril that stood erect atop their heads. The shield guard swung an axe, but these new zombies astonishingly managed to evade the strike. The axe grazed their heads, cleaving into their shoulders. The force was so great that it severed half of one shoulder, and much of their facial skin was stripped away. Yet, these new type zombies showed no signs of reaction, lunging to bite at the armored guard. Clang! The guard raised his shield, sending the approaching zombie flying. He then brought his axe down, decapitating the creature. After losing its head, the new type zombie ceased its struggles. An ever-increasing number of zombies charged towards the Legion soldiers. The armored guards formed a barrier, advancing forward. Elven archers stood at the rear, continuously loosing arrows. The skeletal shield guards were tasked with protecting the archers, ensuring that the new type zombies did not breach their defenses and harm them. Soldiers, charge. At the opposite end of the street, Kyle led the Silver Lion Knights into the fray. The new type zombies, distracted by the armored guards, left their rear completely exposed. The Silver Lion Knights surged into battle, facing no resistance from the zombies. Although these new type zombies had evolved to a 4-star strength, they remained akin to ordinary humans before the might of the Silver Lion Knights. Once toppled, they were met with the crushing weight of a colossal beast, leaving them no chance to rise again. Guan Li stood at the back, observing the battlefield. Despite the overwhelming number of zombies, there was little coordination among them. They simply rushed at their prey in a frenzied mass. In contrast, the Legion soldiers utilized the advantages of the terrain and employed clever tactics. Through their cooperative efforts, overcoming greater numbers was not a challenge. The importance of a competent leader was evident, as demonstrated by the feats of Xiao Jane, where Zhang Liao's 800 vanquished 100,000. As the Legion gradually took shape, Guan Li found that he need not involve himself in every matter. After all, as the supreme commander, one must occasionally indulge in leisure. Otherwise, how could one be called a commander? The coordination among the Legion soldiers was remarkably seamless. In a short time, they cleared away a significant portion of the horde. With the Silver Lion Knights entering the battlefield, the zombie swarm was completely fragmented. The armored guards initiated a charge, shattering the zombie formation. Moments later, the Legion soldiers annihilated the horde with no losses, sustaining only a handful of injuries. Due to the system's design, even if the soldiers were scratched by the zombies, they did not contract the virus. Guan Li utilized recovery cards to heal their wounds. The battlefield has been cleared, yielding a total of 347 3-star crystal cores, 248 4-star essence cores, 233 blue-green cards, and 130 blue cards. These grotesquely distorted new type zombies are fiercely repelled by the Bloodblade. However, Long Chia is indiscriminate, devouring these zombies with abandon. After eliminating the horde, Guan Li presses onward. The sudden downpour of colorful light has allowed the zombies and mutated creatures to evolve. Guan Li must hasten to grow stronger. Who knows what other surprises this apocalypse may hold? Perhaps in a few days, a black rain will descend, followed shortly by a red rain. Guan Li vanishes at the end of the street. Shortly after his departure, a new type of zombie emerges onto the thoroughfare. This zombie is grotesquely contorted, with bulging muscles sprouting a multitude of single eyes. Its head bears 3 twisted faces, those of a man, a woman, and a child. These 3 faces are closely pressed together, resembling a loving family. Gurgle. Food. Eat. The child's face writhes, producing a clumsy sound. Chapter 84. The Adhesive Monster Baby. Eat. The man and woman cooed with indulgent expressions. Yet, this scene felt particularly bizarre. A new breed of zombie had emerged, possessing intelligence. Over there. Move. Capture. Devour. A child stammered. The new type of zombie, with 6 flailing arms, dashed wildly across the ground. Dense tendrils sprouted from its back, while its abdomen split open to reveal a pair of sharp claws. After a few strides, the new zombie scaled the wall and began to climb. Guan Li walked down the street, unaware that he was being targeted by this new zombie. At that moment, he encountered a swarm of insectoid creatures. Name: Scythe Beetle. Potential: 7-star strength, 5 stars. Beginner. Ability: Scythe Slash. Charge description: insectoids that have emerged from the fissures, equipped with sharp, scythe-like forelimbs. This group of scythe beetles was as large as adult humans. Their black exoskeletons glimmered ominously. The forelimbs resembled enormous scythes, razor-sharp and deadly. These beetles were mercilessly hunting humans, their powerful scythe-like arms cleaving victims in half with ease. Vivid intestines spilled onto the ground, and the scythe beetles seemed to relish this gruesome feast, eagerly devouring the entrails. As the soldiers of the Legion approached, the beetles were caught off guard. With a swift motion, the shadow swordsman struck, cleaving into the back of a scythe beetle. Its shell shattered instantly, green insect blood splattering everywhere. The beetle let out a furious screech and turned to retaliate. Unfortunately, their agility left much to be desired. Before they could fully pivot, the shadow swordsman pierced through their skulls. Several scythe beetles fell to the ground, dispatched by the Legion soldiers. The remaining humans cowered on the ground, trembling in fear. As Guan Li approached, they finally regained their composure. "Young man, we owe you our gratitude," a middle-aged man exclaimed hastily. Just as Wang Liang had remarked, not all humans who absorbed the colorful light rain were endowed with miraculous powers. Such fortunate individuals remained a rarity. Wang Liang's team consisted of hand-picked members, each at least an awakened being. Only such a group could boast a higher survival rate. In stark contrast, the group before him, comprising over 30 individuals, had merely 5 awakened members, rendering them woefully inadequate. Before the scythe beetles, they were nothing more than prey. "Young man, you are awakened, aren't you? Could you assist us in returning to the survivor camp?" The middle-aged man's irritation flared as Guan Li ignored him, yet he dared not express his anger. The past few days had taught him that survival required humility. Regardless of one's former status, lacking strength meant being reduced to the most ordinary of refuse. Eat. Eat. Not far off, a terrifying creature lurked atop a building. Guan Li sensed impending doom and swiftly dodged. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man before him was not so fortunate. A bone spike pierced through his chest in an instant. The terrifying force caused the chest to explode violently, scattering blood and flesh in all directions. The middle-aged man could not comprehend, even in death, how he had met his end. Such a horrifying power. Guan Li's pupils constricted sharply. The remaining survivors, witnessing the chaos, hurriedly fled in all directions. Food. Don't run. From a nearby building, several bone spikes were launched once more. Those fleeing survivors were instantly decapitated. A new type? Guan Li followed the direction of the bone spikes and discovered a new breed of zombie perched upon a billboard. This new zombie bore 3 contorted faces and 6 robust arms, which were scrambling over the advertisement. Countless eyeballs were densely clustered upon those arms. The creature's recently heaved spine was covered in tendrils, and its abdomen sported a pair of small claws resembling those of a child's arm. This new zombie appeared to be a grotesque amalgamation of life. As Guan Li's gaze swept across the scene, the system promptly provided information. Name, new type zombie, adhesive monster, potential, 9 stars strength, 6 stars beginner, abilities, bone spike eruption, eyeball explosive, tendril constriction, climbing description, an evolved life form derived from zombies. Possessing more twisted genes. Devour. The adhesive monster unleashed a bone spike from its mouth. Guan Li, wielding the blood-drinking blade, deftly sliced the spike away. He felt the terrifying power emanating from the blade, indicating the formidable strength of this new creature. Guan Li refrained from summoning his legion of soldiers. The disparity in strength was too great, rendering mass tactics ineffective. There was no need for him to send his soldiers to their demise in vain. Roar. The adhesive monster realized its forces were insufficient. It let out a bellow, summoning the surrounding zombies. Thud, thud, thud. The new type of zombie, enveloped in muscle, emerged onto the street. It bared its teeth, revealing sharp fangs. Following closely was a new type of zombie with enormous arms, then another on all fours, its tailbone extending like that of a hyena. Finally, 2 tyrants appeared, each a 5-star creature. Without hesitation, Guan Li charged directly at the adhesive monster. While the Legion leaders sought their own adversaries, Long Chia, intending to make a move, was intercepted by a new type of zombie. This creature was covered in scales, with terrifying tusks protruding from its mouth and a pair of bat-like wings on its back. A dreadful aura emanated from it. 5-star advanced. Long Chia launched an attack, unleashing lightning with his silver flood dragon claw towards the new zombie before him. The bat-winged zombie flapped its wings to evade Long Chia's strike, then lunged at him, initiating a fierce battle. Guan Li continuously swung his blade, deflecting the incoming bone spikes. He positioned himself beneath the billboard, exerting force with his legs, and leaped into the air. Explosive fist. A terrifying energy erupted instantaneously, obliterating the billboard beneath the adhesive monster into fragments. His fist struck the creature's abdomen, sending it flying away. Ouch! A child's voice cried out in distress. The man's and woman's faces instantly contorted with rage. Death! The amalgamation monster lunged toward Guan Li, its eyeballs continuously launching forth. Boom! Upon contact, those eyeballs detonated with explosive force. Caught off guard, Guan Li's arm was charred from the blast. Damn it! This is revolting. He felt a wave of disdain. Who knows what vile substances lurked within those eyeballs? Yet, the wound on his arm healed rapidly, restoring itself to pristine condition in mere moments. Guan Li charged once more at the amalgamation monster, summoning the blood demon hand. Empowered by terrifying strength, he swiftly cleaved a massive gash in the creature's body. Ouch! That hurts. The amalgamation monster emitted a piercing wail. Damn it! It's deafening. Guan Li unleashed his full might, aiming for the monster's head. Blood soul slash. A crimson blade of energy coalesced, hurtling towards the creature's cranium. Whoosh! A head rolled to the ground. Bereft of its head, the amalgamation monster instantly lost all power. Kill the amalgamation monster. Gain 30,000 points. The system's notification echoed. Chapter 85. The sage zombie from the body of the adhesive monster. A deep purple card emerged. The crystal core rolled from its head and fell to the ground. Guan Li picked up both the crystal core and the card. The bloodthirsty blade disdainfully ignored the corpse of the adhesive monster and refrained from absorbing it. However, Long K eagerly accepted, its devouring claws opening wide. The sound of flesh being chewed sent chills down one's spine. The massive body of the adhesive monster was swiftly consumed. A powerful aura radiated from Long Quebec's 6-star initial, having accumulated such an abundance of flesh. Long K finally achieved a breakthrough. This was an unexpected delight. Kill Tyrant. Gain 5,000 points. Kill Hunter. Gain 7,500 points. The remaining new types of zombies were also eliminated by the commanders. In total, they contributed 45,000 points, 2 5-star crystal cores, and 1 purple card. Guan Li scanned the battlefield and noted that all the survivors had been slain by the adhesive monster. He did not leave immediately, but instructed the Legion commanders to maintain vigilance in their surroundings. After hoarding rewards for so long, it was time to digest them. As the zombies continually evolved, the strength of the Legion must also be promptly enhanced. Currently, aside from the Elven Archers and the Shadow Sword Masters, the rest of the legions possessed a strength of 4 stars at an advanced level. This level was more than sufficient to deal with ordinary new types. But facing the formidable adhesive monster posed a significant challenge. He retrieved all the crystal cores from his spatial ring. The price for 3-star crystal cores ranged between 30 to 50 points. 4-star crystal cores were valued at 50 to 70 points, and 5-star crystal cores at 70 to 90 points. For Guan Li, 6-star crystal cores held little significance. He opted to exchange them all for points to bolster the Legion's strength. Ding. Exchanged 15 73-star crystal cores, gained 59,660 points. Ding. Exchanged 489 4-star crystal cores, gained 26,895 points. Ding. Exchanged 2 5-star crystal cores, gained 165 points. Upon completing all transactions, Guan Li amassed a total of 86,720 points. Adding this to his previous points brought him close to 280,000. Although this sum was substantial, it was by no means excessive, as a single upgrade card required 50,000 points. Purchasing Legion upgrade cards X5 necessitates an expenditure of 250,000 points. Would you like to proceed with the purchase? The system's voice inquired. Purchase. Without hesitation, Guan Li confirmed his choice. Congratulations, host. Successfully purchased Legion upgrade cards X5. Your acumen is truly admirable. Guan Li disregarded the system's flattery. He chose not to spend the remaining 30,000 points, but rather reserve them for potential future needs. System. Upgrade the Ironclad Shield Legion. System. Upgrade the Silver Lion Cavalry Legion. System. Upgrade the Skeleton Undead Legion. Guan Li upgraded all the 4-star advanced legions. Moments later, the strength of the 3 legions surpassed the 5 stars at an initial level. System. Upgrade the Shadow Swordmaster Legion. He devoted the remaining 2 upgrade cards entirely to the Shadow Swordmaster. The prowess of the Shadow Swordmaster surged, achieving a remarkable ascent of 2 levels, culminating in a 5-star rank. The potential of the Shadow Swordmaster Legion reaches 6 stars, which implies that with but one more upgrade, the Shadow Swordmaster can evolve further. As Guan Li was upgrading the Legion, Long Chia had already consumed all the newly emerged zombies. Long Chia was indiscriminate in its appetite, devouring any flesh and blood that contained energy. Boom. Guan Li wandered through the streets of the city, vanquishing zombies and monsters alike. Suddenly, he heard a cacophony of artillery fire emanating from a distance, followed swiftly by a cloud of smoke that billowed into the sky. The utilization of such formidable heavy firepower could only be the work of the city defense forces. The recent explosion had been quite substantial, indicating that the defenders were undoubtedly facing dire straits. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Li hastened toward the source of the explosion. On the smoke-laden streets, a terrifying tide of corpses encircled a 1,000-strong squadron. The team hastily formed a makeshift defensive position, arrayed in a circle with armored vehicles and tanks. The horde of undead relentlessly attacked, seeking to overwhelm them. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Vulcan cannon mounted on the armored vehicle spewed forth fiery tongues. As large-caliber bullets rained down upon the horde, the density of the zombies rendered aiming unnecessary. Bullets pierced through the skulls of the undead with ease. Boom. Several rockets struck the mass of corpses, toppling numerous zombies in a wave of scorching heat. Yet, the gaps left were quickly filled. Soldiers stationed on the front line continued to pull their triggers without pause. The rifle fire was frantic, but its effectiveness had waned significantly. After absorbing the rain of vibrant energy, the zombies had evolved once more. It was now rare to encounter zombies below 3 stars. Typical firearms were considerably less effective against 3-star zombies. Even headshots failed to ensure instant penetration. As for the newly evolved types, they exhibited agility in dodging bullets. And even when struck, the damage inflicted was negligible. The radiant energy not only awakened human abilities, but also bestowed upon the zombies a more terrifying evolution. This was not salvation, it was the onset of a nightmare. Damn it. The number of the undead was overwhelming, leaving no hope for a breakout. They had originally received orders to rescue a group of survivors in a certain district to the west of the city, while simultaneously scavenging for supplies along the way. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, and they were poised to reach their destination swiftly. However, a new type of zombie plunged them into peril. This was an intelligent zombie capable of rallying its kindred nearby. It possessed a rudimentary grasp of tactics and could direct the horde in battle. While its abilities did not rival those of a zombie king, it was equally fearsome. Ability team, break through first. The rest of you, provide cover. A stern middle-aged man swiftly made a decision. His name was Luo Wintao, a captain leading this 1,000-strong contingent, which included 20 ability users, the most precious combat assets of the city defense forces. I must not perish here. The path to becoming an awakened one is not insurmountable. A single crystal core suffices. However, to ascend as a bearer of abilities is considerably more arduous. One must either bask in the radiant shower of colors, receiving divine favor to awaken powers directly, or rely on the minuscule probability of acquiring abilities from cards. Regardless of the method, both are exceedingly challenging. This explains why bearers of abilities are far rarer than awakened ones. Luo Qianzhong, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? If one must depart, we shall all depart together. If one must remain, we shall all remain. I, Lei Quan, could never betray my comrades. Lei Quan is a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of iron will. A scar, an inch long, adorns his arm. Electricity surged along his limb, striking at the zombies before him. The terrifying lightning instantly obliterated several undead foes. Clearly, he is a bearer of abilities. Old Lei speaks the truth. I am certainly not one to abandon my companions. Let us fight. I shall not retreat, even in death. I would rather be a hero for 5 seconds than a coward for a lifetime. Chapter 86. Iron Will You Lot. Luo Wintao was deeply moved. Despite the usual antics of his soldiers, they proved to be remarkably dependable in critical moments. Listen to me. You must survive to realize your greater potential. There remains a considerable chance for you to break through. Though touched, Luo Wintao adhered to reason. Damn it. Spare me the platitudes. I usually heed your words, but not this time. Lei Quan unleashed 2 bolts of lightning, obliterating the zombies before him. Indeed, Captain Luo, do you wish to play the hero alone? We shall not allow it. Moreover, there are so many brothers here. The speaker was a young soldier named Dongchen, who possessed the ability to manipulate metal for assault. At that moment, several daggers shot forth towards the zombies. Of course, this manipulation had its limitations. Beyond 50 meters, it would lose efficacy. Fine. To hell with orders. If you all wish to accompany me to death, then so be it. Luo Wintao leaped down from the armored vehicle, clutching 2 heavy machine guns. As a 4-star intermediate awakened, wielding 2 machine guns was no challenge for him. Kill. Annihilate these scoundrels. Luo Wintao bellowed, squeezing the triggers of the machine guns. The deafening roar of gunfire echoed. Bright tongues of flame danced as bullets swiftly pierced through the advancing zombies. What a thrill. Luo Wintao, embracing the heavy machine guns, swept through the horde, relishing the sight of zombies' heads exploding under the barrage. Although standard bullets could not eliminate 3-star zombies instantly, such large-caliber rounds could still manage it with some effort. Even if they could not be dispatched in a single shot, a few more rounds would suffice. There was no need to conserve ammunition. After all, there was no retreat. Leading the charge, Luo Wintao elevated the morale of his troops to its zenith. Kill. The soldiers stood atop the armored vehicle, relentlessly firing at the distant zombies. The god of fire cannon roared, shells raining down. The tank fired projectiles, launching zombies into the air. The soldiers' assault was fierce. However, the new breed of zombies was not to be underestimated. Emerging from the horde were zombies with arms evolved into shields, advancing despite the gunfire. Even the god of fire cannon could not penetrate their defenses, leaving only bullet holes behind. Rip. A small, agile zombie with blade-like arms lunged towards a soldier, slashing through his throat, blood gushing forth. Damn it. Die. Luo Wintao unleashed a barrage from his machine gun, transforming the new breed of zombie into a sieve. Hidden among the horde, intelligent zombies continued to orchestrate the assault. The perimeter was gradually overwhelmed by the advancing tide of corpses. Where soldiers fell outside the fortification, others rushed to take their place within. Flesh, blood, and severed limbs intermingled. A gruesome spectacle. The pungent stench of blood even masked the acrid odor of gunpowder. The battle raged for 10 minutes. The city defense forces suffered over 300 casualties, and their ammunition was nearly depleted. The tide of corpses surged relentlessly, with no end in sight. Luo Wintao had long discarded his heavy machine gun, gripping his combat knife. He relentlessly slashed at the zombies before him. The prolonged battle had left him utterly exhausted. His clothes remained stained with blood, and he could no longer distinguish between that of the zombies and that of his fallen comrades. Among the 20 empowered soldiers, 3 had already perished. Lei Quan's lightning aura had dimmed considerably. He produced a supply card, clutched it tightly, and crushed it. The energy he had nearly exhausted received a slight replenishment. Old Lei, break through now. There is still one last chance. If we don't leave now, we'll be trapped for good. Luo Wintao declared after dispatching a new type of zombie. Damn it. Cut the chatter. If we die together. Lei Quan retorted, unleashing a bolt of lightning that obliterated a nearby zombie. Suddenly, a massive zombie appeared before them, thudding heavily on the ground. Its back was grotesquely swollen, split open with a gaping wound. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of green liquid erupted from the fissure, cascading down onto the defenses of the city guard. A chorus of anguish cries erupted as the liquid splashed onto the soldiers, rapidly corroding their skin and exposing their white bones to the air. Everyone, beware of that green liquid, Luo Wintao shouted. The giant zombie was not yet ready to unleash a second corrosive projectile. It required time to gather its strength. Soon after, 3 more colossal corrosive zombies emerged onto the battlefield, spewing their caustic liquid. In an instant, dozens of soldiers fell victim to the corrosive onslaught. No, we must eliminate those zombies. Luobin, Linji, and Yang Ming, follow me. Lei Quan commanded, pointing to the 3 empowered soldiers. Luobin, a warrior of earth and stone, possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Linji could transform into a lizard man, endowed with immense strength. Yang Ming, a soundwave warrior, could unleash powerful sonic blasts. The 3 were of comparable strength to Lei Quan, all at the intermediate 5-star level. Old Lei, what is our plan? Luo Bin inquired. You clear a path for Linji, Yang Ming, and I will look for an opportunity. First, we need to take down those zombies that spray corrosive liquid. Understood. Luo Bin stomped on the ground, unleashing a wave of earth that knocked over the zombies ahead. Charge! He shouted, barreling directly into the horde. Linji transformed into his lizard man form, growing over 2 meters tall, his body covered in black scales. He seized a zombie and hurled it forward, instantly toppling a dozen more. With the 2 leading the charge, Lei Quan and Yang Ming followed closely behind. Seeing this, Luo Wintao joined their ranks. The intelligent zombies recognized Lei Quan and his team's intentions. They roared, hidden among the horde, directing the other zombies to protect the colossal corrosive ones. The 5 were now merely 20 meters away from the giant corrosive zombies, yet they found themselves utterly immobilized. Before them stood the relentless horde of zombies, fiercely resisting their advance. The colossal corrosive behemoths amassed their ammunition, launching a second wave of assault. This time, their targets were the armored vehicles and tanks. The sound of sizzling filled the air as the potent corrosive liquid swiftly dissolved the metal armor. Those soldiers caught unawares were reduced to mere pools of blood. Damn it! Lei Quan's eyes blazed with fury. Without the firepower of the armored vehicles and tanks, their predicament grew increasingly dire. With no options left, Lei Quan resolved to eliminate these gigantic corrosive monsters. With the combined efforts of Luo Bin and Lin Ji, they finally reached the 4 towering corrosive behemoths. Yang Ming, destroy them. Lei Quan summoned bolts of lightning in both hands, hurling them towards the colossal foes. A distance of 3 meters was sufficient for his lightning to unleash its maximum ferocity. Boom! The crackling energy surged forth, piercing through the body of the corrosive behemoth in an instant. A mournful wail escaped the creature as it succumbed to death. Yang Ming opened his mouth, emitting a powerful sound wave that penetrated the remaining corrosive behemoths. In the blink of an eye, 2 of them lay dead. The situation unfolded with remarkable ease. Lei Quan concentrated his energy, preparing to strike down the last of the corrosive behemoths. Suddenly, a twist of fate occurred. Whoosh! One of the behemoths opened its maw, shooting forth a stream of corrosive liquid. Old Lei, Luo Wintao, without a moment's hesitation, pushed Lei Quan aside. The corrosive liquid splashed onto him, rapidly eroding his flesh and blood. Old Luo, you foolish zombie. Die! Lei Quan bellowed, as brilliant arcs of lightning erupted from his body, incinerating the corrosive behemoth into charred remains. Chapter 87. A divine intervention. Yang Ming unleashed a sonic attack, vanquishing the last of the colossal corruptors. Old Luo. Lei Quan rolled on the ground, cradling Luo Wintao in his arms. His body was nearly consumed by corrosion. His ribs and organs lay in ruins. You must survive. You have to live. Luo Wintao clutched Lei Quan's arm with all his remaining strength. Then, those once firm arms fell limp. Damn it! Cursed zombies. Die! Lei Quan radiated a brilliant lightning aura, instantly obliterating several nearby undead. Calm down, Old Lei. His companions urged in a frenzy. Kill. Lei Quan had succumbed to madness. driven solely by the desire to eradicate the zombies before him, even if it meant exhausting every last ounce of strength. Fine. I never intended to leave this place alive anyway. Lin Ji crushed a zombie's skull, the death of Luo Wintao igniting an inferno of rage within them all. They fought desperately to slay the undead, determined to perish alongside their foes if necessary. As time passed, the soldiers gradually fell. The 1,000-strong battalion dwindled to fewer than 400. Their ammunition had long been depleted, and they engaged in close combat with the zombies. Whoosh! An arrow soared through the sky, piercing the skulls of several zombies in an instant. Soon, a rain of arrows descended. What is happening? Reinforcements? Lei Quan was momentarily bewildered. Although he was unaware of their identity, he was certain they were not foes. Otherwise, they would have been struck by the very arrows that had just flown by. Brothers, support has arrived. Hold on, Lei Quan shouted, reigniting their morale. He had promised Luo Wintao that he would survive, and now that he glimpsed hope, he would grasp it tightly. Charge! The soldiers, too, saw the arrows raining from above, awakening a primal instinct to survive. If given the choice, no one wished to die. They had families to protect. The human will to survive could unleash boundless power. Many soldiers, once ashen-faced, reignited their hope. They swung their blades at the zombies, driven solely by the desire to live. Roar! In the distance, the mighty roar of a lion echoed through the streets. Through the sea of corpses, they beheld an unforgettable sight. A cavalry unit riding magnificent silver lions, charging towards the horde of undead. These warriors appeared as if sent from the heavens, rendering the zombies mere insects in their wake. Knights, charge! Cal commanded, leading the soldiers into the fray. He raised his spear, effortlessly piercing through several zombies before him. The silver lions barreled forward, their terrifying momentum turning the 3-star zombies into mere pulp. The silver lion cavalry surged fiercely into the horde, followed closely by armored shield bearers. Those zombies fortunate enough to survive the stampede were swiftly dispatched by their battle axes. At the other end of the street, Bone led a battalion of skeletal soldiers towards the throng of undead. The skeletal gunmen, shrouded in armor, advanced with resolute determination. They positioned their long spears upon their shields and charged fiercely. The zombies ahead were instantly impaled by the spears. The skeletal mage stood at a distance, conjuring necromantic spells. Fireballs and lightning bolts rained down upon the horde of corpses. The skeletal sword and shield soldiers guarded their perimeter. The skeletal commander activated a power aura, bolstering the soldiers' strength. It sounded the horn of a colossal beast. A skeletal drake emerged upon the battlefield, swinging its bony tail and instantly toppling swathes of zombies. Shen Lian led the shadow sword cultivators, following closely behind the skeletal legion, his long sword relentlessly slaying the surrounding undead. Although the number of legion soldiers was limited, their prowess was formidable, all at a 5-star level. The tide of corpses was vast, yet most were merely 3- or 4-star zombies, with only a scant few possessing 5-star strength. Guan Li stood beside Eileen, observing the situation on the street, refraining from intervening personally. The Legion soldiers were more than capable of managing such a level of undead onslaught. It was overwhelming. Lei Quan gazed at the soldiers on both ends of the street battling the zombies, unable to suppress his astonishment. He had believed that with his lightning abilities, he had attained the status of a 5-star awakened one, placing him among the strong. Yet, in light of the current events, he realized his own insignificance. There are always greater beings beyond the horizon. Today's events humbled Lei Quan's once arrogant heart. The appearance of the Legion soldiers offered the city defense forces a glimmer of hope, prompting them to desperately push outward. Under the dual assaults, the tide of corpses began to falter. The intelligent zombies concealed within the horde, possessing considerable intellect, became aware of this shift and prepared to flee. If the tide were to completely collapse, escape would become impossible. Several hulking shield zombies formed a protective circle around it, gradually moving toward the edge of the battlefield. Guan Li, observing from above, had already taken note of its intentions. Escape? Is that even feasible? Guan Li patted Long Chia's shoulder. Go. I know you yearn for it. Long Chia leapt from the window, descending upon the intelligent zombie in the street. With a resounding crash, he landed atop the hulking shield zombie, shattering the shield with terrifying force. The intelligent zombie emitted a shrill, piercing scream. It commanded the surrounding horde to ensure its safety. Long Chia twisted off the head of the hulking shield zombie. Extending his devouring claws, he reached for the intelligent zombie. The hulking shield zombies, responding to the call, positioned themselves directly in front of Long Chia. His eyes remained as tranquil as water, devoid of any emotion. The tyrant's claw coalesced, instantly shredding the shield to pieces. With overwhelming force, it tore the hulking shield zombie asunder. Long Chia propelled himself forward, like an arrow released from a bow. The intelligent zombie had nowhere to evade and was seized by the throat. Despite possessing 5-star attributes, Its powers were primarily concentrated in intellect, rendering its physical strength feeble. Without the protection of the horde, even an ordinary survivor would have had the chance to slay it. Long Chia lifted it and soared to the rooftop. Please, do not kill me. The intelligent zombie sensed the presence of kin emanating from Long Chia. It knelt upon the ground, pleading incessantly. Long Chia paid no heed and directly unleashed the devouring claw. The terrifying maw instantaneously engulfed the intelligent zombie, and the sound of flesh being chewed resonated from his arm. Ding! Long Chia devoured the intelligent zombie and acquired the awakening talent. The system's prompt echoed within Guan Li's mind. Long Chia returned to the room through the window, respectfully kneeling halfway before Guan Li. Master. Long Chia articulated with a clumsy accent. Though slightly stuttering, it was finally able to speak. Rise. Guan Li waved his hand. Long Chia stood up and silently retreated to the side. Despite its newly acquired intelligence, Guan Li harbored no concerns regarding its potential treachery. Within Long Chia's being resided an imprint left by him, a testament to the advantages of crafting one's own puppet. With the intelligent zombie vanquished, the horde of corpses suddenly found themselves leaderless. They no longer coordinated tightly, but instead resorted to instinctive attacks. A new breed of zombie, fully unleashed in its nature, resembled bloodthirsty beasts, disregarding their kin. Each assault held a high probability of slaying several fortunate zombies. The soldiers of the Legion launched a fierce offensive, mercilessly slaughtering the zombies. Chapter 88 Invitation. They are dead. All of them are dead. Lei Quan collapsed onto the ground, surrounded by lifeless bodies. Remarkably, they had truly survived. Luo Bin gasped for breath. The rock armor that had once adorned him had long vanished. It was all thanks to those mysterious individuals. Lin Ji had also reverted to his human form. He observed the soldiers on the battlefield diligently attending to the corpses and declared, "The battle is over." Over 300 city defense soldiers had miraculously managed to survive. Kyle, riding his silver lion, approached Lei Quan. "Greetings, esteemed knight." Lei Quan and his companions quickly rose to their feet, bowing respectfully. Had it not been for these individuals, they would have faced utter annihilation. "I propose a matter. The 3-star crystal cores shall belong to you, while the remaining items will be ours. Do you have any objections?" Kyle inquired, looking down upon them. This was Guan Li's intention. None. The group shook their heads. If it weren't for this enigmatic team, they would have lost their lives. And they dared not voice any dissent. Kyle nodded. These individuals were quite perceptive. "Esteemed knight, may I have a moment of your time?" Lei Quan hastily interjected. He assumed Kyle, mounted upon the majestic silver lion, was the leader of the group. If he could extend an invitation for him to join, the strength of the base army would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. "What is it?" Kyle asked. "On behalf of the base army, I extend a sincere invitation. I hope you will consider joining us." Lei Quan stated earnestly. The Huaguan nation had fallen, and consequently, the city defense no longer existed. The former city defense had transformed into the base army. Su Yunjian intended to establish a base city centered around Z building. The base army alone could not accomplish this monumental task. Hence, the plan to recruit survivors was conceived. Those willing to join the base army would be granted preferential treatment. Firstly, their families would receive protection from the base army, ensuring they would not lack food or shelter. Secondly, by completing designated tasks, they could earn rewards from the base army. This arrangement resembled a contractual relationship. Of course, for those desiring a position of authority within the base army, such aspirations would be entirely feasible. The specifics would depend on the survivors' choices. Currently, the base army had recruited numerous capable survivors, which was precisely why Lei Quan extended this invitation. He believed that Kyle's abilities, along with his subordinates, would bolster the base army significantly. At the very least, he could attain the rank of Right General, a position of considerable prestige. "I apologize. I'm not interested." Kyle declined without a moment's hesitation. He would never betray Guan Li. Esteemed knight, won't you reconsider? Our base army has already rescued many survivors. If you have family, we can provide them with a secure living environment. Furthermore, your actions will not be overly monitored by the base army. You may view it as a contractual relationship. Joining us would confer numerous advantages. Seeing this, Lei Quan sought to persuade him further. "If I were you, I would not waste any more time. The commotion here will undoubtedly attract attention. Hurry up." After saying this, Kyle left without looking back. Alas, old Lei, let it go. How could such a formidable warrior ever submit to another? Robin patted Lei Quan on the shoulder. "Indeed, we should expedite the collection of the crystal cores. Our mission must continue. We need to proceed with lightened burdens." Lin Ji also chimed in. "Yes, what a pity." Lei Quan reluctantly accepted the reality. If it were him, he would similarly refuse. After all, he is the leader of the team. Why should he grovel to others? "Master, that fellow just now wanted to invite me to some military base. I declined outright. What do you think?" Kyle reported the situation to Guan Li through their mental connection. Not interested. You made the right choice in refusing. Focus on clearing the battlefield. Guan Li had no intention of engaging with the military base for the time being. He was enjoying his freedom. Why seek trouble? Understood. Kyle rode his silver lion, collecting cards from the battlefield. Old Lei. They have departed. Robin nudged Lei Quan and spoke. Yes. We must also act swiftly. If we encounter another wave of corpses, it would truly be the end. Lei Quan commanded his men to hasten the collection of crystal cores. After all, he did not believe they would always be this fortunate. With Luo Wentao's demise, he had assumed command of the ability squad. After moving away from the street, Guan Li finally revealed himself among the team. Master, here are all the spoils. Each of the 5 leaders held a cloth bag. The bags were filled with crystal cores and cards. Guan Li received the bags and scanned their contents using the system. 1. 234-star crystal cores, 23 5-star crystal cores. 3. 210 blue-green cards, 1. 125 blue cards, and 12 light purple cards. Although the number of corpses was vast, most were 3-star zombies. Essentially, all the crystal cores had been given to the military base. These were their rightful spoils, after all. The military base had also eliminated many zombies. Ding. Successfully traded 1. 234-star crystal cores, earning 110 points. Ding. Successfully traded 23 5-star crystal cores, earning 817 points. He converted all the crystal cores into points. Then, he opened all the cards. Acquired supply card X861. Acquired food card X547. Acquired recovery card X368. Acquired regular arrows X1 for 130. The system's notification echoed as all blue-green cards were opened. There were no surprises, they were all basic consumables. Acquired advanced card X50. Acquired intermediate supply card X452. Acquired premium food card X245. Acquired intermediate recovery card X224. Acquired explosive arrow X55. Acquired armor-piercing arrow X99. All blue cards opened. Yet still no surprises. Guan Li placed all his hopes on the 12 purple cards. These are the cards contributed by the 5-star new zombies. Acquire bone longbow X1. Crafted from the century-old bones of the abyssal graveyard. Acquire intermediate advancement card X5. Acquire advanced advancement card X2. Acquire legion expansion card, 1 person, X4. The rewards are fairly standard. Lacking in surprises, yet not disappointing either. Guan Li's previous black iron crossbow has long been rendered obsolete. A regular bow cannot muster the power to slay zombies above 3 stars. The newly acquired bone longbow is perfectly suited for his use. As for the legion expansion cards, Guan Li is in no rush to utilize them. He intends to reserve them for the heavenly scale Python Legion. A day has already passed, and the advancement remains incomplete. Guan Li is unperturbed. The longer the process of advancement takes, the greater the strength it signifies. On the top floor of the Z-City skyscraper, in the conference room, this meeting has attracted a considerably larger number of participants than the last. Thanks to the colorful rain of light, many fortunate individuals have experienced significant enhancements in their abilities. Su Yunjian, eager to win the hearts of the people, naturally aims to bestow power. Ladies and gentlemen, I bear unfortunate news to share with you. Z-City may not be a suitable location for establishing a base. Su Yunjian begins by dropping a bombshell. Chapter 89. The spatial rift. What on earth is happening? The crowd appeared utterly bewildered, evidently unaware of the circumstances that had unfolded. Just days ago, plans were underway to establish a base in Z-City. With everything progressing in an orderly fashion, numerous defensive structures had already been erected. Commander, we implore you to provide us with clarity. Guo Xiaotian suddenly rose from his seat. The vibrant light rain of the previous day had granted him a new evolution, elevating him to a 5-star advanced awakened, coupled with his occupation as a burst warrior. He ranked among the top 10 in strength within the base's military. As a conservative, he strongly supported the establishment of the base, making Su Yunjian's abrupt cessation of the plan perplexing. He demanded a reasonable explanation. General Guo Xiaotian, please, remain calm. Allow me to explain. Su Yunjian, somewhat helpless, addressed the assembly. Although he was the nominal leader, much of the actual power had been significantly undermined. I apologize. I may have overreacted. Guo Xiaotian realized his behavior was somewhat inappropriate. After all, Su Yunjian was the figurehead of authority. Unless someone could assert complete control over the base's military, no one would dare to openly defy him. This is a photograph captured by the Lingfeng squad. Everyone, take a look. Su Yunjian did not elaborate further. He instructed his aide to affix the photograph to a board. What is this? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The image depicted a skyscraper. Yet the building was not the focal point. The crucial detail lay in a 3-meter-long fissure at the top of the edifice. Within the rift lurked terrifying monsters, struggling to emerge. Even through the photograph, the sight was suffocating. This is the spatial rift discovered by the Lingfeng squad during their mission. If no unforeseen circumstances arise, Z City is poised to fall. Su Yunjian's voice was subdued, yet it bore the weight of a mountain upon the assembly. Should the creatures from the rift successfully materialize, they would be like mere grasshoppers attempting to halt a chariot. Commander, I sincerely apologize for my rashness. I hope you can forgive me. Guo Xiaodian, exhibiting both humility and resilience, stood to apologize. General Guo, you acted in consideration of everyone's well-being. Su Yunjian offered him a way out. Guo Xiaodian nodded and returned to his seat. Initially, we were unaware of the existence of the spatial rift and believed establishing a base in Z City to be a prudent decision. However, the situation has now changed. Should we consider reviving plans to move to Yang City? Su Yunjian surveyed the assembly. Commander, is there truly no solution? Can we not attempt to seal the rift? A young officer suggested impractically. Do you think this is a mere door that can be closed at will? Retorted a middle-aged officer, seemingly disdainful of the new recruits. What did you just say? The young officer was visibly displeased. He could certainly discern the provocation in the other party's words. Ahem. Enough. Su Yunjian quickly interjected, halting the two. General Qiu Ziliang, I have long had experts conduct research on this matter. Given humanity's current capabilities, it is utterly impossible to close the spatial rift. In fact, under external influences, the rift may even accelerate its opening. Su Yunjian shook his head. Upon receiving the news, he had consulted professionals. A heavy silence descended upon the group. No one wished for the rift to open smoothly. They would have been willing to explore any possibility, however slim. Yet, Su Yunjian's words doused their hopes with cold reality. How long until the spatial rift is fully opened? Shen Lingfei seized upon the crux of the issue. Instead of discussing how to close the rift, we should focus on urgently rescuing supplies and survivors. We must leave before the spatial rift opens. Some may have been perplexed as to why rescuing survivors was paramount. In a sense, survivors constituted a type of resource. Just as in ancient warfare, people were a vital strategic asset. This held true in the apocalypse as well. 5 days. That is the most conservative estimate. If things progress swiftly, it could be fully opened in 4 days. Su Yunjian's words plunged the group into silence once more. For days, the time was exceedingly tight. Everyone, today's meeting must yield a decision. Should we hold our ground or retreat? Su Yunjian declared, leaning towards the latter. Though the journey to Yangsheng would be fraught with peril, with a high probability of total annihilation, it at least offered a glimmer of hope. The nature of the monsters that would emerge from the spatial rift remained a mystery. Should they choose to stand firm, there would be no retreat. They would either repel the monsters or be consumed by them. Clearly, the likelihood of repelling the monsters was nearly non-existent. I choose to retreat. If you choose not to, I shall leave alone. Shen Lingfei stated resolutely. I too opt for retreat. Su Yunjian echoed. Retreat. Zhao Kuo, who had always advocated for retreat, affirmed. I also choose to retreat. Minutes later, all votes were cast. This time, retreat emerged victorious, with only a handful opting to hold their ground. Very well. Since everyone has made a decision, we shall evacuate Z City in 3 days and head to Yangsheng. Su Yunjian announced the order. Understood. The group nodded in unison. Spread the word. Those wishing to evacuate should gather at Z City Tower. Collect as much food, medicine, and other supplies as possible. After a moment's reflection, Su Yunjian added. Shortly thereafter, news of the spatial rift circulated throughout the camp. Upon hearing the announcement, survivors hurriedly began packing, eager to leave by nightfall. The base's military disseminated the information via radio. Due to the emergence of a spatial rift at XX Tower, the base would organize an evacuation in 3 days. Hasten to the assembly at the Z City Tower. Many survivors, upon hearing this news, hurriedly gathered their belongings. No one wished to remain in Z City and await their demise. The entire Z City found itself ensnared in the peril of a spatial rift. Guan Li traversed the streets, where a drone whizzed past him. Attention! Attention! In 3 days, the base's military will organize an evacuation. Survivors, please make haste to the Z City Tower for assembly. A voice echoed repeatedly from the loudspeaker mounted on the drone. A spatial rift? Guan Li felt an immediate curiosity. He was not far from that very rift. Long Chia, go take a look. Guan Li commanded. Yes, master. Long Chia leaped into action, unfurling its demonic wings. Guan Li entered Long Chia's perspective, soaring over towering skyscrapers. Gazing down upon Z City, it resembled a jungle of steel. In the labyrinthine streets, zombies wandered aimlessly, occasionally finding a few survivors to tear apart and devour. Such scenes had ceased to astonish Guan Li. Long Chia lingered not, propelling forward. Guan Li's primary concern remained that enigmatic spatial rift. Chapter 90. The Zerg in the rift in the sky, danger lurked. A colossal bird swooped down upon Long Chia with astonishing speed, reaching him in an instant. Die! Long Chia roared, his devouring claws lunging forward, tearing the giant bird asunder in a heartbeat. From the remains, he extracted a 5-star crystal core. This was merely a trivial interlude, consuming little time. 10 minutes later, Long Chia arrived before a grand edifice. Above the building loomed a fissure, stretching a daunting 5 meters in length, emanating an aura of unspeakable terror. The rift expanded at an alarming rate. A voice resonated within Long Chia's mouth. This was the secret art of puppetry. Get closer. Guan Li possessed Long Chia's perspective, urging him to approach the rift. A wave of destructive energy surged around the spatial tear. Stop. Guan Li understood that they had reached the limit. Should Long Chia advance any further, he risked being ensnared within the rift. This distance was sufficient. Through Long Chia's vision, Guan Li glimpsed the scene within the fissure. It revealed a desolate planet, swarming with Zerg. The Qian beetles and scythe bugs that Guan Li had encountered were mere cannon fodder among this vast horde. He even beheld beetles the size of buildings and centipedes stretching dozens of meters, their legs as sharp as blades. Was that a Zerg queen the size of an aircraft carrier? Guan Li inhaled sharply. A gargantuan insect, akin to a mountain, was riddled with holes, evoking a sense of suffocation as countless Zerg crawled forth from its cavities. System, will this creature truly descend? Guan Li inquired hastily. If the Zerg queen were to manifest, he would not resist. He would simply lie down and await his demise. Rest assured, host. This level of spatial rift can accommodate at most 10-star life forms. The system's response instantly relieved Guan Li's anxiety. Long Chia, return. Guan Li confirmed the military's warnings were indeed accurate. The rift had broadened to 5 meters. At this rate, within 3 days, the Zerg army would descend. Long Chia flapped his wings, swiftly retreating from the spatial fissure. Guan Li pondered whether to evacuate alongside the military. The hordes of Zerg were sufficient to doom City Z, no matter his strength. He could not withstand the Zerg army, not at this moment. Retreating was the wisest course of action. Preserving the Green Mountains leaves one unafraid of the lack of firewood. This was a strategic withdrawal. Long Chia soon returned to Guan Li's side. He resolved to visit the military camp. The rift would open in 3 days, and the military must evacuate within 2. Otherwise, they would be too late. This was not a mere contingent of hundreds or thousands capable of departing City Z at any moment. Guan Li conservatively estimated that at least several tens of thousands resided within the survivor camp. Without prior preparation, the convoy would fail to escape City Z. He did possess another option, to lead the Legion and depart City Z alone. However, the journey to Yang City spans at least tens of thousands of kilometers. The perils along the way are unknown to Guan Li. Thus, it is prudent to follow the main force and quietly amass wealth. Let others bear the brunt, while one reaps the rewards. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, one can withdraw at any moment. This is the essence of stability. The Z City Tower stands as a landmark. Guan Li is well aware of its location. He first dispatched soldiers from the Legion to scour for supplies, then proceeded with Long K towards the Z City Tower. Outside the Z City Tower, armored vehicles sped forth. Time was of the essence, and the base forces began a frenzied collection of resources. After several days of modification, a 5-meter-high earthen wall was erected outside the Z City Tower. These walls were the handiwork of Earth mages, boasting commendable defensive capabilities. They could effectively hinder ordinary zombies. Artillery pieces were mounted atop the earthen wall, aimed directly at the ground below. Soldiers patrolled the wall, ready to eliminate any zombies that dared to approach. Guan Li arrived outside the Z City Tower and gazed at the earthen wall. Though rudimentary, the swift construction of such fortifications within days was a testament to the efforts of the base forces. With no materials at hand, they relied solely on the Earth mages to accumulate resources bit by bit. Guan Li, accompanied by Long K, approached the base of the wall. In its normal state, Long K bore no distinction from a human. We are survivors from outside. We heard that the base forces planned to evacuate in 3 days, so we came specifically. Guan Li had prepared his lines well. A soldier conducted a brief inspection, confirming they were uninfected. You may enter. Turn right to register your identity, the soldier instructed. Understood. Guan Li nodded in agreement, fully cooperative. He entered the camp and proceeded to the right, where, as the soldier had indicated, there was a simple registration process in place. This was primarily to ascertain the number of survivors within the camp. Successful registration would yield a certificate, which could be exchanged for a meal. Although it consisted of merely a bowl of thin gruel, it was sufficient for many. Hello, sir. The registrar was a girl of pure appearance, clad in professional attire that showcased her long, fair legs. Hello, I am a newly arrived survivor. Guan Li replied with a smile, revealing his bright white teeth. Name, strength, The girl posed two straightforward questions. Guan Li, my strength is likely at 4-star intermediate. He responded with a grin, revealing no hint of concealment. Ah, how impressive. She smiled back. Most survivors typically possess around 3-star strength, so a 4-star intermediate ranking was already above average. Furthermore, Guan Li was quite handsome. You're not too shabby yourself. 3-star intermediate. Guan Li quickly assessed the girl's strength. It was evident she was fortunate, at least not destined to become a mere plaything. Thank you. And what about this gentleman? She asked, glancing at Long Quebec Long K. 5-star beginner. He responded to the registrars according to Guan Li's words. Wow. Truly impressive for such youth. The girl said with a radiant smile. Primarily, Long Chia is even more handsome than Guan Li. In earlier times, he would undoubtedly be a top-tier idol, mastering singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. All right, here are your credentials. The girl handed over 2 certificates, each bearing their names and an official seal. With these credentials, they could obtain food. However, the two's prowess likely wouldn't necessitate such provisions, she teased. After a brief exchange, Guan Li departed with Long Chia. By inquiring with passers-by, he discerned the location of the military command's upper echelons, the Z City building. Situated at the very heart of the camp, finding an unoccupied corner, he consumed an invisibility potion, instructing Long Chia to wait there while he stealthily entered the building. Striding confidently towards the entrance, he encountered a dozen fully armed soldiers stationed there. To gain entry, one must present appropriate documentation. Spotting an officer poised to enter the building, he followed closely behind, successfully blending in. Chapter 91. Encountering Wang Yu, the entrance door closed behind him as he followed the officer into the elevator. Ascending to the top floor. During the journey, he consumed a vial of invisibility potion. Upon reaching the summit, he encountered numerous armed soldiers. Su Yunjian approached him. Commander. Guan Li greeted the officer by his side. Su Yunjian nodded, then departed in the elevator. Commander. Surely a high-ranking position. Guan Li took note of the man's appearance. With a swift application of disguise, his features transformed rapidly. In a room devoid of surveillance, Su Yunjian swaggered out. Commander. Several soldiers promptly saluted. Su Yunjian nodded. Oh. Commander, your voice. A soldier expressed confusion. Cough, cough. My throat is a bit uncomfortable. Su Yunjian explained. Oh, I see. Weren't you just leaving? The soldier recalled seeing Su Yunjian exit in the elevator. I suddenly remembered something important to command. Please summon the adjutant. Su Yunjian instructed. Understood. Should I go to your office? The soldier inquired. Yes, to my office. Guan Li, utilizing his perceptive abilities, swiftly located Su Yunjian's office. Fortunately, it was not secured by an electronic lock. Employing a lock-picking technique, he stealthily opened the door while unobserved. Knock, knock, knock. Minutes later, a knock resonated. Come in. Su Yunjian called from his armchair. The door creaked open, and a young adjutant stepped in. Commander, you summoned me? The adjutant asked. I have concerns regarding the spatial rift. It seems rather precarious. Dispatch personnel to monitor it closely. Su Yunjian stated solemnly. Have them reassess the estimated time of activation. We must evacuate early rather than late. Su Yunjian insisted. Yes, I will send someone immediately. The adjutant nodded. Good. That will be all. You may attend to your duties. Su Yunjian concluded. Understood. The adjutant exited the room. This disguise is indeed effective, but alas, it cannot alter one's voice. Su Yunjian murmured to himself as he rose to leave the room. Commander. The guard soldiers promptly saluted. Su Yunjian nodded and sauntered out confidently. Do you think the commander has lost his mind? He doesn't usually walk like that. One soldier remarked. In a room free from surveillance, Guan Li reverted to his original appearance. Should Su Yunjian leave the building, imitating him would surely result in exposure, leading to unnecessary complications. In a blind spot of the surveillance, he consumed the invisibility potion and followed an officer, successfully exiting the building. Upon returning to the location where Long Chia was stationed, he dispelled the invisibility effect. Let us go. The task is complete. Guan Li emerged from the shadows, just as he was about to leave the camp with Long Chia. A voice called out, Li go. A voice suddenly called out to him. Huh? This voice is unmistakably familiar. Guan Li turned around to see a burly man, towering at 6 feet tall, lunging towards him. Holy cow. A dead gay. Guan Li was startled and quickly dodged. Wang Yu missed his target and almost fell flat on his face. Ouch. Li go. It's me. Wang Yu thought Guan Li might not recognize him. Damn. I only dodged because I knew it was you. If it were a girl, I would have gladly embraced it. Unfortunately, you are a gay man. Guan Li remarked disdainfully. I was just too excited. I'm not gay. Wang Yu hurriedly clarified. Why are 3 people missing? Guan Li inquired. Noticing that only 3 members remained in Wang Yu's group. If memory serves me right, it should have been a 6-man team. This leaves only two possibilities. They parted ways or they perished. Wang Yu fell silent, and after a moment, he finally spoke. They are dead. Lu Tianming was infected by the zombie virus. I was the one who sent him off. Xiaobin sacrificed himself to save me. Pierced through the body by a headbutting creature. Li Ming fell by human hands. During that ambush, his head was shattered by a bullet. Wang Yu gritted his teeth. His hands clenched tightly. May you find peace. Do not blame yourself too harshly. In this damned apocalypse, no one knows what may happen. Guan Li patted his shoulder. Wang Yu nodded. Are you heading to Yancheng? Guan Li asked. Yes. Xiaobin's family is in Yancheng. I promised him that if his parents are still alive, I would take care of them. Wang Yu responded. What about your parents? Guan Li recalled that Wang Yu was a local. Wang Yu fell silent, and Guan Li understood the answer. My condolences. The deceased are gone. In this apocalypse, death has become commonplace. Thank you, Li Gu. Wang Yu replied. After a brief conversation, Guan Li learned about the trio's circumstances. They were fortunate enough to have all gained abilities. Wang Yu acquired the class of Holy Light Warrior, not only possessing great physical strength but also the ability to unleash holy light to attack foes. Xian obtained the class of Mechanic, capable of crafting wondrous inventions from mechanical parts. Yuhai became a beast tamer, able to tame mutated creatures. According to them, each breakthrough carries a chance to comprehend new skills. Li Gu, you must be a summoner, right? Wang Yu asked, recalling Guan Li's team of skeletal warriors. Yes. Guan Li nodded, offering no further explanation. Li Gu, who is this brother? Why not introduce him? Wang Yu turned to Long Jie. Long Jie, my little brother. Guan Li smiled, revealing a broad grin. Long Gu, hello. The group quickly greeted one another. Guan Li's little brother was their big brother. Long Jie nodded. He tends to be rather reticent. Guan Li explained. They are all poised to follow the base army to Yanqing. Wang Yu is driven by a promise. Yuhai, unencumbered by ties, has decided to join Wang Yu. Xian's father works in Yanqing. Although hope seems rather dim, he wishes to take a chance. Li Gu, will you also be heading to Yanqing? Wang Yu inquired. Indeed. Z City is far too perilous. Guan Li nodded in agreement. Regardless, one cannot remain in Z City. Splendid. On the evacuation route, should you require anything, just say the word, and I, Wang Yu, will surely deliver. Wang Yu proclaimed earnestly. Through the incident involving Xiaobin, Guan Li has come to realize that Wang Yu is exceptionally loyal. Once he commits to something, he will endeavor with all his might to fulfill it. We'll see when you surpass me. Guan Li smiled faintly. Currently, Wang Yu possesses the strength of a 4-star elite, while Xian and Yuhai are at the intermediate 4-star level. I have matters to attend to and must leave the camp for a while. You all should hasten. The base army will commence evacuation within 2 days. Guan Li advised. 2 days? Didn't the base army say 3 days? Wang Yu expressed his confusion. Trust me. Guan Li refrained from elaborating and left with Long. Let us prepare swiftly. Li Ji's words are undoubtedly reliable. Wang Yu felt a profound admiration for Guan Li. Chapter 92. News of early evacuation in the communications room. The adjutant picked up the communication device. Thunder Team. Bloodblade Team. Please respond. A crackling sound followed. Received. Please proceed. The leaders of both teams replied to the adjutant. Han Feng, Luoze, your mission is temporarily suspended, the adjutant announced. Adjutant Zhou Yuan, what are your instructions? Both teams, being part of the base military, were absolutely obedient to its commands. Immediately proceed to the spatial rift and assess the situation. Report any anomalies promptly. Zhou Yuan instructed. Understood. Adjutant Zhou Yuan. The two leaders severed the communication. Boss, what is the situation? In the chaotic supermarket, the Thunder team was scavenging for supplies. Though the team consisted of only a dozen members, they were all elite. Each member possessed a minimum strength of 5 stars at the initial level and were all endowed with abilities. According to Adjutant Zhou Yuan's latest orders, we need to visit the spatial rift. Han Feng stated as he put down the walkie-talkie. What about these supplies? One team member inquired. I will inspect the vicinity of the spatial rift. You all continue with your tasks. We will regroup on Yunshi Road in 3 hours. As the captain of Thunder Team, Han Feng boasted a strength of 5 stars at the advanced level. He had acquired the profession of Fire Fist Warrior, enabling him to unleash fire magic like a mage while engaging in close combat like a warrior. He was truly a master of both magic and martial arts. All right. Be safe, Captain Han. The team members did not attempt to dissuade him. They were well aware of Han Feng's capabilities. Take care as well. Retreat promptly in case of emergencies. Han Feng imparted a few more words. He had developed a profound camaraderie with these team members. If possible, he wished for no sacrifices. Shortly thereafter, Han Feng arrived at the vicinity of the spatial rift. Oh, Captain Han, you arrived quite swiftly. A voice called out. Han Feng turned and launched a punch. Fiery flames erupted instantaneously. Whoosh. A fierce whirlwind dispersed the flames. Captain Han, you struck quite fiercely. Luo Zhe gracefully descended to the ground, utilizing the wind's force. Lighten up. Next time, you should give my newly mastered skill a try. Han Feng chuckled. Come on, old Han, that's not fair. We agreed to be lazy together. Yet you've secretly grown stronger. Luo Zhe remarked with a smirk. The spatial rift has expanded. Han Feng was the first to speak up. What? Luo Zhe exclaimed in surprise. He looked up to see that the 3-meter-long rift had now widened to 6 meters. What was once an inconspicuous black fissure was gradually instilling a sense of dread. Hiss. At this rate, within 3 days, the monsters will descend upon Z City. Luo Zhe gasped in shock. Fortunately, Adjutant Zhou Yuan instructed us to come and investigate. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble. Han Feng nodded in agreement. If the team had waited 3 days to evacuate, monsters from the spatial rift have descended upon City Z. At that moment, the team may find it impossible to escape the city. The consequences are unimaginable. Crackle. Vice Officer Zhou Yuan. I bear unfortunate news. Luo Feng grasped the communication device, connecting with the camp. What is it? Zhou Yuan inquired solemnly. The spatial rift has expanded to 6 meters, and its rate of growth is accelerating. Within 3 days, monsters will arrive. Han Feng reported all the intelligence he had gathered to Zhou Yuan. 3 days? If that is indeed the case, we are in grave trouble. You too. Make haste to return. The opportunity for retreat may need to be moved up. Zhou Yuan declared. Understood. We will gather the supplies and return immediately. Han Feng ended the communication. We must hurry. Time is of the essence. Luo Zhe urged. Agreed. Onward. Han Feng slightly bent his legs, leaping several meters into the air. In midair, he unleashed flames from his hands. The tremendous force propelled him another 10 meters. Goodness. You certainly know how to put on a show. Observing Han Feng gradually vanish, Luo Zhe felt his eyelids twitch. He too wasted no time, making his way towards the designated location. The team would commence its retreat by the morning after tomorrow at the latest. Once they abandon City Z, they will lose their stable food supply. Therefore, it is imperative to gather as many supplies as possible before the retreat. At the survivor camp. Attention, everyone. The team will evacuate in 2 days. I urge you all to prepare promptly. The camp's loudspeaker announced. Goodness. Brother Li is amazing. A true prophet. Wang Yu exclaimed. Little did they know. All of this was part of Guan Li's plan. We have little to pack in the camp. Four-eyed, were you not just clamoring for that robot? Let us go. Brother Yu will get it for you. Wang Yu said. Really? Four-eyed exclaimed with excitement. When has Brother Yu ever deceived you? Follow Brother Yu. And you'll always have a hearty meal. Wang Yu patted Four-eyed on the shoulder. His profession is that of a mechanic. He can enhance his own capabilities through mechanical devices. Only Four-eyed knows the specifics of how to operate them. Oh joy. Long live Brother Yu. Love you loads. Four-eyed attempted to leap forward, but Wang Yu kicked him aside. He finally comprehended Guan Li's sentiments. Guan Li dashed through the streets alongside Long Jie. How dare those who threaten me? They truly seek death. Just after leaving the camp, he received news from the Legion soldiers. A small squad of skeleton knife and shield soldiers was ambushed by humans while gathering supplies. The squad fought valiantly, taking down over 10 adversaries, but ultimately faced annihilation. With their supplies seized. Master, the leader of the opposing group is a 6-star novice awakened, possessing the profession of a bug tamer, accompanied by a 5-star elite flame beetle. The team comprises 40 remaining members, with 10 5-star awakened and the rest being 4-star awakened. Eileen's voice echoed in his mind. She was the closest to the scene. 6-star beginner. Eileen, keep a close watch on those individuals. Do not act recklessly. I shall arrive shortly. Guan spoke. Understood, Master. Eileen concealed herself within a towering building. Ha! What a bountiful harvest. These supplies will suffice for a lavish indulgence back at the camp, exclaimed a man with a scarred face. I have had my eyes on a pair of sisters for quite some time. This return will allow me to claim them, laughed a corpulent man. His face resembling a mass of flesh, wielding a butcher's knife, exuding a menacing aura. Humph. I wonder which fools sent out summoned creatures to gather resources. They cost me a dozen men. The leader remarked darkly. Although they had the advantage of surprise and numbers, the skeletal soldiers were exceedingly peculiar. Even severed from their heads, they persisted in survival. It took the lives of over 10 men to finally eliminate them all. Lin Go, rest assured, with so many summoned beings lost, that fellow will either be dead or rendered useless. The group was evidently aware of the weaknesses of summoned beasts. If a summoned creature fell, its summoner would suffer as well. Humph, he got off too easily. If I encounter him, I shall feed him to the worms. Wouldn't you agree, darling? Lin Hai said, stroking the fiery beetle beside him, which resembled a car. This was the evolved form of the crimson flame beetle, capable of spewing fire. Chapter 93, Retribution, gather the supplies. Let us depart. Bring along the equipment as well, Lin Hai commanded. Understood, replied the scarred man. Everyone, pack your belongings. We are preparing to return, the butcher declared, his bulk shaking as he spoke. Lin Hai was acutely aware that the base's forces were about to withdraw from City Z. Hence, before their departure, it was imperative to collect ample resources. Sustaining such a large group was no trivial endeavor. Master, they are preparing to leave, Aileen reported to Guan Li. Not a problem. I have arrived, Guan Li responded. Proceed. Understood. Aileen did not hesitate. She drew back her bowstring, taking aim at the butcher's head. Whoosh. The sound of slicing air echoed as an ice arrow shot forth. The butcher, squatting to lift the supplies from the ground, suddenly felt a surge of danger. His body went rigid, and he raised his cleaver towards the sky. Swish. The ice arrow was cleaved in two. Damn it. Someone is ambushing us, the butcher exclaimed. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been a lifeless corpse by now. Stay alert. Lin Hai was equally startled to find himself embroiled in a black-on-black scenario. Above, Lin Hai's subordinates quickly pinpointed Eileen's location, endowed with the ability of keen sight. Die. One man lifted his sniper rifle and aimed at Aileen. In response, Aileen released her arrow towards him. Whoosh. Bang. The sniper's bullet struck the wall of the room, while the arrow found its mark in the man's head. Ugh. The man convulsed a few times before collapsing to the ground. Brother Lin, it's just one person, and a pretty young lady at that, remarked the keen-sighted man. Damn. Does she dare to act so brazenly alone? Brothers, capture her alive. Let's have ourselves a feast. Lin Hai promptly altered his strategy, just as the group intended to ascend. A heavy thundering sound resonated from the surrounding streets. What is happening? An earthquake? The butcher's flesh trembled in agitation. Be cautious. That girl may have accomplices, Lin Hai shouted urgently. As uncertainty enveloped them, a silver lion suddenly lunged around the corner. Ah! The underling near the corner was instantly knocked down by the silver lion. His body torn asunder, blood gushing forth as he screamed in agony. Brother Lin, save me. The underling's lower half desperately crawled towards Lin Hai. Die. Kyle shot him through the skull. 20 silver lion cavalrymen appeared in an instant around the corner. The path ahead was now completely blocked. Brothers, do not panic. These fellows are merely of 5-star initial strength. We have the numbers. Lin Hai, ever the formidable character, quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of astonishment. He recognized that although the cavalry's presence was intimidating, their actual prowess was limited to 5-star initial strength. In a true battle, they held the advantage. He is a 6-star novice awakener, walking into a trap. These silver lions, I shall gladly accept. The scar-faced man's eyes lit up. Thud, thud, thud. Before the crowd could rejoice, a dull sound of footsteps echoed from the street corner behind them. Over 50 armored soldiers had already surrounded the street, leaving no room for escape. The iron-blooded aura emanating from these soldiers struck fear into the hearts of all present. Brother Lin, what should we do now? They have more people. One timid underling inquired. What is there to fear? The outcome remains uncertain. Lin Hai suppressed his inner shock. An uneasy premonition loomed over him. Their arrival was too coincidental. Brother Lin, look quickly. Another underling shouted. From the left alley, dozens of dark figures emerged. 50 shadow sword cultivators had surrounded them from the left. Brother Lin, let us retreat. The scar-faced man wavered. There was a small alley on the right where they could escape. Just as his words fell, a furious voice thundered, You dare touch my skeletons. Bone. Accompanied by skeletal soldiers, sealed off the right alley. Elven archers peered down from the surrounding buildings. The moment Lin Hai saw Bone, he understood he had stepped into a dire situation. Brother Lin, what should we do? The scar-faced man was bewildered. The bravado he had shown moments ago evaporated instantly. The overwhelming strength was insurmountable. Even if Lin Qian was a 6-star novice, how many could he contend with? Those cloaked swordsmen all possessed the prowess of 5-star elites. Gentlemen, is there some misunderstanding? Lin Hai immediately conceded. In such a crushing predicament, he saw no chance of victory. You kill my soldiers. You plunder my resources. Do you think there's a misunderstanding? Guan Li slowly emerged from behind the Silver Lion Knights. My brother, it was a misunderstanding. I shall compensate you double for your losses. What say you? Lin Hai was utterly despondent. 2 6-star awakened beings could easily obliterate him. Those who offend Guan Li shall be punished, no matter how far. Guan Li's sword pointed directly at Lin Hai. Soldiers, charge with me. Annihilate them. Kyle raised his spear, initiating the charge. Damn it. We fight to the end. Lin Hai realized there was no possibility of reconciliation. In a narrow confrontation, only the brave would prevail. Fire. Eileen commanded the elven archers to attack. Several underlings were instantly pierced by arrows. Bone wielded a massive blade, cleaving one underling in half. It was already seething with rage, having lost its own soldiers to an ambush. The shadow swordsmen infiltrated the crowd. Those underlings were no match for them. Before they could retaliate, they were silenced by a single sword strike. 40 underlings were slaughtered in an instant. Lin Hai commanded the flame beetles to attack Guan Li first. The flame beetles charged forward like a car, barreling towards Guan Li. Long Xie burst forth, delivering a powerful punch to the flame beetle, sending it reeling back with terrifying force. Use the flame jet. Lin Hai directed the flame beetle. A flame surged forth, instantly directed towards Long Xie. With a powerful thrust of its legs, Long Xie evaded the fiery onslaught of the blazing beetle. It landed upon the back of the creature, bringing down its forceful blow upon the beetle's head. The horrifying impact shattered the beetle's cranium, unleashing a torrent of green insect blood. In agony, the blazing beetle attempted to throw Long Xie off, yet its arms clung resolutely to the creature's back. Silence! Long Xie rasped. As a chilling ray of ice emanated from its grasp, the beetle's head was instantly pierced through. You have slain the blazing beetle, earning 2,000 points. The system's notification chimed. Now it is your turn. Long Xie seized the carcass of the blazing beetle, hurling it towards Lin Hai. Damn it! My treasure! Lin Hai roared, his body beginning to contort grotesquely. Moments later, he transformed into a hybrid of man and insect. I shall devour you! Lin Hai bellowed, his eyes aflame with rage, as he charged toward Long Xie. His clawed fists, encased in a hardened shell, descended upon Long Xie. Alas, the anticipated carnage did not unfold. Long Xie effortlessly intercepted the blow. It is my turn. With a swift strike of the silver serpent claw, Lin Hai was driven forcefully into the ground. A resounding thrum echoed in Lin Hai's head as he found himself pinned beneath Long Xie's foot, which rained down relentless blows upon him. Lacking finesse, each strike was fueled by raw emotion. The crimson shell of Lin Hai was pummeled to a pulp, with blood gushing forth incessantly. Chapter 94. The Aquarium. Alas, what a tragedy. Why must you take the lives of my men? No, wait, the skeletons. Guan Li stood before Lin Hai, his appearance a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. His armor lay shattered, remnants of the dragon's onslaught. The faint breaths escaping his nostrils confirmed he was still alive. Not a trace of compassion marred Guan Li's visage. These wretches were unworthy of pity. Having provoked his ire, they must brace themselves for his wrathful retribution. Spare me. Lin Hai pleaded weakly. That is out of the question. Guan Li brandished the severed head of the scarred face before Lin Hai. To let you go would be grossly unfair to these souls. As the leader, it is only fitting that you accompany them. He presented the disfigured visage, which was now a mask of terror. Ah, demon, devil. Lin Hai's gaze fell upon the head, and he spiraled into despair. His body quaked uncontrollably, an inexplicable dread enveloping his heart. Go ahead and kill him. Guan Li disregarded Lin Hai's protests. This time, Long Xie did not hold back, delivering a fatal blow that shattered Lin Hai's skull. Do not consume the corpse. Guan Li commanded Long Xie. After all, it was human flesh, even in death. He could tolerate Long Xie devouring any other flesh, but humanity was beyond the pale. That was his unyielding boundary. Of course, exceptions could be made during extraordinary times. Yes, master. Long Xie retracted its ravenous claws, yielding fully to Guan Li's directive. Clear the battlefield. Retrieve the supplies. Guan Li instructed. At once, the soldiers quickly mobilized. Moments later, the battlefield was rendered spotless. 45 4-star crystal cores, 6 5-star crystal cores, 15 blue cards, and 1 purple card were among the spoils. 800 pounds of rice and 200 pounds of flour constituted the entirety of the gains from the 10 skeletal soldiers. Master, upon our arrival, we secured the supplies in a safe location. They can now be retrieved. Kyle announced. The incident had occurred abruptly. The soldiers could not carry supplies into battle. Very well. Continue your search. However, the team configuration requires adjustment. Form groups of 30, ensuring a balanced mix of melee, ranged, and shield bearers. Kyle, your unit is exempt. The cavalry possesses sufficient mobility to withdraw unscathed. Guan Li swiftly assigned the forthcoming tasks. Understood. Several commanders responded. By tomorrow evening at the latest, the entire camp shall regroup. Guan Li concluded with a final admonition before departing with Long Xie. The commanders commenced communication, establishing their respective teams. As dusk descended, Guan Li arrived at the location where the supplies were concealed. He collected all the resources gathered by the soldiers and stored them within his spatial ring. The total haul amounted to 24-star crystal cores, 112 5-star crystal cores, 310 blue cards, and 21 purple cards. Additionally, there were 10,000 pounds of rice and 7,000 pounds of flour. Due to their portability, these staple goods were the primary focus of the search. As darkness enveloped the world, Guan Li did not wander aimlessly through the night. The night, indeed, is the most perilous of times. In the vast city of Z, There undoubtedly lurked even more terrifying creatures. Just because Guan Li had not encountered them did not imply their absence. In the dimly lit room, he retrieved a long-lasting lamp. The flickering flame illuminated the surroundings considerably. It was a cozy little abode, adorned with a family portrait on the wall, a handsome man, a beautiful woman, and a delightful baby. The room bore the marks of neglect, suggesting it had long been unoccupied. When the apocalypse erupted, this family must have ventured far away, unaware that this departure would render them forever unable to return. He entered the kitchen and discovered that the gas was still operational. From his spatial ring, he procured several bottles of bottled water and a few packets of instant noodles, adding the tender meat of a fire beetle's legs into the pot, along with a universal seasoning. Instantly, the kitchen was enveloped in a tantalizing aroma. Once the noodles were ready, Guan Li placed them directly on the dining table. "Long Chia, would you care for some?" he inquired, glancing at Long Chia, who was lounging on the sofa. "I prefer blood and flesh." Long Chia replied with a stiff shake of his head. Clearly, it was not interested in such cooked fare. "Alas, you simply do not appreciate the delights of life." Guan Li sighed and began to enjoy his noodles. The meat from the fire beetle's legs proved to be exceptionally succulent, brimming with energy. After consuming a bowl of the delectable dish, Guan Li let out a satisfied belch. "Ah, how refreshing. Time for a good night's sleep. You shall keep watch tonight." Guan Li instructed Long Chia. "Certainly, master," Long Chia replied, settling onto the sofa with its gaze fixed on the entrance. Guan Li then retreated to the bedroom. The bed was spacious and soft, with a new quilt. He collapsed onto it and was instantly enveloped by slumber. Roars of zombies echoed outside the survivor camp. "Damn it! Just when we thought it was safe, a horde appears," commanded one soldier. "Suppress them with firepower. Eliminate them." Soldiers on the earthen wall unleashed a frenzied barrage. One by one, the zombies fell, yet new ones surged forth, launching an aggressive assault on the wall. Ability team, requesting support. The soldiers, realizing they were losing control of the horde, lamented, "Can't we have some peace after just returning?" Han Feng leaped down, flames erupting from his hands. Surrounding zombies were ignited instantly. With a powerful punch, the flaming zombies exploded in a spectacular display. "Captain Han! Incredible!" exclaimed the soldiers atop the wall, astonished by his prowess that had dispatched at least a dozen zombies with a single blow. "Old Han, showing off is your downfall," Luoze remarked, wielding wind blades to dispatch nearby zombies. Hey, look who's here, brothers." A burly man crashed into the horde, wielding a 3-meter-long pole to sweep away the surrounding zombies. "Wow, Su Ding has actually returned," Luoze exclaimed. "Of course, your Thunder and Blood Blade teams are back. How could my Battle Marshal team lag behind?" Su Ding declared with exuberance. His figure began to swell continuously. Roar, a small giant, standing at nearly 3 meters tall, emerged upon the battlefield. With the assistance of the capability team, the horde of the undead was swiftly eradicated. At dawn, Guan Li awoke punctually. He turned over, got out of bed, and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. A few slices of bread served as his breakfast. After finishing, he set off with Long Chia. The objective for the day was the aquarium. Before the retreat, Guan Li wished to take a glimpse at the King of Turtles. If the opportunity arose, he would not mind dealing with it casually. After all, the aquarium was not far from the survivors' camp. A day was ample time for a round trip. Guan Li moved with great speed. Before noon, he arrived at the aquarium. The aquarium had undergone significant changes. The once bustling ticket booth was now haunted by a few zombies. Boom. The zombies spotted Guan Li and lunged directly at him. Long Chia acted swiftly, eliminating them instantly. The bodies were devoured entirely. "Let us go." Guan Li advanced towards the aquarium. The once lively aquarium now lay in utter silence. The creatures that once captivated spectators had vanished completely. Without pausing, Guan Li made his way directly to the turtle exhibit. Chapter 95, The Xianlei Jiao Legion. In the dimly lit corridor, several zombies were aimlessly wandering. Their attire revealed them to be former employees of the aquarium. Upon sighting the living, the zombies exhibited an unsettling excitement, shuffling towards Guan Li with unsteady steps. With a swift motion, Long Chia's devouring claws severed them in half. It had been quite some time since it last feasted, and the sound of flesh being gnawed upon echoed through the air. The poor zombies had become sustenance for Long Chia. These employee zombies were merely a minor interlude, for lacking the consumption of flesh and the absorption of light rain. Their strength was only at a 2-star level. "Let us proceed." Guan Li wasted no time, calling upon Long Chia as they made their way towards the turtle exhibition area. If the Xuanjia Turtle King had not vacated, it was highly probable it would be found there. After a few minutes of walking, a staircase appeared before Guan Li. The sign nearby bore the words Turtle Area in bold letters. He ascended the staircase, and at its summit lay a vast, isolated island. Gasping, Guan Li gazed towards the island, taken aback by the sight of enormous skeletal remains scattered about. These creatures had likely been part of the exhibition. A colossal tortoise lay sprawled on the island, lazily basking in the sun. Its limbs were covered in dark scales, and its shell rose high, resembling a small mountain. Sharp spikes surrounded it, glinting ominously, while blood and flesh still clung to its formidable teeth. The Xuanjia Turtle King had not departed. It remained, presumably to hunt the marine creatures of the exhibition area. From the earlier observations, it seemed all the aquarium's inhabitants had already become its prey. Name: Xuanjia Turtle King. King level, potential, black iron strength, 7-star initial skills, ominous evaluation, an evolved creature from ordinary turtles. Possessing terrifying defensive capabilities and able to wield water and earth elements. Guan Li scanned the giant tortoise, and the system promptly provided information. Black iron level potential, 7-star initial strength. The prowess of the Xuanjia Turtle King was significantly superior to that of the silver horn giant python. Observing its imposing shell, Guan Li was instantly deterred from confrontation. After all, turtle species are known for their high defense and thick vitality. Although he possessed the bloodthirsty blade capable of breaching defenses, the Xuanjia Turtle King was no mere wooden entity. It would retaliate. Moreover, this was its domain. If he were not careful and were dragged into the water, he could very well be exhausted to death. Guan Li felt a sense of conflict. This was indeed a hot potato. Very well. I shall spare your life. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to depart. Were it not for the looming threat of spatial rifts, he might have chosen to engage in a prolonged battle. Ding. The Tianlin Python Legion has completed its evolution. Please check the system. Guan Li abruptly halted. The evolution had finally concluded. Eagerly, he accessed the system. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Xianlei Jiao Legion. The system's notification chimed once more. A Jiao dragon? Guan Li's expression transformed into one of elation. The celestial-scaled python has certainly not disappointed me. There exists a significant disparity in both lineage and strength between pythons and flood dragons. He summoned forth the Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion, and a purple summoning array gradually materialized before Guan Li. 6 dark purple flood dragons emerged from the array, exuding an air of majesty, each adorned with a singular horn atop their heads, from which flickered traces of lightning. Their purple scales were meticulously aligned, and 4 powerful claws intertwined with violet lightning. A slight exertion left 5 deep claw marks on the hardened ground. Thank you, my lord, for granting us a new life. The leader, Songlin, prostrated before Guan Li, bowing his lofty head in deference. Having advanced into a flood dragon, Songlin had attained a level of sentience. The Xianlei flood dragons measured over 6 meters in length and more than a meter in width. As the commander of the legion, Songlin was even more formidable, being approximately 9 meters long and over 2 meters wide. Guan Li opened the panel for the Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion to assess its capabilities. Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion, upgradable, non-expandable, number 5 potential, silver, strength, intermediate 6 stars, commander, Songlin, skills, Xianlei Break, Flood Dragon Tail Sweep, Thunder Horn Kill, Water Manipulation, Thunder Claw, Thunder Scale Armor, Xianlei Annihilation, impressive. Remarkably impressive. Guan Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion possessed an initial strength of intermediate 6 stars, boasting as many as 7 skills, along with silver-level potential. The only drawback was its lack of expandability. The expansion card he had prepared was rendered useless. System. Extract Water Manipulation. Guan Li did not hesitate and directly extracted the skill. Moments later, he mastered Water Manipulation, a technique enabling him to breathe underwater and manipulate water, albeit at the cost of energy. With the Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion and the water manipulation skill at his disposal, Guan Li felt a surge of confidence in his ability to vanquish the armored Tortoise King. As he prepared to spring into action, a sound echoed from the passage below. Who goes there? Guan Li instantly became alert, unable to fathom who else might appear in this forsaken place. Long Xia, Songlin. He gripped the bloodthirsty blade tightly, ready to eliminate any creature that might emerge from the passage. Suddenly, a massive head appeared, emanating a chilling aura. It was a crocodile. Wait, this creature looks somewhat familiar. Guan Li quickly gestured for Long Xia and Songlin to halt. Oh, is that you? Behind the giant crocodile, a striking figure emerged. It was Han Xiaolu. Guan Li. Han Xiaolu exclaimed, clearly recognizing him. What brings you here? Guan Li maintained his vigilance, as he was not inclined to trust anyone easily in this apocalyptic world, especially since he had only met Han Xiaolu once before. He was not one to be easily swayed by a mere woman's presence. Should the other party exhibit the slightest hint of anomaly, he would not hesitate to take action. Behold, the king of tortoises. I yearn to vanquish it. Han Xiaolu uttered the most ruthless words in the most adorable tone. Guan Li observed the other closely but detected no signs of abnormality, which indicated that Han Xiaolu was not lying. At the very least, she genuinely wished to eliminate the Xuanjia king. Is it because of your crocodile? Guan Li inquired, gazing at her. Yes. The little crocodile requires its crystal core. I had initially planned to wait a while longer. However, the base forces are set to withdraw tomorrow. Thus, I wish to seize this opportunity. Han Xiaolu remained as unguarded as before. Her character, having survived until now, was nothing short of miraculous. Guan Li was uncertain whether she was feigning ignorance or truly naive. Name: Ice Giant Crocodile, Evolvable, Potential, 8 stars Strength, 6 stars Advanced Abilities, Ice Armor, Ice Breath. Frenzied Tail Whip, Death Strangulation Evaluation, a colossal crocodile imbued with the bloodline of ice, possessing formidable potential. He scanned the ice giant crocodile as the system swiftly provided information. Chapter 96. Collaboration. Guan Li was taken aback to discover that the frost giant crocodile had reached the advanced 6-star level. It must be said that Han Xiaolu possessed some remarkable abilities. Surviving in this apocalyptic world suggested that he was no fool. However, he had just acquired the Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion. If he truly intended to eliminate Han Xiaolu, it would likely not pose a significant challenge. Guan Li, you were the one who asked. Now it's my turn. Han Xiaolu spoke up. You may inquire, Guan Li replied, lowering his arms. What brings you here? Han Xiaolu inquired. To slay the Xuanjia Turtle King. Guan Li stated without the slightest hesitation. Han Xiaolu's strength was commendable, and perhaps collaboration could be feasible. The frost giant crocodile could also engage in combat within the water. Oh, then our objectives align. Let us collaborate, Han Xiaolu said earnestly. Just as Guan Li was about to respond, options appeared before him. Option 1. Ambush Han Xiaolu, reward. Frost Giant Crocodile Corpse X1. Option 2. Pretend to agree. Seek an opportunity for a sneak attack, reward. Lightning Whip X1. Option 3. Choose to collaborate with Han Xiaolu to slay the Xuanjia Turtle King, reward. Skill Upgrade Opportunity X1. Shin Turtle Shell Shield X1. 7-star Crystal Core X1. The rewards for the first 2 options were far too meager. Guan Li disregarded them outright. Very well. The crystal core will be yours, and I shall take the corpse card. Guan Li proposed his terms. If they successfully vanquished the Xuanjia Turtle King, he would incur no losses. He would obtain the crystal core as well. Agreed. Han Xiaolu nodded. Let us strategize. Having established a collaborative relationship, a foundational trust was essential. Otherwise, cooperation would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Han Xiaolu's combat prowess primarily stemmed from the frost giant crocodile. Her own strength was merely at the advanced 5-star level. Guan Li had 100 ways to outsmart Han Xiaolu, so he felt no apprehension regarding any tricks she might employ. Is that a flood dragon? Han Xiaolu exclaimed, her earlier position only allowing her to see Guan Li. Thus, upon spotting the Xianlei flood dragon, she displayed a look of astonishment. Indeed, it is my pet. Guan Li casually offered an excuse. Impressive. I'll trade you my little crocodile for it. Han Xiaolu proposed. Frost giant crocodile, wah wah wah. Time is of the essence. Guan Li shot her a glance. Apologies. Han Xiaolu understood that now was not the time for jesting. I have been here before. Surrounding the Turtle King are 10 Xuanjia turtles guarding it. All these Xuanjia turtles have attained the initial 6-star level. Han Xiaolu shared the information she possessed with Guan Li. This information is quite significant. Guan Li remarked. Can your frost giant crocodile hold off the Xuanjia Turtle King? He gazed intently at Han Xiaolu. Yes, but not for long. Han Xiaolu pondered briefly before responding. Very well. You focus on holding back the Xuanjia Turtle King. I will deal with those Xuanjia turtles. Guan Li's plan was straightforward, to eliminate them one by one. Agreed. No problem. Han Xiaolu nodded. But you must hurry. I fear the little crocodile won't hold on. She blinked her large eyes, gazing eagerly at Guan Li. Rest assured. Not even the Flash Silver Hero can surpass my speed. Guan Li declared, subsequently producing a stack of supply cards. Take these. He thrust the cards into Han Xiaolu's hands. Wow, so many? Are you some kind of tycoon? Han Xiaolu exclaimed, staring at the numerous cards, which numbered at least in the hundreds. I hope you won't make any mistakes in the upcoming operation. This opportunity is singular. Guan Li said earnestly, looking at her. If the armored Turtle King becomes wary, killing it will be exceedingly difficult. Understood. Han Xiaolu nodded. As the battle commenced, Guan Li charged ahead, followed closely by Long Xie and the Xianlei Serpent Legion. Little Crocodile. Charge. Han Xiaolu commanded the ice giant crocodile. Roar. The ice giant crocodile bellowed, emerging from the passage. It swung its tail and surged towards the small island, which was not far from the shore. Guan Li swiftly crossed the stone bridge over the water. With a low hum, the armored Turtle King slowly rose, letting out a fierce roar. The surrounding armored turtles immediately reacted, launching an assault towards Guan Li. The armored turtle king lumbered forward, intent on attacking Guan Li. But the ice giant crocodile lunged from the water to bite at it. Crack! Its massive jaws clamped down on the armored turtle king's leg, shattering several black scales in an instant. With a roar of pain, the armored turtle king abandoned its attack on Guan Li and forcefully rammed its head into the ice giant crocodile, sending it flying. Songlin, Long Chia. Let us conclude this swiftly. Guan Li observed the ice giant crocodile being tossed aside and realized Han Shilu would not be able to endure for long. Understood, master. Songlin's claw struck the armored turtle, leaving 5 terrifying claw marks. Purple lightning surged forth as Songlin unleashed a purple lightning sphere from its mouth. The sphere crashed into the armored turtle, its formidable electrical power piercing the shell. Following this, it used its sharp claws to tear the shell apart, resulting in the immediate death of one armored turtle. Guan Li wielded the blood-sucking blade, easily penetrating the armored turtle's defenses. Swish! He slashed, and a gash appeared on the armored turtle's body. Blood-red tendrils spread out, sucking the flesh and blood from the armored turtle. Although the armored turtle's defenses were formidable, its movements were sluggish. Once ensnared by the blood-red tendrils, it could only succumb to their control. The blood-sucking blade moved with great speed, hollowing out the armored turtle in mere seconds. Guan Li withdrew the blade, the blood-red tendrils carrying a crystal core. He tucked the core away and swiftly advanced towards the other armored turtles. Boom! The armored turtle king bit down on the ice giant crocodile, its biting force rivaling that of the ice giant crocodile. With a violent tug, it ripped away large chunks of flesh, blood gushing forth. The ice giant crocodile gathered frosty armor to seal the wound. It opened its massive jaws, a chilling breath emanating instantly. The icy breath surged towards the Xuanjia turtle king. Unyielding, the Xuanjia turtle king trembled slightly, summoning a wall of earth that rose from the ground. The icy breath struck the earthen barrier, instantly freezing it. The colossal icy crocodile burst forth, its tail whipping fiercely. The frozen wall shattered in an instant. The massive tail crashed down upon the Xuanjia turtle king's head, delivering a terrifying force that shattered several of its scales. However, this blow also ignited its fury. The Xuanjia turtle king's claws seized the icy crocodile's tail. With a roar, the icy crocodile bellowed, striving to break free from the grasp. Alas, the strength of the Xuanjia turtle king was immense. The icy crocodile turned its head, gathering another icy breath in its mouth. Due to the supply card, it was capable of unleashing 2 powerful attacks in quick succession. A flicker of trepidation appeared in the Xuanjia turtle king's eyes. It was evident that it could not entirely disregard the threat of the icy breath. Nevertheless, the Xuanjia turtle king chose not to release its grip, instead condensing water attribute energy, preparing for a direct confrontation. Boom! The 2 terrifying breaths collided with one another, causing the ground to crack violently. The icy crocodile was gradually finding it difficult to endure. The Xuanjia turtle king's attack was overpowering the icy breath. Should it connect with the icy crocodile, it would undoubtedly inflict severe injury. Little Croc. Han Xiaolu felt a surge of anxiety. She conjured ice spikes in her hands and hurled them towards the Xuanjia turtle king. Yet, such an assault was merely a tickle to the formidable creature. It's over. Han Xiaolu felt a wave of despair. The icy crocodile was not only her pet, but also her companion. In a moment of dire urgency, a sword covered in tendrils interrupted the Xuanjia turtle king's assault. Chapter 97. Fierce battle with the armored tortoise with a remarkable leap. Guan Li grasped the blood-drinking blade and lunged towards the armored tortoise king. Clang! The tortoise's head was struck, causing it to recoil. Seizing the opportunity, the frost giant crocodile broke free from the tortoise's grip. First, to heal. As Guan Li thrust towards the tortoise, he cast forth dozens of intermediate recovery cards. This was not the time for frugality. The urgent need was to restore the frost giant crocodile's injuries swiftly. Little Croc. Han Xiaolu exclaimed, shattering the cards. A fusion of green light enveloped the wound on the crocodile's body. The potency of the intermediate recovery cards was formidable, with dozens activated simultaneously. The frost giant crocodile's injuries were instantly mended to their original state. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The armored tortoise king, regaining its senses, lunged at Guan Li with a fierce bite. Blood soul, slash. Guan Li conjured a crimson sword aura and struck towards the tortoise king. Swish. A layer of earthen armor materialized instantaneously on the tortoise's head. The blood soul slash collided with the armor, leaving a myriad of cracks. Guan Li, I shall assist you, Han Shilu declared, prompting the frost giant crocodile to launch an assault. Long K and the Thunder Dragon Serpent Legion also charged at the armored tortoise king. In Guan Li's hand, 3 cards appeared in an instant. Thunder Element Summoning Card. Without hesitation, he crushed the summoning card. Crack! 3 humanoid beings composed of electricity emerged before him. Attack! He commanded. The Thunder Element's arms swung vigorously, unleashing torrents of purple lightning upon the armored tortoise king. The lightning struck the tortoise shell, charring it black. Although the damage was minimal, the frequency was rapid. A concentrated assault on one area could yield surprising results. Ice Wolf Soul, Guan Li activated directly. A colossal Ice Wolf Soul materialized. Kill, Guan Li ordered. The Ice Wolf Soul charged at the armored tortoise king. He sought not substantial damage, but merely to distract the tortoise king. The wolf exhaled a chilling beam of frost, successfully freezing one of the tortoise's legs, causing it to falter. A prime opportunity. Guan Li gathered the blood demon's hand, feeling an inexhaustible power coursing through his arm. The blood-drinking blade shimmered with a sinister crimson light. With a decisive strike upon the armored tortoise king, crack, a gash appeared on its shell. The blood-drinking blade had reached the intermediate level of the 7 stars, complemented by a legendary talent. With all his might, Guan Li successfully breached the tortoise's defenses. Roar. The armored tortoise king howled in anguish, its eyes wide with disbelief. This human before it was capable of penetrating its formidable defenses. Energy surged within it, and the ice binding its leg shattered instantly. The tortoise's colossal shell emitted a yellowish glow, trembling slightly. With a sudden upheaval, spikes of earth erupted from the ground. Guan Li nimbly evaded the earthen spikes. While Long Ke revealed its complete form, the wings of the rift demon flapping as it ascended from the ground. The ice giant crocodile and the thunder serpent legion found themselves in a dire predicament. Their considerable size rendered them unable to evade the relentless barrage of earthen spikes, forcing them to endure the onslaught. The scales of the thunder serpent glimmered with a violet radiance, rendering the spikes ineffective upon impact. Meanwhile, the ice giant crocodile was shielded by a layer of icy armor, similarly withstanding the attack. Seizing the opportunity, the armored turtle king began its slow crawl toward the water. Think you can escape? Not a chance. Block its path. Guan Li reacted swiftly. The thunder serpent unleashed a continuous stream of thunderballs from its maw, striking the wounds of the armored turtle king. The flesh within those wounds was instantly charred, yet it pressed on, enduring excruciating pain as it crawled toward the water. Long Che dove toward the armored turtle king, his devouring claws striking with ferocity. With a sharp sound, the wounds of the armored turtle king were torn open anew, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. However, the armored turtle king remained undeterred, its momentum toward the water unstoppable due to its immense power and size. Upon entering the water, Guan Li's lips curled into a subtle smile. They had fallen into his trap. Indeed, the water was the domain of the turtle king, but only under the condition that its opponents lacked the ability to fight underwater. In reality, apart from Han Xiaolu, all of Guan Li's allies were capable of underwater combat. The ice giant crocodile and the thunder serpent required no further elaboration. Guan Li possessed the water manipulation technique. Long Che, essentially a puppet, had no need for breath. Though the armored turtle king became more agile in the water, it also exposed its fatal weakness, its underbelly. Without hesitation, Guan Li leaped into the water. Bubbles erupted as he activated his water manipulation technique. He felt no discomfort, able to breathe freely beneath the surface. Guan Li swam toward the armored turtle king with newfound grace, transforming from a landbound novice into a master swimmer with the aid of his technique. He swiftly closed the distance to the armored turtle king, with the thunder serpent gliding alongside him and Long Che twisting through the water toward their foe. The ice giant crocodile descended deeper still. Around the armored turtle king, the water was stained crimson. With a sudden burst of speed, Guan Li gripped the bloodthirsty blade and aimed for the creature's vulnerable rear. The blade pierced through, eliciting a spray of blood. The armored turtle king let out a ferocious roar, lamenting the dishonorable sneak attack on its most sensitive area. The thunder serpent launched itself at the armored turtle king, relentlessly assaulting its limbs and abdomen. The armored turtle king did not remain passive, it writhed violently. It is well known that tortoises can extend their necks to great lengths, and the armored turtle king, an evolved being, was no exception. It thrust forth its head, snapping at the thunder serpent. In a critical moment, Guan Li delivered a fierce assault to the rear, forcefully inserting a self-destructing robot into its depths. A thunderous explosion erupted, bathing the area in a violent spray of blood. The armored turtle king was left in despair. Who among us has not experienced the pangs of childbirth? To thrust explosives into the depths of one's being, such acts are utterly inconceivable for any rational being. Yet, Guan Li has no time for moral contemplation. The opportunity must be seized. Should the Xuanjia turtle king regain its composure, the situation would become exceedingly dire. The loss of blood has rendered the Xuanjia turtle king weakened, and it suddenly senses the chilling call of death. To have dominated the aquarium for so long, only to perish at the hands of a mere human, it is a fate it cannot accept. Around the Xuanjia turtle king, spheres of water coalesce, signifying its final struggle. These orbs harbor immense energy, erupting outward in an explosive display. Blood Soul, slash. Guan Li strikes with his sword, and the two forces collide with ferocity, sending him flying through the air. Long K and the Xianlei flood dragons are similarly repelled by the water spheres. Yet, the Xuanjia Turtle King does not retreat. Instead, it charges forward, fixated on the one who dares to attack. Even in death, it seeks to take Guan Li down with it. Guan Li remains unflustered. Instead, he advances boldly. Out of the corner of his eye, he catches sight of the long-hidden ice giant crocodile, now unleashing its full might as it rushes toward them. The ice giant crocodile appears poised to execute a formidable attack. Guan Li must respond in kind. Chapter 98. The Slaying of the Xuanjia Tortoise King upon encountering Guan Li. The Xuanjia Tortoise King did not retreat. Instead, it charged forward, its ferocity ignited. It sensed the looming presence of the ice giant crocodile behind it. Yet its singular focus on eliminating Guan Li compelled it to disregard any instinct to evade. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. The Xuanjia Tortoise King lunged, its massive head thrusting forth. It opened its cavernous maw, revealing razor-sharp teeth still stained with remnants of flesh. Closer. The Tortoise King was poised to engulf Guan Li. But in the next heartbeat, the figure before it vanished. The Xuanjia Tortoise King snapped at emptiness, the collision of its jaws rendering it momentarily dazed. Teleportation. Guan Li had reappeared 10 meters away. He was no fool. Allowing the Tortoise King to bite was out of the question. The preceding events had merely served to orchestrate the ice giant crocodile's assault. As Guan Li disappeared, the Tortoise King suddenly realized it had been deceived. Attempting to retreat was futile. It was already too late. The ice giant crocodile clamped down on its limb. Death strangulation. A terrifying force surged through the Tortoise King's body. Crackling sounds echoed as the ice giant crocodile spun violently, shattering the black scales in an instant. With a powerful yank, it tore off one of the Tortoise King's stout legs. Blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding waters crimson. The succulent leg was devoured by the ice giant crocodile in mere moments, pure energy coursing through its being. With the loss of a limb, the Xuanjia Tortoise King grew increasingly feeble. The Xianlei flood dragon and Long Jie had arrived, launching a fierce assault against the Tortoise King. With only 3 legs remaining, it struggled to maintain its balance. Guan Li aimed for its head. Clang. The Tortoise King's cranium was even more resilient than its shell. Despite Guan Li's full power, he merely inflicted a superficial crack. The Tortoise King retaliated, unleashing a water arrow from its mouth. A sneak attack? Guan Li was well prepared. He was a master of ambush and would not fall prey to such tactics. A blood shadow clone erupted from within him. Boom. The water arrow struck the clone, resulting in a violent explosion. The blood shadow clone was obliterated, but in doing so, it thwarted the Tortoise King's surprise assault. The ice giant crocodile renewed its attack, seizing another of the Tortoise King's legs. Death strangulation. The robust leg became sustenance within its belly. Guan Li unleashed a fierce barrage of strikes, the bloodthirsty blade cleaving into the Tortoise King's head. Once was not enough. He struck again. And again. The Xuanjia Tortoise King had lost all capacity to resist, submitting to Guan Li's relentless onslaught without a hint of defiance. Crack. The bloodthirsty blade cleaved through the Tortoise King's skull. Slay the Xuanjia Tortoise King. Reward. 150,000 points. Hardened Shell Technique X1. Complete Option Reward. Skill Upgrade Opportunity X1. Xian Turtle Shell Shield X1. 7-Star Crystal Core X1. The system's voice echoed repeatedly. The Xuanjia Tortoise King lay utterly defeated. Stop. Don't bite anymore. It's already dead. Can we not show a little compassion? Guan Li hurriedly intervened, as the ice giant crocodile seemed addicted to the act of strangulation, showing no mercy even to the lifeless body. The ice giant crocodile retorted, "Is this even human talk? This is your share. Take it." Guan Li extracted a crystal core from the head of the Tortoise King. The core was nearly transparent, resembling the most exquisite piece of art, with 2 streams of pure energy flowing languidly within. The ice giant crocodile swallowed the crystal core and then obediently departed, though it yearned to savor the tortoise's legs. Nonetheless, it did not wish to defy Han Xiaolu's words. From the corpse of the Xuanjia Tortoise King, a violet golden card erupted, its borders adorned with mysterious gilded patterns. Judging by its appearance alone, it was undeniably an extraordinary item. Guan Li carefully stored the card. "You may divide the Tortoise King's body among yourselves," he declared, as he plunged the blood-drinking blade into the Tortoise King's head. Blood-red tendrils eagerly spread outward, writhing like a mass of veins. The dragon, not to be outdone, plunged its devouring claws deep into the Tortoise King's form. With a ripping sound, it extracted the heart. Meanwhile, the Xianlei flood dragons tore at the Tortoise King's limbs, for its flesh was the most precious resource aside from the card and the crystal core, brimming with immense energy. Guan Li approached, selecting a prime portion. A sharp dagger materialized in his hand, and he sliced off several hundred pounds of tortoise meat, depositing it into his spatial ring. "You all eat. I shall wait above." Guan Li remarked before swimming back to the small island. Upon his return, he found the ice giant crocodile lying on the ground, having consumed the crystal core. It had begun its evolution. Han Xiaolu stood steadfastly beside it, guarding the creature. During its evolutionary process, the ice giant crocodile could not be disturbed. Guan Li, could I trouble you with a matter? Han Xiaolu inquired. Before nightfall, I must depart. There are only a few hours left until darkness descends. If the ice giant crocodile does not complete its evolution by then, it would be unfortunate. Thank you. Han Xiaolu expressed her gratitude. For Guan Li's presence assured her safety. He said little more, instead opening his system backpack to review his rewards. Sturdy armor technique, upon learning. One can harden any part of the body, rendering it indestructible. After perusing the skill description, Guan Li bowed his head slightly. What if I can't revert back? He thought, shaking his head hastily. This was indeed a commendable skill. The human body has many vulnerable areas. Although he possessed the white bone armor, having multiple layers of protection could only be advantageous. System. Learn the sturdy armor technique. Guan Li silently commanded. Han Xiaolu was nearby, and he did not wish to be perceived as mad. Ding. Congratulations, host, for learning the sturdy armor technique. The system's voice resonated. Instantly, Guan Li felt a surge of information flood his mind. The sturdy armor technique integrated seamlessly within him. He tested it slightly, discovering that his arm had become exceedingly hard. This was an excellent life-saving skill. The more energy consumed, the more pronounced the effect. An opportunity to upgrade the skill. Such rewards were rare indeed. To date, he had only received 3 chances to upgrade his skills, the first being a reward for slaying a mantis with a human face. The second occasion yielded rewards for vanquishing the Corpse King, while the third occurred just moments ago. He has now accumulated 2 opportunities. Guan Li prepared to enhance his skills. System. Upgrade the teleportation technique. He declared. The teleportation technique is undoubtedly a divine skill. Whether for self-preservation or surprise attacks, it produces remarkably unforeseen effects. Ding. The upgrade of the teleportation technique was successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the intermediate teleportation technique. Intermediate teleportation technique. Teleport 30 meters to a designated location. Cooldown time of 150 seconds. The upgraded teleportation technique boasts an extended range and a reduced cooldown time. System. Upgrade the intermediate teleportation technique. Guan Li did not hesitate for a moment. Ding. The upgrade of the intermediate teleportation technique was successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the advanced teleportation technique. Advanced teleportation technique. Teleport 45 meters to a designated location, with the ability to control the distance of the teleportation at will, cooldown time of 130 seconds. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. The advanced teleportation technique not only offers a greater range and a swifter cooldown, but, most importantly, allows for the control of teleportation distance. As long as he remains within the teleportation range, he can maneuver freely without the need to meticulously dictate the teleportation's location. Chapter 99. Breakthrough. This subtle transformation has rendered the teleportation technique even more formidable. After upgrading his skills, Guan Li retrieved a colossal shield from his system backpack. The shield measured over 2 meters in length and more than a meter in width, its surface reflecting a deep, ominous sheen. Scales, each the size of a palm, were meticulously arranged across the shield's surface, with a tortoise-shell motif at their center. Upon closer inspection, Guan Li noted distinct similarities to the carapace of the Xuanjia Tortoise King. Name: Xian Tortoise Shell. Shield type: Shield grade. 6-star advanced talent, advanced fortitude. Basic defensive aura skills: Xian Tortoise Bite, defensive stance evaluation. Crafted from special materials combined with Xian Tortoise scales, this shield boasts exceptional defensive capabilities, harboring the lingering spirit of the Xian Tortoise within. The Xian Tortoise shell shield in his hands exuded a weighty presence. Leo should surely appreciate this. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction, stowing the shield back into his system backpack. Ding. Long Chia devoured the heart of the Xuanjia Tortoise King, gaining the skill Earth Spike. Earth Spike summons a spike of earth to assault enemies. Ding. The Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion consumed the body of the Xuanjia Tortoise King, acquiring the skill Water Bullet. Water Bullet forms a water projectile to attack foes. The system's notifications rang out in succession, surprising Guan Li with unexpected delights. Though merely 2 ordinary skills, they were acquired without any cost. Long Chia surfaced, clutching the bloodthirsty blade. After consuming the Xuanjia Tortoise King, Long Chia's strength ascended to 6-star intermediate. Songlin, accompanied by the Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion, also emerged from the depths, their power elevating to 6-star advanced. Master, the sword. Long Chia respectfully presented the bloodthirsty blade before Guan Li. Guan Li accepted the bloodthirsty blade, its blade shrouded in a sinister crimson glow. Infused with the blood of the Xuanjia Tortoise King, the bloodthirsty blade ascended to 7-star advanced. The carcass of the Xuanjia Tortoise King lived up to Guan Li's expectations. At that moment, Han Xiaolu cast him a glance. Fear not. Since I have promised you, I shall undoubtedly fulfill my word. I will depart only after nightfall. The recent defeat of the Xuanjia Tortoise King had also required considerable effort from the ice giant crocodile. Since it was within his capabilities, he might as well make a friend. Indeed. Thank you. Han Xiaolu expressed her gratitude. Guan Li did not respond, but instead inspected his spatial ring. He exchanged all his 4-star and 5-star crystal cores for points. Ding. Exchanged 4-star crystal cores x 1065, acquiring 705 points. Ding. Exchanged 5-star crystal cores x 118, acquiring 558 points. The previously depleted points surged back to abundance. In his spatial ring, 3 6-star crystal cores remained, contributed by the 10 Xuanjia tortoises. Without hesitation, Guan Li grasped them in his hand to absorb their energy. 3 streams of pure energy coursed through his body, with each cell greedily absorbing the essence. Pop. Guan Li sensed a barrier within his body shatter. 6-star advanced. Once the crystal cores were fully absorbed, they disintegrated into powder, scattered by the wind. He yearned to bring forth the 7-star crystal core for absorption, but Han Xiaolu was still present. Guan Li had no choice but to suppress his desire. Certainly, he could opt to eliminate Han Xiaolu. Without the frost giant crocodile, it would be quite easy to do so. This is the inherent flaw of beast tamers and summoners. Once they lose their external support, they become exceedingly vulnerable. Why do you gaze at me so intently? Are you contemplating a betrayal? Han Xiaolu, sensing Guan Li's aggressive gaze, was momentarily taken aback. How could this be? I possess a fundamentally virtuous nature. Such a heinous act is utterly beyond my character, Guan Li stated solemnly. His inner thoughts had been discerned, leaving him somewhat uneasy. Han Xiaolu was not so naive. Very well, I misjudged you. I apologize. Han Xiaolu hastily expressed her contrition. Never mind. I shall reluctantly forgive you. Guan Li waved his hand, feigning magnanimity. This elicited a profound sense of self-reproach within Han Xiaolu. Guan Li retrieved his cards and utilized them all. Acquired Intermediate Supply Card X50. Acquired Intermediate Advancement Card X15. Acquired Corrosive Arrow X120. Arrows infused with corrosive poison. Acquired Quality Food Card X30. Acquired Intermediate Recovery Card X50. Acquired Explosive Arrow X60. All blue cards have been activated, primarily yielding consumable items. Guan Li proceeded to activate the 22 purple cards without hesitation, crushing them all. Acquired Advanced Advancement Card X3. Acquired Legion Upgrade Card X1. Acquired Legion Expansion Card, 1 person, X10. Acquired Thunder Prison Trap Card X1. Deploys a Thunder Prison Trap that creates a 10-meter electric zone lasting for 3 seconds upon activation. Acquired Soundproofing Technique X1. Upon use, you master the soundproofing technique, enabling you to establish a soundproof barrier not exceeding 10 cubic meters. Acquired Z-Type Combat Robot X5. Z-Type Combat Robot equipped with 2 heavy machine guns. Acquired Energy Fruit X1. A fruit containing pure energy. Consuming it enhances strength, effective only for those below 10 stars. The rewards from purple cards are significantly superior to those from blue cards. System. Learn the soundproofing technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, on mastering the soundproofing technique. The system's voice echoed. Guan Li felt an influx of information flooding his mind. Moments later, he comprehended the soundproofing technique thoroughly. He established a soundproof barrier around him. Han Xiaolu, I was merely deceiving you earlier. I do intend to kill you, Guan Li declared audaciously. From a distance, Han Xiaolu exhibited no reaction, her hand gently stroking the frost giant crocodile, her face etched with concern. Indeed, it appears to be effective. Guan Li nodded. This is a practical little skill. As the saying goes, having many skills is never a burden. Sooner or later, it will prove useful. In Guan Li's hand appeared a milky white fruit, resembling an apple in shape. The energy fruit contained pure energy. Guan Li consumed the fruit in a few bites. Its flavor was somewhat sweet and exceptionally delightful. Immediately thereafter, a tremendous surge of energy erupted forth. Guan Li fell into contemplation, his body continuously undergoing enhancements. With a hum, after a brief moment, he sensed the barrier within him shatter once more. He had reached the initial stage of the 7 stars. An inexhaustible stream of power coursed through him, and Guan Li found this sensation to be utterly delightful. A deafening roar reverberated throughout the entire aquarium, sending ripples across the surrounding waters. The ice giant crocodile began to undergo a transformation. Its limbs grew sturdier, and hexagonal ice pillars sprouted around its body. Its strength had successfully ascended to the initial stage of the 7 stars. Name: Ice Giant Crocodile, Evolvable, Potential, 8 stars Strength, Initial stage of 7 stars Abilities, Ice Armor, Frost Breath, frenzied tail whip, death strangle, hexagonal ice pillar evaluation, a giant crocodile imbued with the bloodline of ice, possessing formidable potential. Guan Li cast a glance at the ice giant crocodile, as the system promptly provided information. This enhancement had granted it the comprehension of new skills. However, it regrettably had not achieved true evolution, considering that the ice giant crocodile's potential was 8 stars. Chapter 100, The Eve Little Crocodile. Han Xiaolu exclaimed in delight. The ice giant crocodile affectionately nudged her hand with its head. I am leaving, Guan Li remarked, having witnessed the ice giant crocodile's successful breakthrough. His promise had been fulfilled. He mounted the back of Songlin and declared, Pipi Jiao, we shall depart. Songlin moved its limbs and swiftly swam towards the opposite shore. Little crocodile, let us return as well. Gather your belongings. We shall retreat with the troops tomorrow. Han Xiaolu climbed onto the back of the ice giant crocodile. After their departure, the aquarium fell into a profound silence once more. Guan Li rode Songlin, racing through the streets as dusk gradually descended. He arrived at a residential area, conveniently located near the survivor camp. It would take only a few minutes to reach. However, Guan Li chose not to return to the camp for the night. He needed to remain here to await the return of the Legion soldiers. Within a lavish, standalone villa, Guan Li retrieved the 7-star crystal core. A surge of pure energy instantly enveloped the entire room. The quality of this crystal core far surpassed that of the one possessed by the Xuanjia Turtle King. Indeed, products from the system are invariably exquisite. The energy contained within the crystal core was at least of the mid-level 7-star caliber. Without hesitation, Guan Li grasped it in his hand and began to absorb its energy. Boom! A torrent of formidable energy coursed through Guan Li's body. Beads of cold sweat emerged on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught of energy. Thanks to the enhancement from the heart of grass and wood, Guan Li's internal fortitude had become extraordinarily resilient. Such a magnitude of energy was entirely within his capacity to withstand. Time passed slowly. The energy within Guan Li gradually subsided. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes. The energy from the 7-star crystal core had successfully propelled him to the mid-level of the 7 stars. Congratulations, Master. Your strength has ascended. Songlin sensed the shift in the atmosphere within the villa. Indeed, Guan Li nodded. The journey to Yang City was fraught with peril. He could not guarantee what dangers lay ahead. Guan Li had to expedite his ascension. This was also the reason for his visit to the aquarium. Having barely achieved his expectations at the mid-level of the 7 stars, he commanded, System, upgrade the Xianlei Jiao Legion. Selecting Songlin, he proceeded with the upgrade. He utilized the Legion advancement card. Buzz. A terrifying wave of energy emanated from the Xianlei Jiao Legion. The upgrade card was a remarkable anomaly, capable of elevating the Legion by an entire level in mere moments. Ding. The upgrade of the Xianlei Jiao Legion was complete. It now stood at the initial level of the 7 stars. The system's voice resonated. The Xianlei Jiao Legion possessed formidable strength, serving as his trump card. Master, we have returned. The voices of several leaders echoed within the villa. Behind them, each bore a sack on their shoulders. Every Legion soldier carried a sack filled with various supplies, crystal cores, and cards. Well done. It is our honor to serve you, Master. The leaders and soldiers chorused in unison. Guan Li began to tally the supplies. 30,000 pounds of rice, 25,000 pounds of flour, and 5,000 cans of assorted meats. 4-star crystal cores x 2150, 5-star crystal cores x 230, blue cards x 1210, and purple cards x 75. Guan Li stored the provisions in a spatial ring and then exchanged all the crystal cores for points. Ding. You traded 4-star crystal cores x 2150 and received 139,750 points. Ding. You traded 5-star crystal cores x 230 and received 19,550 points. Instantly acquiring approximately 160,000 points, Guan Li now possesses a total of 474,400 points. This bounty of points is sufficient to elevate the strength of the Legion to a new echelon. System. Expand the Shadow Sword Cultivators. Legion expansion card, 1 person, x14. Guan Li utilized all of them on the Shadow Sword Cultivators. Ding. Expansion of the Shadow Sword Cultivators by x14. The system's voice resonated. System. Purchase Legion upgrade cards, x9. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Li chose to proceed with the purchase. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired Legion upgrade cards, x9. Expending 450,000 points. You truly are a master of flattery to the system. System. Upgrade the Shadow Sword Cultivators. Guan Li selected Shun Lian and employed 1 upgrade card. Ding. The upgrade of the Shadow Sword Cultivators is complete. Their strength is now at the primary level of 6 stars. Ding. Detection of the Shadow Sword Cultivators reveals they meet the advancement criteria. Do you wish to proceed with the advancement? The system's voice echoed continuously. Yes. Guan Li did not hesitate. Ding. Consuming advancement cards X100. The Shadow Sword Cultivators commence advancement. A flash of white light enveloped them, and the Shadow Sword Cultivators vanished from their original location. System. Upgrade the Elf Archers. Guan Li selected Eileen and utilized 3 upgrade cards. The potential of the Elf Archers is likewise 6 stars. Ding. The upgrade of the Elf Archers is complete, achieving the primary level of 6 stars. Ding. Detection of the Elf Archers indicates they meet the advancement criteria. Do you wish to proceed with the advancement? The system's voice resounded. Advancement. Guan Li nodded in agreement. Ding. Consuming advancement cards X100. The Elf Archers begin their advancement. The Elf Archers vanished instantaneously from their original position. System. Upgrade the Silver Lion Cavalry. Guan Li selected Kale and directly employed 3 upgrade cards. Ding. The upgrade of the Silver Lion Cavalry is successful. Their strength is now at the primary level of 6 stars. The system's voice announced. The Silver Lion Cavalry radiated waves of energy. System. Upgrade the Skeleton Undead Legion. Guan Li selected Bone and used 1 upgrade card. Ding. The Skeleton Undead Legion has successfully upgraded, now at the intermediate level of 5 stars. The system's voice echoed. System. Upgrade the Ironclad Shield Guards. Guan Li chose Leo and expended the final upgrade card. Ding. The Ironclad Shield Guards have successfully upgraded, now at the intermediate level of 5 stars. The system's voice resounded. Guan Li enhanced the strength of all legions, although the points were entirely depleted once more. It was undoubtedly worthwhile. The Shadow Sword Cultivators and the Elf Archers have already commenced their advancement. The Silver Lion Knight has ascended to the initial stage of 6 stars. The Skeleton Undead and the Ironclad Guardian have also reached the intermediate stage of 5 stars. The Xianlei Jiao Legion, moreover, has attained the preliminary stage of 7 stars. After a day filled with activity, Guan Li felt a sense of fatigue. He entered the bathroom and took a casual cold shower. With his physique, he had no reason to fear catching a cold. Bone, please keep watch tonight, Guan Li instructed. Certainly, master. Bone nodded. Positioning the soldiers to guard the perimeter of the villa, Guan Li then collapsed into slumber, fully aware that the retreat plan for the morrow would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. In the camp, the survivors, having enjoyed their evening meal, retired early. The impending escape would surely result in numerous casualties. To evade death, conserving one's strength was imperative. The night was eerily quiet, above a certain skyscraper. Around the rift in space, a strange wave was persistently spreading. From the pitch-black passage, a menacing head emerged. Hiss. It roared, eager to descend upon this delectable world. Chapter 101. Evacuation. As dawn approached, the piercing chorus of insects resonated above City Z. The inhabitants of the survivor camp were abruptly roused. Their senses heightened as they surveyed their surroundings, fearful that monstrous entities might suddenly emerge. An ominous realization dawned. Creatures were attempting to breach the fissures within. The reconnaissance team observed that the rifts in the sky had become exceedingly unstable, teeming with insectoid monstrosities desperately striving to escape. Quick! Alert the camp! Shouted the soldiers of the scouting unit as they retrieved their communication devices. Camp! Camp! This is Team UC. Initial observations indicate that creatures are already emerging from the spatial rift. Please respond. A cacophony of buzzing ensued as dozens of beetles adorned with translucent cicada wings burst forth from the fissure, immediately locking onto the nearby Team UC. With their wings thrumming, they glided forward, extending their forelimbs, which bore razor-sharp scythes. Unbeknownst to Team UC, who were still engaged in communication with the camp, peril had already silently descended upon them. Team UC, please return to the camp at once, came the urgent voice of the lieutenant through the device. Ming. Monsters. Counterattack. The communication device crackled with a series of blood-curdling screams, swiftly followed by a tumult of static. Team UC. What is happening? Zhou Yuan sensed the gravity of the situation and inquired urgently. The static persisted, an ominous sign. This is bad. Zhou Yuan's heart raced. Although Team Yuzi was merely a reconnaissance unit, they were still equipped with 10 4-star junior awakeners. Yet, the recent events suggested that the ambushing creatures had swiftly annihilated everyone. Quickly, relay the order. We must evacuate in 10 minutes. Given the urgency, he did not have time to seek further approval. Yes. The soldiers utilized the loudspeakers to disseminate the message throughout the camp. Attention all survivors. Evacuation will commence in 10 minutes. Please form an orderly line and follow the main force. The announcement echoed repeatedly through the camp as survivors hastily packed their tents. However, many astute individuals had already prepared in advance. From the rift, several flying beetles feasted upon the corpses, gruesomely severing the bodies of soldiers. Many still retained consciousness, acutely aware of an insatiable gnawing at their flesh. With a sickening sound, the beetles tore out intestines, consuming them ravenously. They emitted excited chirps, while from the rift, A cascade of green fungal cells erupted, forming a slippery carpet that connected to the ground. Numerous insectoid creatures slid down this fungal pathway, descending to the earth. Guan Li had completed his preparations and gazed into the distance, where the vast military base advanced. Tanks forged ahead, clearing the path, flanked by armored vehicles on either side. Soldiers, fully armed, held their weapons at the ready, while the line of survivors trailed closely behind them. A long dragon departs from the camp. The evacuation has commenced. In Guan Li's hand, a card of purple and gold materializes. This is the card that the Xuanjia Turtle King dropped yesterday. Within the shimmering purple light, golden glimmers intertwine. He gently crushes the purple gold card. Crack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the art of shadow shifting. The system's prompt resonates. A skill? Guan Li breathes a slight sigh of relief. Judging by its name, this skill ought to be quite impressive. Shadow shifting. Upon activation, it allows for the swapping of positions with any target within a 100-meter radius. Upon reading the skill description, Guan Li's eyes brighten instantly. System. Learn the art of shadow shifting. Without hesitation, Guan Li proceeds to learn it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have mastered shadow shifting. The system's voice echoes in his mind. Guan Li feels a plethora of information flooding into his consciousness. The art of shadow shifting is swiftly comprehended. He locks onto Gu, who is in the room. Shadow shifting. Guan Li's figure vanishes, and Gu's form materializes in its place. Master, what just happened? Gu, touching its bald head, asks with a bewildered expression. Shadow shifting. Guan Li's figure reappears, and Gu returns to its original spot. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired a new skill. Gu finally realizes what has transpired. Enough. I know you're slow on the uptake. Guan Li rolls his eyes at Gu, though he cannot blame it, considering it possesses only a skeletal head. Guan Li recalls all the soldiers of his legion back into his space, leaving only Long Chia to accompany him. To conceal the system, Guan Li prepares a new identity, the Summoner. The legion soldiers are his summoned entities. The grand procession of the evacuation continues, with numerous survivors joining along the way. Guan Li is one among them. The soldiers of the base military do not obstruct their passage. During the evacuation, rescuing survivors along the route is also part of their mission. After joining the group, Guan Li encounters several familiar faces: Qin Xiong, Wang Wenli, Lin Xiaonai. This is the team from Z University. Due to the hurried nature of the retreat, no one notices him. Guan Li blends into the crowd, following the main force. The high-ranking officials of the base military, after multiple screenings, have ultimately determined the evacuation route. They will first retreat south along M205 road. Although taking G road requires a detour, it allows them to avoid the southern mountain range. The southern mountain range is vast and impassable for the group. Thus, taking the longer route is indeed the wisest choice. Along the course of the evacuation, more survivors steadily join the main force. The monsters from the spatial rifts have begun to descend. The urgency of the main force's evacuation is paramount. Those survivors who have not yet reached the camp must fend for themselves. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the sky darkens ominously. The crowd hurriedly looks up, discovering hundreds of flying beetles. They are as large as tables, their cicada-like wings vibrating incessantly. Their forelimbs are equipped with sharp scythes. This is bad. It's a swarm of insectoid monsters. The soldiers, spotting the enemy, quickly issue a warning. Alas, they have underestimated the speed of the flying beetles. Hundreds of flying beetles suddenly swoop down. Their massive scythes slash towards the survivors. Whoosh! Countless human heads soared into the air. The flying beetles embraced the severed heads, eagerly consuming them as if the human brain was the most delectable of delicacies. Oh, my husband's head is gone. Xiao Chang, you cannot die. Woe is me. Mother, why is your head missing? Everything transpired with startling swiftness. Many were caught off guard. Yet the warm blood streaming down their faces made it clear they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Ah, monsters. How terrifying these beetles are. Quickly, eliminate them. The initial wave of the flying beetles plunged the rear ranks into utter panic. Everyone, remain calm. Maintain formation. The soldiers retaliated while attempting to soothe the frayed nerves of the survivors. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rifles unleashed brilliant tongues of flame as they fired into the sky. Although the flying beetles were swift, formidable in their attacks, and capable of flight, their defenses were not particularly robust. Ordinary bullets could pierce through their bodies with ease. Chapter 102. The escape from life and death. Green ichor cascaded from the sky. Swarms of flying beetles descended upon the masses, relentless in their carnage. The soldiers' gunfire merely knocked them down. It did not guarantee their demise. The airborne insects maintained their swift flight, rendering it nearly impossible for bullets to find their marks unless one possessed extraordinary abilities. With a swift motion, the flying beetles wielded their scythes, attacking the surrounding survivors. These were ordinary people, utterly incapable of withstanding such onslaughts. In an instant, blood and flesh were projected in all directions. Some had their feet severed, while others lost their arms. "Mom, where are you?" "Wah!" A young boy cried out, his voice laced with despair. Behind him lay a fallen beetle, its green ichor pooling around it. Yet it was not dead. It swung its blade towards the boy. In a horrifying moment, the boy's body was cleaved in two. The insectoid monstrosities exhibited no mercy. Any target in their sight was merely prey. "Ah, little Bao!" A curvaceous woman in the crowd screamed, having witnessed her son's brutal end. The gruesome sight shattered her sanity, yet those around her remained indifferent. Just moments earlier, several individuals were near the boy and could have saved him. However, fear of the insect swarm compelled them to abandon their humanity, for rescuing the child could mean their own demise. Yet, their actions faced no moral condemnation. The soldiers arrived just in time, dispatching the flying beetles. The unit pressed onward, undeterred by any circumstance. Only that woman remained, clutching her child's lifeless form, desperately attempting to piece him back together, only to realize the futility of her efforts. Bystanders instinctively steered clear of her. "Leave. He is gone." Guan Li paused slightly, addressing the grieving woman. "You must go. Little Bao is dead. I wish to die too." She shook her head, holding her child as corpse tightly. "Very well. I wish you luck." Guan Li uttered no more, turning away with long Jie. The woman gradually became engulfed by the crowd. The onslaught of the flying beetles was merely the beginning. The insect race had descended and would not allow their sustenance to escape. Those hundreds of flying beetles were but expendable scouts. The true fighting force of the insect race had only just made its entrance. Thunderous tremors suddenly shook the ground beneath them. The crowd turned in alarm, witnessing centipedes, each measuring several meters in length, charging towards the group. Their shells reflected a kaleidoscope of colors, while their mandibles exuded a viscous liquid, clearly laden with venom. Alongside the vividly colored centipedes, a host of bizarre insectoid creatures emerged, spiders the size of basins, adorned with green fur, beetles as large as RVs, radiating warmth, and others, marked by blue stripes, emanating an icy chill. The vibrant centipede, the venomous spider, the crimson beetle, and the azure-striped beetle. Guan Li cast a brief glance, and the system swiftly provided information. Option 1. The insect race? I shall ensure they come to no return. Leave them to fend off the swarm alone. Reward, an indestructible monument. Option 2. Traverse the southern mountain range alone. Reward, a flip-top sandalwood coffin. Option 3. Follow the base military and retreat to Yang City. Reward, 1 legendary potential legion card and 5 skill upgrade opportunities. Before Guan Li, 3 options materialized in an instant. Without the slightest hesitation, he resolutely chose the third. The rewards of the first 2 options were all too evident. Besides, he had a penchant for flip-top coffins. Originally, Guan Li planned to find an opportunity to stealthily depart from the group. Yet now, for the sake of the legendary legion, he had to commit to this path unreservedly. Even if the base military were to be annihilated, he would still make his way to Yang City. The speed of the insect race was not slow, or rather, the pace of the team was excruciatingly sluggish. With hundreds of thousands, swift movement was an impossibility. Monsters were approaching. All were prepared for battle. The officer of the base military commanded the soldiers. Upon being assigned to the rear of the group, he anticipated such an outcome. The 2,000 soldiers positioned at the back were fully prepared for sacrifice. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Closer. The soldiers felt the overwhelming presence bearing down upon them. Attack. The officer issued a direct command. The sound of gunfire erupted fiercely, raining down upon the insect horde. Most of the bullets ricocheted off the hard exoskeletons. Only the weaker insectoids stood a chance of being felled by the gunfire. Boom. Rockets soared towards the insect army, and the violent explosions sent numerous creatures flying. Yet, this still could not halt the advance of the insect race. In the officer's hand, a fireball coalesced. He was a 5-star advanced awakener. The fireball struck the vibrant centipede, scorching its shell. Hiss. The vibrant centipede writhed, only to be pierced by a sharp sword. The soldiers understood that conventional firearms inflicted minimal damage upon the insect race. Only awakeners could truly stand a chance. Most awakened soldiers abandoned their firearms, wielding cold weapons as they charged toward the insects. Come on, you damn creatures. I'll break even with 1 kill, profit with 2. Zhou Hong wielded a massive axe, cleaving a crimson beetle in 2. Green insect blood splattered upon him. However, he soon found himself surrounded by several more crimson beetles. Scum, come at me together. Zhou Hong roared. His muscles bulged, tearing his clothes apart, leaving only a specially made beast skin loincloth. Zhou Hong transformed into a warrior of the beast folk. With the head of a lion and a physique towering over 2 meters, he wielded a 3-meter-long massive axe with immense authority. Zhou Hong swung the axe, cleaving another crimson beetle. But soon, the other crimson beetles charged at him. The force of their assault, combined with their sharp horns, pierced through his body in an instant. Ah, die, you bastards. He seized the horn of the crimson beetle, exerting all his strength to sever it. In quick succession, a colossal axe cleaved the beetle in two. However, this act caused his blood to pour forth uncontrollably, his vitality waning with each passing moment. Zhou Hong did not retreat. With his final reserves of strength, he vanquished the surrounding crimson beetles. Ultimately, he fell prey to a vibrant centipede, which stripped the flesh from his bones. The soldiers fought desperately to hold the line. Yet the sheer number of the insect horde was overwhelming. Some managed to slip through and relentlessly pursued the main force. The colorful centipede surged into the ranks, its myriad of sharp appendages slicing through the air like a meat grinder, reducing a dozen survivors to mere fragments. The crimson beetles charged into the throng, impaling the survivors with relentless ferocity. Vivid intestines spilled onto the ground, painting a gruesome tableau. Witnessing this horrific scene, the remaining individuals stifled their nausea and fled with all their might. They did not need to outrun the insects, only their fellow humans. Those frail survivors were soon abandoned by the group. As the insect horde closed in, they hastily discarded their belongings in a desperate bid for speed. Alas, their efforts proved futile. The survivors ahead also relinquished their possessions, and what lay beyond was a concern for another day. For now, it was a race against death itself. Even the slightest hesitation could spell doom. Chapter 103, The Path of Survival. A cluster of scythe beetles surged into the crowd, brandishing their limbs as they struck at the surrounding survivors. Ordinary individuals were utterly incapable of withstanding such ferocious assaults. The sound of flesh being cleaved apart echoed through the chaos as vibrant organs and intestines spilled onto the ground. Fear not. I shall protect you. A fervent youth emerged amidst the tumult. Ice spikes coalesced around him, and in an instant, he obliterated one of the scythe beetles. Yet, lamentably, as the others fled in panic, no one offered him applause. Being a hero is no easy task. Thus, Guan Li had no intention of playing the part of a savior. He was no messiah. The blood of his kindred enraged the scythe beetles, which lunged toward the young man. Come help me, he cried, his face ashen. He managed to slay one scythe beetle, but in that fleeting moment, several more closed in. As a 4-star mage, his power was only marginally superior to that of the scythe beetles, while he could handle 2 or 3 at once. Now he faced at least 7 or 8. The beetles brandished their razor-sharp blades, aiming for the impassioned youth. Despite his desperate shouts, the surrounding survivors fled without a backward glance. To them, it was a fool's errand to sacrifice oneself when escape was within reach. With a sickening sound, the young man's body was cleaved into pieces. He stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend his demise. Why? Why did no one come to my aid? Surely, if they had all banded together, they could have vanquished the scythe beetles. Tragically, he never grasped the answer to that question even in death. The rearguard soldiers successfully blocked the relentless advance of the insect horde with their lives. Although small groups of creatures continued to pursue, their numbers were limited, only a few thousand at most. Guan Li maintained his position toward the back of the formation. He could certainly hasten his pace. But was the front truly safe? Let us not forget that Z City was not solely plagued by these creatures. The rear ranks had largely managed to stave off the insect army, as the spatial rift had not fully opened. Otherwise, 2,000 would be woefully insufficient. Therefore, remaining at the back of the group was the wisest choice. Let the troubles ahead burden the base as military. For now, it was prudent to conserve strength. After all, the Shadow Sword Masters and Elven Archers were all in a state of advancement. The journey to Yang City stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers, fraught with peril. The path of survival had only just begun. Sir, the rear team is under attack by the insect monsters. Shall we send reinforcements? Asked Deputy Officer Zhou Yuan after a brief pause. He understood all too well the thoughts of the higher-ups. The 2,000-strong rear guard was merely a pawn in their strategy. Sacrifices were inevitable. In such a vast formation, attracting the attention of monsters was a certainty. To hope for no casualties was nothing short of a delusion. As soldiers of the base military, they had to be prepared for sacrifice. Zhou Yuan, during these extraordinary times, I trust you will not let emotions cloud your judgment. Su Yunjian gazed at him, speaking with earnest gravity. This is a warning. The team cannot halt. Such a course would only lead to greater fatalities. If you are in the right, it is best to catch up. Otherwise, you shall be left to await death. The base army cannot squander soldiers to save anyone. Understood. Zhou Yuan nodded, acknowledging the truth in Su Yunjian's words. If he were in the same position, he would act similarly. Rest assured, I have made arrangements for the families of those warriors. As long as the base army exists, they will be protected. Su Yunjian patted his shoulder, his tone laced with resignation. The vast base army was no longer under his sole command. The decision to abandon vehicles to safeguard lives was a collective one. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm blared. Su Yunjian quickly rose and climbed out of the armored vehicle. Ahead, hordes of zombies emerged. Damn it, a zombie tide. He cursed. The advancing team appeared to the zombies as an all-you-can-eat buffet. Zombie tide ahead. Second Corps, secure the supplies. First, third, and fourth Corps, prepare for battle. Su Yunjian began to orchestrate the unfolding conflict. Originally a city defense force, the unit had been transformed into the base army, comprising 10 corps through the continuous recruitment of survivors. Each corps consisted of 5,000 individuals, led by 10 generals. Each corps also had 2 lieutenant generals. The Second Corps, which Su Yunjian commanded, was his loyal faction. Both the generals and soldiers followed his orders without question. The commanding general of the Second Corps, Tu Tianyang, was currently the strongest within the base army, boasting a 6-star intermediate strength in the profession of an extreme cold knight. Su Yunjian's ability to maintain his position as the supreme leader was largely due to Tu Tianyang's unwavering support. Naturally, Su Yunjian would oversee the vital supplies, entrusting them to his most loyal confidants. Brothers, annihilate these zombies. Guo Xiaotian led the charge into the horde. After absorbing the light rain, his strength had reached 6-star beginner, mastering numerous powerful skills, which naturally led to his promotion as a general. Aside from Tu Tianyang, the other generals were all at the 6-star beginner level. The former generals, with the exception of Zhao Kuo, voluntarily stepped down from their positions, fully aware of their circumstances. In this apocalyptic world, strength reigned supreme. Lacking power and support, relinquishing authority was the wisest choice. Boom. Guo Xiaotian's Third Corps had already collided with the zombie tide. Bullets tore through the horde, instantly dispatching numerous zombies. The awakened warriors, under the cover of firearms, plunged into the throng, wielding their blades with fervor, mercilessly slaying the undead. The First Corps, led by Zhao Kuo, and the Fourth Corps, commanded by Su Dehai, struck from the flanks. The 3 corps joined forces to encircle and eradicate the zombie tide. The team could not linger for long. They needed to conclude the battle swiftly. What is happening up ahead? Why have we stopped? The survivors, watching the halted team, fidgeted anxiously as if they were ants on a hot skillet. They had just received word that a battle was occurring ahead, and the team was now waiting in place. What was going on? Could it be that the base army has fled? A matron exclaimed. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The base army intends for us to serve as cannon fodder. The ranks of survivors became instantly agitated. Behind them trailed the swarm, while the front lines remained immobile, inciting suspicion. A wave of panic began to fester within the group. Of the 10 legions of the base army, 4 were stationed at the forefront. Following them were the families of the base army, guarded by yet another legion. In front stood the survivors, protected by 2 legions, while the central contingent also benefited from the protection of 2 legions. Only the rear ranks were accompanied by a solitary legion, which additionally included a rear guard of 2,000 individuals. This implies that among the tens of thousands in the rear, merely 3,000 soldiers provided protection. Moreover, these members of the base army were all newly recruited, possessing scant combat experience. Guan Li suddenly realized that the survivors assigned to the very back of the formation bore little connection to one another. Even in the apocalypse, disparities in social class persisted. Chapter 104. Exiting the city. Time ticked away, and the rear of the line grew increasingly restless. How long must we wait? A few middle-aged women began to fidget. I seriously suspect that the base's military intends for us to serve as cannon fodder. Once the insect horde is well fed, they can safely retreat, can't they? One woman exclaimed, tugging at a soldier's uniform with fervor. Do not behave irrationally. The front has encountered a wave of corpses, and the military has commenced an offensive. I implore the troops to wait a moment longer. We shall soon resume our departure. The officer, noticing the commotion, hastily dismounted to offer an explanation. Bah! I scoff at this. I am no fool. With so many insects pursuing us, how could we suddenly halt our advance? Let us deliberate. Several women banded together, confronting the officer. Guan Li, tucked away within the crowd, observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. He was eager to see how the military would respond. In his view, in such moments of unrest, the only solution would be to execute a few to deter the rest, a brutal yet effective measure. Otherwise, chaos would surely ensue. Should these women spread dissent, the likelihood of a riot would escalate. Ladies, I sympathize with your sentiments. However, the front line genuinely faces a horde of corpses. We, the base's military, are also here awaiting orders. The officer explained with patience. The women's accusations began to lose their footing. Humph. I do not care. You all are at fault. Unless we swap the position of the rear and front lines. A sudden idea struck one woman, prompting her to shout. That is impossible. The officer immediately refuted the notion without a moment's hesitation. This was not due to any selfish motives. Rather, altering positions at such a time would be tantamount to courting death. He recognized that this group of women was instigating trouble, attempting to leverage the survivor's strength to fulfill their own desires. You see, I told you they had ulterior motives. What nonsense is this military? They care nothing for our lives. The woman shouted loudly. Her outburst quickly drew the attention of others nearby. Seeing this, the women began to rally the crowd. Aware of the principle that the law does not penalize the multitude, the greater the commotion, the more likely the military would relent. Come quickly. These bandits wish for us to feed the insects. The woman passionately delivered her speech, persuading many. Most of these survivors were ordinary people, acutely aware of the grim fate that awaited them should the insects catch up. Oh dear. Look, the insects are upon us. We must flee, the woman cried out. The appearance of dozens of red-armored beetles acted as the final straw, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Under the woman's leadership, hundreds surged forward, overwhelming those in front, who were caught off guard and trampled beneath the throng. The individuals at the forefront remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding behind them. A throng of thousands was engulfed in the riot. TSK, you have grown soft-hearted. Brother, this is the apocalypse. Guan Li shook his head in dismay. The ranks ahead have descended into utter chaos. Countless individuals have been trampled to death, oblivious to the calamity that befell them. The instigators of this turmoil, a group of middle-aged women, have already seized the opportunity to slip into the throng at the front. The sound of gunfire pierced the air, prompting a momentary stillness among the crowd. Whoever dares to move shall face death, a soldier warned, aiming his rifle at the tumultuous mob. Damn it, I don't believe you have the guts to pull the trigger, a middle-aged man retorted defiantly, emboldened by the multitude gathered behind him. He had spent his life in submissiveness, finally finding his voice. Alas, this was to be his final act of bravado. The report of gunfire rang out once more as several bullets struck his head, blood splattering instantaneously. I warned you, those who dare to move shall perish. A fierce-looking man emerged from the crowd, hoisting one of the women aloft. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. The woman, the very architect of the unrest, struggled desperately in his grip. My patience is wearing thin. If you do not comply, you shall end up like her. He spat, delivering a brutal blow to her head. The sickening crunch resonated as her skull caved in, and he callously tossed her lifeless body into the crowd. Who else among you defies me? Step forward, he challenged. Surveying the silent throng, the survivors remained utterly mute, not daring to utter a sound. In the distance, Guan Li nodded in approval. Such ruthless efficiency quelled the rebellion. Had the officer exhibited similar resolve, many lives could have been spared. General Li Shao, what brings you here? The officer inquired, hastily saluting upon recognizing the man. Ma Yao, should such chaos arise again, you shall meet your end in battle. Li Shao replied sternly. Ma Yao understood the gravity of his words and refrained from protest. Within the 10th Corps, none dared question Li Shao's authority. Very well, just remember, mercy is not a virtue. It was never so, and it remains unchanged. Leave the red beetles to me. The unit shall be ready to advance shortly. With that, Li Shao turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Yes, sir. Ma Yao stood tall, gazing at Li Shao with admiration. Li Shao plunged into the swarm of red beetles, summoning a massive sword of deep crimson hue. Its blade ablaze with flames reminiscent of blood. Such power. Truly, he is the esteemed Li Shao. Ma Yao's admiration intensified. Gripping the sword with both hands, Li Shao swung it forward, cleaving through the bodies of the red beetles with ease. Within a mere 2 minutes, dozens lay vanquished. The ranks ahead stirred once more as the individuals moved towards the battlefield, strewn with the bodies of the undead and fallen soldiers. The base forces had paid a heavy price to swiftly eradicate the horde. Due to the urgency of the situation, there had been no time to extract the crystal cores. Nonetheless, all the cards that had been dropped were swiftly gathered. Guan Li surveyed the ground littered with corpses, his heart heavy with sorrow. These were all crystal cores. Yet, he dared not linger too long. After all, the swarm of insectoids could pursue at any moment. As dusk fell, the blood-red twilight elongated the shadows of the people. After a day of arduous travel, the group finally reached the outskirts of the city. The insectoid army had not caught up, a piece of good news for everyone. Too many lives had already been lost during today's evacuation. Uncertainty loomed over them, leaving them to ponder how far they could truly go. The road ahead was shrouded in fog. The base forces advanced along Route M205, with the surrounding urban structures gradually receding into the distance. Many cast lingering glances at the sights of Z City, their hometown where they had lived for decades, a place they could hardly leave without emotion. Now, as they departed, it seemed unlikely they would ever return. Despite their reluctance, they resolutely pressed on, staying meant certain death. However, many elderly chose to remain behind, fully aware of their circumstances. They knew it was impossible to survive the journey to Yang City, and rather than burden their families, it seemed preferable to stay in their homeland, a final return to where their roots lay. Grandpa. A boy clung to the old man's leg. Xiaoji, go with your father. To Yang City. Survive. Grandpa is already old. I can't walk anymore. I just want to stay here and watch over the place I've lived my whole life. To slowly fade away. The old man gently stroked the boy's head and softly spoke. Take this. If you miss Grandpa, open it and look. He handed the boy a pocket watch containing a photograph of the two of them. Grandpa. The boy wept bitterly. Dad. I am unfilial. A middle-aged man took the boy in his arms, respecting the old man's choice. To follow the evacuation would undoubtedly bring suffering. Go now. You've lived long enough. It is sufficient. The old man sat by the roadside, gazing at the distant skyscrapers. He took out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and lit it. Hundreds of elderly chose to stay behind, facing the twilight as they sat by the roadside, their eyes devoid of fear. The setting sun cast its glow upon their lives, soon to be extinguished. Chapter 105. The Great Camp. As nightfall descended, the main force had already distanced itself from the urban expanse of Z City. Let us set up camp. We shall rest here for the night, commanded Su Yunjian. The night was ill-suited for further travel, and after a long day, everyone was in need of respite. Having moved away from Z City's outskirts, the insectoid creatures were unlikely to pursue any further. Understood. Zhou Yuan nodded. Everyone, remain in place and rest. Strive not to stray from the group. The message swiftly traversed through the ranks, and the weary travelers began to establish their encampment. Exhausted from the day's exertions, their nerves were already frayed. Those with vehicles took shelter within, while others sought refuge in tents. For those without vehicles or tents, they had no choice but to use the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed. Along the roadside lay many dry twigs, which the group gathered to ignite a bonfire. The September night bore a slight chill, and for the majority of the group, who were merely ordinary individuals, the flickering flames offered a modicum of warmth. The entire contingent was divided into 4 segments: the family unit of the base military, the forward survivor group, the middle survivor group, and the rear survivor group. The closer one was to the front, the greater the protection afforded. Especially with 5 military corps comprising a formidable force of 25,000, all seasoned veterans equipped for battle. The remaining 5 military corps primarily consisted of recruited survivors, with only a scant few elite squads. Guan Li, is that really you? A familiar yet unfamiliar voice called out. Guan Li turned to see a courteous young man. Wang Wenli? Guan Li recalled him as a student from Z University. Indeed. Our university's camp is just ahead. Would you care to join us? Wang Wenli extended an invitation. To reunite with a fellow alumnus amidst the apocalypse was indeed a rare occurrence. If you all are welcoming, I have no objections. Guan Li nodded, contemplating that Wang Yu would likely be present as well. With nowhere else to go, he resolved to remain with the Z University group. Welcome. Of course, you are welcome. Wang Wenli beamed with delight. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Guan Li had demonstrated formidable strength, surviving alone for so long. His prowess must surely be considerable. At the very least, a 5-star awakened being. Come, I will lead you. Wang Wenli gestured for him to follow. Soon, Guan Li arrived at a camp situated by the roadside, close to a small stream. Guan Li, it truly is you. I can't believe you survived. Several students exclaimed, their faces alight with astonishment. After all, Guan Li had left Z University the day after the outbreak and had since vanished from sight. Many presumed he had perished. Did you wish for my demise? Guan Li inquired, eyeing them. Not at all. Don't misunderstand. They hurriedly shook their heads. They remembered well that Guan Li had been a fearsome figure at Z University, one who dispatched foes without a flicker of hesitation. They were keen to avoid inciting the wrath of such a formidable presence. Li Gu, over here. Wang Yu suddenly waved him over. We are all old classmates. No need to be on edge. Guan Li gently patted the shoulder of the boy, who immediately felt a shiver coursing through him. As if Guan Li could extinguish his life with a mere thought. Ah, an old classmate. I once copied your exam paper, although I ultimately failed. The boy nodded fervently. Guan Li then approached Wang Yu's tent, while Long Qi was besieged by several girls, their faces flushed with shyness as they inquired whether he had a girlfriend. It was no wonder. His appearance was strikingly handsome, far surpassing many popular celebrities. Moreover, his features clearly indicated that he was entirely natural, untouched by any surgical enhancements. Step aside, Long Qi said coldly, pushing the girls aside. Wow, he possesses such strength. Being his woman would undoubtedly feel safe. Several girls gushed. A man who is both handsome and powerful would surely be an excellent choice for Reliance. Alas, their hopes were destined to be dashed. Long Qia's physique was derived from the Corpse King, carrying the zombie virus within him. A deeper contact would likely result in infection. Long Xia returned to stand behind Guan Li, like a personal bodyguard. Li Gu, your little brother is quite popular, Wang Yu remarked, a hint of jealousy in his tone. With your current abilities, are you still worried about women? Guan Li shot him a glance. He. We're all men here. You understand. Wang Yu raised his eyebrows, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. Your affairs do not pique my interest, Guan Li said, lifting a ladle to sip from the soup simmering over the campfire. Quite palatable. Had the apocalypse not erupted, you could have pursued a career as a chef. Guan Li glanced at Yu Hai, who had prepared the soup. Next to Yu Hai lay a snow-white lion. Name, mutated white lion. Potential, 6 stars. Strength, 4 stars. Advanced. Abilities, bite, claw strike, roar. Evaluation, a mutated white lion, imbued with a powerful bloodline. Guan Li recalled that Yu Hai was a beast tamer. Li Gu, if you like it, drink more. If it's not enough, I can make more, Yu Hai said with a smile. In the apocalypse, such leisurely moments were rare. Li Gu, when did you join the team? Wang Yu asked curiously. This morning. I joined the moment the team set off, Guan Li replied, producing a large piece of flesh from his hand. This was meat from beneath the Xuanjia Tortoise King. Yesterday, he had observed the frost giant crocodile feasting heartily. So he had taken a little for himself to cook. Drinking only soup won't suffice. He tossed the turtle meat to Yu Hai, along with a few bags of instant noodles and bottled water. How extravagant. Li Gu, you're quite generous, Yu Hai exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. That piece of flesh was extraordinary, undoubtedly from a mutated creature, and of considerable quality. Some mutated creatures' flesh contain pure energy. Not only delicious, but also beneficial for the body. Is this enough? I still have more, Guan Li offered. The flesh and blood of the Xuanjia Turtle King. He has severed several 100 pounds. This is sufficient. This alone weighs several tens of pounds. While mutated creatures are indeed remarkable, one must not indulge excessively. I am not one to thrive on surplus nourishment. Yu Hai hastily interjected. I had nearly overlooked that. The Xuanjia Turtle King is a 7-star creature. You all should certainly refrain from overindulgence, Guan Li remarked with an air of nonchalance. Hiss. 7-star? Brotherly. You jest, do you not? The 3 of them gasped in astonishment. Let us get to it. I am famished. Guan Li did not respond to their inquiries. Very well, brotherly. Yu Hai nodded and began to prepare. See Yuan, if I recall correctly, you are a mechanic, are you not? I happen to possess several Z-type battle robots. Would you be interested? Guan Li inquired. Z-type? That model was developed by Huagua in the past. Si Yuan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Is that so? I am not particularly versed in these matters. With a wave of his hand, Guan Li summoned 5 Z-type robots to materialize around the tent. This action immediately captured the attention of the others. It truly is a Z-type, far superior to that Y-type. Si Yuan sprang from the ground in sheer exhilaration. He caressed the Z-type robot as one would tenderly regard a beloved. Chapter 106. The nematode, is this fellow afflicted with a fetish? Guan Li inquired, pointing at Four Eyes. This Z-type robot is certainly not worth keeping. I have no idea. He wasn't like this before. Wang Yu shook his head. It might be due to that incident. Suddenly, he recalled the sequence of events and recounted them to Guan Li. It was approximately 2 days ago when Four Eyes was on the verge of acquiring a Y-type robot. However, at the most critical moment, a horde of zombies invaded, forcing him to abort the activation. Since that time, he had been obsessively fixated on that Y-type. It now appeared that Four Eyes had developed an infatuation elsewhere. Do you like it? Guan Li asked Four Eyes. Absolutely. This robust mechanical arm. And this heavy machine gun. The Y-type combat robot pales in comparison. Four Eyes exclaimed. 54-star crystal cores for 1. You can owe me for now, Guan Li offered. That price was indeed quite reasonable, as he earned merely 500 points per robot. All right. No problem. Thank you, brotherly. Four Eyes replied excitedly. As a mechanic, he needed appropriate equipment to unleash his combat potential. His own strength was rather modest. Ding. Activating. The 5 Z-type combat robots emitted an electronic synthesized voice. ZZZZ. The eyes of the Z-type combat robots glowed a vivid red. Four Eyes had successfully connected to these Z-type robots. Close combat mode. Four Eyes commanded the Z-types. The 2 machine guns they originally wielded transformed into 2 long swords forged from titanium alloy. Remarkably, they could even shapeshift. Guan Li nodded, confirming that he had made the right choice with these robots. Given Four Eyes' profession as a mechanic, he naturally possessed a deeper understanding of such devices. Brotherly, I will earn crystal cores diligently and strive to repay my debts as soon as possible, Four Eyes declared earnestly. Take your time. Guan Li waved his hand dismissively. How delightful. Instant noodles are ready. Yu Hai's voice rang out. Come eat. Wang Yu beckoned the 2. As the pot lid was lifted, a delectable aroma wafted through the air. Gulp. Surrounding students involuntarily swallowed hard, glancing at the bread in their hands, suddenly lacking appetite. Wang Yu, can you spare some instant noodles? A boy approached and asked. Then can I sleep with your girlfriend? Wang Yu retorted. Wait a moment. I'll ask her. The boy replied seriously. Get lost. No way. Wang Yu shot him a middle finger. Though the apocalypse had diminished the boundaries of such matters between men and women, the boy's actions were indeed disgraceful. Wang Yu picked up a piece of turtle meat and placed it in his mouth. The exquisite flavor flooded his taste buds. Oh my God, this is so delicious. Wang Yu exclaimed. Soon after, he felt a warm current coursing through his body. Boom. A breakthrough. Brotherly, I now believe you. If it weren't for the 7-star creatures. How could such an effect be possible? Yu Hai and Si Yin quickly indulged in the turtle meat, and without a doubt, they too experienced a breakthrough. However, this was not solely due to the effects of the turtle meat. The three were already on the brink of a breakthrough. The turtle meat merely served as a slight catalyst. Wang Yu now stood at the initial stage of 5 stars, while both Yu Hai and Si Yin had reached the advanced stage of 4 stars. Damn it, leave some for me. Guan Li, seeing the turtle meat, eagerly began to devour it, hastily using his chopsticks. Burp. I'm so full. I feel like I might burst. Si Yin lay sprawled on the ground. Serves you right. Who told you to eat so much turtle meat? Can one even consume this much? Yu Hai chided him with a laugh. But how come Li Gu is fine? Si Yin queried. Fool, how can you compare yourself to Li Gu? Wang Yu shot him a disdainful glance. Ah, true enough. Si Yin nodded, feeling it made sense. Observing the playful banter among the three, Guan Li felt considerably more relaxed. Ah, Wang Li, what's wrong? Don't scare me. A sudden scream shattered the tranquility of the camp. Everyone sprang into action, fearing a monster attack. However, as they looked around, nothing seemed amiss. What is going on? Wang Yu appeared bewildered. Wang Li, the one who just sold his girlfriend. Yu Hai spoke up. Ah, honey, someone help. My husband has fainted. The adjacent camp erupted into chaos. Something is off. Be cautious. Guan Li instantly sensed something amiss. All the camps experiencing issues were situated near that small creek. Could it be the creek's fault? He pondered inwardly. All right, Li Gu. A long sword materialized in Wang Yu's hand, emanating a faint glow. The white lion beside Yu Hai bared its sharp fangs, while Si Yin operated a Z-shaped robot. I'll go take a look. Guan Li advanced towards the front. Wang Li's tent was merely a dozen meters away from them. Whoa, is there a doctor? Please save my boyfriend. Wang Li's girlfriend, a girl with a pure appearance, knelt beside him in tears. Wang Li's body was convulsing incessantly. Stop crying. Did he drink from the creek? Guan Li inquired. Yes. But the water was boiled. The girl ceased her weeping. Indeed, the creek water is problematic. Guan Li confirmed his suspicions. Suddenly, Wang Li's body stopped convulsing. A gash opened on his chest, and several twisted tentacles emerged from within. Get back, Guan Li warned. Ah, the girl screamed, retreating in panic. Guan Li lunged forward, the blood-drinking blade slicing towards Wang Li's body. Whoosh! Wang Li was instantly cleaved in two. His insides had already been hollowed out. A repugnant worm, several meters long, writhed incessantly, covered in tentacles. Despite being split in half, it still did not perish. Name, Brainworm Race. Insectoid Potential, 6 stars Strength, 4 stars, Low Level. Ability, Cerebral Parasitism Evaluation. An insectoid species that descends from spatial rifts, favoring dark and damp corners. In aquatic environments. Once parasitizing a host, it can swiftly seize control of the organism's brain and devour its internal organs to enhance its own form. The system scanned the creature and promptly relayed the information. An insectoid species. Guan Li felt a surge of surprise. It seems that the spatial rifts extend beyond just City Z. At the tip of the brain worm, there is a grotesque lump shaped like a human brain, writhing incessantly as it crawls toward the girl, evidently in search of a new host. Ah, don't come near me. The girl shrieked, frightened to the point of losing control. With a thunderous force, Guan Li unleashed a torrent of silver lightning, instantly incinerating the brain worm, rendering it utterly lifeless. Ah, help. Husband, don't bite me. Save me, please. Someone help me. At the campsite near the creek, screams echoed continuously. Clearly, those brain worms had successfully completed their parasitic invasion. Tat tat tat. The four-eyed issued commands for a Z-pattern barrage. Bullets pierced through the bodies of the brain worm hosts. Even when riddled with bullets, they remained unyielding. How could they survive a headshot? Are they invulnerable? The four-eyed retreated while continuing to order a sweep of fire. Yu Hai's white lion also attempted to sever the head of a brainworm host, but to no avail. They continued to exhibit mobility. The surrounding camps were instantly plunged into chaos. Chapter 107. Stirring trouble in just a few brief minutes, the surrounding camp lay in ruins, with casualties mounting. As time elapsed, The parasitized hosts sprouted tendrils that penetrated the survivors' minds, voraciously siphoning their brain matter. What should be done? This abomination cannot be vanquished. Cold sweat dripped from the brow of the four-eyed individual. These grotesque, indescribable parasites were more terrifying than zombies. Even a shot to the head proved futile. This creature was controlled by a worm. Guan Li unleashed silver lightning, instantly reducing the battered parasites to charred remains. The brain worm within them perished as well. Destroying that worm would lead to the demise of the parasites. Guan Li cleaved through the charred corpses on the ground. All internal organs had vanished, leaving only a worm several meters long. This creature feared elemental attacks. Physical harm was ineffective unless one could obliterate its brain. The brain Guan Li referred to as that of the nematode. After parasitism, a brain-shaped mass would form within the nematode. When faced with danger, the nematode would relocate its brain. Ah, now it makes sense. The four-eyed individual nodded in understanding. A parasite lunged at Guan Li, but before it could strike, Long Chia seized it, and the silver dragon claws unleashed a torrent of lightning. Crackle! The parasite fell lifelessly. Long Gu is formidable. The trio praised him enthusiastically. Alas! More and more parasites crawled up from the ground. In the nearby camp, numerous individuals had consumed water from the stream. Fortunately, some were lucky. Their water had not contained any brainworms. We must retreat. The base's military will devise a plan. Guan Li had no desire to be a hero. Very well. Let's go. Li Gu. The trio nodded in agreement. They were not benevolent souls, lacking the heart to pity the fallen. Although the camp was teeming with parasites, they could not hinder Guan Li. He and Long Chia carved a path through the chaos with lightning, swiftly escaping the camp. Outside, the 10th Legion was already prepared for action. Young brother, what is the situation inside? A member of the base's military intercepted Guan Li. There is something wrong with the stream. Those who drink from it will be parasitized. The parasites fear elemental attacks. You can use fire. Guan Li relayed the situation to the military personnel. Thank you for the intel. The military quickly mobilized. Brothers, follow me in to rescue those in need. Ma Yao ignited 2 flames in his palms and charged into the camp first, followed closely by over 100 soldiers. The strength of these parasites was not formidable, but they were absolutely lethal to ordinary individuals. Ma Yao encountered a parasitized individual. Without hesitation, he hurled a fireball, igniting the parasite, which was reduced to charred remains moments later. The flames were effective. Everyone, equip your flamethrowers. Ma Yao commanded decisively. The soldiers armed themselves with flamethrowers, unleashing fire upon encountering parasites. Under the scorching flames, the brain worms swiftly met their demise. The survivors within the camp, upon seeing the soldiers, hurriedly ran towards them. Save us! They cried, on the verge of despair. Just moments ago, their companions had shared a meal, only to suddenly transform into monstrous creatures, feasting upon human brains. You all leave first. Ma Yao comforted the survivors, urging them to evacuate, as the range of the flamethrower posed a risk of collateral damage. Nodding in agreement, the survivors swiftly made their way out of the camp. The parasitic creatures in several camps were soon eradicated. This incident resulted in nearly 1,000 casualties. Oh, my husband! You died such a tragic death. What will become of me and our children now? A young woman lamented, filled with sorrow, as her husband had been devoured by the parasites. Tianlu, go in peace. I will take good care of your brother. Suddenly, a middle-aged man embraced her shoulder. Brother Wan, I entrust everything to you from now on. The woman wept bitterly, yet those around her displayed strange expressions. Due to the events concerning the parasites, the crowd dared not remain by the creek any longer. The large team from Z University regrouped once more, this time setting up camp near the 10th Corps encampment. Are you Guan Li? After Wang Yu had set up his tent, an unexpected visitor approached. What is the matter? Guan Li inquired. Observing the newcomer, a man with dyed green hair, accompanied by several followers. I've heard of you from Lin Nana. That scandalous character is quite the thrill. Lin Quan wore a mocking smile, eager to gauge Guan Li's reaction. Oh, and then? Guan Li replied nonchalantly. Are you angry? It was now Lin Quan who appeared uncertain. Why should I be angry? Guan Li retorted. All right, I've heard you are a summoner? Lin Quan's gaze turned icy, his irritation growing at Guan Li's demeanor. Indeed. And then? Guan Li maintained his calm tone. I have a subordinate who is also a summoner. Would you like to spar? Lin Quan gestured towards the young man behind him, who stepped forward immediately. Guan Li, if you're a man, let us have a fight. Li Tao began chanting a spell, summoning an array before him. With a roar, a hellhound materialized from the summoning circle. The hellhound, devoid of fur, had flames encircling its neck, its grotesque head revealing sharp teeth, with foul saliva dripping from its jaws. Do you dare? Li Tao taunted, as the hellhound bared its teeth at Guan Li. The commotion quickly drew a crowd of students, most of whom recognized Guan Li. having been saved by him in the performance room previously. Isn't that Lin Quan? Guan Li has gotten himself into trouble. Many boys who were displeased with Guan Li eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. That summoner possesses the strength of a 5-star novice, and his summoned beast is of the same caliber. Li Tao, are you asking for a beating? Upon witnessing someone provocatively taunting Guan Li, Wang Yu was immediately filled with displeasure. In the past, he had been unable to contend with Li Tao. However, the present situation was markedly different, as he had recently ascended to the initial ranks of the 5-star level. If he were to circumvent the Hellhound, he could easily overpower his opponent. Ah, is that not Wang Yu, the wretched stray? Still daring to speak? Li Tao scoffed derisively. Allow me to handle this. Guan Li interjected, preventing Wang Yu from proceeding further. With so many spectators present, he seized this opportunity to solidify his identity as a summoner. As for Li Tao, when a summoned beast perishes, the summoner experiences a backlash. Guan Li conjured a skeletal figure, a towering skeleton materializing within the summoning circle. Is that truly the weakest of the skeleton warriors? Aha, you've made my day. Li Tao exclaimed, clutching his stomach in laughter. How dare you mock me? The skeletal warrior retorted indignantly. It swung its bone blade, cleaving towards the Hellhound. The Hellhound's body was instantaneously severed in twain. As the summoning concluded, its remains vanished without a trace. Ugh! Li Tao's body seemed to be struck with tremendous force. His laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a scream of anguish. Blood gushed from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 108. The Rift. The summoned beast was swiftly vanquished. As a summoner, Li Tao faced the backlash of his contract. Ah, is this how it ends? The onlookers were momentarily dumbfounded. A 5-star intermediate. I underestimated you. Lin Quan's expression darkened. Li Tao lay on the ground like a dead dog, having been struck by fate. But do not rejoice too soon. I, after all, am a 5-star advanced. A powerful aura erupted from Lin Quan, his arms enveloped in a verdant glow. He was about to strike. Guan Li was in for a misfortune. Zhao Hai, lurking in the crowd, wore a look of schadenfreude. Upon receiving the news, he had rushed over immediately. The insect race. An attack from the insect race. All units, remain alert. At the rear of the Team S encampment, dozens of red-armored insects charged in, wreaking havoc and trampling many survivors. Humph. Consider yourself lucky. I shall spare you this time. Lin Quan turned to leave. In such tumultuous times, causing a ruckus would yield no favorable outcome. Despite his 5-star advanced strength, he was no match for the entire base's military. Not to mention the 6-star generals. Even the number of 5-star advanced officers was considerable. Master, shall we strike? Gu spoke up. Let him live a few more days. Guan Li could easily eliminate Lin Quan, and with little effort. However, such a demise seemed too effortless. He was not entirely in favor of it. Understood. Gu nodded. Damn it. Keep a close watch on that Guan Li. Do not let him escape. Tomorrow, find an opportunity to lure him out of the team. Lin Quan instructed his subordinates. Yes, Brother Lin. Several younger members nodded eagerly. The attacking insect race numbered around 1,000, primarily consisting of lowly red-armored, blue-armored, and sickle-armored insects. The 10th Legion launched a full-scale assault, suffering the loss of several lives and numerous injuries, yet successfully eradicated the invading insects. During this time, no other legions engaged in battle. The soldiers cleared the battlefield, collecting crystals and cards, all of which were submitted to Li Xiao. In the end, Li Xiao fairly distributed the rewards according to contributions. Though he had a temper, he was just in his dealings and would not hoard the spoils. His soldiers held him in great esteem. On the first night after leaving the city, so many troubles arose. Anxiety gripped the group. They endured until the early hours of the night, finally succumbing to fatigue and gradually falling asleep. With Gu on guard, Guan Li slept soundly. Wang Yu and his companions also felt at ease. Fortunately, no monsters attacked during the latter half of the night. The surviving souls successfully weathered their first night. On the following morning, before dawn had fully broken, the team began to pack up. After a brief meal of the distributed rations, they set forth once more on their perilous journey. The team had traveled for several hours when they halted again. What is happening? Su Yunjian leaned out from the vehicle. Commander, there's trouble ahead. A soldier reported hurriedly. More trouble. Su Yunjian felt an ominous premonition. He hastily emerged from the armored vehicle, advancing to the forefront of the formation. Before him lay a gaping chasm, measuring over 10 meters in width, its depths unfathomable. He tossed a stone into the abyss, and the echo that returned was reminiscent of a roar from the depths of despair. To the left of the fissure, a narrow path wide enough for 2 individuals meandered its way forward, leading to towering peaks beyond. This route had been constructed within a valley. Sir, Zhou Yuan appeared behind Su Yunjian. What is the situation? Is there a possibility of circumventing this obstacle? There is none. The area is surrounded by mountains. To find an alternative route, We must retrace our steps. However, that would lead us through the southern mountain range. Zhou Yuan, being a native of Z City, possessed a deeper understanding of the region than Su Yunjian. The mention of the southern mountain range tightened Su Yunjian's chest. It was precisely to avoid that perilous area that he had opted for this detour. That place was utterly off-limits. If they were to advance, they would have to abandon their vehicles. Zhou Yuan's words plunged Su Yunjian into contemplation. Abandon the vehicles. This meant leaving behind tanks and armored cars. A considerable blow to the base's forces. Moreover, all their supplies relied on vehicular transport. Abandon the vehicles. Everyone switched to foot travel. Prioritize the transfer of supplies. Su Yunjian made a swift decision, leaving no room for hesitation. Understood. Zhou Yuan nodded and went to relay the orders. The news of the shift to foot travel quickly spread through the ranks. What? Walk? How can I manage that? Husband, I refuse to walk. I am a leader of XX. You expect me to walk? Absolutely not. Su Yunjian, I demand to see him. Is this how he treats us, the senior leaders? If it weren't for me, could he have reached this point? What ungrateful wretches. Voices of dissent erupted in the front ranks. Many, having been pampered, found it impossible to accept the prospect of walking. They complained even about the fatigue of riding in vehicles. There is a chasm ahead. Vehicles cannot pass. If you wish to avoid walking, you are welcome to stay behind. Su Yunjian interjected coldly. He felt he had been too lenient with these individuals, allowing them to forget that they were in the midst of an apocalypse. They were fleeing for their lives, not embarking on a leisurely excursion. Xiaosu, is this your attitude? If it weren't for me back then, enough. I am in charge now. Su Yunjian's voice thundered. If you don't want to walk, then stay here and await your fate. He could no longer contain the fury that had been building within him. I only placed you in the front out of consideration for our past. Anyone who disagrees can move to the back. His gaze swept over the crowd. The once defiant leaders suddenly softened under his glare. Everyone disembark. Transition to foot travel. Su Yunjian commanded, turning on his heel and departing. The leaders hastily disembarked with their families, eager to avoid demise. Many harbored delusions of resurgence in the eastern mountain of Yang City. The news of the pedestrian movement reached the following ranks. Although complaints arose, everyone complied dutifully, for the vehicles were nearly out of fuel and could not last much longer. Even if they chose to remain, the first corps was the first to reach the opposite side of the chasm, while the second corps successfully transported supplies to the same destination. The procession advanced in an orderly manner, and soon all had crossed the fissure. Gazing back longingly at the vehicles they left behind, a distant sound of chirping insects echoed down the road. Hundreds of red beetles emerged into view. Upon witnessing this, the longing in their eyes dissipated, replaced by resolute determination to depart. The soldiers tasked with the rear guard planted explosives. As the red beetles traversed the passage, the bombs detonated instantaneously, obliterating the roadway. Dozens of beetles plummeted into the abyss below. The remaining beetles could only emit reluctant hisses from across the chasm. Listening to the sounds of the insects behind them, the team quickened their pace onward. Chapter 109. The town thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered in the sky. Lightning flashing like a wild silver serpent illuminating the horizon. A storm was brewing. Rain was imminent. The survivors gazed upward, and for them, this was far from welcome news. After all, most of them had no means of shelter against the impending downpour. Mom, I'm scared, cried a young child. Do not fear, my dear. Mother will protect you. Who has a raincoat? My wife is pregnant and cannot get wet. The clouds thickened ominously overhead. Suddenly, a deluge of rain poured down, soaking the clothing of the crowd. Those fortunate enough to possess raincoats fared a little better, but the rest could only trudge onward through the torrential rain. For the awakened, it mattered little. A bit of rain would not harm them. However, for the ordinary folk, it was a different story. Guan Li allowed the rain to pelt his face. Wonderful. There's a town ahead. A settlement emerged in front of the procession. Let us seek refuge from the rain in the town, exclaimed Su Yunjian. This weather is not conducive for further travel. Indeed. Zhou Yuan nodded, hastily issuing orders. Fantastic. Once we enter the town, we can escape the rain. The survivors, upon hearing the news, displayed expressions of joy. Honey, just a little longer. Once we reach the town, we can rest. A man supported his pregnant wife, attempting to shield her from the rain with his clothing. Yet the downpour was relentless, offering little protection. I can still endure. The pregnant woman gritted her teeth, though her complexion was pale, clearly indicating her distress. Everyone, remain vigilant. There may be a horde of corpses in the town. Su Yunjian commanded the 1st Brigade to scout ahead into the settlement. The town, named Xiaoming, belonged to a certain county in Z City, with a population of approximately 300,000. As the 1st Brigade entered Xiaoming, they found it somewhat different from their expectations. The streets were eerily empty, devoid of any trace of zombies. However, the ground was marred with shocking bloodstains, long-dried and impervious to the rain's cleansing. The town was profoundly silent, save for the sound of rain striking the pavement. "Is there anyone alive in here?" Zhao Kuo shouted, his voice echoing through the deserted streets. Yet, there was no response, only the oppressive silence of death. Strange. No zombies, no monsters, no survivors. Zhao Kuo felt a chill creep over him. He feared not the monsters but was filled with dread of the unknown. "General, what shall we do?" a soldier in the rear asked, unable to contain himself any longer. "Relay the message back to them. Let them worry," Zhao Kuo commanded. "Luda, take 100 men and accompany me into the town. We shall ascertain what lies within." Without hesitation, he led his 100 soldiers into the heart of the settlement. "Is anyone here?" The soldiers spread out to search, entering the houses lining the streets, but yielded no findings. There were neither zombies nor monsters, nor any survivors. It was as if the entire populace of the town had vanished. "General, the town is secure. No monsters have been detected. Are you perhaps being overly cautious?" The squad has reached the town center and still found nothing unusual. Better to be prudent, after all. In this absurd apocalypse, who knows what might transpire? Zhao Kuo felt a slight sense of relief. Based on the current situation, the town appeared to be quite safe. The rear contingent of the team was gradually entering Chaoming Town. The most opulent villas at the heart of the town were entirely occupied by the base military. The slightly better houses were prioritized for the families of the military personnel. The town was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate the team. Survivors sought out homes to rest. "Darling, I found some ginger. There is firewood in the kitchen. I'll make ginger soup for you shortly," an excited man exclaimed. "Ah, phone. You've worked hard." The pregnant woman had changed into clean clothes found in the house. "It's no trouble. As long as you and the baby are safe, I'd gladly sacrifice myself," the man declared before rushing into the kitchen to prepare the soup. "My dear, you are truly fortunate to have such a caring man," a woman sharing the house said with a smile. "Indeed, Ah Feng is truly wonderful," the pregnant woman replied proudly. "Mr. President, we have discovered a hot spring resort," a soldier reported from within the villa. "Oh, let us take a look." Su Yunjian's eyes lit up. "If we could enjoy the hot springs, it would be splendid." The high-ranking officials of the base military opted to relocate from their previous encampment to a secluded corner. Before them appeared a luxurious hot spring resort, the Yudai Hot Spring Hotel. "What is the situation inside?" Zhao Kuo inquired, eager to indulge in the hot springs. Reporting to the general, no abnormalities have been found. "The hotel has independent power facilities, and all services are operational," the soldier replied respectfully. "Let us go inside." Su Yunjian led the way into the hotel. The resplendent lobby, adorned with several chandeliers, was brightly lit, showcasing exquisite decor that indicated the owner had invested significantly to attract customers. How astonishing that such a small town boasts such a lavish hotel. The previous administration was indeed corrupt, Su Dehai remarked with subtle sarcasm. "Ahem, I've never been to this place." A former leader from City Z coughed awkwardly. "The rain shows no sign of stopping. Let us rest here for a while," suggested several high-ranking officials. "Yes, the rain is intensifying, making travel unsuitable." Su Yunjian nodded in agreement. The high-ranking officials of the base military requested separate rooms, and numerous beautiful women entered these chambers, soon accompanied by the sounds of amorous revelry. While the elite indulged in the hot springs, ordinary survivors braved the cold outside. Outside the hotel, the torrential rain persisted, showing no signs of abating. The intensity of the downpour had enveloped the air in a thick mist. As darkness fell, the rain continued unabated. The crowd felt a sense of relief upon reaching the town, grateful for a temporary refuge. Otherwise, on such a rainy night, one could only speculate how many would succumb to illness. The camp of Z University was established within several residential buildings. Due to a shortage of rooms, those without means were forced to erect tents on the streets. In this post-apocalyptic world, the strong held dominion, a rule that none deemed unjust. For those who did had already met their demise. Guan Li, possessing considerable strength, rightfully qualified for indoor accommodations. Alongside Wang Yu and another companion, he selected a spacious room. The furniture was all pushed to one side, clearing a substantial area. "Guan Li, it seems this rain will not cease any time soon," Wang Yu remarked, glancing out the window at the ominous clouds. "Indeed, everyone should exercise caution tonight. I can't shake the feeling that there is something peculiar about this town," Guan Li replied, observing the relentless downpour with an unsettling intuition. Chapter 110. Rainy Nightly Go. "Have you discovered something?" Yuhai inquired with curiosity. "Not really. Just a conjecture. Have you not noticed how exceedingly safe this town is? No zombies, no monsters. Can such a place truly exist in the apocalypse?" Guan Li retorted. "Hiss. If that's the case, it does seem rather peculiar. If there are no zombies or monsters, then where have all the survivors gone?" The population of Chaoming Town is around 300,000. Did they all just vanish into thin air? Wang Yu also expressed his bewilderment. 300,000. Show me how they evaporated. Do you really think this is a novel? Guan Li shot him a disdainful glance. Hee. You might have a point there. Wang Yu said awkwardly. If these people have not disappeared, then there is only one possibility. They must all be dead. Guan Li said gravely. Dead? But there are no monsters in the town. Si Yin felt a pang of anxiety. They might be hiding. Who knows? Guan Li said with a smile. Li Gu. Please don't scare me. I suddenly feel that this room has an eerie atmosphere. Si Yin said, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Rest assured, this room is fine. At least for now. Guan Li had already used his perceptive energy to examine the space upon entering. There was nothing amiss. That's a relief. Si Yin exhaled deeply. Just wait here. I'll go to the kitchen and prepare some warm food. Yu Hai announced. Yes. Make sure to deal with the remaining turtle meat. Guan Li conjured several 100 pounds of turtle meat in his hands. Isn't that a bit excessive? Yu Hai asked. If anyone is willing to trade crystal cores for it, I can give them some. 1 4-star crystal core per pound of meat. No haggling. The energy within the flesh cannot be preserved for long. It will continuously dissipate over time. Thus, he decided to exchange this turtle meat for some crystal cores. What if it's Lin Quan and his gang? Will they trade? Yu Hai inquired again. Of course, but they need to pay extra. Double the price. Let us set aside grievances for now. We must profit from the crystal cores. Got it. Understood. Yu Hai nodded and hurriedly dashed out. I'll go with you. Wang Yu quickly followed, feeling uneasy about leaving Yu Hai alone. In the kitchen, several students gathered, all eager for some warm food. After all, having just been caught in the rain, a hot soup would be much more comforting. Yu Hai entered the adjacent kitchen, which was unoccupied. He washed the pot thoroughly and began to simmer the soup. The kitchen was well stocked with spices, and soon, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Wow, it smells amazing. Several students were drawn by the delightful scent. Yu Hai, what are you making? They gazed intently at the large pot, which was bubbling with a rich broth. Chunks of translucent turtle meat floated within, a delicacy from a mutated creature who could resist such temptation. Yu Hai began to share his culinary creation. However, he remained cautious and refrained from disclosing the star rating of the creature. Could you spare me a bit? A sweet-looking girl inquired. I can come find you tonight. She leaned close to Yu Hai, whispering softly in his ear. Sorry. 4-star crystal core for a pound of meat. No negotiations. Yu Hai replied, gesturing with his fingers. What? 4-star crystal core for a pound? Go ahead and seize it. A few of them shook their heads. Just say whether you want it or not. Yu Hai took a spoonful of soup, relishing the taste. Damn, this is incredibly fragrant, warm and comforting. His display caused several to swallow hard. The food they had prepared lost all appeal. Damn it, I'll trade. Give me 3 pounds. A boy could no longer hold back. It's just too delicious. The chef's skills will surely satisfy you. Yu Hai accepted the crystal core and quickly ladled a bowl of meat soup. Within it, the turtle meat was perfectly 3 pounds. Wow, this is amazing. The energy contained in the meat. I'm about to ascend. I've broken through. A look of satisfaction appeared on the boy's face. I want to buy. I also want to buy. Give me 5 pounds. More and more people joined the purchasing line. After all, expressions could be feigned, but breakthroughs could not. This news spread quickly. Many who consumed the turtle meat experienced immediate breakthroughs. Everyone flocked to buy the turtle meat out of curiosity. Sorry, you're too late. Yu Hai packed the crystal cores and prepared to leave, but there is still some left in the pot. A few boys interjected. I'm saving these for myself. Yu Hai explained little, carrying the meat soup away from the kitchen. Li Gu, a total of 300 crystal cores. Many were contributed by Lin Quan's group. Yu Hai placed the soup on the table, holding the crystal cores, which he handed to Guan Li. Count them. Yu Hai said. No need. I trust you. Guan Li had already scanned through with the system. Acquiring so many crystal cores was beyond expectations. He stored the cores in his spatial ring and converted them all into points, totaling 200 points. After dinner, the rain outside intensified. The nights in the apocalypse were bound to be dull due to the lack of entertainment. The idle men and women could only discuss the origins of life. Li Gu, do you think our team can reach Yang City? Wang Yu lay on the floor. I don't know, but I'm sure I can make it. Guan Li reclined on a folding bed. Outside the room, Bone and Long were keeping watch. Let us sleep. We need to continue our journey tomorrow. Guan Li said little else. Wang Yu nodded and fell asleep. The rain grew heavier. The men and women, having explored the origins of life, gradually succumbed to slumber. After all, in the apocalypse, one must exercise restraint. The night deepened. Aside from the sentinels, most individuals have succumbed to slumber. Thunder rumbled. A silver lightning bolt streaked across the heavens, momentarily illuminating the pitch-black streets. Eerie figures materialized on the thoroughfare. "What is that?" A sentinel, his demeanor fraught with tension, exclaimed. He hastily grasped the arm of his companion. "What's wrong?" The other, perplexed, inquired. "Is there something in that direction?" The sentinel gestured toward where he had glimpsed the phantoms. "Surely not. You must have misinterpreted." The beam of the flashlight swept over the distant street, revealing nothing amiss. An empty void. "No, that cannot be. I distinctly saw a specter dart by." The sentinel began to doubt his own perception. "You are undoubtedly just overly anxious." "I will keep watch. You should take a moment to rest," his companion said, concern evident in his voice. Yet the sentinel remained unresponsive, standing transfixed. What's the matter?" The companion gently tapped his shoulder. Crack. In an instant, the sentinel's body was cleaved in twain, blood gushing forth from his midsection. "This." The companion felt a warm, viscous flow upon his face, realizing it was blood. Thunder roared once more. The sentinel beheld a specter materializing before him, its visage grotesquely sinister. Then he glimpsed his own body. Gurgle. The head tumbled to the ground. The prey has arrived. The sanguine feast begins. The specter, with its desiccated fingers, retrieved the severed head from the earth. Behind it, an array of additional phantoms emerged. Chapter 111. The haunting shadows. Thunder rumbled ominously, accompanied by blinding flashes of lightning. The sound of rain drowned out the anguished cries of soldiers. The streets lay littered with the corpses of hundreds of soldiers. The once desolate thoroughfare now bore the chilling presence of countless spectral figures, as if ancient phantoms had been resurrected to roam the town. As night fell, the survivors slept soundly, a rare respite from their torment. One survivor, preparing to relieve himself, stepped out of his room, only to glimpse a vague silhouette at the end of the corridor. "Away," he called out casually, assuming it was his companion also in need of a midnight visit. "Jiegu, why are you up at this hour?" His companion's voice suddenly echoed from within the room. If Away was in the room, then who lurked in the corridor? He remembered there were only two of them present. The shadow at the corridor's end vanished, only to materialize before Jiegu in the blink of an eye. "Ghost! A ghost!" Jiegu screamed in terror, drenched in cold sweat. It was a skull devoid of flesh, cloaked in a dark cape, wielding a gruesome bone knife stained with blood. With a swift motion, the specter struck, and in an instant, Jiegu's head rolled upon the ground. "Jiegu!" Away's heart-wrenching scream pierced the night as he leapt from his bed, crashing through the glass and tumbling into the street. The torrential rain soaked his clothes. "Help! There's a ghost!" Away cried out, ignoring the pain coursing through his body as he fled down the street. Suddenly, the ghostly figure reappeared behind him. "Ah, no!" Away's head too was severed, blood gushing forth. His screams roused the other survivors, many of whom poked their heads out of their tents, witnessing a scene more horrifying than they had ever imagined. "Ghost! Murder! Run! Alert the base!" The survivors' instinctive response was to flee, yet they soon realized that the once empty street was now teeming with spectral apparitions. How can this be? Is this a ghost town?" The faces of the survivors reflected sheer terror. These are not ghosts, but mere monsters. A newly awakened fighter charged at the shadows, brandishing a massive blade that cleaved through the air. "Impossible!" He gasped in disbelief as the blade passed through the apparition. The ghost extended its withered arm, and the fighter felt a chilling sensation at his chest as his own searing heart was grasped in the specter's hand. The fighter's demise plunged the onlookers into despair. The commotion soon attracted the attention of the base soldiers. "General, what should we do?" Ma Yao gasped in shock at the sight of the shadows. "I refuse to believe in such ghosts. This must be some unknown creature." Li Shao narrowed his eyes, conjuring a dark red greatsword in his hands. In an instant, he charged forward, slicing through the curtain of rain. With a fearsome blaze of fiery sword energy, he obliterated several of the lurking phantoms. 2 blue cards fell onto the street. "The 6-star general has made a breakthrough." Joy illuminated Ma Yao's face. The greater Li Zhao's strength, the more secure the position of the 10th Legion. These monsters possess the ability to phase their bodies. When they do so, physical attacks are rendered ineffective. Li Shao quickly discerned the ghostly shadow's trickery. So it is, the soldiers suddenly realized. As long as they are not ghosts, they have nothing to fear. They raised their rifles and began to fire at the phantoms. At first, the bullets passed right through their bodies. However, the phasing lasted only a fleeting second. Beyond that brief moment, they would be struck by bullets. These spectral creatures were not invulnerable. When hit, they would spurt transparent blood. Increasingly more ghostly monsters emerged from the ground. During the day, they utilized their phasing ability to conceal themselves underground. Only with the onset of night did they emerge to slaughter their prey. This explained the absence of zombies in the town. The monsters were indeed a distinct species. They occupied the town, waiting for victims to arrive. Each nightfall, they would reveal themselves. The sheer number of these spectral beings was overwhelming. For every one the soldiers killed, 2 would emerge from the earth. The strength of these apparitions was not to be underestimated. They possessed the ability to teleport briefly. As the soldiers scanned the area with their rifles, one suddenly felt a chill in his chest. A sharp dagger pierced through his back. The spectral creatures moved with eerie cunning, leading to the untimely demise of many soldiers. We must retreat. This cannot continue. Li Shao sensed the urgency. Half of his soldiers had already perished. If they remained in this deadlock, the hundreds present would all meet their end here. The soldiers hesitated not, fighting as they fell back. All survivors on the street were slain by the ghostly monsters. Even those trapped inside houses, still harboring many survivors, could not be rescued under such dire circumstances. They could only hope for their own survival, praying the spectral beings would not discover their hiding places. The sudden turn of events transformed the once peaceful town into a scene of hellish chaos. Blood stained the streets, rooms, hallways, and tents. Many were unaware of the unfolding calamity, perishing in their slumber. Guan Li opened his eyes. Lightning flashed outside the window. A phantom was peering into the room through the glass. It passed through the wall and lunged straight for Si Yan. With thunderous force, Guan Li hesitated not. Several bolts of silver lightning surged towards the apparition. Zzz. The ghostly figure was dispersed by the lightning, leaving behind a blue card. Kill ghostly minion. Gain 500 points. The system's notification suddenly rang out. A monster. Guan Li performed a swift roll, retrieving the fallen card from the ground. Li Gu. What is going on? The trio awoke from their dreams, bewildered. Goodness, why is my hair singed? Si Yan exclaimed. Would you prefer your hair or your head? Guan Li pointed at the ashes on the ground. This. Thank you, Li Gu, for saving my life. Si Yan finally comprehended the situation. Recently, I ventured recklessly near the gates of the underworld. This night shall not be tranquil. I have already heard the anguished cries from outside. Rat-a-tat. Boom. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions reverberated in succession. Master, the monster has returned, Bowen hastily remarked. In an instant, Guan Li dashed into the corridor. In the distance, a ghostly creature emerged from the staircase, brandishing a bloodied head in its grasp. Name, Lesser Wraith Race. Undead potential, 6-star strength, 4 stars, beginner, abilities, phasing. Teleportation evaluation, an undead entity from the abyss, it relishes slumbering beneath the earth, awaiting its prey. The system swiftly scanned the wraith and provided the information. Are you familiar with this creature? Guan Li inquired, glancing at Bone. If memory serves me right, it hails from the abyss. Master, the abyss is vast. Indeed, I comprehend. He nodded. The lesser wraith launched its attack, its form flickering erratically as it reached toward Guan Li. Bone armor. An armor enveloped Guan Li, rendering the wraith's assault utterly ineffective. Thunderous fury. Several arcs of silver lightning struck forth, instantly obliterating the lesser wraith, leaving naught but a carpet of ashes. Chapter 112. Destructive sacrifice. The system's prompt echoed. Defeat the low-level specters to earn 450 points. Be cautious, you 3. These creatures possess the ability to phase through their bodies and have a certain degree of mobility. In their phasing state, only magical attacks can inflict damage upon them. Remember, do not approach them too closely. I will assess the situation outside, Guan Li declared, before departing with Long Jie and Gu Li. Let us proceed with caution and locate the base's troops. Wang Yu quickly regained his composure. Indeed, we must not hinder Ji's progress. Yu Hai nodded in agreement. 5 Z-type robots led the charge, with Wang Yu following closely behind. Si Yan positioned himself in the middle of the formation, while Yu Hai and Bai Shi brought up the rear. Guan Li had already dashed into the street when 3 options suddenly materialized before him. Option 1. Flee the town. Reward. Speed Potion X1. Option 2. Hunt down 100 specters. Reward. 6-star Crystal X10. Option 3. Locate the Necromancer Priest, destroy the altar, and halt the sacrifice. Reward. Phasing Technique X1. Skill Upgrade Opportunity X1. Deluxe Lottery X1. 7-star Crystal X1. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Li chose the third option. The rewards were simply too enticing. He summoned all his Legion soldiers. Master, Kyle, Leo, and Song Lin responded respectfully. Seek out the Necromancer's altar. Guan Li commanded decisively. Understood. The commanders nodded and dispersed to commence their tasks. Guan Li, too, kept himself occupied by slaying specters while simultaneously searching for the altar. Such a conspicuous object could hardly be located within the town, otherwise, it would have been discovered long ago. After searching for a while with no results, an idea struck Guan Li. He made his way towards the forest outside the town. He recalled that upon entering the town, there appeared to be a graveyard halfway up the hill. Such a sinister location would surely be a haven for the undead. As Guan Li entered the woods, he encountered numerous low-level specters dragging human corpses through the thickets. His suspicions were further confirmed. Gu Li, Song Lin, Kyle, Leo, I have found the target. Hurry to my location. Guan Li communicated telepathically to the commanders. Yes, master. The commanders hastened towards the forest. Following the specters, Guan Li stealthily advanced deeper into the woods. The ground beneath began to grow muddy. Halfway up the hill, the mass grave. This was formerly a place where bodies were discarded during the war. The disarrayed gravestones bore no indication of whose remains lay beneath. Guan Li halted at the edge of the mass grave, surveying the scene within. He beheld the specters placing the corpses upon the ground, arranging them into bizarre postures. The bodies knelt with their hands raised high above their heads. Of course, these were headless corpses. A cursory glance revealed at least 1,000 bodies. Deep within the mass grave, hundreds of specters stood guard, wielding scythes, skeletal staffs, long spears, and swords, exuding an overwhelming aura. The strength of these specters has reached 6 stars, with hundreds of 6-star specters poised for action. Should they all mobilize? They possess the power to annihilate the team. After all, the strongest combat capability of the base army does not exceed the mid-level of 6 stars. However, at this moment, they have a far more pressing duty to guard the altar and ensure the successful completion of the sacrificial rite. The offerings here are, of course, the humans hunted in the town. Thousands of headless corpses form an ominous array, within which reside the 6-star specters. At the very center lies a vast cloud of mist. A hauntingly ancient horn reverberates through the air, revealing the true form of the altar at the heart of the graveyard. It is a grand structure crafted from bones, with the outer 3 layers composed entirely of human remains, and the inner 3 layers filled with human skulls. This altar is immense, spanning several meters in area. From the depths of the earth, a figure cloaked in black emerges, gripping a staff made of bone. The silhouette beneath the robe is that of a decaying body, as if it has lain dormant underground for centuries. Name: Undead Priest Race. Undead Potential: Black Iron Strength. Mid-level 7 stars ability. Unknown evaluation: an undead priest from the abyss. Descended with a malevolent mission, vowing to open the abyssal passage and summon an army of the undead. Alas, the undead priest begins to stir, raising its skeletal staff and emitting a wailing cry. Through the language of the dead, Guan Li suddenly comprehends the undead priest's prayer. Great Death God, God of the undead. Evil deity, devout follower Gut Yuri shall present delectable offerings. May the gods graciously accept and bestow upon me strength. Open the abyssal passage and allow the undead to descend upon this world. Upon completing the prayer, the undead priest commences a sacrificial dance, clawing and thrashing without an ounce of grace. Guan Li reflects on the lack of sincerity in this undead priest, who dares to worship 3 gods simultaneously. How could such a thing possibly manifest? Yet, the irony arrives swiftly. After the undead priest concludes its dance, a terrifying aura envelopes the altar, and the headless corpses begin to bow in worship. Goodness, this can actually succeed? Guan Li senses that matters have taken a turn for the worse. He can no longer afford to be a mere spectator. Should the undead priest complete the sacrifice, the abyssal passage would be opened, yielding catastrophic consequences. Long K, divert their attention. Guan Li commands. The Legion soldiers have already entered the forest and will arrive shortly. Before that, he must destroy the altar to interrupt the sacrificial rite. Understood, Master. Long K nods and leaps into action, unfurling its demonic wings to soar into the air. Stop it. The undead priest gasps in alarm. The sacrifice has reached a crucial juncture and must not be interfered with by external forces. The gods will be furious if they do not receive their offerings. Long Chia unleashed a torrent of lightning with his silver dragon claws. The spectral sentinels surged towards him. Guan Li, having consumed an invisibility potion, stealthily infiltrated the altar. The necromancer priest remained engrossed in fervent prayer, oblivious to Guan Li's presence. A sinister grin crept across Guan Li's face as he exclaimed, "Let me add a little surprise." He then produced an array of self-destructing robots. A wave of dread washed over the necromancer priest, its decayed visage contorted with terror. A searing heat erupted forth, shattering the altar of bones into a chaotic ruin. The sacrificial ritual was abruptly interrupted, and the ominous aura dissipated swiftly. The necromancer priest's body trembled violently. "Curse be it! Who dares disrupt my rite?" It roared, desperate to unearth the source of the disturbance. It had meticulously prepared for this offering, only to see it unravel inexplicably. "Stop searching. I am right here," Guan Li declared, brandishing the bloodthirst blade as he charged at the necromancer priest. "A human? How dare you?" The priest gasped in astonishment. Hastily employing phasing energy, the bloodthirst blade passed through its form effortlessly. Unfazed, Guan Li had anticipated this maneuver. With a thunderous crack, brilliant arcs of lightning erupted from his hand. "Ah!" the necromancer priest shrieked, being violently hurled away. Chapter 113. Slaying the undead priest. The undead priest's form crashed, into a multitude of gravestones. Its tattered black robe, rent asunder by lightning, revealed decaying flesh beneath. "Damn it! I shall slay you." The undead priest intoned an incantation, its bony staff emanating a sinister aura, conjuring several ghostly claws. The claws lunged toward Guan Li. Blood soul, slash. He exhibited no fear. His strength was nearly on par with that of the undead priest. A crimson sword energy cleaved through the black claws. Bang! The claws were severed, and the blood-red energy surged forth, aiming directly at the undead priest. Death shield. A protective barrier materialized around the undead priest, deflecting the blood soul slash. Such formidable power. This is the essence of the abyss. Human, how do you possess something from the abyss? The undead priest spoke in a ghostly tone, its visage twisted with astonishment. Blood demon hand. Bone armor. Guan Li refrained from replying and swiftly unleashed his skills. A suit of bone armor coalesced around him, while his right arm was enveloped by the blood demon hand. He charged toward the undead priest, the blood-drinking blade slicing through the air. The undead priest recited another incantation, summoning several dark phantoms. Guan Li swung his sword, shattering those phantoms. Death strangulation. A terrifying vortex formed around Guan Li, and his figure abruptly vanished from sight. Teleportation? The undead priest sensed impending doom. Rending the air, Guan Li reappeared behind it. The blood-drinking blade effortlessly breached its defenses, severing half of its shoulder. Its body was fragile, ill-suited for close combat. Undead resurrection. It chanted a spell, vanishing from view. The surrounding graveyard began to tremble violently as rotting corpses clawed their way from the earth. Wail. Dozens of corpses, resurrected by the undead priest, emerged, each possessing the combat prowess of a 6-star novice. Guan Li was swiftly encircled by the ghastly creatures. Shadow swap. He targeted the nearest corpse. Their positions exchanged in an instant. The undead priest had yet to register the shift. Thunderous wrath. Guan Li conjured 10 bolts of lightning, hurling them toward the undead priest. Zzz. The decaying body was pierced in an instant. It let out a wretched scream, its form becoming increasingly ethereal. The undead priest sought to flee, recognizing the human before it was far too enigmatic and formidable to confront. It attempted to teleport once more, disappearing from sight. When it reappeared, it was already outside the chaotic graveyard. Shadow swap. Guan Li reversed their positions once again. The undead priest was left bewildered. Thunderous wrath. Guan Li summoned another barrage of lightning, striking like dancing silver serpents toward the undead priest. The undead priest's form had become nearly transparent, its strength waning. It desperately called forth the 6-star specters, yet there was no response whatsoever. Guan Li understood the reason quite clearly. The soldiers of the Legion had successfully blocked the spirits. Just moments ago, Long K's appearance had drawn all the phantoms away. Within the chaotic graveyard, only the necromancer remained. Guan Li once again summoned silver lightning, this time conjuring dozens of bolts. Silver light illuminated his surroundings. Crack! Lightning surged forth, striking the necromancer. Enveloped in the electric storm, the necromancer's form swiftly dissipated. Defeated the necromancer, earned 50,000 points, completed the option, received rewards. Ethereal Technique X1, Skill Upgrade Opportunity X1, Grand Lottery Ticket X1. 7-star Crystal Core X1, the system's notification chimed in succession. With the necromancer's control lost, the revived corpses once again became motionless. Guan Li picked up a purple golden card from the ashes. There was no crystallized core within the necromancer's body. Master, all enemies have been exterminated. Several commanders approached Guan Li from behind, each holding 57 purple cards. Return to the town. Guan Li stowed the cards away and departed from the graveyard. In the town, the base army had paid a heavy price, but had finally vanquished the majority of the spirits. All 6-star spirits had been dealt with by Guan Li. The spirits in the town were at most 5-star in strength, making them manageable for the base army, albeit with significant casualties. Upon returning to the town, Guan Li refrained from intervening. He had already resolved the greatest crisis. The lower-tier spirits in the town could be dealt with by the base army. He sought a quiet place to begin examining his spoils. Ethereal Technique. Upon use, learn the Ethereal Technique, allowing the body to become incorporeal and immune to all physical damage. This is indeed a commendable skill. System. Learn Ethereal Technique. Without hesitation, Guan Li proceeded with the learning. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering the Ethereal Technique. The system's notification resonated as a torrent of information flooded into his mind. Ethereal Technique. Guan Li's body instantaneously became insubstantial. He passed through the walls and entered another room. This ethereal technique was truly remarkable. Not only did it grant immunity to physical damage, but it also enabled wall traversal. However, the energy consumption of the technique was also considerable. Within mere seconds, Guan Li felt himself nearly drained. He promptly dispelled the ethereal technique. Several supply cards were crushed in his grasp, allowing his expended energy to swiftly replenish. Skill upgrade opportunity. System. Upgrade advanced teleportation technique. After a moment of contemplation, Guan Li resolved to enhance the teleportation skill. Ding. Advanced teleportation technique upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Shadow Step. Shadow Step. Teleport 60 meters to a designated location. Leaving behind a phantom image at the original spot, the teleportation distance can be freely controlled, with a cooldown time of 120 seconds. The upgraded teleportation skill not only increased the distance but also reduced the cooldown time, while allowing the creation of an illusory image to confuse adversaries. This enhancement was indeed substantial. A crystal core appeared in Guan Li's hand. A pure energy emanated from within. Without hesitation, he grasped it and absorbed the essence directly. A continuous surge of energy flowed into his body, significantly enhancing Guan Li's strength. After absorbing the crystal core, he retrieved 75 of his own cards. In one breath, he activated all the cards. Acquired Advanced Evolution Card X10. Acquired Advanced Supply Card X15. Enables faster energy recovery. Acquired Gourmet Food Card X10. Grants a serving of high-energy food upon use. Acquired Legion Expansion Card, 1 person, X10. Acquired Legion Upgrade Card X1. Acquired Flamestorm X1. Learn the Flamestorm skill upon use. Acquired Advanced Recovery Card X10. All the purple cards were opened, yielding quite satisfactory rewards. Not only were there expansion and upgrade cards, but also a skill book. Guan Li instructed the Skeleton Mage to learn Flamestorm. Ding. The Skeleton Mage acquired the skill, Flamestorm. Flamestorm conjures a tempest of flames to attack foes. System. Upgrade the Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion. Guan Li applied the upgrade card to the Xianlei Flood Dragon. Ding. The upgrade of the Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion was successful. The system's notification echoed. The Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion instantly advanced beyond the mid-level of 7 stars. Chapter 114. The Flame Dragon Legion. Guan Li did not hasten to utilize the Legion expansion card. In his hand appeared a resplendent purple-gold card, its radiant glow instantly illuminating the surrounding glow. As he activated the card, a chime resonated, announcing, "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Necromancy skill." Necromancy. This skill allows the summoning of a spectral creature to battle, possessing power equivalent to that of the summoner. Note: this summoning technique belongs to necromantic magic and cannot be learned by non-undead beings. Guan Li's eyes sparkled with delight. This was indeed a valuable skill. He promptly assigned the necromancy skill to the Skeleton Mage, as it was the most suitable candidate among his legion. A chime sounded again. The Skeleton Mage has acquired the skill, Necromancy. The options for rewards still included a luxurious grand lottery. Guan Li felt a twinge of anxiety, recalling a previous misfortune with a lottery. System. The luxurious grand lottery won't yield a thank you for participating outcome, will it? He inquired with trepidation. Rest assured, products of the system are guaranteed to be exquisite, came the reassuring voice of the system. With newfound confidence, Guan Li declared, "Let the lottery commence." He activated the luxurious grand lottery. A dazzling golden spinning wheel materialized before him, consisting of 100 segments, each concealing unknown treasures, legion cards, equipment, skills, talents, pets, professions, and more. Guan Li scrutinized the wheel carefully, ensuring there were no empty segments before he exhaled in relief. Phew. Products of the system are guaranteed to be exquisite. He initiated the spinning wheel. Ding, ding, ding. A luminous point appeared on the wheel and began to dance excitedly. The speed of the light intensified, darting wildly between the segments. Guan Li's breath quickened. Although the luxurious wheel was devoid of empty spaces, the disparity among the rewards was palpable. Potions could not possibly compare to legion cards, unless they were exceptionally powerful elixirs. As the light began to decelerate, the moment of revelation approached. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a silver-level potential legion card. The system's announcement elicited a palpable sigh of relief from Guan Li. A legion card. And a silver-level potential one at that. This reward exceeded his expectations entirely. As the luxurious wheel faded, the reward automatically transferred to his system backpack. Guan Li opened his backpack to find a golden card resting quietly in the final slot. Silver-level potential legion card. Upon use, grants a silver-level potential legion. Without hesitation, Guan Li activated the legion card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Flame Dragon Legion card. The question mark on the front of the card transformed into a magnificent dragon, exhaling flames. Its form resembled that of a lizard, yet it boasted a pair of formidable horns atop its head. Its limbs appeared robust, adorned with crimson scales. A dragon-type legion. Guan Li's expression radiated joy. Dragon-type beings were undoubtedly among the pinnacle of their kind at the same level. He stepped out of the room and into the expansive backyard, where ample space awaited. With determination, he crushed the card. A fiery crimson summoning circle emerged in the courtyard, its intricate patterns ablaze with fierce flames that even the torrential rain could not extinguish. A low growl reverberated from the depths of the circle, and 5 terrifying figures materialized within its confines. Each fire drake, measuring over 5 meters in length and 2 meters in width, bore a pair of majestic horns atop its head, accompanied by a singular horn above its snout. Their scarlet scales radiated in intense heat, while their claws were scalding, akin to molten lava. With piercing crimson slit-like eyes, they exuded an aura of draconic majesty. The raindrops striking the fire drake's bodies evaporated instantaneously into mist. Master! The foremost fire drake prostrated itself before Guan Li, bowing its noble head. The other fire drakes followed suit, lowering themselves to the ground. Rise! Guan Li gestured with his hand, eager to examine the attributes and abilities of the fire drakes. Fire Drake Legion, upgradable, non-expandable, count, 5 potential, silver, strength, intermediate 7 stars, commander, burning flame, skills, fire breath, draconic majesty, flame resistance, claw strike, fiery scales. Power of the drake, scorching flames. The strength of the fire drakes was comparable to that of the Xian Lei flood dragon, both possessing silver-level potential. After all, both legions belonged to the draconic lineage, one of Eastern origin and the other of Western descent. Guan Li was exceedingly pleased. For reasons unknown, the rain began to diminish. And amidst the overcast sky, twinkling stars began to appear. Guan Li withdrew the legion soldiers into the system space, calculating that the specters haunting the town should have been eradicated by now. It was time for him to show his face again. Upon reaching the street, he was met with a scene of headless corpses strewn across the ground. Survivors knelt in anguish, their cries echoing through the air as they could only identify the deceased by their clothing. Please, get up and see me. Mother, I have been such a disobedient child. A bow. We promised to be best friends for life. How could you leave first? The lamentations resonated throughout the street. Guan Li understood that many lives had surely been lost that night. At least tens of thousands had perished at the hands of the specters. And this was merely the second night. Over 20,000 had already fallen in battle. As he advanced along the street, the base military personnel were busy clearing the battlefield. Guan Li sought the figures of Wang Yu and the others. Finally, near the center of the small town, he spotted them. Aside from his acquaintances, all the students from Z University were gathered there. They were clever, having sought refuge with the base military. However, it appeared that Z University's team had also suffered considerable losses. This time, Guan Li recognized several familiar faces: Qin Xiong, Zhao Hai, and Lin Nana. Lin Quan also noticed Guan Li and embraced Lin Nana before casting a challenging glance in his direction. Guan Li chose to ignore him. How are you all? Is everyone all right? He inquired, directing his attention to Wang Yu and the others. We're fine, just that Yu sustained some minor injuries. Xi Yin pointed at Wang Yu's arm, which was wrapped in a bandage. What happened? Guan Li asked, his concern evident. Nothing serious. We were ambushed by Lin Quan's men. Wang Yu shook his head. Well, a lesson learned. Since one has been wronged, one must find a way to retaliate. Guan Li said little more. Ultimately, these 3 must grow on their own. Overly protecting them may lead to their detriment. Indeed, brotherly speaks wisely. Wang Yu nodded, gratefully absorbing the lesson. Guan Li, while everyone else stands against the monsters, where have you been? Hiding like a turtle? Ha! What a worthless fool. A lackey of Lin Quan boldly stepped forward to provoke him, evidently having received encouragement from Lin Quan. Guan Li turned to him but remained silent, instead striding directly toward him. With a swift motion, Guan Li delivered a resounding slap to the boy's face. The latter was caught off guard, only registering the searing pain on his cheek before he could react. You dare to strike me? The boy exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Guan Li. Unwilling to accept it? Then hit me back. Guan Li regarded him with a chilling gaze. The boy opened his mouth to respond, yet the oppressive intensity in Guan Li's eyes compelled him to swallow his words. Chapter 115, Zhao Hai's counterattack. Guan Li. One must heed the master when dealing with a dog. What do you mean? Lin Quan approached Guan Li, his demeanor confrontational. Where did that barking come from? Guan Li replied nonchalantly. You are courting death. Lin Quan was poised to strike. What is happening? No disturbances allowed. A soldier interjected, stepping between the two. What do you want? Beware, I want to hold back. The soldier rebuked Lin Quan, undeterred by his lesser strength, bolstered by the backing of the base's military. Guan Li, consider yourself fortunate this time. However, your luck cannot last forever. Lin Quan threatened menacingly. Indeed, next time, fortune may not favor you. Guan Li retorted. Leave. Return to your slumber. As he turned to depart, an ancient book slipped from his grasp. This moment was fortuitously witnessed by Zhao Hai, who hurried forward and stepped on the book. Ahai, the show is over. Let us go, Zhao Hai's companion remarked. Haha, I suddenly feel inspired. I wish to observe the night sky. You go ahead, Zhao Hai quickly responded. Have you lost your mind? Fine, I'll head back first. The companion shook his head and turned away. Zhao Hai remained in place, waiting for the crowd to disperse before hastily retrieving the fallen book. Phew, thankfully it's unharmed. Zhao Hai exhaled in relief. The book's unique material had remained unsoaked by the rain, further affirming Zhao Hai's belief in its significance. After all, it had fallen from Guan Li. Exorcising Sword Manual? Zhao Hai gazed at the 4 ancient characters inscribed on the cover, each stroke imbued with an air of mystery. A manual on swordsmanship. He had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Zhao Hai's face radiated with delight. His extraordinary journey was on the cusp of beginning. Concealing the sword manual, Zhao Hai sought a secluded corner. This dilapidated farmhouse, hidden away in a remote location, was avoided by all due to its leaky roof, making it the perfect refuge. Eagerly, Zhao Hai discovered a clean spot and opened the exorcising sword manual. The first page bore little text, only a few grand characters. To master this skill, one must first undergo castration. Castration? What does that mean? Zhao Hai was perplexed. Turning to the second page, he found a detailed description of the process. Upon reading it, his expression shifted drastically. The so-called castration was, in fact, the loss of one's manhood. His initial joy morphed into turmoil. That was a man's dignity. Yet, without undergoing this, he could not learn the manual. He was unwilling to endure a life devoid of dignity. Reflecting on the treatment he had received during this time, he vividly recalled that fateful night when he had humiliated himself in a desperate bid for survival, relinquishing all semblance of pride. Damn it! What nonsense is dignity? I have long since lost it. Power. All I desire is power. I seek vengeance. Those who have tormented me shall all perish. Zhao Hai clenched his fists tightly. His eyes filled with bloodshot intensity. In his grip, a gleaming dagger materialized. A piercing scream echoed from within the cottage. Zhao Hai's hands were already stained crimson. He trembled, his gaze blood-red, resembling a vengeful spirit. At that moment, the bloodied sword manual radiated a soft glow, merging into Zhao Hai's being, causing his wounds to heal instantaneously. Yet, the loss could not be restored. He felt his strength surging within him, beginning from a junior 2-star, soaring to a junior 3-star, then 4-star, and finally reaching a junior 5-star in mere minutes. Such power. This was more than merely a sword manual. It contained profound techniques. Zhao Hai felt a surge of joy, the earlier sorrow fading considerably. He gathered his belongings and departed the cottage, now armed with the prowess of a 5-star awakened being. His foremost objective was vengeance. Li Pai, Wang Si, Zhao Hai vividly recalled their faces. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Li Pai stirred from his slumber. Damn it, who's the fool? Wang Si cursed vehemently. Having just survived a life-threatening ordeal, both were utterly exhausted. Just as they had found a moment of respite, they were disturbed. Knock, knock, knock. Silence lingered outside, interrupted only by the persistent knocking. Li Pai, go check who that scoundrel is, Wang Si said impatiently, lying in bed with a pillow over his ears. Damn it, I'll make you pay. Li Pai rolled out of bed and made his way to the door. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a striking young man. Oh, isn't this young Master Hai? What is this? Are you here for another colossal chicken steak? Li Pai chuckled. I've come to kill you, Zhao Hai shouted, launching a punch at his adversary. You worthless fool, you think you can kill me? Let Brother Pai teach you a lesson. Li Pai's eyes glinted with menace as he lunged toward Zhao Hai. After all, he was merely an ordinary person, while he himself was a 4-star intermediate awakened being. In terms of strength, speed, and defense, he could easily overpower Zhao Hai with a mere flick of his wrist. Yet, Zhao Hai grinned wickedly. A terrifying aura bursting forth in an instant. You. Impossible. Fear-filled Li Pai's eyes as Zhao Hai sent him flying. The overwhelming force caused Li Pai to crash to the ground, wailing in agony. Zhao Hai concentrated his energy and, from a distance, struck Li Pai with a pressure point technique, rendering him immobile. Wang Si finally grasped the situation. He attempted to flee, but it was already too late. Zhao Hai seized him by the neck and hurled him against the wall. Employing the pressure point technique once more, he incapacitated Wang Si. Zhao Hai rendered both men unconscious and dragged them out of the room. Li Pai and Wang Si were bound tightly and tossed into a desolate, secluded yard, far removed from the town and devoid of any witnesses. Brother Hai, spare me, I beg you. Their hands and feet were stained with fresh blood, evidently the result of Zhao Hai's merciless actions. Spare you? That is out of the question. Zhao Hai's voice carried a hint of a sinister softness. This is the after effect of the evil repelling sword manual. I desire you to perish slowly in agony, piece by piece. The humiliation of that night shall be repaid 1,000-fold. In Zhao Hai's hand appeared a sharp dagger. He proceeded to sever the ropes binding the two, only to force the remnants into their mouths. MMM, MMM, MMM. The two struggled desperately, but to no avail. Afraid, are we? This is merely the beginning. With the keen dagger, Zhao Hai methodically sliced into their flesh. Each incision was precisely calculated, ensuring they remained alive. The two shook their heads vigorously, tears and snot mingling together. Yet, Zhao Hai remained unmoved. The cultivation of the evil-repelling sword manual had warped his psyche over time. He relished the thrill of murder, savoring the exquisite torment of slowly bringing someone to their demise. This experience was truly remarkable. The courtyard echoed with their anguished cries, soon drowned out by the torrential rain. Moments later, Zhao Hai emerged from the courtyard. Li Pai and Wang Si were left hanging upside down from a withered tree. Their flesh had nearly been obliterated, with only strands of meat clinging to their bones. The potent vitality of the awakened had prevented their deaths, yet death was merely a matter of time. This prolonged wait for death was the most agonizing form of torment. Chapter 116. The Orcasalt daylight has broken. The rain has ceased. Guan Li opened his eyes and rose to stow away his folding bed. Oh, where is my sword manual? During the tidying process, he suddenly realized that the talisman sword manual he had been carrying was inexplicably missing. Li Gu, have you lost something? Should we assist you in searching for it? Wang Yu inquired. It's nothing. An inconsequential item. Guan Li replied, shaking his head. After all, he had no intention of studying that talisman sword manual. He could only hope that no one had stumbled upon it. The cost of that item was indeed rather steep. The team swiftly assembled, aligning themselves in the order previously established. Many attempted to take advantage of the situation, trying to slip ahead of the front lines. However, they were all promptly apprehended. The base military personnel issued a command. Anyone who acts recklessly will be expelled from the squad. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly fell silent. Though the dangers loomed behind them, there remained a glimmer of survival. Being expelled from the team would surely lead to certain death. The events of the past 2 days had made them acutely aware that this world was fraught with peril. Seizing the opportunity during the assembly, Guan Li found a secluded corner. He summoned his legion of soldiers, instructing them, "You shall follow the perimeter of the team and hunt monsters independently." He ordered the soldiers to remain on standby in the system space, believing that allowing them to venture out for hunting would be more beneficial. The distance was not far, and they could provide support at any moment. "Yes, master." Several commanders responded. Guan Li retained the skeleton undead legion. His current identity was that of a summoner, and he needed to keep the skeleton army as a guise. After arranging all matters, Guan Li returned to the rear of the team. Once assembled, they departed the small town in a grand procession, continuing their flight southward along the M205 route. The Legion soldiers trailed behind the team, maintaining a safe distance. To the south of Chaoming town, they completely exited the confines of Z City. The team traversed the roadway, following it steadfastly. It should lead them into the territory of Sanlin City. Within the front ranks, Jose held a map, deducing their current position. "Commander, we have 2 options. The first is to take a detour, which would take a week. The second option is to traverse through the urban area of Sanlin City. A week? That is far too long. Moreover, in this apocalyptic era, where is there truly a safe haven? Even if we choose to detour, other dangers may lurk. I support the second option, crossing through Sanlin City," Zhao Kuo declared. "I too opt for the second choice. The most formidable threat in the city is undoubtedly the zombies. These mindless creatures are easier to handle than the monsters," Su Dehai added. "Given this, I shall also choose the second option." Guo Xiaotian, surprisingly in agreement with Zhao Kuo, concurred. After all, the risks of taking a detour were too great. "Let us traverse Sanlin City." Tu Tianyang and Li Xiao also voiced their agreement. The two were the strongest forces within the team and possessed considerable influence. "Very well. If that is the consensus, we shall proceed through Sanlin City." Su Yunjian nodded thoughtfully, soon resolving himself. A mournful horn echoed from afar. "This is dire." A large contingent of troops has been spotted in the distance, bearing banners that suggest they are sentient beings. A scout with keen eyesight stumbled into their makeshift meeting point. "What has transpired? Speak slowly." Zhou Yuan reassured the soldier with a gentle pat, emanating a soft glow that instantly calmed the soldier. "Thank you, Deputy Zhou." The eagle-eyed soldier expressed his gratitude. Zhou Yuan served as a luminary cleric, capable of casting healing spells to mend wounds and wielding light magic to strike foes. To the front, the left, and the right, Orcish forces have emerged. The eagle-eyed soldier reported. "Orcs? How far away?" Su Yunjian inquired urgently. "Approximately 2 kilometers." The soldier replied. "This is terrible. Everyone, prepare for battle." Su Yunjian commanded, but it was already too late. "Ack, Screams of agony resounded from the front lines as volleys of arrows rained down, embedding themselves deeply into the earth. Damn it! They arrived too swiftly. Su Yunjian cursed. Generals, I implore you. He addressed the 10 commanding generals. I shall lead the soldiers in a counterattack, Zhao Kuo declared, commanding the 1st Legion at the forefront. Now suffering the greatest losses from the ambush, I will retreat to guard the rear. Li Shao quickly followed suit. The troops halted, survivors displaying anxious expressions. They had heard the horn's warning all too clearly. Their ranks were under siege by monsters. Ordinary survivors, remain within the formation. Awakened ones, you may organize a counteroffensive. All spoils from the kills shall be yours to claim. The messenger relayed. In an instant, numerous awakened individuals began to assemble their teams. They sought strength. Unwilling to remain stagnant, for the monsters were evolving. To survive, they must grow stronger. 3 bands of Orcish warriors appeared on the road, clad in rudimentary iron armor. Their upper bodies bare, green skin glistening, with tusks protruding from their mouths. Charge! An orc commander bellowed, brandishing a spiked club. Kill! Zhao Kuo transformed into a steadfast warrior, leading his soldiers into the fray. The 2 forces collided with ferocity. Orcs swung their clubs, delivering fatal blows to the base troops, while the base soldiers retaliated with their blades, cleaving orc heads asunder. Rat-a-tat-tat. In the distance, base troops opened fire with rifles, while orcs loosed arrows in response. In the initial clash, the base troops found themselves at a disadvantage, as standard rifle ammunition struggled to pose a significant threat to the orcs. Conversely, the arrows from the Orcish archers appeared to be crafted from a unique material, exhibiting formidable striking power. Base soldiers struck by these projectiles were either dead or grievously wounded. Reinforcements. I require assistance. Zhao Kuo found himself encircled by orcs. Although he possessed the strength of 6 stars, his 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. His iron-like skin bore several dents from the blows. These orc troops were adept in tactics. They lured Zhao Kuo deeper and then swiftly surrounded him. This is dire. Zhao Kuo's battalion is in peril. Su Yunjian was alarmed. The combined forces of the 3 orc battalions numbered at least 10,000. Zhao Kuo's battalion consisted of merely over 5,000. Moreover, all the orc troops were elite warriors of 4 stars or above. Many soldiers of the base army relied on firearms for combat, possessing only a strength of 1 or 2 stars. Reinforcements. Hurry with the reinforcements. 3rd Battalion, 4th Battalion. Su Yunjian felt a surge of panic. Losing Zhao Kuo's battalion would undoubtedly be a colossal loss for the base army. Guo Xiaodian and Su Dehai had already assembled their troops. They prepared to charge towards the orcs to rescue Zhao Kuo's battalion. Thud, thud, thud. The distant sound of heavy hoofbeats echoed. The ground beneath them trembled slightly. Not far away, a special unit emerged, numbering around 500. Fully armed orcs, mounted on tall and robust steeds. Those war horses were all infused with the bloodline of extraordinary beasts. Orc cavalry. A shiver ran through the hearts of Guo Xiaotian and Su Dehai. Chapter 117, Cavalry Charge. The Orc Knight Commander, at the forefront, launched a direct assault on the base army. The robust, towering war horses began to gallop wildly. The vast expanse of the road presented no obstacles. The cavalry surged forth with abandon, a cloud of dust rising in their wake. Hundreds of orc cavalry advanced, an unstoppable force. The soldiers of the base army were immediately thrown into disarray, instinctively retreating. Stay calm. Hold the line. Guo Xiaodian and Su Dehai sought to stabilize their formation. They understood all too well that fleeing in the face of a cavalry charge would only hasten their demise. Only by confronting the threat head-on could they hope for victory. Though the orc cavalry were relatively few, numbering over 10,000, they were not without a chance. Think of your families. You know all too well the fate of cowards. Su Dehai exclaimed. With his words, the formation temporarily steadied. The orc cavalry may be few in number, but they charge together. Target their legs. A crimson aura emanated from Su Dehai as he readied his twin axes. The soldiers wielding machine guns commenced their barrage. Although the bullets failed to fell the warhorses, they inflicted enough pain to impair their speed. Firepower suppression. Guo Xiaotian shouted urgently. Dozens of rockets soared toward the orc cavalry. Scatter, commanded the orc knight commander. Boom. The rockets exploded, toppling several riders. Charge. Annihilate the humans, roared Daniel, the orc knight commander. He rode his steed into the ranks of the 3rd and 4th legions, with the orc cavalry closely following in his wake. The tightly packed formation crashed into the troops, overwhelming them with sheer force. The soldiers at the forefront were hurled aside, trampled beneath the hooves of the horses, their bodies torn asunder. No retreat. Hold the line. Su Dehai swung his axes, instantly shredding a warhorse. The orc atop was reduced to mere fragments. As Su Dehai felled the orc cavalrymen, the morale of the soldiers surged. Kill. They braced themselves against the cavalry's onslaught. frantically hacking at the horse's legs. This tactic of human waves proved effective. Many orc cavalry were thrown from their mounts, swiftly dispatched by the soldiers. Despicable humans. Daniel's warhorse leapt violently, sending nearby soldiers flying. With his blade, he struck out at the surrounding troops, unleashing a terrifying energy that claimed the lives of hundreds. The defenders of the base army were quickly decimated. The warhorses resumed their charge, the orc cavalry wielding their blades to cut down the soldiers around them. Seeing that he could not halt the orc cavalry, Su Dahai resolved himself and disregarded the rear. "Support Jiaoqua," he commanded, leading his soldiers into the fray ahead. A savage charge ensued. Su Dahai suddenly accelerated, transforming into a wild beast. The encircling orcs were torn asunder, creating a breach. "At last, you've arrived. I'm barely hanging on," Jiaoqua weakly uttered. His first legion is suffering grievous losses. "Less chatter. The battle is far from over." Guo Xiaodian charged into the fray, explosive energy coalescing in his hands. The orc soldiers before him were obliterated in an instant. Daniel pressed on, rushing towards the main force. Though his cavalry was scarce, their agility was unmatched. Even in the face of overwhelming numbers, he remained unperturbed. "Quick, stop him," Su Yunjian exclaimed in alarm, issuing a command. The soldiers of the 2nd Regiment opened fire on Daniel. The bullets rained down, yet the impact was negligible. The cavalry dispersed, circumventing the elite front line. "Hee. It's been ages since I've slaughtered the human race. Today, let me indulge." Daniel grinned maliciously, slightly pivoting as he swung his battle blade. With a swift motion, several survivors' heads were severed. Blood sprayed forth, staining his armor crimson. "Haha, this is the thrill." Daniel galloped on his steed, his cavalry trailing closely behind. The 6th Regiment attempted to intercept Daniel, but the enemy's might was overwhelming. They could only watch helplessly as he butchered the survivors. Please don't kill me." The remnants of humanity fell into chaos, their pleas falling on deaf ears, only fueling Daniel's bloodlust. Wail. Despair. Daniel relentlessly unleashed waves of energy blades, and the survivors collapsed in droves, blood flowing like a river. The base troops surged into the throng, aiming to halt Daniel, yet each time they approached, the orc cavalry shifted positions. Hundreds of orc knights mercilessly slaughtered the survivors, and before long, they had reached the rear of the formation. Upon seeing the approaching orc cavalry, the survivors erupted into panic, scattering in all directions in their flight. It's been ages since I stretched my limbs." Guan Li seized the chaos to slip away from the Z University group. Disguise. His appearance altered in an instant. Long K followed suit, changing his visage as well. "Kyle, look for an opportunity to ambush the orc flank," Guan Li commanded directly. Such a vast orc force could not have materialized from thin air. This intelligent race surely had tribes in existence. "Yes, master." Kyle led the Silver Lion cavalry in a frenzied dash. Meanwhile, Daniel continued his carnage among the survivors, oblivious to the specter of death that loomed. Guan Li approached Daniel with deliberate calmness. A human? Aren't you afraid of death?" Daniel sneered down at Guan Li. Guan Li remained silent. "Die." Daniel raised his battle blade and charged at Guan Li. Guan Li accelerated, the bloodthirsty blade materializing in his grasp. "How intriguing. Yet, an ant remains an ant." Daniel scoffed. His battle blade cleaved forward. Unflinching, Guan Li charged directly at Daniel. Whoosh. Crack. Their forms intersected in a swift exchange. Daniel's steed was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. 7-star strength. "This is impossible," Daniel exclaimed in terror. Ignoring him, Guan Li pressed onward. Daniel, devoid of resistance, turned to flee. However, his speed paled in comparison to that of Guan Li. Whoosh. Daniel's head soared into the air. His body, propelled by inertia, stumbled a few paces before collapsing. A notification resonated in Guan Li's mind. Kill the Orc Knight Commander. Earn 2,000 points. Basic horsemanship. To his astonishment, slaying Daniel bestowed upon him the skill book. System. Learn basic horsemanship. A torrent of information flooded his mind. In an instant, he grasped the riding techniques of various creatures. Guan Li retrieved the card from Daniel's body. He summoned the skeletal undead legion. Annihilate these orcs. Guan Li commanded decisively. Chapter 118. Stealing the home at your command, master. Bone nodded, and the skeletal soldiers behind it charged directly at the orc cavalry. The skeletal spear and shield soldiers hurled their long spears, toppling the orc riders. The fallen cavalrymen were swiftly dispatched by the skeletal swordsmen. Master, I have discovered an orc tribe at the city entrance. Kyle's voice echoed. Option 1. Remain with the team to observe. Reward. Title of onlooker. Option 2. Assist the base army in annihilating the attacking orc forces. Reward. Recruitment of Su Yunjian. Option 3. Launch a surprise attack on the orc tribe and slay the orc chief. Reward. Legion Upgrade Card X1. Legion Expansion Card, 5 individuals, X1, 50,000 points. Three choices suddenly appeared before Guan Li. The rewards for the first two options were almost negligible. Only the third option held significant value for him. The orc cavalry had been nearly eradicated, with only a few remnants left that posed no real threat. There was no reason for him to linger any longer. Longqie, you stay behind to clean up the battlefield. Guan Li recalled his skeletal soldiers and mounted a warhorse. Activating his basic riding skills, the steed beneath him became remarkably docile. Let us proceed. He urged the horse forward, racing away from the team. Guan Li distanced himself from the squad, circumventing the area of conflict ahead. A few minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of Sanlin City. A grand landmark bore the inscription, "Welcome to Sanlin." Yet, at this moment, several human corpses dangled from the building. Following Kyle's instructions, he approached the orc tribe. The size of this tribe was immense, far surpassing that of the former goblin tribe. The difference between them was akin to that of a rural village and a bustling city. The tribe was encircled by 6-meter-high stone walls, resembling a miniature city within. Dozens of orc soldiers patrolled the ramparts, while orc archers vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Should they detect any enemy presence, they would immediately unleash their arrows. Fear not. I shall spare your life. Guan Li dismounted, receiving a grateful glance from his warhorse. Master, we are fully prepared and ready to depart. Kyle approached Guan Li, flanked by several other legionnaires. Guan Li summoned the skeletal undead legion. Let us march forth and assault the orc tribe, he declared. At this moment, the orc army was engaged in fierce combat with the base forces, effectively allowing him to seize the opportunity. At your command, several leaders responded. Songlin, Finian, you shall lead the charge. Break down the gates. Guan Li commanded decisively. Yes, my lord. Songlin and Finian surged towards the orc tribe. Intruders! Intruders! The orc archers quickly raised the alarm, shooting downwards. The arrow struck against the Xianlei flood dragon and the flame wyvern, bouncing off harmlessly. This is bad. Dragons! How could dragons appear in this place? An orc soldier exclaimed in panic. At this moment, the tribe lay in utter desolation, housing merely a few thousand souls, a considerable number of whom were women and children. Quick! Inform the chief, commanded a beastman soldier. The fire dragon surged towards the base of the city walls, unleashing flames that struck the city gate with tremendous force. Boom! The gate trembled violently, leaving behind charred marks. The thunderous serpent crashed against it, shattering the precariously balanced door. Charge! Seeing the gate breached, Kyle led his soldiers forth. Over 20 silver lion riders surged into the heart of the tribe. The enemy has breached our defenses. Flee! The beastmen who had just descended the walls were instantly gripped by terror. Kyle pursued them, his spear piercing through their bodies. The fire dragon legion expelled flames, igniting the surrounding structures in an instant. The thunderous serpent scaled the walls, while the beastman soldiers attempted to counterattack. Regrettably, their efforts were futile. They couldn't even penetrate the scales. The thunderous serpents climbed the walls, opening their gaping maws. The beastman soldiers were swallowed whole. Ugh! Truly unpalatable! The azure-scaled dragon expelled the corpses of the beastmen. A chorus of anguished screams echoed through the orc tribe. Guan Li, wielding the blood-drinking blade, stepped into the midst of the tribe. Skeletons and iron-armored sentinels blocked the exits, preventing the beastmen from sending word of their plight. Who dares to ambush my tribe? A thunderous voice erupted from within. A towering beastman appeared before Guan Li, wielding a battle blade over 2 meters long, with tusks protruding from its mouth, measuring more than half a meter. A silver lion rider was cleaved in two by its strike. Name, Orc Chief, Yalu. Potential, Black Iron Strength. Intermediate 7 stars ability, unknown description. The chief of the orc tribe, possessing supreme power. The system swiftly provided this information. Human, I shall slay you. Yalu glared at Guan Li. Brother, you seem to be misunderstanding the situation. It appears that I hold the upper hand. With a command from Guan Li, the fire dragon and thunderous serpents surrounded Yalu. Impossible. How could these dragons heed your command? Yalu exclaimed in disbelief. You need not know so much. Just accept your demise. Guan Li ordered. Kill him. With a roar, the fiery claw struck Yalu, sending him staggering back several meters. With a gasp, he spat blood. Instantly, a bolt of purple lightning surged towards him. Yalu hastily raised his blade to defend himself, but the lightning sent his sword flying. Guan Li, gripping the blood-drinking blade, charged at Yalu. Human, you seek death. Yalu, astonished that Guan Li dared to engage him directly, felt a surge of ferocious energy within, ready to cleave at Guan Li. In the blink of an eye, Guan Li disappeared from sight. Not good. Yalu sensed something amiss. He attempted to evade, but it was already too late. Stab. The bloodthirsty blade pierced through its body, and crimson tendrils instantaneously spread forth. In a mere few seconds, it consumed Yalu. Slaying Yalu grants 20,000 points. Objective completed. Slay the Orc Chieftain. Reward Legion Upgrade Card X1. Legion expansion card, 5 people, X1, 50, 000 points. The system's voice echoed, and rewards were automatically dispensed. The bloodthirsty blade devoured Yalu's corpse, while the tendrils coiled around the crystal core and cards, delivering them into Guan Li's hands. Master, how shall we deal with the women and children of the tribe? Kale inquired. Eliminate them. Guan Li responded without the slightest hesitation. The sight of the orc cavalry reveling in the slaughter of humans was a vivid memory. This was indeed a life-or-death scenario. Understood. Kale nodded. He led the Silver Lion cavalry to commence the purge. Not a single orc would be spared from the tribe. Kale's spear pierced through the bodies of those orc women and children who had no means to retaliate. Guan Li did not perceive his actions as cruel. If the roles were reversed, and the orcs were to breach a human stronghold, would they show mercy? To exhibit kindness towards one's enemies is to inflict cruelty upon oneself. Chapter 119. Waiting by the tree for a rabbit, the Silver Lion riders ruthlessly exterminated the remaining orcs. Amidst the chaos, many orcs attempted to flee from the tribe, only to be intercepted by the skeleton and ironclad legions. The flame wyvern unleashed fireballs, obliterating the tribe's structures. Even those orcs who managed to hide could hardly escape their doom. System. Upgrade the Thunder Dragon Legion. Guan Li utilized an upgrade card. Ding. The upgrade of the Thunder Dragon Legion was successful. An energetic wave emanated forth as the Thunder Dragon Legion smoothly transcended to the 7-star rank. System. Expand the Silver Lion Riders. Guan Li employed an expansion card. Before him, a summoning array materialized. 5 Silver Lion Knights appeared, heeding Kyle's call as they commenced the cleansing of the remaining orcs within the tribe. Guan Li accessed the points mall, discovering he possessed approximately 140,000 points. System. Purchase 2 Legion upgrade cards and 2 Legion expansion cards, 10 persons. Guan Li promptly expended all his points. Ding. Successfully purchased Legion upgrade cards X2 and Legion expansion cards, 10 persons, X2, totaling 140,000 points. You are truly the most sagacious and formidable host I have ever encountered. The system's notification chimed. Upgrade the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion. Upgrade the Skeleton Undead Legion. Guan Li directly utilized the upgrade cards. Ding. The Skeleton Undead Legion and Ironclad Shield Guard Legion have completed their upgrades. Both legions attained a 5-star rank in strength. System. Expand the Silver Lion Riders Legion. Guan Li activated the expansion card in hand. A colossal summoning array emerged before him, gradually revealing 20 Silver Lion Knights. The gains from this endeavor were substantial. Guan Li produced the 7-star crystal core and began absorbing it. A surge of pure energy flowed into his body, and Guan Li sensed a considerable enhancement in his strength. At this rate, he would soon transcend to the 7-star rank. After a brief span of several minutes, Master, the remaining orcs have been completely eradicated. Here are the crystal cores and cards, Kyle announced. Guan Li received the crystal cores and cards, 345 4-star crystal cores, 125-star crystal cores, and 541 blue cards. He exchanged all the crystal cores for points. Ding. Successfully traded 4-star crystal cores X344, acquiring 22,770 points. Ding. Successfully traded 5-star crystal cores X120, acquiring 10,440 points. Upon completing the transaction for the crystal cores, Guan Li opened all the blue cards. Acquired intermediate supply cards X78, acquired quality food cards X67, acquired intermediate recovery cards X79, acquired intermediate advancement cards X50. Acquired armor-piercing arrows X200, acquired invisibility potions X40, acquired Legion enhancement cards X27, upon use. Can accelerate the speed of Legion enhancement. Guan Li utilized the enhancement cards. The strength of the Skeleton Undead Legion and the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion began to rise rapidly, albeit not as extraordinarily as with the upgrade cards. At this pace, it will take no more than 2 days to ascend to 6 stars. Guan Li crushed the purple card dropped by the Orc Chieftain. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Blade of the Chieftain. Name, Blade of the Chieftain. Type, Knife grade, 7 stars. Initial level talent, Sharpness, Bleeding skill, Chieftain's Fury evaluation, a weapon wielded by the Orc Chieftain. Forged from unique minerals of another world, exceedingly sharp. In Guan Li's hand appeared a massive blade over 2 meters long. Bone, this is for you. He tossed the Blade of the Chieftain to Bone. Among the many leaders, only he wielded a battle knife. Thank you, Master. Bone exclaimed as he received the Blade of the Chieftain, swinging it through the air with a series of resounding strikes. What a fine weapon. The soul flames in Bone's eyes brightened. Although the Orc tribe had been decimated, he did not leave immediately. To eradicate the roots is essential. The spring breeze may bring them back. Outside Sandland City, another Orc contingent remained. The base army's capabilities were insufficient to annihilate them. Guan Li intended to stay in the tribe, waiting for an opportunity. The battlefield was a river of blood. The bodies of humans and orcs lay intermixed. Overall, the human losses were more severe. Were it not for the numerical superiority of the base army, they would likely have been utterly vanquished by now. Nonetheless, they had still suffered significant losses. Retreat, commanded the orc leader, prompting thousands of orc soldiers to flee in panic. We have triumphed. We have emerged victorious. Zhao Kuo, bloodied and clutching a damaged battle knife, rejoiced. The orcs are retreating. Wonderful. Long live the base army. The survivors erupted in cheers, relieved that they need not perish. However, Su Yunjian's expression soured as he surveyed the battlefield, littered with corpses. The base army had sustained grievous casualties in this battle. Clear the battlefield, he ordered after a moment of silence. In truth, he need not have given the command. The generals of the various battalions had already commenced the cleanup, as this victory was theirs, largely independent of Su Yunjian's influence. After this battle, Su Yunjian's reputation plummeted. Damn it! My first legion needs to recruit soldiers anew. Zhao Kuo gathered the remaining soldiers. From a force of 5,000, fewer than 2,000 remained, including the injured. The number of truly combat-effective soldiers was just over 1,000. The circumstances of the other legions were similarly dire, each having lost hundreds of soldiers. Of course, the orc forces had also suffered grievous losses. The cavalry had been completely annihilated, and the infantry had lost thousands. Li Shao gazed at the crystal stone in his hand, resolving to train the survivors and re-establish the 10th Legion. The era of firearms had irrevocably passed. The recent battle served as irrefutable proof. The lethality of standard rifles was even inferior to that of the orcs' bows. Although the base army boasted over 20,000 soldiers, the majority possessed only 1 or 2 stars of strength. In the initial stages, these soldiers could still rely on firearms to combat the zombies. However, as time progressed, their strength gradually fell short. The notion of reconstituting an army was not solely conceived by Li Shao. The other generals also entertained their own schemes. The remnants of the orc forces returned to their tribal lands. Alas, trouble had befallen the tribe. The leading orc, upon witnessing the black smoke rising in the distance, instantly sensed the impending doom. Quick! Return at once! Without a moment's respite, Mill rushed back to the tribe. Upon seeing the breached city gates and the corpses hanging from the walls, a chill gripped his heart. Ah, cursed fate! Enraged, he charged into the tribe, followed closely by thousands of orc soldiers. At last, you've returned. We've awaited your arrival for so long. Guan Li toyed with the bloodthirsty blade, lifting his gaze to meet the furious Mill. Humans, a despicable race, Mill bellowed. Thunderous roars erupted as a multitude of enormous heads emerged from the city walls. Dragons. The existence of draconic beings was clearly evident in the orcs' otherworldly realm. They gazed in terror at the dragon legion perched upon the walls. Chapter 120. Recruitment of Survivors Retreat. Mill suddenly realized something. He quickly commanded the rear troops to fall back beyond the city gates. Clang, clang, clang. The ironclad shield guard appeared, thoroughly sealing the gates. The shields interlocked like an impregnable fortress. This is terrible. We have fallen into a trap. Mill was drenched in cold sweat. The humans intended to eradicate us. Alas. Too late. Kill. Guan Li said expressionlessly. Roar. The fire dragon exhaled a torrent of flames. The searing heat rained down, engulfing the orc ranks. The orc soldiers were scorched, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. Boom. After the fiery breath subsided, a barrage of purple lightning spheres rained down upon the orc warriors. The explosions sent orc soldiers flying, their bodies shattered. Even Mill sustained severe injuries. Next came the onslaught of the skeletal mages. A vortex of flames descended upon the orc troops. The wails of the orc soldiers were incessant. The recent magical assault instantaneously obliterated over 1,000 orc soldiers. Kill. Dozens of Silver Lion Knights charged into the orc forces. The ground trembled beneath the Silver Lion's feet. Under the relentless assault of the Silver Lions, the orc soldiers had no means of retaliation. Their bodies were pierced by long spears or sent flying by the lion's charge. The Silver Lion Knights cut through the orc ranks. The skeletal soldiers also joined the fray. Thousands of orc soldiers stood no chance. Overwhelmed by the sheer force of the battle, the last orc soldier fell beneath the claws of the azure scales. Master, all enemies have been slain, Finyan announced. Clear the battlefield, Guan Li ordered decisively. Minutes later, the commanders of the Legion presented the crystal cores and cards. 12 10 4-star crystal cores, 456 5-star crystal cores, and 5 6-star crystal cores. There were 710 blue cards and 3 purple cards. Guan Li exchanged all the crystal cores for points. Ding. Successfully traded 12 10 4-star crystal cores, earning 71,390 points. Ding. Successfully traded 456 5-star crystal cores, earning 568 points. Ding. Successfully traded 5 6-star crystal cores, earning 470 points. With all crystal cores exchanged. Along with previous points, Guan Li now possessed a total of 128 points. System. Purchase 3 Legion upgrade cards. Ding. Successfully purchased 3 Legion upgrade cards. Costing a total of 150,000 points. You truly possess remarkable foresight. The system's flattery echoed. Guan Li chose to disregard it. Upgrade the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion. Upgrade the Skeletal Undead Legion. Upgrade the Fire Dragon Legion. He upgraded all 3 legions in one breath. One must ensure equitable distribution. Ding. The upgrades of the Skeletal Undead Legion, Ironclad Shield Guard Legion, and Fire Dragon Legion were completed. The Skeletal Undead and Ironclad Shield Guard Legion successfully advanced beyond 6-star rank. The Flame Dragon Legion has ascended to the advanced level of the 7 stars. He has activated all the blue cards. Acquired Intermediate Supply Cards, X120. Acquired Premium Food Cards, X154. Acquired Intermediate Recovery Cards, X113. Acquired Intermediate Advancement Cards, X45. Acquired Burning Arrows, X140. Acquired Explosive Arrows, X100. Acquired Gene Elixirs, X38. Potions infused with mysterious powers that can instantly elevate one's capabilities to 5 stars. Albeit at the cost of destabilizing one's internal genes. Upon completion of the card activation, the rewards appeared rather mundane. However, the Gene Elixir piqued Guan Li's interest. This potion possesses the potential for rapid mass production of awakened individuals. Yet, the side effects are likely considerable. Guan Li could not comprehend it fully and chose not to dwell on it further. He activated all the remaining purple cards. Acquired Advanced Advancement Card, X1. Acquired Potent Elixirs, X2. Potions imbued with enigmatic powers that can instantaneously enhance one's strength by 1 level for 3 minutes, after which one will succumb to a state of weakness, reducing their strength by 1 star. The rewards from the purple cards were quite unremarkable. 2 vials of potion and 1 advancement card. Guan Li stowed all the rewards back into the system's inventory. You shall remain in Sanlin City for the time being, free to act as you wish. He retracted the Skeleton Legion and addressed the remaining commanders. Yes, Master. The commanders nodded in agreement. Guan Li vanished from the tribe. At the rear of the main force, Guan Li returned to the ranks, having reverted to his original appearance. He soon located Team Z. Fortune smiled upon them, as there were no casualties, thanks to Guan Li. Just as Daniel was preparing to unleash havoc, he was swiftly dealt with by Guan Li. Are you 3 unharmed? Guan Li inquired, finding Wang Yu. They were stained with blood. It's nothing. This is the blood of the orcs. Wang Yu shook his head. Li Go, here are your crystal cores. Fried held several bloodied crystal cores in his hands. I'm still short by 195. Guan Li accepted the cores without hesitation. Li Go. Lin Quan managed to break through during the battle. He is now an initial 6-star awakener. We must be more cautious from now on. Wang Yu recalled something and promptly spoke up. An initial 6-star? That's truly commendable. Guan Li smiled but chose not to elaborate further. Ahem. Attention, survivors. I now announce an urgent notification. Due to the lack of personnel in the 10th Legion, we are actively recruiting survivors to join us. Anyone who joins the 10th Legion will enjoy generous benefits. Ma Yao shouted through a loudspeaker amidst the crowd. What benefits? A curious survivor inquired. Firstly, your families will receive priority protection. Secondly, there will be food supplies. And most importantly, that is the crystal cores. You heard it right. By joining the 10th Legion, you will receive corresponding crystal cores. Living weakly is not worth it. It is better to strive for greatness. To survive in a cowardly manner is less admirable than to live boldly. Ma Yaoxing delivered a passionate speech, stirring the hearts of the survivors. They had missed the most opportune moment, as well as the vibrant rain of colors. In this current age, the zombies and monsters had grown increasingly formidable. Even the thought of hunting them seemed an impossibility. To gain strength, one must absorb crystal cores. Otherwise, one would remain an ordinary person for life. I wish to enlist, declared one survivor. Me too. I also wish to enlist. More and more survivors joined the ranks of applicants. Do not rush. Those with robust physiques and free from ailments will be prioritized. Ma Yaoxing called out urgently. This was the minimum requirement set by Li Xiao, who had no desire to gather a group of frail individuals. Such people, even if they absorbed crystal cores, would fare far worse than the average person. The initial wave of recruitment attracted thousands, yet only 300 were selected. The remainder was eliminated due to their frail conditions. The recruitment was not limited to ordinary individuals. Awakened ones were also welcomed. Once an awakened individual joined, their treatment far surpassed that of ordinary survivors. After all, awakened ones could engage in combat directly, requiring little training, thus conserving substantial resources. Naturally, the the corresponding benefits would still be provided. Not only the 10th Legion, but also other legions began to recruit survivors, igniting a fervor of enlistment within the ranks. Chapter 121. Food Crisis. The soldiers recruited swiftly joined the ranks of Z University. Is there anyone who wishes to join the 10th Corps? One soldier inquired, holding a registration book and approaching each individual. I want to join, sir. Do I stand a chance? Although I am not an awakened one, I am quite adept at fighting. The arrival of the soldiers immediately captured the attention of a group of students. The benefits offered by the 10th Corps were exceedingly generous. A 3-star crystal core. If one could successfully absorb it, they would become at least a 2-star awakened being. This was due to the dwindling number of 1-star monsters. The 3-star crystal core was the lowest grade being offered by the base army. This also explained why awakened beings were becoming increasingly rare. 1-star cores were nearly impossible to obtain, and ordinary individuals could only become awakened by risking absorption. The 3-star core represented the pinnacle for common folks. This was why there was a need to recruit physically robust individuals. I'm sorry. You are too thin. Your energy is dark. You must have indulged in self-pleasure quite a bit. Not suitable. What a shame. The youth today lack restraint, the soldier remarked, shaking his head. He had dismissed 2 or 3 dozen candidates in succession. Out of 100 applicants, only a handful were selected, those who were physically strong. Young man, are you interested in joining the 10th Corps? The recruiting soldier approached Wang Yu, who was a holy light warrior with an exceptionally strong physique, radiating energy fluctuations. A hallmark of the awakened. I am rather accustomed to a carefree lifestyle. I fear I would not obey orders. Wang Yu shook his head, politely declining the soldier's offer. Although the conditions of the 10th Corps were enticing, it was wiser to align himself with Guan Li. Very well. What a pity. What about you 3? The soldier's gaze shifted to the other 2 individuals. Not joining. Yu Hai and Si Yin also shook their heads. Observing this, the soldier understood that they were a group and tactfully refrained from pressing further. After canvassing the crowd, the soldier ultimately recruited over 50 individuals, including Lin Quan, Zhao Hai, and Jiang Xin, who all joined the 10th Corps. I can't believe that scoundrels like Lin Quan could join the base army, Wang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Desperate times call for desperate measures. After all, he is a 6-star novice awakened being. Such strength is no small feat within the base army. Guan Li explained. He found nothing peculiar about the base army's actions. It was no longer a monolithic entity. There were underlying motives among the various corps. This recruitment effort made that abundantly clear. The stronger a corps, the more secure its standing. Su Yunjian had essentially become a mascot. The recruitment lasted several hours. It was not until dusk that the procession resumed its journey. As they entered Sanlin City, they took a different route, thus failing to notice the ruins of the orc tribe. The greatest threat within the city, of course, was the horde of zombies. As night descends, the group halts in a vast square, where the remnants of corpses have been meticulously cleared away. As long as they remain within the confines of the square, they're relatively safe from peril. Under the dim glow of the moonlight, the survivors erect tents, lacking a source of fire. Their sustenance consists solely of biscuits and mineral water. Some survivors rummage through their backpacks, discovering that their provisions have dwindled to a mere handful. Before their flight, the base's military had allocated rations to each individual, yet now, most find their supplies nearly exhausted. Without replenishment, a food crisis looms ominously on the horizon. Having hastily prepared their evening meal, the majority retreat to their tents to rest, for in this apocalyptic world, conserving energy is paramount. Guan Li clutches a can of beef, drawing envious glances from those around. In this desolate era, canned meat has become a luxury. Once, such affordable canned beef would have been disregarded by the affluent, yet now, even a mere taste is a cherished aspiration. Hey there. It's been ages since I've had any meat. Could you spare a can for me? A young woman implores, her voice tinged with a playful lilt. She appears to be no older than 18 or 19, clad in a t-shirt and a short skirt, her long, shapely legs encased in black stockings. Guan Li regards her. She possesses an appealing visage, undoubtedly a beauty who would have attracted countless admirers in a different time. Why should I? Guan Li retorts, opening the can in his hand. I'll spend the night with you if you give me a can. The girl sheds her pretense of innocence, having encountered many like Guan Li before. She realizes that mere charm will not suffice in her pursuit of advantage. She begins to reminisce about the sycophants of her past. Do you truly believe you deserve a can? Guan Li questions. What do you mean? Am I not pretty? Is my figure lacking? The girl bristles, her confidence wavering. You're attractive and your physique is commendable, but I'm simply not interested, Guan Li replies, taking a bite of the beef. Humph. You think you're so special. You're so aloof. I'll find someone else. The girl's expression darkens at his rejection. Initially inclined to curse him, she refrains after a moment's contemplation, recognizing the peril of offending an awakened individual in these tumultuous times. Li Go. That girl isn't half bad. Don't you have any thoughts? Wang Yu interjects, teasingly. Here, take a can. Guan Li tosses one to him. Never mind. I'll just focus on filling my own stomach. Wang Yu catches the can eagerly, devouring its contents with gusto. Inside the military's tent, a gathering of figures stands attentively. Everyone, our food reserves are dwindling. Su Yunjian announces gravely. How many days of food do we have left? Su Dehai inquires. If we only account for the base's daily rations, we can last at most 3 more days. Su Yunjian responds somberly. Is it really that little? Zhao Kuo exclaims in astonishment. Indeed, most of the supplies remain on the transport vehicle, Su Yunjian remarked. I recall there is a granary in Sanlin City. Perhaps we could take a chance tomorrow as we pass by. Yet I estimate the prospects are rather dim, Zhou Yuan responded. Regardless, we must investigate, Tu Tianong interjected. Generals, please return to your rest. Today's battle has been arduous, Su Yunjian stated. Acknowledging with slight nods, the others refrained from further discussion. Within the vast tent, only Su Yunjian and Zhou Yuan remained. Zhou, how much longer do you think I can hold this position as commander-in-chief? Su Yunjian said with self-deprecation. My lord. What do you mean by that? Zhou Yuan inquired. You are an astute individual. Surely you can discern the intentions of those division leaders, Su Yunjian observed. Regardless, I stand firmly by your side, my lord, Zhou Yuan asserted resolutely. Please, leave me to my thoughts for a while, Su Yunjian gestured dismissively. As you wish. Zhou Yuan exited the tent. The night was tranquil, devoid of any zombie or monstrous ambush. Chapter 122. The outbreak of crisis as dawn broke. The group awoke punctually, beginning to dismantle their tents. Due to the scarcity of provisions, most individuals consumed merely half a piece of bread, while the remaining food was repacked. However, the awakened ones were not lacking sustenance. Most possessed food cards. Here, take mine. Wang Yu offered, extending a food card towards Guan Li. Without hesitation, Guan Li accepted it, crushing the card to reveal a portion of roasted meat. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, making the surrounding individuals salivate. Guan Li indulged in the roasted meat, ignoring the envious glances from those around him. They were indeed pitiful, but what did that concern him? His food was earned through hard work. Helping the victims of disaster? Apologies, but he was no philanthropist. If one desired food, they must pay the price. The group soon set off, traversing the streets deeper into the city. Suddenly, the long-absent zombies reappeared before them, resembling bloodthirsty beasts launching an assault on the group. In just a few days, the zombies had undergone further evolution, introducing more formidable infected beings among them. There were zombies encased in bone spines, others with 3 heads sprouting from their chests capable of spewing corrosive liquid, and some whose arms were armored with hard shells. Fast-moving zombies darted about, while others possessed multiple eyes on their heads and spider-like lower bodies. The spider-type zombies leaped from the walls, crashing into the crowd, their mouths spitting webs to ensnare survivors, devouring them whole in mere moments. With 8 sharp limbs flailing, they sliced through the surrounding survivors effortlessly. Die! Shouted an awakened individual as he sprang into action, wielding a long knife to decapitate a zombie. The soldiers of the base quickly responded, efficiently eliminating the nearby zombies. The group did not halt. Instead, they quickened their pace. Knowing that getting entangled with the zombies would prove troublesome, a swift resolution was imperative. As the pace quickened, the survivors followed suit, but gradually, many began to tire. Nevertheless, the group pressed onward, leaving those who faltered behind. The zombies surged forward, consuming the stragglers entirely. The soldiers of the 10th Legion were powerless. To save someone could very well cost them their own lives. Hours later, the group arrived near the granary. Su Yunjian dispatched the 1st and 2nd Legions to scout the area. If the granary was empty, there would be no reason to proceed. The 1,000-strong group advanced towards the granary while the others rested in place. Half an hour later, Tu Tianyong and Zhao Kuo returned with news. Let us go. The granary is empty. They both shook their heads. Alas, the road ahead will be arduous, Su Yunjian sighed. The group continued onward. 5 days later, the majority of the group had begun to run out of food. Brother, do you have any provisions left? None. Get lost. Damn it. I clearly saw some. Hurry up and give it to me. What are you trying to do? Seeking death? With that, blood gushed forth. In the midst of chaos, a man's dagger pierced another's heart. Ah, my husband. The woman cried out, clutching the lifeless body in a fit of despair. Damn it. This is what you get for withholding food. The murderer frantically stuffed bread into his mouth. He had not eaten for 2 days. You will return my husband. The woman wailed. Get away. If you keep shouting, I'll kill you too. The man retorted with ferocity. In the next instant, his head exploded. A group of soldiers arrived, dragging away the 2 corpses. This marked the 201st body of the day. A food crisis had erupted. Many survivors, unable to withstand the gnawing hunger, began to prey upon those around them. Anyone who dares to steal food will be killed without mercy, the soldiers declared. Yet, the surrounding survivors felt no fear, for they had become numb to the horrors around them. As the soldiers departed, the crowd surged forward. The bread that had fallen to the ground was quickly devoured. Many used their tongues to savor the crumbs scattered on the ground. Attack of the insect horde. Suddenly, the soldiers sounded the alarm. On the distant hillside, thousands of insects appeared. For the soldiers, this was a fortuitous event. They had sacrificed a few lab rats to discover that some parts of the insect flesh were indeed edible, such as the legs of the flame beetle, the bodies of the red beetles, and the pincers of the blue beetles. The insects were enormous, and their meat was substantial. During this period, most survivors had managed to subsist on insect meat. The battalion swiftly launched an assault against the insect horde. The number of insects was not great, and the battalion incurred only a few dozen casualties before annihilating them all. Alas, why are there so few red beetles? The soldiers lamented while clearing the battlefield. Out of the thousands of insects, only a few hundred were consumable. The collected meat amounted to a mere drop in the bucket. Priority must be given to the soldiers' food, Zhao Kuo asserted. Let the survivors starve. However, the soldiers' provisions must be ample. After all, losing a few survivors will not halt our progress. But if all the soldiers perish, the entire unit will be doomed. Can we still expect those weak, defenseless survivors to fight? The higher-ups of the base were acutely aware of this reality. They understood that after distributing the insect meat to the soldiers, there would be little left. The remaining insect flesh was mixed with rice to make a thin porridge. The army of over 100,000 relied on this meager sustenance. Of course, the awakened ones were the exception. They possessed ample cards. Yet, for ordinary individuals lacking strength, they could only rely on the base for relief. In a day, they survived on merely half a bowl of thin porridge. Over time, this led to conflicts over food. Initially, the base employed harsh measures to deter most. However, as time passed, the effectiveness of such tactics waned. When one is on the brink of starvation, who has the capacity to heed warnings? Thus, the base could only resort to suppression. Anyone who dared to seize food would face death. In the face of a throng of over 100,000 individuals, the presence of survivors is assured. A few lives may be sacrificed to alleviate the strain of dwindling food supplies. The bodies that are dragged away will mysteriously vanish, and the whereabouts of these remains remain an unspoken understanding among all. Cannibalism is not an uncommon occurrence. Alas, I am fortunate to have awakened, Wang Yu lamented. In recent days, thousands have succumbed to starvation. Yet, the base's military forces remain utterly powerless in the face of this crisis. Within the wilderness, the only source of sustenance comes from those monstrous entities. Although food is scarce in the wild, it offers a semblance of safety, for the number of zombies and monsters is relatively limited. What the group desperately lacks is food. Ding. The Shadow Sword Cultivation Legion has successfully advanced. Please proceed to the system for details. Ding. The Elf Archer Legion has completed its advancement. Please check the system for further information. In Guan Li's mind, the notification chimes resonated. A joyful expression emerged on his face. At last, the advancement is complete. Chapter 123, The Light and Shadow Sword Demon Legion. The Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion and the Elven Archer Legion. Nearly 10 days were spent to complete the advancement. Guan Li was filled with anticipation, eager to discover the extent of his growth. He conservatively estimated that he must possess at least silver-level potential. Eagerly, Guan Li activated the system. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Light and Shadow Sword Demon Legion. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Radiant Elven Archer Legion. The system's notification chimed once more. Guan Li refrained from summoning the legions. After all, such an action would be too conspicuous. He intended to remain inconspicuous within the team, quietly amassing wealth. Li Gu, why have you stopped? Wang Yu returned and patted Guan Li on the shoulder. It's nothing. I was just lost in thought. Guan Li regained his composure and continued to advance with the group. System. Display the information of the Light and Shadow Sword Demon. He commanded the system to present the basic details of the Legion. Light and Shadow Sword Demon Legion. Upgradable. Number of members. 50. Potential. Gold. Strength. 8 stars. Intermediate. Commander. Xinlian. Skills. Shadow Stealth. Sword Flight. Light Slash. Shadow Assault. Light Prison. Sword Demon Physique. Power of Light. Power of Shadow. The information regarding the Light and Shadow Sword Demon appeared before Guan Li. Incredible. It directly achieved gold potential. Guan Li nearly exclaimed in excitement. Fortunately, he maintained his self-control. Otherwise, he might have been deemed insane. The capabilities of the Light and Shadow Sword Demon far surpassed those of the Shadow Sword Cultivator. Not only did it evolve into a luminous form, but it also possessed the ability of sword flight. System. My Shadow Essence is depleted. Can I extract new Legion skills? Guan Li inquired with great anticipation. The skills of the Light and Shadow Sword Demon did not include Shadow Essence. According to the system, he could choose new skills. Yes. Please proceed with the extraction. The system's notification responded. Sword Flight. I must have Sword Flight, Guan Li declared without a moment's hesitation. After all, Sword Flight encompassed two abilities. One must first master Sword Control to achieve flight. This was an upgraded version of Sword Control. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Sword Flight. The system's notification sounded. In an instant, Guan Li felt a torrent of vast information flooding his mind. Ah, is this Sword Flight? So magnificent. Within the immense influx of information, a virtual figure was soaring through the air on a sword. Unfortunately, the crowd around him was too dense for him to personally experience it. System. Display the information of the Radiant Elven Archer Legion. Guan Li commanded. The Light and Shadow Sword Demon had provided him with immense delight. The Radiant Elven Archer should not be lacking in merit either. Radiant Elven Archer Legion, upgradable, number of members, 57, potential, gold, strength, 8 stars beginner, commander, Eileen, skills, radiant binding, power of light, holy arrow rain, perception lock. Holy light domain, holy dispersion, ice arrow. The information regarding the Radiant Elven Archer Legion materialized before Guan Li. The power of the ice arrow is retained. While the perceptive abilities are upgraded, all other skills have been reshuffled. Given the current circumstances, the Light Elf Archer possesses capabilities of control, crowd management, and enhancement. The specific applications of these abilities will need to be tested in actual combat. Guan Li attempts to utilize the perception lock. The range of this perception lock has expanded, allowing for target locking. This newly added locking ability is quite intriguing. Once a target is locked, even if it escapes the perception range, it will leave behind an indelible trace. With this trace, the target can be swiftly located, effectively granting a tracking capability. Guan Li is quite satisfied and closes the system interface, preparing to seek an opportunity to stealthily venture out and experiment with the capabilities of the new legion. Attack. The Zerg are upon us. Remain vigilant. Waves of Zerg reappear in the wilderness. This race, known for its formidable reproductive capabilities, can be deemed the most common monster in the apocalypse. Alarm. 7-star Zerg sighted. The Eagle Eye soldier issued a warning. Hey, I've just broken through, and now I have bugs delivered right to my doorstep. Don't you dare snatch them from me. They're my prey. Su Dahai brandishes his great axe and charges toward the Zerg horde. Over the past 5 days, the Awakened Ones have significantly enhanced their strengths. Several generals of the Legion have already reached the initial stage of 7 stars. Every day, monsters launch attacks against the troops. Although their numbers are dwindling, those who survive are the elite. Currently, the top 10 legions are composed mainly of soldiers with 3 stars or more. It's either grow stronger or be slain by monsters. They have no other choice. Su Dahai boldly leads the charge, coming face to face with the Zerg horde. At the forefront stands a thunderlight beetle, its size comparable to that of a small house. Its shell is adorned with purple patterns that can condense electrical energy. Following the thunderlight beetle are hundreds of red beetles. Ha! Brothers, today's feast is assured. Su Dahai's eyes gleam with excitement. Hundreds of red beetles promise a substantial yield of edible bug meat. The soldiers, upon hearing this, are instantly invigorated. Not all soldiers can afford food carts. Upon joining the base military, they must adhere to the established order. Lucrative rewards are not easily obtained. All spoils of war must be surrendered and then uniformly distributed by the generals. The more contributions a soldier makes, the greater the resources allocated to them. This is also intended to stimulate the soldier's fighting spirit. Pressure breeds motivation. With his great axe in hand, Su Dahai charges towards the thunderlight beetle. The weapon he wields is of 6-star quality, drawn from a purple card, and possesses abilities that enhance strength and induce bleeding. As he swings the great axe, it crashes into the thunderlight beetle. Crack. The hardened shell reveals fine fissures. Hiss. The thunderlight beetle, in pain, lashes out with its forelimbs, forcing Su Dahai to retreat. A fierce battle erupts between the commanders, while the soldiers led by Su Dahai rush towards the red beetles. These crimson beetles possess formidable strength, typically hovering around 4 stars. A coalition of several 3-star soldiers can easily vanquish them. Throughout these recent days, the 10 legions have reached an accord, should the attacking monsters be few in number. A single legion shall engage in battle. All spoils of war shall belong to the legion that fought, a measure devised to avert disputes over loot distribution. This system of rotation is deemed the most equitable. Previously, the insectoid assault was dealt with by Zhao Kui's legion, while this time it falls to Su Dahai. Over the past few days, Su Yunjian's authority has been entirely undermined. He can likely command only the 2nd Legion, as the control of the remaining 9 legions lies firmly in the hands of the generals. His prior ability to command other legions stemmed solely from his monopoly over resource supplies. Now, each legion independently manages its own provisions. The base's military has fragmented into 10 distinct factions. Su Yunjian had long anticipated this day, for he is merely an ordinary awakener, lacking the prowess of the legion's generals. Tu Tianyang's willingness to heed his commands is entirely a matter of gratitude for his recognition. Otherwise, given Tu Tianyang's strength, he would have no need to follow anyone's orders. Chapter 124. The trafficker Su Dahai's armor bore the charred marks of the lightning attacks from the Thunderlight Beetle. Die! He shouted as he leapt high into the air. The colossal axe in his grasp radiated an ominous energy. With a resounding crack, the axe cleaved through the beetle's head, and scalding brain matter erupted forth. A mournful cry escaped the Thunderlight Beetle as its massive body collapsed heavily to the ground. Haha, what a thrill! Su Dahai exclaimed, extracting a crystal core from the beetle's skull. According to regulations, this crystal core was his spoils of war. He stowed it away and then picked up a card from the ground. General, the swarm of red beetles has been completely annihilated. Shortly after, Su Dahai's battle concluded, and the remaining soldiers finished off the red beetles. Harvest the insect meat, and this Thunderlight Beetle too. Su Dahai gestured towards the beetle behind him. This insect meat was also edible, albeit unpalatable and potentially harmful to the body. Yet, the survivors paid little heed to such concerns. Their only priority was to stave off starvation. Yes, General. The soldiers sprang into action, aware that the meat from the Thunderlight Beetle was meant for the ordinary survivors. They were indifferent, as it was not for their own consumption. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, any food was a blessing. Some desperate survivors would even resort to consuming corpses, let alone this insect meat. The Thunderlight Beetle, the size of a small house, was soon dismembered, its flesh stripped away, leaving only a heap of exoskeleton. As twilight fell, the group set up a temporary camp along the road. They lit a bonfire to celebrate another day of survival. Dinner is served. Form a line to receive your portions. Anyone who dares to cut in will be disqualified. The soldiers of the base army prepared a large pot of meat porridge. Though it was called porridge, it was merely water with a few scraps of insect meat and rice. Yet, the insect meat contained energy. It may not have satisfied one's hunger, but it would prevent starvation. The distribution point for food soon saw a long line of eager recipients, as the evening was the only time they could partake in this meager gruel. Commander, this is far too little. Can we have a bit more? A middle-aged man pleaded, holding a bowl that contained only half a serving of thin porridge. He could barely make out a few swollen grains of rice at the bottom, alongside strands of meat resembling hair. Enough chatter. You won't starve. Move along. There are others waiting. The soldier replied curtly, eager to finish the distribution and return to enjoy a hearty meal himself. Today had been fortunate, with plenty of red beetles slain, and he anticipated at least a few ounces of insect meat for himself. Compared to the thin porridge of the survivors, his rations were practically that of a VIP. Such was the treatment in the battalion. Even as the lowest-ranking menial worker, he was still considered part of the army. Very well, the man acquiesced, refraining from further protest for fear of inciting anger and losing even this scant half-bowl of porridge. While half a bowl was insufficient to fill his belly, it would at least stave off starvation. There was little choice for them. After all, they were refugees. As time marched on, ordinary survivors have acquired a new moniker, refugees. This designation represents the lowest echelon within the ranks. Refugees contribute nothing, akin to parasites, subsisting solely on the charity of the military corps. Above the refugees are the ordinary awakeners. Although they have not enlisted in the military, they possess formidable abilities, often seizing opportunities to gain advantages during monster attacks. The base military turns a blind eye to such conduct, as these individuals do partake in slaying foes, albeit marginally contributing. Ascending from the ordinary awakeners, we find the families of the base military personnel. Each soldier is allowed 3 family members, whose rations, while not extravagant, suffice to keep them satiated. Above the military families stand the soldiers themselves and the powerful awakeners, whose status positions them within the second tier of the group, just beneath the generals. The conditions for soldiers need no elaboration. Their provisions are guaranteed to be plentiful. As for the powerful awakeners, they are capable of independently vanquishing monsters, and thus face no scarcity in sustenance. Big brother, could you spare us some extra food? My mother is on the brink of starvation. A frail girl, emaciated and desperate, knelt on the ground pleading. No, everyone is in the same predicament. If I make an exception for you, what will happen to the others? The soldier shook his head, his heart aching for the girl, who appeared no older than 13 or 14, a time typically brimming with vitality. Wah, please, big brother, I beg you. The girl sobbed. Enough. Get her out of here. The soldier quickly gestured for others to remove the girl. Should her cries continue, it could incite a similar reaction from those behind her. In the scuffle, much of the thin porridge in her bowl spilled. Ah, my porridge. The girl hurriedly crouched down, her small hands attempting to gather the food from the ground. "Little sister, would you like some food?" At her most vulnerable moment, a kindly middle-aged man inquired. "Yes." The girl nodded eagerly, acutely aware that without food, her mother would perish from hunger. "Uncle has food here. If you want it, come with me." The man produced a bag of bread, a meager yet life-saving offering for the girl. "All right, I will follow you." She nodded resolutely. "Such a good girl, come along." A triumphant expression spread across the middle-aged man's face as he led her to a secluded corner. There stood a large tent, its dim lights flickering, accompanied by the sounds of cards being shuffled. "Uncle, where are we? I'm a bit scared." The girl, hearing the commotion from within, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Do not be afraid. Once you step inside, this bag of bread will be yours." The man coaxed, his expression reminiscent of a predator luring in its prey. The shadows cast by the tent heightened the girl's trepidation. During her time at school, she had listened to her teacher discuss biology. "I no longer want the bread," the girl exclaimed, attempting to flee, only to be grasped by a pair of large hands. "Little sister, my success tonight depends on you. Be obedient. Come inside with your uncle." The middle-aged man's true nature was revealed. "Uncle, I'm scared. I don't want to go." The girl cried. "That is not an option. The adults have been waiting for quite some time. I will give you 2 more bags of bread." The man tugged the girl towards the tent. He lured her with the promise of food through this abominable scheme. The awakened ones inside the tent would reward him handsomely. It was a lucrative endeavor, replete with benefits. For the awakened did not lack sustenance. "Help!" the girl shouted, but soon her mouth was covered by the man. "Think about it. With this bread, your mother can survive. Do you truly wish to witness your mother perish?" The middle-aged man continued. A flicker of hesitation crossed the girl's eyes. She indeed needed the food. "Monster, let that girl go." Just as the girl was on the brink of succumbing, a voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 125, The Heart Like a Demon, damn it. Where did this fool come from? The middle-aged man cursed vehemently. He looked ahead, spotting a bespectacled young man accompanied by several robots. "This is bad," the middle-aged man thought to himself, hastily releasing the girl and turning to flee. The sound of gunfire erupted. The man collapsed to the ground, his leg pierced by a bullet. The bespectacled young man, controlling the Z-type, approached him. "Little sister, are you all right?" he asked the girl. "Here, take this can. Hurry and go." He produced a can of beef from his pocket. "Thank you, big brother," the girl exclaimed gratefully. The young man urged her to leave first while he stayed behind. "You best not meddle in my affairs," the middle-aged man groaned. Clutching his leg as blood oozed between his fingers. "You seek women? I can't be bothered. But that one, how dare you lay a hand on her? I detest scum like you." The young man, still controlling the Z-type, aimed at the man's head. "Don't kill me. I'm just a lackey. The mastermind. They're all in that tent." The middle-aged man frantically pointed toward a distant tent. "Even so, you deserve to die." Without hesitation, the young man commanded the Z-type to eliminate the man. The head rolled to the ground with a sickening thud. "What happened, Four Eyes?" Wang Yu rushed forward, having noticed Four Eyes had gone missing while they were idly wandering around the camp. "I just killed a scumbag." Four Eyes gritted his teeth. "Those despicable bastards. Absolutely unforgivable. I will make them pay." His emotions surged as he dashed toward the tent. "Oh no, it must be because of that incident," Wang Yu suddenly recalled. Since then, Four Eyes had been particularly sensitive to such matters. "You hi. Go finally go. I sense trouble brewing," Wang Yu commanded, hastily following in Four Eyes' footsteps. "You hi." Seeing this, mounted the white lion and sped toward the camp. Inside the tent, a foul odor pervaded the air, lost in their own indulgence. The occupants remained oblivious to the gunfire outside. It wasn't until Four Eyes entered the tent that they sensed something was amiss. "Who the hell are you?" A bald man bellowed, his voice filled with rage. Beside him sat a stunning woman, her chest rising and falling in fear. Four Eyes surveyed the tent, his anger flaring as he saw the despicable men. "To hell with you all," he shouted. He opened fire with the Z-type. "Brothers, someone's causing trouble. Take him down." The awakened individuals within the tent sprang to their feet, their strength far surpassing that of Four Eyes. With their numerical advantage, they quickly subdued several Z-types. "You think you're brave, huh? With that little strength, you want to kill us? You wanted to be a hero saving the damsel in distress? Let me show you. These wretches, how dare they plead for mercy?" The bald giant commanded his subordinates to restrain the bespectacled one, who was met with disdainful glares from all around. Their eyes. It was as if they were gazing upon a jester. Faced with such scorn, he plunged into profound doubt. Was his course of action truly misguided? These girls appeared to be quite willing. It dawned upon him that he was the jester all along. He mused bitterly. Holy light slash. A fierce blade of energy cleaved through the tent. A naked man let out a harrowing scream as his body was split in twain. "Four Eyes, get a grip," Wang Yu bellowed, his voice yanking the bespectacled one back to reality. "You, brother you." Four Eyes' pupils regained their spark. In a fleeting moment, He had even contemplated self-harm. The Z-type robot, previously restrained, suddenly broke free. Damn it. Another reckless fool. The bald giant cursed. Holy light shield. A radiant aura enveloped Wang Yu. Withstanding the assaults of several awakened beings, the Z-type robot pushed back a few of the attackers. Brother Yu, let's go. Farais called out. Humph. Trying to escape? Not so easily. The bald giant surged forward, a suit of armor materializing around him. Invincible mountain punch. With a single strike, the bald giant shattered the Z-type robot, whose strength was roughly equivalent to a mid-level 4-star. The bald giant's prowess, however, was at least a high-level 5-star. Wang Yu fought desperately, yet he was still subdued. After all, 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands. Damn you. Were you super brave just now? The bald giant's fist crashed into Wang Yu's abdomen. Ugh. Wang Yu stifled a cry of agony. Not bad. You can endure. I'll make you endure. The bald giant used Wang Yu as a target. Raining down a flurry of punches, Wang Yu gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Damn it. If you have the guts, come for me. Farais screamed, his heart torn. Don't rush. Your turn will come soon. The bald giant grasped Wang Yu by the hair. By this point, he was bruised and battered, in a pitiful state. Brother Yu, I've brought you trouble. I deserve this. I'm not even human. Farais' eyes were bloodshot, filled with despair. Have you not eaten? Wang Yu spat a mouthful of blood onto the bald giant's face. You're seeking death. The bald giant was utterly enraged. He once again summoned his armor. Murderous fist. Terrifying energy coalesced into his strike. If this punch landed, Wang Yu would be either dead or gravely injured. Die. The bald giant's fist plunged towards Wang Yu. Whoosh. An arrow imbued with dreadful energy shot into the tent. Thud. The bald giant's armor was instantly pierced by the arrow, and the tremendous force sent him flying several meters away. The women in the tent were instantly startled, huddling in the corners, trembling uncontrollably. Flygo. Expressions of terror spread across everyone's faces. Qin Fei possessed the prowess of a 5-star elite and held the title of a master martial artist. Yet, in this very moment, he narrowly escaped being obliterated. A peculiar shadow materialized within the tent, and before the burly bald man could react, his neck was mercilessly snapped. With an impassive expression, Shenlian cast the corpse onto the ground. Guan Li slowly entered the tent, accompanied by Long Jie and Aaron. Alas, my aim still requires refinement, Guan Li remarked. Run. The occupants of the tent instantly grasped the situation, scrambling towards the exit in a frenzy. Shenlian, it's in your hands, Guan Li commanded. At your service. Shenlian's form transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing in an instant. Soon after, anguished cries echoed from outside the tent. Chapter 126. The Laws of the Dark Jungle. How is it? Have you seen clearly? Guan Li inquired. I have seen clearly, Cyan nodded. Fully aware of what Guan Li was asking. Li Go. I acted impulsively this time. I nearly harmed you, Go. I am truly sorry. Cyan lowered his head, burdened by the weight of his recklessness that almost cost Wang Yu his life. You Go. Please, strike me. Cyan implored, kneeling on the ground. Rise. Since you dare to call me brother, how could I possibly stand by and watch you suffer? Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Remember this lesson. In the apocalypse, there is no room for excessive mercy. Guan Li spoke coldly. If this incident failed to foster their growth, they would likely encounter even greater crises in the future. Li Go. We understand. The 3 of them nodded in unison. Cyan, give that little girl the canned food. Guan Li abruptly spoke. What happened to that girl? Cyan's heart sank. She is dead. Because of that can. Guan Li's words pierced Cyan's heart deeply. How could this be? He muttered to himself. The little girl had been holding a can of beef. What do you think happens in this apocalypse? Guan Li did not spell it out, but his meaning was abundantly clear. A frail girl, clutching a precious can of meat, the starving survivors would transform into demons, devouring her whole. Without strength, one could not safeguard their provisions. This is the dark law of the jungle. Cyan. Wang Yu gazed at the nearly shattered Cyan and gently called to him. Let him come to terms with it on his own. Guan Li halted Wang Yu. This threshold must be crossed by Cyan himself. If he could not overcome it, he would be rendered worthless. Please, do not kill us. The women all knelt before Guan Li. Begone. Guan Li chose not to execute them. These women merely wished to survive. They had committed no wrongdoing. Some acted of their own volition, while others were coerced, but it was all their choice. In the apocalypse, no one is nobler than another. Curse this apocalypse. It is truly wretched. Cyan shouted in despair. Understanding is all that matters. Guan Li observed Cyan's condition, realizing he had begun to emerge from the ordeal concerning the girl. Let us depart. This commotion will surely attract the attention of the base military, Guan Li declared, stepping out of the tent. Let us go. Wang Yu beckoned the others as they swiftly exited the tent. Moments later, a pair of soldiers from the base arrived at the tent. Despicable. They deserve to die. One soldier spat disdainfully. The tent was filled with foul liquid, and the men knew precisely what it was. "Stop envying. You lack the capability," another soldier remarked. "Let us find some excuse and return to report." Such occurrences were not uncommon within the ranks. In the apocalypse, death was the most ordinary affair. If there are no casualties, then that is indeed a problem. "The commander, what shall we say upon our return?" a soldier inquired. "Monsters attacked," the squad leader replied, without a moment's hesitation, fabricating an excuse. His demeanor suggested that he was no novice. Famine spread throughout the ranks, with no one knowing whether they might be slain and consumed in the dead of night. Among the refugees, an atmosphere of despair and terror pervaded. Every individual was on edge. Meanwhile, the awakened ones indulged themselves without restraint. Night swiftly passed, and the company began to gather their belongings. "Ah, where's my son? Has anyone seen my son?" a young woman cried out. She had awakened that morning to find her child missing. "My daughter is also gone. Woe is me. Who can help me search for my daughter?" One after another, people realized their children were missing. Everyone was acutely aware of the grim reality, yet none dared to voice it. The procession continued forward, undeterred by any individual's plight. The survivors remained in search of their lost children. Ultimately, behind a rock, they discovered scattered bones and blood-stained garments carelessly strewn about. They were utterly shattered. Guan Li passed last night's trial, having grasped the skills of the light shadow sword demon and the light elf archer. The light binding could incapacitate a single target for 3 seconds. The power of light could bolster allies, enhancing their strength, defense, and movement speed. This was a commendable group buff skill. The Holy Light Arrow Rain was a group attack skill, capable of unleashing a barrage of radiant arrows at a designated location. These arrows bore a burning effect and would inflict multiple times the damage upon dark creatures. The Holy Light Domain could create an area around the caster, continuously healing wounds and increasing firing speed during its duration. Upon its disappearance, it would unleash a terrifying assault on surrounding foes. The effect of Holy Light Dispersion was as the name implies. It could choose any target to dispel one effect from them. This skill could also be used against enemies to negate their beneficial effects. The above outlines all the newly acquired skills of the Light Elf Archer. Overall, they were quite impressive, significantly enhancing their capabilities compared to before. In addition to the Light Elf Archer, the skills of the Light Shadow Sword Demon were equally formidable. Firstly, the Light Shadow Stealth skill served as an enhanced version of shadowing. As long as there was light, one could stealthily maneuver in the shadows, truly achieving the art of coming and going without a trace. The Sword Flight skill allowed for the manipulation of sword-like weapons to fly, enabling aerial assaults against foes. The Light Shadow / condensed an energy blade to strike at enemies. The Shadow Ambush could launch a surprise attack on targets within range, functioning as a teleportation skill, remarkably powerful. The Light Prison Cage could manifest a confinement, sealing off a designated area and rendering the target powerless. Of course, this skill had its limitations, proving ineffective against targets exceeding one level above. Next comes the Body of the Sword Demon. This ability is rather unique. Once activated, it transforms the physical structure, leading one to become part of the demonic race. During the duration of the Sword Demon's body, one's prowess will elevate by an entire tier. Furthermore, strength, speed, and regenerative capacity will experience significant enhancement. It is indeed a formidable skill. Lastly, we have the powers of light and shadow. Should one choose to harness the power of light, their defensive capabilities and regenerative abilities will be greatly augmented, and they will be able to unleash blades of light to strike surrounding foes during their attacks. Conversely, opting for the power of shadow will result in a substantial increase in strength and speed, allowing the wielder to infuse their attacks with shadow blades to damage nearby adversaries. It is essential to note that these two abilities cannot be utilized simultaneously. Should one invoke the power of light, the power of shadow will instantly become ineffective. Overall, the Shadow Sword Cultivator's advancement this time yields tremendous enhancements in capability, enabling the possession of both forms concurrently. Guan Li is exceedingly pleased with this, particularly with the skill of flying with the sword. He eagerly anticipates the capabilities that the other legions will acquire following their advancements. Chapter 127, The Black Rainbow. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, a sudden downpour of black rain descended from the sky. Dark lightning streaked across the horizon. Under the deluge of this ominous rain, the monsters underwent a frenzied evolution. But what could account for the rain's inky hue? The survivors initially harbored hope that this black rain might grant them powers akin to the radiant rain. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the black rain did not bestow upon them any form of evolution. Instead, the harmful substances mixed within it rendered many individuals physically unwell. Cough. My body feels unbearable. I'm burning up. My head feels as if it might explode. Who can help me? The majority of survivors began to exhibit alarming symptoms. This is dire. There is something wrong with this black rain. The soldiers at the base quickly recognized the anomaly. Those drenched by the black rain displayed unsettling changes. I can hardly feel my head, my ears, my eyes. I'm deaf. I'm blind. How can this be? The survivors wailed in despair, their emotions spiraling into agitation. Those around Guan Li also began to transform. It seemed that this black rain was particularly effective against ordinary people. Wang Yu, stay away from the crowd, Guan Li urged urgently. Okay, Li go. The trio had no doubts about his words. Some survivors, sensing the impending danger, rushed toward the outskirts of the group. Qin Xiong, witnessing Guan Li's flight, followed suit. Ever since Lin Quan joined the base's military, he had regained his freedom but at the cost of security. Without protection, he was left to rely on meager rations. In just a few days, he had lost over 10 pounds. Qin Xiong longed to rally the students from Z University, but he quickly realized it would be futile. His position as vice principal was utterly meaningless, hardly worth more than a crust of bread. Moreover, the remaining students were predominantly ordinary individuals. Even those with awakening abilities would not heed his call, such as Guan Li and Wang Yu. The few attractive female teachers had long since allied themselves with the awakened. Were it not for their lingering affection, occasionally sending back food, Z University's plight would undoubtedly be far worse. Thus, he found himself akin to a rat scurrying across the street, utterly wretched. It's so unbearable. I wish to do something. The survivors infected by the black rain began to have their eyes turn milky white. They collapsed to the ground, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. The soldiers, witnessing this, were left in a state of confusion. Minutes later, the fallen survivors began to undergo a disturbing transformation. Spiny protrusions sprouted from their spines, and the veins around their eyes bulged, their pupils turning a ghastly gray. Roar. They suddenly rose, lunging towards the remaining survivors. Help. My husband has gone mad. Who will save me? No. Mother, don't bite me. The survivors infected by the black rain staggered upright, their bodies grotesquely altered, now sporting sharp claws. The skull is cleaved, filled with sharp, jagged fangs. Spikes protrude from the arms. Yet, they share a singular trait, an unparalleled ferocity. Their movements have become akin to those of beasts. Blood incites an exhilarating frenzy within them. These survivors are no longer human. They resemble failed products of genetic evolution. The black rain harbors a mystical force, yet, in contrast to the luminous rain, the power of the black rain is far more savage and unstable. Ordinary individuals cannot withstand this evolutionary process, leading to a catastrophic genetic collapse that ultimately transforms them into these frenzied monstrosities. Over 70% of those infected by the black rain have morphed into monsters, numbering in the tens of thousands. They launch a vicious assault on the remaining survivors. Everyone, prepare for battle. In Li Zhao's hands, a dark red energy sword materializes. The strength of these aberrations should not be underestimated. Some genetically mutated creatures possess power nearing that of the 7 stars. Should they successfully awaken, they would at least be formidable beings of 7-star caliber. Though the odds of such an occurrence are exceedingly slim. Kill. Li Xiao charges into the chaotic throng. His sword cleaves through the air, instantly bisecting several infected survivors. The sheer number of infected, tens of thousands, is terrifying. The combined military forces barely exceed 60,000. As if fate conspired against them, dark figures loom on the vast ground, the insectoids, relentless and ever-present. This species is characterized by a terrifying reproductive speed, continuously flooding into this realm. Any corner may harbor their presence. The black rain cascades upon the insectoids, inciting an extraordinary excitement among them. Hisses. The swarm emits a cacophony of hissing sounds. They surge from all directions, encircling the military base. The numbers easily exceed tens of thousands. With infected entities within and insectoids outside, the situation is dire enough to break the ranks. 8th, 9th, and 10th legions. Engage the insectoids. The remaining legions focus all efforts on exterminating the infected. If you wish to survive, fight with all your might. Su Yunjian swiftly issues commands. The insectoids move with alarming speed, leaving him little room for hesitation. Although the generals of the legions harbor reservations about Su Yunjian, they currently possess no better alternatives. As he rightly stated, without a desperate fight, death is inevitable. Now, everyone is bound together in this struggle. In such circumstances, escape is impossible. Kill. Engage these insectoids. Behind you are the loved ones you must protect. If you wish to save them, give it your all. Win this battle. The generals rally their soldiers. Though the chances are bleak, they must at least attempt it. Kill. Annihilate these creatures. Combined, the 3 legions muster around 17,000 souls. They charge fearlessly toward the dark swarm of insectoids. In the face of the overwhelming mass, fear fills the soldiers' hearts. Yet, they have no choice. Their loved ones stand just behind them. Hiss. The Zerg opened its mandibles and lunged at the soldiers with ferocity. The clash between the two forces was imminent. The Zerg, invigorated by the black rain, had become exceedingly exhilarated, their strength significantly augmented. A red-armored beetle of equivalent rank could withstand multiple soldiers. In an instant, the battlefield was awash with carnage. Ordinary awakened beings fell like mere cannon fodder, swiftly dispatched by the Zerg upon their first encounter. Flames erupted. Icy currents surged. Radiant arrows of myriad hues soared. The awakened with specialized professions unleashed a barrage of skills. Flames charred the insects, icy gales hindered their advance, and arrows of vibrant colors pierced through several beetles. Nevertheless, the battle remained brutally fierce. Among the Zerg, numerous creatures possessed the ability to unleash elemental attacks. The Thunderbug could summon bolts of lightning, striking down soldiers in a chain of electrifying retribution. The Black Death Bug exhaled a dark luminescence, causing the bodies of afflicted soldiers to dissolve instantaneously. The Magma Beetle erupted with molten lava from its back, engulfing soldiers and eliciting agonizing cries of torment. Chapter 128. A Desperate Moment. Summon all awakened ones. In a sudden flash of inspiration, Su Yunjian recalled the lone individuals within the ranks. Among these awakened beings were many of formidable strength. Indeed, Zhou Yuan swiftly descended to relay the command. The lone awakened ones were soon engulfed in the fray, their primary objective being the eradication of the infected within the team. In such a life-or-death situation, none dared to act carelessly. The inclusion of these solitary awakened ones significantly alleviated the pressure on the base's military forces. They dispatched personnel to join the battlefield against the insectoid horde. Before Guan Li, 3 options abruptly materialized. The first 2 choices were immediately disregarded. To him, the 7-star crystal core held little value. As for the 10-star crystal core presented in the second option, although the reward was tempting, the cost was excessively high. He had to reach Yangqing as part of his mission. Thus, only the third option remained, offering a commendable reward with no associated cost. After all, allowing the soldiers of the Legion to engage would not compromise his identity. Kale, lead the Silver Lion Knights to breach the insectoid right flank. Xinlian, your Shadow Sword Demon will strike from the left. Aaron, the ranged firepower is entrusted to you. Leo, safeguard Aaron's Legion. Guan Li swiftly orchestrated the strategy. Given that Fun Yin and Song Lin were preoccupied with hunting 8-star monsters, they were not summoned for this operation. However, 4 legions were sufficient to combat the insectoids. After all, both the Shadow Sword Demon and the Radiant Elves were composed entirely of 8-star strength. Understood. Came the resounding acknowledgement from the commanders. They had been awaiting Guan Li's orders for some time. This cannot continue. There are too many insectoids. We cannot hold them back. The front lines were decimated. The cannon fodder soldiers had been annihilated by the insectoids, totaling over 10,000. Bodies lay strewn across the field, and blood flowed like rivers. The insectoid forces also suffered considerable losses, yet their sheer numbers rendered such casualties inconsequential. Damn it! Reinforcements are arriving for the insectoid ranks. The onlookers beheld in despair as several insectoid squads relentlessly approached. The base's forces had already sustained grievous injuries, and morale had plunged to an all-time low. Hope for survival seemed utterly bleak. Fight. Battle until the final moment. Li Xiao roared in defiance. He collided with a mid-tier 7-star insectoid, a double-headed spiked creature the size of a van, possessing terrifying strength and penetrating capability. Its head could effortlessly eliminate 6-star awakened ones. Li Xiao was riddled with wounds, each inflicted by the flying spikes launched by the double-headed creature. Yet he persisted in combat, his vigorous movements aggravating his injuries, blood continuously oozing from his body. Nonetheless, he refused to relent. Damn it! Kill. Annihilate them without a trace. Maya bellowed fiercely. He conjured flames in his hands, obliterating a crimson beetle. This will to rise from the brink of death invigorated the spirits of the crowd. With no path of retreat, they resolved to fight fiercely. Blood flowed incessantly, and the battle raged on. At the very least, they wished to grant their families a few more moments of life. The soldiers launched suicidal assaults with their very lives. The relentless tide of the insect horde was momentarily halted. Thunderous echoes filled the air as the soldiers struggled to hold their ground. A vast cloud of dust billowed in the distance. Everyone strained to look. Beneath the swirling dust, a cavalry unit emerged. Though their numbers were few, they radiated an indomitable spirit. Who were they? The base soldiers wondered, for at this juncture it remained uncertain whether they were friend or foe. Soldiers. Charge. Kyle brandished his lance towards the insect army. Kill. The Silver Lion cavalry's war cries soared to the heavens. The Silver Lion surged forward, barreling into the mass of insects. Thrusting his lance, Kyle pierced through several of the creatures in rapid succession, his cavalry comrades following suit. The tremendous force of their charge tore a gaping hole in the enemy ranks. Kill. Zhao Kui transformed into a steel warrior, savagely smashing through the swarm. Numerous red beetles were crushed underfoot. The arrival of the Silver Lion cavalry reignited the soldiers' fighting spirit. Guan unleashed explosive energy, shattering the surrounding insects. Suddenly, dozens of figures materialized amidst the swarm. Flying swords sliced through the air, cleaving the surrounding insects. In an instant, green insect blood splattered everywhere. Such terrifying power. Who were these individuals? Tu Tianyang's pupils constricted in astonishment. If he sensed correctly, these swordsmen possessed strength exceeding 8 stars. As the strongest of the base soldiers, his own prowess barely reached the mid-7 stars. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Such a battalion could annihilate them in an instant. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. From the distant horizon, a flurry of radiant feathered arrows descended. Each arrow struck an insect, exploding upon impact. More and more luminous arrows rained down upon the insect horde. Any creature struck by these arrows was instantly obliterated. The battalion soldiers wreaked havoc upon the battlefield. Meanwhile, Guan Li lingered at the rear of the formation, leisurely dispatching the infected. He summoned Bones to fight on his behalf, as a summoner should. Long Chia unleashed the claw of tyranny, dispatching an infected with each strike. The arrival of the battalion soldiers swiftly turned the tide of battle. Although the insect horde continued to pour into the fray, their relentless strength proved insurmountable. No matter how many insects arrived, it was futile. Shenlian's Shadow Sword Demon Battalion had gone berserk. Each swing of his sword felled multiple insects, and the ground around him was littered with their corpses. Soldiers, kill. Victory is within our grasp. Su Dehai roared, his body drenched in blood as he relentlessly slashed at the surrounding insects. The morale of the battalion soldiers reached its zenith. They plunged deeper into the insect horde, systematically eliminating the remaining infected. The other forces joined the fray, and as time passed, the battle raged on. The numbers of the Zerg are steadily diminishing, until the last of their kind falls. Ding. The system prompt sounds. Objective completed. Assist the base forces in annihilating the Zerg ranks. Reward, Legion Upgrade Card X1. We have triumphed. Victory. Truly victorious. A miracle. It is hard to believe. The soldiers cheer, and the survivors weep tears of joy. They have once again navigated through peril. My lord, how shall we account for the spoils? Kyle inquired through a mental link to Guan Li. All Zerg cores and cards belong to us. The corpses and infected shall be left for the base forces. Guan Li responded. Understood. Kyle, mounted on his silver lion, approached the Legion. Who shall make the decision? He surveyed the crowd and asked. I. Please proceed, Your Excellency. Su Yunjian stepped forward. All Zerg cores and cards belong to us. Any objections? Kyle proclaimed from his elevated position, his tone leaving no room for Su Yunjian to refuse. None. Please, proceed, Your Excellency. Su Yunjian replied decisively, fully aware that he could not contend with this enigmatic legion. Chapter 129, Surviving the Aftermath Very Well. Kyle departed upon his silver lion. My lord, the demands are rather excessive. We are speaking of tens of thousands of insectoids. A somewhat reluctant officer from the 6th Legion remarked. Foolish. If you wish to perish. I certainly do not. The power of this legion is sufficient to crush us. The terms they have proposed already favor us. Su Yunjian retorted sharply. How can they be so formidable? Their legion barely numbers in the hundreds. The young officer persisted, still unconvinced. He was a survivor recruited into their ranks and had been promoted for his merit. Who brought such a simpleton into our midst? Tu Tianyang could no longer contain his disdain. How can one be so ignorant? A mere army of hundreds can indeed turn the tide of battle. Such an elementary truth eludes you. My apologies, General Tu. It is my failure to manage. A modest man interjected. He was Lu Xiaomin, the commander of the 6th Legion. A novice in the realm of magic, capable of conjuring formidable golems for battle. Silence. Withdraw at once. He shot a glare at the officer, who promptly ceased his protests and departed. If the Legion leader had overheard those remarks, it could have led to an unforeseen calamity. Tu Tianyang sighed. He had once believed in his own might, yet it now appeared insignificant. Legion soldiers, clear the battlefield. As per our agreement, we shall only collect the crystal cores and cards. The carcasses of the insectoids shall remain untouched. The legionnaires went about their task without disturbing the remains. System. What would happen if the base army were to be annihilated before we reach Yang City? Guan Li inquired, having taken note of the previous options presented by the system. If the base army fell, the rewards would be halved. The system's voice replied, Fear not. As long as there are survivors within the base army, the objective shall be deemed accomplished. Ah, I see. That is far more manageable. Guan Li exhaled in relief. In that case, he could afford to be leisurely. Should the base army encounter peril, he could intervene as necessary. The countless insect corpses could alleviate the base army's food crisis. Hence Guan Li only sought the crystal cores and cards. Once the Legion soldiers completed their task, they departed directly. This unforeseen upheaval resulted in the loss of tens of thousands of lives. reducing the troop's strength by a quarter. Most of the fallen succumbed to the black rain infection, while several thousand survivors remained in a deep coma. They had absorbed the black rain without succumbing to infection. For safety's sake, the base army dispatched personnel to guard these unconscious survivors. Should any issues arise, they were authorized to eliminate them. The soldiers of the base army executed their duties with precision, diligently clearing the battlefield, harvesting the flesh of insects, extracting their crystalline cores, and collecting cards is executed with remarkable efficiency. The severed insect flesh is promptly transformed into jerky, making it convenient for transport and preservation. Beyond the insect meat, various parts of the insect race possess considerable utility. For instance, the exoskeleton of the thunderlight beetle can be forged into armor, offering not only formidable defensive capabilities but also enhancing lightning attributes. Similarly, the fat from the liver of the fire beetle ignites effortlessly and burns exceptionally well, serving as a viable fuel source. Every useful item is meticulously removed and taken away. What is happening to me? The unconscious survivors are gradually regaining consciousness. A chilling aura emanates from his hands. This is a power. I have become an awakened. The man exclaims with exuberance. The surrounding soldiers breathe a sigh of relief upon witnessing this. Brother, congratulations on joining the ranks of the awakened. One soldier remarks with a hint of envy. Most of them are merely ordinary awakened, significantly less powerful than those with abilities. In a contest of strength, an ability awakened can easily overpower several ordinary awakened. Unless the abilities are supportive in nature, then it becomes a different matter altogether. Oh no, why is my backside spewing fire? Someone come and extinguish it. I can spray water? How miraculous. It seems I can control the earth element. Ice magic. Incredible. I feel invigorated, capable of slaying a bull. I can see so clearly. Pink underwear. The unconscious survivors awaken one after another, each gaining abilities. The mortality rate from the black rain was alarmingly high. Yet those who survived successfully awakened and acquired powers. This is splendid news for the base military, as the recent battle incurred significant casualties. Fresh blood is desperately needed. As soon as the survivors regain consciousness, the base military begins recruitment, offering substantial incentives. This battle alleviated the immediate concerns of the base military, particularly regarding food supplies. In light of the recruitment by the base military, most awakened readily agree, having long desired to join the base military since their days as refugees. However, a small fraction of the awakened believes that forging their own path is preferable to joining the military. After a brief period of sorrow, the group resumes its flight. 2/3 of the distance to Goat City remains. The haul of supplies is substantial, making it impractical for the soldiers to carry everything. The higher-ups of the base military decide to recruit survivors to alleviate the burden on the soldiers. Those willing to carry supplies will be provided with 3 meals a day. Such an offer is undeniably generous. As soon as the news spreads, survivors eagerly rush to sign up. In this apocalyptic world, securing a full meal is a rare blessing. With some savings, they might even be able to support their families. The base military's recruitment also comes with stipulations. Individuals must be in good health, free from any ailments. They are unwilling to waste food. After numerous selections, 3,000 survivors remain. These survivors are relatively robust in stature. They shouldered their burdens and embarked on their journey. To avert the threat of internal betrayal, a contingent of soldiers was assigned to oversee them. Should any individual be caught pilfering supplies, they were authorized to execute them on the spot. In this apocalyptic world, a human life held no more value than a morsel of food. As nightfall quietly descended, the group halted and established camp. Everyone, set down your supplies. Come forth to receive sustenance from me, proclaimed a soldier, brandishing a bag of dried insect meat. Upon witnessing this, the survivors hastily released their packs. Thank you, soldier. Your efforts are commendable. The survivors fawned, eager to please the one distributing the rations. Spare me your flattery. Form an orderly line. The soldier commanded with stern authority. Understood. The survivors quickly straightened up, forming a lengthy queue. Thank you, soldier, they expressed, clutching the strips of meat. Although slender, merely the size of a thumb, it surpassed a half bowl of thin porridge by leaps and bounds. For those survivors without family ties, it was entirely feasible to save half a strip for a chance encounter with a desirable woman. In this harsh reality, survival was fraught with uncertainty. Thus, seizing the moment became paramount. Chapter 130. Breakthrough is laborious. After the survivors received their rations, they were promptly expelled by the soldiers. In the evening, the supplies were closely guarded by the base's military personnel. Encounters with survivors only occurred during transit. The last survivor finished collecting food, and the soldier, noticing a few leftover meat strips in the bag, discreetly slipped them into his pocket. This act was tacitly accepted. No one would dare to speak against it. Who would engage in such a laborious endeavor without any incentives? The higher-ups in the base military were well aware of this reality. Once the survivors had received their rations, they engaged in consumption or provided for their families as necessary. Seizing a moment of inattention, Guan Li stealthily slipped away from the group. Wang Yu had grown accustomed to this behavior. They did not inquire further. If Guan Li chose not to divulge, they would not press him. A few kilometers away, at an abandoned gas station, Guan Li landed gracefully, his feet touching the ground with the finesse of a blood-drinking blade. The exhilaration of flying with his sword was unparalleled. He entered the gas station to find several zombie corpses strewn across the floor, indicating that the area had been previously cleared. The military had long awaited their arrival here. Suddenly, a heavy thud resonated within the dimly lit gas station. A colossal figure emerged before Guan Li. "My lord." Song Lin bowed his head, blood staining his body and several alarming wounds marring his abdomen. "Injured?" Guan Li inquired. "It's merely superficial. It will heal swiftly." Song Lin shook his head. "Do not endure the pain. I lack for nothing. Take this and heal." Guan Li tossed a high-grade recovery card into the air. Low-level recovery cards were no longer effective for him. "Feng Yin, do not conceal your injuries either." Guan Li threw another high-grade recovery card. Feng Yin emerged from within the gas station, exhibiting similar claw marks on his body. "Thank you, master." Feng Yin crushed the recovery card, and his wounds began to mend. "My lord, behold the corpse of a bloodlaw werewolf." Kai dragged out a colossal body from the gas station. It was a werewolf towering over 4 meters. Its physique robust, and particularly muscular in the legs, with a pair of sharp, blood-stained claws that were strikingly prominent. The soldiers of the Legion also emerged, bringing forth crystal cores and cards from the gas station. His gaze swept across the gathered treasures, and the system instantaneously provided a series of figures. 4-star crystal cores X14110, 5-star crystal cores X3101, 6-star crystal cores X102, 7-star crystal cores X23, blue cards X9856, blue-purple cards X845, purple cards X34, and purple-gold cards X6. These represented all the spoils of the day, a considerable bounty belonging entirely to Guan Li. "My friends, your efforts are deeply appreciated," Guan Li expressed sincerely. The soldiers of the Legion were perpetually engaged in battle, which was also the reason for his rapid enhancement in strength. "We are willing to fight for our lord." The commanders echoed in unison. Guan Li excavated the Bloodclaw werewolf's crystal core. The core was peculiar, exhibiting a blood-red hue. Such pure energy, truly worthy of an 8-star crystal core. The cells of Guan Li began to stir with excitement, eagerly anticipating the consumption of the crystal core. "Long Jie, the Bloodclaw werewolf is entrusted to you," Guan Li commanded, pointing at the lifeless body on the ground. "Thank you, master." Long Jie licked its lips, struggling to suppress its desires while mingling with the group. The time for feasting on flesh had passed, resulting in a stagnation of strength, trapped at 6 stars. Long Jie unleashed its primal instincts, seizing the corpse and devouring it. The insatiable hunger of the demonic claw roared like a famished dragon. The once mountainous body was consumed in an instant. A cacophony erupted from within Long Jie as its power surged, swiftly breaking through to 7 stars. Yet, there were no signs of cessation. Guan Li clutched the crystal core in his hand, inhaling deeply before commencing the consumption of the core. Thunderous rumbles echoed as surging energy coursed through his body. He absorbed this energy, witnessing a continuous rise in his strength. 7-star advanced. The breakthrough came with ease. Unwilling to halt, he grasped all the 7-star crystal cores in his hands. Waves of terrifying energy surged into him, as his body feverishly absorbed it. His power ascended directly to the initial stage of 8 stars. What a rush! Guan Li unleashed a punch, the terrifying energy collapsing the wall effortlessly. Is this the power of 8 stars? A casual strike could easily shatter walls. Boom. Long Jie also achieved a breakthrough, its strength soaring to 7-star advanced. The remains of the Bloodclaw werewolf proved to be extraordinarily potent. The only regret was the lack of new skills acquired. With his own breakthrough complete, it was time to upgrade the Legion. System. Upgrade the Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion. Today, as completed option rewarded him with an upgrade card. Without hesitation, Guan Li utilized it. Ding. Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion upgraded successfully, now at 8-star initial stage. The system's voice resonated. The Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion erupted with a terrifying aura. System. Expand the Shadow Sword Demon Legion. He used all 10 expansion cards he had previously saved. 10 Shadow Sword Demons materialized before Guan Li. "My lord." They half knelt on the ground, speaking with respect. "Yes." Return to formation. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. System. Trade 4-star crystal cores X14110. System. Trade 5-star crystal cores X3101. System. Trade 6-star crystal cores X102. Without hesitation, he converted all existing crystal cores into points. Ding. Trading 4-star crystal cores yields 761,940 points. Ding. Trading 5-star crystal cores yields 217,070 points. Ding. Trading 6-star crystal cores yields 9,650 points. The system's notifications rang out incessantly, close to 1,000,000 points. Although Guan Li was prepared, he was still taken aback by this figure. System. No need for words. Let us proceed. Purchase Legion upgrade cards X19 and Legion expansion card X1. In an instant, Guan Li squandered his points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully purchased 19 Legion upgrade cards and 1 Legion expansion card at a total cost of 970,000 points. You are truly extravagant and unreasonable. The system's prompt echoed. Guan Li found himself bankrupt with only 18,660 points remaining. System. Upgrade the Ironclad Shield Legion 3 times. He resolutely chose to upgrade. Ding. The upgrade of the Ironclad Shield has been successful. Its power is now at the initial 7-star level. Ding. The system detects that the Ironclad Shield Legion meets the advancement criteria. Do you wish to proceed with the advancement? The system's voice continued to resonate. Yes. Guan Li did not hesitate. Ding. Consumed 100 advancement cards. The Ironclad Shield Legion begins to advance. A flash of white light enveloped them, and the Ironclad Shield warriors vanished from sight. System. Upgrade the Silver Lion Cavalry Legion 6 times. Guan Li spoke again. Ding. The upgrade of the Silver Lion Cavalry has been successful. Its power is now at the initial 8-star level. Ding. The system detects that the Silver Lion Cavalry meets the advancement criteria. Do you wish to proceed with the advancement? The system's prompt resounded once more. Yes. Guan Li nodded affirmatively. Ding. Consumed 100 advancement cards and 10 intermediate advancement cards. The Silver Lion Cavalry Legion begins to advance. The Silver Lion Cavalry Legion instantly disappeared from its location. System. Upgrade the Undead Skeleton Legion 3 times. Ding. The Skeleton Undead Legion has been successfully upgraded. Its power is now at the initial 7-star level. Ding. The system detects that the Undead Skeleton Legion meets the advancement criteria. Do you wish to proceed with the advancement? The system's voice inquired. Yes. Advance. Guan Li did not hesitate. Ding. Consumed 100 advancement cards and 10 intermediate advancement cards. The Skeleton Undead Legion begins to advance. Guan Li still held 7 upgrade cards in his hand. System. Upgrade the Xianlei Dragon Legion 3 times. System. Upgrade the Flame Wyvern Legion 4 times. He utilized all his upgrade cards. The sounds of dragon roars resonated. The Xianlei Dragon Legion and the Flame Wyvern Legion directly broke through to the initial 9-star level. System. Expand the Radiant Elf Archer Legion. Guan Li applied the expansion card to the Elf Archers. A holy light magic circle appeared, and the Radiant Elf Archers manifested before him. Phew. All done. Guan Li instantly felt that this breakthrough was quite a demanding task. Chapter 131. Arrival at Guangnan Prefecture after enhancing the Legion. Guan Li selected the blue cards. Open. Over 10,000 blue cards vanished in an instant. Acquired 574 by 500 milliliters of pure water. Acquired 2101 premium food cards. Acquired 3501 intermediate supply cards. Acquired 2684 intermediate recovery cards. Acquired 300 advancement cards. Acquired 1041 enhanced sweet potato seeds. The rewards were standard. Lacking any surprises, Guan Li took out the blue-purple cards, totaling 541. Without hesitation, he opened them all. Acquired 56 intermediate advancement cards. Acquired 154 energy cards, containing pure energy. Directly absorbable by the human body. Acquired 101 explosive arrows. Acquired 35 invisibility potions. Acquired 120 powerful potions. After consumption, enhances strength by 1 level for 3 minutes. Followed by a 10-minute state of weakness. Acquired 75 hind leg meat of the scaled crocodile, from a 5-star monster, exceptionally tender, a favorite among carnivorous creatures. Containing a hint of energy, Guan Li extracted the hind leg meat, measuring over 1 meter in length. The hard skin had been removed, leaving only the tender flesh. The Xianlei Jiao and the Flame Wyvern gazed at it with a look of longing. Eat. Guan Li placed the leg meat on the ground, resembling a small mountain. Ample enough to satisfy their hunger. Thank you, master. Songlin grabbed a piece of meat and tossed it into his mouth. Munch, munch. Guan Li took out the energy cards and crushed them all. The pure energy was absorbed directly. He felt a slight enhancement in his strength, albeit minimal, equivalent to that of a 5-star crystal core. Yet, even the smallest morsel holds value, and Guan Li was not one to be choosy. He continued to open the cards, with the subsequent purple cards being the main event. As long as fortune was not too unkind, he was bound to procure valuable items. Guan Li selected 34 purple cards. Open. Acquired 16 advancement cards. Acquired 10 Legion expansion cards. 1 person. Acquired 3 Legion upgrade cards. Acquired 3 random Legion card fragments. Collect 10 fragments to obtain 1 random Legion card. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. 6 purple golden cards appeared in his hand. These cards were exclusively dropped by monsters of 7 stars or above, boasting a high probability of yielding excellent items. Holding the cards, Guan Li crushed them directly. Acquired 1 skill Inner Universe. Learned to obtain the skill Inner Universe. Acquired 1 blazing sun bow, forged from the fiery or of the abyssal lava land. Acquired 1 Legion expansion card, 10 people. Acquired 1 skill Mental Blade. Learned to obtain the skill Mental Blade. Acquired 2 blood flame pills, capable of instantly restoring all injuries, but will result in a burning state. Guan Li's eyes brightened. Truly worthy of the purple golden cards. All treasures. System. Expand the Shadow Sword Demon Legion. System. Expand the Radiant Elf Archer Legion. Guan Li did not hesitate and immediately utilized the Legion expansion card. Before him, 2 summoning arrays of light and shadow materialized. New members joined Guan Li's ranks. System. Upgrade the Shadow Sword Demon Legion twice. The Light Elf Archer Legion once. Guan Li employed all his upgrade cards. The Shadow Sword Demon Legion collectively broke through to the 9-star initial level, while the Light Elf Archer Legion ascended to the 8-star intermediate level. Aileen, this bow is for you. A crimson longbow appeared in Guan Li's hands, its body adorned with flowing lava patterns and its string composed of flames. This fiery energy coalesced within the bow, posing no harm to the wielder. Thank you, Master. Aileen slightly bowed as she received the solar bow. Name, solar bow type, bow and arrow grade, 7-star advanced talents, armor piercing, scorching skills, fire flow arrow, flame burst arrow evaluation, forged from the volcanic minerals of the abyss. Infused with fire attribute energy, this was a remarkable bow, and Aileen was thoroughly pleased. System. Learn the art of Inner Universe. Guan Li directly employed the newly acquired skill. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have learned the art of Inner Universe. The system's voice echoed. Guan Li instantly felt a torrent of information surge into his mind. The art of Inner Universe allowed the creation of a spatial realm for storing and transmitting items. Incredible! It has finally arrived. Guan Li's face lit up with joy. This type of skill was something he had long desired. He moved both hands in unison, conjuring 2 orbs of light, 1 black and 1 white. These ethereal orbs were shrouded in mystery. Xinlian, carry this Kuan space with you. Just toss the spoils inside. Guan Li handed the black orb to Xinlian. His current strength allowed him to create a Kuan space of 50 square meters, which would be more than sufficient for timely retrieval. Yes, Master. Xinlian nodded and secured the Kuan space. System. Learn the Mental Blade. This skill was also something Guan Li had eagerly anticipated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have learned the Mental Blade. The system's prompt resonated. Guan Li's mind was instantly filled with a sense of expansion. So this is a mental type skill? The Mental Blade allowed the user to conjure a blade of thought to attack the target's soul. Guan Li attempted to manifest the blade. Whoosh. A transparent mental blade shot forth before him, vanishing upon striking the ground. Though the mental blade inflicted no physical damage, it was lethal to spiritual entities. Guan Li was exceedingly satisfied with this acquisition. Not only had he gained a skill for transporting items, but he had also obtained a mental skill. Fenyan, you will accompany me for the time being. You will impersonate me during this period. Guan Li suddenly recalled something. The skeleton undead legion was currently in an advanced state. As a summoner, he could not be without his summoned beasts. As for the fire wyverns, they would temporarily follow Song Lin's command. Master, it is my honor. Fenyan spoke. Guan Li nodded and stored him in the system space. Then, controlling the blood blade, he soared through the night sky. In the stillness of the midnight hour, apart from the patrolling soldiers, the survivors had largely succumbed to slumber. The day's fierce battle had left everyone on edge. Guan Li stealthily returned to the camp. Wang Yu, snoring loudly, was sleeping like a log. Ever since the Z-type robots had taken over the night watch, the trio had slept soundly. Guan Li slipped into his tent and cast a soundproofing spell. The surrounding snores vanished in an instant. Indeed, possessing numerous skills is never a burden. With Long Xia on watch, Guan Li felt secure in his sleep. The night was relatively peaceful, with no monster attacks encountered. This was a fortunate circumstance for the survivors of the team. As dawn broke, the group resumed their journey. The survivors responsible for transporting supplies returned to their posts. They shouldered their packs and proceeded under the watchful eyes of the soldiers. Around midday, the team finally reached the border of Minzhou. To the left of the road stood a colossal boundary marker. Guangnan Province. In times past, crossing this boundary stone would signify entering the territory of Guangnan province. However, in this current reality, the collapse of the Huan nation rendered such territorial divisions insignificant. Chapter 132. The Insect Nest. Hold on, everyone. We have finally arrived at Guangnan province. We have successfully escaped from Min province, and victory is within our grasp. The soldiers of the base army rallied the survivors. Alas, we are nearing Yang City. A peaceful life is just around the corner. It is said that Yang City boasts formidable defenses. The city walls rise to a staggering height of 30 meters. The last time I visited, it was still the same. The survivors in the ranks began to murmur amongst themselves. This journey has been fraught with countless hardships. From an original throng of hundreds of thousands, we are now fewer than 100,000. The procession passed the boundary marker and continued along the road. But soon, they came to an abrupt halt. What in the world is that? Tu Tianyang gasped in shock. In the distance, a colossal nest loomed on the highway. The nest stretched several hundred meters long and towered over 100 meters high, resembling a grotesque biological structure. It was riddled with countless holes, each filled with a transparent viscous substance. Within each droplet, a corpse was ensconced. An insect nest, exclaimed the eagle-eyed soldier in terror. He observed that insect eggs were hatching within the holes. Damn it! There must be hundreds of thousands of these insect creatures lurking in that nest. A shiver ran down everyone's spine. We must take a detour. There is no way we can proceed through here. We must find an alternative route. I refuse to die. This time, the group was remarkably united. There were no dissenting voices, and any that arose would surely be disregarded. The procession veered off the highway, navigating through the surrounding forests. The woods were rife with signs of insect activity. It soon became apparent to the group that taking a detour was futile. The insect horde could emerge at any moment. Yet, retreat was not an option. Maneuvering such a large contingent was no easy task. They could only pray they would not encounter the insects. This stretch of road was not long, merely a little over 10 kilometers. With any luck, they might avoid the insect menace. The forest's edge revealed almost no signs of life. If their assumptions were correct, the creatures had likely been hunted down by the insects. The group treaded carefully through the thicket. They gazed at the ground's ominous traces, remnants of monsters, rotting entrails. The stench wafting from them was enough to induce nausea. Yet they knew they must not succumb to the urge. These remnants were precious sustenance. The procession advanced to the side of the nest. Through the gaps in the trees, they could faintly glimpse the insect nest. It was a monstrous entity, resembling something from alien technology. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the nest pulsated slowly, akin to a colossal heart. Surrounding the nest were bizarre insects, yet their demeanor did not suggest a desire to feed. A sigh of relief swept through the group. They had traversed half the distance. Soon, they would be rid of this terrifying insect nest. Master, we have spotted several insect squats. There are not many. Approximately over 300. The voice of Xinlian echoed through. Ambush them. We cannot allow them to return. Guan Li issued the command decisively. The insect swarm returned to their lair, and they were bound to encounter the team. If they caused any disturbance, it would surely attract the attention of the hive. Understood, came Xun Lian's voice. Fortunately, the team did not encounter any insect squads. At last, they emerged. The team returned to the road, glancing back to see the hive gradually receding into the distance. What a close call. Su Yunjian finally felt his heart settle. However, the group remained unaware of the forest to their left, where the trees swayed ominously. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The piercing sound of insect chirps erupted. What is happening? Tu Tianyang's expression changed. Had they not already left the hive's territory? How could the insects still detect them? Zhao Kuo asked, perplexed. No, it's not behind us. It's ahead. A sharp-eyed soldier pointed in terror toward the left. The others followed his gaze, and a dark wave of insects surged forth, racing toward them. Damn it! Su Yunjian cursed vehemently, but it was of no avail. The insects emitted excited hisses. So many prey had come to them. Run! Run quickly! The base soldiers shouted. Their feet quickened, propelled by urgency. Just as they emerged from the dragon's den, they plunged into the tiger's lair. The survivors felt as if they were on a roller coaster ride. Yet, they did not pause for even a moment, racing madly forward. There was no choice for the team. To stop meant death. Behind them lay the hive, and if the insects caught up, their demise would be even swifter. Time was life. They had no option but to flee recklessly if they wished to survive. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The insect sounds drew ever closer. They could almost feel the creatures brushing against them. Guan Li too chose to escape. Faced with the hive, he held no assurance of victory. Although the soldiers of his legion had surpassed the 9-star threshold, who knew what stronger beings lurked within the hive? Rationality dictated that he should first vacate the hive's vicinity. Hiss. Wail. A terrifying sound emanated from the hive behind them. Even at a distance of several kilometers, it resonated clearly. Horrifying. Utterly horrifying. This was the collective thought of the group. Surely, within that hive, there existed beings of black iron caliber. Even Guan Li felt a sense of helplessness. If he were to confront a 10-star creature, he might still have a chance if he fought with all his might. But against a black iron entity, he felt utterly unprepared. Guan Li had once believed himself to be formidable, but now it was clear that he was far from sufficient, woefully inadequate. He needed to grow stronger. The insect army surged from all directions. Rending sounds filled the air as blood was spilled and entrails scattered. Red-shelled insects tossed survivors aside like rag dolls. Explosive beetles spewed flames, instantly igniting those caught in their path. Fight. Breakthrough. Do not be held back. Li Xiao roared, gripping his great sword. He cleaved through the insects before him. The 10th Legion positioned themselves at the rear of the formation, closest to the hive, facing the greatest peril. The soldiers understood their dire circumstances and fought with all their might. You three, stay close to me. If one falls behind, then one can only await demise. Remember, show no mercy. Guan Li inhaled deeply, the unease in his heart growing ever stronger. Within the nest, there surely existed creatures of the black iron level. Rest assured, brotherly, we shall not burden you. The three spoke in unison. Enough of the chatter. Charge forward. A fiery crimson summoning circle materialized before Guan Li. In an instant, a colossal figure emerged. Roar. A searing breath of flame incinerated the insects before him. Without hesitation, Guan Li leaped onto the back of the blazing dragon. The fiery beast charged, sending the insects flying in its wake. Let us go. Follow brotherly. Wang Yu, momentarily stunned, hurriedly trailed behind Guan Li. Quickly. Keep up with that flame dragon. Li Xiao, who had been engulfed in despair, found himself confronted by the overwhelming insect horde that had severed their path. Before them loomed a mass of dark, writhing creatures, rendering any escape nearly impossible. Yet Guan Li's arrival instilled hope within him. The power of the flaming dragon was truly formidable. Though he could not fathom the presence of such a strong ally, it no longer mattered. Survival was all that counted. The remaining soldiers gathered around Guan Li, who, mounted upon the fiery dragon, charged into the depths of the shadowy swarm. Chapter 133. Breaking through the siege, the terrifying impact instantly crushed several insects. The blazing flames of the inferno swept away the surrounding creatures. Wang Yu followed closely behind Guan Li. A few straggling bugs charged toward them. Holy light slash. Wang Yu struck with his sword, cleaving a red-armored beetle in half. Yu Hai's white lion tore into a flesh-armored insect, a tender creature with a soft exoskeleton. 4 Z-type robots wielded their blades, ruthlessly dispatching the insects. The soldiers of the base advanced along the path cleared by Guan Li, yet the sheer number of surrounding bugs was overwhelming. Even as a route was made, it was quickly filled again. The slower survivors bore expressions of despair. They could only watch helplessly as the swarm descended upon them. All around were insects, devoid of any hope. The screams from behind echoed incessantly, sending chills through everyone. The rear of the group was down to mere thousands. Most of the survivors had been consumed by the swarm. Only moments ago, they had felt fortunate to have escaped a disaster, but now, death had arrived with alarming swiftness. Guan Li continued to condense his blood-soul slash, the crimson sword energy severing the insects asunder. Crystals flew forth, landing on the ground. Yet no one dared to bend down to retrieve them. To fall behind meant certain death. They could only follow Guan Li, for it was their only hope of escape. Guan Li relentlessly crushed supply cards. The rapidly depleting energy was swiftly replenished. Master, there's a massive creature ahead. Inferno's voice resonated in Guan Li's mind. He immediately looked ahead to see a towering earth beetle, 2 stories high. With a mere swipe of its limbs, it could obliterate several humans. Charge forward. Guan Li commanded without hesitation. Understood. Inferno roared in response. The terrifying dragon might surged forth, causing the insects to move sluggishly, clearly affected by its presence. Inferno's limbs erupted in flames, sharp spines extending outward. With a sweeping motion, the insects were sent flying. Inferno accelerated rapidly, charging toward the earth beetle while Guan Li rode upon its back, gripping the bloodthirsty blade as he thrust it forward. The blade pierced through one insect, causing its body to rapidly deflate. The tendrils of the bloodthirsty blade coiled back to retrieve the crystal core. Guan Li's gaze fixated on the earthen-colored beetle. Drawing nearer, only 20 meters away, Inferno surged forward once more, transforming into a crimson shadow. The earth beetle sensed something amiss, a wave of unease washing over it. Its limbs struck the ground powerfully, raising a thick earthen wall in an instant. Unfazed, Guan Li slashed at the wall with the bloodthirsty blade, while Inferno swiped with its claws. Boom! The tremendous force shattered the earthen wall, and the rider and steed stood before the earth beetle. The creature was sent hurtling backward, its large eyes betraying a look of confusion. In the next moment, its head was pierced through. The crimson tendril emerged from the earth beetle, extracting a crystalline core. This creature, a formidable monster of the initial 8-star rank, harbored immense energy within its core. The individuals behind him had already succumbed to numbness. It was powerful, exceedingly powerful. Even the terrifying insect horde, akin to a small mountain, could not withstand a single strike. Li Xiao glimpsed a flicker of hope. He fought valiantly against the encroaching insects. Yet the pressure on their route of escape had significantly diminished. Otherwise, breaching the insect horde's defenses would have been utterly impossible. The ground was strewn with the corpses of the insects. The blood-red tendrils spread forth, ravenously devouring flesh and blood. Amidst the chaos, Long Jie unleashed his complete form. His right arm transformed into a devouring claw, while his left morphed into the claw of a tyrant. His body was encased in bone armor, and a skeletal war helm adorned his head. Terrifying demonic wings extended from his back. Charging at the forefront, he resembled a meat grinder, reaping the lives of the insects. The blood and flesh he consumed continuously accumulated within him. The dark tide of insects tore a path open. Guan Li's figure surged forth, with thousands of survivors trailing behind him. The 10th Legion had miraculously fought their way out. This was nothing short of a miracle. The high-ranking officials of the base exhibited expressions of disbelief. They had all presumed the 10th Legion was doomed. In such dire circumstances, their own survival was precarious, rendering any rescue mission impossible. Without assistance, the members of the 10th Legion would have been devoured by the insects. Yet now, they had defied the odds and emerged. It was truly a miracle. However, the distance was still great, and the situation remained unclear. They could only see the flaming subdragon at the forefront, but in an instant, it was drawn back into the shadows of the insect horde. The danger was far from over. Though tens of thousands of survivors had become fodder for the insects, that number was still woefully inadequate. Escape was imperative. They needed to flee the insect nest 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers. The farther, the better. The team distanced themselves from the nest, and the oppressive aura of the black iron-level creature began to wane. If he surmised correctly, that black iron-level insect should not be able to stray far from the nest. Although the insects continued to pursue them, their numbers had dwindled. After the team departed, the Shadow Sword Demon appeared, intercepting the insect army. Shun Lian, the rest is up to you, Guan Li commanded through their mental link. Yes, master, Shun Lian's voice responded. The Shadow Sword Demon Legion soared through the air, cutting off the insect's pursuit. With a swift motion, the shadows of swords danced, causing the bodies of the insects to explode. The insects, which had posed a challenge to the soldiers, were rendered as insignificant as mere chickens before the Shadow Sword Demon. Song Lin led the Xian Lei Jiao and the flaming subdragon, crushing through the insect throng. The terrifying elemental breaths relentlessly bombarded the insect horde. Without the threat of the nest, these insects were not to be feared. The team fled at a frantic pace until no more insects appeared, gradually coming to a halt. They gasped for breath, panting heavily. Some of the physically weaker survivors collapsed onto the ground, their limbs twitching, clearly exhausted. They had survived. We lived. Wah! My mother is dead. My wife. How can I live without you? After a brief silence, the team erupted into wails of sorrow. Fewer than 50,000 managed to escape. The base's forces began to tally the casualties. Thank you for saving my life. Li Xiao approached Guan Li. It was merely a trifling matter. You are perceptive enough. Guan Li regarded him from his elevated position. Regardless, my life was spared by your hand. I owe you a debt of gratitude, Li Xiao declared earnestly. In that case, I have a task for you, Guan Li stated. Please, go ahead. Before we reach Yang City, the 10th Army must not disband, even if but a single soul remains. We cannot declare dissolution. Can you manage this? Guan Li gazed at him, exuding an invisible pressure. As long as I draw breath, the 10th Army shall remain intact. Li Xiao responded. Excellent. I trust you will fulfill this. Guan Li sheathed his flames and discreetly rejoined the ranks. The exchange had been known only to the two of them. Chapter 134, Monsters Surround the City Li Ge. You are truly formidable. Is that fire dragon your summoned beast? Wang Yu inquired with an expression of excitement. Indeed, it is a newly contracted summoned beast, Guan Li replied, nodding in affirmation. Since Wang Yu was speculating wildly, he chose to go along with it. Let us set up camp. The insect tribe will not pursue us any longer, Guan Li declared. Given the current state of the team, continuing their journey was not feasible. Not to mention the survivors, even the soldiers were utterly exhausted. Understood. Wang Yu nodded vigorously. Soon, 2 tents were erected. Li Ge, have something to eat. Yuhai has prepared a hot meal. Guan Li accepted the food while sitting beside the campfire. Yang City. This is an ancient metropolis. Before the apocalypse, it was a super city in Huagua, boasting the finest city defenses. Following the outbreak, Yang City was protected by the Dragon Vein and did not experience any dimensional rifts. The only threat within the city was the infected zombies. On the first day of the apocalypse, the city defense forces immediately launched a rescue operation, collaborating with the survivors to eliminate the zombies. They then fortified the city walls to fend off the invading monsters. Today, the Yang City base is home to tens of millions of inhabitants. The vast population has given rise to numerous powerful individuals. The elite of the base army dominate Yang City. In addition to the base army, Yang City is also home to an extraordinary powerhouse who established the Awakener Guild, rallying awakened individuals to join. These two factions uphold the majority of Yang City. The streets of Yang City are ablaze with light, patrolled by fully armed soldiers. However, this night in Yang City is far from peaceful. Outside the city, the monsters have launched their third wave of attacks. Fortunately, the towering walls are sufficiently high to withstand their assault. The imposing walls are equipped with various artillery, and well-armed soldiers continuously patrol atop them. Below the walls, the ground is littered with corpses of both humans and the insect tribe. The weathered walls bear ghastly streaks of blood. General, a robust man approached the city walls, followed by several officers. Has there been any movement from the insect army? Xie Yunjin inquired. He is the general of the 3rd Army, 6th Corps of the Yang City base, possessing intermediate strength at the 7 stars level. In response to the general, the insect tribe has retreated for quite some time and shows no signs of activity. A soldier reported earnestly. Thank you for your hard work tonight, brothers. We must enhance our vigilance to prevent any surprise attacks from the insect tribe. Xie Yunjin nodded. 3 days prior, Yang City had been besieged by the insect army. After several bloody battles, they had temporarily repelled the insects. However, the insect army remained stationed 5 kilometers away from Yang City. This formidable force looms like a sharp blade, perpetually threatening the safety of Yang City. Understood. The soldiers nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the city walls. The insect tribe is on the move. They are 4 kilometers away. The messenger raced along the city walls. And the most dreaded scenario had indeed come to pass. Prepare for battle. May you survive this night. Xie Yunjiang gazed at the soldiers, a wry smile gracing his lips. Faced with the relentless assault of the Zerg army, even he held no absolute assurance of survival. General, you must also survive, cried a soldier as he hefted his weapon and charged toward the front lines. The Zerg army is 3 kilometers from the city walls. The news arrived once more. Check if the artillery can operate. Xie Yunjiang advanced to the front lines, ready to command the defense. The walls were fortified by the 3rd Legion, while his 6th Corps was merely one of its components. General, the artillery is operational, shouted one soldier. General, the divine crossbow is functioning. Another reported. General, the fire god cannon is ready. The soldiers meticulously examined all their weaponry. The high command of the city defense had procured blueprints from their cards, which led to the development of formidable weapons capable of injuring beings of 5-star caliber. The Zerg army is 2 kilometers from the city walls. This time, no reminder was necessary. The soldiers had already spotted a dark, surging tide on the horizon. It was the Zerg army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Everyone, prepare. Xie Yunjiang raised his hand. The soldiers positioned their weapons, aiming downward. Fire. His arm descended. Boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. Whoosh. The dim city walls were suddenly illuminated by bursts of flame. A brilliant line of fire ignited along the walls as shells rained into the Zerg ranks, toppling insectoid foes. Bullets ripped through exoskeletons, penetrating their bodies, while crossbow bolts left trails in their wake. Yet the Zerg's advance could not be halted. They surged forward, undeterred by the barrage, their sharp limbs effortlessly scaling the walls. Fire! Strike with all your might, Xie Yunjiang commanded, pointing below. Some soldiers shifted positions, unleashing a hail of fire upon the swarm. However, the sheer number of Zerg was overwhelming. Even when felled, they were swiftly replaced. The ancient walls, once weathered and scarred, were now teeming with the relentless tide of Zerg. They charged upwards in a frenzied assault. Awakened ones, prepare for battle. Elevating platforms emerged along the walls. The awakened, fully armed, stepped onto the platforms. Click. The mechanisms whirred to life, descending toward the Zerg army below. Surrounding walls also lowered their platforms, each bearing hundreds of awakened warriors. Xie Yunjiang gripped his weapon tightly, uncertain if he would survive the night. Below lay the overwhelming horde of Zerg, a scene akin to hell itself. The platforms descended rapidly, and the awakened reached the ground. Brothers, fight! Xie Yunjiang propelled himself forward, leaping with fervor. He swung his blade, cleaving through several Zerg. Behind him, the other awakened leaped from the platform as well. The platform ascended once more, bringing down the second wave of awakened. These awakened individuals did not falter, for this is their sacred mission. They joined the base army, ensuring the safety of their families while also fighting for the cause. They battle for the city of sheep as well as for their loved ones. Should the city fall, their families would be left unprotected. Thus, they must rise to the occasion. They must eradicate the monstrous beings that threaten their kin. Strike with fervor. Xie Yunjian charged into the ranks of the insect horde, continuously harnessing energy to strike down the surrounding creatures. The awakened possess powers beyond the ordinary. Yet even they face an insurmountable limit. Many soldiers bore the scars of battle, blood gushing forth as they gradually weakened. The insect swarm descended upon them, consuming them piece by piece. Nevertheless, there remained awakened souls who pressed on into the fray, their eyes devoid of fear. With a sputter, Xie Yunjian coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground with a bitter smile. Who would have thought it would end here? I long to see you again, my son. Promise your father. Survive. The insect surged forth, engulfing him entirely. Chapter 135. The Resurgence. The awakened fought with unwavering courage, leaping from the platform without hesitation. The advance of the insect horde was thwarted. Those on the city walls were struck down. In a fleeting moment, tens of thousands of awakened surged into the battlefield below. With no threat from the insects, the heavy artillery atop the walls could unleash its devastating firepower unimpeded. Confronted with the densely packed swarm, the newly developed firearms proved remarkably effective. Brothers, slay them. The armored awakened roared. The soldiers around, shields raised, charged forward. The claws of the insects struck against their shields, the terrifying force pushing the soldiers back. Their hands trembled, yet they clung desperately to their shields, acutely aware that a moment's release would lead to their demise at the hands of the insects. General Zhou Yi, General Xie Yunjing, they have fallen. A few remnants of soldiers fled toward Zhou Ye's ranks. Old Xie is dead. Zhou Ye's face darkened as he cleaved through an insect before him. The battle had just begun, yet 7 stellar awakened had already perished. This night promised to be perilous. Follow me. Whether we survive now depends on luck, Zhou Yi declared. Thank you, General. The soldiers responded gratefully. They had been the first to reach the battlefield, their formation long since shattered. With their leader slain, they were like a headless dragon, utterly unable to withstand the onslaught of the insect army. Regroup. Can you perform the battle formations? Zhou Yi called out. Yes. They nodded vigorously. You shall execute the formations. Focus on restraining the insects on our flanks, Zhou Yi commanded decisively. Battle formations. This was a combat formation invented by the military of Yangqing Base. A few soldiers, through cooperation, could unleash several times their usual strength. To date, the Yangqing Base military had developed 3 types of formations: the shield formation for defense, the long serpent formation for support, and the tapered assault formation for offense. The remnants quickly joined the ranks and arranged themselves into the tapered formation. Kill. Zhou Yi brandished his battle blade, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that swiftly dispatched several red-shelled insects. A horde of round, armored bugs was pushed into the fray. They lay on the ground, biological tissues extending from their backs, quickly forming a type of cannon-like launcher. With a rumbling sound, the launcher writhed and spewed forth insect egg projectiles. The larvae within were fully formed. Not good. Shoot down those insect eggs, the officer commanding from the wall exclaimed, his expression changing dramatically. Clearly, this new type of insect was also a first for him. In their haste, the soldiers struggled to adjust their aim. Only a portion of the egg projectiles were successfully shot down, while the rest landed on the walls. Crack. Instantly, mature insects burst forth from their shells, swiftly crawling up the walls. Hiss. A massive clawed spider scaled the battlements. Quick. Open fire. The soldiers, realizing the imminent threat, hurriedly adjusted their weapons. Yet the speed of the clawed spider was evidently superior. In a single leap, it lunged at a soldier's face. The sharp spider spear pierced through the soldier's neck in an instant. With a splatter, crimson blood instantly stained the artillery. An increasing number of insects are hatching from their eggs. Some find themselves on the walls, requiring a climb of considerable distance, while others emerge directly on the battlements, launching attacks on the surrounding soldiers. Assistance! We require assistance! Cried the officer as he seized the communicator. Hold your ground. Reinforcements are on their way. A voice resonated from the device. The officer relinquished the communicator and armed himself for battle. Several monstrous spiders lunged towards him, their claws poised to strike. He evaded their assault, wielding his blade to cleave them in twain. Moments later, squads of fully armed awakeners ascended the battlements, launching a counteroffensive against the swarm of insects. A deep, resonant growl echoed across the battlefield as the insect horde retreated like a receding tide. They're retreating? The insects are retreating, exclaimed the bloodied soldiers, their faces painted with disbelief. They had braced themselves for sacrifice, yet in a critical moment, the insects inexplicably withdrew, leaving them bewildered. Approximately half an hour later, scouts returned with news. Commander, an orc battalion has attacked the rear of the insect horde. The insect forces have sustained heavy losses and are retreating, reported the scout soldier. Excellent. Well done. The commander replied with a smile. Research conducted by the military at the Yangcheng base revealed that the monsters were not united. Different species would indeed turn on one another. For instance, the insect race would consume any living creature, including orcs, who also hunted the insects. Zombies, too, would attack orcs, insects, and mutated beings. This world has descended into utter chaos. Only the strong can survive. Clear the battlefield. Burn the bodies of the fallen soldiers. Provide preferential treatment for the families of the deceased. With the crisis momentarily averted, the officer issued his commands. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Although the insects had temporarily retreated, they had left behind a considerable mess. The corpses strewn across the battlefield needed to be incinerated promptly to prevent the onset of disease. Damaged defensive structures required immediate repairs, and additional fortifications must be established outside the city. The Yangcheng base city was still in its infancy, with numerous areas needing enhancement. Surrounding Yangcheng were gray zones that necessitated exploration. It was imperative to ascertain the dangers lurking nearby. Many tasks would require time to accomplish. The city gates creaked open slowly, allowing a group of ordinary survivors to emerge. Their sole task was to transport and incinerate the corpses. The compensation for this grim labor was substantial, half a loaf of bread. In this apocalyptic landscape, where corpses lay strewn and famine reigned, half a loaf was a precious commodity. Yet, the peril of this work was equally high. Misfortune could lead to untimely demise. After all, the battlefield was a graveyard of bodies, and no one could guarantee that all insects had been vanquished. Some resilient insects, even when severed, could still survive. Encountering one such creature could prove fatal. The survivors moved cautiously, transporting the bodies of the fallen. They needed to reach the designated location before they could commence the cremation. As for the remains of the insectoid creatures, those were handled by the awakened. Hiss! A hapless middle-aged man, attempting to shift a corpse, was suddenly pierced by a sharp spear. His eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting a sense of unwillingness. Beneath the body he was maneuvering lay a spiked beetle, its form cleaved nearly in two, with a considerable portion of its brain oozing out. Yet, it clung to life with its final vestiges of strength, dragging the man down with it. Thud. The man collapsed amidst the corpses, his brief existence extinguished. The nearby awakened swiftly rushed over to deliver the final blow, ensuring the creature was utterly dispatched. Subsequently, the other ordinary individuals carried away the man's lifeless form. They felt little sorrow. After all, death was a daily occurrence. Perhaps the next to perish would be one of them. Hours later, the bodies had accumulated into small mounds. They poured a crimson liquid over the remains and ignited it with torches. The flames soared skyward, releasing an acrid scent into the air. Chapter 136. The darkness beneath. In the heart of Yang City, a towering edifice stands resolute. My lord, the insect horde has retreated. An officer entered the chamber, bowing respectfully. Before him loomed a formidable figure, a man stationed at the window, his profound gaze penetrating the obscurity of the night beyond. He is the leader of the Yang City military base, a 10-star novice powerhouse, Wei Qianfan. The exploits of this man are nothing short of legendary. When the apocalypse erupted, he was bestowed with the title of Apocalypse Swordsman, starting with a strength of 4 stars at the novice level. Subsequently, with thunderous resolve, he quelled the zombie uprising. Within mere hours, he rallied the soldiers and secured the perimeter of the city walls. Utilizing the advantages of the terrain, he swept through the city center, rescuing survivors and integrating the remnants of the city defense forces. With his singular prowess, he repelled 2 beast tides, 1 zombie tide, and 3 insect tides, stabilizing the interior of Yang City and establishing the vast Yang City base. The soldiers of the base regard this man with nothing but reverence. Such accomplishments are unparalleled. Indeed, I understand. Wei Qianfan turned, clasping his hands behind his back. Is there any progress on the gene seeds? Unfortunately, there has been no advancement, the officer replied. Tell those plant specialists to expedite their efforts. The survival of tens of millions in Yang City hangs in the balance. If the gene seeds cannot be developed soon, we shall face a grave food crisis. Wei Qianfan's brow furrowed slightly. The daily food consumption of millions is no trifling matter. Yes, my lord. The officer nodded. Go. Wei Qianfan waved his hand, and the officer departed the room. Failure again. Is it a matter of insufficient measurements? A group of plant specialists huddled around the mutated corn. Everyone, the Lord has spoken. We hope you can develop the gene seeds promptly. The officer entered the plantation. Alas, there is little we can do. Each time we approach a critical moment, we seem doomed to fail. The plant specialists exchanged wry smiles and shook their heads. Now, we can only await Elder Lin's results. The crowd gazed into the distance, where a stooped elder stood. Young brother, would you care to join our organization? In a dim corner, a ragged man leaned against the wall, his disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes betraying days without sleep. What organization? Is there food to eat? The emaciated beggar inquired curiously. Having gone 3 days without sustenance and feeling the pangs of hunger. Come with me, and you will see for yourself. Our organization's leader is quite an impressive figure. The man grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. Really? Then I wish to join. The beggar, evidently unguarded, expressed his eagerness. Come, follow me. The man led the way into the shadowy alley. The beggar trailed behind, but the deeper they ventured into the passage, the more ominous the surroundings became. Brother, it is so dark here. Is our organization truly based in such a place? The beggar began to harbor some doubts. Do not be hasty. Do you understand what it means to uncover hidden realms? The man remarked as a passage appeared before him. The passage descended, illuminated by a dim glow. Come. It lies just below. It is mealtime. Consider yourself fortunate. The man declared. Mealtime. Does that mean there will be food? A glimmer of hope sparkled in the beggar's eyes. Indeed, it's meat. Though there are quite a few ribs, the man licked his lips, revealing an expression of anticipation. Meat? Brother, is the organization truly that formidable? In this apocalyptic world, can one still procure meat? The beggar felt a sense of disbelief. Of course. Let us proceed. Do not keep everyone waiting. The man descended into the depths. The beggar gazed at the dim light, beginning to hesitate. Yet, the thought of meat banished all fear from his mind. He was utterly famished. If he did not eat soon, he would surely perish. Brother, wait for me. The beggar resolved himself and followed the descent. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a knife striking a cutting board echoed within the underground passage. Little brother, we are almost there. The man pointed ahead, revealing an underground dance hall. The beggar hurriedly advanced, eager to reach the food he had longed for. Leader, I wish to join the organization. The beggar pushed open the iron door, a pungent metallic scent filling his nostrils. Inside the dance hall stood several men resembling butchers. Before them lay a massive cutting board. In the early morning, the team was fully equipped and prepared to continue their journey towards Yang City. The previous day's battle had been exceedingly brutal. The number of base troops had dwindled to around 20,000. Had it not been for the 10th Legion breaking through the encirclement, the numbers would have decreased by an additional 4,000. The remaining survivors totaled 30,000, of which 10,000 were family members of the base troops, while the rest were refugees. The team had reached Guangnan province. At this pace, barring unforeseen circumstances, they would arrive in Yang City within 10 days. The group was uncertain whether they could endure the next 10 days. Should a situation akin to yesterday arise once more, it was feared that the base troops would truly be unable to withstand the strain. The team continued along the highway, advancing towards Yang City. Chapter 137, The Slum in the Early Morning. Within the impoverished slums of Yang City, a slender woman reached out to halt a passing soldier. Sir, my child went missing last night. Could you assist me in searching for him? She pleaded, kneeling on the ground. Perhaps he wandered off and play and will return on his own. Please, do not worry too much. The soldier, however, merely turned to leave. My son is only 2 years old. He can barely walk. How could he have run away? She implored desperately. He must have been taken. I beg of you. Please help me find him. The woman crawled forward, clutching the soldier's leg tightly. Release me, you wretched creature. The soldier barked. I won't let go, she replied, shaking her head, her grip tightening. Curse you. Let go at once. The soldier yanked her away roughly, throwing her to the ground. Get out of this filthy place. He dismissed her with a wave as he quickly disappeared into the squalid streets. Ah, my son. The woman lay on the ground, screaming in anguish. She was not foolish. She understood the grim reality. In this apocalyptic world, who would desire a child? The fate of a 2-year-old was all too predictable. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and she fainted. Numerous passers-by surrounded her, yet none stepped forward to offer assistance. After all, who would waste their time on a stranger? This was a slum, a haven for the most destitute of Yang City. Here, lives were of little worth. The deceased were discarded in uninhabited areas to be burned, and in unfortunate instances, the starving refugees would drag away the bodies for sustenance. Cannibalism was not uncommon among the desperate in the refugee camps, and some deranged individuals even preyed upon the living. Especially in recent times, the Yang City military had ceased distributing relief supplies, leaving these refugees completely devoid of food. Those fortunate enough might scavenge for insects, snakes, or rodents to eat. A great river flowed through the slum. The brave would leap into its waters to fish. For the utterly destitute, survival meant consuming tree roots, or even corpses. This was the essence of the refugee camp, a place inhabited by the most lowly of Yang City. Among these souls were workers, beggars, clerks, wealthy merchants, and celebrities. Yet now they were all regarded as the city's outcasts, a collective of the most useless and despondent. Each day was a mere struggle to survive, counting each moment as it passed. The military had effectively abandoned the slum, fostering the rise of numerous malevolent organizations. They worshipped a void deity, believing the apocalypse was divine retribution. To attain liberation, they felt compelled to heed the dictates of their so-called messengers. In a dim underground chamber, a gathering of frenzied outcasts engaged in a sinister ritual. Ah, you madmen! I am still a human being, yet you wish to sacrifice me. What nonsense is this deity? Among the throng, a man was bound to an iron bed, a victim of their madness. His hands, feet, neck, waist, and chest were all ensnared by iron chains. The garments adorning his upper body had been completely stripped away. You, ignorant desecrator, this apocalypse is a consequence of your actions. It is the wrath of the divine. At the side of the iron bed stood a middle-aged man, clutching a sharp dagger. Leo, have you lost your mind? The man shouted in terror. Silence, you traitor, blasphemer. How dare you alert the base military? Leo's face contorted in rage. With a wave of his hand, fervent followers brought forth several members of the base military. Their mouths gagged with cloth. What shall we do with these blasphemers? Leo bellowed. Disembowel them. Offer them to the gods. The zealous followers responded. Did you hear that? Leo asked the man, as his dagger pierced through the bodies of the base military. This is a gift from the divine. Feast upon it, my followers. Leo severed the flesh of the soldiers, tossing it into the crowd. The followers had completely lost their sanity, reaching out hungrily for the bloody morsels that danced among them. Haha, don't rush. There is enough for everyone. Leo's hands moved feverishly, slicing off pieces of flesh. The corpses of the soldiers rapidly became mere skeletons. Thank the gods for this sustenance. The followers devoured the raw flesh as if possessed by demons. Madness! All of you have gone insane. Leo, what have you done? Is this what the so-called gods desire, to consume human flesh? Chun Lian exerted all his strength, striving to break free from his bonds. Do not struggle. Offer your soul in repentance to the divine. Only then can you attain salvation. Leo lunged his dagger toward Chun Lian. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a resounding crash. Blinding light flooded the dim underground space. No one is to move. Those who defy will be executed on the spot. The base military stormed into the subterranean chamber. The frenzied followers all raised their heads, fresh blood still staining their lips. Damn it! Heretics! Kill! Slay them all! A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the leading soldier. Followers! These are all blasphemers. Eliminate them. Leo pointed accusingly at the soldiers. Kill! Destroy the blasphemers. The followers surged forward like a horde possessed, attacking the base military. They were mere ordinary individuals, lacking any real strength, yet they charged forward without fear of death. These souls have been brainwashed by heresy. Exterminate them all, commanded the leader of the base military. Yes, Captain Wang. The soldiers drew their weapons, thrusting them into the bodies of the followers. Blood gushed forth, heads rolled. The followers, like madmen, continued to pounce upon the soldiers, even as they were stabbed multiple times. Captain Wang approached Leo, brandishing his spear. Heretic, meet your end. The spear lunged forward. TSK, TSK, TSK. You think you can kill me? It won't be that easy. Leo sneered wickedly. His body began to undergo a grotesque transformation. His arms turned a deep crimson, adorned with a multitude of sharp protrusions. A grotesque figure, half flesh and blood, erupted from his back, tearing through his clothing. Leo, akin to a beast, crouched on the ground. His power surged instantaneously to a mid-level 6-star. What manner of monstrosity is this? Wang Hai felt a jolt of alarm. He was certain that this being was far from human. You mere mortals. You cannot possibly comprehend the divine realm. Behold, this is the power bestowed upon me by the gods. You blasphemer, repent. The bloodied humanoid creature emitted a piercing roar. It swiped a claw, sending Wang Hai's spear flying. Such terrifying strength. Wang Hai was taken aback, though he too was a mid-level 6-star awakener. He paled in comparison to the force of his adversary. Die! Leo charged forth, his claws shredding Wang Hai's armor. Battle-hardened, Wang Hai retaliated with a powerful punch, instantly distorting the creature's arm. Chapter 138, Heretical Organization. Captain Wang. Are you all right? After the base troops dealt with the followers, they surrounded Leo. Unlike Leo, they were mere ordinary individuals, utterly powerless against the elite forces. I'm fine. Don't let that monster escape, Wang Hai exclaimed. Understood, Captain Wang. The soldiers nodded in acknowledgement. Blasphemers! You shall perish. This is divine retribution. Only through faith in my God can humanity attain salvation. Leo, facing imminent doom, still clung to his indoctrination. Your God is nothing but a farce. To hell with you. Heretics deserve to die? Wang Hai shouted vehemently. He brandished his spear. Assuming a charging stance, his energy began to coalesce within him. Breakthrough charge. Wang Hai thrust his spear fiercely towards Leo. The energy condensing at the tip surged forth in an instant. Believe in my God. Surrender your souls. Leo's body began to swell ominously. Damn it. Wang Hai pressed on, quickening his pace. I must stop it. Otherwise, everyone except me will perish. Boom. Wang Hai's spear pierced through Liu's body, which deflated like a punctured balloon, a foul pool of blood oozing from within. Wang Hai's hands trembled involuntarily. He had come perilously close to failure. Check the surroundings for hidden chambers. Leave no heretic unscathed. Wang Hai commanded. Qinlian, you've done well. He unshackled the chains binding Qinlian, freeing him. Alas, those few brothers still lost their lives. Qinlian lowered his head in sorrow. It is not your fault. The base will provide for their families. Wang Hai reassured him, patting his shoulder. Qinlian was indeed a member of the base forces, having deliberately disguised himself as a commoner to infiltrate the nefarious organization, working from within to dismantle the heretics. No, it was my mistake that led to their capture. Qinlian lamented, guilt-ridden. Then let us slay more heretics. Avenge them. Wang Hai, noticing Qinlian's despondence, quickly encouraged him. Thank you, Captain Wang. Qinlian raised his head, determination rekindling in his eyes. However, you must exercise greater caution in your future actions. These heretics are far more terrifying than imagined. Wang Hai remarked, gazing at the human skin that belonged to Liu. He struggled to comprehend the nature of this so-called god. Though the city of Yang seemed tranquil, it concealed turbulent undercurrents. The base troops were still overwhelmed by the monstrous invaders, and now faced this heretical chaos. Fortunately, such occurrences were confined to the slums, and the heretics dared not openly recruit followers. Otherwise, Yang would descend into true chaos. Captain Wang, no hidden chambers were found. All heretics have been eliminated. A soldier reported. Seal this place. Remove the bodies and incinerate them. Wang Hai ordered decisively. Yes, Captain Wang. The soldiers nodded in agreement. Wang Hai turned to leave the underground space. He needed to report the situation regarding the heretics to the general, so that higher command could make informed decisions and remain vigilant against the threat of heresy. In the eastern district of Yang City, before a heavily guarded edifice, lies the headquarters of the 5th Legion. Yang City boasts a vast expanse, and the Legion possesses its own encampment, managing a myriad of affairs. The 5th Legion, for instance, is tasked with ensuring internal security. They seldom venture beyond the inner city unless faced with a catastrophic threat. I have matters to report and seek General Zhao. Wang Hai arrived at the 5th Legion station. Affiliated with Yang City, the 5th Army, the 11th Combat Group, the 6th Battalion, and the 3rd Company of the 1000 Brigade. He holds the rank of patrol captain. The General Zhao he referred to is the commander of the 6th Battalion, overseeing the entire 1000 Brigade, making all significant decisions and serving as Wang Hai's direct superior. Certainly. Please present your identification. The population of Yang City is vast and its factions intricate. The personnel at the base are similarly numerous, with the 5th Legion comprising hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Wang Hai, being merely a modest captain, is not well known to the guards, which is quite understandable. Here you go. This is my identification. Wang Hai complied, retrieving a card from his pocket, displaying his likeness and identification number. The guard verified the information, confirming its authenticity before permitting him entry. Thank you. Wang Hai stepped into the station. Inside, the atmosphere was tense, with fully armed soldiers patrolling relentlessly. Every corner was under vigilant watch. General, Wang Hai approached a chamber where a robust middle-aged man sat. The man exuded an aura of formidable strength, his muscular arms radiating an intense sense of authority. He was undoubtedly a formidable character, one who could kill without a second thought. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, avoiding bloodshed is utterly impossible. Wang Hai, did you not go on patrol? General Zhao lifted his gaze, his profound eyes seeming to pierce through souls. Such strength. Truly a 7-star powerhouse. Wang Hai's heart raced. General, I have just dismantled a heretical organization. The leader appeared rather unusual. Initially an ordinary person, he suddenly possessed 6-star strength. Wang Hai relayed his observations and experiences without embellishment. What nonsense. Merely tricks to deceive the masses. Zhao remarked, seemingly unfazed. In comparison to the encroaching swarm of the insect horde, these beguilers are trivial at best. Understood. I shall exert every effort to deny the heretics any opportunity. Wang Hai declared. The dimly lit space was cluttered with jars and vials, containing various organs. Welcome to my laboratory. Today's experiment involves the creation of indescribable monstrosities. You were fortunate to become my test subject. A man adorned with a mask of sorrowful expression and curly hair appeared within the laboratory. His target was firmly bound to the examination table. No, spare me. I am willing to do anything. The girl cried out in desperation. The exquisite visage, weeping like a pear blossom drenched in rain. You wretched beings, vile harlots, and curs. What else can you do besides betrayal? Experimental subjects. My experimental subjects. They are the only ones who will obediently accompany me. The man, wielding a scalpel, advances step by step. No, please, spare me. The girl fervently shakes her head. Just as the man prepares to act, the door is violently kicked open. Dozens of soldiers storm into the laboratory. My darlings, eliminate them. The man discards the scalpel, intent on fleeing the laboratory. Amidst the chaos, several graceful figures emerge from the cellar. However, as the onlookers behold their true forms, a collective gasp escapes their lips. These are indescribable monstrosities, adorned with various grotesque organs. It is evident that these are the man's experiments. Kill. Do not spare this heretic. Wang Hai commands his soldiers to confront the experimental subjects, while he pursues the man, thrusting his spear forward. With a swift motion, the man's lack of strength proves fatal. As Wang Hai swiftly ends his life, destroy the laboratory and continue the hunt for the heretic. Chapter 139. The Sun Kingdom. A gentle autumn breeze caressed Guan Li's face, ruffling his unkempt hair, which hung down to his shoulders due to prolonged neglect. The disheveled appearance was not unique to him. Most of the members of the group bore a similarly unkempt demeanor. After a prolonged period of desperate flight, appearances had become a trivial concern. Survival itself was a stroke of fortune. 3 days had elapsed since the incident at the insect nest. During this time, the base army had encountered waves of corpses, orc attacks, and assaults from the insect race. Due to Su Yunjian's repeated tactical blunders, the 5th, 7th, and 8th Corps had met their demise. General Zhao Kuo of the 1st Corps had fallen in battle, as had General Su Dehai of the 4th Corps, leading to countless casualties among the surviving soldiers. In a bid to atone for his mistakes, Su Yunjian voluntarily resigned from his position as commander-in-chief, willingly descending to the rank of an ordinary soldier, ready to charge into the fray. Presently, the base army was under the command of Tu Tianyang. Of the hundreds of thousands who had departed from City S, fewer than 30,000 remained. Due to the significant reduction in forces, the remaining soldiers were consolidated into the 1st and 2nd Corps. The 1st Corps was led by Tu Tianyang, while the 2nd Corps was commanded by Li Xiao. My lord, have you summoned me? Li Xiao approached Guan Li from behind, his head bowed in respectful deference. Since the incident at the insect nest, he had become acutely aware of Guan Li's formidable nature. Had it not been for the covert intervention during these 3 days, the base army might have been obliterated under relentless assaults. How far are we from Yang City? Guan Li inquired. Reporting to my lord, due to the lightening of our load, our speed has significantly increased. We are expected to arrive in Yang City within 4 days. Li Xiao replied earnestly. His elevation to command the 2nd Corps was entirely due to Guan Li's support, as he possessed a 9-star summon, the Flame Wyvern. 2 days prior, when faced with a horde of corpses threatening their existence, it was once again Guan Li who intervened, shattering the undead onslaught. The upper echelons of the base army had only then realized the presence of such a terrifying powerhouse within their ranks. Upon learning of this, Lin Quan had prostrated himself before Guan Li in sycophantic reverence, yet Guan Li dismissed him, viewing him as nothing more than an insignificant insect, incapable of making any noteworthy impact. Su Yunjian had originally intended for Guan Li to take command of the base army, but Guan Li had no such aspirations. The reasoning was simple. It was a disastrous affair he had no desire to inherit. His intervention was solely to preserve the base army. The fates of the survivors were of no concern to him. For days, the time is nearly upon us, Guan Li mused to himself. It had been 4 days since the advancement of several corps, and he anticipated completing his own progression before reaching Yang City. By then, his power would be sufficient to establish his foothold in the city. My lord, do you have any further instructions? Li Xiao inquired. Notify the troops. It is time to set forth, Guan Li stated, gazing at the lightening sky. The march commenced anew, with him once again blending into the rear of the procession. The number of survivors around him had dwindled significantly, and he reminisced about the throngs that had surrounded them upon their departure from City S. In the span of 3 days, his strength ascended to the advanced level of 8 stars, merely a step away from the initial level of 9 stars. The strength of the military team has also seen significant enhancement. The Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion has broken through to the advanced level of 9 stars. The Flame Subdragon Legion has reached the advanced level of 9 stars. The Light and Shadow Sword Demon Legion has achieved the intermediate level of 9 stars. The Radiant Elf Archer Legion has attained the initial level of 9 stars. With the cooperation of these 4 legions, they could effortlessly vanquish creatures of 10 stars. Stand guard. Unidentified creatures ahead. The soldiers in the front issued a warning, as the number of their ranks had sharply dwindled. Even from the rear, the situation ahead was visible. A pack of werewolves, numbering around 3,000, emerged, bearing their sharp fangs as they charged toward the team. Brothers, let us strike. Tu Tianyang gripped his frostblade, leading the charge at the front of the ranks, followed closely by thousands of soldiers. The two sides clashed, and in an instant, blood and flesh were scattered. Long Chia, go lend a hand, Guan Li called out. Yes, master. Long Qian nodded and dashed toward the battlefield. Brother Long, I will assist as well, Wang Yu declared, wielding a great sword and following in Long Qian's footsteps. Wang Yu had now attained the advanced level of 6 stars. Big brother Yu, we shall join you. Xian and Yu Hai chimed in. Feng Yin, you too, hasten the battle. A fiery summoning array appeared before Guan Li. At your command, master. The arrival of Feng Yin instantly altered the tide of the battle. With the strength of 9 stars at his disposal, he swiftly overwhelmed the werewolf ranks. Battle concluded. After clearing the battlefield, we shall proceed. On the azure sea surface, several iron warships slowly approached the shore. Yoshi, we have finally arrived in the central plains. A diminutive man leapt from the deck, landing on the golden beach. The air here in the central plains is far superior to that of my homeland. Qidao Taro inhaled the surrounding atmosphere. Qidao Koen, do not forget our mission. Though the Huan nation has fallen, a formidable base city has been established. We must not let our guard down. Yoshida Kazan descended from the deck, followed by a contingent of warriors from the Sun Nation who appeared on the beach. I am aware. The nearest location should be Yangqing. Let us investigate. Qidao Taro nodded. Roar. From the jungle of the beach, a mutated beast burst forth. Its gaping maw aimed at Qidao Taro. Humph. A fool unaware of its fate. Qidao Taro scoffed, swiftly slicing with his sword. Swish. The mutated beast was cleaved into countless pieces of flesh. Qidao Koen, your strength has once again increased. Yoshida Kazan's eyes brightened. A mere trifle. Just the initial level of 8 stars. Qidao Taro replied with pride. Let us proceed. We must complete our mission swiftly and return to our homeland. Taikei Nishioshi stated, shouldering a large blade as he passed by the two. Hey, Taikai Koen. The two promptly nodded with deference. The prowess of Lord Taigui is unfathomable. It is said that he has reached the advanced level of 8 stars, merely a step away from the coveted 9 stars. He is also the vice-captain of this operation. As for the captain, the duo turned their gaze toward the deck. There stood a cold, imposing figure. Her face concealed, yet her captivating eyes pierced through the veil. It is Lady C. Peiji. Whispers suggest her strength has attained the initial level of 9 stars, making her the supreme commander of this endeavor. Furthermore, her brother is the most formidable warrior of the Sun Kingdom, having comprehended the legendary swordsmanship. Within a mere fortnight, he has ascended to the initial level of 10 stars. Were it not for the rampant demon presence within the Sun Kingdom, he would undoubtedly lead this mission. C. Peiji descended upon the beach with a lightness that left no trace of her footsteps. Do not dawdle, she remarked as she passed by the two. Greetings. Lady C. Peiji, they exclaimed, bowing their heads in haste. Thousands of warriors from the Sun Kingdom marched toward the central plains. Chapter 140, The Invasion of the Insectoid Horde Demons. Perish. On the Isle of England, a band of knights was embroiled in a fierce battle against monstrous foes. These creatures, adorned with horns and resembling humanity, bore crimson skin and revealed razor-sharp fangs. Clutching tridents, they sported pointed tails that protruded menacingly. These were the lowly demons from the abyss. The legendary realm of Hell was, in truth, an alternate dimension. A rift in space had emerged, connecting 2 worlds. The silver armor of the knights was now stained red with blood. The onslaught of these lesser demons was ferocious, as they pierced the knights' chests with their tridents, extracting hearts and devouring them whole. Despite the valiant resistance of the knights, the sheer number of the lowly demons was overwhelming. Gradually, the knights found themselves on the brink of collapse. Behold the holy light. I stand with you. Just as despair gripped the knights, a melodious voice resonated through the air. Radiant beams of sanctity struck down the beasts. The lowly demons, clearly fearful of this divine light, writhed as their bodies were seared, emitting hissing sounds. My lord, you have finally arrived. The knights, witnessing this miraculous intervention, displayed expressions of joy. A tall figure, a knight with golden hair and azure eyes, emerged from the forest, wielding a great sword. Indeed, you have all toiled greatly. The task is now mine, the golden-haired knight proclaimed. Yes, my lord. The knights nodded in agreement. Demon, accept the judgment of the holy light. The golden-haired knight stepped forth, his great sword radiating dazzling sanctity. The lowly demons screamed in anguish as their power was halved under this divine influence. Judgment of light. With his great sword, the knight cleaved through the air, and the blinding brilliance annihilated hundreds of lowly demons. How formidable! A single strike to slay hundreds of demons. Is this the might of the 4 horsemen of light? When shall I ascend to become a knight of the Holy See? The surrounding knights gazed upon him with envious eyes. As the apocalypse unfolded, the Isle of England succumbed to the demons' reign. The Eagle Nation fell under the devastation wrought by zombies and demons, declaring its demise. Presently, England was a land overrun by the undead in the cities and demons prowling the wilderness. Survivors constructed fortresses to fend off the invaders. In this dire context, The Holy See emerged. The founder of the Holy See was the heir of the Pope of Light, commanding the 4 great Knights of Light. They proclaimed themselves the messengers of the divine, come to rescue humanity. The golden-haired knight displayed his prowess, obliterating all lowly demons. Lord Knight of Light. The remaining knights knelt partially, humbled. I have come at the behest of the Pope to rescue you, he declared. Rise. Thank you, my lord. The knights stood, aligning themselves in formation. Stone City is under siege by demons. Who among you will accompany me? The golden-haired knight inquired, each word resonating deeply within the hearts of the listeners. I shall follow you, my lord. I too shall accompany you, my lord. Dozens of knights spoke in unison. Excellent. If we can successfully repel the demons, I shall lead you to the Holy See. The golden-haired knight proclaimed. Thank you, my lord. The knights expressed their joy with bright smiles. YNCHing. The garrison of the 5th Legion. How goes the eradication of heresy? Zhao Pan inquired, casting a glance at Wang Hai. General, during this period, I have dismantled numerous heretical organizations. Yet, in the slums, many heretical groups still persist. Due to our recent actions, they have become increasingly cautious. Many of our informants have gone silent. Wang Hai responded, given the circumstances, let us pause for now. You have worked hard during this time. Take a well-deserved break. Zhao Pan declared. Thank you, General. Wang Hai replied promptly. He too had a family, children, in the throes of combating heresy. He had not returned home for many days. Go on now. Zhao Pan waved him off, and Wang Hai exited the room. Upon returning home, he found the door ajar. A sudden chill gripped his heart. Something was amiss. He rushed inside. Blood. A gruesome scene of blood covered the floor. His wife lay in a pool of crimson. Her body discarded, all organs removed. No. Wang Hai collapsed to the ground, cradling his wife's lifeless form. Who is responsible? Beasts. He howled in anguish. A thought striking him suddenly. Setting his wife's body down, he dashed upstairs. That was his child's room. As he entered, he was met with a horrifying sight. Various entrails hung throughout the space. Wang Hai was certain these belonged to his wife. Xiao Bao, he whispered, calling out softly. Ha ha ha. An eerie laughter echoed from within the room. A stiff, puppet-like boy crawled out from beneath the bed. His body was rigid, as if controlled by unseen strings. God, bestow your wrath upon them. You shall suffer endless torment. The boy mechanically recited. Heresy. I will slay you. Kill you all. Wang Hai screamed in despair. He lifted the boy, feeling his coldness. Wang Hai sensed the emptiness within him. He dared not imagine, nor wish to ponder the implications. In a desolate graveyard, Wang Hai buried the remains of his wife and child, utterly alone. Heresy. Wang Hai, vowed to never share the sky with you. He then ventured into the slums, rallying his soldiers. Find them. Spare not a single heretic. Wang Hai's mind was clouded with fury. Boss, did the general not say you should rest for a few days? A soldier ventured to ask. Rest? Rest my foot. Find them. Annihilate every heretic. Wang Hai exclaimed passionately. Yes, boss. The soldiers, unwilling to defy his orders, complied. The insect horde. The insect army begins to assemble. All personnel, remain vigilant. Prepare for battle at any moment. The shrill sound of alarms pierced the air from the city walls. Soldiers, fully armed, ascended to the battlements. They gazed into the distance, where a foreboding darkness loomed, a horde of the insectoid army. Damn it, just a few days had passed, and the swarm was once again besieging the city. The soldiers erupted in curses. Days prior, an orc raid had struck the rear of the insectoids, prompting their retreat amidst the chaos of battle. Now, they had returned, likely to deal with the orc threat. Given the current tide of events, it seemed a relentless struggle against the city of sheep was imminent. Several officers ascended to the battlements, their eyes fixed upon the advancing insectoid forces. The sheer number was far greater than just days ago. A dark expanse resembling a vast ocean. Quick, notify the commander. This time, the insectoid army has come prepared. We require additional support. The officers hurriedly commanded their soldiers to proceed to the encampment of the 3rd Legion. Thunder rumbled ominously as lightning illuminated the sky. The clouds thickened, and the winds howled. A storm was on the horizon. The soldiers began to inspect their weapons as the insectoid army, fully assembled, launched a fierce assault towards the city of sheep. In the blink of an eye, the mass of dark insectoids had reached the outskirts of the city. Chapter 141. Fiery flame worms open fire. Strike with fervor, commanded the officer as the swarm of insects breached the weaponry's firing range. The air erupted with a thunderous roar as the artillery came alive, unleashing a cacophony of sound. Shells rained down upon the horde, toppling countless insectoid foes. Ground forces, prepare to charge. The awakened stepped onto the lift platform, beginning a gradual descent. Upon reaching the earth, they landed with purpose, weapons in hand, gazing towards the distant horizon. There, a dark wave surged forth with alarming speed. "Brother, if I perish, please look after our mother," spoke a 4-star awakened, whose strength was notably inferior, barely surpassing that of mere cannon fodder. In the recent clash, even officers of 7-star caliber had fallen in droves. Let alone they, the 4-star underlings. "Perhaps I shall meet my demise before you," his brother responded with a wry smile. "Enough chatter. Prepare to charge," shouted the commanding officer, drawing his battle blade and positioning it resolutely before him. "They're drawing closer. The insects are nearly upon us." The foremost of the swarm comprised the expendable red-armored beetles. "Kill," the officer bellowed, channeling his energy as he sliced through the air, dispatching 2 red-armored beetles with a single stroke. His blade danced through the ranks, cleaving the beetles as they crashed into soldiers with a force that rent their bodies asunder, scattering entrails across the battlefield. "Die, accursed insects!" cried a soldier whose abdomen had been pierced, desperately thrusting his blade into the head of a red-armored beetle. With a hiss, the creature convulsed and collapsed. The soldier fell, devoured by a swarm of razor-clawed spiders. Fiery Fist. A young awakened focused flames into his fists, delivering a blow that instantaneously annihilated a red-armored beetle. Icicle Armor. Another awakened encased himself in a formidable layer of frost, easily withstanding the assaults of the red-armored beetles while emitting a chilling aura that slowed their movements. Vital Energy Shield. A burly man clad in training garb surrounded himself with a faint yet potent energy. When the insectoid onslaught commenced, the energy erupted, automatically deflecting their attacks. Little bugs. Taste my venom. A venerable elder, white-haired and stooped, emerged upon the battlefield astride a colossal spider, its vibrant colors contrasting starkly against the grim surroundings. The creature exhaled a noxious stench, prompting nearby soldiers to retreat hastily. "Run! Master Lian Gu is about to strike," shouted the officer, dispersing the soldiers from the elder's vicinity. Unassuming in appearance yet an 8-star powerhouse, he had once used his potent toxins to slay 2 8-star monstrosities. Master Lian Gu extended his withered hand, unleashing a cloud of green mist. The surrounding red-armored beetles fell to the ground, writhing in agony, while slower soldiers inhaled the noxious fumes. Their faces turned pale, their skin rotting, and blood spewed from their mouths. Within mere seconds, they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Master Lian Gu," the officer, witnessing the scene, could not restrain himself from speaking. "I have already warned you. Who can you blame for running slowly? Such worthless beings, their demise is inconsequential." Master Lian Gu cast a sidelong glance at the officer, his tone laced with malice. "Indeed, I am but a foolish wretch. Please forgive me, master." The officer, chilled to his core, hastily retracted his words. "I am in a good mood today, so I shall grant you a minor lesson." Master Lian Gu flicked a droplet of green liquid into the officer's body. "Ah." The officer felt as if countless insects were gnawing at him from within, a torment unbearable. "If you survive, seek me for the antidote." With that, Master Lian Gu directed the colossal venomous spider to continue exterminating the insect horde. "Thank you, master. I am grateful for your mercy." The officer gritted his teeth in pain as he spoke. Master Lian Gu was not a member of the base army. He belonged to the Awakeners Guild. It was said that his temperament was peculiar, and his actions were guided solely by whim. Even the high-ranking officials of the base army would think twice before offending an 8-star powerhouse. After all, there were times when their assistance was essential. If the other party truly wished to take his life, it would be a futile endeavor. Moreover, this was still a time of war. In the chaos, collateral damage was a common occurrence. With the formidable Awakeners joining the fray, the tides of battle began to shift. The balance of power gradually tilted in favor of the base army. Alas, such fortune was fleeting. Humanity had its champions, but the insect race had its own formidable entities as well. A colossal moth emerged on the battlefield, flapping its wings and dispersing white powder. The powder fell upon the insect horde, inciting them to greater ferocity. Swift flying insects beat their wings, unleashing flames that erupted among the masses. The scythe bug swooped down, effortlessly severing the heads of soldiers with its forelimbs. A deafening roar erupted, the terrifying sound waves radiating outward. Soldiers within hundreds of meters were instantly disoriented, their heads spinning. Among them was a humanoid insect, possessing a human form but adorned with antennae. Its hands, body, and legs were entirely encased in chitin. With the powerful insect race joining the battle, both sides found themselves locked in stalemate once more. Hiss! The flaming demon insects flapped their wings, advancing towards Yang City. "Quickly! Stop them!" The soldiers atop the ramparts turned their weapons skyward, firing into the air. Yet, the flaming demon insects paid them no heed. They soared over the towering walls and invaded the city. "Damn it! The insects have circumvented the walls and are attacking the interior directly." The officer gritted his teeth in anger. Yet, he was powerless to intervene. forced to watch helplessly as the flaming demon insects vanished beyond the ramparts. "Captain, more insects are approaching," a soldier cried out. The group turned their gaze to the distant sky, where a dense swarm of flying insects was heading towards Yang City. "Quickly, bring them down," the officer commanded urgently. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained into the sky in a frenzy. With the suppression of firepower lost, the ground forces of the insect race launched an even more ferocious assault. A swarm of flying insects was struck down by gunfire. They did not perish completely, dragging their mutilated bodies to attack the surrounding soldiers. The sound of tearing echoed as sharp blades sliced through the soldiers' flesh, causing blood to splatter and gore to scatter. A small portion of the flying insects were shot down, yet throngs of them continued to surge into the city. There was no alternative. Alert the military base within the city. The officer swiftly made a decision. The ground-dwelling insect horde required heavy firepower to suppress them. Fiery demon insects appeared in the skies above the city. They unleashed searing fireballs from their maws. The people below had yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos. "Mom, is that a shooting star?" a little girl innocently inquired. "Silly child, where would a shooting star come from in broad daylight?" a woman replied, gently ruffling the girl's hair as she gazed skyward. In the next moment, her expression froze. Thunderous roars filled the air as her face was illuminated by a blinding light. A scorching wave of heat surged forth instantaneously, engulfing both the woman and the little girl in flames. Chapter 142. Heavy casualties. The air trembled with a thunderous roar as clusters of fireballs rained down upon the streets. Unprepared civilians were instantaneously reduced to mere charred remnants. "Ah, the Zerg. Run. Help me. Is anyone there to save me?" cried a heavily made-up woman, sprawled on the ground. She wore high heels, evidently having twisted her ankle. Alas, chaos erupted all around her, drowning out her desperate pleas amidst the cacophony of explosions. Casting aside her shoes, she crawled toward a nearby corridor, summoning every ounce of strength to hasten her escape. The fireballs unleashed by the fiery insects could only assault the streets for the moment. The interior of the buildings offered a semblance of safety. "Come on, Wang Haohao. You can do it," she encouraged herself. Just moments before, she had meticulously prepared for work, blissfully unaware of the impending insect onslaught. Previously, the Zerg had not deployed aerial forces, leading people to let down their guard, believing themselves utterly secure within the city. Born from adversity, perishing in comfort. Today, the lesson has arrived. Hope flickered before her as a fireball plummeted down. Boom! It crashed right in front of her, freezing the woman in terror. Hissing, the fiery insect landed nearby, curiously observing her. "No, don't eat me," she pleaded, her legs thrashing in panic. Ignoring the pain, she limped away. The fiery insect lunged, its forelimbs piercing through her chest. "I don't want to die," she gasped as her body convulsed, lifted by the creature. With a sickening crunch, her head was engulfed by its mandibles. More and more fiery insects appeared in the skies above Yang City, transforming the once peaceful streets into a scene of utter pandemonium. People fled in terror, desperately avoiding the barrage of fireballs, as charred corpses littered the ground. They huddled in corridors and alleys, trembling at the sounds of destruction outside. "What do we do? Are we going to die?" Several young men and women cowered in a corner of an alley, their youthful appearances suggesting they were still students. "Stay quiet. If we hide here, the insects won't find us," one boy whispered. A chorus of nods followed, as uncertainty gripped them all. The alley provided a degree of concealment, with several turns separating them from the street, while the densely packed buildings above shielded them from prying eyes. "Sunyu, I'm so scared." A girl trembled, curling into his embrace. "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." Sunyu felt a surge of delight as he seized the opportunity to draw her closer. "Sunyu, I'm scared too." Another girl chimed in, her beauty undeniable. "Come here. I'll keep you safe." Sunyu's heart soared as he wrapped his arms around both girls. The remaining four boys exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, yet they dared not voice their discontent, mindful of Sunyu's standing. Sunyu's father is a soldier in the base army. Although merely an ordinary soldier, he is still part of the military. In contrast, Sunyu's parents are just ordinary workers, tasked with maintaining the city's infrastructure. In this apocalyptic world, a severe class consciousness persists. If one were to perceive Yang City as a pyramid, the first tier comprises the awakened, the pinnacle of existence. The second tier is occupied by skilled professionals, such as doctors and engineers. The third tier consists of workers responsible for the city's basic operations. The fourth tier includes the outcasts, deemed useless. They were once classmates. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, fate brought them together once again. Sunny was elated and wished to treat them to a grand feast. However, his family's situation is far from favorable. The food his parents earn through their labor barely suffices for their sustenance. Upon hearing of the feast, they could not decline. Yet, on their way, calamity struck. Insects appeared in the skies above Yang City, launching a fierce attack. Sun Yu, your father's base army should be mobilizing for rescue soon, right? Asked the four young men. With such chaos unfolding, they had long lost their appetite for a grand meal. Surviving was their only wish. Of course, Sun Yu replied. His father, being in the base army, possessed more knowledge about the situation. Sun Yu. The faces of the four young men turned pale with fear as they glanced towards Sun Yu, who stood near the wall. What's wrong? Sun Yu asked, puzzled. Suddenly, a foul, viscous liquid dripped onto his head. He looked up to see a flame demon insect clinging to the wall, its mouth oozing with slime. In the next moment, it lunged ferociously at Sun Yu. Blood splattered, staining the cheeks of two girls. Ah! They screamed in terror. Scalding yellow fluid gushed forth. I'm scared. I can't move, cried one girl. Tianming, can you save me? She pleaded. Tianming hesitated. After all, they were facing a swarm of monstrous insects, merciless in their killing. Being an ordinary person, how could he possibly confront such a threat? Tianming, I promise to be your girlfriend. Please, save me. The girl, tear-streaked and desperate, swayed his resolve. Yet, rationality warned him of the imminent danger. I'm sorry, Li Shui. Tianming retreated, fleeing toward the alley. Tianming, you coward. Didn't you say you liked me? Why won't you save me? Li Shui cried out. The flame demon insect had already devoured the upper half of Sun Yu. His internal organs spilled out, splattering over the girls. Having feasted, it began laying eggs within the corpse, a mass of insect eggs accumulating atop Sun Yu's lifeless body. Ugh! The two girls retched as the insect's attention shifted towards them. The hatching of insect eggs requires ample nourishment. With a sudden rush, their heads were severed, repurposed into a nurturing incubator. The probability of the eggs hatching is not particularly high. However, their sheer numbers compensate for this shortcoming. Hundreds of eggs can yield at least dozens of larvae. Over here, everyone. Lu Tianming returned, accompanied by several members of the base army. Just as he emerged from the alley, he encountered a squad of soldiers. Li Shui. He trembled, gazing at the severed heads, arriving too late once more. This creature has laid eggs. Eliminate it. The soldiers raised their rifles and opened fire. The firearms they wielded had undergone certain modifications, enabling them to contend with insectoids of approximately 4-star caliber. The rapid gunfire echoed as powerful bullets penetrated the body of the blazing flame demon. Green insect blood gushed forth, and 3 corpses were reduced to a mere honeycomb of flesh. Check for crystal cores. The soldiers of the base army pried open the insect's brain. What terrible luck. Burn it. They produced insect oil and ignited the 4 corpses. Lu Tianming crouched on the ground, cradling his head in his hands. Young man, may you find solace in your grief. At the very least, you are still alive. A soldier from the base army patted his shoulder gently. Chapter 143, Retreat within the abandoned shopping mall. The survivors of City S consumed dried insect meat. Their arduous escape had reduced their ranks to fewer than 20,000. Those who remained were individuals of considerable capability, either awakened or astute, for the inept and foolish had long perished at the hands of monsters. Commander! Guo Xiaotian approached Tu Tianyang. Following Zhao Kuo's demise, he had taken charge of the vanguard. Old Guo, what is the situation ahead? Tu Tianyang inquired, his heart growing increasingly unsettled as they drew closer to Yang City. Old Tu, I shall not conceal the truth. The circumstances are dire. The vicinity of Yang City is already encircled by the insect horde. Breaking through their defenses will prove exceedingly difficult. Guo Xiaotian's expression was grave. Alas, it seems that Yang City's predicament is rather bleak. Tu Tianyang sighed. Do not fret too much, old Tu. Although Yang City is surrounded, the insect horde has not yet launched an assault. Guo Xiaotian reassured him. That may be so, but we cannot penetrate their defenses either. We had hoped that upon reaching Yang City, conditions would improve. Yet now, we find ourselves at an impasse. After enduring countless hardships and the loss of over 20,000 lives, we finally reached Yang City, only to be barred entry. What a predicament. Perhaps we should wait a few days? The insect army might withdraw soon, Lu Xiaoman suggested. What do you think, Li Xiao? Tu Tianyang turned his gaze toward Li Xiao, whose strength was second only to his own, having attained the initial level of 8 stars. And if the insect horde does not retreat, what will become of our 20,000? Li Xiao countered. If it were merely hundreds, that plan might be feasible. But with 20,000, the target is too large. It may be manageable for a short while, but prolonged exposure will inevitably lead to disaster. Indeed, you make a valid point. Tu Tianyang nodded. A contingent of 20,000 is notoriously difficult to conceal. They were already suffering from a shortage of supplies, unable to establish a temporary base. Moreover, the proximity to Yang City posed a significant risk. What if the insect horde were to retreat in this direction? Li Xiao posed a hypothetical. Hiss. I am foolish for not considering this. Guo Xiaodian broke into a cold sweat. If Li Zhao's assumption holds true and the insect horde retreats here, then we would all be doomed. Shall we retreat? We have nowhere else to go. Several officers voiced their concerns. Why not consult that individual? Li Xiao suddenly had an idea. Lord Guan Li? Tu Tianyang responded. Indeed, his flame dragon possesses the power of a high-level 9 stars. Should he be willing to intervene? There may yet be a chance to breach their defenses. Li Xiao proposed. Guan Li sat upon the rooftop of the mall, his dragon by his side. Gazing at the distant streets where several wandering zombies roamed. A gentle breeze swept through the city, revealing its desolation. Since we have arrived, let us not hide, Guan Li declared. The figures of several individuals could not escape his perception. Your skills are impressive, Tu Tianyang remarked with a smile, yet his heart was filled with astonishment. He had always believed that Guan Li's strength was solely reliant on the flame wyvern, but it now appeared that he was gravely mistaken. This was a mysterious and formidable young man. Though he was still quite young, his prowess overshadowed his own. Bowing before him was not a matter of shame. What brings the esteemed leaders of the base military to me? Guan Li asked, remaining seated at the edge of the rooftop. Tu Tianyang exhibited no displeasure. After all, Guan Li had the audacity to be arrogant. You jest, sir, he hastily replied. Guan Li, the city of sheep has been surrounded by the insect race. We seek your counsel. Guo Xiaodian spoke with utmost respect. The city of sheep is besieged? Guan Li furrowed his brow. This was not a favorable turn of events for him. The city was within reach, and entering it would complete his objective. Yet, at this critical juncture, such a predicament had arisen. What are your plans? Guan Li inquired. We have 2 options, breakthrough or retreat, but we require your assistance, Tu Tianyang tentatively suggested. What would you have me do? Guan Li rose and approached the group. We need you to clear the way, just as you did during the last insect nest encounter. Li Xiao interjected eagerly. Very well, Guan Li nodded. Even if they had not asked, he would have devised a means to assist. At the very least, the personnel from the base military must survive to enter the city. As for the fate of the survivors, it was of no concern to him. Helping the base military was also a means to fulfill his own objective. Otherwise, he would have entered the city alone long ago. Thank you, sir. Tu Tianyang's face lit up with joy. With Guan Li's willingness to assist, they had a glimmer of hope for entering the city. As for casualties, so many had already perished that it hardly mattered. We shall not trouble you any further. The group departed with understanding. Tonight, let all survivors eat their fill and regain their strength. After leaving the rooftop, Tu Tianyang issued a direct order. The final battle was about to commence. If they were to fail, no amount of food would hold significance. Thus, he encouraged everyone to indulge freely. What is happening? There seems to be an abundance of insect meat distributed tonight. Who cares? Just eat. Yes, hurry up and eat, lest the base military change their minds. As night fell, the shopping mall was aglow with fire. Survivors gazed in disbelief at the distributed insect meat, feeling as though they were in a dream. Typically, they received morsels no larger than a thumb, yet tonight, the portions were as large as bowls. Not only that, but the base military also distributed instant noodles. Many set up fires, beginning to cook insect meat hot pot. The aroma wafted through the mall, causing tears to stream down the faces of many. It had been so long since they had savored the sin of hot pot, though it was merely the cheapest of ingredients for those who had endured the apocalypse. It was no less than a feast fit for kings. Delicious, so fragrant. For the first time, I discovered the delightful taste of instant noodles. How wonderful they are. Who claimed that instant noodles are unhealthy? They are quite nutritious. I would gladly indulge in them every single day. A survivor exclaimed. Dream on. You wish to eat instant noodles daily? Do you think you deserve it? A man beside him cast a disdainful glance in his direction. Humph. I am free to express my thoughts. Your opinion does not concern me. The atmosphere of the night was surprisingly relaxed, perhaps due to the hot pot. The survivors found a sense of camaraderie, sharing stories of their glorious past. Tu Tianyang stood on a higher level, observing it all. It had been a long time since such harmony was experienced. Were it not for the dilapidated streets and the wandering undead outside the window, he might have thought it was a picnic. How wonderful it would be to return to the past, even without these newfound abilities, lacking the power to pass them on. He would prefer to be an ordinary person, spending leisure time with his wife and children. Sir, have something to eat. There is a great battle tomorrow. Do not overexert yourself. Zhou Yuan approached Tu Tianyang from behind, carrying a bowl of insect meat instant noodles. After Su Yunjian stepped down, he voluntarily resigned from his position. Now, he was merely an ordinary soldier of the base. Thank you, Zhou, he replied, accepting the bowl of insect meat instant noodles from Zhou Yuan's hands. Chapter 144. Ascension. Complete. The survivors of this night revel in their joy, vowing that this is the most blissful time since their escape. The evening's feast of insect meat is boundless, with supplies entirely brought forth by the base's forces. Though the provisions are limited, they suffice to satiate the hunger of 20,000 souls. The merriment of the night lingers on for hours. Guan Li sits atop the rooftop, gazing up at the vast, starry sky, which is filled with unfathomable mysteries. In ages past, humanity was enamored with the study of the cosmos, believing in the existence of intelligent beings within its endless expanse. The cataclysm of the present world has now provided evidence for such notions. As he ponders, a voice resonates within his mind. Ding. The Silver Lion Cavalry Corps has completed its ascension. Please check the system, host. Ding. The Skeleton Undead Corps has completed its ascension. Please check the system, host. Ding. The Ironclad Shield Guard Corps has completed its ascension. Please check the system, host. Guan Li springs to his feet, exclaiming, ha ha ha. It is finally completed. Eagerly, he opens the system interface. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Thunderbeast Cavalry Corps. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Skeleton Corps. New Skeleton Knight unit added. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Silver Wing Guard Corps. The system's notifications resound once more. The Skeleton Corps? A new unit? A look of perplexity washes over Guan Li. System. What does this mean? Host. The Skeleton Corps will only add new units upon ascension. Existing units will neither vanish nor transform. The voice of the system clarifies. Understanding dawns upon Guan Li, akin to the mechanics of a barracks in an online game, where a single building can produce various soldiers. He summons forth the 3 corps, and an ominous aura envelopes the space. 3 massive summoning arrays materialize upon the rooftop, which fortunately boasts ample space to accommodate the soldiers of all 3 corps. As the summoning arrays stabilize, figures of soldiers begin to coalesce within them. The array for the Skeleton Corps reveals phantoms of bones, exuding a fetid scent. The skeletal form gradually manifests before Guan Li, now towering even taller than before. From its bare skull sprout horns, and it dons a magnificent crown. Its former battle garb has transformed into an opulent robe adorned with intricate skeletal designs. Steady as a mountain, it grips a battle blade with both hands, its regal presence unmistakable, as if to remind onlookers of its past as a sovereign. Master. Bone kneels before Guan Li, embodying both a king and a loyal subordinate. Rise. Guan Li commands. Yes, master. Bone replies, standing once more. Behind it, 3 battalions of skeletal soldiers emerge. The skeletal swordsmen and gunmen stand resolute, their bodies now imbued with a hardened essence. The bones exhibit a milky hue, as though infused with some mysterious substance. The skeletal mages likewise appear more stable in form. The tattered robe upon him transformed into a pristine garment, and in his grasp was a staff adorned with a gem of bone. In his eyes burned 2 flames of soul fire, fiercely ablaze. Before him stood a skeletal knight, towering and robust, its physique only slightly inferior to that of the commander. Clutched in its hand was a long spear of bone, glinting with a chilling radiance. Beneath it, a formidable skeletal steed stood, its hooves ablaze with an eerie blue flame. Skeletal Legion. New units can be added. Total, 61. Potential, Silver, Strength, 9-star Advanced. Unit types, Skeletal Spear and Shield Soldiers, 20. Skills, Piercing Spear, Shield Formation, Armor-Piercing Spear. Bone Armor. Unit types, Skeletal Mages, 20. Skills, Rapid Fireball, Area Lightning Strike, Firestorm, Necromantic Summoning. Unit types, Skeletal Sword and Shield Soldiers, 20. Skills, Horizontal Slash, Shield Block. Bone Armor. Unit types, Skeletal Knights, 1. Skills, Death Charge, Bone Plating, Ethereal Trample. Commander, Bone. Skills, Command of the King, Frenzied Aura, Armor-Piercing Slash, Beast's Roar. Bone Armor. Guan Li assessed the capabilities of the Skeletal Legion. Overall, there were no significant changes. Some skills had been enhanced or modified. The most notable addition was the Skeletal Knight unit. Upon reviewing the Skeletal Legion, the Thunder Beast Cavalry had also been summoned. Beneath Kale, a colossal beast resembling a lion, yet adorned with a singular horn, crackled with violet lightning. Its entire body shimmered in purple, inscribed with silver patterns. Muscular limbs were entwined with purple currents, and sharp claws glistened with a cold light. The tail bore 3 purple, barbed spikes. At your service. Kale descended upon the rooftop, kneeling before Guan Li. The cavalrymen behind him also knelt in reverence, while the Thunder Beasts submissively prostrated themselves before Guan Li. In the face of adversaries, they would reveal their ferocious nature. Rise. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. Setting aside other considerations, their appearance was indeed impressive. Kale's physique had grown even more robust, his already handsome visage now strikingly so. Thunder Beast Cavalry can be advanced. Count. 45. Potential. Silver. Strength. 9-star Advanced. Commander. Kale. Skills. Thunderous Roar, Thunder Breath, Lightning Strike, Lightning Guardian, Thunder Charge. Rapid thundercloud. Guan Li examined the capabilities of the Thunder Beast riders and found himself exceedingly pleased. Finally, he beheld the advanced ironclad shield guard legion. The silver summoning array emanated an aura of martial prowess. Dozens of towering figures materialized within the array, each clad in silver-heavy armor, their visages shrouded beneath helmets. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, they exuded an imposing presence. In their hands, they wielded massive double-handed swords, their shields conspicuously absent. A pair of silver wings adorned their backs, radiating an air of lethal intent. Master. Leo knelt before Guan Li, effortlessly embedding his great sword into the ground. His voice was low and resonant, akin to distant thunder. The soldiers behind him all knelt partially upon the ground, their armor clinking together, producing a melodious symphony of metallic sounds. Guan Li found this to be quite pleasing. What is this? It is the sound of his soldiers, the resonance of their battle gear. Rise. Guan Li commanded. Thank you, master. Leo replied as he stood up, shouldering his great sword upon his back. Silver Wing Guard Legion, upgradable. Number, 55. Potential, silver. Strength, 9 stars advanced. Commander, Leo. Skills, Silver Wing, Sharp Blade, Silver Slash. Silver Blade Storm, Silver Wing Protection, Guardian's Power, Silver Armor Soul. Before Guan Li appeared the capabilities of the Silver Wing Guard. The upgraded Silver Wing Guard had relinquished its formidable shield-bearing prowess. It had significantly enhanced its offensive, speed, and maneuverability. Particularly, the silver wings at their backs granted them the ability to soar. Even so, the Silver Wing Guard retained aspects of the shield-bearing abilities. The ironclad shield guard may endure, but it does not necessarily strike. In contrast, the Silver Wing Guard possesses both resilience and the capacity to attack. Chapter 145. Outside Yang City, Guan Li gazed upon the 3 legions that had successfully advanced, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Initially, he harbored concerns regarding the plans for the following day, but the legion's advancement dispelled his worries. All existing legions returned to his side. Master. Shen Lian's figure emerged from the shadows, flanked by the orderly ranks of the Shadow Sword demons. Guan Li strode towards the edge of the terrace. The light elven archers knelt in readiness on the eaves, while the Xian Lei Flood Dragon and the Flame Wyvern clung to the outer walls. All 7 legions were fully assembled. You will keep watch here. I shall venture outside Yang City. Guan Li leaped forth, landing beside Eileen. Yes, master. Eileen nodded and dispersed the legions. Kyle, you shall accompany me. Guan Li mounted the burning flame and descended onto the street. Brothers, let us depart. Kyle mounted the Thunder Beast and leapt directly from the terrace. Dozens of knights landed upon the ground, sending stones flying. They charged down the street, closely trailing Guan Li. Guan Li rode the burning flame, galloping through the city streets. His swift passage stirred the zombies lurking in the ruins. The undead surged onto the streets, clawing and gnashing in a futile attempt to pursue Guan Li. However, the Thunder Beast riders thundered past, crashing into the zombies and reducing them to a bloody pulp. These were merely low-tier zombies, incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the Thunder Beast. Kyle did not falter but maintained his pursuit of Guan Li. Who is that? Such terrifying strength. A head peeked out from a shadowy alley, watching the direction in which Guan Li had vanished. Whoever it is, it matters not. Quickly harvest the crystal course, urged a middle-aged man. Indeed, dozens of zombies. Another bountiful harvest. Members of the squad emerged onto the street, daggers in hand, commencing their extraction of crystal cores. Throughout the process, they remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Should anything seem amiss, they would flee without hesitation. In this apocalyptic world, even a moment's doubt could lead to death. Fortune smiles upon us. 16 3-star crystal cores. Upon returning to the base city, we can exchange them for a substantial amount of supplies. The middle-aged man exclaimed joyfully. Alas, the Zerg have besieged us for days. I wonder when we can return. Our supplies are dwindling. Members of the squad lamented. If all else fails, let us seek out Big Boss Wong for a trade. His camp is nearby. The middle-aged man suggested. They were a band of bounty hunters, having embarked on a mission days prior, only to encounter a Zerg siege on their return journey. Reluctantly, they were forced to remain in the small city for the time being. Big Boss Wong. His supplies are several times more expensive than those at the base. I would rather starve than trade with him. One member exclaimed passionately. As Guan Li continued onward, the buildings around him gradually became sparse. He had left the confines of the small city. The radiant moonlight bathed the earth below. After galloping for several dozen kilometers, Guan Li finally reached the outskirts of Yang City. He paused atop a small hill, gazing into the distance. At the edge of the horizon stands a colossal structure, the City of Sheep. This world-s City of Sheep bears some differences from its past incarnation. Behind the ancient city walls, modern urban edifices rise in grandeur. Alas, the splendor of yesteryears has long faded. Although the buildings remain, they are devoid of any illumination. Moonlight cascades upon the walls, revealing mottled stains of blood. Behind the battlements, modern weaponry is poised. Soldiers patrol the walls with vigilance. The atmosphere is one of stringent security. Guan Li's gaze follows the walls downward, revealing a scene of countless corpses, both human and insect, piled high, with rivers of blood flowing freely. The battlefield here is more brutal than any he has previously encountered. A few kilometers beyond the battlefield lies the insect horde, under the shroud of moonlight. Swarms of insects jostle against one another. Guan Li's eyes are met with a vast expanse of insects, covering every inch of the terrain. Wherever there is a space to stand, it is crowded with these creatures. The diversity of the insect species is staggering, yet they are organized. The front lines comprise the red-armored cannon fodder, blue beetles, and shield bugs, among others. The aerial forces include firestorm insects, six-winged flyers, and sky beetles. On the ground, there are mighty insects, hammer-headed beetles, explosive beetles, and lightning beetles, to name a few. As the moonlight illuminates the scene, Guan Li's gaze sweeps across the distant insect army. He discerns several gaps within their ranks. If exploited wisely, these could serve as potential breakthroughs. After a span of several minutes, Guan Li resolves to return. He has thoroughly assessed the conditions of the insect army and the surrounding terrain. One can only imagine the ferocity of tomorrow's battle. Let us depart, Guan Li commands, directing the Thunder Beast riders to alter their course. Suddenly, a swarm of insects emerges from the direction of the hillside. A slight smile graces his lips. Kyle, charge. Guan Li issues the command without hesitation. He will not allow the isolated insects to escape unscathed. This presents an excellent opportunity to test the strength of his legion. Understood, Master. The brothers respond. Charge. Kyle raises his spear, pointing towards the insects below the hill. Dozens of Thunderbeast Knights surge forward in an instant. A roar erupts. The insect swarm, now aware of the Thunderbeast Knights, emits a deafening cry and launches an assault up the hill. The two forces collide. The Thunderbeast Knights pierce through the ranks of the insects like a sharpened blade. Splashes of green insect blood erupt as spears impale the creatures, scattering limbs, shells, and brain matter into the air. Dozens of Thunderbeast Knights face thousands of insects, undeterred. The Knights press on, cutting through the disorganized insect horde. Kyle redirects his charge towards the hill once more. The Thunderbeasts move with remarkable agility, unimpeded by the terrain. Even steep cliffs pose no challenge to their prowess. The insect swarm, still reeling from the initial assault, is met with another wave of attack. Guan Li, mounted on his flaming inferno, stands resolute atop the hill. The might of the Thunderbeast riders is formidable. Even without employing any skills, they can trample the insect ranks. After several charges, the Thunderbeast Knights continue their relentless assault. A multitude of insects lay scattered, their ranks diminished. Even those that still drew breath were maimed and broken. Kyle commanded the knights to disperse and eliminate the remaining pests. My lord, all enemies have been vanquished. Kyle reverently presented the crystal cores and cards to Guan Li. A total of 542 5-star crystal cores, 78 6-star crystal cores, and 9 7-star crystal cores were counted. Additionally, there were 249 blue cards and 49 purple cards. Suddenly, Guan Li noticed a decline in the yield of crystal cores and cards from thousands of insects. They had only procured over 600 crystal cores and fewer than 300 cards. Of course, this could also be attributed to luck. Guan Li did not dwell on it. He exchanged all acquired crystal cores for points. Ding. Successfully traded 5-star crystal cores X542, earning 688 points. Ding. Successfully traded 6-star crystal cores X78, earning 460 points. Ding. Successfully traded 7-star crystal cores X9, earning 756 points. Upon completion of the crystal core transactions, he amassed a total of 904 points. Chapter 146, the Insectoid Defense Line. After dealing with the crystal cores, Guan Li activated all the cards. Acquired Intermediate Advancement cards X23. Acquired Premium Food cards X54. Acquired Intermediate Supply cards X64. Acquired Intermediate Recovery cards X75. Acquired Explosive Grenades X33. Acquired Legion Expansion cards, 1 person, X24. Acquired Advanced Advancement cards X10. Acquired Undead War Soul Summoning cards X10, upon use. Summons an Undead War Soul for a duration of 3 minutes. The cards were opened, yielding rather standard rewards. The most valuable item was undoubtedly the Legion Expansion card. System. Expand the Thunderbeast Riders. Guan Li utilized the expansion card. A summoning array materialized before him, surrounded by pulsating purple lightning. 24 Thunderbeast Knights emerged from the summoning array. Guan Li mounted the flame, making his way back to the abandoned mall. The Legion was stationed there, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents occurred. Any monsters approaching were swiftly eliminated by the Legion soldiers. Without hesitation, Guan Li sought a place to rest. As dawn broke, the team was fully prepared for departure. They were oblivious to the challenges that awaited them, as the forces at the base had withheld such information. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. They had no choice but to break through. Remaining here would lead to certain death. We shall flee. Now is the final moment. If we endure, there will be brighter days ahead. Tu Tianyang rallied the troops. At this point, it was all about deception. Finally, no more anxiety. Upon reaching Yang City, I shall sleep soundly, he exclaimed with laughter. Yang City must have an abundance of food. I shall feast when we arrive. The survivors envisioned their lives upon entering Yang City. Unaware of the grim reality that awaited them, Tu Tianyang observed the excitement among the crowd, feeling a twinge of guilt. However, that guilt quickly dissipated. This was the apocalypse. There was little room for idyllic notions. Onward. Destination, Yang City. Tu Tianyang commanded, waving his hand as the team set forth. Upon reaching the entrance of the small city, Kyle, Leo, and Shun Lian had been waiting for quite some time. The other legions had been temporarily recalled by Guan Li. A breakout-type battle was ill-suited for the light elf archers. The skeletons, Xianlei flood dragons, and flame wyvern legion would be prepared as his summoned beasts. As a summoner, possessing several summoned beasts was quite reasonable, was it not? My lord, what is this? Tu Tianyang inquired, puzzled. It was evident he recognized Kyle. Into Yang City, Kyle stated, promptly departing. A look of joy spread across Tu Tianyang's face. With such a formidable legion aiding them, their chances of breaking through had significantly increased. Kyle led the way, while Shun Lian and Leo flanked the team on either side, their positions conveniently close to Guan Li. That armor looks magnificent. So striking, Wang Yu remarked, enviously. If only I could possess something like that. And that knight's steed. My dear little one, I wonder if you can evolve into such a being. Yu Hai also wore a face full of envy. The team traversed hills and crossed valleys, finally catching sight of the outline of Yangqing. Yet, before they could marvel at the view, they were met with a suffocating sight. Insects. A dark mass. How could this be? Is Yangqing also destined to fall? The beautiful visions in their hearts were shattered in an instant. Many legs trembled uncontrollably in the face of the terrifying insect horde, casting a deep shadow over their spirits. However, the base troops were unconcerned with such fears. Yangqing lay right before them. They could either charge forward or remain and wait for death. Tu Tianyang stated coldly. You three, stay close to my steps, Guan Li said to Wang Yu, having spent so much time together. He did not wish for the trio to perish at the gates of Yangqing. Brotherly, we understand. Wang Yu nodded. Form ranks. Charge. Kyle rode the Thunder Beast. Charging ahead, the riders of the Thunder Beast followed closely behind. Forward. Seeing this, Tu Tianyang dared not delay for even a moment. There was no turning back. He had no opportunity for regret. The base troops had only one option, to kill, to slaughter through the tide of insects. They had to charge into Yangqing. Otherwise, they would find no resting place in death. The survivors, witnessing this, could only brace themselves and rush forward, for remaining here would only hasten their demise. The tide of insects had been stirred and was surging toward them. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of the insects echoed. Even from a kilometer away, it was distinctly audible. Here, the number of insects was at least 70 to 80,000. In other locations, the numbers were no less than 100 to 200,000. Closer. Approaching ever nearer. The densely packed insects had already surged to the forefront. The Thunder Beast unleashed purple lightning orbs from its mouth. When the orbs struck the insect tide, they exploded, sending swathes of red-shelled insects flying. Kyle gripped his spear, continuously piercing through the insects before him. The Thunder Beast riders tore a gap through the insect army. The base troops behind followed the legion into the fray. Guan Li summoned the flames of conflagration, the scales of the azure dragon, and the bones of the ancients. 3 colossal magical formations materialized above the insects. Boom. The azure scales descended upon the swarm, instantly crushing dozens of red-shelled insects. With a swipe of its claws, several insects were pulverized. The flames of conflagration scorched the insects in front. The bones brandished their blades, cleaving through several shielded insects. The 3 leaders advanced toward the front, instantaneously widening the gap torn by the Thunder Beast riders. Survivors also ventured into the tide of insects. They gazed at their surroundings. A dark mass of insects stretching as far as the eye could see. In front were insects, to the left and right were insects, behind were insects. Even the sky was filled with insects. The team was like a solitary island, surrounded by a sea of insects. The desire to survive erupted within them. They discarded their backpacks, seeking to lighten their burdens. Plop. Help me. Help me. A survivor was pierced through the shoulder by a 6-winged insect, dragged into the sky. He did not die immediately, but continuously cried for help. Alas, no one paid him any mind. He felt a sharp pain in his head, and then everything went dark. The scarlet beetles surged into the ranks, piercing through the bodies of the survivors. The slightly weaker base troops were also impaled by them. The shadow blade soldiers relentlessly swung their swords, slaying the surrounding insects. Yet, despite their efforts, some managed to slip through the cracks. The sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming, rendering defense nearly impossible. Surrounding the silver-winged guardians, energy entities coalesced. In the face of the densely packed insects, the prowess of the silver-armored spirits was brought to its zenith. Each assault from these energy forms could topple several of the creatures. Guan Li, wielding the bloodthirsty blade, charged at the forefront of the formation. His movements were agile as he navigated through the swarm. With each strike, he dispatched multiple insects. The bloodthirsty blade, having tasted blood, became exceptionally exhilarated. The commotion here grew tumultuous, swiftly capturing the attention of Yangqing. Am I seeing this correctly? The insect horde seems to be in disarray. A soldier pointed towards the distance. You're not mistaken. I see it too. His comrade nodded in agreement. There's a situation. Quickly, report to the general. The soldier urged. The distance was too great for them to discern the exact circumstances. All they knew was that the insect army was in turmoil. Chapter 147. Entering the city, a vast sea of insects surged forth, overwhelming the landscape. In Guan Li's gaze, there was nothing but the relentless tide of creatures. The Thunderbeast cavalry led by Kyle continued their charge, yet their momentum had noticeably diminished, hindered by the encroaching swarm. Under such circumstances, ordinary cavalry would have surely been engulfed by the insect tide long ago. Soldiers, fight! Tu Tianyong bellowed, drenched in the heat of battle, clad in frost armor. He summoned the chilling power of ice. Frost explosion. The blade in his hand coalesced with frigid energy, causing the insects within a few meters to slow their advance. Die! Tu Tianyong roared as he plunged his weapon into the ground, unleashing a wave of icy energy that obliterated the surrounding insects in an instant. However, the exertion left him pale. That move had drained a considerable amount of his energy. He crushed a supply card in his grip and continued his relentless assault. Tu Tianyong was oblivious to how many remained alive. The formation of their ranks had been shattered by the onslaught of the insect horde. All he knew was that he could not afford to falter. He gazed towards the distant city walls, knowing that reaching them was his only chance for survival. On the battlements, soldiers gathered in a throng, their eyes fixed on the distant swarm. The insect horde seemed agitated, as if provoked by some unseen force. What is happening? Are they going to attack again? One soldier asked anxiously. That is unlikely. Another replied. If they intended to assault us, they would have charged long ago. This behavior suggests they are being ambushed. A soldier analyzed. Regardless, prepare for battle. If this is a scheme by the insects, we could be in serious trouble. The squad leader declared. Understood. The soldiers nodded and returned to their posts, setting up artillery to aim at the distant swarm. General Li Hui. The squad leader respectfully saluted as a man clad in armor appeared atop the battlements. The insects are behaving unusually? Li Hui inquired, his brow furrowing in thought. Indeed. For reasons unknown, the insect army outside has suddenly erupted into chaos. Strangely, they have not initiated any offensive. The squad leader reported. It appears as though they have been attacked. Attacked by the orcs again, perhaps? Li Hui mused, a look of confusion crossing his face. He stepped closer to the edge of the battlement, his gaze sharpening as he observed Kyle, bloodied in his armor, wielding a spear that had likely claimed countless insect lives. The Thunder Beast was bruised and battered, yet Guan Li tirelessly employed recovery cards to prevent the Legion from suffering casualties. With a sudden thrust, Kyle charged forward, scattering the insect horde before him. The Thunder Beast accelerated sharply, breaking through the encirclement of the insects. Behind them, the riders of the Thunder Beast also broke free from the siege. But Songlin, Burning Flame, and Bone Legion surged forth, as did the Shadow Blade Demon Legion and the Silver Wing Guard Corps. Guan Li surged forth from the swarm of insects. He pivoted and unleashed a ferocious slash with his sword. The terrifying crimson sword energy instantaneously obliterated dozens of insects. Wang Yu charged forward, breaking through the encirclement, closely followed by Si Yin and Yu Hai. Tu Tianyong, Li Xiao, Guo Xiaodian, and others also fought their way out. Gradually, a few thousand soldiers and survivors emerged from the tide of insects. Those who had yet to escape would likely remain forever ensnared within the bowels of the insect horde. The group did not pause, but continued their sprint towards Yang City. This was not a time for sorrow. Although they had traversed the insect tide, they had yet to enter Yang City, and danger still loomed large. The commotion they had caused was far too great, certainly alarming the surrounding insect swarms. They needed to enter Yang City before the swarms could arrive. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. What? How is this possible? Li Hui's pupils constricted sharply. What did he just witness? Someone had actually breached the insect line. General, should we open the city gates? The captain inquired. Open them. Everyone prepare. Provide fire support. Li Hui, without a moment's hesitation, made his decision. Those who could penetrate the blockade of tens of thousands of insects were undoubtedly formidable, and it was essential to ally with them. Seeing the insect army closing in, Guan Li turned back decisively. Li Go, Wang Yu called out, wishing to assist. You all go ahead. I have a way to escape. Guan Li halted him. Be careful. Wang Yu did not linger. All the soldiers of the Legion redirected their course. Kyle, leading the Thunder Beast Riders, initiated a devastating charge. Raise your guns. Charge. Thunder Gun Charge. Thundercloud Rapid. With the activation of these two skills, brilliant lightning erupted beneath the Thunder Beasts, doubling their speed. The long spears in the knight's hands crackled with purple lightning as they plunged into the insect swarm, piercing through the bodies of the insects. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the sky. The Legion and the Horde were shrouded within it. Damn it! Fog it this time! Li Hui cursed vehemently. Observing the dense mist around him, Guan Li no longer held back. He summoned the Xian Lei Jiao, the Flame Wyverns, and the Skeleton Legion. Roar! Several flame wyverns unleashed torrents of fire, instantly incinerating swathes of insects into charred remains. Xian Lei Jimmy. 10 spheres of lightning coalesced around the azure scales and shot into the heart of the insect army. The Xian Lei Jiao Legion continuously expelled lightning spheres. Leo, accompanied by the Silver Wing Guardians, plunged into the swarm. The silver blades unfurled and then surged forth, piercing through the bodies of the insects, their ichors spraying wildly. The Sword Demon Body. Shen Lian's form began to transform. His limbs grew sturdier and more ferocious, dark crimson scales enveloping his exterior. All the soldiers activated the Sword Demon Body, their strength surging dramatically. The blade of energy continuously surged forth, vanquishing the surrounding insects. The Skeletal Warriors, armed with shields and long spears, formed a circular formation to safeguard the skeletal mage. The mage chanted incantations, summoning 20 undead warriors, grasping their battle blades. The undead rushed towards the insects, devoid of sensation and unafraid of death. Flamestorm. The skeletal mage raised his staff, unleashing a torrent of flames that coalesced into a ring of fire. The surrounding insects were instantly incinerated. The advance of the insect horde was effectively thwarted. The forces of the base had already surged to the foot of the city. Open the gates, Li Hui commanded urgently. The massive city gates creaked open, revealing a gap wide enough for several individuals to pass through. Given the looming threat of the insect army outside, Li Hui dared not fully open the gates. Should the insects breach the city, he would bear the blame for the catastrophe in Yang City. Hurry! Quickly! Tu Tianyang dashed through the city gates, closely followed by the soldiers of the base. Thousands poured into the city. With a resounding thud, the gates slammed shut behind them. Chapter 148. The legendary potential Legion card, Are You the City Defense Army? Li Hui approached the entrance, immediately spotting Tu Tianyang. The aura emanating from him bore a striking resemblance to Li Hui's own. It was a distinct quality unique to the City Defense Army. Indeed, we are from the City Defense of S City. Due to the emergence of spatial rifts, we have come to seek refuge in Yang City. Tu Tianyang, upon noticing the arrival of Li Hui's group, set aside his fatigue. S City, you have journeyed across states? Li Hui expressed his astonishment. The distance from S City to Yang City stretched over 10,000 kilometers. Yes, out of a contingent of several 100,000, only these few remain. Tu Tianyang replied with a wry smile. Those days are behind us. From now on, Yang City will be your home. Li Hui reassured him, patting his shoulder. These individuals had once belonged to the City Defense Army, and the opportunity for recruitment was promising. Among them, there were at least 1,500 awakened ones, a formidable force indeed. Of course, the ones left behind to cover their retreat were Li Hui's primary focus. Those who dared to confront tens of thousands of insectoids alone must possess at least a 10-star strength. Such formidable individuals were a rarity in all of Yang City. By the way, was that strong individual who stayed behind also from the City Defense Army? Li Hui inquired. I wish he were. Unfortunately, he is not. Tu Tianyang replied with regret. If there were such a powerhouse within the base army, the number of those who would reach Yang City would certainly multiply. I see. What a pity. Li Hui felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he would make an effort to recruit. A 10-star powerhouse represented the pinnacle of strength in Yang City. My name is Li Hui. Would you all be willing to join the base army of Yang City? Li Hui boldly extended his invitation. The individuals before him exhibited commendable prowess. Both Tu Tianyang and Li Xiao were 8-star awakened ones, ranking above average in Yang City. Li Hui himself was also an 8-star intermediate. Certainly, Tu Tianyang nodded. Having originated from the City Defense Army, he felt a sense of belonging towards the formal structure. Excellent. Welcome aboard. Li Hui greeted with a smile. I wonder if this gentleman would consider joining the Yang City Army? Li Hui's gaze shifted to Li Xiao. I shall refrain from joining. After many years in the city defense, I am weary. Li Xiao politely declined. He suddenly realized that the life of a wild awakened one seemed more suited to him, free from the constraints of duty. He could pursue whatever he desired. After all, once integrated into the Yang City army, his past with the city defense of S City would become a distant memory. Very well. There exists an Awakened Ones Guild within the city. Compared to the base army, the guild offers greater freedom. Should you wish to join, you are welcome to the Awakened Ones Guild. Li Hui did not press him further. Thank you, old two. Until we meet again. Li Xiao bid farewell to the group and departed alone. Who else wishes to join the Yang City army? Li Hui continued his recruitment. I will join. Me too. With only a few individuals opting to leave. The remaining members chose to enlist in the Yang City army. After completing the recruitment of Awakened Ones, Li Hui returned to the city tower. The newly joined soldiers of Yang City must report to the camp. Naturally, there are soldiers assigned to guide them through these procedures. As an officer, Li Hui does not concern himself with such trivial matters. However, if Guan Li expresses a desire to join, he would gladly assist with these tasks. As for the ordinary survivors, no one pays them any mind. Military officers, what shall we do? One survivor inquired. Yang City is vast. You are free to manage yourselves. Chuckled the soldier guarding the city gates. Is there no aid in Yang City? The survivor questioned. They had come to Yang City seeking a stable life. Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? How could aid be provided to the millions of survivors in Yang City? If you seek sustenance, you must exert yourselves. If you are unwilling to stay, you may leave. The guard's tone grew increasingly harsh. He fought daily on the brink of death to ensure his family's survival. How could these individuals expect to receive handouts? Such kindness is a rarity in a world ravaged by catastrophe. The survivors fell silent and quietly departed. Leave the city? How could that be possible? Though there is no aid in Yang City, at least they need not fear the monsters. For them, that is already akin to paradise. This fog is truly ominous. Li Hui lamented. The area where Guan Li was engaged in battle with the swarm was completely shrouded in thick mist. This is dire. The insectoid reinforcements have arrived. Li Hui glanced to his left, where a dense mass of creatures surged toward the foggy region. On the right, another wave of insectoids appeared. Master, the insectoid reinforcements have arrived, Kyle announced. Guan Li could also distinctly feel the increasing numbers of the insectoids. Retreat. He withdrew his soldiers into the system space and, mounted on Blaze, charged toward Yang City. As Guan Li burst forth from the mist, the insectoids followed closely behind. After a pursuit of several hundred meters, they ceased their chase, retreating like a receding tide. Open the gates. Hurry. Seeing this, Li Hui quickly instructed the soldiers to open the doors. Guan Li rode Blaze into Yang City. Ding. Successfully followed the base army's retreat, arrived at Yang City. Reward, Legendary Potential Army Card X1, Skill Upgrade Opportunities X5. The moment he entered the city gates, the system's notification sounded. Upon hearing this divine message, Guan Li felt tears welling up. He had waited so long for this very moment. The massive city gates slowly closed. Guan Li spotted Li Hui and promptly recalled Blaze into the space. He constantly reminded himself that he was a summoner. Li Hui, with a beaming smile, approached Guan Li. Your strength is formidable. It commands my admiration. Upon hearing this, Guan Li realized it was mere flattery. May I inquire if you are interested in joining the Yang City army? Li Hui got straight to the point. Aware that some powerful individuals prefer directness. The more one talks, the more impatience brews. Join the Yang City army? I'm not interested. Guan Li firmly declined. Please, do not be so hasty in your refusal. If you join, the Yang City army is willing to establish a new legion, a legion that belongs to you. Li Hui continued. A legion that belongs to me? Guan Li was taken aback. Such boldness cannot be deemed insignificant. Alas, he remains disinterested. Can one's own legion possess its own fragrance? The human heart is inscrutable. I apologize. My interest remains unkind-led. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Guan Li paid no heed to the astonished gaze of the other. Very well. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. At the headquarters of the 3rd Legion, simply mention my name. Li Hui spoke. Without a moment's pause, Guan Li vanished into the street. Alas, what a pity. Li Hui sighed. Yet, this is indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Such a person will not bow to another. His refusal to join the Yangcheng army naturally implies he would not align himself with the Awakeners Guild either. Guan Li entered Yacheng and sought refuge in a concealed corner. It was an abandoned factory. He opened his system backpack, revealing a card in the last slot. The card, akin to a resplendent starry river, emanated a dreamlike radiance. Chapter 149. The Legion of Fallen Angels. Is this the legendary potential of a Legion card? Guan Li's breath quickened, for he had traveled to Yang City through great trials. Solely for this purpose, he summoned the Legion to safeguard the perimeter of the abandoned factory. A legendary card was bound to create quite a stir. Once prepared, Guan Li withdrew the Legion card. It was a translucent card, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. The design upon it appeared to coalesce within the void. With a decisive grip, Guan Li shattered the card, instantly releasing a dazzling light that enveloped the entire factory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Legion of Fallen Angels. The system's voice echoed in his mind. As the vibrant colors gradually faded, they coalesced into a singular card, which began to rotate slowly. The front depicted an exquisitely handsome Western man, with silver hair and deep, night-like eyes. Clad in a silver-gray battle robe, he wielded a colossal cross-sword, and a pair of gray-black wings unfurled from his back. Fallen Angel. Guan Li crushed the card once more, and a somber summoning circle materialized before him. 6 statuesque figures emerged within the circle. Lucifer. Thank you for the revival, master. The leading handsome man knelt gracefully before Guan Li, bowing slightly. With his left hand holding the sword plunged into the ground, and his right hand resting upon his chest. The wings behind him folded neatly. The other 5 fallen angels mirrored this posture. Lucifer? How intriguing. A smile crept onto Guan Li's lips, for in his homeland, Lucifer was a renowned figure. Rise. Guan Li commanded. Thank you, master. Lucifer stood, drawing the cross sword from the ground. Guan Li sensed that this sword was extraordinary. If he was not mistaken, it was indeed a legendary weapon. Master, what do you see? Lucifer inquired, puzzled. The sword in your hand. Guan Li replied candidly. This sword is called the Judgment of Doom. If you desire it, I shall offer it to you. Lucifer knelt before Guan Li, raising the sword with both hands, presenting it with utmost reverence. You would part with it? Guan Li retorted, having surmised that the sword was indeed a legendary weapon. After falling into hell, Lucifer had renamed his weapon to Judgment of Doom, symbolizing a future day when he would lead the demons of hell to reclaim heaven. However, the Judgment of Doom was likely in a sealed state, much like the Blade of Blood. Master, everything I possess belongs to you. Lucifer bowed his head, speaking with devotion. I was merely jesting. Rise. Guan Li could sense Lucifer's unwavering loyalty. This was precisely the effect he sought. Yes, master. Lucifer stood once more. Guan Li then accessed the attribute panel to examine the capabilities of the Legion of Fallen Angels. Legion of Fallen Angels, upgradable, number 5, expandable with special upgrade cards, potential, legendary, strength, advanced black iron, commander, Lucifer, Legion skills, power of the fallen, fallen aura, sword of judgment, domain of the fallen, Hell's Gate, chains of sin, wings of the fallen angel, commander skills, power of the 7 sins, fallen demon eye, twilight of the apocalypse. After examining the abilities of the fallen angels, Guan Li could only describe them with 2 words, truly remarkable. This legion, with its legendary potential, is indeed extraordinary. Upon acquiring the fallen angels, Guan Li was granted the opportunity to extract skills. System. Extract wings of the fallen angels. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Li commanded. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the wings of the fallen angels. The system's voice echoed. In an instant, Guan Li felt a mysterious transformation within his body. A tingling sensation emerged from his back, as if something was about to break free from its cocoon. With a rip, his clothing tore apart, revealing grayish-white wings that unfurled from his back. Guan Li attempted to flap the wings of the fallen angels. The wings gently flapped, lifting his feet off the ground. Flying with his own power was an extraordinary sensation. While flying with a sword relies on the strength of the blade, this felt different. Although flying with a sword is commendable, it lacked a certain essence. Guan Li flapped the wings of the fallen angels and soared around the factory a few times. What a delightful feeling. He landed, retracting the wings on his back. This skill was impressive, albeit somewhat ruinous to his attire. He took out a new piece of clothing to change into. Lucifer, can your wings be retracted? Guan Li inquired. The wings of the fallen angels, while magnificent, were rather ostentatious. Not a problem. Lucifer nodded, retracting the wings into his body. The other 5 fallen angels also retracted their wings. Guan Li decided to temporarily store the Legion soldiers back into the system space, leaving a few humanoid commanders to guard him closely. As he had just arrived in Sheep City, he was unfamiliar with the surroundings. It was prudent to remain low-key. Exiting the abandoned factory, he was met with a scene of desolation. Excuse me, little girl. Is there a restaurant nearby? Guan Li crouched down to ask. Before him stood a girl, her face covered in grime. Despite her dirty appearance, her porcelain-like features were undeniably adorable. Big brother, this is a slum. There are no restaurants here, she timidly replied. Had it not been for Guan Li's handsome visage, she might have run away out of fright. A slum? Guan Li frowned slightly. It seemed Sheep City was not as idyllic as he had imagined. Nonetheless, this mattered little to him. Yes, the girl nodded vigorously. Big brother, do you have any food? She pleaded. Nyo hasn't eaten in 2 days. My stomach is so hungry. Indeed. Here, take this. A piece of cake appeared in Guan Li's hand. Wow, cake. Thank you, big brother. The girl joyfully exclaimed, capturing the attention of those around her. The famished refugees fixated their gaze upon the cake in her hands. Finish eating before leaving. Guan Li brandished his blood-stained blade, driving it deep into the ground. The surrounding refugees immediately halted in their tracks. Upon witnessing the sword embedded in the earth, they understood that Guan Li was an awakened one. Had he been an ordinary person, they might have rushed forward, believing they had a chance. Yet, in the face of an awakened individual, they dared not entertain such thoughts. Why? Nyo blinked her large eyes, asking curiously. Because there are bad people. Guan Li gently patted her little head. Perhaps it was due to recently acquiring the Fallen Angel Legion that Guan Li felt particularly amiable. Under normal circumstances, he would not have intervened. Nyo will listen to Big Brother. You are a good person. The girl nibbled on the cake delicately. Guan Li could tell she was reluctant to part with it. After all, in the apocalypse, cake was a luxury few could afford. Nyo, eat heartily. I have more. Guan Li conjured several pieces of cream cake into his hands. Wow, Big Brother is amazing. He can perform magic. Nyo marveled. Here, eat. Guan Li offered the cake to the little girl. Chapter 150. Hell and Heaven. I shall heed my elder brother's words. Nyo devoured the cake voraciously. The scene around her had attracted a multitude of refugees, their eyes bloodshot, fixated on the cake in Nyo's hands. Starving, utterly famished. They had not tasted food for several days, and now, a bounty lay before them. One last gamble. They had to seize this chance. Hundreds of refugees surged toward Guan Li. In the slums, chaos reigned supreme. Might dictated the law, the strongest prevailed, even if one were to commit murder in broad daylight. As long as they remained unapprehended, the base military would turn a blind eye. After all, the city of sheep was vast, with a population too large to manage. Besides, they were mere refugees, their deaths were inconsequential. Seeking death, Guan Li's tone turned icy. He was acutely aware of the refugees' intentions. To dare to take risks, one must choose the right target. Kill him. He possesses food. A voice emerged from the throng of refugees, igniting their insatiable desires. Charge. They are merely awakened. We can vanquish them. The refugees lunged toward Guan Li. Kill. Guan Li uttered coldly. At your command. The commanders echoed in unison. Lucifer's sword sliced through the air, cleaving the bodies of the refugees. The proximity caused blood to splatter before Nyo's eyes. Big Brother. Startled, Nyo dropped her cake to the ground. She looked up, her expression vacant as she gazed at Guan Li. At that moment, he had transformed entirely. A benevolent elder brother had morphed into a merciless demon. Are you afraid? Guan Li flung his bloodied blade, piercing through a refugee's body. Not afraid. Big Brother is a good person. Nyo's body trembled slightly. Guan Li recognized her fear. How could a child of 11 or 12 not be terrified? He could shield her eyes and weave a comforting lie, and she would remain oblivious. But that was not the effect he desired. Guan Li aimed for her to perceive the grim reality of this apocalypse. Good people? They did not exist. In this grotesque world, there was only deceit and slaughter. You fear me, do you not? Guan Li grasped Nyo's shoulders. She collapsed to the ground. Woohoo! Big Brother, why must you kill? Unable to contain herself any longer, Nyo burst into tears. Because if I do not kill them, they will kill you. Guan Li pulled her to her feet. Look. Observe closely. He held her shoulders, compelling her to confront her surroundings. The commanders were mercilessly slaughtering the refugees, even as many pleaded for their lives upon their knees. Yet, the leaders showed no mercy. Nyo watched the refugees. Their eyes were filled with greed, desire, and ferocity. To survive in this apocalyptic world, one must adapt to this brutal reality. Are you still afraid? Guan Li released her shoulders. Nyo did not collapse but instead stood, trembling. A refugee charged toward her, yet before they could act, the judgment day of Lucifer pierced his heart. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering onto Nyo. Her delicate face became stained with the thick, crimson liquid. Nyo, do you still believe that Big Brother is a good person? Guan Li inquired. Yes. Nyo nodded earnestly. Foolish girl. You must remember, there are no truly good people in this world. The blood on my hands exceeds the food you have ever consumed. Guan Li declared, intending to make her grasp the harsh reality of this apocalyptic world. Yet to Nyo, Big Brother remained a good person. She wiped the blood from her face and gazed at Guan Li. Remember, do not easily trust anyone. In Guan Li's hand appeared a pill capable of instantly elevating an ordinary person to a 2-star level. A small gift from Big Brother. Now, we must go. All around. The refugees lay slain, leaving a ground littered with corpses. Nyo held the pill dreamily, her vision blurred by the blood. Big Brother, what is your name? She asked hurriedly. Unfortunately, no one responded. The street was empty save for her and the fallen bodies. Master, if you pity the girl, why not take her with you? Shenlian asked, puzzled. With his strength, it would be an effortless task. That girl has potential, but with me, she would merely be a songbird. Guan Li shook his head. Yes, master. Shen Lian said no more. Guan Li walked forward, reaching the exit of the slums, where guards from the base stood watch, prohibiting indiscriminate entry and exit to prevent any riots among the refugees that could disturb others. Of course, the area of Sheep City is vast, with many hidden paths allowing escape from the slums. For instance, the abandoned factory Guan Li passed through led directly out of the slums. Securing the main entrances sufficed. Do we need to conduct a check? Guan Li asked. No need. Please, my lord. The soldier bowed his head. Are you certain there is no need for inspection? Guan Li queried. My lord, you are a distinguished awakened. You cannot be a refugee. The soldier replied with a smile. Guan Li said nothing further and walked out of the slums. This is the privilege of the powerful. Great strength commands respect wherever one goes. Upon leaving the slums, the surrounding streets gradually grew more prosperous. The pedestrians wore neat clothing, devoid of any disarray. In comparison, the slums resembled a chasm between hell and heaven. Guan Li observed numerous women clad in alluring attire, strutting in high heels, clutching Hermes bags. Men donned crisp suits, exuding the aura of accomplished individuals. The streets were lined with shops selling various goods, clothes, jewelry, jade artifacts, tobacco, and alcohol, among others. However, currency had shifted from paper notes to food. A fine garment could be acquired for the price of a single biscuit, while luxury watches and jade trinkets fetched merely a loaf of bread. Guan Li even witnessed individuals openly auctioning slaves. A single bag of rice can easily carry away an adult man. 5 bags of rice could whisk away a captivating woman. The higher the price, the superior the quality of the slaves. Guan Li witnessed numerous lecherous uncles pointing and gesturing towards the women. Esteemed patrons, freshly steamed buns are available for your delight. With merely a 3-star crystal core, you can take an entire basket. The vendor incessantly called out. In this apocalyptic world, nothing is more valuable than a crystal core. To become an awakened one is the aspiration of every individual. For with strength comes the true ability to seize one's destiny. Hey, handsome, care to play? Guan Li strolled through a narrow alley when a woman, adorned in makeup, beckoned to him. She appeared to be merely 18 or 19, her physique quite appealing. Though her face was unremarkable, her makeup was exquisite. How about a box of cookies? What do you think? She proposed. Apologies, but you do not align with my tastes, Guan Li replied, shaking his head in resignation. Wait, how about for free? She suddenly changed her tune, her interest piqued by his striking looks. He shook his head, choosing to ignore her. Handsome, perhaps I could sweeten the deal? We can negotiate. The woman gazed at Guan Li's retreating figure, her determination still flickering. Shen Lian, do I resemble a pretty boy? Guan Li inquired. Master, you are indeed handsome. With starry brows and sharp eyes. A true beauty. Shen Lian responded earnestly. Shen Lian, if you cannot refrain from speaking, it would be best to say less. Guan Li rolled his eyes. He traversed the bustling streets, where people flowed like water and vehicles surged like a tide. This is the apocalypse, a paradise for the strong and a hell for the weak. Chapter 151. The invasion of the insectoids. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed above the streets. In response to the recent assaults by the insectoid creatures, the base's military had heightened their vigilance. Should any of the insectoids breach the city walls, the alarm would sound. Attention, citizens of Yang City. A battle has erupted ahead. A small contingent of insectoid aerial units has breached our defenses. However, please remain calm. The base's forces will soon mobilize for rescue. Until then, we urge everyone to vacate open areas and seek refuge in concealed corners as we await assistance. The broadcast reverberated through the air, inciting a wave of panic among the populace. They glanced anxiously skyward, fearing the sudden appearance of the creatures. Street vendors hastily gathered their belongings, for these possessions represented their very lives. Without them, survival would be impossible, compelling them to risk everything to salvage their wares. Chaos ensued as the crowd surged, individuals jostling one another, each unwilling to yield. This tumult resulted in many being knocked to the ground, leading to a tragic trampling incident where the frail were crushed beneath the throng. Guan Li observed women in high heels twisting their ankles, groaning in agony on the pavement. Amid the turmoil, a careless slave owner lost track of their captive, who seized the opportunity to flee. Merchants with storefronts sought refuge indoors, while some survivors attempted to join them, igniting a fierce struggle. In the frenzy, the desperate paid no heed to the cries of others, forcing their way into the buildings and locking the doors behind them, indifferent to the pleas echoing around them. Even before the insectoids arrived, the people were already in disarray. Guan Li remained steadfast, refusing to flee. Many others shared his composure, stretching their limbs as they prepared for the impending conflict. These individuals were all awakened ones. With the insectoids surrounding the city, they found themselves unable to hunt for monsters, relying solely on these flying creatures for their livelihoods. Buzzing filled the air as dark clouds materialized in the distance. A closer inspection revealed that these clouds were composed of insects. Name: Swift Flying Insect Race. Insectoid Potential: 8 stars. Strength: 6 stars. Beginner. Abilities: Rapid Movement, Charge Attack, Lateral/Evaluation. Insectoids arriving from spatial rifts. Possessing agile speed and formidable attack power, often appearing in swarms. Guan Li scanned the sky as the system swiftly relayed information. The threat posed by the 6-star beginner insects was negligible to him, and he dismissed the thought of summoning soldiers. With just himself and his commander, they could easily manage the situation. Everyone, prepare for battle. Guan Li gripped his blood-drinking blade, warming up his body. The swift insects were roughly the size of a hyena, their backs adorned with sharp wings that glinted menacingly, capable of slicing through objects with ease. Their forelimbs bore razor-sharp claws, and their legs were equipped with barbed hooks, tools designed for capturing prey. The insects are coming. Open the door, I beg you. Outside, ordinary people screamed in terror. If you would only open the door, I would do anything. A woman, desperate for her life, cast aside her reservations. Really? The alluring beauty, has someone stirred? Indeed, anything is possible, they pleaded. Very well, I shall open the door. As the man swung the door open, a shadow rushed from the sky. He was instantly startled, collapsing onto the ground. What is happening? Hurry, open the door. The woman urged, suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense. Turning around, she felt a searing pain in her shoulder. The claws of a swift insect seized her body, dragging her from the shelter of the eaves and flinging her onto the street. Surrounding her, the swift insects relentlessly descended upon her. She felt her flesh being torn away piece by piece. Ah! She screamed, succumbing to the terror and dying on the spot. The man who had contemplated opening the door felt a scalding liquid pooling beneath him. He had soiled himself in fear, narrowly escaping death. The threat of mortality eclipsed the desires swirling in his mind. He crawled into a corner in panic. Bang, bang, bang. The swift insects battered against the iron door. The man trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, the cacophony ceased. He cautiously peeked out. The door was warped but remained intact. Phew. Thank goodness this door is sturdy. He sighed in relief. Yet, before he could savor the moment, a sharp claw pierced through his skull. The insects crawled in from the eaves. On the street, the swift insects mercilessly slaughtered the ordinary people. They relished the tormenting of their prey. Capturing their victims, they did not kill them immediately. Instead, they slowly tore flesh away, allowing their prey to perish in fear. Damn insects! One awakened warrior shouted, wielding a long spear. The spear tip glimmered with energy, enhancing its sharpness. He lunged forward, and insect blood splattered. Yet, the swift insect did not perish. It was of 6-star initial strength, while the awakened warrior was merely 5-star intermediate. Hiss! The swift insect roared in fury. This shot had successfully enraged it. Its wings throbbed rapidly as it charged at the awakened warrior. He felt his body being torn apart, blood gushing forth. The sharp mandibles feasted upon his head. Under the weight of overwhelming power, the awakened warrior gradually lost his strength. His tragic demise jolted everyone to awareness. These swift insects were not mere cannon fodder. Ordinary cannon fodder typically possessed at most 5-star strength, but the might of the swift insects exceeded their wildest imaginations. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The swift insects launched a fierce assault. Many awakened warriors found their heads severed. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. One awakened warrior cried out, only to be pierced through the heart. His eyes widened as he fell straight down. Boom. From afar, a swarm of insects charged down the street. Damn. The city gate has fallen. The awakened warrior's brows furrowed deeply. If they were merely flying insects, they might have been able to sneak over the city walls. However, these ground-dwelling insectoids have infiltrated the city. This can only indicate that the city gates have fallen. At least, they have succumbed for the moment. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many of these creatures to appear. Retreat. Do not remain on the streets. Fall back into the alleys. A survivor shouted. With their meager numbers, confronting the insect horde head-on is akin to courting death. As for the ordinary citizens on the streets, such circumstances have rendered them inconsequential. With their own lives hanging by a thread, who can afford to concern themselves with others? The awakened fled into the alleys. Without their obstruction, the swift-flying insects became even more unrestrained. Those ordinary individuals were seized and lifted into the air, only to be hurled violently to the ground, meeting their demise in helpless despair. Help! Who can rescue me? The desperate cries of ordinary people echoed. Alas, no hero emerged. The insects rampaged mercilessly, transforming the streets into a living hell. You shall not harm my child, a mother declared, standing resolutely in front of her offspring. In her eyes, there was not a trace of fear, even as the swift-flying insect charged towards her. Yuan, you must run. Mother will hold it off. The mother urged her daughter. Mother, please don't send Yuan Yuan away. The girl cried out. Yuan Yuan. The mother could no longer contain herself, embracing the girl as tears streamed down her face. The swift-flying insect, however, paid no heed to such sentiments. It had already surged to the woman's front, prepared to claim 2 lives at any moment. Chapter 152. The outbreak of the final battle. With a swift motion, as the ferocious flying insects were about to strike down the mother and daughter, a figure darted past, cleaving the insects in twain. Lucifer, with his wings unfurled, hovered gracefully in the air. Bathed in the sun's radiance, he appeared resplendent and divine. Mother, is that an angel? The girl uttered dreamily. It was evident that this world, too, bore its own myths and legends. What? The mother queried, turning in confusion to behold an angel suspended aloft. The woman stood transfixed. Indeed, it was an angel. Could this be a divine envoy sent to rescue humanity? Madam, I am no messenger of the gods. I loathe those hypocritical beings, Lucifer declared, clearly perceiving the turmoil within her heart. The woman's mind struggled to comprehend. Lucifer offered no further explanation. With a powerful flap of his wings, he surged towards the ferocious insects. These lowly creatures were far easier to dispatch than the angels of the divine realm. If you wish to survive, flee quickly. Shenlian, wielding a great sword, passed by the woman. He emanated an overwhelming aura, the embodiment of sword magic. Oh, I understand. The woman grasped her daughter and swiftly vanished into the streets. Yet, the silhouette of that noble figure would forever be etched in her memory. On the ground, the insect swarm surged towards Guan Li. Leo stood resolutely before him, his great sword cleaving through the air, unleashing a dazzling silver light. The silver radiance erupted amidst the swarm, sending countless silver blades flying, instantly obliterating throngs of lesser insects. Shenlian leapt into the fray, crashing into the swarm. His fearsome blade sent the surrounding insects hurtling away. The creatures fell to the ground, shattered into pieces. Kyle charged forward with his great sword. Without the Thunder Beast, his prowess was significantly diminished, for he was a cavalryman. Nevertheless, he could still effortlessly slay the insects, as the sheer force of his might was undeniable. Long Chie grasped the insect bodies, unleashing his devouring claws. From the immense gash, terrifying tendrils emerged, covered in vicious barbs, ensnaring the insects. During this period of consumption, Long Chie advanced to the initial stage of 9 stars. Behind Guan Li, the wings of a fallen angel unfurled. He soared skyward, his bloodthirsty blade hacking mercilessly. Any insect struck by the blade would rapidly wither. The quality of the bloodthirsty blade had also attained a high level of 9 stars, and its blood-absorbing speed grew ever swifter. Once it breached the defenses and made contact with flesh, it would swiftly drain the adversary's lifeblood. How powerful! Who are these individuals? Awakened ones in the alley cautiously peered out. They must surely be formidable members of the base army. Did you not see how the insects could not withstand a single strike? Instant annihilation. One awakened individual exclaimed in astonishment. I don't think they are from the base army. They must be from the Awakened Guild. Another awakened one suggested. Hiss. You make a compelling point. Could it be that esteemed individual? The crowd turned their gaze towards the speaker, the Awakener. They were well aware of who that esteemed individual was, the founder of the Awakener Guild and one of the 2 most formidable Awakeners in Sheep City. He and the commander of the base army were hailed as the war gods of Sheep City. As long as they remained, Sheep City would not fall. It could not possibly be that esteemed individual. Even if he appeared, it would be on the front lines. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The swarm had been eradicated. An Awakener exclaimed. The prowess of these formidable beings was undoubtedly above the 9th star. The Awakeners speculated amongst themselves. The number of insects on the streets was not substantial, merely a couple of thousand. Clear the battlefield. Let us head to the front lines. Guan Li commanded decisively. The commander's speed was remarkable, swiftly receiving the crystal cores and cards, which he stowed away before hastening towards the city gates. After Guan Li departed, the Awakeners felt emboldened to emerge. True strength exudes gallantry. Such abundant materials, and yet he left them all behind. A burly man marveled. While the insect carcasses might not hold the same value as crystal cores, they were far from useless. Some insect flesh was edible, their shells could be fashioned into armor, and their claws could serve as weaponry. They bent down to begin dissecting the insect corpses. The streets near the city walls had been severely affected by the swarm, littered with horizontal carcasses, blood staining the ground. The buildings on either side of the street had also suffered damage, with many houses collapsing entirely. The base army had already initiated rescue operations, yet the majority of soldiers had rushed to the front lines for support. A black iron-level insect, leading millions of its kind, launched a final offensive. Several legions of soldiers were fully committed to the front lines. The city gate breached by the insect horde had succumbed due to insufficient defenses. The base army had not anticipated the sudden total assault from the insects. Caught off guard, they were unable to prevent the loss of the city gate, allowing the insect army to surge into the city. Fortunately, the Legion soldiers arrived in time to provide support, sealing the gate and preventing the insect army from advancing unchecked. Guan Li adeptly rescued a squad of base army soldiers. What is the current situation? Guan Li stood with his sword drawn, akin to a celestial swordsman descending to earth. Thank you, esteemed sir, for saving our lives. The soldiers of the base army quickly bowed in gratitude. You have yet to answer my question, Guan Li remarked coolly. To report, sir, the western city wall is holding firm. However, the insect assault is exceedingly fierce. Without further reinforcements, it may not withstand for long. One soldier replied. The insects have launched a total offensive? Guan Li inquired, puzzled. It is said that a black iron-level insect leads a 1,000,000-strong insect army. The soldier relayed all the information he had. I understand. Guan Li responded before making his way towards the western city. For Guan Li, this represented an opportune moment. These were all walking crystal cores. The main force of the Sheep City base army was drawing the insect's attention. He could undoubtedly take advantage of the chaos. Moreover, the bloodthirsty blade was on the verge of unsealing the black iron level. It required a substantial amount of flesh and blood to sustain itself. One must also seek a battle to transcend. This confrontation is a matter of survival for the city of Yangqing. Should we falter, Yangqing shall face annihilation. However, if we prevail, the abundance of resources will suffice to solidify Yangqing's foundation, allowing it to traverse further in this apocalyptic era. Naturally, the glory of being etched in history is a pursuit meant for others. He yearns solely for the acquisition of points, an ample bounty of points. The emergence of the Fallen Angel Legion has rendered Guan Li's points utterly insufficient. He comprehends that nurturing more legions necessitates an abundance of points. Star rank is merely the inception. Guan Li moves swiftly, his gaze fixed upon the towering city walls in the distance. The walls are teeming with the insectoid horde, engaged in fierce combat with the soldiers. At the city gate, a grotesque pile of corpses, both insect and human, has accumulated. Even from a distance of over 1,000 meters, Guan Li can detect the pungent scent of blood. He summons all legions. Eileen, position your archers in a concealed spot to fire. He issues his command directly. Yes, master. Eileen leads the elven archers to disperse. All commanders, charge with me. Chapter 153. Assistance. Guan Li wielded the blood-drinking blade, pointing it resolutely towards the battlefield ahead. Brothers, charge. The legion commander led the soldiers into a fervent advance. Where is the reinforcement? Where is the help? Bin, hold on. Amidst the encirclement of the swarm, a soldier fought valiantly, bloodied. With his right hand grasping a battle knife, he used his left to support his injured comrade. The comrade's leg had been severed, blood gushing forth relentlessly. It was a decision made with his own hand, necessitated by a blood-sucking worm that had burrowed into the man's thigh. Had he not severed it, the man would have been rendered useless. He had witnessed, firsthand, the torment inflicted upon a soldier by a blood-sucking worm. These creatures would not kill you outright. Instead, they would meander within your body, causing your skin to wither and rot, ultimately leading you to a slow, agonizing demise. Lin Go, you don't need to worry about me, Bin said weakly. Enough nonsense. I will drag you out. Zhang Lin's battle knife cleaved through a lunging clawed spider. He pulled his injured companion, retreating gradually. The squad soldiers had all perished. The onslaught of the swarm was too fierce, their numbers overwhelming. The supporting soldiers were entirely besieged. Without further reinforcements, the West City would surely fall. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps echoed in Zhang Lin's ears. With a sudden thrust, a long spear pierced through a red-armored insect before him. Scalding insect blood splattered across his face. He beheld a magnificent, formidable beast passing by. Upon its back was a figure. The Awakeners Guild. Excellent. Reinforcements have arrived. Zhang Lin assumed it was a member of the Awakeners Guild, for they bore no insignia of the base army. Whether they were from the base army or the Awakeners Guild mattered little. What was crucial was that assistance had come. The Thunder Beast charged toward the base of the city wall, which had already been overrun by the swarm. Surrounding them were at least tens of thousands of insects. Beneath the wall, there were insects, and above it, there were also insects. The creatures outside were launching a fierce assault as well. Yet, the base army comprised only a few thousand soldiers. The plight of humanity was dire. Kyle led the Thunder Beast riders into the throng of insects. With a fierce thrust, he pierced through several of them. His spear swept across, clearing the area of surrounding foes in an instant. The sturdy city gate had been deformed by the relentless battering of the swarm. Outside the gate, several large insects were continuously assaulting it. With each collision, the gate twisted further. Damn it! The swarm has begun attacking the gate again. Eliminate those red-shielded horned insects. The officer's face was grave as he hastily issued orders. The red-shielded horned insects were the evolved form of the red-armored insects, possessing formidable ramming capabilities and hard shells. In the siege, they acted as the swarm's battering rams. Just moments ago, the gate had been breached unexpectedly due to their assault. The surviving soldiers turned their guns toward the red-shielded horned insects, unleashing a barrage of bullets that struck against their shells. Their exoskeletons, akin to shields, merely retained shallow indentations from the gunfire. The awakened ones on the ground rushed towards the red-shield horned insects. They swung their battle blades, cleaving into the creature's exoskeletons. With a squelch, the blades pierced through, revealing the green ichor within. In agony, the red-shield horned insects thrashed violently, sending several awakened individuals flying, who landed on the ground, coughing up blood. An ever-increasing swarm of insects began to crawl up the city walls. Soldiers operating heavy weaponry were overwhelmed by the onslaught. The defensive forces atop the walls grew increasingly feeble. Observing the dire situation, the officer charged forward, dispatching the attacking insects with brutal precision. However, despite his efforts, soldiers had already perished. "Hold the line. Press forward," the officer commanded, but no soldiers responded from behind. Turning to look, he found the soldiers on the battlements completely encircled by the insect horde. They fought valiantly, yet could not break free. Suddenly, a venomous spider seized the opportunity and sank its fangs into the officer's arm. "Ah, damn it," he exclaimed, swiftly cleaving the spider in two with his blade. Yet, his arm began to darken visibly as the toxin spread. In a decisive moment, the officer severed his own arm. The severed limb fell to the ground, exuding a foul, purplish miasma, the venom of the spider. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he hastily bandaged the wound. With one hand gripping the sword, he plunged back into the fray against the insect horde. Tearing sounds echoed as insects pierced his calf. He sank to one knee, cold sweat and blood streaming down his forehead. It was over. The officer closed his eyes, awaiting the embrace of death. Yet, in the next moment, scalding blood splattered across his face. Hesitant, he realized death had not yet come. Opening his eyes, he beheld a towering figure before him. A silver blade pierced through the body of an insect. "Not dead?" Leo exclaimed, tossing the insect carcass aside. "Not dead. Thank you, my lord," the officer replied, gazing around. Dozens of warriors clad in silver-winged armor were engaged in exterminating the insects. "If you're not dead, then rise and fight." Leo tossed him a healing pill. This is a blood-replenishing elixir, capable of aiding in the recovery of wounds. It's something obtained in City S. While its effects may be limited for the Legion, it is beneficial for ordinary awakened ones. "Yes, my lord," the officer rejoiced, quickly grasping the pill. Upon consuming it, a gentle force coursed through him, mending his injuries. The wounds healed rapidly, ceasing their bleeding. Although his severed arm could not be restored, he was still able to fight effectively. "My lord, are you members of the Awakened Guild?" the officer inquired. "Do not ask questions that do not concern you," Leo replied coldly. "Yes, my lord." The officer nodded vigorously. Regardless of their faction, they were all united in the battle against the insects. Leo surged forth, his silver blade dancing through the air. With each strike, he felled multiple insects. What a fierce assault! He must be at least a 9-star powerhouse. The officer gasped in awe. He had witnessed the prowess of 9-star powerhouses from the base military before, yet the might of the figure before him surpassed them significantly. The silver-winged warriors relentlessly vanquished the creatures atop the city walls, significantly alleviating the pressure on the base forces. Thunderous roars echoed as the Red Shield Beetle launched a fierce assault, ultimately breaching the city gate. The swarm surged through the gaping fissure into the interior, only to be met not by the base forces, but by the formidable Thunderbeast riders. The Thunderbeast unleashed violet lightning from its maw, devastating the advancing horde, reducing them to charred remnants. With claws crackling with purple energy, they leapt into the throng of insects. The air crackled as lightning erupted, sending the surrounding creatures flying. Kyle brandished his spear and charged forth, as arcs of lightning illuminated the swarm. The newly arrived insects were instantly forced back, while the red shield horn beetles blocking the entrance were impaled by his lance. Leading the Thunderbeast riders, Kyle surged out of the city. Outside, the battlefield was rife with base soldiers engaged in a desperate fight, and the Thunderbeast Knights plunged into the heart of the insect army. "Reinforcements! Reinforcements have arrived. Hold your ground." The soldiers embroiled in the external skirmish had been teetering on the brink of despair, encircled by the insect horde like isolated islands amidst a vast ocean, certain to be consumed in due time. Yet, Kyle's arrival rekindled their hope. Chapter 154, Capturing the Thief and the King Brothers. Hold on. The Thunderbeast Knights of Kyle are an unstoppable force, igniting a flicker of hope within the ranks of the base army. The Thunderbeast charge into the swarms of the insectoid army, their sheer momentum rendering the lesser creatures utterly defenseless. They are instantly reduced to a gruesome pulp. Kill. Annihilate these insects. The soldiers of the base army, witnessing this display, find their morale soaring. They launch a fierce counterattack against the encroaching insects. Guan Li weaves through the throngs of bugs, as the insects within the city have already claimed the surrounding territories. The light elven archers, having located a vantage point, commenced their assault on the insects below. Their radiant arrows pierced the skulls of the creatures with lethal precision. Having advanced in their abilities, the light elven archers can now harness energy to form their luminous arrows, which possess formidable penetrating power. Upon striking their targets, the light energy detonates, dealing secondary damage. Armed with the Blood Drinker blade, Guan Li cleaves through the surrounding insects. No matter how resilient their exoskeletons may be, they are mere soft shells before the might of the Blood Drinker blade. The razor-sharp edge slices through armor effortlessly, and from the blade, tendrils of flesh surge forth, capable of draining the life force from an insect in mere seconds. These tendrils continuously coil back towards the crystalline core and the cards. With a flick of her hand, Guan Li draws them all into her spatial ring. Long continues to devour the insects, accumulating their flesh and blood energy within. The vanguard insects, largely serving as cannon fodder, may have once terrorized the soldiers of the base army, but against Guan Li, they are left utterly defeated. The skeletal mages ascend the city walls, chanting incantations that summon raging firestorms to sweep through the swarm. The areas lost to the enemy are swiftly reclaimed by the base army. Protect my soldiers. Bone commands his officers. Yes, my lord. The officers reply with urgency. Bone leads the remaining soldiers into the fray outside the city, while the skeletal mages remain on the walls, continuously chanting spells and unleashing devastating skills. Everyone, protect the esteemed mages. The officer orders decisively. The attacks of these skeletal soldiers prove far more effective than conventional weaponry. Understood. The soldiers respond with renewed vigor. The tide of battle begins to shift. The number of insects within the city dwindles rapidly. The Xianlei flood dragons unleash spheres of lightning that explode among the insect ranks, sending swathes of the creatures flying. They plunge into the swarm, clawing and whipping their tails, their formidable physiques rendering the insects powerless to resist. Burn everything to the ground. The fire wyvern bellows, expelling searing flames that engulf the terrain. In an instant, a vast inferno engulfs the area within dozens of meters. The insects shriek in terror, their burning bodies careening chaotically. But soon they are reduced to charred remains. The Shadow Blade Demon Legion soars through the skies on their enchanted swords, descending into the battlefield outside the city. They direct their flying blades at the surrounding insects. The insects within the city are yours to handle. Guan Li calls out. Yes, master. Songlin, Finian, and Eileen responded through their mental prowess. With 3 legions and the dragon, alongside scattered base troops, dealing with the insects within the city should pose no challenge. Outside the city, tens of thousands of base troops, bolstered by 4 legions, ensured that a collapse was not imminent. Guan Li, with his singular strength, sought to turn the tide of battle in the western sector of the city. Lucifer, follow me. Guan Li summoned the wings of a fallen angel and soared into the air. Lucifer, accompanied by the fallen angel, trailed closely behind him. As they flew over the city walls, Guan Li beheld the battlefield below, a scene that could only be described as horrific. Corpses littered the ground, and rivers of blood flowed freely. Limbs were scattered everywhere, rendering it impossible to discern friend from foe. However, in terms of numbers, the base troops were clearly at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the support of 4 legions had stabilized the previously crumbling front lines, significantly alleviating the pressure on the base troops. Surviving generals regrouped their forces to confront the insect horde. Guan Li did not linger. He traversed the battlefield towards the rear of the insect army. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. If he could locate and eliminate the insect leader, the crisis in Yang City might be averted. Ding. Mission triggered. Eliminate the black demon insect and repel the insect forces. Reward: 10 Legion expansion cards for 10 individuals. The system's notification suddenly echoed in his mind, causing a smile to grace Guan Li's lips. He had not anticipated acquiring a task so fortuitously. Guan Li navigated through the battlefield and arrived a few kilometers outside Yang City. His primary focus was on the remaining city gates, for there were no signs of the insect leader in the western city. Thus, it was highly probable that the adversary was present on one of the other battlefronts. The powerful individuals of Yang City should also have launched their decapitation missions. They were not fools. They understood the principle of capturing the king first. However, the sheer numbers of the insects made the task daunting. While the notion of decapitation sounded straightforward, its execution was fraught with difficulty. The insect leader would undoubtedly have a substantial force for protection, and its own strength was formidable. Hence, a meticulous plan was essential for such an operation. Yet, this was a concern for others. For Guan Li, the decapitation mission was relatively simple. He merely needed to ascertain the location of the insect leader. The strength of the Fallen Angel Legion had reached a high level of black iron. Unless the insect leader possessed the strength of silver, otherwise, it would face a certain demise. I have found you. A slight smile curved Guan Li's lips. Not far ahead, a dense mass of insects swarmed, within which loomed a gargantuan figure, a jet-black beetle towering 2 stories high. Mysterious patterns adorned its ebony shell. Name: Black Demon Insect Race. Insect potential: Silver Strength. Intermediate Black Iron Ability. Unknown Evaluation. An insect that descended from a spatial rift. It possesses an obsidian exterior and can unleash formidable attacks of black light. Guan Li scanned the target, and the system swiftly provided the information. Once confirmed, the decapitation mission commenced. Lucifer, it's in your hands. Guan Li halted midair, aware that his current power was that of an advanced 8-star. One would not be foolish enough to risk one's life, for life is but a singular gift. As commanded, my master. A wicked smile graced the handsome visage of Lucifer. Angels, clear the path for our master. With a powerful beat of his wings, Lucifer plunged towards the earth, trailed by 5 fallen angels. Hiss hiss. The black demonic insect sensed an ominous presence, emitting an uneasy hiss. The surrounding swarm of insects erupted into chaos. It soon realized that the threat loomed from above. Raising its head, it beheld the figure of Lucifer. Thousands of flying insects commenced their assault, while those on the ground could only continue their frantic hissing. Lucifer's Judgment Day unleashed a radiant sword light. Slash, slash, slash. Hundreds of flying insects were instantaneously reduced to mere fragments. Lucifer soared through the swarm, positioning himself above the black demonic insect. A burst of black luminescence erupted from the creature, coalescing into a column of dark energy that hurtled towards Lucifer. Unfazed, he gripped his sword and cleaved through the dark beam, splitting it asunder. Insects, taste this. Lucifer's lips parted slightly. The Sword of Judgment. A colossal magical array materialized in the sky. From this array, a gigantic energy sword began to coalesce. With a decisive swing of his weapon, the massive energy sword descended upon the black demonic insect. Boom. The fearsome sword pierced through its body, pinning it firmly to the ground. Chapter 155. A Turning Tide Hiss. The black magic insect was pinned to the ground, letting out a final, unwilling cry as it faced its demise. Ding. The successful slaying of the black magic insect has granted 10 Legion expansion cards for 10 individuals. Killing the black magic insect yields 100,000 points. The system's notification resonated. Following the insect's death, the colossal energy sword gradually dissipated, leaving behind a terrifying wound. The surrounding swarm of insects was thrown into chaos. The fallen angel legion effortlessly shattered the swarm. Clear the battlefield. Guan Li descended to the ground and approached the corpse of the black magic insect. Its massive body loomed like a small mountain, rendering him no larger than an ant in comparison. But what did it matter? Ultimately, it had still succumbed to his hand. He grasped the bloodthirsty blade and plunged it into the carcass of the black magic insect. This creature was of black iron grade, and its flesh and blood harbored immense energy. The bloodthirsty blade would absorb its essence, potentially unlocking its power once more. At the moment the blade pierced the corpse, the entire sword trembled violently, as if it had encountered a delectable feast. Blood-red tendrils unfurled from the blade, enveloping the black magic insect's body. The once mountainous carcass rapidly shriveled, and in an instant, it was reduced to an empty shell. Buzz. After absorbing the flesh and blood of the black magic insect, the bloodthirsty blade radiated a scarlet glow. The blade became sharper, and its intricate patterns grew more defined. Ding. The bloodthirsty blade has surpassed the initial black iron grade, unlocking the skill blood drink. The system's notification chimed. Following the absorption of the black magic insect's essence, the blade's rank had successfully ascended to the black iron grade, and it had acquired a new skill, blood drink, the ability to siphon an enemy's blood and convert it into strength. Guan Li's eyes gleamed. This skill was formidable. However, with no enemies present, he was unable to test it at that moment. He extracted a crystal core from the insect's head. Within the core flowed a torrent of vibrant energy, palpable even through its encasing. This was indeed a black iron grade crystal core, with energy so potent that it had solidified into a tangible form, far surpassing a star-grade core. In addition to the black iron core, there was also a card. Both sides of the card were adorned with intricate black iron patterns. Guan Li carefully stowed the black iron card away. He grasped the crystal core and began the process of absorption. Boom. A tidal wave of surging energy rushed into his body, causing him to feel as if he might explode. Gritting his teeth, he endured the excruciating pain surging within him. Forcing the absorption of the crystal core was akin to courting death. Should his body fail to withstand the energy's impact, he would meet a catastrophic end. Yet Guan Li's physique was far beyond that of an ordinary awakened individual. Even with cross-grade absorption, he would encounter only minor complications. His internal organs gradually succumbed to the energy's onslaught, yet a powerful life force surged forth, swiftly healing them. Limbs reformed. This skill was not limited to mere restoration of limbs. In the presence of sufficient energy, even organs can undergo repair. The black iron crystal core, imbued with ample energy, is precisely why Guan Li dares to absorb it. Destruction and rebirth converge into a flawless cycle. Time passes gradually, and Guan Li distinctly senses his body growing stronger, as if a piece of iron has been subjected to relentless forging, with all impurities hammered out. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy radiates from within Guan Li. The energy of the black iron crystal core has been nearly exhausted, allowing his prowess to successfully ascend to the intermediate level of 9 stars. The exoskeleton of the black magic insect is exceptionally resilient, suitable for crafting armor. If exchanged with the base's military, it should yield a considerable number of crystal cores. Guan Li meticulously slices the exoskeleton into over 30 pieces, all of which he stores within his spatial ring. The fallen angels have completed the battlefield cleanup. Yet the harvested crystal cores are few. 426 7-star cores, 35 8-star cores, and 4 9-star cores, alongside 230 purple gold cards and 5 gold cards. After securing his belongings, Guan Li hastens back to the battlefield in the western city. What is amiss? The situation with the insectoid army seems rather peculiar. Wei Qianfan descends upon the city walls. As the pinnacle powerhouse of Yang City, he is undoubtedly a paragon among the elite. In just a few days, he has achieved consecutive breakthroughs, advancing from the initial stage of 10 stars to the advanced stage. Yet, as he approaches a breakthrough to the black iron level, he encounters a bottleneck. Despite the sufficient accumulation of energy within him, he cannot seem to take that final step. Just as he prepares to delve into research, the insectoids arrive. With urgency on the front lines, the western city is breached, and black iron-level insectoids emerge. The relentless stream of bad news has plunged the morale of the base's military to an all-time low. Wei Qianfan understands that he must step forward, for only his presence can reassure the soldiers. Commander, the general atop the city walls promptly bows in respect. In their eyes, Wei Qianfan is an invincible entity. Have the black iron-level insectoids not made their appearance yet? A resonant voice echoes from the walls. The crowd turns to see a young man standing atop the parapets. Lord Gu Wu. All but Wei Qianfan bow reverently. Gu Wu, the founder of the Awakeners Guild, stands as another legend of Yang City. Gu Wu, have you also encountered a bottleneck? Wei Qianfan does not turn around, his profound gaze fixed on the distant battlefield. Indeed, black iron level, even with sufficient energy accumulation. A breakthrough remains elusive. Gu Wu stands beside Wei Qianfan. Since a breakthrough is unattainable, let us first repel the insectoids. Wei Qianfan states, can we slay that black iron-level insectoid by combining our strengths? Gu Wu inquires. Uncertain. We must engage to ascertain. Wei Qianfan replies, thus far. That creature has only appeared once, merely observing from a distance, without making a move. He too is filled with uncertainty. What precisely are the black iron-level Zerg contemplating? Logically, now that both I and Gu Wu have revealed ourselves, they should also emerge and launch their final assault. Yet, the reality diverges somewhat from this expectation. The black iron Zerg remain elusive, their presence still unaccounted for. Without further deliberation, we plunged headlong into the ranks of the Zerg army. Even in the absence of the black iron Zerg, several 10-star Zerg still roamed the battlefield, their prowess not to be underestimated. Returning to the western part of the city, I found the situation had largely stabilized. After I vanquished the dark demon bug, the morale of the Zerg forces began to wane significantly. When I departed, our forces were evenly matched with the base army, but now, we found ourselves on the receiving end of the assault. All high-ranking Zerg on the battlefield had been systematically eliminated by the Legion commanders. Clutching the bloodthirsty blade, I surged into the throng of Zerg. Their chitinous exoskeletons crumbled before the sharp edge of my sword as if they were mere paper. I dispatched dozens of Zerg, and in doing so, sensed a faint trickle of energy being absorbed into my body. This was the energy converted by the bloodthirsty blade. Although scant, it was readily attainable. As long as I continued to slay these creatures, I could ceaselessly amass energy. Chapter 156, The Conclusion of the Great Battle. Wei Qianfan vanquished the insect horde, feeling an unexpected ease in the struggle. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the creatures, he encountered no particularly formidable adversaries. If one were to identify the mightiest of the insects, it would likely be the 10-star advanced flame demon bug, which had inflicted minor wounds upon him. Old Wei, this feels a bit off, Gu Wu exclaimed, launching a punch that shattered the insects before him, sending countless shards of exoskeleton flying. I have a daring hypothesis. Do you think that the black iron-level insects might have already been eliminated? Impossible. What kind of creature would that be? Gu Wu responded, skepticism evident in his voice. I'm merely speculating. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. If such a creature truly existed, Yang City would surely be doomed. Unbeknownst to them, the true orchestrator of this chaos was in the West City. The luminous elven archers stood atop the city walls, relentlessly unleashing their radiant feathered arrows upon the battlefield. The insect menace within the city had been thoroughly eradicated, and any stragglers were but a mere handful. With the Legion's assistance, the numbers of the insect horde dwindled. As the last of the creatures fell, the conflict between humans and insects reached its definitive conclusion. Surviving soldiers, blood-soaked and weary, gazed at their fallen comrades, many unable to fathom their own survival. "We won. We actually won." A chorus of cheers erupted across the battlefield. Yet, amidst the celebration, a wave of lamentation followed. "Ah, those wretched insects. You've taken my brother. My leg is broken. I am doomed to a life of helplessness." Guan Li, wielding the blood-drinking blade, stood amidst the chaos, listening to the cries of anguish surrounding him. This was the brutal reality of a life-and-death conflict. Once the soldiers regained their composure, they knelt in unison, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you for your life-saving grace, my lord," they called out. "Had it not been for this valorous band, West City would have long fallen, and they would have perished at the hands of the insects. This battle was a collective endeavor. Instead of thanking me, you should honor yourselves," Guan Li proclaimed. These base soldiers had not faltered, standing firm even when they knew the city was on the brink of collapse. They fought until the very end, using their flesh and blood to stall the advancing insect army. Otherwise, many would have met a gruesome end. "My lord." The soldiers' eyes brimmed with tears. Guan Li's words resonated deeply. "I will claim a portion of the cores and cards as my recompense. However, I shall not overlook what rightfully belongs to me." Though he held admiration for these soldiers, he would not forsake his own spoils. "This is a separate matter. I, Guan Li, do not engage in unprofitable trades. All proceeds shall be at my lord's discretion." No soldier opposed him. "I relish dealings with the astute. The spoils of war will primarily be from within the city, particularly those insects rated 8 stars and above." Guan Li issued his command without hesitation. Within the city, the swarm of insectoid creatures numbered at least 50 to 60,000. If fortune favored them, they could potentially harvest tens of thousands of crystal cores. With these cores, they could trade for points and bolster the strength of their legion. The surviving soldiers commenced the task of clearing the battlefield. They were victorious. The insectoids had been defeated. At the main gate of Sheep City, soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers. Although the battlefield here was indeed brutal, it paled in comparison to the devastation in the western part of the city. After all, sufficient forces were stationed to defend this area. Despite the ferocity of the insectoid assault, breaching the city gates proved to be a formidable challenge. It seemed that the black iron-grade insectoids would not make an appearance. Wei Qianfan's anxious heart could finally find solace. The insectoids had been vanquished, and the outcome was assured. This battle had been won. Although the journey had been fraught with peculiarities, Sheep City had weathered this storm. Surveying the ground strewn with the remains of insectoids, he realized that these resources could nurture many awakened ones. Search every corner meticulously. Leave no stone unturned. A large contingent of base soldiers was diligently clearing the streets of the city. Although the fighting had ceased, remnants of the insectoids still lingered within Sheep City. If not eradicated completely, they could pose a significant nuisance. The once thriving streets were now unrecognizable, littered with corpses. The base soldiers unearthed insectoids from the shadows. Outside the western city, the legionnaires had completed their task on the battlefield. The spoils were exceedingly bountiful. 781 5-star crystal cores, 125 6-star crystal cores, 424 7-star crystal cores, 56 8-star crystal cores, 3 9-star crystal cores, and 1 10-star crystal core. Additionally, there were 515 blue cards, 214 purple cards, and 2 gold cards. Once Guan Li finished tallying the loot, he swiftly departed with his legion. Shortly after his departure, the base soldiers from Sheep City arrived at the western sector. "How did you manage to hold the line?" Wei Qianfan inquired incredulously. He had anticipated a breach in the western defenses, yet to his surprise, it had held firm. Observing the multitude of corpses, the ferocity of the battle was evident. All fallen soldiers' families shall receive double compensation. The surviving soldiers will also have their spoils doubled. Anyone with a rank shall be automatically promoted by 1 level. Wei Qianfan declared hastily. "Thank you, Lord Commander." The soldiers, being members of the base army, expressed their admiration for Guan Li, yet maintained a sense of reverence towards Wei Qianfan. "This is the reward you rightfully deserve." Wei Qianfan gestured dismissively. He summoned the highest-ranking individual present, an officer with a severed arm. "Tell me, what transpired here?" Wei Qianfan demanded, fixing his gaze upon the officer. "Lord Commander, it was the Awakened Association." The one-armed officer relayed his conjecture candidly. "The Awakened Association?" Wei Qianfan responded, taken aback. "Indeed, this is merely my subordinate's hypothesis. Those individuals did not bear the insignia of the base army. If they were not part of the base army, they could only belong to the Awakened Association. The officer asserted, "Guwu, what exactly are you plotting?" To think that so many formidable individuals were secretly recruited. Wei Qianfan felt a sense of unease within. "I understand now. You have performed admirably. Ensure you take care of your injuries upon your return." Wei Qianfan spoke. "Indeed. Thank you for your concern, General." The one-armed officer quickly nodded in acknowledgement. An increasing number of soldiers arrived at the western part of the city. Their roles were clearly defined. They tended to the wounded, cleared the corpses, and repaired the city walls. Although the insectoid army had been vanquished, in this apocalyptic era, it was certain that threats were far from singular. Yang City resembled an isolated island, surrounded by formidable monsters. This island must continually strengthen itself to survive amidst the encirclement of beasts. With the siege of the insectoids lifted, Yang City opened its pathways to the outside world. Wei Qianfan did not linger. He departed from the western sector and returned to his residence. Time was of the essence for him to achieve a breakthrough. The strength of the monsters would only continue to escalate. This time, Yang City was fortunate not to encounter any black iron grade creatures. Otherwise, the losses would have been catastrophic. Even with an alliance with Guwu, he could not be entirely assured. Black iron grade. A breakthrough must be achieved without delay.